It was a snowy winter morning, and the girl was busy preparing food for the upcoming dinner. The smell of a juicy steak filled the kitchen as it sizzled on the griddle. She was just about to flip it when an angry woman suddenly burst in, slapping the skillet in frustration. "Why isn't the food ready yet?" she demanded. Without waiting for an answer, she tasted a piece of the meat, spitting it out immediately. "It's too salty," she shouted. The cook, calm and emotionless, looked at her without flinching. "You expect people to eat this? Especially today of all days," the woman continued, her voice rising with irritation. "Maybe I'll replace you with someone who knows what they're doing. Maybe a man." The girl sighed heavily, turning away. Then, with a strange smile, she replied, "Unfortunately, I can't call on my family's employees to do work outside their duties." The woman frowned, shocked by the girl's insolence, her eyes fixed on her. Meanwhile, another voice echoed through the house. A young girl stormed into the room, shouting loudly, "Where's the item I asked you to find?" she demanded. The cook, slightly surprised but unfazed, wiped her hands and handed over a package. But the young girl snatched it from her angrily, tearing it open only to find it wasn't what she had asked for. "What is this?" she shouted, her anger boiling over. The cook, still calm, sighed and looked at the ceiling. "I saw something like it on Instagram a few days ago," she said nonchalantly. "It's kind of popular." "I know." The young girl, now visibly frustrated, held onto the package tightly, refusing to let go. "Don't you dare touch it," she snapped. "Next time, get me what I asked for." As tension simmered, the woman ordered the cook to throw the package away and get some food delivered instead. The cook, on her way out, shouted back that it wasn't her problem, and the woman could handle it herself. After the shouting match, the girl returned to cooking, humming quietly to herself. But soon the woman reappeared, her tones sharp. "You're free this weekend. We're going to the hospital." The girl blinked in surprise. "Why? What's wrong, Mum?" The woman's face twisted with anger. "Why are you pretending? You know exactly what's wrong. It's been over a year since you got married and still no children." She spoke as if it were obvious. "It's your fault. You need to get smart and figure this out. If you can't, I'll do it for you." The girl stood silent, her breath caught in her chest. After a moment, she smiled slyly. "We've already discussed it with Saya. We'll go to the hospital together." Her mother's eyes widened, grinding her teeth in frustration. Clearly annoyed, she sighed deeply and changed the subject, bringing up the vacant position at the girl's company. Then Brandon knew he was being preyed. The girl smiled again and casually mentioned that her stepfather wanted to work there, but Sok had already taken care of it. Just then a man's voice chimed in, offering to help, but the woman quickly cut him off. If my daughter had been as loving as Ura, she wouldn't need help solving everything. She then turned to her daughter, asking, "What's so great about you anyway?" At that very moment, there was a knock on the door. The guests had arrived. The woman's demeanor instantly changed. She greeted them with a bright smile, welcoming them into her home. The guests marveled at the house, praising its beauty. "Has the house gone up by 200 million?" one asked. The woman laughed and said it wasn't that expensive yet, leading them inside as the girl served plates of food. The guests complimented her, calling her beautiful beyond words, and thanked her for the lovely meal. Soon, laughter and conversation filled the room as they enjoyed the feast. After the meal, the girl stepped out for a moment. Her mother called after her, asking her to bring more meat, but the girl was already heading somewhere. When her mother asked where she was going, the girl didn't respond, lost in her own thoughts. A moment later, the girl was gone. The woman, growing tense, started to follow her daughter, but stopped when she saw the girl glowing with joy as she re-entered the room. The guests fell silent, watching in awe. The girl approached her mother with a smile, taking her hand. "Thank you, Mum, for always being so kind to me," she said, her voice laced with sarcasm. "I'm so lucky to have you." Her mother stood frozen, stunned by her words. Then, with another sweet smile, the girl added, "Sok just called. He wants me to meet him soon." With that, she left, leaving her mother speechless. Outside, in the empty parking lot, the girl sat in her car, the smile fading from her face. She remembered her mother's words, harsh and unfeeling. "Even if today is the day you were born, it's just another ordinary day." The girl hit the steering wheel in frustration, yelling, "This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this." Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Messages from her husband Suk had come in, asking how her day was going. She unlocked her phone to see 4 messages and a missed call from him. Ben began texting her husband. In the first message, he apologized for not being available earlier. The second message explained that he was still delayed in a meeting, but 3 hours later he would finally be free. A small smile crept across U's face at the thought of finally seeing her lover. She exhaled deeply, thinking about everything happening, then glanced back at her phone. 2 hours and 37 minutes had passed. Enduring time with her husband's family, she needed to be at the hotel soon. After responding to Sok, U set her phone down and started the car. As she drove, her thoughts drifted to memories of an evening with her husband. She had been telling Sok that she couldn't sleep in the same bed as another person. He simply replied, "I know." U continued, explaining that maybe she could sleep in the same room, but never in the same bed. Sok smiled, repeating that he understood. He then added, "You won't have a normal family life with me, will you?" Be confused by the question, U hesitated. Sok's smile widened as he said, "I don't care about anything as long as I have you." Her eyes had sparkled at his words, leaving her speechless. Suddenly, Ura snapped back to reality. She stood in a store, staring blankly at the floor. The cashier's voice startled her, asking if she had placed an order under Suk's name. She quickly confirmed, then left the store, realizing she was running late. Rushing down the street, she heard voices around the corner. As she approached, she realized one of them was Suk. What was he doing here? Then she saw Ura standing next to him. Yu immediately turned away, listening intently to their conversation. Sok was telling Ura that she was the only one he loved, that he didn't need Yu. At those words, U's world crumbled. She froze, barely processing what Sok was saying next, that he would file for divorce soon and be with Ura. U couldn't bear to hear any more. The box she had been carrying slipped from her hands, the cake inside tumbling to the ground. Sok and Ura turned sharply at the noise, and there stood Ura, her face blank and emotionless. Ura immediately rushed to her, calling out and begging her not to jump to conclusions. But Yu already knew. There was nothing left to save. She smiled bitterly, turning away from them. Ignoring their pleas, she began to walk quickly, wanting to escape them, their betrayal ringing in her ears. As Ura chased after her, Yu's steps quickened, her anger growing. Ura finally grabbed her arm, forcing her to stop. "Please, just listen," Ura begged, for what felt like the 100th time. Furious, Yu asked one simple question. "Did you know that Sok was in love with you?" Ura couldn't answer, her silence revealing the truth. Ura couldn't answer. Then why did you keep hanging around him? Guilt flooded Ura's face. She confessed that Seok was kind and understanding, and she had assumed her feelings were fleeting. Grabbing Yu's hand, she urged her to talk to Seok, that he could change his mind. Ura gritted her teeth, realizing how selfish Ura truly was. Sok chimed in, attempting to defend himself, but U shot him a venomous look. She ripped her hand free from Ura's grasp and walked away, no longer willing to listen to them. Her pace quickened until she was nearly running, lost in a blur of emotion. She couldn't hear or see anything around her, including the crosswalk timer ticking down. A speeding car bowed through the intersection, and by the time U noticed, it was too late. The car's headlights glared like demon eyes in the dark, and in an instant, Yu's body was airborne. Her heel remained on the ground, leaving a red trail behind. Ura screamed, horrified by the sight. Sok instinctively tried to shield her eyes, but the damage had already been done. Tears welled in Yu's eyes as she hung in the air, thinking of one thing. Why had she ever believed Sok could change? In her final moments, everything became painfully clear, but it was too late. Yu died on the very day she had wished she wouldn't. The story shifts back to the past, to an orphanage on a night when it was snowing heavily. Yu had been abandoned as an infant, left crying in front of the door. She had gone through many adoptions and rejections, but one night, a pair of hands lifted her from the darkness. She was adopted by a wealthy family, and for a time, things seemed to improve. But soon after, her adoptive mother, Jumin, passed away, leaving a deep void in Yu's life. What followed was even worse. Her adoptive father, Shanghai, brought home another girl, the same age as Yu. This girl was Ura, who was overjoyed at the thought of having a sister. U had been diligently practicing piano, playing in large concert halls, pouring all her energy into her performances. But no matter how hard she worked, she could never outshine Ura, who excelled effortlessly in everything she did. Yu watched from the sidelines, always overshadowed by her sister, even in their school years. While her parents praised Ura for her academic success, Ura stood trembling as she looked at her own grade sheet. From the moment Ura was born, she had been surrounded by misfortune, always overlooked. She remembered walking down the school corridor, minding her own business, only to open her locker and have a pile of ruined books and notebooks fall out. The students laughed at her, mocking her for being adopted. She knew exactly who had spread the rumors. Yu looked across the room and spotted Yahan, who was laughing with the others, her voice echoing in the corridor. The pain of betrayal hit hard. Her own sister, enjoying herself while Yu stood isolated. At home, Yu tried to reassure herself that things would eventually be okay. She could get through it. But just as she was finding some peace, a noise outside her door caught her attention. Startled, she stepped out of her room to investigate, but the hallway was empty. On the floor lay several boxes and a letter. Curious, she picked up the letter and opened one of the boxes. Inside was a record player. Confused but intrigued, Yu unfolded the note. It was from someone who had overheard her mentioning her love for old things. Embarrassed by the gesture, he explained that he had recorded some of his favorite old songs for her, hoping she would enjoy them. At the end of the letter, he wished her a happy birthday. The sentiment overwhelmed Yu. She quietly turned on the record player and let the music wash over her. Tears welled up in her eyes. It was the first time anyone had done something so thoughtful for her. Immediately afterwards, she told her friends. Years later, those memories remained vivid. Yu had never planned to marry Suk, but the daughter of the president of WJ Retail marrying the son of his driver felt like a fairy tale. Despite her parents' decision, Yu still felt like an outsider, and Suk's affection seemed to be the only genuine part of her life. She remembered his words, how he had once promised to try as long as they were together. But now, those same words felt hollow, tearing at her heart. Her thoughts snapped back to the present. She was still standing in front of that speeding car. In a blink, Yu was airborne, her heel left behind on the ground. The echoes of Sok's betrayal, the man who swore to her sister Ura that she was the only one he loved, rang in her ears. Her world had been stolen from her, piece by piece. And just like that, Yu's hard life came to a tragic end. But then, something strange happened. A voice called to her, faint at first, but growing louder. Yu's eyes shot open. She was alive. Confused, she found herself back in her bed, with Ura standing over her, asking how she was feeling. "What?" Yu gasped. "Wasn't she dead?" Slowly, she sat up, disoriented. Ura smiled and reminded her that today was the dress fitting for her wedding. She must look her best. Ura's heart raced. Was this a dream? She hurried to the mirror, staring at her reflection, trying to make sense of it. Grabbing her phone, she checked the date. July 19th. But that couldn't be right. Wasn't it supposed to be November 20th? She blinked, staring at the strange marking on her wrist. Panic set in. Could it be that she had somehow travelled back in time? Determined to make the most of this second chance, Yu went to her dress fitting, trying to play along. The seamstress tightened the wedding gown, and as Yu stood in front of the mirror, she sighed, holding back her emotions. The sales clerk asked if everything was all right, and Yu reassured her it was. But when she saw Sok, looking enchanted by how beautiful she looked, her smile faded. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a bouquet and swung it at him, hitting him squarely on the head. Shocked, Sok asked what was going on, but Yu only smiled bitterly. Grabbing a pen from Seok's pocket, Yu tore the wedding dress right down the front. The saleswoman was aghast. Yu declared that this was her marriage dissolution gift to Seok, then casually handed over her credit card to pay for the now ruined dress. As she left the shop, Yu knew that this was her turning point. She would reclaim everything that had been taken from her. She would reclaim everything that had been taken from her. Later, Yu met with a friend in a small, cozy coffee shop. Her friend, puzzled by Yu's decision to meet dog Io, asked why she had called for this impromptu meeting. Yu casually mentioned that she had broken up with Sok, shocking her friend. As they talked, Yu explained that Sok had fallen for Yura, leaving her no choice but to move on. Her friend's astonishment was evident, but Yu only laughed. The conversation turned to dog Aoyu. The heir to a wealthy family but known for his reckless behavior and obsession with gaming. Yu's friend was skeptical, but Yu seemed unfazed. She had a plan now, a vision for her future that didn't involve Seok or anyone else who had betrayed her. The past was behind her, and this new life was hers to shape. At an upscale event 2 days later, Yu found herself in the company of Dog Ayo, the younger son of the Sogging group, a man with a powerful presence and a well-tailored suit. He seemed like the perfect candidate for marriage, but as Yu scanned him, she recognized the same self-centered traits she had seen in Sog. Yet this time, Yu was different, no longer the naive girl from her past life, but someone who knew exactly what she wanted. Finally, Yu sat across from the guy her sister was interested in. After a brief conversation, Dogok tapped the table with a card, drawing Yu's gaze. He casually told her they should meet at the hotel later. Yu was stunned by his audacity and laughed to herself. Though she'd heard rumours that Dogok was arrogant, she hadn't expected him to be worse than those whispers. Dogok continued, saying he had also heard rumours about her. He understood she wasn't one of the easy ones. He smirked, remarking that Yu was actually quite the entertaining conversationalist. Immediately, Uppal joined in, rosing from the sofa. Front showed up convinced Uppal's math skills and completed their task. Uppel grinned and said it was just a meeting. Uppel raised an eyebrow and questioned whether he always had to be so direct. Uppel grinned and said it wasn't so bad, after all. Yu stared at him. I figured this was a test the moment we met, she said coolly. I'm not a fan of guys who flash a room key as their first move. Dogok, taken aback, tried to recover. He muttered that trusting his future to the woman who made him use that key on their first meeting didn't seem like a terrible idea. He met Yu's judgmental gaze, but couldn't read her expression. Yu stood up. I'm sorry, but I don't think I fit into the future you're imagining, she said. Dogok, unfazed, wished her luck. Yu sighed deeply, deciding it was time to head home. Just as she turned to leave, she heard a familiar voice behind her. She spun around to see Yura standing there, with Seok at her side. The sight of them together made Yu's stomach churn. The reality of her memories hit her all at once. She froze. Yu knew she had to act, to show her sister that she was stronger. Without thinking, she turned back to Dogok, staring him down. Only one round for this test, right? At that moment, Yura noticed her sister in the cafe, her eyes widening as she saw Yu sitting with Dogok. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Meanwhile, Dogok was confused by Yu's cryptic statement. One round? What do you mean? He asked. Before Yura could approach, Yura leaned forward, grabbed Dogok by the collar, and kissed him. His eyes shot wide open in shock. Across the cafe, Yura and Sok stood frozen, utterly bewildered by what they were witnessing. Yura's face twisted from one of joy to one of disbelief and anger. Dogok, still processing the situation, suddenly realized that he was enjoying it. He reached out, cupping Yu's face as he deepened the kiss. Yu's eyes fluttered open, surprised by his reaction, but she didn't pull away. Until she finally remembered why she had started this in the first place. She broke away abruptly, wiping her lips in embarrassment, avoiding his gaze. Dogok blinked, still dazed, trying to comprehend why Yu had stopped. Just then, Yura marched over, her expression stiff. What are you doing here, Mr. Dogok So? She stammered. Sok greeted Dogok, clearly just as surprised. Yura forced a smile and said it was quite the coincidence to run into Yu and Dogok here. Yu, turning to face Yu, simply asked what she was doing there with Sok. Before Yura could answer, Yura turned back to Dogok and smiled. Dinner tonight? She asked, teasingly handing him the room card. Dogok smirked. I think that sounds like a good idea. Yura and Sok exchanged confused glances as they watched Yu and Dogok continue their strange flirtation. Dogok took the card from Yu, and they both smiled at each other, leaving Yura fuming. The scene shifted to the hotel room. Dogok explained that it wasn't a suite, just a business room. He sighed and said, a business room. The number of women that have ever made it this far before. The number of... Yu interrupted, apologizing for the earlier kiss. She told him he was free to report it to Yura if he wanted to. Dogok chuckled, wiping his lips. What are you talking about? He asked. It wouldn't be as fun if we played by the rules. He leaned back, asking why Yu really wanted to meet him. Yu paused, then answered, because of the wedding. Dogok looked puzzled. Is there any other reason for a blind date? Yura turned away. Yura seems to like you, she said quietly. She turned back. Dogok raised an eyebrow. Is that why you wanted to marry me? Jean met her own reflection in the window. At first I thought it was about you, but now I'm thinking about starting a company. She turned back to face him, her eyes hard. I know about your grandfather's condition for investing. The condition is marriage. Once you get married, he'll let you start a venture. Dogok stared at her, processing her words in silence. Yu, sensing his hesitation, asked, What do you think about that? Dogok smiled, surprised by how well she knew his circumstances. Interesting, he muttered, his eyes narrowing. You talk like you know the future. Yu's phone suddenly vibrated, breaking the tension. Dogok glanced at it. Yu checked the caller. Yura. She immediately rejected the call. Dogok frowned. Why didn't you answer? Before she could respond, another call came in. It was Sok this time. Yu rejected it again and shrugged. Doesn't matter. Yu set her phone down and asked Dogok, What are your plans for tonight? She glanced up. If you're free, we could spend the evening together. Then she felt his weight on her shoulder. Dogok's eyes widened, caught off guard. Wait, you saying we should sleep together? How? He burst out laughing, unable to contain himself. Jude stood there, puzzled, realizing too late the double meaning of her words. Flustered, she covered her face with her hand. Dogok, still chuckling, leaned forward, asking, What exactly are you after, are you? A fake marriage, perhaps? I don't think I ask for much. He stared at her curiously. And what do I get out of this deal? The girl didn't know how to respond, and Dogok kept pressing her, asking what if he chose Yi over her. What was the difference? He asked her to prove that she was worth it, or maybe she could charm him enough for him to fall in love with her. U silently stared into his eyes, trying to think of something to say. However, she found herself amused by how similar Dogok was to her. It was entertaining. After a pause, U silently stood up and walked to the wine cabinet, deciding that wine might help them figure things out. She opened a bottle, poured a glass, and handed it to Dogok, remarking that if she were him, she would have bought Nova games instead of investing in hotel keys. Dogok was surprised by her comment, as he hadn't realized her interest in his business. He asked if she heard that from his manager, to which Yu responded by asking if he was the type of person who immediately ran to a supervisor when special issues came up. Dogok smiled, intrigued by her thoughts. Yu shouted. They continued drinking, and after a while the bottle was empty. U, tired, fell asleep in bed. Later she stirred, turning over and opening her eyes, only to be startled to find Dogok sleeping beside her. Even in his sleep he looked handsome. But then she noticed something. Her lipstick mark on his neck. Shocked and horrified, she started piecing together the events of the night. She had found Dogok's lip mark. She remembered them drinking together, her removing her coat and then throwing herself at him, saying she wanted to sleep. The memory made her blush. Deciding she needed to leave before Dogok woke up, she tiptoed around the room. But when Dogok shifted in his sleep, she jumped in fright, thinking he was awake. However, he remained asleep, much to her relief. Smiling at how handsome he looked even now, she left some money on the table to cover the cleaning costs and slipped out. As Yu drove away, her expression showed no sign of joy. Eventually, she arrived at her destination, her grandfather's hospital room. Upon entering, she saw him hooked up to an IV. He was surprised to see her and immediately took her hand, apologizing for everything. He told her she was his only granddaughter, repeating the apology over and over, with tears in his eyes. Yu felt a deep guilt. 3 months earlier, her grandfather had passed his entire inheritance to Ura, and Ura knew she needed to verify his words. She glanced around the room and saw his toothbrush, deciding to take it with her. As she reached for it, the door opened, and Ura entered, addressing their grandfather. Ura smiled warmly at him, calling herself his granddaughter, and then started tending to him. Ura turned to Yu, remarking that she lacked respect for her elders and scolded her for not answering the phone yesterday. Yu sighed but pulled herself together, smiling confidently. She told her mother she was on a date last night. Her mother's eyes widened in shock as she asked if the date was with Dogok from the sogging group. Yu laughed and confirmed it, though she wondered how her mother knew. Ura had mentioned it earlier. Yu smiled slyly, saying there would be good news soon. Meanwhile, at Dogok's office, a meeting was underway about the sales of the new game Golden Eye, which had increased by 22% in the first quarter. Despite the discussion, Dogok's mind wasn't on sales. He was still thinking about Yu. Her actions from the night before had puzzled him, especially the money she left behind with a note to cover cleaning and breakfast. As he reflected on her strange behavior, Dogok couldn't help but remember Yu's tipsy state the previous night. She had been talking, and whenever he turned away, she would yell at him, asking if he was paying attention. Rather than being annoyed, Dogok found it funny. Yu had summed up her life in a monologue, laughing at the absurdity of it all. Then, out of nowhere, she asked Dogok if he could see memories. Dogok, staring at the floor, said he could. Yu had averted her gaze, confessing that there wasn't a single moment in her life that had truly hooked her. She asked Dogok how that could be, but he didn't have an answer for her. Frustrated, Yu had sighed and declared that this time it had to be different. Then, to Dogok's surprise, Yu suddenly got up, announcing she was going to bed. Dogo considered. Dogok was caught off guard by the abrupt change in conversation, especially when Yu started undressing. He tensed up, asking what she was doing. Feeling embarrassed, he tried to stop her from undressing, but she protested, screaming at him not to touch her. Dogok was trying to calm her down when he realized she still had a dress on under her coat. Relieved, he tried to compose himself, but Yu, in her drunken state, tripped over a chair and fell toward him. In a split second, Dogok couldn't catch her, and they both ended up on the bed. Yu, already half asleep, pressed herself against him. Dogok was left bewildered, his heart racing. He realized how much he liked her being close, but was also embarrassed by the situation. After a while, Yu rolled over to the other side, giving Dogok a chance to finally stand up. As he looked down at the sleeping girl, Dogok noticed something strange. A license plate on her hands caught his eye. He recognized the inscription. Looking at her, he whispered to himself that he didn't want to remember certain moments from his past either. Stroking her hair, Dogok promised himself that this time, things would be different. The scene shifted back to Dogok's office. It was already 10 a.m., and he hadn't received any calls from Yu, despite her mention of the wedding the day before. Just then, an employee interrupted Dogok's thoughts, asking if he was thinking about work or something else. The employee handed Dogok a tablet, congratulating him. On the screen was a news story titled, "Tycoon So Good," featuring a picture of Dogok and Yu. Immediately he started scanning the article, asking if it was about the second son of Sun Group. The guy responded that this wasn't the most important news at the moment. He warned the director that because of the criticism and scandal, the company could suffer losses. Suddenly, Dogok noticed the author of the article. It was his favorite cousin, Su Jan-non. After turning off the tablet and handing it back, Dogok asked if his assistant had contacted the girl. The assistant confirmed that he had and leaned in to share something even more interesting. He had found out that Dogok and the girl had gone to the same elementary school. Dogok asked if this meant they had a close relationship. The assistant clarified that they didn't, as they hadn't gotten along during that time. Dogok sighed, recognizing this as typical of Su Janan, and immediately asked his assistant to bring the reporter to him. The assistant hesitated and nervously asked if Dogok was planning to sleep with another girl. These words amused Dogok, and a smile spread across his serious face. A moment later, he burst out laughing, leaving the assistant bewildered. Suddenly, Dogok stood up, grabbed his jacket and started walking out. The secretary, confused, asked where he was going. Dogok turned, smiling, and said he was running away. Just as he reached the door, his assistant's eyes widened in fear, realizing it was too late. Someone was already there. The woman stood behind Dogok and asked where he was going. Turning in horror, Dogok greeted her sweetly, asking if she had arrived already. The woman, growing suspicious, asked if Dogok was planning to get married. He nervously confirmed, avoiding eye contact. The woman, frustrated, reminded him that he always avoided looking her in the eye when she asked that. Dogok sighed and admitted that even his father didn't know about it. This revelation shocked the woman, who demanded to know more. Dogok turned to his secretary and asked him to explain his nickname. Surprised, the secretary quietly explained that Dogok was asexual, had no sex drive, and was impotent. The woman was taken aback, utterly shocked by what she was hearing. Dogok smiled, explaining that he had lived with this condition his whole life and had to prove it to people. The woman, still in disbelief, asked if this was why Dogok wanted to get married. Dogok, seemingly unbothered, asked her why she had married his father, even though he already had a wife. In a fit of frustration, the woman slapped him, calling him a rude child. Dogok, stunned, watched as the woman angrily walked towards the elevator. Before she could leave, Dogok grabbed her arm and turned her around. He confidently told her that he would reclaim his father's company and win back both his father's love and his grandfather's legacy. The woman, unsure whether to believe him, asked what he meant. Dogok smiled sweetly, assuring her that he would make it happen. The scene shifted to a beautiful beach. Yu was on the phone, being asked where she had disappeared to. She calmly replied that she was at the beach, which shocked the person on the other end, who exclaimed that she must be crazy. Yu then confirmed that she was going to marry Dogok AIO. The friend on the phone, laughing, asked why she should help her. Yu sighed, hinting that she knew about her friend's secret relationship, which made the friend spit out her coffee in shock. The friend, panicking, asked how Yu knew. Yu reassured her that she wasn't following her, but added that the guy she was seeing had a pregnant girlfriend. The friend, horrified, asked if this was true, but Yu tried to downplay the situation. As the conversation continued, Yu suddenly spotted someone and abruptly ended the call. "If you think I'm lying, try and act out the conversation." Dogok stood in front of her, having finally found the girl who had been on his mind. He asked why she had stayed by the sea, admitting that he hated the beach. Ah avoided the question, asking why he had been looking for her. Dogok explained that she hadn't answered his calls, and that he wanted to return the money she had left. Yu, confused, told him there was no need to return anything. Dogok sighed, explaining that it was unusual for someone to leave a note and run away. Yu, taken aback by his confidence, jokingly asked if he had run out of money. Dogok smiled and admitted that he had suffered a loss, a significant one. He then reminded her that she had mentioned the wedding first, and he intended to take full responsibility. Although Yu was speechless, Dogok smiled and declared that there would indeed be a wedding. He thanked her for the incident and emphasized that her time was running out. If she didn't act soon, her sister would be the one standing next to him. Yu tensed, not wanting that outcome, and told him she understood. Dogok then invited her to have a meal with him, repeating the request when she hesitated. Yu, still uneasy, tried to refuse, claiming that she had her reasons for not eating with others. Dogok laughed, saying not to worry and that he would go first. He reached into his pocket and held out 2 bills, asking her to apologize properly for the kisses, the leaked photos, and the note. Tearing up the bills, he insisted that they should eat together, calling it the first condition of their wedding. The scene then shifted to a cafe where Yu looked around, unimpressed. She asked Dogok why food was the first condition for the wedding. He explained that if he hadn't insisted, they wouldn't be sitting together like this. Yu, frustrated, stared at the table. Dogok teased her, asking if the convenience store food was good enough for someone so squeamish. Yu, still irritated, admitted that at least the convenience store food didn't require her to check the cooking process. Dog noticed that Yu was upset about something and asked her what was wrong. She replied that she would be more downcast when rumors spread that the tycoon's son was now with an adopted girl. Derg tilted his head and found it interesting. Yu looked at him questioningly. Derg asked if he really looked like the biggest villain in the tycoon family, suggesting that maybe the girl was just crazy. Changing the topic, Yu asked if she had done something unnecessary that day. Dirk looked unsure and asked what she was talking about. Yu, flustered, clarified she meant the day at the hotel when they had drinks together. Dirk laughed, surprised that Yu probably didn't remember anything. He teased her, saying they were quite close that day. For example, Yu hugged him, left a kiss mark, and they even slept together. Shocked by his words, Yu hit the table and told him to stop. Duke switched the subject, asking why she was eating so little and whether she had already eaten today. Annoyed, Yu told him not to change the subject and added that it was her food, so she knew better. Duke acknowledged her point, but asked out of curiosity what kind of guys she liked. Yu, puzzled, said she had no preference and asked why he was suddenly asking. Duek asked how he measured up as a boyfriend. Yu's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked him to clarify. Duek said he was starting to like her a little, which is why he was curious about her thoughts. Receiving no answer, he asked again if she didn't have any thoughts about him. Yu stared at him, bewildered. Duek continued, saying they were going to get married, and people usually marry someone they like. Wasn't that right? Yu replied that such things were a waste of time and bad for business, but it wasn't the only response he left to the article either. Dirk smiled sarcastically, expressing regret. He was even feeling a little nervous. He started tapping the table and began to mention that night again, but I cut him off sharply, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Dirk smiled, noting that he hadn't even said anything yet. Ben smiled too, noting that I hadn't even faltered. How was it that she managed to slip up too? Yu noticed that Doek was staring at something on her hands. Looking down, she realized it was the strange inscription that appeared after death. Quickly, she covered it with her sweater sleeve, not wanting him to see it. She asked if he had noticed anything on her wrist. Doek, puzzled, asked if she was hiding something. Yu averted her gaze and said it was nothing. Doek, deciding to change the subject, asked if they could talk about something more important. Yu, serious now, said WJ Retail was about to fail financially, which was why Duik needed a marriage with Yura. Duik confirmed that he had insisted on the marriage as it would help him attract more investors. He explained that marriage was one of the conditions under which his grandfather would invest in the company and, if things went well, he could eventually control the company's shares. Yu smiled and revealed that she had already bought 5% of the shares and that they would sell out quickly as soon as WJ Retail's stock dropped. Dek was impressed by her foresight, but noted that it might take 30 years to achieve that goal. Yu smiled again and said that's why she needed him, so he would invest in her company. Puzenia nochot kasmia vidlacha convenjus kovortselenda games. Tucha considered whether WJ Retail was worth the investment. Yu promised that he wouldn't regret it. Tucha considered whether she wouldn't regret it. Tushon Talme, Yu uninterested in their games, refused. Yu, uninterested in their games, refused. Tucha continued that what they were doing wasn't much different from playing a game, where there was a 50/50 chance of getting caught. Yu, undeterred, confidently replied that they would succeed no matter what. Suddenly, Yu received a message saying the results of a requested DNA test would be known in 2 weeks. Yu was thrilled, but tried to hide her excitement. Deok noticed her happiness and quietly said he was happy for her. Yu looked at him questioningly. He smiled, saying he liked her plan and encouraged her to keep trying. Deok stood up and Yu realized her plan had failed. He mockingly told her that if she wanted to marry him so badly, she should propose. Yu shouted in disbelief, asking what he was talking about. Deok continued, saying that in that case they'd need wedding rings. No kissing, though. Yu, shocked, started laughing nervously, saying that since it was necessary for the marriage, she would do everything required. Deok didn't expect that response. Yu held out her hand and declared that it was a proposal. Later, Yu drove home, deep in thought about the mystery surrounding her grandfather's death and the transfer of the inheritance to Ura. She feared the suicide note was forged and resolved to uncover the truth. As soon as she entered the house, her stepmother slapped her hard, shouting at her for not answering the phone and worrying everyone. Rubbing her cheek, Yu realized she had been wrong to think this woman was her biological mother. Her stepmother, arms crossed, said that legally she was still Yu's mother, unless Yu had found someone else. Yu retorted, asking if it was okay for Yura to have an unlawful relationship with a man. Her stepmother was furious, unable to believe what she had just heard. Yu sharply grabbed her mother's hand, saying she knew exactly who she was. The stepmother who had raised her since she was 9, and Yu added that she would marry Du. Their conversation was interrupted by Yu's father, who came in and demanded that they stop arguing. He scolded Yu for how she was speaking to her mother. Yu, feeling betrayed, argued that she was his daughter too, but her father sternly told her she wasn't like Yura and expressed disappointment in her. Yu was devastated. Then, her stepmother, trying to calm things, apologized to her husband, taking the blame. The father left, telling Yu she'd be staying home for a while. Yu stood there, eyes downcast, feeling utterly defeated. The man, just as he was leaving, turned around and mentioned that she would be home for a while. Yu stood still, her eyes downcast, staring at the floor. The woman sighed softly and called for the 2 maids. As they approached Yu, one of them tried to remove the bag from her shoulder. Yu screamed, insisting she could do it herself. She then pulled her phone out of the bag, holding it out while warning the maid not to touch it. After this, Yu retreated to her room, and her stepmother smiled awkwardly at her outburst. Once inside her room, Yu shut the door behind her. The situation felt surreal. She hadn't thought she'd ever return to this place, yet here she was, driven by a new sense of purpose. She opened her drawer and began rummaging through her clothes, scattering them across the floor. Tying the shirts together, she approached the window, eyeing the height. It wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Carefully, Yu began to lower her makeshift rope. At first, everything went smoothly, but then her foot slipped, and she plummeted toward the ground before she could grab hold of the rope again. Her eyes filled with fear, and for a brief moment, memories from her past flashed through her mind. The terrifying moment when she was hit by a car. She shut her eyes tightly, wondering if this was death coming for her again. Suddenly, a hand reached out, catching her before she hit the ground. It was the guard, who had luckily been nearby. Gently, he placed her on the ground, then looked at her intently and asked if she had been trying to escape. He added that if she truly sought revenge, she should stay in the house to achieve it. Oo looked at him, confused. Revenge wasn't on her mind. What did he know? The man adjusted his glasses, suggesting her actions weren't befitting of someone like her. Frustrated, Yu told him not to pretend he knew her or her motives. The man smiled and offered his hand. Yu's head was pounding, and she struggled to stand. She asked for her phone, and the man handed it to her, after asking what she planned to do. With a calm but determined tone, Yu replied, "To take revenge." He smiled knowingly and reminded her that he had, after all, advised her to stay. At that moment, the man pressed the intercom button and a voice asked who was there. Dog Aio greeted them, holding a stunning bouquet of roses. When Yu's stepmother opened the door, she was stunned. What he had said was indeed coming true. Dog Aio smiled warmly and asked if he could come inside. The whole family, except Yu, gathered around the table. Dog Aio apologized for arriving unannounced, but the father waved it off, assuring him that the article wasn't worth worrying about. Dog Aio smiled awkwardly, apologizing again, but the father confirmed he'd seen the article and noted that such things were published nowadays without real evidence. Dog Aio nodded, adding that sometimes it's necessary to get rid of something, even if it's the truth. The stepmother couldn't hold back any longer and asked if the article was indeed true. Dog Aio glanced around and asked where Yu was. The stepmother forced a smile and replied that Yu had left early that morning, but Dog Aio, sipping his coffee, wasn't convinced. The father reassured him that he had already spoken to Yu and everything was fine, but Dog Aio said the opposite, that he was the reason Yu had become involved. The room turned tense. The father asked what Dog Aio meant, and after a moment, Dog Aio confessed that the article was true. Meanwhile, the guard quietly stood outside Yu's room, working discreetly to pick the lock. After a successful click, he opened the door and told Yu it was time. She agreed, saying it was time to show her family who she truly was. She walked silently down the hallway, past the guard. The family was still talking with Dog Aio, but the stepmother spotted Oo out of the corner of her eye and became furious. How had she escaped the locked room? Oo looked radiant, her hair gleaming in the sunlight and her simple dress highlighting her figure. The conversation halted abruptly as everyone noticed her, except Dog Aio, who smiled and commented that Oo must have been there all along. The stepmother seethed, while the father only frowned. She left. Oo pulled out a chair and sat beside Dog Aio. They exchanged smiles, glad to be in each other's presence. Dog Aio then boldly announced that he wanted to marry Yu. The room fell silent. The stepmother and daughter were completely stunned by his declaration. When pressed, Dog Aio explained that he had no other choice but to marry for love, not for political gain. He glanced at Yu, reaffirming his intentions, and Yu's heart swelled with a mix of relief and disbelief. The stepmother, visibly shaken, objected, pointing out that Yu had recently been through a breakup and couldn't possibly be ready for a relationship. Yu's father agreed, suggesting it might be best for her to move on from recent events before rushing into anything new. Yu, now tense, lowered her gaze, unsure of what to say. Dog Aio took Yu's hand, promising to help her figure out what she truly wanted. He then stood, ready to leave, telling Yu they had reservations at a restaurant. Moments later, they were in his car, speeding down the road. Yu, still processing everything, asked him directly what his price was. Dog AIO laughed, reminding her that they had already discussed this. At the restaurant, Yu felt uncomfortable, not used to being treated so delicately in such a public setting. She distracted herself by scrolling through her phone, but when she opened a message from Sujan, she realized there had been no response. Her thoughts were interrupted when Dog AIO asked if she was going to eat. U assured him she was fine, but was clearly struggling to relax. When dessert arrived, U's discomfort only grew, her mind still elsewhere. After seeing the dessert, U's expression changed, and Dogok, noticing her reaction, looked a bit perplexed and asked if something was wrong. U began trembling uncontrollably, her mind drifting into a memory. In her recollection, a woman offered her the same dessert, smiling sweetly and urging her to open her mouth. Yu, surprised but trusting, told her mother that it tasted. She didn't get to finish her sentence. Her face twisted into horror and pain, and she collapsed to the ground, desperately calling for her mother, her hands clutching her throat as she coughed violently. Something was burning her throat. Frantically, she asked why the dessert tasted so strange. The woman, hovering over her, coldly asked why Yi called her mum, when she should only be addressed as auntie or ma. Snapped back to the present, staring in horror at the dessert in front of her, the memory of it being poisoned flooding her mind. That same woman had disliked her so much that she'd poisoned her. Dogok, still confused, asked again what she was thinking about. A little shaken, replied that everything was fine, and turned her head to look out at the evening cityscape. Sensing the tension, Dogok commented that if she didn't want the dessert, he'd gladly eat it. Yu turned back to watch him, her eyes wide with anxiety. As soon as he took a bite, Yu's heart raced, her eyes fixated on him, waiting for something terrible to happen. But nothing did. Dogok smiled, swallowing his bite, and said if she was remembering something painful, she could share it with him. Yu was surprised by his words but touched. Few people ever showed concern for her like this. It was something entirely new for her. After a brief pause, Dogok looked around and smiled, saying this seemed like the perfect place to propose. He then asked if she had prepared the wedding rings and a kiss. Yu, taken aback, thought he was joking, but to her surprise, Dogok got up from his chair and knelt in front of her, wide, dark eyes fixed on Ben's plate. The colour was darkening around his cheeks as he pulled a small box from his pocket. "What are you doing?" she asked nervously. Dogok smiled, opening the box to reveal a stunning diamond ring that sparkled under the dim restaurant lights. "I'm making a real proposal," he said, his voice calm yet serious. Dogok then asked, "Will you marry me?" Before she could fully process what was happening. The ring was already on her finger. Suddenly, Yu asked if Dogok knew she was a zobik, someone who avoided kissing for hygiene reasons and had a strong aversion to uncleanliness. Dogok, taken aback, laughed and asked, "What about the evening we had?" Yu, feeling a little flustered, brushed it off, saying it was just business. Dogok smirked, leaning in and teasingly said, "Well, since it was just business, then..." Before he could finish, Yu grabbed him by the shirt, interrupting him, and declared that since she hadn't proposed, she had prepared a kiss instead. She pulled Dogok close and kissed him gently, standing on her toes to reach him. Dogok's bewildered expression softened as he began to enjoy the moment. Their lips, once inseparable, finally parted. Embarrassed, U stepped back, saying, "That's enough for now." But Dogok, not ready to let the moment end, pulled her back by the waist and kissed her again. The scene shifted to Dogok's office on a bright sunny day. Dogok was scrolling through the social news feed when suddenly he saw a photo of himself and Yu kissing. Did he really get caught again? Just then his secretary walked in and teased that the director had become a celebrity. Dogok jumped, startled by the news. The secretary went on, saying it was now official. The director was a public figure. Dogok sighed, understanding the situation. After a moment, the secretary asked if Dogok wanted him to handle the article, maybe even asking Sujan, the reporter, to delete it. Or should he, jokingly, cut off Sujan's middle finger as a warning? Dogok tensed at the second suggestion, saying the first option would do just fine. At that moment, a notification popped up on Dogok's phone. It was a message from Yu asking him to have lunch together. The request left Dogok speechless. Yu? Inviting him to lunch? Without hesitation, Dogok responded that he'd be happy to join her. His heart raced as he turned to his secretary seeking advice. "If a girl invites you to lunch, doesn't that mean she's interested?" he asked. The secretary, pondering, cautiously replied, "Probably." Dogok, unsure, pressed further. The secretary finally relented, adding, "As your brother-in-law, I'd say don't get your hopes up too soon." Dogok, a bit taken aback, laughed nervously. Dogok was leaving his office, heading toward the exit where Yu was supposed to be waiting for him. As he walked, he told himself it would be best to avoid drawing too much attention. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out to him. Thinking it was Yu, he lifted his head with a smile, only to find Yuru standing in front of him, smiling brightly. She began walking towards him, and as she did, memories flooded back. In the past, a younger Yu stood off to the side, scuffing the ground with the toe of her sneaker, watching her sister Yuru from afar. Yuru had wanted to approach her, to reach out, but she had barely taken a single step when their mother pulled her back. The woman gestured toward the vast estate around them, telling Yuru that everything she saw now belonged to her. Then, pointing to the lonely Yu, she coldly remarked that Yu wasn't real, unlike Yuru, who was the real one. It wasn't the first time their mother had said something like this, and each time she would ask Yuru if she understood. As Yuru walked toward Dogok in the present, she thought about all the things her mother had said, how they were, in a way, true. She had everything, the real things. Now, here she was, standing right in front of Dogok, who was clearly surprised by her sudden appearance. She was deep in thought, feeling that Ura didn't deserve him. Breaking the silence, the girl greeted Dogu and reminded him that it was nearly lunchtime. AA suggested that if Dogu had no plans, they could have lunch together. Looking questioningly at Ura, Dogu asked if she meant him. The girl smiled, confirming she had come to meet him and have lunch. Realizing there was a reason behind her visit, Dogu playfully asked if she wanted to eat or get married at the same time. The unexpected question left the girl momentarily stunned. But just a moment later, like her mother, Ura composed herself, smiling, and replied that they could eat first and then get married. As she sank into her memories, the girl recalled how everything in that house had been hers since the day she arrived. Everything in the WJ retail family belonged to her. She was always showered with gifts during the holidays and had never felt inferior to anyone. Her wealthy, tycoon father ensured she received all the love she needed, along with the ideal, socially imposed image of a family. But for Ura, it was all about furthering her legacy, and she wasn't going to let anyone else have it, especially not her obsessive, perpetually disgruntled sister, Dog. Upple remembered the day they first met. She'd been angrily scrolling through social media when she heard a pleasant male voice. She turned to see a tall, handsome brunette who immediately apologized for being late. Unlike anyone she'd met before, he was captivating. Looking into his eyes for the first time, Aura realized he had everything she wanted. They spoke for hours, discussing various topics. Aura mentioned how she believed marriage should be between people of the same status who got along well. Dog accepted her offer of coffee, but when he set his mug down, he told her bluntly that he wasn't thinking about marriage. Shocked, the girl jumped up and questioned him. Standing from the table, Dog said he had no choice but to attend this meeting because his mother had requested it. As she tried to change his mind, Dogok cut her off, saying he didn't want a political marriage. Even though his words hurt, Ura still found him irresistible. She decided then and there that Dogo Ayo would be her husband, no matter what. But as she thought back to that day, Ura struggled to understand why you and Dorguk were together. Why had they kissed that day? Why had he gone to her family's house and asked for permission to marry you on the same day? Seeing them hold hands, Ura couldn't keep her composure. She was filled with confusion and frustration, wondering why he chose you over her. Clenching her trembling fists, Ura knew taking him away wouldn't be easy. Returning to reality, she told Dogok they should eat first and then discuss marriage. But Dogok, clearly irritated, scratched his neck and said he wasn't interested in doing either. Smiling and looking into his eyes, Ura insisted she wanted a wedding. He averted his gaze, confused by her persistence. Turning back to her, he explained awkwardly that he already had a girlfriend. Surprised, Ura asked if he was truly going to marry her sister. Laughing, Dog folded his arms and pointed out that Ura was now trying to stop him. Suddenly, Ura began shouting across the floor that you had someone else, claiming her sister was only using Dogu for revenge. Taken aback, Dogu asked if Ura really believed that, if he didn't marry U, she should be the next option. The girl hadn't expected such a response, and looked at him with horror as the crowd in the building stared. Dogok, with a slight smirk, told Ura that he admired her boldness. He glanced at his watch, apologized, and added that he didn't have time to listen to Ura's tales. Without hesitation, he moved toward the exit, saying he had to leave. Ura quickly turned, trying to stop him, but Sudok interrupted, stating that he already had someone he was meeting for lunch. Curious, she asked who it was. He paused and, with a smile, asked if she truly didn't know. Then, turning back to her, he said he was going to have lunch with someone who often had trouble eating. The scene shifts back a few hours to the WJ retail estate, where Yu had just woken up, startled by an early phone call. Sleepily, she reached for her phone, struggling to identify the caller. Her eyes suddenly widened in shock. A picture of her kissing Dogu had been sent to her, with a message asking if it was a good photo. The sender casually mentioned that her brother was preparing a ring, and they had helped him a little. Yu immediately jumped up, trying to piece together the events of the previous night, recalling how Dogok had proposed and kissed her. Covering her mouth, she realized that he had orchestrated the whole thing in advance. The action then moved to Dogok's building, where Sadu was heading to a meeting, her thoughts consumed by the morning's events. She tried to reassure herself that this was just business and that there must have been a reason for his proposal. It didn't matter who started it. Business was business. As she lost herself in these thoughts, someone called out her name. She looked up to see Seo, her ex-husband, surprised to see her. Yu wasn't thrilled by this encounter and didn't want to engage, so she lowered her head and walked past him. Zor quickly grabbed her arm, asking if she had come to meet Direct Sol and whether they were truly getting married. Annoyed, U pulled her hand away and confirmed it. Sol, frustrated, began shouting, demanding to know what had happened to her. U laughed bitterly, telling him it didn't matter. She already knew Sol had been in love with Ura. Sol was shocked by her words, unable to comprehend how she knew. But Yu expected this reaction and, with little hope in her expression, told him to go talk to Ura. She didn't want him anywhere near her. As she walked away, Seo, still in shock, remarked that Yu had changed. Yu turned and replied that she hadn't changed at all. Seo, however, who had felt nothing from the beginning and was only now trying to fix things, was the one who had changed. Seo was dumbfounded and had no idea how Yu knew all this. He recalled the moment after Yu had left him, telling him that their marriage was over. His grandfather couldn't believe it, questioning Seo repeatedly. A frustrated Seo tried to explain but couldn't finish before his grandfather's hand shot out and struck him across the face, hard. "You're nothing," the old man spat, angry that Seo couldn't hold on to Yu. He asked if dissolving the marriage was all Seo could do. The family was horrified, especially Seo's mother, who tearfully asked what they would do now with the deposit for the store already paid. She pounced on him, demanding answers. Just then, Seo's sister burst in, asking what would happen to her fancy bag and GG dress. The family's overwhelming expectations fell heavily on Seo's shoulders, with everyone urging him to win Ye back at any cost. Seo, staring down at the floor, tried to figure out how everything had gone so wrong and when it had all fallen apart. The scene shifts again, and now Seo is outside, talking with Ura. She casually mentioned that Seo was like family to her, and he smiled, feeling encouraged. Ura held his hand and spoke of how great it would be if they became one family. Confused, Seo agreed, only for Ura to suggest that they could become a family if he married her sister. Seo, bewildered, asked what her sister had to do with it. Ura held his hand tighter and, surprised, asked, "Don't you want to marry Ura?" Seo was taken aback. This girl, who had been sweet-talking him and hanging out with him, was now suggesting he marry her sister. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, Seo turned away and gravely agreed to marry Ura. Overjoyed, began praising him, calling him the best. Seo, meanwhile, realized he had no choice but to move closer to Ura's family. His thoughts drifted back to that night of confession, the night he had spent with Ura. Looking out the window, she talked about how she couldn't sleep in the same bed as another person. She mentioned how sharing a room or a bed with anyone made her uncomfortable. Her boyfriend smiled and reassured her that he was fine with it. He still wanted to be with her. As he stared at the floor, he realized that things had turned out just as Yu had said. Maybe it was for the best, though there was one thing that continued to stress him out. One afternoon, Ura urgently called Seo, asking him to come over as soon as possible. When she got into the car, Seo immediately asked her what had happened and why she needed him so suddenly. Without much thought, Ura started shouting that Yu was going to marry Dog Ao. Grabbing Seo by his jacket, she begged him for help, saying that he was on her side. She tearfully confessed that she knew Yu still cared about her, and even more, she believed Yu liked her too. Ura desperately asked Seo to bring Yu back. Disheartened, Seo looked down and asked if Ura would marry Dogok if Yu didn't return. Ura sighed heavily, tears welling up in her eyes, and said that she would have to, because it was all for the family business. Anne, from what Seo did when she arrived, asked why she was pretending that Dogok didn't like her. He started shouting, telling her that she needed Dogok and he could see it clearly. Sighing heavily again, Seo realized he had no other choice. Reluctantly, he agreed to help and said he would try to convince Yu to come back to her. Ura's expression instantly changed from desperation to joy, and she thanked him profusely. As Seo watched her happiness, he thought to himself that if this was the only way to make her happy, then so be it. The scene shifted to the hospital. It was a sunny, bright day, perfect for Yu to get her test results. She had just left the building, holding an envelope with the results inside. Unable to wait any longer, she stopped and opened it. As her eyes scanned the paper, her expression shifted from curiosity to shock. It revealed that Annan, the man she came to see, was 99.9% confirmed to be her biological father. Yu dropped the envelope, struggling to process the news. How could this have happened? Suddenly, it hit her. The unpleasant woman, Jiang Hai, must have known all along. Even her wool-covered life had been a forgery, a complete fraud. Yu looked up at the sky and laughed bitterly, tears streaming down her face. It hurt to realize that she would only learn about her real father's identity after his death. Later, Yu found herself standing in front of her house. The journey home had been difficult, and she was emotionally drained. As she reached for her keys, someone called out to her from behind. It was her ex-husband Sio's unpleasant relatives. They forced smiles, pretending to care about her well-being. Yu looked at them with disdain and asked what they wanted. Seo's mother began speaking, hesitantly, bringing up the topic of the marriage dissolution. She stumbled over her words, but eventually said they had come because they were worried. Seo stood emotionless as the woman continued pestering her with questions, trying to understand if Yu and Seo had fought. When the woman suggested they should simply ignore the rumors, her daughter Sei chimed in, saying, "All couples fight before they get married." Yu, already irritated by their presence, was growing increasingly stressed. Suddenly, Sei approached her and took her hand, suggesting they all go out to eat together to lift her mood. Without a second thought, Yu yanked her hand away and made it clear that she had no intention of going anywhere with them. Feeling cornered, Seo's mother then mentioned something about a contract. She hesitated but eventually blurted out that she was considering returning it, and, in fact, had taken out a loan. She sighed and said that everything was falling apart at the worst possible time. Yu, without any emotion, firmly said no and advised the woman to get a job. Turning away, she declared the conversation over and said there was nothing more to discuss. Just as Yu started walking away, the woman suddenly grabbed her arm and pleaded, asking if Yu wanted her to apologize. She begged Yu to reconsider the marriage, insisting that, although she didn't know what had happened between them, not all hope was lost. Looking at her ex-husband's family, Yu calmly stated that they no longer had anything to do with her. With that, she turned towards the door and began unlocking it. As a final statement, she made it clear that she had no intention of marrying Suk. Suk's mother, seemingly resigned, nodded and said she understood, but she hoped their promise still stood. Yu turned around, bewildered, as the woman, now on her knees, continued to plead. She promised she would give everything back, if only Yu would reconsider. Yu, tired of the theatrics, asked directly how the woman planned to return the money. Suk's mother, embarrassed, looked away, unable to answer. Yu sighed, telling them that once again they shouldn't count on her. Turning around, she told them to talk to her son instead. Her dishevelled woman lowered her head, and Sei, horrified, asked her mother what they should do next. Suddenly, Suk's mum snapped. Grinding her teeth, she lunged at Yu, grabbing her by the hair and dragging her forward. The woman unleashed a tirade, bitterly complaining that Yu didn't even remember her birthday. She ranted that Yu was an ill-mannered girl who didn't know basic etiquette. Yu tried to break free but couldn't. Then she noticed something. A security camera. Realizing they were now out of frame, Yu knew she had to move. Slowly she started backing up, inch by inch, until she was back in view. Se, witnessing the scene, stepped between her mother and Yu, trying to stop the chaos. But Suk's mother was beyond reason. At the last moment, she swung her arm wildly. There was a tense silence as her hand connected with Yu's face. The woman stood there, satisfied, while Yu stared at her, unfazed. Rather than reacting with anger, Yu began to laugh. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Lifting her hair to reveal the forming bruise, Yu asked the woman and Sei if they realized what had just happened. Her expression shifted, becoming sharper and more confident, as she coldly stated that physical assault had just occurred. Sok's mum, still fuming, demanded to know what Yu was talking about. But before she could finish, Sei called out to her mother, pointing upwards. There, hanging above them, was a camera. Sei tried to step away, but then came over quickly. She smirked, while being unsteady. "We are in the frame," she said, her voice filled with satisfaction. "It means I'll have fun with this now." Sei tried to take them to the police. Panic set in as Sei frantically begged Yu to forget the incident. Sei tried pulling her mother towards the door, urging her to leave. Wu exhaled, relieved. This nightmare was finally over. Just as she reached the doorstep, a man appeared, blocking her way. He asked how she was doing. Wu, slightly taken aback, asked who had sent him. Was it Grandpa? The man silently nodded. Yu then asked how her grandfather was doing, and the bodyguard replied that he was doing much better. Wu hesitated before asking if he would be able to travel to Seoul. The bodyguard said he wasn't sure. As Yu walked past him, the man suddenly turned and asked if it was true that Yu was getting married. Yu, surprised by the question, hesitated, but then confirmed it. The man looked at her, expressionless, and remarked that he hoped the man she was marrying was a worthy replacement for Yusok. Yu was puzzled by his words, recalling the strange things he had said before, like the time he caught her when she was about to fall, or the moment he advised her to stay home if she truly wanted revenge. Then she remembered the day of her father's death. That moment in the car, when she saw a missed call from Juanon, wondering why he had called her in the first place. The scene shifted to a small but charming restaurant. Dogok entered and was greeted warmly by his family, who were already gathered there. His mother beamed, proudly mentioning that she never dreamed her son would finally find a good bride. Dogok smiled, but quickly changed the subject, saying there was something he wanted for himself. As Dogok's sister joined the conversation, the mood shifted. She teased him about going crazy over this girl he liked. Dogok interrupted, starting to tell his story, even though his family already knew quite a bit about the girl. His mother frowned and mentioned that she had heard Yu wasn't exactly a decent girl, asking if she was an orphan. Dogok, irritated, picked up his glass and thought to himself that Yu was far from someone to be talked about like that. Abruptly, his mother slammed her fist on the table, declaring that there would be no marriage with Yu. His father, unfazed, sipped his coffee and said that Dogok could do whatever he wanted. The argument escalated, with his mother yelling, but his father calmly reminded her that Dogok's choices were his own. Dogok watched his parents quarrel, thinking back to how he had always been on his own, making decisions by himself. Finally, Dogok stood up, wishing his family a pleasant meal, and prepared to leave. Just then, Donya, his sister, excitedly announced that their older brother was arriving. The door opened, and a joyful man entered, laughing and greeting everyone. Dogok, however, was less than thrilled at his brother's arrival. The scene shifted back to WJ Retail, where Yu sat on her cozy bed, reading. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening startled her, and she jumped. Yura stood before her, explaining that Seok had arrived and was waiting for her. Yu, frustrated, said she didn't want to see him. She reminded Yu that Seok had betrayed her and demanded to know what he wanted. Ura explained that Seok had come to talk, and Yu, without hesitation, told her to send him away. There was nothing to discuss. But Ura, defiant, said she would let him in anyway. Moments later, Sok peeked in through the door and smiled. Barely containing her anger, Yu asked why he couldn't respect her wishes. She sarcastically wondered if Ura had put him up to this. Sok, surprised, remained silent, confirming her suspicions. U sighed, her frustration evident. Sok approached her, pleading for another chance, apologizing for the past, and promising he would never hurt her again. Said frosty lips. But Yu, tired of his words, pulled her hand away and coldly told him to get out. Seok, devastated, fell to his knees, begging her not to marry Dogok, saying it would break his heart. Yu, baffled by his audacity, asked what he was even talking about. Seok, desperate, said he would pretend it never happened, and in that moment, proposed to her. Yu jumped at the turn of events and asked Sok why he was looking at the girl with such intense eyes. He responded that she understood everything and he still liked her. The girl, however, met Sok's gaze with disgust and distress, immediately recalling a day filled with overwhelming emotions. She remembered her sister and ex-husband, a couple once in love, and how he swore his love for her sister. As these memories surfaced, the girl began to smile madly and told Sok it was all a farce. It amused her to watch him pretend to care, but she wasn't willing to pretend anymore. With anger, she accused him of being at fault. Seok tried to reason with her, saying she wasn't like this before. Just then, something small hit him. He picked it up and asked what it was. U revealed that her family had visited her recently and handed him a flash drive, warning him that tampering with it would be unwise. It was just a copy. Looking at Seok's disappointment, she told him next time she wouldn't hesitate to go to the police. Defeated, Seok left the room in a fury. As Sok stormed out, Ura was walking down the corridor with a tray of water meant for Sok and Yu. She was puzzled by how quickly he left, but continued on to the room. Once inside, Ura sat across from Yu, confessing that her thoughts had been troubling her for days. She couldn't understand why Yu had supported her meeting with Dogok. Ura asked if her sister had led her down this path. Yu, bewildered, reflected on what Ura had said. It had all happened before her death and awakening. Ura mentioned how she noticed they were treated differently. Yu was constantly ignored, while she was praised. Yu smiled at the comment and said Ura didn't truly understand. Their mother had always said Yu was fake, not real, like Ura. As Ura processed this, Ura reminded her that she could do what she wanted now. Yu seemed to take pleasure in this idea, and without warning, splashed water onto her sister. Shocked, Ura demanded to know what Yu was doing, but Yu only laughed, reminding her that she had given permission to let go. Yu thanked her sister for the encouragement, and ominously added that this was just the beginning, worse things were coming. She even claimed that Dogok would be her husband. Horrified, Ura screamed that Yu couldn't be with him, but Yu coldly told her not to be jealous. Ura, desperate to understand, asked about Sok. They had been planning to marry. Yu calmly replied that she knew Sok loved her sister, which is why she ended things with him. Suddenly, Ura's anger surged, and she grabbed a glass of water, dumping it on U. Now both sisters were drenched, but while Ura was distraught, U only smiled, victorious. At that moment, a male voice interrupted them. It was Dogok. He looked perplexed, asking if the sisters were fighting. Embarrassed, they blushed as he entered the room, mentioning that he didn't realize he was such a frequent topic of conversation. Dogok handed Yu a napkin, wiping the water from her face, which made Ura seethe with jealousy. To her, Yura didn't deserve such care from Dogok, yet here he was, attending to her. He then asked the girl if she was okay. Yu looked carefully into his eyes, but then turned her head, noticing her stepmother in the doorway, furious. Seeing her stepmother's expression lifted Yu's mood. She told Dogok she wasn't feeling well, taking his hands in hers, and said that things weren't good at all. She pulled him closer, asking for a hug. Dogok, puzzled, hesitated for a moment before they found themselves sitting together in the car. Outside, heavy rain poured down. As they drove, Dogok commented that Yu was quite the actress. She sighed, admitting she had no choice. Silence filled the car as Yu stared out at the passing scenery. Suddenly, Dogok broke the silence by revealing that he had a similar situation with his older brother. Surprised, Yu turned to him, and Dogok explained that they had different mothers. In front of others, his brother pretended to be nice and perfect, but in reality, no one knew his true nature. Yu tried to recall his brother's name. Was it Jang Woko? Dogok confirmed that his brother wasn't perfect at all. With an angry look, he added that his brother was only genuine with him and no one else. Yu didn't know how to respond to Dogok's story, so she remained silent. They continued driving through the heavy rain, and Yu couldn't help but notice how serious and reliable Dogok seemed. She found herself thinking about how handsome he was. After a while, Yu coughed and asked where they were headed. Dogok laughed and told her it was a bit late to ask. Pointing to a building, he said that this was their new home, where they would live together. Yu screamed in bewilderment, asking if he had just picked her up and brought her here without telling her. Dogok calmly replied that if they didn't like it, they could leave. But Yu hesitated, not wanting to follow him. Ignoring her reluctance, Dogok told her to come along and stop freaking out unnecessarily. Soon they were standing in front of the door to their new apartment on the 5th floor. As they approached the door, Dogok asked if she remembered the day at the hotel. Confused, Yu asked him to clarify. Smiling, he said the password was the date they first met at the hotel. Exhausted, Yu asked if that date had any special meaning. Opening the door, Dogok confirmed it did. It was the night they spent together. She stopped at the threshold, her mind flashing back to that night. The night had been relatively normal, but she shuddered at the memory of the morning after and the lipstick mark on her neck. Snapping back to reality, she decided to forget it as soon as possible. As they entered the apartment, Yu couldn't help but notice how beautifully it was decorated. The renovation was perfect. She was puzzled and asked if Dogok really lived there. He confirmed that he did, and asked what she didn't like about it. Yu, still in shock, admitted she liked everything. Then her eyes landed on one particular room. It was entirely pink. She asked, bewildered, why everything in the room was pink. At first, Dogok didn't understand her question. Dogok then said that it was Yu's room. She cried out in disbelief, looking at the cute bear and the rest of the decorations. Dogok was proud of himself, clearly pleased with the renovation, but Yu was shocked, to say the least. She burst out laughing uncontrollably, asking whose idea it was. Confused, Dogok watched her. Yu thanked him for preparing the room for her, but wondered why he chose pink. Such a stereotypical colour. Dogok quickly explained that he hadn't thought much about it, but his sister had strongly recommended the style, which was suggested by his secretary and his wife. Feeling a bit frustrated, he added that if she didn't like it, he could change the room and this time ask for her input. Not lingering in the room for long. Next they went to the kitchen. Yu looked around, pleasantly surprised, and commented that she liked the interior. Dogok smiled and asked her to sit at the table while he cooked something for them. Yu's expression immediately changed, and with horror she asked if he was really going to cook. Dogok replied that he was, since she hadn't eaten anything all day. Yu reminded him that she doesn't eat with others, and was upset that he had forgotten, or maybe never remembered at all. Dogok, tying his apron, reassured her that he remembered and boasted that he could cook better than even the most expensive hotels. But Yu stood her ground, insisting that she doesn't eat food cooked by other people. Curious, Dogok asked why she had such a rule. Yu frowned, then looked down, frustrated. She explained that it was because she couldn't trust anyone. She remembered a childhood incident when her stepmother had poisoned a seemingly ordinary dessert. Every time she recalled the event, she shivered, and from that moment she stopped trusting anyone who gave her food. Dogok, feeling slightly offended, asked if she couldn't trust men too. He looked at her surprised face and asked if she thought he might poison her. He then asked why they were getting married if Yu didn't even trust him. Yu reminded him that their relationship was purely business and that they didn't need to be subservient to one another. Dogok, undeterred, said she would have to marry him regardless. Confused, Yu asked what he meant by that. Dogok repeated that she didn't trust him enough to even eat his cooking. Thinking for a moment, Yu was pensive. Dogok told her not to worry. He would let her watch everything he did in the kitchen. Soon he was chopping vegetables and preparing the meal, while Yu observed, still trying to understand why he was doing all this. Suddenly, Dogok asked if she wanted to beat her sister, Ura. Yu tensed up at the mere mention of her name. Of course she wanted to defeat her. Dogok, while cooking, asked if she remembered what she had to do to accomplish that. Yu, confused, asked what he meant. Smiling, Dogok said that she had to love him. If she loved him, he would love her in return. Kira Tanghai was taken aback, sighing as she dismissed it as nonsense. Dogok laughed, telling her not to deny it, as it came from the heart. Oh, he found it amusing but still didn't see the point. Dogok continued cooking and then asked why she pretended otherwise. Turning to her, he asked who she was really fooling with her poor acting skills. Hira, Janghai, or even the financiers. They weren't so naive. The only way to deceive them credibly was for everything to be real. She had to be real. After hearing Dogok's words, Yu sighed heavily and said she understood. Summarizing, she told him to pretend to love her, but not to make it too fake. Dogok laughed and said she was confident. Too confident, perhaps. Yu, with a proud look, placed her hand on her heart and said that she was confident itself. Dogok smirked and said that in that case he looked forward to seeing her genuine self. By then, Dogok was almost done cooking. The second dish was nearly ready. Yu watched the process, but still couldn't figure out what he had been working so hard on. Finally, Dogok presented his dish, a radish dish with a creamy sauce. It looked truly appetizing. Yu stared at the work of art in bewilderment. Dogok handed her a silver spoon, and Yu looked at him questioningly, asking why she needed it. Dogok explained that if she had any suspicions, she could use the spoon to check the food. He reminded her that she had seen the entire cooking process and knew there was no poison involved. Dogok abruptly approached her, saying that this wasn't right. Yu looked at him in confusion as he scooped up a spoonful of food and ate it himself, to show her there was nothing wrong. Yu, even more puzzled, asked what he was doing. Dogok set the spoon down and, swallowing, told her he was just confirming the food was safe. Dogok smiled and told Yu to look at him, assuring her that as far as she could see, he was fine. Still in shock and confused, Yu continued to stare at him. Dogok held her gaze and told her that she could trust him now, though no, she should trust him. He asked why Yu was silent, but she simply told him to stop talking about it. Perplexed, Dogok asked again, just to be sure he hadn't misheard. Yu, frustrated, yelled at him, asking if he thought everything was forced. Dogok looked at her, guilty, and apologized. He hadn't meant to make it seem forced. He simply wanted to have dinner with her. He apologized again, not realizing how it had come across. Yu met his gaze and explained that it did seem forced to her. Then she told him but she had to know that everything changed after meeting Dohuk. Before, she had been cold and distant, like a hedgehog with sharp quills. But after meeting his cousin, she felt so comfortable and, for the first time, truly happy. For Yu, it felt like everything had been a lie. She couldn't understand what was real. She was torn, feeling resentment toward him, but beyond that, she loved him with all her heart. From that moment, she didn't know what to do. She had no one to tell about her return to the past, so she kept it to herself. When she went to work, she focused solely on that and tried to avoid Dohuk. She wasn't ready to face him. Soon, Dohuk left on a business trip, which made things easier for her. But one night at a company dinner, Dohuk showed up, as expected, and sat next to his wife. But next to Yu was also the annoying Dea, who, using the excuse that she was drunk, splashed water on Yu. Dohuk quickly tried to help her, but the foolish Dea grabbed his hand, which infuriated Yu. A little later, Dea was gossiping with her co-workers, mocking Yu, the supposed CEO's wife. They knew the two didn't care for each other based on how they acted. Yu overheard everything and decided to defend herself, saying, "I only came because I'm also an employee of this company. But now I understand why you're uncomfortable. Could it be because Miss Dea is interested in my husband?" Yu didn't hesitate to point out that she had seen Dea holding her husband's hand and had been harassing him for some time. Dea asked if Yu had any proof, and just then Dohuk came to defend his wife. Yu warned Dea to be more careful with her words from now on. With that, Dea and her little friends ran off. Following this, Yu wanted to talk with Dohuk. They went to a park and Yu told him that she had been reflecting on everything. She knew that he had known the truth from the beginning, and yet he had deceived her. She had tried to focus on the good, but to her not everything felt real, and it hurt. But what hurt her the most was that despite everything, she still loved him. At that moment, Dohuk embraced her and apologized. Yu could no longer silence her heart. She loved him. She had fallen for him and clung to the hope that he felt the same. After talking, they kissed, and Dohuk confessed his love for her as well. Moments later, Yu mentioned that if the dates on their bracelets marked the end of their lives, she didn't want to waste a single minute. Dohuk wanted the same, although he knew this time they wouldn't die. He would make sure of it. And from that day, the two lovebirds reconciled. The next day, Sumi mentioned to Yu that it seemed like the cockroach was going to resign from his job. Soon after, Yu's phone rang. It was Zin, wanting to share something urgent. Meanwhile, Dohuk was in a meeting. It seemed they had captured the person who delivered those photos, but the person had no idea what they were handing over, so they still didn't know who was truly behind it. For H, the most likely suspects were Yu's family. To his father, it was strange. Why would they do this to someone who, even though they aren't related by blood, had lived with them for so many years? But based on past events, they knew Yu's family wasn't loving. Just then, Yuk entered the room. He had overheard the entire conversation and showed them what had been sent to his phone today. He had investigated and discovered it was from someone Yu had been close to since the orphanage. Dohuk mentioned that the person was the secretary of Yu's grandfather. However, Duke added that he had heard Yu's sister-in-law had germophobia and couldn't eat anything other people gave her. He blamed Dohuk for marrying someone so problematic, but his father quickly put him in his place. Even if it hurt, Yu was now part of their family, and they had to protect her. Meanwhile, Yu was waiting for Sujin. As she spoke with Juon, she mentioned the recent photos of the two of them that had been delivered, which meant they wouldn't be able to see each other for a while. However, she asked him to keep an eye on her grandfather and, once and for all, get information about Yura's biological father. At that moment, Sujin arrived, happy to hear that Yu and her cousin had reconciled. Yu then asked Sujin for a favor. to investigate more about Hyunjeli, an employee of her family's gallery who had disappeared years ago. Zin agreed, but she had actually come to share information about Jin. She revealed that Jin had gotten married 15 years ago in the United States, was widowed, and inherited a large fortune. Jin had returned to Korea and used that money to start her cooking classes, but there was no further information about her. Meanwhile, Do-hook visited Jermai's cats, the ones descended from the cat Do-hook had rescued in the past. Thanks to Jermai, the cats were now well cared for, and Do-hook felt at ease. He told Jermai that he wanted to ask a favor. He wanted to learn more about Jeongjeli, the director of the Raon Art Gallery. He knew she was the one with the most power. Do-hook also mentioned that Yu wanted the company, and he planned to make her the owner. He hoped Jaime would help, and Jaime knew there would be no problem. To gain full control, the major shareholder, Yu's grandfather, had to return, and she knew he would support Yu without hesitation. The next day, the cockroach met with Yura. He showed her the photos he had obtained through an agency and told her that he had sent them to President Sei, Gyo-hook, and Do-hook. Sek then asked if Yura had sent Sei to post lies on his profile. Of course, Yura denied any involvement. The cockroach became furious, asking why Yura was so obsessed with the situation. Do-hook knew that doing this would hurt her even more, but Yura was showing just how crazy she was. She told him that all she wanted was to see Do-hook and Yu miserable because it wasn't fair. She had planned to marry Do-hook, but Yu had taken him as revenge. Yura claimed she had never hurt Yu, but Seok knew better. He knew that Yu had spent her entire life enduring abuse and discrimination. Yura then asked Seok that if they found her, he should turn himself in on her behalf. But when Seok refused, Yura added that if he helped her, she would hire a lawyer for his sister. For this one time, she needed his help. In the days that followed, Do-hook went to find his wife at work because they had to go out together. They had a family dinner. When they arrived, everyone was happy to see Yu, especially since the rumors about her had calmed down. However, Do-hook was furious because she knew who had caused this scandal, Yura, a horrible person. But thanks to everyone's support, things were fine. Yu's father mentioned that he had prepared food for her and asked if she could eat it. Now that Yu was recovering, she could, and she happily showed everyone, which made them all excited. But before anything else, Yu had something to share. Just then, Gyo-hook arrived, and he wasn't alone. He had brought Yura with him. Clearly, no one liked this woman, especially Donya, but they couldn't just kick her out, so they quickly sat down at the table. Gyo and Yura weren't asking for permission for a wedding just yet. They were just getting to know the family. Moreover, since Yu was adopted, there was nothing wrong with dating her sister-in-law, Gyo insinuated. This infuriated everyone, but Yu didn't care. She knew the truth, and when everyone found out, Yura would suffer. As Yu was about to eat, Yura expected her to embarrass herself. However, Juk asked about her condition, and Yu took the opportunity to tell everyone that when she was young, she fainted after eating food laced with arsenic. She had nearly died and from that day couldn't eat anything given to her by others. This was a surprise to many, and Yura quickly said, "It wasn't my mother," but Yu added, "Now I'm fine, I've overcome it, thanks to Do-hook." Everyone was thrilled, happy that Yu was now doing better. Seeing how much the family treasured Yu enraged Yura, as she had won the love of the entire family. Later, Yura met with the cockroach and was furious to see that Yu had been accepted by Korea's most prominent family. She blamed Sok, thinking that if he had married her, none of this would have happened. In her frustration, Yura mentioned that the suspicions about a contractual marriage might be true, as Go believed it too. This angered the cockroach. He told her that she would never be able to destroy Yu and was only hurting herself by trusting the wrong people, but Yura didn't want to give up and asked Sok to bring her proof that what he said was true. In the following days, Yu visited her grandfather. She now understood that he hadn't died because of Honjae, as he was still in good health. During the visit, her grandfather mentioned that his birthday was coming up and asked what she wanted as a gift. It was amusing because Yu knew her real birthday, but since he was asking, she said she wanted the retail company, and her grandfather agreed. The day before her birthday, she returned home. While talking to Do-hook, Yu shared that her birthday was simply the day she had been abandoned at the orphanage. She didn't even know when she was truly born. For that reason, the day wasn't significant to her. But Do-hook hugged her and told her that, for him, it would be the first birthday they spent together. He promised that from now on, every year they would have more happy moments like this. After some time, they arrived at her in-laws' house, where everyone welcomed Yu with joy. They were all so happy because tomorrow was her birthday, and they had prepared everything just for her. A grand dinner, a beautiful cake, and each of them sang for her, allowing her to blow out her candle. When it was time for presents, she was given 2 extravagant options: a 50-story building or an automobile factory. Yu started to cry, feeling overwhelmed by how much they were giving her. But her mother-in-law reassured her that she deserved this and much more, because she was now part of the family. As they returned home, Yu felt conflicted, like she was taking advantage of their generosity. She couldn't bring herself to refuse her family's gifts, but to Do-hook, money was the least important thing. He told her he could buy her whatever she desired. As they neared their home, Yu noticed the cockroach, Seok, making a phone call, and soon her phone started vibrating. But, of course, she knew that her phone was vibrating, and she understood that he had come to see her. She asked Do-hook to drop her off nearby, assuring him she would get home soon. Respecting her decision, Do-hook agreed. Yura approached Seok, who, like a fool, had once again been manipulated by Yura. He became aggressive, asking if she still loved him. He insisted that he knew she was only with Do-hook because of a contract. He pressed her repeatedly, but Yura didn't hesitate to tell him that it was a lie. She loved Do-hook. Seok couldn't accept the truth, so Yura slapped him, telling him she didn't want anything more to do with him and that he should leave. Seok, enraged, grabbed her and tried to hit her, blaming her for all of his misfortunes. At that moment, Do-hook arrived and struck Seok, making it clear that he wouldn't allow anyone to harm Yu, least of all him. Do-hook warned Seok not to come near his wife again. After several minutes, they finally made it home, but Do-hook was upset with Yu for trying to handle everything on her own. She had almost been hurt, and Yu apologized, explaining that she hadn't wanted him to have to deal with Seok, and she hadn't expected Seok to react that way. But Do-hook just wanted to protect her, because he couldn't bear the thought of losing her again. Yu reassured him that none of them would die this time. Soon midnight struck, and it was officially Yu's birthday. After sleeping and waking up, Yu knew she had 1 year until the marked date. But when she stepped out of her room, she found, with great excitement, Do-hook had prepared something extraordinary for her. A wonderful feast, just as she had always wished. And that was just the beginning. Later, they boarded a helicopter, and though Yu wanted to know where they were going, Do-hook kept it a surprise. Soon, they arrived at their destination, an amusement park. Do-hook had everything planned out because, from now on, he wanted everything to be real. He pulled out an engagement ring and proposed to her officially. Before she could even answer, the ring was already on her finger, but that didn't take away from how special the moment was for both of them. Afterward, they walked over to a tree filled with photographs of her, and even some costume performers arrived to celebrate. One of them handed her a letter from Do-hook. In the letter, he confessed that from the moment he first saw her, he had fallen in love. But it was the act of going back in time that allowed him to truly be with her. In the beginning, he felt guilty for deceiving her, but simply being by her side made him happy. He asked her to let go of the painful memories and focus on creating joyful moments from now on, as he loved her with all his heart. After this heartfelt surprise, Do-hook took her on various rides. She enjoyed them, while he got scared. By the end, he was exhausted, but there was still more to come. Later, he brought her to a boutique and asked her to choose a beautiful, elegant dress, because they were going to have dinner at a luxurious restaurant she had always dreamed of visiting. Astonishingly, Do-hook had reserved the entire place, so they were alone, dining in the finest setting possible. As he snapped his fingers, fireworks filled the sky outside the window, creating a perfect moment for Yu. But Do-hook had one last surprise. There's still something left, our first night together. Oh, how forward of him. yet it was something Yu had also been longing for. When the time came, she was ready to give herself to him, making this birthday unforgettable as it became their first night together. And so it happened. Afterward they talked, and Yu shared that she had never experienced a birthday like this. All her life, Yura had been the one celebrated, while she never received anything from anyone. Today was different, and she thanked Do-hook for making it so special. She loved him deeply, and he loved her just as much. But then Yu revealed something shocking. She was the true daughter of Hunun Han, the president of the retail company. She didn't know if it was fate or how it all came to be, but she had been adopted by another man, while Yura, who wasn't even her father's biological daughter, received all the love and privilege. Do-hook hugged her and asked, "How long have you known?" Yu confessed she had only discovered it recently, after everything that rightfully belonged to her had been taken away. But now, she wasn't going to let that happen again. She was determined to reclaim what was hers, and Do-hook promised to stand by her side in this fight. He would use everything at his disposal to help her achieve what she deserved. After months of hard work, the project for the new video game that Yu was part of finally came to an end, and her contract had finished. Though she would miss it, especially being close to Sumi, she was ready to move on. While Do-hook and Yu were on their way home, Yu asked him to drop her off at her parents' house because it was her father's birthday. She had been preparing his gift for a long time, so Do-hook agreed to wait for her at home. Meanwhile, Yu's family was having lunch, celebrating her father's birthday. But soon, an unwelcome guest arrived. Yura. She had come to wish her father well. As her stepmother knew Yu had struggled with eating food served by others, she was surprised to see her eating with no hesitation, announcing to everyone that she was cured. In addition to that, Yu had brought a gift for her father. Johnny knew what was inside that envelope. It likely contained the blood test results that Yu had shown her before. However, since they were in the middle of eating, Yu's father didn't open it right away. Yura began to irritate Yu by bringing up her marriage, but Yu stayed calm and looked happy, which only infuriated Yura. Unable to handle being around Yu, Yura stormed out. At this moment, Yu's father wanted to check the documents in the envelope, but Johnny tried to stop him. In the struggle, the envelope tore and a piece of paper landed in her father's hands, just the crucial part revealing that both Yu and Yura were his biological daughters. Yu wanted him to realize the truth, that she too was his biological daughter. Johnny, however, thought the document might state that Yura wasn't his daughter, so she tried to dismiss the results, saying that it might not be real. Yu, keeping her composure, asked her father that if he didn't trust the documents, he could have the test done himself. Before leaving, Yu made a request. Since she hadn't yet received a birthday present from him, she asked her father to give her the position of manager as her gift. As she left, she felt drained from the whole ordeal. But as she stepped outside, she saw Do-hook waiting for her, not wanting her to be alone. Yu broke down in tears, telling him how her father had never treated her like a real daughter. And now she didn't know what would happen once the truth came out. In the following days, Yu's plan continued. With the help of Donna and Jin, they began organizing the retail company's papers to uncover the reasons behind the financial deficit. At the upcoming shareholders' meeting, they planned to accuse her father of mismanaging the company, and Johnny would intervene. In the midst of all this, Yu received a video. Footage from the last time she saw the cockroach, Sok, showing Do-hook hitting him. Yu immediately called Yura, realizing she was behind this and was now threatening her. Yura threatened Yu by saying that she would send the video to the press unless Yu divorced Do-hook and returned to her old life. Yura insisted that, as an adopted child, Yu didn't deserve her current position, and if she didn't comply, Yura would ruin her life. But Yu no longer cared, seeing Yura as the real outsider. In fact, since Yura gave her this gift, Yu planned to give her one in return. Meanwhile, Yu's father wasn't sure if it was true that Yu was really his daughter. At that moment, Johnny arrived and planted seeds of doubt, claiming that Yu was only trying to take advantage of him. Johnny suggested that, with the power Yu now had, She could have manipulated the test results just to get the manager's position. Unsure of what to believe, Yu's father hesitated. Then Johnny handed him a cup of tea, and after drinking it, he began to feel unwell and fainted. With this, Johnny's plan began to unfold. Elsewhere, after everything that had happened, Yu decided to meet with Yura. Laughing in her face, Yu told her that even though she was now divorced from Do-hook, Yura would never succeed in being with him. Yu then showed Yura a recording in which she confessed to sending the incriminating photos to Do-hook's father, as well as her obsession with Do-hook and her desire to make Yu miserable. Yu explained that she had withdrawn Seok's sister's lawsuit, and in exchange, Seok had given her this recording, while Yura had only offered Seok a lawyer. Yu clarified that there was no contractual marriage between her and Do-hook. They truly loved each other. And even if Yura did release the video, the Jian group would stop it instantly, and it would only cause trouble for her. Later, Yu met with someone who informed her that they had found Yura's biological father, so her plan could proceed as intended. For Juon, this was an opportunity to be of help. He remembered meeting Yu in the orphanage after the sudden death of his father. After his father passed, several relatives showed up, claiming they wanted to be his guardians to access his inheritance. However, he ultimately ended up in the orphanage, and it was through Yu, who shared his love of painting, that he overcame his loneliness. She became his only friend, and thanks to her, he regained his smile. Later, she was adopted by a wealthy family. Juon also recognized a woman, Joni, the same woman his father had pointed out before he left to meet her, never to return. Years later, Juon met Yu again, but by then she had changed a lot. Her life had become much darker, and he had failed to help her in the past. This time, however, Juon was determined to make things right. On the other side, Johnny continued to push her schemes forward. His husband was taking care of him, but when he woke up and tried to speak, he realized he couldn't. Hongye urged him to rest, assuring him that she would handle the company and convene a board meeting to take care of everything. Poor man. Meanwhile, Yu finally visited the sister of the woman who had adopted her, hoping to learn more about her mother. The woman shared many details with Yu. A month before her death, Yu's mother had confided in her that something felt wrong, but they didn't think much of it at the time. However, a week before her death, she received a phone call saying that her daughter had fainted after eating her food, confirming her suspicions that something was wrong. Yu's mother believed that her husband was having an affair with another woman and suspected that this woman had poisoned her daughter. She even feared that she might be next. Initially, the sister hadn't believed any of this, until her sister died a week later. For Yu, everything began to make sense. After her mother's death, Hongye brought Yura into their home. As Yu was thinking about this, she noticed a bracelet on the woman's wrist, one she recognized. The woman explained that it was identical to the one her sister had. This triggered Yu's memories of the time when she had been poisoned. She had been with her mother, who had prepared snacks for her. Her mother asked her to wait, and Hongye arrived with the same snacks, supposedly sent by her mother. After eating them, Yu had been poisoned. Now she knew the truth. Hongye had poisoned her and killed her mother. Seeing Yu's interest in the bracelet, her aunt gifted it to her, asking her to find out the truth. If someone had indeed murdered her mother, Yu needed to uncover whether her mother's death was a choice or if someone had taken her life. Later, Yu discussed everything with Hyun. She now knew that her stepmother was responsible for all of this, and he was aware of it too. Yoon revealed that his father had also died from arsenic poisoning. Hyun Ye had been his father's lover, and after his death, all of his assets had gone to her. Now, Yu understood that this same woman had likely killed her mother, as she had also died from arsenic poisoning. It was highly probable that Hongye had orchestrated everything. Grandfather Juon reassured Yu that things would be different now, and that such tragedies wouldn't happen again. However, Yu didn't understand why he said again. That's when Hongye revealed the truth to her. He told her that, on the day of the accident, he had planned to tell her everything he had discovered, that Hongye was responsible for killing his grandfather, Yu's mother, and Gon's father. He also wanted to tell her that she was the biological daughter of her adoptive father, but he never got the chance, as he died that day, in the same place as you. Now, they had returned to the present, a year before the tragic events occurred. Hyun explained that Honye had sent someone to kill him that day, causing his car accident. During the collision, Yu had already been on the ground, victim to another injustice. Now, Hyun viewed this second chance as an opportunity to make sure Honye paid for what she had done. Meanwhile, Honye had tracked down Yu's grandfather, the last person she needed to control everything. Knowing that Yu wanted to return to the company, Honye planned to strip her of everything. Later, Yu was caring for her grandfather when Honye unexpectedly appeared. She had finally found the old man she had been searching for all these years. She cruelly told Yu that her grandfather had only a few days left to live, which delighted Honye. With no one left to support her, she taunted Yu, saying she would have no reason to return to the company, as there wouldn't be a position for her. Yu, however, said nothing in response. Satisfied, Onya left, not realizing this was all part of Yu's plan. Her grandfather was still in good health, as Yu had deliberately hidden him from her stepmother to protect him. Hyo also knew that Yeon Jae was the current representative of the company, but that didn't matter. She had her own strategy, and her grandfather would help her. The day of the company's board meeting finally arrived. Honye was thrilled, believing the company would soon be hers. However, a man suddenly appeared and greeted her in an overly familiar way. Honye immediately recognized him. It was Suho, Yura's father. She became enraged, demanding he be removed, but at that moment, Jae Hanan, the largest shareholder and Yu's grandfather, entered the room and allowed Suho to speak. It quickly dawned on Honye that Yu had orchestrated the entire situation. Suho wasted no time asking Honye for an explanation. Why had she never told him that they had a daughter together, Yura? Honye was clearly flustered, refusing to discuss such matters in front of the shareholders. Desperate to avoid further embarrassment, she escorted him out of the meeting. As they entered the elevator, Suho expected answers, but Honye wasn't going to give him any. Just then, Yura entered the elevator. The moment Suho saw her, he was overwhelmed with emotion. "You're my daughter," he exclaimed. For Yura, this revelation was like a bombshell. Shocked and confused, she barely had time to react before Honye quickly whisked Suho away. While they were driving, Don Soy expressed to Honye that although Yura now has a good life, he still wanted to be a part of his daughter's life. DNA tests had confirmed that Yura was his biological child, and he felt they looked alike. However, Honye, who knew him well, was fully aware that he was only after money. She intended to offer him a large sum to ensure he disappeared from their lives for good. Meanwhile, President Unan officially started the shareholders' meeting, and Honye had already arrived. The first item on the agenda was the request to dismiss the current president, the son of Mr. Han, supposedly due to his poor management of the company, which was struggling financially. However, with the largest shareholder present, he suggested that the company should remain as it was, and the motion was rejected, leaving Honye temporarily out of the game. At the same time, Yu arrived at the company and ran into Yura. She informed Yura that she had returned to work. After stepping away to talk privately, Yu asked Yura how she felt upon meeting her biological father. Yura, confused and furious, slapped Yu. But Yu, no longer the same person she once was, slapped her back even harder. Yu told Yura that if she refused to believe her words, she would have no choice but to believe the documents. Yura was devastated upon seeing the papers. Yura then added that this was all the work of Honye, her manipulative and ambitious mother. She warned Yura that it wouldn't be long before she and her mother would be thrown out on the street. Yura still had the strength to fight back, but Yura remained unshaken. She reminded Yura that she had already died once because of her, and now it was time for her to return the favor and make her experience the same hell she had lived through. Later, Honye arrived home feeling utterly defeated, but upon entering, she was met with chaos, and standing in the midst of it all was Miss Kim, the woman Honye had accused of theft and thrown out of the house 20 years ago. Shocked, Honye demanded to know why she was there. Then, to her astonishment, the biggest surprise of all entered. The true owner of the house, Yu's grandfather. He was exhausted by everything Onye had done and told her to leave the house just as she had come, empty-handed. Onye left, but on her way out she encountered Yu, who sarcastically asked, "Leaving already? Did you like my gift?" Yu reminded Honye of the time she had said, "There will be no place left for you to return to." Later, Honye came across Yura once again. In a hotel, Yura demanded answers. She needed to know if it was true that she was the daughter of the man who had come to the office that day, and whether Yura was really the daughter of the man she had always believed to be her father. He asked, "Who told you that?" And, upon hearing Yura's response, confirmed the truth. Yura was at a loss for what to do, but her mother insisted that this was not over yet. Yura had to accomplish something in order to defeat Ihu, and of course, Ju understood. Her mother was asking her to get pregnant by Juke. Yura was slapped by her mother for this suggestion, but immediately apologized. "This woman is crazy," she thought. Her mother urged her not to think about anything else, assuring her that all of this would pass. However, Yura was shattered, realizing that she had been living a lie all this time. In despair, she went to a park and called Cucurucho, wanting to blame him for giving that recording to Ayu. But Cucurucho told her there was no other option and asked her not to call him again. He had once liked her, but now, everything that had happened just made him feel disgusted by her. Yuri couldn't believe it. He couldn't just leave her like that. She clung to him, but before things could escalate further, Seiwi arrived. She grabbed Yura by the hair and chastised her for leaving her behind after all the things she had asked her to do. They started fighting, but it wasn't long before Lo intervened, pushing Yura away and grabbing his sister. The next day, Siyu visited Jaime. She wanted to know why Jaime owned 5% of the shares in R. According to her investigation, Jaime had held them for the past 10 years. Jaime understood that Siyu had come to ask for her support, and she was considering it, but Jaime wanted to know more. "Are you my biological mother?" she asked. Jaime was stunned. She didn't know what to say. Ihu had already suspected this. She had previously been told that her biological mother had died, but now she saw that wasn't true, and demanded an explanation. Why had Jaime abandoned her, and why hadn't she told her anything all this time? With tears in her eyes, Jaime begged for forgiveness. She never wanted to abandon her. She had thought Ahiu had died after breaking off the relationship with her father under orders from the president. Jaime had been left alone, but miraculously she had given birth to Ahiu. However, one day, a fire broke out in their home, and Jaime barely managed to escape, carrying her baby in her arms. But after waking up 2 days later, her parents told her that her baby had died. They even held a funeral. Jaime believed all this time that her child was gone, until on her mother's deathbed, she confessed that her baby was still alive. Jaime searched high and low and finally discovered that Ihul was her daughter. Ihul, shocked, wanted to know her real name and birthday. Jaime revealed that her name was Izihuan, and her birthday was May 24th. Jaime tearfully asked for forgiveness, but Ayu couldn't bring herself to forgive her. Honi had always told Ihu she was worthless, that no one ever wanted her, and that's why she was abandoned. Jaime kept apologizing, but Ihu cut her off, saying, "I don't care about having a mother right now, but I do care about revenge." She asked Jaime for her help. Meanwhile, Ihu's grandfather was looking after his son. He knew it was that woman Honi who had caused all the harm. Fortunately, his son was waking up, and as he did, he began to see the truth. Honi was nothing but a sinister woman who had manipulated him into mistreating his own daughter for so long. He told Ihu that she carried his blood, while Yura did not. He even revealed that Ihu was the daughter of Hoan, or, as she is now known, Haimi. He regretted everything, but it was too late to change the past. A few weeks earlier, Jamie had come to see Unjan, Uhu's grandfather. She had returned as Uhu's biological mother and wanted to support her daughter. She asked him to help Uhu in every way possible, and she would do the same, as she was also a shareholder in the company. On the other side, Honi was contacting every shareholder in the company, scheming against the president, trying to get everyone on her side. Today, she crossed paths with Hyan, whom she knew as Jaime. After exchanging greetings, it was clear that Honi didn't recognize her, but soon, Hyan revealed the truth. She was the same woman Honi had tried to kill many years ago. Hyan remembered that, long ago, when she tried to seduce Ayu's father, he would call out a name in his sleep. Arwon. Intrigued, Honi decided to visit Arwon and discovered that she had a baby. When she realized the child belonged to the man she desired, Honi made up her mind to end their lives. She was the one who orchestrated the fire because she was already pregnant with... Above all, Jamie knew this thanks to Hyunji's secretary, who had revealed everything to her. Jamie warned that if Hyunji ever laid a hand on Yu, Yura wouldn't survive. Meanwhile, Yu was making plans with her grandfather and father. Her father, overwhelmed with shame, couldn't believe that the woman he had lived with for over 20 years had made him treat his own daughter so horribly. Now, Yu asked her father to allow both Hyunji and Yura to return home, as if everything were normal. For now, they would pretend to trust them, but behind the scenes, they would plan their next moves. However, Mr. Mang asked his son what he intended to do about Yura since she wasn't his biological daughter. But to this man, Yura was his daughter, and he felt responsible for his family. This not only upset Ihu, but also her father, who then suffered a heart attack. The next morning, Honi didn't know what to do. She couldn't abandon the plans she had been scheming for over 20 years, but she wanted to escape. Yet Yura refused to run away. She had her father, who, despite not being her biological parent, had cared for her for over 2 decades. So, she decided to return home, which eventually convinced Honi that she couldn't leave them behind. Later that day, they returned to the house. Yura acted as if nothing had happened, while Honi started apologizing, accusing the secretary of poisoning her and deceiving her. Honi's husband wanted to know why she had hidden the fact that Ihu was his real daughter, and she claimed she had only recently found out. He then asked about Yura, and Honi justified herself, saying Yura was indeed her daughter, and that she had DNA tests to prove it. The results showed compatibility, but at that moment Honi stated that due to her husband's current health, she would take charge of the retail company from now on. Meanwhile, Ihu stayed with her grandfather, who, fortunately, was feeling a little better. However, she needed to focus on her health. Although at this point, Ihu was content because her grandfather had already given her a position in his company. Meanwhile, Yura was on another date with Duke, who still didn't know that Yura wasn't the biological daughter of the Lee family. Everything seemed to be going well, and thanks to Yura, Duke now had a new plan to cause trouble for his younger brother. Later, Iu returned home, and as usual, Duhuk welcomed her warmly, even preparing a feast for her. They ate happily, and during the meal, Hook mentioned that he was ready to return to his father's company and reclaim his position. When he worked there, his grandfather had wanted him to inherit the presidency, but Duke felt slighted, and many problems arose because of it. Duhuk distanced himself from the company, but upon learning that his brother Duke was misappropriating company funds, he decided to return and save his family's legacy. Ihuk promised to support him in every way she could. On the other hand, Ihu had something to share too. She had met her biological mother, Miss Jamie. She had always thought the worst of her mother, but now she finally knew who she was and how she ended up in the orphanage. Although she felt more at peace, she was also conflicted and unsure how to process it all. Dahuk comforted her, hugged her, and reassured her that he would always be there for her, supporting her through everything she needed. Just then, Yu received a message from Hyun informing her that her grandfather's health had worsened. She rushed to the hospital to see him and found out that he had suffered from several heart issues which were now catching up to him. Unfortunately, there was little hope for his recovery, and Yu desperately wished for her grandfather to pull through. In the midst of everything, Yu received a call from Yura, inviting her to lunch with her and Duke. Reluctantly, Yu ended up dining with this nest of vipers. As always, Yuk played the role of the sweet, calm gentleman, only making subtle, hurtful remarks that barely fazed Yu. During a toast, after drinking the wine, Yu suddenly felt unwell. It was clear that Yura had spiked her drink. Meanwhile, Do-hook was at a jewelry store looking to buy something beautiful for his wife. At that moment, Juk called him, informing him that Ihu had collapsed and was now in the hospital. Panicked, Do-hook rushed to the hospital, desperate to know how she was doing. Upon arriving, he saw Yura, who swore she had nothing to do with what happened. But Do-hook didn't believe her, suspecting foul play until he could investigate further. Yura left, but not without vowing to get revenge for the humiliation she had just endured. She would make them pay for everything. Later, Do-hook confronted his brother Juk outside the hospital. Do-hook knew Juk was nothing but a fraud, responsible for all of this. He punched him several times, but Juk didn't seem to care. He stood up and walked away as if nothing had happened. This fool had been pretending to have a broken leg for a long time to make Do-hook look bad in front of everyone. However, he never had such an injury, and Do-hook had already discovered months ago that Juk had been faking his inability to walk properly. Today, Juk's deceit was exposed. He admitted that he hated Do-hook and their mother for taking everything that was rightfully his, and he would never forgive them. He vowed to fight to the bitter end. After the confrontation, Do-hook rushed back to see Ihu. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. The doctors had performed a gastric lavage after Ihu had suffered from an overdose of medication, which everyone knew Juk had caused. Do-hook no longer wanted to return to his father's company. He feared for Ihu's safety, knowing that Juk would come after her. But Ihu wasn't concerned. She assured him that she would take better care of herself from now on. But Do-hook knew he had to return and give his brother what he deserved. A little later, he began investigating the restaurant where his wife had fallen ill. It turned out that the waiter who had served them had quit, and it seemed everything had been carefully orchestrated. But Juk wouldn't get away with it. The time had come for Do-hook to use the evidence he had, a recording in which Juk confessed that whether divorced or dead, he would find a way to get revenge on their poor mother. Days later, Yu visited her father to give him the wonderful news that he had fully recovered and could now walk without any impediment. Supposedly, the rehabilitation had worked, and this news thrilled her father. He decided to gather the entire family to share this good news, which played perfectly into Yu-hook's hands, as now Yu had nothing left to use against him. On another front, Yu finally arrived at Marital, taking up her position as the head of the planning department. However, given her reputation, everyone spoke poorly of her behind her back. Not everything was bad, though. Yu reunited with Sumi, whom she had befriended at Do-hook's company, and they made a great team. But of course, Yu knew this territory was tightly controlled by Yura and her mother. The worst part was that Yu could no longer even enjoy a simple meal. After the incident with Juk, she had relapsed, longing to go home and eat the rice her husband made for her. Just as she was about to leave, Yura stopped her, asking her to accompany her to a company party. In the middle of this, Yura inquired about her health, which irritated Yu. She made it clear that, as Yura could see, she was fine. Yura swore she had nothing to do with what had happened, but Yu knew better. She believed Yura's thirst for revenge and desire to win over Do-hook could have driven her to do such things. Or worse. Perhaps Yura was being manipulated by Do. Yura responded, saying she didn't care. One way or another, she would marry Do-hook and ruin their marriage. In the midst of this, Do-hook asked Uhu if she had finished speaking. She replied yes, which shocked her, as she hadn't realized he had been listening to everything she said. After that, Uhu and Do-hook left, and he told her he came to see her because he missed her, and she missed him too. She had been thinking about him all this time. However, the real reason he had come was that Do-hook wanted to take Uhu to visit his grandfather, and so the weekend arrived. They visited Do-hook's adorable grandfather, but when they were alone, Do-hook played the recording of Yu's confession. His grandfather couldn't understand how his grandson had turned out this way. He felt pity for him, knowing his mother had died young, but he also realized that, given Do-hook's behavior, He had to make him pay for his sins before they grew any bigger. So, he urged Do-hook to join the family business, fight for it, and take charge. Days passed and the Seo family held a dinner where Ihu wasn't present. That evening, Kohu announced that his rehabilitation had finally been successful, bringing joy to everyone. But then he revealed something else. He shared that, a few days earlier, he, along with Yura, had invited Ihu for a meal, but the wine she drank was laced with medication, which forced them to take her to the emergency room. Donya believed Yura was probably the one behind it, and Kohu supported her suspicion. After all, it was Yura who had suggested the meal with Uyu to improve their supposed relationship, but no one had expected something like this to happen. Juk swore he would find the culprit, but, of course, Don-hook added that the one responsible had been hidden. Without hesitation, Don-hook blamed his brother, suspecting him as the real culprit, not Yura. Naturally, his brother, the saint, vehemently denied it, and the argument only fueled their father's fury. In that moment, Juk received a call. Someone had found the employee, and soon everyone would know who the real culprit was. A few days later, Siyu received a visit from Sujin at work, who was surprised by everything that had happened. Sujin informed her that the whole family knew about her poisoning, which puzzled Suyu. Why hadn't Donya come to visit her? Meanwhile, Yura arrived at the office with sandwiches, trying to buy favor with her co-workers, making them see her as a saint, while Yu only relied on her father's influence. In the midst of this, Donya arrived and immediately blamed Yura, declaring her guilty of poisoning Ihu during their lunch at the restaurant. She insisted that the employee had already confessed that Yura was the one responsible. Yura endured the harsh criticism from everyone, but then Yu walked out of her office with Sujin. Both were shocked to see Donya and rushed to stop her, explaining that her outburst wasn't good for the company. Sujin urged Donna to calm down, and during this moment, Yura seized the opportunity to leave. Before doing so, she told Ihu, "I really didn't do anything. It was Juk who asked me to call you that day, and he arrived at the restaurant first." That night, Yura was fed up with Juk. She went to his house, waiting for him in her car. When he arrived, he clearly knew Yura was desperately seeking to marry him, but he had never intended to do so. However, amidst the humiliation, Yura couldn't take it anymore and revealed to him that she was pregnant with his child. In the following days, Do-hook visited his father and told him that he still believed his brother was the one who poisoned Hiju, because he always harms what he loves. This time, he handed his father a USB drive containing videos from a while ago, in which his brother walks perfectly. He also gave him an important audio message, asking him to watch and listen to it, and judge for himself. However, he asked his father not to mention any of this to Do-hook. Later, Do-hook and Ihu were walking home, talking about family, when Yu mentioned that it seemed like the marks on his wrists were changing colour. Do-hook replied that to him they still looked the same, but he had noticed it too. Yu, however, had a solution. He had been recommended a very good shaman and already made a reservation to go there with Do-hook, which they agreed on. Meanwhile, Yura was terrified. Joe had asked her if the child was his, to which she answered yes, but it seemed like she had doubts about it. When her mother arrived, she saw the pregnancy test on the bed and immediately embraced her daughter, congratulating her. She kept saying that now that Yura was pregnant, she would definitely marry Do-hook. She praised Yura for the good job she did, but this was exactly why Yura never wanted to get pregnant. While her mother was happy, Yura was terrified because she didn't even know for sure who the father of her child was. Yet her mother had already planned her future. Her mother was astonished, asking how she could get pregnant by someone without knowing who the father was. It seemed like Yura was becoming like her, but at that moment, Honi told her that for everyone, the father of the child would be Do-hook. Before anything else, she had to inform the CO family. As the days went by, Yu and Do-hook went to see the shaman, a very wise woman who started telling them that only one person should have died, but in their place, 3 had. The fate was twisted, but at least one person would live. There was a child to protect, just like a cat. She mentioned someone close to Do-hook, but the spirit of the cat would soon depart. The aura and colour were weak, Clearly she was referring to the cat that had saved Dohuk. But Ayu wanted to know how to live, and at that moment the shaman wrote a talisman for her. Yu then asked Dohuk to step outside, and once alone she asked the shaman if the others would be saved if that person died. The shaman replied that if the twisted fate returned to its original place, then both would survive. After speaking with the shaman, they headed home, and finally YJ confessed that she knew who the third person was. It was her grandfather's secretary, Huan. He had the same mark on his wrist, and he had died after crashing Dohuk's car that day. From that moment on, the uncertainty of the future began to consume them. The following day, Hiju met with Jun, who apparently already had evidence of the fraud that Hei was committing. He handed over the proof, and Hiju would take care of revealing it in the most eye-caring way possible. Meanwhile, she gave Jun one of the talismans from the shaman so he could have a good life. She told him what the shaman had said, and Heiju agreed to always carry the talisman with him, because he certainly didn't want to die this time. For IU, this was crucial. They needed to find a way for all three to be saved. In the following days, Yu met with her mother, Jaime. Jaime told her that she would soon retire, but before doing so, she wanted to provide evidence of what Yu had done. She hadn't spoken up until then because she had been preparing for a special moment. But then Jaime never thought of telling her that Yu was her daughter. Jaime hadn't had the courage to say it. Every time she wanted to, she saw Yu happy and just couldn't. For Hiju, this was selfish. She had spent her whole life believing that she didn't mean anything to anyone, but all of that changed when she met Dohuk. So, at least for giving her life and letting her meet Dohuk, she was thankful to her mother. Meanwhile, Dohuk went to talk to his beloved brother and brought 2 cups of coffee with him. Once alone, Dohuk came with the apparent intention of reconciling. But of course, Hukuk knew it wasn't like that. When Dohuk noticed he hadn't taken a sip, he asked, "Do you think I put something in it?" Hukuk hesitated, took a drink, and Dohuk said, "You're right, what would I gain by doing that?" As Dohuk checked the time and saw nothing happening, he was surprised. "It seems I didn't put enough in." Dohuk then said, "Soon you'll start feeling dizzy and pass out." What a shame. Huk began to feel unwell, and Dohuk added, "I was just joking, but if you ever touch my wife again, what you just experienced will happen for real." Before, Dohuk had backed off in the face of his brother, but from this moment on, he would never retreat again. In the afternoon, Yura went to meet the supposed father of her child, who had just finished work. He met her, and although she was excited, he wasn't pleased to see her. He took her to a cafe and wanted to get straight to the point. What did she want? As expected, Yura wanted to marry him, unless he wanted the news to hit the press. She wasn't threatening him, she just didn't want to raise a child alone. However, for Jahu, marriage without love didn't interest him. He wanted to know how much money she wanted to disappear from his life. But Yura wasn't after money, she only wanted power. Hoku, a man without scruples, cared little about this woman's desires, although she was more influential than him. Still, he wasn't going to let Hoku get away with it. The next day, a new shareholders' meeting was being held at Redtail. After some playful exchanges between Ihu and Dohuk, they headed to the session, where Ihu's father and the venomous Honjit arrived, both powerful figures. But soon, everything would go wrong for this woman. At that moment, everything began. Yu sent the message, and the president's secretary entered. Clearly, Yu's father knew everything and was playing his role very well. But the best part was that every shareholder received the same message from Yu, the news that the president of the Rowan Art Museum, he was the prime suspect in a tax evasion case. Yu knew this was her doing, and she ran after her. But by then the police had arrived and were taking He into custody as a suspect in a tax investigation. Hugh had arrived at her appointment for the rhyme moved by Hugh, but had never received a penny. She had sold several paintings to the collection managed by Hugh, but had never received a penny. So, goodbye, little bird. The best part was that all the insults and her confession to Yu were well recorded on Yu's phone. This was just the beginning. Yu returned to the session, and her father was already accepting her new position as head of the office. Meanwhile, Hyun informed Yu that Han Je would be released within 48 hours or less unless an order was issued, but Hyun knew this was just a test for what would come next, so for now he wouldn't do anything further. On the other hand, Do-hook was talking to his sister Donya, who mentioned that a few days ago Yu had visited the family alone and opened up to them, revealing all the suffering she had endured at the hands of her family, especially her stepmother. But the most shocking part was that she turned out to be the biological daughter of her adoptive father. Hearing all this made Do-hook nervous, so he headed to see his beloved Yu. Meanwhile, in Song Gang's office, Do-hook's father was talking to Juk. He invited him to the family dinner that evening, which Juk had no intention of attending. In the middle of the conversation, his father said, "I know everything, and there's a line even my son can't cross." Juk pretended not to know what he was talking about. But Do-hook understood. He finally told his father everything, not knowing what this old man would do with him. Meanwhile, Do-hook was walking with Yu, enjoying the spring, and it was their first time seeing this beautiful place. They saw a family so happy, and Yu began to dream of a future, hoping to survive the deadlines of their lives. She wished to find true happiness with him. Do-hook promised that nothing would happen to them, and that together they could be happy. Meanwhile, Do-hook's mother was preparing the entire dinner for the night, but at that moment someone arrived uninvited, the annoying Yura. Donna and Jonna were about to kick her out, but in the midst of this, Yura started her drama. She pretended to be disgusted and informed them that it was because she was pregnant, leaving everyone stunned. Of course, Yura was pregnant with Ho-hook. Because of this, Do-hook's parents asked Gyo to come home immediately. Both of them knew about the pregnancy and wanted to know how he was going to take responsibility. Do-hook's father knew that he apparently had no intention of marrying her, and indeed Juk didn't plan to marry Yura, which disappointed his father. So he decided not to see his son again, neither at home nor at work, and those two annoying lovebirds were left with nothing. That's what happens when you're sneaky. As they left, they started shouting at each other, mostly him, blaming her for them having nothing. He thought about getting rid of her, but it seemed like she wanted to marry him no matter what. Given the situation, Juk took Yura to an office-tel, a type of studio apartment in South Korea, where she would stay until the baby was born. She wasn't allowed to do anything foolish. Just wait. Assuming the baby was his, they would figure out what to do. But for now, because of her foolishness, she had ruined everything, and from now on, he forbade her from doing anything like this without consulting him first, or he would not take responsibility for her actions. Days passed, and Hyun-ye met with Gin, her secretary, who accused her of being involved in the fraud with IU. Hyun-ye offered her money in exchange for the evidence and to let things go. The woman was furious because Hyun-ye had threatened her family. So, if she wanted the evidence she had collected, she asked for 10 billion won. Onjae was not going to give it to her, and then the woman said, "Then 1 billion. But she didn't accept it either, so the amount was raised to 20 million, which infuriated her, as Hyun didn't intend to submit to people like her. Ultimately, she knew nothing this person could do would hurt her. She left, and this woman, Hyun, had only followed Jeon's orders. She assured the woman of her family's safety and an agreed-upon sum of money. But now, with this recording, she added more evidence to imprison Hyun. Meanwhile, Hye was furious with Hye-jin and was already planning to silence her forever. But then she remembered Do-hook. She called him and asked for his help with something, killing someone, and of course, she'd pay him for the favor. Do-hook was thrilled to help her and asked for 5 million for the favor. Hon-ye accepted, as now no one would get in her way. The next night, Do-hook met with Jeon. He gave her the recording of the call with Jae, and also provided his bank statement showing the 5 million she had transferred to him. Thanks to this, Hon-ye would definitely go to prison for many years. Although Do-hook was receiving money in exchange for this, he also got photos of his beautiful daughter. Photos that were the best reward. Meanwhile, at Yu's father's house, he had gathered the whole family. Hye arrived, looking like a goddess, and they started to eat. At that moment, Yura felt nauseous, and Jion told Yu about the pregnancy, but Ye laughed at her, already knowing that the baby's father didn't want to marry Yura. Jie didn't know this. After eating, Yu's father asked Ms. Kim to bring a document from his office and handed it to his wife. It was the divorce papers. She didn't understand what was going on, but her husband clarified everything. He had been seeing through her all this time. Yu enjoyed every moment of it. At that point, the doorbell rang. Miss Kim opened it, and it was the police, accusing Hye of fraud and informing her that Do-hook had confessed and presented all the evidence for her case. Honye couldn't believe this was happening. She defended herself, and Yor suffered because she couldn't believe her mother was this kind of person. In desperation, Honye warned that Yu wouldn't get away with it. But now Yu was not alone. Finally, her father opened his eyes and told Hye that his daughter would receive everything from him, the house and the company. It couldn't have been clearer. She would have nowhere to return to, and worse, she would rot in prison. The only way out for Hye was for her daughter to marry Yuk. This devastated Yura because now the only thing that could save her and her mother was if the child she was expecting was Yuk. In desperation, she asked to see Hyehu the next day, and they met. Yura wanted to seek help from her sister because she didn't know how to raise a child alone. She begged Hyehu to help her. But Hyehu shared something else. Onje had tried to kill her and her biological mother, so why should she care about the child Yura was expecting? Hyehu told her the truth, that her biological father was Do-hook, and that her mother had tried to buy him to kill Hye. Moreover, He had killed Hwan's father, and also He's adoptive mother. Because of all of this, He wouldn't show any mercy and hoped Yura would suffer as much as she did because of both of them. After that, she walked away. The next few days, Sejio continued to worry about the deadline marked on her wrist. Given everything that had happened, she was finally free from her past. But then Do-hook arrived, wanting to spend much more time with her. He kissed her and informed her that since their marriage had only been contractual before and hadn't been officially registered, they could do so now because they were now a real couple. Yu wasn't sure about it. The shaman had told her that only one of them would die, and it could be her. If she died, Do-hook would be left alone, and she didn't want that, so she asked to postpone it for a little longer. Do-hook understood what she was concerned about. Later, they started planning their life together. She didn't want a new wedding, but rather just photos of the two of them. She wanted to travel, and he wanted to return to the sea to face his fears, just as he did as a child. Every wish for their beautiful future filled them with hope. Maybe they could truly have a happy ending. In the following days, Yu met with Juon. Thanks to her help, he was finally in prison. She asked Juon to focus on what he loved most and gifted him the Rayon Art Museum, where he could display her father's artwork. This was her father's greatest dream. From now on, Hyun was free and could devote himself to what he loved most, art. Days passed, and Juon visited Hye in prison. He confronted her, telling her about all the plans he made to get her incarcerated. But now, what he wanted to know was why she killed his father. For her, it was simple. Hyun's father chose to die, and she had nothing to do with it. Hyun was furious and expected a confession from her, but he didn't threaten her. She remained as calm as ever, though saying that thanks to her daughter, she would be out of prison soon. However, Hyun assured her that it wouldn't happen that way. Hyun, her secretary, had already submitted all the evidence, including recordings from her victims. So, Hyun would never leave prison, and he warned her not to do anything else, otherwise her precious daughter would suffer the consequences. This left Hye in despair, thinking that she truly needed her daughter to marry Hook if she ever wanted to get out of prison. On the other hand, the precious daughter had asked Juk to bring her fried chicken, but this heartless man didn't bring it. They started to argue, but he didn't have time, and besides, he could have asked for it. Yura knew that Hook was hardly interested in her baby, and she desperately tried to get his attention, though nothing was working. Yura screamed at him because she was the mother of his child, but for Yuk this was just a desperate attempt to keep him, and it wasn't working. However, Yura wanted his help to get revenge on Do-hook and Ayu, and this caught his interest. Yura promised she wouldn't cause him any more trouble from now on, but in return she wanted him to kill Ayu. Hook spent days thinking about it. Killing Ayu wasn't a bad idea, especially because an opportunity was coming. Just then, his new secretary, Miss Kim, entered, an ally of H. However, the fool that JH was didn't know anything, and as she pretended to follow his lead, he became interested in her. He thought about taking her to a fancy dinner that night, but his plan was ruined when Yura showed up to see him. She immediately began marking her territory, and Miss Kim had no choice but to leave. This infuriated him, and he asked Yura, "Which will be easier, dealing with IU or dealing with you?" He then warned her not to bother him and to be patient, waiting for the news she was so eager to hear. Days passed, and an important executive meeting took place aboard a cruise ship. Yu attended alone, but the most important thing was that she came to secure investments for her company. She had her sights set on director Lee Zanga, the head of a vegan cosmetics company, which would one day become one of the largest companies in Korea. Yu didn't hesitate to take advantage of the moment and made a deal with this company. Later, she went with Yumi to watch the fireworks, but Yumi went to the bathroom. Left alone, a man approached her. He supposedly came on behalf of one of the most important figures in the cosmetics world. Yu didn't hesitate to follow him, a grave mistake. As soon as they were alone, he began to strangle her. After making her dizzy, he pushed her into the sea. Weak and drowning in the deep blue sea, all the good moments from her life flashed through her mind. But, above all, she remembered the love she had received in this life. She never thought that, due to a momentary lapse, her life would end this way. But unexpectedly, Do-hook entered the water, rescued her, gave her air, and she revived. However, due to his trauma, he couldn't bear it any longer and started to drown, sinking deeper and deeper. The next day, both Do-hook and Yu were in the hospital, but due to the events, Do-hook didn't wake up. He was in a deep sleep, reminding her of a little kitten, the same kitten he had once saved. Nube. The kitten greeted him, and just then it saw a bright light. It immediately ran toward it, and when it touched the light, a flash appeared, and Do-hook came back to life. He woke up and saw Yu, who was very frightened, and she wanted to know how he had dared to go into that place. Do-hook explained that he wanted to see the fireworks with her. When he saw her in the water, his fear vanished. He simply thought of saving her, so he jumped into the water to rescue her. Fortunately, they received help in time, and both were fine. After thinking about what could have happened, Yu wanted to leave her fear behind, just like Do-hook had done. When Do-hook mentioned wanting to register their marriage, she was happy, but she was still afraid of leaving him alone. However, after experiencing this, she understood that now was not the time to doubt. So she asked him that once they were out of the hospital, they would go together to register their marriage, and they agreed to it. On the other hand, Do-hook's father summoned his son Hook and clearly asked him, "Did you have anything to do with what happened to Do-hook?" He denied it. But his father added, "If it was really you who did this, I will never forgive you." Later, Do-hook received help from his brother-in-law, who informed him that the suspect who pushed Je had been arrested before he could flee. They investigated his phone and bank accounts, and as Do-hook had suspected, the real culprit was Je-hook. They discovered that it was him who had been depositing money into the criminal's account. At this, Do-hook remembered the warning he had given to his brother. This time, he wasn't planning on staying idle. The following days, Do-hook and Ihyu finally returned home, where they could embrace each other without anyone watching them. In the hospital, all they could do was kiss, and now that Ihyu was also expecting this, the two lovebirds began to express all the love they shared. The next day, Do-hook met with Se-wong, his psychiatrist, who was happy to know that he was doing well. During their conversation, Do-hook asked how Se-wong's relationship with Se-son, his best friend, was going. Supposedly the two had a secret relationship, although Do-hook was happy for them, believing they deserved to find true love. Soon after, Ms. Kim, the current secretary of Gil-hook, arrived with the evidence of Gil's crimes. Finally, Do-hook had the opportunity to make his brother pay for everything. Shortly after, Do-hook arrived at his brother's office, facing him. Gyeohook asked if the suspect had been caught, and Dohook confirmed, saying he hoped the accomplice would be apprehended soon. Gyo replied, "That sounds good." But Dohook took the opportunity to ask him why he had done that to him in the past, why he had tried to kill him. Gyeohook replied that it was a long time ago, an accident in which he was the one who ended up hurt, breaking his leg. Dohook added that he had always considered him his brother, even though they had different mothers. Despite the fact that he had pushed him into the sea, he still trusted his brother, believing it was just an accident. However, because of him, Dohook had to live as the son who caused his brother to become a disabled man. He finally understood that Gyeohook had never really loved him. He only wanted to take away everything that made him happy. He had even tried to kill Noobs, his cat. "Do you have proof?" Dohook confronted him. "You can't imagine what's coming." He had touched something he should never have. Now that he had said everything he felt, he could tell him that he no longer considered him a brother. "I'll repay every blow," he said. Gyo was terrified, but Dohook added, "Wait, just wait." The next morning, Dohook visited his father, who asked about his son, who had survived thanks to Dohook arriving just in time. The person responsible had been caught. However, Dohook had so much more to tell his father. He confessed that back in the accident at sea when he was a child, it was Joe who had provoked him. He had thought it was just an accident, but it was easy to realize that Go had wanted to hurt him. Since that day, Dohook had lived with nightmares, feeling like he was drowning, unable to see the sea or enjoy a walk on the beach. Today, he was handing his father the proof of the crimes his brother Gyo had committed. He had already given all of this to the police and didn't need his father's support. He just wanted to inform him about what was going to happen in their family. His father clearly suffered upon hearing this. Later, he called Gyo and shared everything he knew about him, showing him the evidence Gyo had provided. Unfortunately, this would harm the company, but he couldn't do anything about it. Gyo, however, insisted that none of it was true. But his father had known all along what his son was capable of. He had only been lying to himself, trying to justify it, but now he could no longer do that. He had endured everything because he was his sick little son, but that was over now. Gyeohook begged for forgiveness, but his father couldn't do anything. No one would support him from now on. Gyo finally exposed his thoughts, removing his mask. He blamed his father for everything that had happened to him. He claimed his father had abandoned his mother, causing her death at a young age. His father had let her leave the house and allowed that dirty woman to take the place that rightfully belonged to his mother. His father slapped him, saying he shouldn't speak that way about someone who had not cared for him. Now he understood his son's resentment and why he hated Dohook so much. But he clarified that he had not abandoned his mother. She had abandoned him to live with another man and had even left her son behind. He wasn't lying. He had a letter from his mother written to him where she explained that their marriage had been arranged by her family, that she didn't love him, and that she hoped he would take care of their son. His father explained that he had thought his mother would return, but instead she left with the man she loved, abandoning her newborn baby. Years later, his mother died, and her parents lied to Gyo. They hated Dohook's father's new wife and extorted him for money, threatening to reveal the truth about what had happened. His father never told him the truth to protect him, to spare him the pain of knowing his mother had abandoned him. But now, he was asking his father to apologize for everything he had done. In the following days, the news caused a huge stir. The suspect in the attempted murder of Ehu was sent to prison, but the mastermind behind it all was Gyeohook So from the Seonggang family. After that, he was taken to jail, and Gyo lost absolutely everything. H, who learned of this, felt sorry for Dohook. But he was the one who had done all of this because his brother had tried to hurt her. Now, he felt free. As when he died in that alternate future, he regretted not fighting against his brother, but now he had finally done it. From now on, he just wanted to be happy, and thanks to this new beginning, he had Ihu by his side. Days passed, and Ihu went to visit her friends. They arrived at a place to eat what she had always wanted, instant noodles. However, as she tried to eat, she felt nauseous. These weren't the usual nausea symptoms, they felt strange. Donna quickly understood, and even Sujin shouted, "You're pregnant!" Ihu couldn't believe it, the words kept echoing in her mind. That night, she took a pregnancy test, and it came out positive. After learning the result, she ran to see Do-hook. When she told him about the pregnancy, he jumped out of bed, excited. They were going to be parents. He hoped it would be a girl, but of course, the gender was still a mystery. They were both so excited, but Ihu still felt uneasy. 5 months remained until her due date, but now her baby was growing inside her. Do-hook reassured her, telling her not to worry because everything would be fine. They just needed to enjoy the present moment. The next day, they both went to the hospital, where they discovered that their baby was growing well, healthy, and large. Do-hook promised Ihu that he would protect her and care for her no matter what. However, at that moment, Yura entered the hospital. Upon seeing Ihu with an ultrasound, Yura asked if she was pregnant, and Ihu confirmed, saying she was 5 weeks along. Yura seethed with rage inside. But Yura only congratulated them and then walked away. Ihu, after running into her sister, knew she had to visit someone today. Her biological mother, Jaime. She shared everything about her pregnancy with her, how it happened, how she was coping, and most of all, why she had to face it alone. After hearing this, Ihu understood a lot more. Upon finding out she was going to be a mother, she thought of Jaime and wanted to tell her first. She had so many questions about whether she would be a good mother, if she could care for her baby well. Jaime told her that she had the same doubts when she became a mother, but what she cherished the most was the idea of someday getting to know her, and Ihu felt the same. Jaime asked her for the chance to be a good grandmother, and Ihu accepted, feeling grateful to have her mother by her side. A little later, Ihu and Do-hook called an emergency meeting for his entire family. After seeing the anxiety in everyone, Do-hook showed them the ultrasound photo of their baby. Yes, they were going to be parents, and it was an exciting moment for everyone. However, his father still thought about Ju. No one supported him, and they left him to suffer in that place, like a rat. Do-hook clarified that this wasn't anyone else's fault but his own. His decisions led him to this point. Afterward, Do-hook went to the office, but had a conversation with his brother-in-law. It seemed that Gil-hook was doing well in prison. He didn't look bad at all. Because of this, Do-hook asked his brother-in-law to keep an eye on every move his brother made. It was a real concern. Since Gil-hook was part of such a wealthy family, she had her own money, so she approached the man who could get anything done in prison. She offered him an unimaginable amount of money to exact revenge on Do-hook. That night, Do-hook and Ihu celebrated their wedding anniversary. For them, this moment was almost unthinkable at the beginning of their relationship. It hadn't started with love, but now everything was different. However, her life was ticking down. Only 2 months were left until the due date, and they were worried about the baby. Even though Do-hook assured her that she and everyone would be fine, especially since the baby was already 15 weeks along, Ihu cried. Do-hook promised that no matter what, they would be together as a family, and they would survive. Days passed, and Ihu and Do-hook's family spent quality time together. Ihu's baby bump was starting to show, and her nausea had been controlled. Everyone was concerned about her, and in a way they were grateful for her existence. By this point, everyone was eagerly anticipating the baby's arrival. They'd bought countless baby items, and even Do-hook was already thinking about having a baby herself. As time passed, November arrived, and it had been over a year since her accident. Her birthday and the due date were fast approaching, and it made her anxious. She didn't fully understand what it meant that the mark on her body was darkening more and more, but she had faith that, for the sake of her baby, she would survive. Days went by, and Do-hook continued to cook delicious meals for the pregnant Ihu. Looking at the calendar, he too felt the anticipation for the birthday. He promised Ihu that they would spend that day together and that nothing bad would happen. 2 days later, Ihu visited Ihwan to congratulate him on the artwork he had recently exhibited. He was happy, but he hoped to one day return the museum to Ihu, as he planned to travel to France to promote his art. As a birthday gift for Ihu, he gave her the last work from her father, something he had wanted to give her for a long time. Time passed quickly. There wasn't a day that Ihu or Do-hook didn't enjoy their love. They were already preparing for the big moment, installing cameras and hiring security. But November 20, 2021 arrived, the day of Ihu's birthday. Do-hook tried to do everything for her to make the day special, but the uncertainty of the day weighed heavily on them. They spent time playing and distracting themselves, trying to stop thinking about it. They began to focus on the future and what they would do after today. But in the midst of this, Do-hook received a call from his brother-in-law, who told him he was outside their house and urgently needed to talk. Ihu told him to let him in. Do-hook went outside to meet his brother-in-law, but he had come to deliver terrible news. Do-hook had escaped from prison during the trial that day. He managed to flee, and that's why he came here, because he was scared that Do might try to harm them. His brother-in-law warned that letting him escape had been the worst mistake they could have made. Soon after, a man arrived at Do-hook's apartment. Ihu thought it was one of the security personnel they had hired, so she let him in and offered him the bathroom. Unknowingly, she made a mistake. The man was Do-hook. He quickly subdued her, making her unconscious, and took her away. By the time Do-hook returned, he noticed that Ihu was gone. He searched frantically and then checked the security cameras, uncovering the truth. Do-hook immediately contacted Ihun to inform him of what had happened, and Ihun joined him to find Ihu. Using his knowledge, Ihun managed to find the license plate of Gehu's car. He also informed Do-hook that it seemed Gehu had bought a bomb and had it installed in that car. Meanwhile, Ihu woke up, scared but trying to calm herself for the sake of her baby. Gio told her that after everything Do-hook had done to him, he no longer had any reason to live. So, what better way to go out than by taking the most precious thing from his little brother? He revealed his plan to her. He was going to make that car explode. But Gio didn't want it to be just the two of them. He wanted to make sure many more people suffered. At that moment, Ihu remembered that Do-hook had given her a watch with an emergency call feature. She used it, which allowed her to send her location to him. Gio revelled in what was about to happen. He would have loved to see his brother's face after what would happen to his wife. Meanwhile, Do-hook was already checking the location Ihu sent him. Shortly after, he spotted his brother's car. Just then, he received a call. It was Gio, sounding so pleased. He wanted his brother to hear his wife's voice one last time. She was begging him not to get any closer, warning him that there was a bomb in the car. Gio explained his plan, saying that he wasn't going to leave this world alone, and he would have excellent company. At that moment, Do-hook collided with Gio's car to show him that he was right behind him. Gio and Ihu were both stunned. Just then, Jiyeon also arrived at the scene. In a coordinated effort, he and Do-hook crashed into Gio's car to stop it, causing it to crash into a tree. Gio tried to stay calm, hoping for a miracle. Do-hook wasted no time in rushing to Ihu. He opened the car and reassured her that everything would be fine. But then Gio grabbed Ihu. He wanted them both to die together, but there was nothing he could do. Ihu managed to free herself, and the two of them ran away. They realized that this was the same place where they had died before, but they could hear Gio losing his mind as he tried to escape. But Gio couldn't stop laughing. He began to say that they were no different from him, but at least he admitted his selfishness. After hearing this, Do-hook left Ihu with Juan. He wasn't going to let his brother die this way. Despite how difficult this was for both of them, Do-hook ran to Gio's car. The bomb was about to explode, and Gio didn't want anyone to save him. Time was running out. Only 15 seconds left. Ihu managed to free herself from Juan and ran to Do-hook. Meanwhile, Gu grabbed his brother, wanting to die with him. Do-hook managed to pull him out, but just at that moment, the bomb exploded. The blast reached both Gu and Do-hook, and even Ihu, who was too close. She was terrified and couldn't imagine her husband being dead. No, that couldn't happen. Do-hook found himself between life and death. He reunited with Noob, his beloved cat, and not just him, but also with his grandmother, who was happy to see her grown and handsome grandson. She knew how much he had suffered, but she wanted him to know that everything would be okay from now on. She had to leave, but he had to return. It wasn't his time yet, and if he returned, she and Noob could finally rest in peace. After that, Dohuk's body returned. Meanwhile, Ihu was frantic. She wanted Dohuk to come back. After the explosion, he had been in a coma and hadn't woken up. Dohuk urged her to rest for the sake of her baby, but Ihu wanted to be there when he woke up. She knew he would. She cried but also felt strong. Then Dohuk woke up. They were both overjoyed. From that moment, the fear was gone. Although it had been difficult, they had finally changed their fates. However, Dohuk still wanted to know what had happened to his brother. H took him to where Gyo was. The explosion and the crash had left him like this. His legs no longer worked. What he had pretended to suffer for years was now his reality. Gyo was furious. But after hearing from Dohuk that he would never walk again, Gyo hated him for not letting him die. He wanted to kill Dohuk. Dohuk told him that if he wanted that so badly, he first had to pay for his sins, and when he was out, he could visit him. After saying this, they left, but of course, Gyo's situation had only worsened. Meanwhile, Juwon was also in the hospital due to the crash. He had a broken arm, but he was doing better now. The most remarkable thing was that the terrifying future they had feared had passed, and from this moment on, all that was left was to live in happiness. However, Ihu wanted to know how Juwon had found her at that place. Juwon simply felt that it could have been fate's game, so he went to the same place where he had died that day. He had sacrificed himself for her because they were friends, and he would do it again and again. It was only because of her that his life had found meaning. He told her how much she had meant to him when he was in the orphanage. Now, he asked her to just think about being happy and to smile more from now on. On the other hand, Donya informed her parents that Dohuk had woken up. Her father felt guilty, knowing that he had raised him badly. But for Younger, she also acknowledged that she hadn't raised her son well either. After everything that had happened, everyone knew that Dohuk spent many more years in prison. Just then, the doorbell rang. Donya opened the door and saw Yura. The baby had already been born and Yura was fed up with her life. She asked them to take care of the baby, who is also Ho-Ho's, because she couldn't do it alone. She was considering abandoning him. But Younger asked for a DNA test first. If the child turned out to be her grandchild, she would not hesitate to take responsibility for him. However, if not, she would not bear that responsibility. She asked Yura to wait and promised they would contact her. They asked for the baby's blanket to conduct the test, and afterward, Yura left. Meanwhile, Ihu was still in the hospital. Due to what had happened, she was constantly monitored to ensure the baby's health. Yes, there were twins. Haimi was happy to know that her daughter was doing well, so once she was fully recovered, they would make the most of the time they had lost and live as mother and daughter. 5 days later, Yura received the DNA test results and could finally confirm whether or not the baby was Juk's. She discovered that the little boy with brown hair was not Juk's son, and soon they would find out whose child he was. After learning this, Yura visited her mother. Given what had happened with Yur, marrying him was no longer an option. She also told her mother that the baby wasn't Juk's, and she didn't know what to do with him. She felt alone and asked her mother for money. The baby was crying, and she was growing more and more desperate. Seeing this, Honji shouted at her daughter, telling her she should have been better than her mother. In her desperation, Yura visited her father, hoping he would let her stay with him. She explained how hard it was to be a mother and just wanted a good place to raise the child, but her father refused. He gave her money, hoping she wouldn't come back to him, Yura pleaded, saying she had lived as his daughter for over 20 years, but her father didn't trust her after everything her mother had done. He told her that the best thing for the baby was for her to take full responsibility and learn to be a mother on her own. Yura was filled with rage and hated Ihu. With the money she received, she planned to find out where Ihu had moved, using the alias Elle. Days passed, and finally, Ihu and Dohuk returned to their love nest. Now there was no mark that could limit their lives. Nothing remained but to wait for their happily ever after and to raise their babies together, who were soon about to be born. The babies started kicking, as if internally shouting that everything would be okay, that from now on only love and happiness should fill their lives. Meanwhile, Yura was terrified. She couldn't handle the baby anymore. He was crying and she was losing her patience. But that day, she finally received what she needed, the address. She held her baby and said, "We're leaving this place with Mummy," thinking to herself, "I can't do this on my own." At the same time, El Cucaracho was introducing Yuri, his girlfriend, to his family. They welcomed her with excitement because she was a woman with money who, with luck, would become part of their family. They had prepared everything to make Yuri feel accepted, hoping it would charm her into accepting his proposal to marry him. But in the midst of this joy, Yura showed up uninvited. Siwi opened the door and saw a baby. She couldn't stop Yura, so she entered at the worst possible time. Siwi asked about the baby's father or if she was already married, and then Yura dropped the bomb. "She hasn't married because this baby is Sio's, isn't it beautiful? In one way or another, she would be with her." What better punishment than for everyone to find out that Yura's child was Sio's, also known as El Cucaracho? It was a shock, especially because this meant goodbye to Yuri and goodbye to money. Seo couldn't deny his involvement with Yura. He apologized to Yuri and she quickly ran out, not looking back. Yura didn't have much time to be happy like a lombitch, perhaps referring to her fleeting joy. For now, El Cucaracho was getting what he had always desired, Yura. But soon he found himself alone with Yura, asking if it was true that the child was his. And just in case she didn't remember, this was the result of a night that was ultimately his fault, the night she was completely drunk and called him. Despite their argument, he stayed to keep her company and, during that time, Yura lost her senses, calling him Do-hook. He seemed to want to take advantage of the situation, and so they spent the night together. When she woke up and her mind was clear, she realized she had spent the night with her Cucaracho, and that he had supposedly been seduced by her. He shamelessly washed his hands of the situation and told her he regretted what had happened. They agreed to forget about it, but for him it was something he took to heart. They had thought they'd move on, but now the result of that night had borne fruit, and they had a child together. So, even if he wanted to get rid of Yura, he couldn't. Christmas arrived, a beautiful time to gather with family. Fortunately, both Aihu and her babies were doing well, and today Docho's father wanted to give Aihu a special gift. When she opened it, she found a model of their new house. Truly beautiful. But the most beautiful part was their new beginning and the arrival of their babies. In the blink of an eye, the year came to an end, leaving behind the uncertainty of her old future. That was now in the past, and from this moment on, a new story was being written. As the days went by, the long-awaited moment arrived, the birth of their 2 babies. This brought joy to everyone, especially to Jamie, who now spent time with her daughter. And I know you all want to see the babies, so here they are. These 2 beautiful children, the fruit of Aihu and Dohuk's love, named Yuk and Eon. On the other hand, Yura was now free of all worries. She forced her mother-in-law to care for her grandson and even cook for her. Finally, Yura gave her a taste of what the old woman used to do to Ihu. However, knowing Yura, her suffering wouldn't last forever. The days passed, and the 2 babies of Ihu rested peacefully, with Dohuk taking care of them at home. One day, Ihu arrived to find everyone asleep, until Dohuk woke up. Ihu was about to leave the house when, in the middle of it, they had some visitors. Donya, Jimmy, and Yona, who wanted to see the babies. They were asleep at first, but the noise soon woke them up. It was perfect because now Donya could hold her nephews, and they were so fascinated by them that they quickly embraced their new roles as grandmothers and aunts. Given the visitors, Dohuk asked them to watch over the babies while he and his wife went out for a date. Months passed, and Dohuk asked his father for another year off before returning to work, despite having already requested a year. But Dohuk wanted to spend as much time as possible with his babies. He thought 1 year would be enough, but it wasn't. He needed 1 more year to help Ihu with the children. He agreed, but in return he expected 10 photos of his grandchildren, Yuk and John, every day. After some negotiation, they settled on 6 photos daily. However, if he wanted to visit his grandchildren today, he would need to go home soon, because Jamie and John would be taking care of them, as it was their wedding anniversary. Do-hook left to meet Ihu, who had written to him to go to the first place where they had met. Of course, he knew exactly where that was. Upon arriving at the spot, as soon as he saw her, she handed him a card from the same room they had shared before. And so, their night began well, as they expressed their love for each other and enjoyed celebrating 1 year of marriage. Months passed, and on November 20th, 2022, it was Ihu's birthday. A year had passed since that mark disappeared from their lives. At first they were still afraid, but now they were more certain than ever. The future was full of opportunities and, most importantly, happiness. They now had 2 little people in their lives, 2 children who were their reason for being. On the other hand, as expected, Yura couldn't stay untouchable in that house. She soon took charge of her little one and was treated like a maid. "Yura, wash the dishes. Yura, cook. Yura, your mother is a murderer, you know. Yura, I hate you. Because of you, I had to marry you and you ruined my life." Etc., etc., etc. The truth is, it's a bit sad. Yura didn't start out this way. Her mother turned her into this. But not realizing in time how wrong her actions were led her to this point, ending up with a terrible man, not to mention the family. But the worst part was that now she could only be in this place. On the other hand, Ihu dedicated herself to running the Rowan Art Museum, which belonged to her family. However, while she worked, taking care of the children was incredibly tough for Do-hook. He looked exhausted, and when Yu suggested hiring a nanny, he refused. He felt capable of caring for their children even though it wasn't easy, especially with 2 of the same age who fought, threw food, and were impossible to control. Do-hook was drained, but these were the sacrifices of the job. One afternoon, when the 2 little angels started fighting, they caused a toy train to fly across the room, hitting Do-hook square in the face. E rushed over and told him to stay calm, but "I'm fine" wasn't true. His nose was bleeding, and the children were scared. E-hook couldn't stand it anymore and decided they absolutely had to hire a nanny. Do-hook agreed. However, Ihu had a plan. What if they both went on a trip? It would be a chance to relax and serve as a second honeymoon. Meanwhile, Yura visited her mother in prison. When Chonye saw her daughter, she looked at her disdainfully. "What are you doing with your life?" Yura felt terrible. All of this was her fault. If she hadn't played with her from the start, if she hadn't made her believe things that weren't true, neither she nor her grandson would be in this situation. But for Honyi, that child wasn't hers, and that was what hurt Yura the most. In this, Honyi asked if she had heard anything about Yu, and Yura told her that Yu was fine, living a dream life and happy. This made Honyi furious. She truly wished that Yu would get what she deserved. But now Yura no longer wanted revenge in her life. Didn't she remember why she was there? After saying this, and realizing that, to her mother, she was just a pawn in her game, Yura decided to cut ties once and for all. She told her that she would never see her again, and if her mother ever got out of prison, she shouldn't try to find her. In the end, Yura had lost everything, including her daughter. On the other hand, Yu left the twins with Haimi, their grandmother, who took care of them with so much love. She was thrilled to be able to do for her grandchildren what she hadn't been able to enjoy with her own daughter. She cherished the time she had with them, having them all to herself. Meanwhile, Ihook and Do-hook were going on a trip to the same place where Ihook had gone alone for her honeymoon. But something beautiful happened along the way. Dolphins started jumping over the water, almost as if welcoming them to this beautiful place. They finally arrived at the same spot where they had stayed once before. As they reminisced about how Do-hook had surprised her by crossing the boundaries for the first time and kissing her to celebrate their first kiss, today Do-hook kissed her again. Later, they went on a hike to climb Mount Harsan, an incredible place so remote that after hours of walking without rest, they finally reached the summit. Now they could enjoy a peaceful afternoon together. Even so, they missed their babies. While there, enjoying such a beautiful view, they decided to video call their kids. Both of them were well taken care of and excited to see their parents in such a wonderful place. They promised that they would return soon and that they would all be together again. For their second anniversary the following year, they went to one of the most luxurious restaurants in all of Korea, where Ihu got to taste a variety of dishes she had never had before. Thanks to Do-hook, she was now able to eat without worry or fear and savor these delicious foods. Later, they went to the beach, and just as Uhu had overcome her traumas, Do-hook had done the same. Today, he showed her that he could enjoy simple pleasures like dipping his feet into the sea. For both of them, getting to know each other had been a healing experience, and today, they were happier than ever. For their third anniversary, they spent an amazing evening alone, enjoying photos of their growing children. Ihu still felt a little sad. She wished she could hold them as babies again. However, there was a solution. It was the perfect time for Do-hook to start working on giving their little ones a sibling. For their fourth anniversary, Do-hook planned something big, a celebration with a new wedding. Ihu hadn't been able to fully enjoy their original wedding, so Do-hook had prepared a beautiful white dress for her. It was an emotional moment, especially since Do-hook had also prepared a ring for the most important woman in his life. A month after their fourth wedding anniversary, they shared the good news with the whole family. Ihu was expecting their third baby, and everyone congratulated them. It was clear that they weren't wasting any time. The arrival of this baby was especially exciting, as their other children were now older and thrilled to welcome a new sibling. Months passed, and it wasn't long before the baby would arrive, and Do-hook reveled in the joy of it all. Finally, after several months, little Jun was born. She was so beautiful, truly a princess, and Daddy's little girl. But time passed, and Yura continued living the same life as before. She had to endure her horrible mother-in-law, putting up with her insults and humiliations simply because she had nowhere else to go, and a child bound them together. She had to swallow everything for herself, but one day she decided to go out for a while without a particular destination, aimlessly wandering, trying to clear her mind. Then she saw an advertisement for Ihu's new art collection at her museum. Upon seeing it, she was filled with rage, not because of Ihu but because of herself. Ihu was right. She was now living in hell, and there seemed to be no way out. Days later, Ihu presented her collection at the museum. Everyone praised her, especially her two beautiful princes who adored their mother. Yet, something was still missing: the presence of her princess and the love of her life. Not only them, but the entire Do-hook family, including Ihu's mother, also arrived. They filled her with flowers and compliments for her incredible work. For Ihu, the day couldn't have been better, but it was, because even Gon came to see her, happy to find her so joyful and smiling. This family was truly full of joy. There wasn't a day when Do-hook didn't enjoy spending time with his children. For Ihu, this life was perfect. She had love everywhere she looked, and they were all complete. 5 members of this beautiful family, though soon another member would join them. That afternoon, the little ones found a small kitten, one that looked very much like Nube. As soon as the kitten saw Do-hook, it approached him affectionately, as if it knew him. This surprised him, and he remembered his little kitten. The children also wanted to keep it, and just then a man passed by. He knew about this kitten and saw how someone had abandoned it there. But, thanks to this opportunity, Do-hook decided to adopt the kitten. Of course, he needed Ihu's approval first. Seeing how excited Do-hook was and how their children wanted to raise the little kitten, she couldn't say no. She agreed to make that little one part of their big family. 3 years later, the princes were off to school, and Doik would take them. Meanwhile, their little daddy's girl remained as affectionate as ever. They lived their lives with excitement and emotions running high. Weekends came and they spent the entire day together as a family of 6. Today they were having a family photo session, photos that would be forever etched in our memories. Because this story filled us with rage, sadness and desperation, but above all, with hope for such a wonderful ending. In the end, this marriage was perfect. I hope you all enjoyed this story. It truly has been so impactful. It made us feel so many things, and in the end all the bad people got what they deserved. Though to be honest, I felt a little sorry for Yura. On another note, as you might have noticed, we no longer heard anything about Ihu's father. In a way, Ihu never considered him as such, because he never did anything for her, regardless of whether he was her biological father. However, in the end we got a happy ending, and this story listening to the story. If you enjoyed, please give it a like, and subscribe if you want to see more Manhwa recaps. Let me know what stories you'd like to see next. And one last big thank you to everyone that left some really nice words of encouragement and really kept me motivated to keep posting these stories for everyone to enjoy. Until next time, bye-bye. Gamyu-yun anxiously checks her lottery numbers on her laptop. As soon as she realizes she's won first place, she falls back onto the bed in shock. Overwhelmed with excitement, she quickly messages Ji-woo to share the incredible news. She's finally leaving the company. The next day at work, Yu-yin surprises her colleagues by arriving in an unusually cheerful mood. Known for her constant frustration, her sudden happiness raises a few eyebrows. Nonetheless, she carries out her tasks as the perfect secretary to President C.H. Do-hook. Do-hook became the president of Irene, Korea's leading cosmetic brand, at a young age. Renowned for his sharp business acumen, he propelled the company's annual sales to new heights. Though he was undeniably handsome and intelligent, his good looks were deceiving. Beneath them, he was ruthless. As Yu-yun places a cup of coffee on his desk, she tells him she has something urgent to discuss. However, her irritation flares when he, as always, calls her Secretary Kong instead of her actual name. She had been Do-hook's secretary for a year now, enduring his infamous temperament and relentless demands. Working for him meant being on call at all hours, and she had long wanted to quit. One evening, Do-hook left the office without informing her, causing her to leave late. Frustrated and exhausted, she had planned to buy bungyo bang, the fish-shaped pastry filled with sweet red bean paste, to lift her mood, but by the time she got there they were sold out. Out of sheer annoyance, she impulsively bought a lottery ticket instead, never expecting to win. Now, with her windfall in hand, Yu-yun is determined to leave behind her exhausting job, endless debt, and tyrannical boss. She hands in her resignation letter, only for Do-hook to reject it outright. Stunned, she watches as he casually pushes the letter back toward her and shifts the conversation elsewhere. Throughout the day, he continues to pile more tasks onto her as if nothing had happened. Confused and frustrated, Yu-yun has no choice but to comply. For now. Later that night, Yu-yun arrives home after another exhausting overtime shift. Tearfully, she wonders what the point of winning the lottery is if she's still trapped as Do-hook's overworked secretary. Staring at her bank account, the numbers confirming her 16 billion won balance, she contemplates what to do with it. Stocks, real estate, or starting a business? All seem like viable options. But then, a deeper question arises. Why did she even become a secretary in the first place? She had fallen into the job right after finishing her freshman year, when it was finally time to step into the workforce. But now, she decides, she will never be a secretary again. What she really wants is revenge. The next morning, Yu-yun sits at her desk, exhausted. She had spent all night crafting her revenge plan and finally settled on 3 ideas. As Do-hook approaches, she executes the first. Choi Do-hook, she calls out, deliberately mispronouncing his name. But he keeps walking, completely unfazed. Yuyun expected this and immediately moves on to plan 2. She pours an excessive amount of salt into his coffee, serving it with barely concealed anticipation. Will he explode in anger? Will he finally snap? However, Do-hook takes a sip, his expression unchanging. He doesn't so much as blink. Yuyun watches in disbelief and turns to leave, until she suddenly hears his chair scrape against the floor. Her heart stops as he stands and walks toward her. This is it, she thinks. I'm done for. She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for his wrath. But instead, a gentle hand ruffles her hair. I'm sorry, Do-hook murmurs. Yuyun's eyes snap open in shock, but before she can react, he turns swiftly back to his seat, gesturing for her to leave. Still stunned, she watches as he takes another sip of the coffee. This time, he freezes. Finally tasting the overwhelming salt, he mutters, Secretary Kang finally snapped. Later that evening, Do-hook finds himself at a bookstore, deep in thought. He wonders why Secretary Gam is acting so strangely. Is she sick? Until now, he had enjoyed teasing her by calling her Secretary Kang, a habit he never thought much about. She had always been a model secretary, never making mistakes. So why did she mess up the coffee? To him, mistakes equated to failure. But, unlike his past incompetent secretaries, Yuyun was different. He wasn't about to let this slip. Determined to fix whatever was wrong, he buys an armful of books on management and workplace psychology. The next day, Yuyun arrives at the office on time, still baffled by the president's unexpected reaction. Her previous plans had completely failed, but she remains undeterred. She moves on to her third strategy. This time, she deliberately messes up his usual sandwich order, replacing pickles with an overload of cucumbers, something she knows he dislikes. Yet, instead of getting annoyed, Do-hook praises her for a job well done. To make matters worse, he even corrects her pronunciation of his name, proving that he was fully aware of what she had been trying to do. Before she can react, he calmly leaves the office, remarking, Humans make mistakes. Then, without warning, he informs her that he'll be out all afternoon. Yuyun's face lights up. Shall I reschedule your meetings? She asks eagerly. But he simply waves her off. No need. Shocked, Yuyun stares after him as he walks away. Her hands tremble, and the tray she's holding slips from her grip, clattering onto the desk. What the hell is going on? Later that night, she vents to Ji-woo about Do-hook's bizarre behavior. Ji-woo listens thoughtfully before making a bold suggestion. Maybe he's trying to help you relieve stress. Yuyun scoffs, but as she replays her interactions with him, something clicks. Had he actually noticed her suffering? His sudden politeness unsettles her more than his usual cruelty. She can't help but wonder, is this the real him? After messing up Do-hook's coffee and sandwich, Yuyun remains determined to get her revenge. Ji-woo, noticing her frustration, asks what she plans to do next. Awkwardly, Yuyun recounts her failed attempts. Ji-woo chuckles and suggests a different approach, finding Do-hook's weaknesses by discreetly following him. Yuyun hesitates but ultimately agrees. The next day, while tidying up Do-hook's office, she stumbles upon a book titled How to Educate Disobedient Children. She freezes, flipping through a few pages in confusion. Does he have kids? The thought is absurd, yet the book is there in plain sight. Before she can think further, she's interrupted by the arrival of Director Lee. Dressed sharply and carrying a suitcase, Director Lee sets a small package on the desk. I got this for you in France, he says with a charming smile, handing Yuyun a gift. Noticing a loose button on her blouse, he casually helps her fasten it. Yuyun stiffens. Lee Wai-ye, the scandalous third son of Hanang Group and one of Do-hook's closest friends, was notorious for his playboy ways. But before she can react, Do-hook strides into the office. His eyes immediately darken upon seeing Lee adjusting her blouse. What are you doing here? Do-hook asks coldly. Lee smirks. I came to see my old friend, and, of course, Secretary Gam. The air between them grows tense. Sensing the rising hostility, Yu-yun quickly excuses herself to fetch coffee. As she walks out, De-hook unexpectedly calls out, Shahti, correctly pronouncing her name. Lee raises an eyebrow. Oh, you're finally calling her by her real name now? De-hook ignores him. Leave. Lee, unfazed, lets his gaze drift across the desk, until he spots the book. He picks it up with amusement. Wait, this book. Don't tell me your monk friend is really raising a kid now. De-hook sighs, rubbing his temples. Secretary Gam has been acting strangely lately. She needs adjustment. Lee flips through the pages with interest. I see. And here I thought you were finally trying to understand human emotions. De-hook scowls. Lee only grins wider. She's cute and charming. If you need help fixing her, I'd be more than happy to step in. The words barely leave his mouth before De-hook's expression turns murderous. Touch her and I'll break your face. Lee raises his hands in surrender, laughing. Relax, man. I was joking. But then his gaze flickers back to the book. Wait, are you actually following this thing's advice? De-hook snatches the book back with a glare. Get out. Lee shakes his head with a sigh. You're still such a robot. That evening, Ji-woo tries to console Yu-yun. You're giving up too quickly. Start with what's within your control. Yoon, still frustrated, tells Ji-woo about the strange book she saw. Ji-woo pauses, then bursts out laughing. So, he's actually married and suspiciously nice to his wife? Yu-yun bristles. I hate him. She had assumed De-hook was some cold-hearted workaholic, but now the idea that he might have a secret, loving family makes her feel resentful. Why should he get to have a perfect home life when she never did? Ji-woo interrupts her thoughts with a sudden suggestion. Be late tomorrow. What? You've never been late before, right? So do it. Shake things up. Yu-yun protests at first, but after some persuasion, she gives in. That night, she does something she hasn't done in years. She relaxes. She watches TV, drinks beer, and eventually drifts off to sleep on the couch. Then she has a dream. In it, she's De-hook's wife, smiling sweetly and acting lovey-dovey with him. Yu-yun jerks awake, utterly horrified. What kind of nightmare was that? Still dazed, she rubs her face, trying to shake off the dream's unsettling warmth. As she gets ready for the day, a thought lingers in the back of her mind. Why did her subconscious create such a ridiculous scenario? And, more importantly, why didn't it feel entirely unpleasant? Yu-yun had spent years ingraining discipline into her routine. Being late was never an option. But today she arrives late, stumbling on the way in and scraping her knee. By the time she reaches her desk, the morning meeting is already about to begin. A familiar voice comments, "You're late." Yu-yun freezes. The president. She whips around, startled, and quickly bows. "I'm sorry." De-hook studies her for a moment before asking, "Did you oversleep?" She hesitates. "Something like that." His sharp gaze lingers on her. "Why did you sleep so late?" Without thinking, she blurts out, "Because you always make me work overtime." There's a brief silence. Then, to her surprise, he says, "I won't do that anymore." Before she can process his words, he frowns and looks down. "You're bleeding." Yu-yun follows his gaze and sees the small cut on her knee. Embarrassed, she hurriedly explains, "I just tripped." De-hook extends his hand. "Come with me." She hesitates. Is this his new way of bullying her? But she has no choice but to follow. Inside his office, he takes out a first aid kit and begins disinfecting her wound, ignoring her weak protests. She yelps at the sting and his brows furrow. "Did that hurt?" As she looks up at him, his handsome face dangerously close. Her mind betrays her. Last night's dream flashes before her eyes. She quickly shakes it off. Earlier that morning, Do-hook had been deep in thought. Yu-yun's behavior had changed drastically over the past few days, and he was concerned. To address the issue, he turned to a book he had recently started reading. How to Educate Disobedient Children. It had surprisingly insightful advice. So far he had read. Chapter 1. Pay attention to the broken child. Observe the root cause of their behavior. Chapter 2. Attitude towards a broken child. Provide a comfortable atmosphere and offer praise. Following this guidance, he had been watching Yu-yun's erratic work hours and concluded that her excessive workload might be the reason for her breakdown. Today, as he flips to Chapter 3, Communicating with a Broken Child, the book advises ending conversations over a meal. With this in mind, he decides not to scold Yu-yun for being late. Instead, he asks why. When she admits it's because of overtime, Chapter 1's lesson clicks into place. This is my fault. He was about to invite her to dinner when he noticed the fresh wound on her knee. And now here he is, clutching her up. After finishing the bandage, he straightens up. Yu-yun, still processing the situation, mutters, "Thank you. Should I get you some coffee?" Do-hook pauses. Coffee? He had meant to invite her to dinner, but before he can say anything, she's already walking away. Meanwhile, his phone vibrates. A woman keeps messaging him, asking to meet. She waits for his response, but when none comes, she sighs. "I thought he would come," she murmurs. Her driver glances at her through the rearview mirror. Is something wrong? She shakes her head. No, nothing. Yu-yun finally pays off her debt, but instead of feeling relief, she feels lost. She recalls the job interview she had years ago. Which are financial goals? At the time, she had no answer. Now, she has more money than she ever imagined, 16 billion won, but she still doesn't know what to do with it. Ji-woo had told her she was lucky to live a good life, but Yu-yun doesn't see the world that way. If it were truly fair, her parents wouldn't have gone through what they did. She has been living alone for 10 years. The only family she has left is her aunt, who constantly pushes her to get married. Yu-yun doesn't understand it. Do people get married because they need a family? She doesn't feel the same way. To her, family is something you should be able to rely on, something safe. But instead of home, the only place she feels she can return to is the company. With that thought, she steps back into the office. After taking a half-day off, Yu-yun unexpectedly bumps into President Do-hook. "Are you free later?" he asks. She hesitates but replies, "Yes, it must be another night shift." But then, to her shock, he shyly adds, "We've never eaten together before." Yu-yun freezes. Did I hear that right? Moments later, they sit across from each other in the company cafeteria. Do-hook clears his throat. "I realize I haven't paid much attention to you before, but I want to change that." Yu-yun blinks, taken aback. He continues, "Lately you've been on my mind." His gaze lingers on her. "And I don't plan on letting you go." Her face heats up. Was that a confession? She immediately stands up. Do-hook frowns. "Where are you going?" "I need some water," she blurts out, avoiding his gaze. As she storms off, she can't shake the feeling that something is wrong with him. What's with this sudden change? Later, Yu-yun goes shopping with Ji-woo. She browses through expensive outfits, but can't stop thinking about yesterday's events. Even as Ji-woo shows her designer pieces, her mind keeps replaying Do-hook's words. Why did it feel like he was confessing? Eventually, she tries on an outfit, feeling shy. She has never spent so much money on herself before. But should she? She stares at the price tag, feeling dumbfounded. Taking a deep breath, she shakily hands her card to the cashier and pays in full. As she leaves the store, guilt creeps in. I can't believe I spent so much. But then she checks her bank balance. It's barely changed. Her mood instantly lifts. Still, she makes a promise to herself. No more reckless spending. The next day, Do-hook calls her to his office. Yu-yun sighs but reluctantly goes. As she enters, he begins discussing the weekly schedule, but then he pauses. His eyes widen. She tilts her head. Sir? Leave, he suddenly orders. She forces a polite smile. So he's going to tell me to change the schedule instead. Understood, she says, and walks out. As soon as the door closes, Do-hook leans back and mutters under his breath. She looks beautiful. Later. Yayun shivers from the cold as she works at her desk. She drapes a blanket over herself and keeps typing. It's strange, she hasn't been forced to work overtime lately. Just then, Do-hook approaches. His gaze flicks to her blanket. Without a word, he disappears into his office, only to return moments later with his coat. Put this on, he orders. Yu-yun hesitates but obeys. You're always cold, he mutters. You'll catch a fever at this rate. I'm fine, she insists, but then she starts coughing. Do-hook sighs. I'll help you put it on. She shakes her head. I can do it myself. But the coat is far too big and she struggles to find the sleeves. Before she can protest, he steps in, adjusting it for her. His hands brush against hers. Go home early, he says firmly. That evening, Lee visits Do-hook's office. Where's Secretary Nam? Lee asks. I sent her home. She didn't look well, Do-hook replies. Lee raises an eyebrow. Oh, you sound concerned. He smirks. Does Secretary Gam have a boyfriend? Do-hook visibly tenses. Lee grins. Wait, are you jealous? Before Do-hook can react, Lee suddenly grabs his face, studying him. Right at that moment, Yu-yun walks in. She stops in her tracks. She had come to return Do-hook's coat. But now, seeing the two men in a bizarre position, she doesn't know what to do. He's not married, right? Just then her phone buzzes. A text from Do-hook. How are you feeling? Before she can reply, another message follows. Are you free next week for a drink? Yu-yun stares at her screen, stunned. The scene shifts to their first get-together. She sits across from him, feeling awkward. How did I end up here? After witnessing the awkward scene last week, Yu-yun finally decides to open up and have an honest conversation with Do-hook. How much can you drink? She asks, curious. To her surprise, he responds. I don't drink at all. I'm afraid I might get addicted. A sudden realization dawns on her, and she wonders, why did he bring me here if he doesn't drink? Do-hook then asks her about her drinking capacity. Yu-yun shrugs. I drink as much as anyone else. She takes a sip of the bitter alcohol. He looks at her with concern. Do you have any worries? Feeling a bit awkward but determined to speak her mind, she answers, I guess it's time to think about getting married. His immediate refusal to get married infuriates her. She's about to retort, but Do-hook quickly adds, just stay by my side like this. Yu-yun's cheeks redden at his words. Any concerns about your salary or treatment? He asks casually. Then it clicks in Yu-yun's mind. It's because of her lottery win that he insisted on this dinner. Forcing a smile, she answers, I don't have any specific concerns right now. Do-hook leans in and confesses, I heard you were thinking about resigning. Honestly, that's the only way I could think of to keep you close. He continues, You've been the best secretary I've had. I don't think I'll find someone as perfect as you again. Yu-yun is touched by his words, but she can't help thinking, if he keeps talking like this, I might end up staying here forever. After a night of excessive drinking and receiving praise, Yu-yun leaves the restaurant feeling light-headed. Do-hook offers to call a taxi, but Yu-yun stops him. I have a secret to tell you, she says, her voice low. Do-hook looks at her curiously but stands firm, refusing to let her distract him. Yu-yun, feeling bold, grabs him by the collar and pulls him closer. She whispers in his ear, I won 16 billion won in the lottery. Are you jealous? Her words catch him off guard, making him pause and think. She adds, frustrated, It might not be much to you, but for someone like me, it's enough to quit my job. She grabs him by the collar again. Do you even know my full name? Surprised, he calls her by her full name, something he's never done before. Yu-yun releases her grip in shock. Do-hook shyly apologizes, admitting he never called her by her name before. She lectures him sternly, saying, From now on, call me Yu-yun. He nods and agrees, deciding not to send her home alone. Where do you live? He asks, but she refuses to answer, her anger growing. Do-hook seems to think for a moment before suggesting, I'll take you to a hotel first. I don't want you to get hurt. Yu-yun snaps. I'll be fine. But he insists, eventually taking her to his home instead. The next day, Yu-yun wakes up to find herself in Do-hook's bed. What now? She wonders, pretending to still be asleep. Do-hook exits the shower and Yu-yun can't help but sneak a glance. She's astounded by his appearance, but quickly averts her eyes when he notices her watching. Is your stomach okay now? He asks, still concerned about her health. Yu-yun, caught off guard, reminds him, You're not wearing clothes. Realizing his mistake, he quickly turns away and apologizes shyly. As he walks away to put on clothes, Yu-yun is left behind, feeling flustered. Why was I thinking that about him? She shakes off the thought. Just then, the front door opens. A woman enters, calling out for Do-hook. She freezes upon seeing Yu-yun on his bed, both women equally surprised. Do-hook reappears and sees the two women standing there. Yu-yun awkwardly tries to explain, but the woman, Shi-hyun, interrupts. I always thought you were gay or wanted to be a monk, she says with a laugh. Yu-yun is still processing when Hyun wishes her the best and adds, Have you told your father yet? Her father? Yu-yun thinks. That's the chairman? Go young. Suddenly everything clicks. She recalls how Do-hook's maternal family took him in, and realization hits her like a ton of bricks. After completing his studies abroad, Do-hook's adoptive parents now run the family business. He excuses himself, saying he and Yu-yun have work to do. Yu-yun stands up to leave, apologizing for her actions the previous night. Once home, Yu-yun reflects on what it truly means to come from the Che family, inheriting a successful business and being wealthy. She's worked alongside Do-hook for a while but never discussed their families. Now she realizes he comes from a completely different world. Lately, his actions have been making her feel strange. She wonders if her change in attitude is because of the lottery or because she's always overworked. She's been working for so long and yet she's unsure. Despite it all, she decides to resign, to stop being a secretary. Meanwhile, Do-hook's cousin, Hyun, teases him about Yu-yun, and he explains that she's his secretary. Hyun hands him an envelope, leaving him stunned. She sighs and comments that this man had started sending letters to their house when nothing else worked. How could someone like him be his father, she asks. Do-hook angrily crumples the paper without reading it. Hyun admits she peeked through the letter and says it mentioned that he's coming back to Korea, which leaves Do-hook bewildered. Back in the office, Yu-yun starts thinking about her resignation letter. She hasn't fully figured out her future, but she knows one thing for sure. She wants to quit. The biggest reason is her boss, but she hesitates to admit it. Lately, seeing him change, she feels blank. She knows there can never be anything between them, as they come from different worlds. Yu-yun is determined to leave, but as she approaches Do-hook, she finds him in a bad mood. She can't bring herself to tell him face to face, so she plans to go straight to HR. She knows it's not a light decision, but she'll explain it later. As she sneaks away, Do-hook notices and asks, Where are you going? Unable to form a sentence, Yu-yun dashes away. Do-hook starts running after her, finally catching up and asking, "What happened?" He spots the resignation letter and asks if she's serious. Yu-yun apologizes, promising to teach the next secretary everything she knows. "Is it because of me?" Do-hook asks, looking genuinely concerned. "I'm sorry for my actions. Please, give me another chance." Yu-yun pauses. "Why do you keep calling me by my name? What is all this?" Do-hook hesitates before explaining, recalling the events of the previous night. Yu-yun becomes flustered, remembering everything, and quickly turns away, muttering that she doesn't understand what he's saying. She starts running down the stairs but accidentally trips. A flashback hits her. She remembers being in a car accident with her parents, everything turning dark. She opens her eyes to find herself on the floor, embraced by an unconscious Do-hook. It turns out he has a mild concussion and will need to wear a cast for a month. Yu-yun feels an overwhelming sense of guilt, wondering if this might land her in trouble. She begins to apologize, but Do-hook redirects the conversation to her resignation letter. He suggests she delay it for now. Before Yu-yun can respond, the chairman enters and immediately asks if Do-hook is okay. Do-hook reassures him, but the chairman presses, asking how the injury happened. Yu-yun tenses up, knowing this could be a disaster for her. However, Do-hook lies, saying he tripped on the stairs and that Secretary Gam called an ambulance. The chairman, satisfied with the explanation, turns to Yu-yun and praises her for her quick actions. Yu-yun is touched by Do-hook's generosity, but her thoughts race. The chairman notices the resignation letter and asks what it is. Yu-yun, startled, quickly grabs the letter, explaining that she had brought the paperwork in such a hurry. She crumples the paper, deciding to delay her resignation for now. Later that night, Yu-yun helps Do-hook pack up his things to work from home. He admits, "It's thanks to you that I realized I've been lacking as a boss. I'm sorry if I've made you uncomfortable. I didn't want to lose a competent co-worker like you," he continues. Yu-yun sighs. "I wasn't competent," she quips. "I accidentally added salt to your coffee and put way too many cucumbers in your sandwich." She clarifies that she didn't hurt his arm on purpose. Do-hook smiles and confesses, "It feels good to see you feel guilty about me." "I can't let you leave now," he says, causing Yu-yun to blush profusely. She quickly turns away, and Do-hook wonders aloud, "We're such a fantastic match. A wicked boss and a wicked secretary." After completing the transfer of her new secretary 4 weeks ago, Yu-yun found it to be a tough adjustment. The deadly commute between her home and the company and the president's house was too much to handle. One day, Do-hook suggested they work together at his home. She wasn't sure if it was a good idea, but when they arrived, she realized his home wasn't really a home. As they ate awkwardly, Yu-yun wondered if she was the only one with dirty thoughts. She tried to make conversation by asking what he did on weekends. "I read books," he replied. Yu-yun tried to keep the conversation going by asking about the books he read in the office. She then pointed out that his children must be happy to have him. Surprised, Do-hook clarified, "I'm single. I don't have children." Yu-yun was secretly happy about this, but when she realized why she felt that way, her joy quickly faded. She tried to cover up her embarrassment by chuckling, saying her mother always warned her she'd be punished if she left leftovers on her plate. "I guess I have a long way to go before I'm fully grown up," she said, smiling. Do-hook smiled back. "Your mother sounds like a good person." Yu-yun agreed, but an awkward silence followed. She quickly tried to change the subject, suggesting they go for coffee at a nearby cafe, but Do-hook hesitated. "My mother isn't here," he said. "I don't like the coffee at that cafe. How about a stroll instead?" She agreed, wondering what had just happened between them. They walked in silence until Do-hook broke it, apologizing for the earlier conversation. "It's okay," she said, sipping her coffee. "I brought up the topic." As she tasted the coffee, she was amazed at how delicious it was. Do-hook then commented, "It's too bad we won't see each other after this. If I'd known this would happen, I would have been nicer to you." Yu-yun's eyes widened. She couldn't understand why he was saying this now. On Friday, Yu Yun and Do-huk were working overtime. She offered him coffee, and he agreed. As she stirred the coffee, tired, she hoped to forget about his earlier words. She knew there were only 2 weeks left before she resigned, and she found relief in that thought. Her moment of relief was interrupted when Do-huk approached her to apologize for making her work overtime. "It's fine," she said, just as her stomach growled, making her blush. "How about we get dinner?" Do-huk suggested. She agreed, saying she was fine with anything. "Anything except beans?" he asked, a playful grin on his face. Yu Yun laughed and agreed. He scrolled through his phone, searching for food options, and she watched him fondly. As she realized what she was doing, she became determined to quit her job. Later, the doorbell rang. Yu Yun offered to answer it, but when she opened the door, she found Lee standing outside. Do-huk had a sense of déjà vu. Lee, noticing the tension, remarked, "I'll leave if I'm interrupting," but Do-huk assured him it wasn't what he thought. Lee then looked at Yu Yun and lectured Do-huk for the way he treated others. "I came to drink and watch a movie with you," he said. Yu Yun couldn't help but recall what she had seen back at the office, and she began to wonder if their relationship wasn't as normal as it seemed. Jealous feelings crept in, but she quickly shook them off. After all, she was planning to quit soon. She packed her bag, reminding herself that it had been a brief yet enjoyable experience with the president. Pushing back her tears, she walked out of the room. In the hallway, she found Do-huk outside and told him she had an emergency. He reminded her that the food had arrived, but she forced a smile and asked him to eat with Lee. Confused, Do-huk watched as she walked out. Yu Yun tried to find a taxi, but she was interrupted when Do-huk ran toward her. "I'm sorry for not telling Lee in advance," he apologized. Yu Yun tried to explain, "It's not like that. Something really urgent came up." Lee approached them, waving Yu Yun's phone in the air. "You left this," he said. Yu Yun, looking at Do-huk, said, "I won't tell anyone at work, and I wish you both a happy relationship." Both Lee and Do-huk were shocked. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Lee couldn't help but have a hearty laugh while Yu Yun sat, completely mortified. She felt like she could disappear into the floor. Lee explained that the movie was his, and he had wanted Do-huk to watch it since he was a good critic. Do-huk apologized to Yu Yun, but she quickly said, "It's my fault, I'm sorry." Lee, watching them closely, smiled knowingly, sensing there was something more between them. Do-huk then asked if she had figured out the emergency she had mentioned, clearly eager to escape the embarrassing situation. He began to leave, but before he could get far, he offered to take her home. Yu Yun refused, insisting that she would walk. Do-huk watched her walk away, lost in thought, until Lee's voice snapped him back to reality. Lee teased him, asking, "So, have you started to like her?" Do-huk blushed and responded, "Is it that obvious?" Lee grinned. "I know you. It's not like honey in your eyes, more like a honeycomb falling through them." Lee then shifted the topic. "How'd you hurt your arm? You're not usually careless." Do-huk explained the situation, and Lee commented, "You're obsessed with her. You need to cross the line and confess." Do-huk shook his head. "I don't want to force my feelings on her." Meanwhile, Yu Yun met up with some colleagues, and they praised her for doing a great job. They joked about whether the president was really as strict as he appeared, wondering if he might be gentle beneath his serious expression. Just then, her phone rang. She excused herself to answer the call, only to hear silence on the other end. She apologized for the poor signal, but then she heard him cough. "Are you okay?" she asked, concerned. "I'm fine," he replied. "Take it easy today and rest," she suggested. But Do-huk refused, saying, "I'm fine, really." However, Yu Yun insisted, "I'm getting you a fever reducer, wait for me." Do-huk hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "I'm sorry for bothering you." The call ended, and Yu Yun sighed, feeling both touched and confused by his response. Meanwhile, Do-huk blushed, realizing that everything had gone just as Lee had predicted. As Yu Yun took a taxi to his house, she couldn't help but reflect on the fact that her last day of work was only a few days away. Yu-yun had always known her boss was out of order. He was already a workaholic, but lately he had even taken on her tasks. As she entered his house, she was surprised to find it eerily quiet. She wandered through, searching for him, until she found him collapsed on the couch, burning with fever. Before she could call 911, Do-hook weakly called for her. She rushed to his side, telling him she had brought medicine, but wasn't sure it would be enough. As she reached for him, he suddenly grabbed her hand, his voice barely a whisper. "Stay!" Her heart pounded in her chest as she tried to stay composed. "What if you get worse?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I won't get worse," he reassured her softly. "Just stay." Yu-yun nodded, her heart still racing, and he slowly released her hand. As she sat beside him, she couldn't hold back any longer. "I worked so hard, without expecting anything in return," she confessed. "I didn't hope for compliments or recognition. I just needed to pay the bills. I assumed you'd just dump me like the others." She looked at him, her voice fragile. "Is it my competence that you like? Would you even have noticed me if I hadn't worked so hard?" She knew she shouldn't say these things to a sick person, but the words spilled out uncontrollably. Her eyes widened as Do-hook quietly replied, "You're wrong." He reached for her hand again, his voice soft but clear. "I like you better when you're not working." Later, Yu-yun found herself staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Her friend Ju was complaining about her upcoming blind date, then paused, noticing that something was clearly wrong with Yu-yun. "What's going on with you? Did your boss give you crap again?" she asked, genuinely concerned. Yu-yun, fighting back tears, nodded. "I'm screwed." Ju's eyes widened. "Scammed? Was it about the lottery?" Yu-yun blushed, her heart heavy. "No," she whispered. "I like Do-hook." Ju froze, shocked to her core. "What?" she exclaimed. Yu-yun explained everything to Ju, pouring out her confusion, her fears, and her growing feelings for her boss. Ju's expression shifted from disbelief to anger. "Are you serious? After all the complaints you had about him?" Yu-yun nodded, her voice small. "I tried to stop, but nothing worked." Ju sighed, exasperated. "Look, I'm not the best person for dating advice, but I don't want you to end up as the heroine of a bad K-drama." Yu-yun laughed weakly, knowing her friend was right. She explained further. "At first I thought he was just trying to screw me over, but after I said I would quit, he started reaching out to me outside of work. Talking to him, it made me realize he might be a better person than I thought." Ju raised an eyebrow. "So, why was he working you to death before?" Yu-yun hesitated before answering. "For him, it was just a warm-up." She sighed. "And I admit it, he's also really good-looking." Ju let out a long, dramatic sigh. "Oh, so now you're a smitten kitten." Yu-yun blushed but nodded. "I guess I am." Ju paused, her concern clear. "I respect your decision, but the difference in your worlds, Yu-yun. You know it's not just about you two. There's a lot more standing in the way." Yu-yun's heart sank as she realized the truth in her friend's words. She wasn't some innocent girl dreaming of becoming a fairy tale princess. "I don't want to be trampled on," she murmured. "I've suffered and worked so hard. Why couldn't he have just had a slightly less impressive background? Then maybe I could have liked him freely." Yu-yun assured Ju that she would live stress-free and promised not to pursue her feelings for Do-hook. Though Ju was sad for her, she couldn't help but offer an alternative, a blind date. At first, Yu-yun protested, but Ju persisted, saying it could be a change of scenery. And besides, the man was young and rich. Yu-yun didn't see the point of going on a blind date a week before leaving Irene. She hadn't made many friends in college, too focused on her grades to socialize, and at the office she only interacted with people when it was work. This would be the first time she'd meet someone in this context. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. The blind date arrived, and as Yu-yun turned to greet him, she froze. Behind him stood Do-hook with his colleagues, and their eyes met. She felt like she'd been caught cheating. Do-hook, too, noticed her, but quickly turned away. Yu-yun's date apologized for being late, but she smiled and told him it was fine. He seemed like a clean-cut, polite man, someone her mother would likely approve of. He asked where she worked, and she replied, "I'm a secretary at Irene." He remarked that it must be challenging dealing with executives all the time, and he found it impressive. She agreed that it was exhausting, but that she was used to it by now. She briefly mentioned her resignation, and the man asked if she was moving to another company. "No," she said, shaking her head. "I'm not switching companies." He then asked if she was changing careers, but she quickly replied that she wasn't. His questions persisted, and finally she admitted, "I'm just quitting." The man paused for a moment before commenting, "I'm happy for you, but honestly, I'd feel bad if I were you. At your age, you should be building your career. Women who leave at this stage often never return, and it can feel like they're lost." Yu-yun clenched her fists, her heart racing. "I'm 28, she said firmly. "Even if I waste several years from now, I'll still have many ahead of me. Please don't worry about me." The man, visibly intimidated by her response, excused himself soon after, leaving her feeling both relieved and frustrated. Yu-yun went to the restroom, sure that she had ruined the evening. Her mind swirled with doubts. What he said had stung. She might have agreed with him a few years ago, but now it felt suffocating. She remembered her mother's advice. People who race toward the finish line their whole lives may be the loneliest because they don't see anything around them. Her mother had wanted her to do what made her happy, and even Do-hook had told her he liked her better when she wasn't working. Shaking her thoughts aside, she reminded herself that it was just her first date. When she walked out, she was stopped by Do-hook, who asked, "Are you crying?" She blinked, startled. "What are you doing here?" He shrugged. "I was waiting for you to talk." They went to a nearby cafe by the Han River, sharing a beer in silence. Eventually, Do-hook broke the quiet, trying to say something, but his words faltered. Sensing what he wanted to ask, Yu-yun beat him to it. "It was a blind date, didn't work out," she said with a sad smile. "I must not be ready to meet someone." Do-hook nodded, then asked, "There's only a week left. What do you plan to do once you stop working?" Her mind flashed back to the man's words, and she hesitated. Finally, she blurted out, "I don't have anything in particular planned." Yu-yun questioned whether she was hopeless for taking a break while everyone around her was building their careers. She confessed that she didn't know what to do next. Do-hook reassured her, saying that whatever she decided to do, she would succeed because she had worked hard for him. Yu-yun burst into laughter, admitting that it had been very hard work and that she had considered quitting several times a day. But there were benefits too. She had been through a lot before joining Eileen, losing loved ones and not being ready to face the world alone. She told him that she no longer hated him. Do-hook, in turn, confessed that he knew he was hard on people but felt powerless to change it. Things that had been easy to undo in his childhood became more difficult as he grew older, and by the time he realized it, so much had passed him by, beyond his control. Just like her resignation. He expressed his gratitude for her, acknowledging that she had made him reflect on his mistakes and repent. He told her that it took courage to start something new, and in that sense, she would do well wherever she went. Yu-yun turned her head away at the compliment, but Do-hook quickly realized the implication and asked her to stay in touch, suggesting they remain friends. Yu-yun's eyes widened. At 28, people were supposed to flourish, but she was still swimming against the current, impatient for success. Today, however, she just wanted to be swept away for once. The next day, Yu-yun confided in Ju about getting drunk and crossing the line with her boss. Ju calmly gestured for her to come closer. Yu-yun, stiff with embarrassment, complied. Without warning, Ju slapped her, asking, "What's wrong with you? It's always the quiet ones who cause trouble." As people started to watch the scene unfold, Ju continued, asking how far things had gone and if it was something Yu-yun could just brush off. Yun shyly admitted. We just kissed. Ju, visibly relieved, said, It's not a big deal, except for his background. She apologized but assured Yun it wasn't as serious as it seemed. Ju advised her to just apologize, claiming she was drunk. Yun agreed, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Do-hook must remember what happened. Despite her intentions, Yun struggled to find the right moment to apologize. Meanwhile, Do-hook had been acting indifferent, and it seemed he was avoiding her. A colleague soon informed her that the next workshop would be held on Jeju Island, which excited Yun. She found herself on the island just a few days before her resignation. However, she still hadn't found a way to address the situation with Do-hook, and he seemed to be keeping his distance. Meanwhile, Hin and Lee followed Do-hook to the island, remarking how they had never seen him so happy. Do-hook, lost in thoughts of that night, was interrupted by Lee, who asked him about it. Do-hook hesitated, but began to explain when a worker dragged Lee outside. Do-hook sighed, wondering what was wrong with him lately. He hadn't had a chance to speak to Yun, and he longed to ask if she felt the same way he did, but he couldn't bring himself to. Despite his helplessness, he hoped Yun would reach the same conclusion as he had that night. Later, Yun drank with her colleagues, and after having a little too much, she excused herself to go to the convenience store for hangover medicine. As she walked, she couldn't help but wonder why the workshop location had changed from where it was originally supposed to be. She overheard some HR colleagues gossiping, calling the workshop a farewell party for the boss's secretary. They criticized the CEO for being clueless and labeled her as a gold-digging secretary. Yun rushed away, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew she and Do-hook were from different worlds, but how did that make her a gold digger? She stumbled in her distress, but was suddenly caught by Do-hook. Seeing him, Yun trembled. He asked, Is something wrong? Yun hesitated, then asked about the workshop's goals. He confirmed that it was a surprise, and she asked him not to make a scene for her, as it would create a bad impression in front of their colleagues. Do-hook apologized, but Yun reassured him. It's not like I'm going to disappear after leaving the company. Yun, caught up in the moment, blurts out that Do-hook can take care of her anytime he wants. Realizing what she just said causes both of them to blush deeply. Suddenly, they hear voices approaching, and they quickly decide to find somewhere more private. Once alone, Yun apologizes for what happened that day, her voice hesitant. Do-hook stands speechless for a moment before apologizing too, admitting he's just as guilty as she is. Yun, trying to make sense of the past night, recalls that she blacked out after the kiss. As the memories come rushing back, her face flushes uncontrollably. She asks, her voice tentative, if he's okay with their situation given his wealthy background. Do-hook pauses, then replies with a serious tone. There's something I need to tell you, something that might ease your worries, he says. He reveals that he was adopted, and while many know he studied in the States and returned to Korea after his mother passed, the truth is that his father locked him up at home, seeing him as a nuisance. His mother had always been there for him, but she passed away in the States. His father, Moolin Kim, didn't like the idea of not having financial support, and, unlike him, his uncle didn't want to hand over his position. The position would only be passed on if his uncle found a good successor. So, Do-hook wouldn't automatically inherit it, even though his uncle cared about him. Yun bursts into laughter, clearly not bothered by his past. It doesn't change anything, she says. There are plenty of people better than me out there, but why did you choose me? Do-hook looks at her seriously and confesses, When I first saw you, I felt like we were alike. My methods of keeping you close turned into affection. I wanted to see you smile, no matter where you were, even if it wasn't at Irene. Yun then opens up, telling him about her past. She shares how she won the lottery, the pain of losing her parents, and how she tends to get rude and eat a lot when she drinks. He gently reminds her that she's already told him about the lottery. Surprised, Yun mumbles a confession. I like you too. You're good-looking and nice to me. Do-hyuk smiles, then says, I have a lot more I want to ask you, but for now, all I really want is to kiss you. The scene then shifts to Do-hyuk's new secretary, Jian Lee, who is working peacefully. She had heard people call him a robot, describing his workload and communication as inhuman, but she finds it hard to believe as her current boss seems genuinely kind and gentle. Rumor has it that his secretary is the one who's changed him. Meanwhile, Yu-yun creates a weekly schedule for herself. Do-hyuk arrives, asking if he kept her waiting. She smiles, asking if he didn't have a meeting, and he reminds her that they're not going to talk about work. She apologizes and shows him her schedule. He comments, "That's so you." Then, she remarks on how he has his hair down today. "Do you not like it?" he asks, his voice teasing. Yu-yun blushes and quickly clarifies, "I love it." He shyly confesses that she seems different when he wears his hair down, making her fluster. She hesitates, then blurts out, "It makes me imagine you naked." He teases her, but their playful moment is interrupted when Yu-yun's stomach grumbles loudly. They both laugh, and she admits she's hungry. As they decide to go eat, Yu-yun quietly confesses, "I'm not a nice person and you should know that. You shouldn't leave me." After feeling disappointed, Do-hyuk smiles, saying he won't leave her. As they walk out together, a mysterious man watches them from a distance. Later, Do-hyuk drops her off at her home but doesn't let her leave, saying it's sad to see her go, her cute expression tugging at his heart. Yu-yun's heart flutters wildly, and without thinking, she hugs him, surprising him. She mumbles, "Can we stay like this for just a minute? It feels like I'm dreaming." Do-hyuk smiles fondly, agreeing, "I can't believe you're in my arms right now." But when he addresses her formally, she frowns, asking, "Do you want me to keep calling you boss?" He quickly apologizes, realizing his slip-up. Yu-yun, feeling the warmth of the moment, confesses, "I don't want to let go of you either. I wish you could come inside if you're not too busy." He admits that when she was at Irene, he was too busy, but now he isn't. She invites him in, telling him her place is a little messy, though in reality she'd already cleaned up. She's sure this is his first time in a studio apartment. She adds that the space is small, but Do-hyuk makes himself at home, sitting on the floor instead of a chair. As he looks around, he notices pictures on the walls. Staring at them, he reflects on how different yet similar their lives have been. He turns to her and asks, "Can you invite me over more often? I want to know everything about you, starting today." Just as she's about to respond, the doorbell rings, and they hear Ju's voice outside. Yu-yun panics, realizing she hasn't told Ju about her relationship with Do-hyuk. She quickly hides him in the bathroom and opens the door. Ju excuses herself to use the bathroom, but before Yu-yun can stop her, Ju bumps into something hard. She looks up to find Do-hyuk standing there. Yu-yun stammers, trying to explain, but Ju brushes her off, saying they can talk later. She turns to Do-hyuk and starts grilling him with questions. He apologizes for his behavior towards Yu-yun, and then, with a serious tone, asks for Ju's permission to date her friend. Ju continues her interrogation, asking about his health, his past relationships, and more. Do-hyuk answers each question honestly, eventually passing her test. Meanwhile, Hin accidentally mentions to his father that Do-hyuk is dating Yu-yun. Hearing Yu-yun's name causes her father to flinch in surprise. It turns out that Do-hyuk's family was involved in the accident that killed Yu-yun's parents, and this revelation makes it clear that they can't be together. In the car, Yu-yun shifts uncomfortably, sensing the tension. Do-hyuk notices and asks what's wrong. She reminds him that since the accident she gets nervous when riding in cars. He suggests they look for another vehicle, but she reassures him, saying she's fine now. Yu-yun then opens up, sharing her struggles after losing her parents. Do-hyuk listens intently, apologizing for not realizing sooner how much pain she was in. She tears up, but quickly shifts the mood, saying, "Let's get something salty to eat." After all the tears, Do-hyuk smiles, admiring Yu-yun's strength. Their relationship grew stronger day by day. One morning, Do-hook made a delicious breakfast for Yu-yun. She asked, "Do you eat like this when your helper isn't around?" He confessed, "No, I don't." Yu-yun noticed the exhaustion in his eyes and understood. It reminded her of the days when she didn't enjoy eating sealed bags or microwave dinners. They reminded her of how alone she was. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't cook like her mother. Over time, she learned to accept her reality. She was pulled out of her thoughts as Do-hook complimented her work ethic, making her realize what he meant when he said they were alike. She thanked him for the meal and promised, "Next time I'll cook for you." She hugged him from behind, wondering, what would have happened if we had met sooner? He smiled. "I'm sure there's an album at home. Maybe you can ask Hin about it." This made her happy. Just then the doorbell rang, and Do-hook's eyes widened as he realized who it was. It was his father. The man outside smirked, asking, "What's taking you so long to answer?" Do-hook had known all his life that his father wasn't a good parent, but now, after all these years, his father was standing outside his door. He turned to Yu-yun, saying, "I'll be back in a second, I'm sorry." Yu-yun grabbed his hand and asked, "Is he the one who gave you a hard time?" Do-hook nodded. She reassured him, "I'll be here for you." Now they were seated with Mulin. Yu-yun felt uncertain about her choice to stay, but knew she couldn't leave Do-hook alone. Do-hook asked his father, "Why are you in Korea?" Mulin replied coldly, "You never answered my letter." He then noticed Yu-yun and complimented her, calling her his beautiful girlfriend. He extended his hand to her, but Do-hook angrily shoved it away, demanding, "Get to the point." Mulin, with a disdainful sneer, called his son trash and warned Yu-yun not to ruin her life. In a surprising turn, Yu-yun threw her glass of water at him, firmly warning Mulin, "Watch your language." She stood tall, saying, "If you want to be treated like a father, act like one." This only enraged Mulin, and he cursed at her. Do-hook, visibly upset, stood up to defend her, threatening his father. Mulin sighed and stood up to leave, saying, "I only came to meet you. My uncle owes me for taking you away." He slammed the door on his way out, calling Do-hook rude and insolent. Do-hook apologized to Yu-yun for involving her, but she reassured him, "I offered to be here for you." He confessed that for the first time he felt big in front of his father, all thanks to her. Yu-yun became sentimental and embraced him, holding him close. Meanwhile, Do-hook's uncle met with Mulin, who casually mentioned meeting his son and his pretty girlfriend. This enraged Do-hook's uncle, who snapped, "How dare you talk about Yu-yun when you're the one who killed her family?" Mulin, unfazed, laughed mockingly. "The daughter of the person who drove that crap car," he sneered. He then demanded money before leaving a bitter tension in the air. Do-hook's uncle decides to meet with Yu-yun for his nephew's sake. Yu-yun agrees to the meeting and dresses up nicely. During their meal, he asks if she's seeing Do-hook. She confesses, "I really like him." Do-hook's uncle reflects on how everything went downhill when his sister chose Mulin as her partner. He had always known Mulin wasn't trustworthy, but didn't want to hurt his sister's feelings. In the end, he lost her. Out of guilt, he promised to do everything he could for Do-hook. He then reveals to Yu-yun that Do-hook's father was responsible for killing her parents and that he had covered it up for Do-hook's sake. He also admits that he hired her for Irene. Tears fill Yu-yun's eyes as she struggles to process his words. She asks, "Why did you do this? I thought I was doing well on my own." She vows to report everything to the police. The chairman agrees, but pleads with her not to tell Do-hook. He knows nothing and doesn't want to see him suffer. Overwhelmed by the weight of her emotions, Yu-yun lies in bed, consumed by memories of her independent journey. When Do-hook calls, she knows she can't tell him everything. She fears that revealing the truth will leave him with no one to turn to. When he arrives, she embraces him tightly, simply needing to be close to him. From that point on, Yu Yun begins spending less time with Do-hook, claiming to be busy with preparations for her cafe. She continues to act normally around him for the time being, but deep down, she isn't sure how long she can keep this up. Do-hook senses something is off. He feels like she's avoiding him. When he goes to her apartment, he discovers that she's moved out. Determined, he searches for her frantically, with Lee's help. Lee reassures him, "I'll help you find her." Meanwhile, Hein inquires about Do-hook from Lee and is told that Do-hook is lost in his thoughts, staring off into space like he used to in high school. Lee is frustrated. "I can't believe Yu Yun is doing this to him." Hein admits that it's her fault for telling her father about their relationship. On the other hand, Do-hook returns home and realizes it's finally Saturday. Weekends never mattered much to him until he met Yu Yun. Now he counts the mundane passing of days, desperately searching for her. He remembers Yu Yun mentioning she wanted to open a cafe, so he starts visiting every cafe he can find, but none of them are hers. At this point, even coffee makes him nauseous. One day, while sitting in his car, he spots someone with similar hair and wonders if it's Yu Yun. Meanwhile, Yu Yun has started working at Ju's mother's cafe and has been staying with Ju's family. As she wipes down tables, she wonders if Do-hook is worried about her. If things had been different, maybe they could have had a real conversation. She is interrupted when a familiar voice calls out, "I found you." It's Director Lee. He asks, "Why are you doing this to Do-hook? He's not eating, not sleeping, working like a robot." He tells her, "Couldn't you have ended things more maturely?" Ju instantly defends Yu Yun and pushes Lee out of the cafe. Lee, confused, asks, "Who are you?" Ju replies firmly, "I'm her mother." Without another word, she kicks him out. Meanwhile, Do-hook chases after a brown-haired woman, but quickly realizes it isn't Yu Yun. He gets a message from Lee, who tells him he has found her and includes the location of her cafe. At the cafe, Ju confronts Do-hook, clearly angry. Yu Yun, finishing up, locks the door to the cafe, but just as she's about to leave, an unexpected guest appears. They sit together on a nearby bench to talk. Yu Yun apologizes for ghosting him, and Do-hook, genuinely remorseful, asks if it was his fault. He promises to do better. Yu Yun reassures him that he did nothing wrong, but she hesitates before telling him why she left. She wonders if he'll believe her if she tells the truth. Finally, in fear, she lies, telling him she no longer feels the same way and suggests they break up. Do-hook gently asks her to look him in the eyes as she says this, and as tears fall from her eyes, he tenderly wipes them away before kissing her. The next day, Do-hook reflects on Yu Yun's strange behavior, wondering why she's acting this way when she always has her reasons. He calls his uncle for answers, asking what happened during their meeting. His uncle advises him to consult someone closer to his caliber, which catches him off guard. Later, Do-hook visits his uncle's home, but ends up facing his father instead. Mulin inquires about his girlfriend, infuriating Do-hook. He threatens his father, but Mulin laughs, asking if Do-hook really doesn't know anything. Then, with chilling calmness, Mulin reveals that he was responsible for killing Yu Yun's parents. He taunts Do-hook, saying that despite his facade of normalcy, Do-hook grew up with someone like him as a father. Enraged, Do-hook smacks him, but his father continues to mock him. In that moment, Do-hook realizes how blind he had been. He finally understands Yu Yun's pain and wishes they had never met. He even wishes he had been the one to kill the man who brought him into this world, believing that would have spared Yu Yun the grief. Determined, Do-hook decides to meet with Yu Yun. He tearfully apologizes for being the son of someone like Mulin. Yu Yun, though in pain herself, consoles him, telling him it's not his fault. Later, Do-hook meets with his uncle, taking responsibility for how everything went downhill, and decides he must leave with his father. Hein overhears and rushes to tell Yu Yun, who, resolute, immediately heads to his house with Ju. She promises to stay by his side, despite the uncertainties of her own future. As she meets with his uncle, Yu Yun begins to untangle her feelings and decides to seek therapy for the strength to move forward. She demands Mulin's apology. A few months later, she confronts him, showing him the dashcam footage from the car crash as evidence of his crime. Mulin, unable to deny it, feigns innocence, claiming he was drunk and didn't do it on purpose. However, he is no longer able to escape the truth, and they order him to be taken away. Meanwhile, Do-hook's uncle steps down from management. Yu-yun wonders if this is truly the end, but Do-hook praises her for her strength and determination. He promises to stay by her side, and together they vow to build a future full of happiness. Meanwhile, Irene's reputation hangs in the balance, and its shareholders suggest demanding a public apology from the victim. However, Do-hook firmly refuses, stating that it's up to Yu-yun to decide if they deserve forgiveness. Soon, word spreads that people are boycotting Irene, along with strange rumors circulating about Yu-yun. She decides it's time to put an end to the gossip and arranges a press conference. That day, both Yu-yun and Do-hook address the public, sharing their story. The crowd reacts with mixed emotions. Some support them, while others accuse them of fabricating the entire situation. As spring arrives, Do-hook nervously tells Yu-yun he has a surprise for her. He takes her to a construction site and reveals that it's his property, offering her the freedom to use it however she wants. However, he adds one condition: she has to stay by his side forever. With a look of disbelief, he then asks her to marry him. Yu-yun, stunned, initially refuses, leaving Do-hook in shock, but then she chuckles and says that she will, indeed, marry him. He smiles, placing the ring on her finger, and they share a tender kiss. Excited, they show the ring to Ju, and then meet with Yu-yun's parents. She tells them how she fell for Do-hook, and they, in turn, share their wisdom, reminding her that everyone has their rough patches. Over time, Yu-yun realizes that she and Do-hook are alike in that regard, both bruised and broken. Overcome with emotion, she begins to cry, and Do-hook embraces her, promising to make her the happiest woman alive. The scene shifts to their pre-wedding shoot in Jeju, with Lee and Ju bickering in the background, as usual. Later that night, Do-hook confesses to Yu-yun that he realized his love for her during their workshop trip. Blushing, she kisses him and tells him he has beautiful eyes. Returning to their hotel, they find Ju and Lee making out. They tease them before tending to a very drunk Lee. That night, Do-hook and Yu-yun fall asleep happily, wrapped in each other's arms. But on the morning of their wedding, Yu-yun starts having second thoughts. Meanwhile, Do-hook overhears someone shaming him for exposing his father and putting him behind bars. Lee quickly steps in to defend him, telling the man to take his gossip elsewhere. Hin then drops a bombshell, telling Do-hook that his bride is running away, which stuns him. He rushes to her, insisting that they should run away together. Yu-yun bursts into laughter, saying she isn't going anywhere and that she's not leaving her adorable husband behind. The wedding ceremony begins, and the couple recalls the journey that led them to this moment. Do-hook promises to always be there for Yu-yun, and she reflects on how, once upon a time, she wanted to run away from her problems. She never imagined she would end up marrying this man, the boss she once hated so much. Life, it seems, works in mysterious ways. As they walk up the aisle, Yu-yun apologizes for breaking his arm, to which Do-hook responds, "It was a pleasure to have my arm broken by Secretary Gam." When they're finally pronounced husband and wife, Yu-yun sighs in relief, grateful that she didn't trip at the end. Do-hook smiles, reassuring her that he would have caught her if it happened. With him by her side, she feels she could overcome anything, no matter how many times she falls or makes mistakes. And that's why they married that day. From then on, everything fell into place for Yu-yun. She had a loving husband and a flourishing cafe. But something was still missing. She looks up cute couple nicknames and gets caught by Ju-hoo. Ju asks her to just ask Do-hook directly, but Yu-yun protests, saying it's embarrassing. Instead, she asks Lee for advice, who reassures her, saying that simply calling her by her name is a big step forward. He reminisces about how long it took Do-hook to call him by his name, realizing that's just how he is. Ju watches Lee with fondness, thinking he looks better when he keeps his mouth shut. Seeing them bicker again, Yu-yun points out that Lee is definitely her type, which causes Ju to quickly shut her up. Later that night, Do-hook comes home late and apologizes, promising not to do so again. He mentions to his colleagues that his bunny-like spouse is waiting for him. Hearing the word spouse leaves Yu-yun dumbfounded. She immediately pulls up a slideshow of the couple's potential nicknames and explains the situation to him. They finally agree to call each other Baby and Mei-yun. The scene shifts to Do-hook, who notices something seems off with Yu-yun. He catches her looking at something strange, and when he shows the drawing to his secretary, she recognizes it as a baby cushion. A sudden realization hits him. Yu-yun must be thinking about having children. When he returns home, Yu-yun notices his distant attitude and asks if something is wrong. Do-hook opens up, expressing his fear of not being a good father and that he might end up being like Mulin, afraid his child will suffer the same fate. Yu-yun reassures him, telling him he would be a wonderful father and that he's nothing like Mulin. Her words lighten his mood, and he is grateful to have her by his side, feeling like all his deep-rooted fears and wounds have started to heal. He then asks if they should try having a child. Yu-yun is shocked, but Do-hook, undeterred, starts removing his shirt, teasing her that they need to work hard day and night starting today. She blushes and argues that he's just scared. He smiles, playfully telling her to hold up her end of the bargain. From that day on, Do-hook works tirelessly, and Yu-yun starts to regret even bringing it up. Meanwhile, someone else is putting in effort as well. Director Lee is about to release a new film and seeks the advice of a fortune teller. The fortune teller warns him that the success will depend on the effort he puts in, though she notes that he seems the type to do things halfway. Frustrated, Lee regrets not asking Do-hook for advice instead. As the fortune teller continues, she reveals that there's a woman in Lee's life who is a few years younger than him. She describes Ji-woo, but Lee still doesn't realize who she's talking about. Meanwhile, Ju has become a content sales rep at Q Entertainment. Back in school, she once dreamed of becoming a TV show writer, but she was always her own harshest critic. Eventually, she decided to quit that path. After working for various companies, she somehow ended up here, at one of the top firms in the media industry. It's been 2 weeks since she started, and so far things have been peaceful. One day, a colleague brings her to a meeting, informing her that one of the directors will also be attending. He describes him as young but full of ambition. However, when she enters the meeting room, she comes face to face with Lee. An awkward silence fills the room, and they both gesture, each silently asking the other what they're doing here. Later, they end up having drinks, and Ju excuses herself for some fresh air, motioning for Lee to follow her. She teases him, saying that being a director isn't an easy job, especially for someone who had such a sheltered childhood. A flashback hits Lee, remembering how people used to bully him for becoming a director. Ju surprises him by confessing that she's actually impressed by his perseverance, especially since she gave up on her own dream. She starts heading back inside, but Lee stops her and asks why she dragged him out there. She simply replies that she wanted to chat with him, leaving him confused. Soon, everyone else leaves and Ju and Lee are left behind. They continue drinking, and the next morning Lee wakes up to find himself in Ju's room. He awkwardly tells her that things happened between them. Faint memories of the night flood Lee's mind, leaving him flustered. The scene shifts to Do-hook, who arrives at his office with his baby. His colleagues have all heard the rumors about Secretary Gam, but they're aware that the president prefers not to discuss his private life. As a result, the gossip quickly dies down, leaving no more rumors to entertain. The new secretary enters the office and sees Do-hook playing with his son. She offers to take care of the baby while he attends a meeting, but he refuses and brings his son with him. As the meeting progresses, Do-hook proudly looks at his son, amazed that he isn't crying, even in an unfamiliar environment. He wonders aloud where the little one got his good looks. Just as he says this, his son starts to cry. Do-hook excuses himself from the meeting, saying he needs to change his son's diaper and feed him some formula. Later that night, Do-hook puts Seiyu to sleep with a sigh of relief. His mood instantly lifts when he hears Yu-young arriving. He immediately embraces her, confessing that he missed her. She smiles and asks if the babysitter will return tomorrow. He assures her that she will. She thanks him for taking care of SEIU and asks if they should have dinner. He leans toward her, teasing that he'd rather have an incentive boss lady in bed. She chuckles, agreeing, and embraces him. With that, the two lovebirds wrap up another long, tiring day. The scene switches to Ji-woo and Lee, who are discussing their relationship. Ji teases Lee and he playfully responds, sparking their usual banter. Yoo-yun watches them from a distance, fondly aware that Ji-woo clearly likes him. It's amusing to everyone at the cafe to see whether these two will get together. Yoo-yun stretches, realizing she has something to tell Do-hook, something she's sure he'll be excited about. Just then, her phone rings. It's the babysitter, and the news she delivers makes Yoo-yun shudder. She rushes to the hospital, where it turns out that SEIU has pneumonia. Though it's not serious, the doctor warns that if he develops a high fever again, it could affect his brain. They recommend keeping him in the hospital for observation. Do-hook suggests Yoo-yun go home and rest, but she protests, insisting she wants to stay by SEIU's side. He insists, asking her not to worry as she hasn't been feeling well lately. She reluctantly agrees. That night, Do-hook sits by his son's bedside, holding his tiny hand with a sad expression. He finally understands what it means to have his heart torn away. Since SEIU's birth, he's learned so much, particularly that parents can give unconditional love to their children. He never fully realized the depth of sacrifice and love possible until now. He can't speak for the man who was supposedly his father, but now that he's experiencing it himself, he feels strangely relieved. He apologizes to SEIU, dreaming of the day his son will play with his mother. In the dream, his mother comments that SEIU is just as cute as he was at that age, and expresses pride in how well he's turned out. She apologizes for leaving too soon, and Do-hook breaks down in tears, telling her he did his best. His mother smiles, hugs him one last time, and wishes for him to be happy with his family. Do-hook jolts awake at the sound of SEIU's whimper. Yoo-yun rushes to his side, making him promise not to get sick again. She then remembers she has something to tell him, and gestures for him to follow her to a private space so SEIU won't overhear. In a quiet moment, she reveals that they're expecting a second baby, whom she's nicknamed Goldie, since SEIU was Dodo when he was younger. Before Do-hook can fully express his joy, SEIU approaches them, curious about what Goldie means. Yoo-yun gestures for Do-hook to stay quiet and quickly changes the subject. The scene shifts to SEIU asking his mother where his father and Kun are. Over time, Lee and Ji-woo also get married. Most importantly, Do-hook and Yoo-yun complete their family with both of their children, living happily in the days to come. Thank you for listening to the story. If you enjoyed, please give it a like, and subscribe if you want to see more Manhwa recaps. Let me know what stories you'd like to see next. And one last big thank you to everyone that left some really nice words of encouragement and really kept me motivated to keep posting these stories for everyone to enjoy. Until next time, bye-bye.
The story begins on Riverine Island, a secluded paradise known for its enchanting summers. Each year, when summer arrived, the queen would handpick a group of young men to visit the island for a 3-month stay. But this wasn't just any vacation, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These men were suitors, chosen for a rare honor, the chance to win the hearts of the daughters of House Riverine. The island only opened for suitors when the Riverine daughters turned 17, the age when they could choose their future husbands. They called it the Magic Summer. Leah Riverine, the 4th daughter of the house, had just turned 17, and she was ready. Among the suitors were Count Rosemorn, who came bearing jewels as extravagant gifts, and Antoine, the 2nd son of Count Gull, who brought nothing but heartfelt poems. Leah was overwhelmed by all the attention, so she asked for permission to step outside. To breathe, to think, and to clear her head before making such a life-changing decision. As she wandered through the gardens, lost in thought, she encountered another suitor, Duke Julian Ryandel. A war hero, known for his pivotal role in winning the First Imperial War, Duke Ryandel carried himself with calm confidence. Leah was stunned, not just by his reputation, but by his striking presence. She asked if he was also just out for a walk. But the Duke had come for a different reason. He brought her a gift. A ripe, golden peach from his estate, freshly picked and glistening in the sun. With a warm smile, he offered to peel it for her and gently fed her a slice. As she took a bite, he said with a twinkle in his eye, "They say if you eat a June peach, you'll live forever." Leah laughed and teasingly asked, "Are you proposing to spend forever with me, Duke Ryandel?" He didn't answer, just gave her a quiet, mysterious smile. Leah blushed. Her heart fluttered. She couldn't help but imagine a fairytale ending, marrying Duke Ryandel and living happily ever after. But the dream shattered just as quickly. After that day, Duke Ryandel began avoiding her. He kept his distance. He never explained why. Confused and hurt, Leah turned her attention to Antoine, the kind, poetic soul who never stopped showering her with affection. And so the summer passed. On the final day of the magic summer, the suitors lined up for Leah's decision. Antoine promised her a lifetime of gentle love and warm hugs. Count Rosemorn tried to win her over with glittering jewels. But Duke Ryandel said nothing at all. Thinking with her heart, and swayed by kindness, Leah chose Antoine. She would later realize, it was the wrong choice. On her wedding day, her sister Bella asked her one last time, "Are you sure you love him?" Leah wasn't sure what love really was. But Antoine seemed sweet. So she smiled and said, "I'll be happy." Years passed. Leah was nearly 40 now. And the truth. That promise she made at 17, it was a mistake. Antoine, the man who once gave her flowers and poems, turned out to be poor, untalented, and powerless. He gambled away what little they had, chasing dreams that never came true. They lived in near poverty. When Leah suggested selling their land and moving back to Riverine Island, Antoine flew into a rage. He threw a plate at her. It scratched her cheek. But still, he clung to his pride. Then, one day, a knight from the Ryandel Duchy arrived with an offer. Duke Ryandel wanted to buy the orchard on their estate, immediately, and for a surprisingly high price. Leah didn't know why the Duke would want a remote orchard, but she didn't care. The money could give them a fresh start. But within 6 months, Antoine gambled it all away. They were back to nothing. One night, Leah brought soup to Antoine's room. He was sick, but he just screamed at her to leave. So she did. She walked alone under the moonlight. The lavender had started blooming, it always did around her birthday. She realized, she was 40. And miserable. Tears rolled down her cheeks, as she whispered a silent wish. If only I could go back, just once, to when I was 17. And somehow, she did. In a flash, Leah was 17 again. It was her second magic summer. She couldn't stop smiling. The weight was gone. Her heart felt light and free. As she wandered, soaking in the joy, she saw him, Duke Ryandel, just about to hand her that peach again. But this time, Leah remembered everything. After giving her the peach, history repeated itself. Duke Ryandel ignored her once more. Count Rosemorn, as always, smothered Leah with jewelry. Antoine's poems were still as childish and naive as ever. It felt like nothing had changed from her first life. But something was different. And soon, everything would take a turn. 3 months passed, and it was time for proposals. This time, Leah turned Antoine down. After everything she'd been through, she understood how vital money was. She figured, even if she didn't love Count Rosemorn, his wealth could at least shield her from the misery of poverty. She also thought, if she didn't love him, he couldn't hurt her. So in her second life, Leah chose Count Rosemorn. But once again, she was wrong. Count Rosemorn treated her like a fragile jewel, something to be locked away and guarded. He kept her confined to a luxurious room that felt more like a vault than a home. Servants were ordered to doll her up constantly, but no one ever asked what she wanted. He never cared about her interests, her dreams, or even her comfort. On her 40th birthday, Count Rosemorn arrived with other women, clearly not just for the celebration. He coldly wished her happy birthday, and then told her the banquet was cancelled due to an urgent business trip. When Leah asked to visit her sister Bella, he refused, claiming it was too dangerous outside. Despite the diamonds, the silks, the palatial life, Leah felt hollow, sick with regret. She couldn't believe she had made two terrible choices in two different lives. Sitting alone in her room, she spotted lavender, her favorite flower, blooming in a vase by the window. It reminded her of her birthday, of lost time, and of all the promises she made to herself. Desperate for one last chance, she clutched the lavender and whispered a plea. "Please, let me go back. Just once more. I swear I won't make the same mistake." And just like that, she was 17 again, standing in the lavender fields, tears in her eyes. This time, she turned to her sister Bella and made a promise. "I'm not getting married," she said firmly. That evening, during dinner in the Riveren family dining room, Duke Riveren brought up the usual topic, Leah's suitors arriving soon. But Leah stunned everyone by declaring, "I won't marry anyone." Her father was furious. He stormed out of the room. But Leah didn't budge. Not this time. She was done being pushed into choices that weren't hers. Weeks passed peacefully. Then came the first week of June, and with it, the arrival of the suitors. Antoine, still reciting cheesy verses. Rosemorn, still treating her like a porcelain doll. And then, there he was, Duke Julian Ryandel. Dashing as ever, with that familiar peach in hand. Julian smiled and asked, "Have you ever tasted a peach before?" Leah casually replied, "Yes," and described its flavor in detail. Julian looked confused. "Have you visited my estate before?" Leah shrugged playfully. "No, you gave it to me." His confusion deepened. Leah realized she was getting ahead of herself. This version of Julian didn't remember anything. Quickly, she corrected herself. "Actually, no, I haven't had it yet." Then she leaned in and asked, "Would you peel it for me?" As Julian peeled the peach, juice ran down his hand. Leah reached out to help roll up his sleeve, but then, on impulse, she did something bold. She gently licked the juice from his fingers. Julian turned bright red. He stepped back, flustered. "Elle, Leah." She raised a brow. "You can't just call me by name without permission." Julian awkwardly apologized. But Leah, amused by his nervousness, smiled and told him it was okay. Julian then brought up a rumor he'd heard, that Leah wasn't planning to marry anyone. Leah didn't hesitate. "Why does that matter? It's not like you were going to propose." Julian blinked, surprised. "What makes you say that?" Leah shrugged. "You never proposed in my previous lives. You always avoided me. I just assumed you weren't interested." Julian was speechless. To lighten the mood, Leah said, "Don't worry, I'm not mad. We barely talked. It's not like we had time to fall in love." She watched his reaction carefully. He looked intrigued. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. "You're different," he said. "You speak like someone with both past and future in your eyes." Maybe she thought she'd never see him again. Or maybe it was his calm presence. But for the first time, Leah told someone the truth. She shared everything, about her first life, her second life, and the mistakes she made in both. Secrets she had never spoken aloud. Julian listened quietly. Then, with a thoughtful look, he asked, "In your past lives, did you die?" The question stunned her. It was oddly specific, almost too specific. But maybe, she thought, he was just curious about the afterlife. Or maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as ordinary as he seemed. Leah explained to Julian that she hadn't died in her past lives. She had simply returned, always on her 40th birthday, while looking at lavender and wishing with all her heart for another chance. As they walked together, Julian gently pointed out, "So, this is your third life now." Leah smiled confidently. "At this point, I'm probably older than you." But then, something in Julian's eyes caught her attention. "You know," she said, narrowing her gaze, "your eyes, they look like they've seen a lot too." She paused. "Do mine look like that?" Julian didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at her with a small smile and said, "They are stunning. Deep and beautiful." His words made Leah's heart flutter. Trying to stay composed, she quickened her pace and clarified, "What I meant was, my eyes have changed. They hold more secrets now than when I was younger and naive." She added, almost as a reflection, "Even though I'm older, I'm not sure I'm wiser. Age doesn't make someone a better person." Then she gave an example close to home, her father. "My dad's older than anyone I know. But he's not exactly kind or wise." Julian chuckled and nodded. "I get that. My father worked in the palace. He was always too busy, and then he died when I was still young." He looked off into the distance. "I barely remember him, except for one thing. Whenever he was home, he'd take my mother and me on long walks." Then, in a quiet, unexpected moment, Julian wrapped his arms around Leah in a gentle hug. She froze, cheeks burning. As they pulled apart, he smiled and said, "That's the kind of hug my father used to give my mother." Before Leah could fully react, a familiar voice called out her name. It was her nanny, frantic as always, followed closely by Julian's servant, who reminded them to prepare for dinner. As they were about to part ways, Julian turned to her and asked, "Would you like to walk again tomorrow morning?" Leah nodded, smiling. "I'd like that." Julian's eyes softened. "Thank you for talking with me. It's been so long." Leah blinked. "Wait, what do you mean so long? Isn't this our first walk together?" Julian simply replied, "It's been 23 years, for you." Leah laughed, amused by his strange yet charming sense of humor. "Well, thanks for seeing things from my point of view." Then, as if remembering something, Julian asked, "Do you have a light blue dress?" Leah lit up. "It's my favorite one." He smiled and said, "Would you wear it tomorrow?" "Sure," she replied without hesitation. Before leaving, Julian took her hand, kissed it gently and asked, "May I go now?" Leah couldn't look away as he walked off, her heart doing things she had told it not to. That night at dinner, she wore her light blue dress. When Julian arrived and saw her, he teased, "Wait, aren't you supposed to wear that tomorrow?" Leah just grinned. Well, wouldn't it be boring if everything went according to plan? Duke Riveren noticed something in the air, a spark between his daughter and the Duke, but he said nothing. The dinner began. The usual small talk filled the table. Duke Riveren led the conversation, with Antoine and Count Rosemorn nodding along aimlessly, pretending to care. Julian, however, barely touched his food. His eyes were fixed on Leah the whole time. Leah tried to ignore it. She looked away, scolding herself. You're not falling for him. You're not marrying anyone. Remember that. But when she glanced back, Julian was still smiling. Then, leaning closer, he whispered something only she could hear. And in that moment, Leah's heart skipped. She didn't know what he said. But she felt it. Something was different this time. And maybe, just maybe, fate had one more twist left to give. After the feast, Leah asked if she could stop by her room to grab something warm. Antoine and Rosamond immediately jumped in, both trying to be chivalrous, offering their coats. But Leah politely refused. I can manage, she said with a small smile. Then Julian stepped forward, gently draping his coat over her shoulders. I'll walk with you. It's dark. Antoine tried to object, quickly volunteering to escort her as well. But before he could take a step, Duke Riverin intervened. I need to speak with both of you, he said firmly, gesturing to Antoine and Rosamond. With that, Leah and Julian were left alone. As they walked, Leah casually remarked. I think my father likes you. Julian glanced at her and, out of the blue, asked. Do you like me too? Leah stopped in her tracks. Does it really matter? She asked, surprised. It does, Julian replied without hesitation. She was caught off guard. In her past lives, he had always kept his distance. But now, he looked at her with the kind of eyes that made her question everything she thought she knew. Earlier that evening, Leah had asked her nanny to prepare the blue dress Julian liked, but there'd been a mix-up. The staff thought Julian had requested the dress for the dinner itself, not the next day, and the maids jumped to conclusions. She's marrying Duke Ranel, they whispered. Leah had shut it down quickly, clarifying that she wasn't getting married. Not again. But now, standing next to Julian in that very dress, she was beginning to waver. Suddenly, Julian asked. What are you thinking about me right now? Leah looked away, unsure. I used to be annoyed by you. You always avoided me. But now, you seem like a good person. When they reached her room, Leah grabbed her shawl and turned to find Julian waiting patiently. But before they left, he softly asked. Would you hold your shawl aside for a moment? Confused, she did as he asked. I just want to see you in that dress one last time, he said, his voice quiet but sincere. Leah playfully teased him. You're staring. Julian only smiled. Because you're beautiful. Leah couldn't help herself. Why did you want me to wear this dress? Have you seen me in it before? Julian hesitated, then nodded. I have. You wore it once before, and you looked just as beautiful then as you do now. That's when Leah began to notice the odd phrasing. Still. As always. It felt like he'd known her forever. She didn't hold back. Julian, what's going on? You speak like you know me. Trying to piece it together, she asked if he had attended her sister Bella's wedding, the one where she wore this very dress, and recited a poem. Julian lowered his gaze and confessed. Yes. I saw you there. Excited and confused, Leah urged him. Tell me the truth. He took a deep breath. I wanted to see you in that dress again, thinking it would satisfy me, but seeing you now, it only makes it harder. Harder to do what? She asked. To give up, he whispered. His voice cracked with emotion. You're everything to me. No one else comes close. I thought maybe you'd find someone perfect. Better than me. Then Julian reached into his coat pocket, knelt before her, and pulled out a small velvet box. I'm not perfect, he said, but I'll do everything I can to become someone worthy of you. Opening the box, he showed her the ring. I vow to dedicate my life, body and heart, to you. In this life, and the next. Leah stood frozen, her cheeks flushed. She asked him to stand. I don't want to get married, she said honestly. It's never brought me happiness. Julian stood and gently replied. Then I'll bring you so much happiness that the pain won't stand a chance. Still unsure, Leah tried to push him away. You could find someone better than me. But Julian shook his head. There's no one better. Not to me. He wrapped her shawl around her shoulders, pulling her close. I want to start our life together as soon as possible. Then Leah asked the question that had been burning in her mind. Do you love me? Julian didn't hesitate. I've loved you since the first moment I saw you. Leah bit her lip, heart pounding. But, what if this is my last chance? What if I disappear again at 40? Julian looked into her eyes, full of conviction. Then I hope this is the last chance. Because if we marry and you vanish, I don't want to be left wondering what we could have had. Leah asked him if he ever imagined them growing old together. Julian smiled. I've imagined it more than 100 times. But that's just imagination, Leah whispered. No, Julian said, what matters is your heart. In that moment, Leah finally understood what had been missing all along. She admitted something she had never said out loud. In both of my past marriages, I never loved them. Not even once. Maybe if I had, I could have endured what they put me through. Julian took her hand. You don't need to worry about that, he said with quiet certainty. Because you will love me. His sincerity made Leah's heart soften. And just like that, for the first time, the idea of marrying again didn't seem so terrifying. That night, as Leah lay in bed, memories of her past lives washed over her. In her first life, she married Antoine because he was kind, but her heart never felt anything real. In her second, she married Roseman for wealth, but ended up imprisoned by luxury she couldn't escape. But now, with Julian, everything felt different.
After her experience with Antoine, Leah knew deep down she never truly loved him. And she realized how foolish it had been to believe that living without love would somehow make things easier. So when she finally decided she wouldn't marry again, Julian's words echoed in her heart. You will love me. And strangely, she felt butterflies. Even if she wasn't ready to admit it yet, something about him stirred her. The next morning, Leah looked exhausted, but she still went to see Julian. He lit up the moment he saw her. He brought up the proposal from the night before, and Leah gently told him that he might be waiting a long time for her answer. With a warm, patient smile, Julian replied, I'll wait. As long as you let me stay by your side. Their conversation drifted toward hobbies. Leah said she loved gardening and reading. Julian, thinking aloud, said he might enjoy painting. Leah's eyes sparkled. Then paint me. She didn't waste a second. With excitement, she gathered the tools and even changed into a new dress for the occasion. As Julian painted, their eyes met again and again, and each time he smiled. A little more. At one point, Julian laughed, teasing, Your face turns redder every time I look at you. How am I supposed to find the right colours? Blushing, Leah fumbled for an excuse. It's just the heat. Julian chuckled and suggested they take a short break. But as Leah turned to leave, she accidentally stepped on her dress and tripped. Julian lunged to catch her, but they both fell, Leah landing right on top of him. She winced. You're hurt, Julian said, his voice serious. He gently scooped her into his arms and insisted on taking her to the doctor. Leah glanced at his face and hesitated. Are you angry? Julian shook his head. No, I was just scared. I thought you were seriously hurt. Luckily, the doctor reassured them it was only a minor sprain and would heal quickly. Julian finally relaxed. Back at the estate, Leah pouted. I was really looking forward to teasing you if the painting turned out bad. Julian grinned. There's always next time. Leah mentioned she'd already asked the servants to prepare drinks in the hall and invited him to join her. Julian stood and offered his hand, helping her to her feet. As they walked together, Leah stole glances at him, her thoughts swirling. She'd never been escorted by a man outside of a banquet. Julian was so sweet and, she had to admit, incredibly attractive. Julian noticed her glancing. Is something wrong? He asked. Flustered, Leah quickly looked away. No, not at all. Still concerned, Julian told her to let him know if she felt any pain. Leah smiled, thinking, how wonderful it would be to walk beside someone like him every day. Her mind wandered. She found herself imagining Julian in a more intimate way. Her cheeks burned. Did I really just think that? While he's right beside me? When they finally reached the hall, Leah let out a deep sigh. Her heart and mind were a mess. Is this love? She wondered. Have I already fallen for him, the moment he made my heart flutter? The thought of asking him to spend the night crossed her mind. And though the idea startled her, it stayed. Despite her inner turmoil, the rest of the day passed without trouble. As night fell and they prepared to part ways, both expressed how much they'd enjoyed the day. Then Julian softly asked, Can I see you again tomorrow morning? Leah hesitated, then voiced something that had been bothering her. I'm starting to feel like you've forgotten that you proposed to me. You're treating me more like a friend than someone you want to marry. Julian took her hands in his. I haven't forgotten, not for a second. I've been thinking about you all day, cherishing every moment, knowing I won't get them back. Then he knelt down again, holding the ring. I still want to marry you. Please say yes. Leah paused, then finally said, All right, but on one condition. Julian's eyes lit up. Anything, just name it. Looking him straight in the eyes, Leah said bravely, I want to spend the night with you, just once. Julian was stunned. Then he smiled. You haven't changed a bit. Leah shot back playfully. You haven't known me long enough to say that. Julian laughed. Well, I'll take your condition if it means you'll truly consider marrying me. Leah didn't beat around the bush. She spoke of her failed marriages, how she no longer had faith in the idea of marriage. She admitted she had no expectations, except perhaps in the bedroom. I'm not sure I want to be your wife, she said honestly, but I do want to be with you. Then she asked him, bold and unafraid, Kiss me. Julian was caught off guard, but only for a moment. Then he kissed her, first on the forehead, then the cheek, and finally their lips met. Not wanting to waste another second, Leah pulled him to her room. The next morning, Leah awoke in Julian's arms, her head resting on his chest. He was already awake and smiling, holding her close. Just 5 more minutes, he murmured. I want to stay like this. Leah grinned, watching him, and whispered, I think I love you, too. She said think out of embarrassment, but Julian froze, feeling like she was teasing him, until she added, We're getting married. Julian shot up. Really? Can I tell everyone? Leah laughed. Yes. Go. He quickly got dressed and kissed her forehead again. Don't worry about a thing. Just rest. I'll take care of the rest. Word travels fast. House Ranel had been a pillar of the kingdom since its founding. Julian, the 19th Duke of Ranel, was not just a nobleman, he was a war hero. At just 15, he took his father's place in the First Imperial War, earning honours that rivaled even the previous duke. Strangely enough, he wasn't famous for his good looks, but today his name spread for another reason. Leah was still sleeping when her bedroom door burst open. Her little sister Marianne ran in, followed by Bella, Beth, Margaret, and even their mother. They had all heard the news. Leah and Julian were getting married. The maids cheered. Her father beamed with pride. Apparently, Julian had told everyone. Word spread like wildfire. Before long, all of Riveron knew. As for Antoine and Rosamond, they were politely shown the door. After Leia's family lost their noble status, Duke Riveron gave his consent for her marriage. A royal messenger was promptly dispatched to the capital to seek Her Majesty's approval. Leah could hardly believe how quickly everything was unfolding. As she made her way to see Julian, fate brought them together midway. They'd bumped into each other by chance, and to her surprise, she realized her nanny had dressed her in an outfit that perfectly matched Julian's. Flustered, she took his hand, and they walked together in quiet harmony. But Leah's curiosity soon got the better of her. "Julian," she asked softly, "why did you fall in love with me?" Julian paused, searching for the right words. But before he could answer, a voice interrupted. "Leah." "Julian." It was Bella, accompanied by another one of Leah's sisters. In an instant, Julian was whisked away by the enthusiastic siblings. Leah barely had time to react before Bella grabbed her arm. Moments later, Leah found herself seated with her sisters, sipping tea and chatting. Bella seemed genuinely happy for her, which surprised Leah. In the past, Bella had voiced concerns when Leah was engaged to Antoine. But now, she seemed calm, almost proud. Curious, Leah asked, "Did you know Julian before? He said he saw me at your wedding." Bella blinked. "No, that was the first time I ever saw him." Then, suddenly, Bella stood and gasped. "Wait, did he fall in love with you at my wedding and came all the way here just to marry you?" Leah nodded, cheeks warming. Bella grinned. "You've really fallen for him, haven't you? I can see it in your face." Leah laughed nervously. The same me who once swore off marriage, now completely caught in his spell. Overwhelmed by the whirlwind of emotions, Leah politely excused herself from the gathering. As she descended the stairs, her thoughts wandered. Was she really getting married? So soon? Everything was happening so fast, and she hadn't had time to truly reflect. She stepped outside and froze. Julian was standing there, smiling warmly. "I have an idea," he said. "Let's have our wedding right here, in the East Wing basement." Leah blinked in confusion, until she realized what he meant. The basement led to a secret garden. It was a hidden place, accessible only through a small back door, a place only Leah knew about. She had discovered it years ago and had shared it with Bella. No one else even knew it existed. "How? Did you find out about this?" she asked, wide-eyed. Julian smiled. "I noticed you always went there when you needed to think." Leah was stunned. How could he have known? Had Bella told him? But she didn't press further. Instead, she welcomed him into her little sanctuary. "Do you think it's beautiful?" she asked. Julian nodded. Beautiful enough for a wedding. Leah was touched. Weddings were traditionally held at the groom's estate, especially for nobility. Ambition doesn't bind you. Tradition. "We can still have one at Ranel if you'd like, but I remember you once said you wanted to be married in a lavender garden." Leah gasped softly. He remembered. She had mentioned it only once in passing. "Oved," she whispered. "I hope this marriage will be different. Something that won't define my whole life, but will still be a part of something real." Julian took her hand. "Then let's make it real, in your way. How do you want it to be?" Leah smiled and listed the simple, heartfelt things she'd never had in her previous weddings. Julian listened closely, then gently embraced her from behind. "Everything you've asked for is more than reasonable," he whispered. "I'll give you all of it, And more. I just want you to be happy. Leah's heart fluttered again. She turned to face him. But why do you love me, Julian? You only got to know me in this life. Julian shook his head. No. I've always loved you. The wedding is set. Later, when Bella found out the wedding was scheduled for next week, on Leah's birthday, she was shocked. Wait, next week? On your birthday? Leah nodded with a smile. It was Julian's idea. I thought it would be nice to keep it simple, just my nanny and my sisters. Now that preparations had begun, Leah and Julian were finalizing the details. When the topic of her dress came up, Julian suggested the blue one, the same dress he had once complimented. Leah tilted her head. You really like that dress, don't you? Why? Julian smiled. Because I like you even more when you wear it. Lately, there had been a growing trend among noble families, especially those with high titles, to skip lavish ceremonies. Instead, they'd have their marriage officially certified by the Queen. It was faster, simpler, and still prestigious. Only nobles of a rank higher than Marquess could request this. So when Julian presented Leah with the official marriage contract, she knew this was serious. As she read through the document, her heart softened. Every single request she had made, every detail she had shared, was written in that contract. When she looked up, Julian was watching her quietly. Is there anything you want from me? She asked. Julian gave her a soft smile. Just one thing, stay healthy and always stay by my side. And finally, the wedding day arrived. A week later, Leah arrived at the secret garden, accompanied by her sisters and nanny. Her heart fluttered with anticipation. She wondered what Julian had prepared for their special day. To her astonishment, everything she had dreamed of was perfectly arranged. The flowers, the decorations, the warm sunlight filtering through the leaves. It was exactly as she had imagined. She was overwhelmed by how thoughtful Julian had been. Even the music playing was her favorite childhood song. It felt like a new beginning, like magic. Then Julian appeared, dressed elegantly, his presence calming and radiant. He greeted Leah with grace, gently kissed her hand and whispered a compliment that made her blush. You look breathtaking. He then placed a royal jewel in her hair, a gift that sparkled with a brilliance that matched her glow. With everything in place, Julian took her hand, and together they walked down the aisle. As they reached the altar, Julian turned to her and said, Oh, I've been waiting for this moment, what feels like lifetimes. Out of all the souls that ever existed, I chose you. And despite the pain, the waiting, the unknowns, I've never once regretted it. Even if life rewound and began again, I would still choose you every single time. Leah's heart overflowed. She had no doubt anymore. She too would choose him again and again in this life and the next. A priest, brought by Julian, offered his blessings. He spoke of love binding them together, of enduring hardships side by side, and of finding happiness in the end. With gentle smiles and steady voices, they exchanged vows and sealed their union with a loving kiss. Time seemed to fly after the wedding. Leah and Julian rode by carriage to the capital, where they had an official audience with the Queen. Their marriage was formally approved. From there, their journey continued until they reached the Ral estate, Julian's home. As they approached, Leah noticed a tall fence near the river and wondered about its purpose. Inside the manor, she was stunned. The interior had been decorated to perfectly match her tastes. It felt like a dream she had unknowingly stepped into. Yet the image of that high fence lingered in her mind. Later, unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked Julian about it. He hesitated for a brief moment, then gently stroked her hair and replied, Someone once fell into the river and didn't survive. Leah blinked. They died? Julian simply smiled, smoothly changing the subject. You've been so busy looking around, I was starting to feel a little jealous. I wish you'd spare me some attention too. Leah raised an eyebrow, amused. Jealous? You? With that face? I'm sure you've had plenty of admirers. But Julian looked serious. No games, Leah. I've only ever had eyes for you. He leaned in, close enough for her to feel his breath. You can believe me, or not. That choice is yours. Leah was left speechless, torn between laughter and awe at his sincerity. 3 months passed at the Rale estate, and to Leah's relief, she had grown to enjoy her new life. Julian remained kind and attentive, and despite her initial hesitation, she felt safe with him. But now Julian was away, travelling through the countryside to inspect his other estates. Without him, Leah found herself feeling a little lonely. Fortunately, her sisters, Beth and Bella, came to visit. The reunion was warm, and they quickly dove into exploring the estate. Beth, especially, was eager to see the library Leah had raved about in her letters. It exceeded her expectations, with towering shelves and an impressive collection of rare books. They continued the tour. A room filled with fine jewels and crafts, a luxurious dressing room, and a garden that reminded Leah of her secret hideaway back in Riveron. Leah even showed them rooms named after each member of the Riveron family, an idea Julian had insisted on. But when Beth asked about Leah's room, she smiled and said she didn't have one. She preferred to sleep with Julian each night. As they wandered further, Beth spotted a locked door and couldn't resist asking what was behind it. Leah shrugged. Julian said it's just a dusty old storage room, full of clutter, nothing special. Beth raised an eyebrow, then grinned mischievously. What if he's hiding something? A secret stash? Or maybe a secret woman? Bella gasped. Beth laughed it off, saying she was only joking. But the thought lingered in Leah's mind. All week, she couldn't stop thinking about that locked door. Julian had never given her any reason to doubt him. He was always so warm, so open. Still, something about that room tugged at her curiosity. What could be inside? The day Beth and Bella left, Leah stood in the hallway, alone again. The estate was quiet, too quiet. She looked at the locked door. Maybe it's nothing, she told herself. But her feet moved before her thoughts could stop them. Just a quick peek, she decided, and with that, she reached for the handle. Julian never tried to hide the key to the locked room. It was always right there in his office drawer. This casualness made Leah believe there was nothing particularly secretive about it. But curiosity has its own gravity. One afternoon, unable to resist any longer, Leah took the key and opened the door. To her surprise, the room was far cleaner and more orderly than she expected. It was quiet, almost sterile. Not the dusty storage space Julian had described. She brought in a lantern and looked around. That's when her eyes landed on a large board mounted on the wall. It was covered in writing, a list, cold and clinical, detailing various causes of death. High fever, lightning strike under the walnut tree, marriage, overturning near the river bridge, drowning in the estate lake, falling from the east tower, attack by unknown unsal. The mention of the lake sent a chill through Leah. Julian had once mentioned someone drowning there. Her breath caught in her throat. As she examined the board closer, she saw that beneath each death entry there were strange notes. Details. And drowning in the lake, a line read, barrier recommended to prevent further incidents. Was the fence she'd seen meant to hide something, not just protect? Another note, under fall from east tower, listed heights from which a person might survive a fall. Leah's blood ran cold. This didn't look like an investigation. It looked like planning. Plans for murder. Heart-pounding, she stepped back. And that's when she saw it. Her own portrait. Pale, framed, staring back at her from the wall. Before she could process it, a firm hand clamped down on her shoulder. She spun around. Julian. His expression was unreadable, but his voice was cold. "I told you not to come in here." Leah's thoughts spiraled in panic. Who was this man? The one she married? Or a killer in disguise? Years before the wedding, Julian stood before Her Majesty in a tense meeting. He wasn't happy about it. The Queen had one goal: get him married. She even presented a portrait of his potential bride, Isabella Riveron, the eldest Riveron daughter and Kingdom's most celebrated beauty. Julian wasn't impressed. Rather than object outright, he cleverly asked for a 3-year postponement, claiming he wanted to serve in the war. He promised to do her bidding after that. Privately, Julian was bitter. He believed marriage was nothing but a trap, especially after witnessing the toxic relationship between his parents. His father had been a heartless soldier. His mother, a royal by birth, was emotionally dependent and ignored. Julian had grown up in cold silence, a neglected child between 2 unhappy adults. He vowed never to end up like them. So he used the war as an excuse to buy time, 3 years of freedom. But time passed faster than he expected. Before he knew it, Julian found himself summoned again. The Queen smiled like she held all the cards. This time, she ordered him to visit Riveron Island for 3 months. He was to return with news of his engagement. Julian was furious, but masked it well. He wasn't going to marry anyone just because she told him to. On the journey to Riveron, he sat silently in the carriage, listening to the idle chatter of suitors Antoine and Roseman. It became painfully obvious the Queen had stacked the deck. She wanted him to stand out among the competition. This was all orchestrated for Leah. Julian vented to his friend Edmund upon arrival, annoyed and cynical. At the welcoming ball, Edmund asked if he'd seen Leah yet. Julian scoffed. "She looks like she hasn't eaten in days to fit into that dress." Harsh words, but then he admitted, Leah was charming, beautiful even. "Not my type," he concluded. When asked what his type was, Julian paused, then replied, "Someone calculating, cold, smart, but not too smart. Someone who doesn't care about marriage. Someone like me." Edmund raised an eyebrow. "That sounds like Leah to me." Julian dismissed it. "She's too assertive. Besides, I'm not marrying into Duke Riveron's business of selling off his daughters." Suddenly, Leah stormed over, clearly angry. But then, in a flash, her expression changed. She greeted him politely. Their first meeting had begun with fire. The next morning at tea, Julian and Leah sat in uncomfortable silence. She glared at him. He tried to stay cool. Then she broke the tension. "I'll forgive you," she said, referring to his rude remarks at the ball. Julian raised a brow. "Did I say something rude?" Leah bristled. "You know you did. An apology would be nice." Julian didn't budge. Instead, he turned the tables. "Do you not agree your father treats marriage like a business?" Leah was stunned. She had overheard him insulting her father the night before. Julian doubled down, criticizing the Duke's exploitation of the island's beauty and his daughters alike. Fuming, Leah stood and shouted, "There's no way I'd ever marry someone like you." Julian smirked. "Glad to hear it. If I'm ever forced to propose, do me a favor and reject me." Their tension was palpable. When Edmund heard what Julian had said to Leah, he was furious. "You didn't just avoid marriage. You humiliated her," he scolded. "If you hated the idea so much, you should have spoken to Her Majesty. Not ruin an innocent woman's chances." Julian was struck by the truth in Edmund's words. He had been cowardly. The next day, he tried to apologize to Leah, but she ignored him. He noticed her smiling at others, something he had never seen before. When she caught him staring, she snapped, "Want to insult me again?" Julian shook his head. "I just wanted to say sorry, I was wrong, about everything." To his surprise, Leah accepted his apology. He awkwardly called her by name, Leah, only for her to snap again, saying he hadn't earned that right. Still, she let him speak. Julian surprised both of them by asking, "Can we be friends, at least?" Leah blinked. Friends? He admitted that, despite his behavior, he liked her. She pushed him away. "You insulted me, you judged me." Julian softened. "I was wrong. And for the record, you have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen." Leah didn't respond right away. Then she turned and said, "There's nothing to criticize about your appearance either." Julian couldn't help but smile. Maybe, just maybe, he hadn't left such a terrible first impression after all. Leah wasn't about to let things get too soft. "Don't get the wrong idea," she added playfully. "That good impression you made, it didn't last long." Julian laughed. "Fair enough. So, what's the condition?" Since Julian had been speaking to her so casually, Leah assumed he now saw her as a friend. "Can I talk to you the way I do with my other friends?" she asked. Julian smiled. "Of course." With that, Leah gave him a light pat on the shoulder. "See you tomorrow, Julian." Then she turned and walked away, leaving Julian standing there, completely stunned. No one, not even his closest friend Edmund, had ever spoken to him like that, or touched him so casually. Quickly catching up to her, Julian asked, "Did the way I spoke to you make you uncomfortable?" Leah paused, then nodded. "A little. I just thought, if we're friends now, we should talk to each other more naturally. Fair is fair." Julian nodded, respectful. "Then I'll try to be more polite. Promise." Leah beamed. "Deal." The next day, Julian found himself standing alone in the lavender field, deep in thought. What did Leah like? Bella had to call his name 3 times before he snapped out of it. Oh, sorry, Bella. Do you know what Leah's into lately? Bella smirked. She's been reading a lot of mystery novels. That was all Julian needed to hear. He thanked her and quickly excused himself, heading off with purpose. He spent the day finding a few mystery books, and even wrote a short letter to go along with the gift. In it, he thanked Leah for forgiving his earlier behavior, and wrote that the books were a gesture to celebrate their newfound friendship. He couldn't help but wonder how she'd react. Julian arrived early at the tea hall, eager and a little nervous. He found Leah already there, but she didn't look well. "Are you all right?" he asked, concerned. She groaned softly. "I couldn't sleep. That book you gave me. I stayed up all night reading it." Julian's face lit up. "You already read it?" From there they slipped into easy conversation, dissecting the plot and characters. Leah praised Julian for being such a good listener. Julian, in turn, told her she was a gifted speaker. "You tell stories better than the authors themselves," he said, smiling. Leah blushed slightly. "I used to write stories too, but my father always said women shouldn't publish books." Her expression darkened. "Especially after marriage. No man wants a wife who suddenly decides to become an author." Julian was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Then write a book. I'll publish it under my name." Leah looked at him, stunned. "Your future wife might not like that." Julian shrugged, grinning. "I don't plan on getting married, so that shouldn't be a problem." Leah laughed at his boldness. Then Julian leaned in slightly, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Or we could just get married. That way no one could object." Leah blinked. "Was that a proposal?" They both burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. "Thank you," Leah said, once they'd calmed down. "But you don't love me." Julia waved it off. "Love is overrated." Leah raised an eyebrow. "Maybe you think that, but for me, love's way more important than just getting a book published." Julian studied her. There was something in the way she said it, something sincere, maybe even wistful. "Have you been in love before?" he asked. Leah smiled proudly. "Only in books." She offered to lend him one of her favourites, a romance novel. You need to understand love before you go throwing around fake proposals. Julian chuckled and agreed. All right, I'll read it. A week passed since that moment, and Julian found himself walking through Riveron alone, lost in thought. He couldn't stop replaying that day, when he teared up over a book, and Leah didn't tease him for it. Since then, they'd been talking about the novel whenever they had the chance. If anyone saw them now, they'd think they were old friends. Strange, considering their first meeting was a complete disaster. But Leah had forgiven everything and treated him kindly, like a real friend. Julian couldn't help but admire how clever and outspoken she was, though admittedly she could be a bit messy, which only made him smile more. Leah was extraordinary. While walking through town, he passed a dress shop and stopped in his tracks. In the window was a beautiful blue dress. Something about it reminded him of Leah. Elegant, striking, one of a kind. On his way back to the manor, Julian sat in the carriage, smiling to himself as he held the paper bag containing the dress. He couldn't wait to see her wear it. But by the time he arrived, rain was pouring down. In the parlour, he expected to find Leah, but she was nowhere in sight. Antoine soon entered, casually mentioning that he had just taken a walk with Leah and that she had slipped, so she went to change clothes. He was now waiting for her in the parlour. Is she hurt? Julian asked, worried. Antoine blinked, misunderstanding. Oh, I'm fine. Just a little wet, he said smugly. Julian frowned. I meant Leah. Oh, Antoine shrugged. She's fine. Don't worry so much. It was fun, though. Honestly, Leah's pretty easy to please. Just like any other girl. Julian's expression darkened. What did you say? You know, that girl, Leah, Antoine replied with a smirk. I bet she'll marry me. I mean, I don't get what's so special about her eyes anyway. Always acting all high and mighty. She talks too much too. I'm thinking of a way to make her. That's all Julian needed to hear. He threw a punch right into Antoine's face, silencing him mid-sentence. Antoine stumbled back, furious. What the hell's your problem? Jealous because I'm the one she'll marry? She's just an easy girl. Smack. Another punch, harder this time. Before the fight could escalate further, Leah burst into the room. Stop it, she yelled. Without waiting, she slapped Julian across the face. How could you? People get hurt when you hit them, she snapped. Get out, Julian. I would never marry someone like you. Julian stood there, stunned and ashamed. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Maybe it's better if I leave the island. He turned and walked out. Antoine was about to say something, but then he screamed out in pain again. Leah spun around in surprise and found her sisters, Jane and Lydia, the mischievous Riveron twins, hiding nearby. They had seen everything. Antoine called you an easy girl, Jane said. And Julian defended you, Lydia added. Big time. Leah's heart sank. She had slapped the wrong person. Without thinking, Leah ran outside in the rain, desperate to catch up with Julian, but her shoes slipped and she fell hard on the wet ground. Julian, already a distance away, turned and rushed to her. Here? She looked up, soaked and muddy but determined. I'm sorry, she blurted. I didn't know what happened back there. I shouldn't have slapped you. Julian helped her up. How did you even get involved? She asked. Because, Julian said simply. You're my friend. Leah looked at him for a moment, then smiled through the rain. Well then, as your friend, I forbid you from leaving. Back in her room later that day, Leah was reading when her maid entered with a package. This looks like something of yours, miss. Leah opened it and found a note from Julian inside. Her heart skipped. Inside the box was the stunning blue dress she had seen in the shop window. She smiled, already planning to wear it to the ball 2 days later. The ball finally arrived. Julian, now recovered from his cold, stood tall and handsome in the hall, scanning the crowd. Then he saw her. Leah, in the blue dress, looked radiant. His breath caught. "You look beautiful," he said, walking up to her. Leah grinned. "Why did you get me this dress anyway?" Julian answered without hesitation. "Because it suits you. No one else could pull it off like you." "Why are you being so nice to me?" she asked. "You've listened to my stories, read my books, gave me gifts, punched Antoine, and even took a slap from me. But you still keep saying nice things." Julian looked her in the eyes, steady and sincere. "Because I like you." Leah blinked. "You like me?" Julian nodded nervously. "It's why I wanted to be friends." "Did you get me the dress because you felt sorry for me?" "No," he replied. "I got it because you looked like someone who needed something beautiful, and—" Edmund said that when a lady's feeling down, sometimes a gift can help. Then Leah threw a curveball. "So, how do you apologize to a man?" Julian smirked. "A smile, and maybe a kiss. That's what your novels said." Without a second thought, Leah leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Julian froze, eyes wide, completely flustered. "That's my way of saying sorry," she said with a mischievous smile. Still red-faced, Julian stammered, "Well, would you like me to apologize too?" Leah nodded teasingly. He leaned in slowly, brushing a hand against her cheek. Just as her sisters burst into the hall, sending them both stumbling apart. Leah turned away, face flushed. She wished they had a little more time, alone. The next day, Julian was nowhere to be found, not at breakfast, not at lunch, not even at tea. Leah was disappointed and confused. Did he change his mind? She wondered. Did I read it all wrong? Spotting Julian's servant nearby, she hurried over. "Where is he?" "He caught a bad cold," the servant said. "He's been resting since the ball. Apparently he was out in the rain for 2 days before it." Leah gasped. Her maid chimed in, remembering something strange. She'd seen a figure standing outside Leah's window during those rainy nights, watching her. It must have been Julian. Leah rushed to his room. When she burst in, Julian looked up from his bed and gave her a tired smile. "Hey," he said softly. "You're sick," she said, clearly worried. Julian's gaze shifted. "What happened to your face?" he asked, noticing a small scratch on her cheek. Leah blinked. "I didn't even realize. Come in here." She sat by the bed as Julian gently wiped the scratch with a handkerchief. Then, without a word, he pressed a light kiss to her cheek. Leah stared, surprised. "What was that for?" Julian grinned faintly. "My way of apologizing for not showing up yesterday." Leah helped him lie down again. "Sorry for disturbing your rest. I'll leave you alone now." As she stood, Julian grabbed her hand. "Don't go, you might get another scratch," he said, half joking, half serious. "Let me walk you back." After a little while, Leah couldn't resist agreeing. She gently placed her hand on Julian's forehead, telling him it reminded her of a childhood memory. When she was very ill as a child, she once thought she heard someone come into her room and place a hand on her forehead until she fell asleep. She'd always believed it was her father, even though he was never the affectionate type. He hardly paid attention to his daughters and often raised his voice at their mother. Still, whenever she recalled that moment, she couldn't quite bring herself to hate him completely. Julian opened up then, revealing that his own father wasn't much different. He told Leah about a time they visited a count's estate. During the trip, his parents had a terrible fight. His mother left that very day, and his father stormed off in anger. Neither of them realized they had left Julian behind. It took 2 full weeks before a servant was sent to fetch him, only because someone finally noticed he was missing. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, but he kept a small, bitter-sweet smile. Suddenly, Julian looked at Leah and said, "Duke Riveron is a lucky man to have a daughter like you." He admitted she deserved much better suitors than the ones Her Majesty had sent. None of them were worthy. Still, he was thankful, because their failures led him to her, to that radiant smile that had somehow become his favourite thing in the world. Just as he was about to say more, his eyes fluttered closed, and he drifted into sleep. The next evening, Julian returned to the dinner feast looking completely recovered. During the stormy night, someone had seen Antoine leaving the Riveron estate, and Count Roseman had quietly given up his pursuit of Leia once it became clear where her heart was leaning. Later, as they strolled hand in hand, Leah brought up the story Julian had shared about his father. She said that memories could be rewritten, that the past didn't have to define the future. She wanted to give him a new one. In this memory, his father might have been distant by day, but in the evenings he always made time for peaceful walks with his wife, just like they were doing now. And whenever she asked, he would pull her into a warm hug. Then, to demonstrate, Leah invited Julian to hug her like that. As he wrapped his arms around her, Julian wondered if she was trying to comfort him. Leah smiled and told him that from now on, if anyone asked, he should say his father was a kind man who loved him dearly. In that quiet moment, Julian realized Leah truly cared for him, from the depths of her heart. She reassured him that he was capable of love too. Julian smiled, warmth blooming in his chest. Without warning, he asked her to wait and dashed off. When he returned, he dropped to one knee, took her hand and kissed it. Holding out a ring, he proposed. Julian confessed he'd caught a fever from thinking about her non-stop and from worrying when he couldn't see her, even for a single moment. Meeting Leah had made him want to become better, and now he couldn't imagine life without her. He wanted her stories, her scoldings, her smiles every day. He asked her to marry him. Leah didn't hesitate. She smiled and said yes. But just as Julian let out a sigh of relief and joy, Leah added with a mischievous glint, "There's one thing I want to do before we get married." Julian, caught off guard but intrigued, asked, "What is it?" Still smiling, Leah leaned closer. "I want to sleep with you first." Julian froze. Leah explained that she wanted to be with the person she loved completely before marriage. Then, with a cheeky grin, she told him to come to her room around midnight. Julian was left completely speechless. Back in his room, Julian jumped into the shower, trying to calm down and collect his thoughts. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was just that his nerves were off the charts. Eventually, he decided to take a walk, hoping fresh air would help. But somehow, his feet carried him straight to Leah's window. Not knowing if it was midnight yet, he hesitated. Then, gathering courage, he cracked the window open and softly called her name. To his complete shock, Leah popped up from the bathtub. Julian's face turned crimson in an instant. Leah, unaware at first that she was fully exposed, let out a loud scream and quickly dunked herself under water. Her cheeks flamed with embarrassment. "You're early," she scolded, hiding behind bubbles. "I haven't even finished soaking," Julian stammered, inching a little closer, voice gentle. He told her he was grateful for her courage earlier, and that this moment, though wildly unexpected, was one he would never forget. Then, leaning closer to the edge of the tub, his voice low and sincere, Julian whispered, "I love you." After that wild night, Julian and Leah took their sweet time enjoying each other's company. By late September, they threw a grand wedding celebration that had the whole kingdom buzzing. Soon after, their carriage rolled up to the Ranelagh estate. Leah, bursting with excitement about their new home, practically jumped out before it even stopped. But the moment she stepped inside, the excitement drained from her face. The place was dark, musty, and gloomier than she expected. Never one to back down from a challenge, Leah turned to Julian with her usual spark and declared, "This place needs a serious makeover." In less than 3 years, that lonely, cold manor transformed into something warm and full of life, beautiful and bright, just like the couple living in it. But while the house had changed, one small issue still cast a shadow on their love. their clashing personalities. One day, Julian heard that Leah had taken a tumble. Again. It wasn't the first time. Concern painted his face as he rushed to check on her, but his worry always came out sounding more like anger. Leah, hurt by his tone, couldn't help but feel discouraged. Julian and Leah were like polar opposites, different puzzle pieces trying to fit. Maybe the signs had been there since their very first clash. But back then they were so wildly in love they overlooked it all. Every time Leah got injured or into trouble, Julian's worry flared into frustration. He'd scold her, not out of cruelty, but out of fear. Still, what Leah longed for was just a little gentleness. Just some softness in his words. Their maid, Judy, often found herself caught in the crossfire of their arguments, feeling sorry for Leah. One day, things boiled over. Julian barked orders at Leah as if she were one of his soldiers, and she couldn't hold it in any more. "Could you not talk to me like that for once?" she snapped. Julian, instead of hearing her out, cut her off. Leah had tried to open up, to explain how his tone shook her. She wasn't asking for flowers or poetry, just some kindness. But Julian, trying to avoid another blowout, told her to drop it. That was the last straw. Furious and hurt, Leah stormed out of the room like a hurricane. Back in her room, she let the tears fall. Judy was there, quiet but supportive, listening as Leah poured her heart out. "I know he cares," Leah said between sobs, "but would it kill him to say it nicely? His coldness, it's getting to me. I miss him." Despite her pain, Leah decided to be the one to make the first move again. Judy watched with a heavy heart. It always seemed like Leah was the one extending the olive branch. Julian, for all his affection, rarely took the lead in mending things. Julian's reactions were unpredictable. When Leah came home limping or bruised, he'd either explode with rage or ice over with silence. Both stung, and that pain often sparked Leah's own temper, launching them into yet another argument. But Leah hated prolonged silence. She'd always break it within a day. Julian, on the other hand, needed space to cool down or risk saying something worse. Later that evening, Leah knocked gently on Julian's door, took a breath, and stepped in. "I'm tired of this," she said softly. "Let's just go back to how we were. I miss you." She reached out. "Can I at least get a hug, a kiss?" But Julian couldn't meet her eyes. He wanted to hold her, to say everything she needed to hear, but the words wouldn't come. He finally muttered, "I'm trying. I just need a little time, please." But time wasn't Leah's strong suit. If Julian stayed silent too long, she'd break down and apologize just to bring peace. Yet deep down she wished that, for once, he'd be the one to take that step. They had a routine. After a fight, Julian would quietly bring her milk with syrup. They'd cuddle up and move on. But like clockwork, another spat would follow in a week or two. Their love was passionate, but the friction was exhausting. Then came the day Leah decided their room needed a makeover. She told Julian, and he offered to send servants to help. "Just wait for them," he said. Of course, Leah didn't wait. Julian found her on the floor, cradling a bump on her head amid a sea of fallen books. She had tried clearing the shelves by herself. His worry turned to anger. "I told you to wait," he snapped, furious. Leah froze. His rage stunned her. Seeing her shaken, Julian realized he'd gone too far. But Leah didn't stay quiet. "Why do you always blow up like this?" she asked, voice trembling. Julian's emotions knotted inside him. He regretted the outburst, but the words still tangled in his throat. As Leah opened her mouth to apologize, "Again," he interrupted her. He didn't want her blaming herself, but all he could say was, "We'll talk later." Leah wasn't having it. "No," she said, stepping forward. "I want a hug. Now." Julian avoided her eyes. Not a word. Leah's heart cracked. She shoved him back, stormed out, and before she disappeared, she shouted through clenched teeth, "I hate you!" Outside, The rain poured down in sheets. Julian searched the entire manor for her. Panic rising, he finally spotted her standing in the rain, soaked and shivering. He ran to her without hesitation. "What are you doing out here?" Leah looked at him, eyes red. "I asked you not to yell at me. I asked you to talk. But when I was ready, you weren't. Every time I try, you turn away." Julian's heart sank. He hated seeing her like this. He moved closer, rain dripping from his hair. "If you could just give me a little time, I'll come round." "I promise," he said quietly. But Leah shook her head. "I've waited enough." There was a long silence. Finally, Julian stepped forward and took her hand. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "You're right. I'll do it your way." Then he pulled her close into a tight embrace. As they stood there in the pouring rain, everything else faded. Because that's how it is in this world. Some people need space, others need to talk it out. But love, real love, learns to meet in the middle. After a fight, some people need to talk things out right away. Others need time alone. That was Julian and Leah in a nutshell. As Julian held Leah close in the rain, he made a heartfelt promise. He would never let her stand alone like that again. Inside, guilt gnawed at him. For his words, for his anger, for all the pain she'd endured because of him. But life, as it often does, had more in store. That night, Julian awoke to find Leah burning up with a high fever. Alarmed, he rushed to fetch the doctor, heart pounding. Fortunately, it was just a cold, nothing serious. The prescription, plenty of rest. And rest she did, with Julian by her side every step of the way, tender and watchful. During her recovery, Leah opened up. She admitted that every time they fought, she'd get this sinking feeling, like maybe it would be easier to just walk away. That's why she was always so eager to make amends. She feared Julian might be thinking the same thing, and she didn't want to lose him. But Julian stopped that thought in its tracks. He looked her straight in the eyes and said with quiet conviction, "You're the only one. I'm not going anywhere." Leah smiled faintly, sheepish. Maybe her fears were unfounded. She promised to stop letting doubt creep in. A week later, Bella stopped by for a visit. Leah was up and about, laughing again, colour back in her cheeks. It felt like everything was finally turning a corner. But it didn't last. After Bella left, Leah's health took a sharp turn. Fever returned, this time worse. The diagnosis, pneumonia. They tried everything, medicine, warm compresses, healing tonics, but nothing worked. Her condition deteriorated quickly. Leah knew her time might be slipping away. Through shallow breaths, she confessed her regrets to Julian. She worried about him being alone. She even told him, heartbreaking as it was, that he should remarry after she was gone, that he deserved to be happy. But Julian couldn't bear it. Tears streamed down his face as he begged her to stay. He made promises, vows to listen better, to never let silence or anger drive them apart. He told her he'd always be there to hold her no matter what. Leah smiled, weak but sincere. She asked for one last hug. Julian pulled her close, and she whispered about the walnut tree, the one under which he'd first embraced her. "Take care of it," she said softly. "Let it remind you of me." A smile faded, and then she was gone. In the bitter winter of 1776, Leah Reveron died at just 20 years old. The cause? Severe fever and respiratory failure from pneumonia. Already weakened by the cold, her body simply couldn't fight anymore. Her passing was swift, shocking, and utterly devastating. Julian never recovered from the loss. He kept her room untouched. Her body remained on that same bed for years. One by one the servants left the manor, unable to bear the eerie presence of death that clung to the halls. But Julian stayed. He couldn't let her go. Even into his 40s, Julian kept his promise. Every autumn, he tended the walnut tree, harvesting its fruit just as he'd told her he would. It was as though Leah's memory had enchanted him, binding him to life, to grief, to her. At night, lying in that cold, quiet room, he would speak into the darkness, calling out for her. "Leah," he whispered, "I miss you. Please, let me see you in my dreams." Then, one night, he opened his eyes to an unexpected sight. There stood Her Majesty, just like the first time she'd summoned him. Beside her, a portrait of Bella. Everything felt surreal, like a dream, yet far too vivid to be just that. Julian's heart thudded. Was this real? And then it hit him. This was real. He was back in Riveron. Somehow, impossibly, he was reliving the past, heading toward a future he already knew. When Julian met Bella, he didn't hesitate. He laid it all out. The life he'd lived, the pain he carried, and what he knew of the future. He urged her not to waste her time with him. She was fated to marry Duke Jamie Orell after all. And he confessed something else, that he was destined to marry her younger sister, Leah. Bella, composed as ever, didn't flinch. Instead, she asked, "Then why are you telling me this?" Julian answered without pause. "Because I want to see Leah again." And there she was. A young Leah, just 14, stood before him, beaming with joy. She hadn't lost an ounce of her fire or spirit. With a playful smirk, she said, "I'd like to marry a handsome man like you someday." Julian dropped to one knee right then and there. "Will you marry me when you turn 17?" he asked, eyes earnest. Leah giggled, her cheeks pink. Without hesitation, she grabbed his hand and whisked him away to a secret place. Heading behind the manor, she showed him a small garden, still a work in progress. "I've been planting seeds," she said. "In 3 years, this place will be blooming." Julian smiled, heart full. "Then I'll be here," he promised, "right by your side, when the flowers bloom." After that, Julian returned to the capital, wearing a grin that stretched from ear to ear. When he told the Queen he was getting married in 3 years, she lit up with surprise and delight. Back at his estate, Julian got to work. And by work he meant tearing the whole place down. The towering walls of the old ducal manor, gone. He levelled them for safety. He wasn't about to risk anyone falling from a height again. This time, he rebuilt everything from scratch using sturdy oak wood, which kept the place warm and welcoming even during the harshest winters. Inspired by Leah, he decorated every corner in her style, soft, cozy, and full of life. He even built a brand new library, painted in her favourite colours. And as a final touch, he enlisted sorcerers to create a magical garden that bloomed year-round. The whole project took nearly 3 years to complete. Edmund, ever loyal, stuck with Julian through it all. He was still trying to wrap his head around how Julian had fallen head over heels after just one look. One day, on their way to a dress shop, Edmund raised an eyebrow. "Another dress?" he asked, genuinely baffled. "How many do you need?" Julian smiled knowingly and explained that Leah had once set her heart on a particular dress. A light blue silk beauty, and it happened to be available now. He wanted to make sure she had it this time. When Leah turned 17, she said yes to Julian's proposal. During a quiet walk together, she asked him something that had always puzzled her. "Why did you ask me to marry you when I was only 14? Did you have a thing for younger girls?" Julian burst out laughing. "Even if you were 30, 40 or older, I would have still asked, because I just knew. It was always you." They got married, as if fate had written their love story in the stars. They were happy, truly happy. Leah turned 20 in good health, despite Julian's constant, cautious worrying. He doted on her, always watching from the window, always checking in. Then, one summer afternoon, while Leah was gardening, just as she loved to do, tragedy struck. A bolt of lightning hit her, killing her instantly. Julian was left alone again, utterly broken. He had done everything in his power to keep her safe. But how could he have stopped lightning from the sky? Consumed by grief, Julian couldn't make sense of it. No one was to blame, but the pain was unbearable. After the funeral, Julian went to the front lines of battle. He fought in the Second Imperial War and led the hardy kingdom to victory. Against all odds, he survived, even though deep down he had hoped the battlefield would take him too. Seasons passed. He kept his promise, harvesting walnuts every year until he turned 40. Then, once again, Her Majesty summoned him. This time, Julian asked her to wait 3 more years. He had some preparations to make. He rebuilt the manor again, faster this time. It wasn't his first time, after all. With a full year to spare before heading to Riveron Island, he saddled his horse and made the journey early, heart pounding with a plan. He would tell Leia everything. Maybe if she knew the truth, they could prevent the tragedy and live out a different future. When he reached Riveron, he found her almost immediately. She was wearing that same blue silk dress, the one he was supposed to give her. When Leia saw him, she blinked in confusion. "Who are you?" she asked. Julian's eyes welled with tears. He couldn't stop them, even as Leia approached, worried for him. She tried to comfort him, gently asking if he was okay. But that only made him cry harder. He had ridden day and night to reach her, rehearsed 1,000 speeches. But in that moment, none of it mattered. He saw the light in her eyes, her youthful glow, and knew if she married him, she would die again. So, in this third life, Julian made the hardest choice of all. He didn't marry her. A year later, when the Queen summoned him again, he declined the marriage altogether. Then came shocking news. A guard rushed in with word that Leia had gone missing. Julian was stunned but kept his resolve. Even when the Queen offered to send search parties, he refused. He couldn't see her again, not like that. Still, he couldn't help wondering how she was doing. He discreetly sent a guard to find her. Turns out, Leia was alive and well, living quietly in a distant county. She was writing romance novels, publishing them under the name of the local Viscountess. Julian was overjoyed. Finally, she was living the life she once dreamed of. But as he read one of her books, he found a line that shook him to his core. "To the man with kind black eyes." It stopped him cold. Could she have remembered their brief encounter? Had it left a mark? Then, tragedy struck again. Leia's carriage crashed into a river. She died before he ever had the chance to speak to her. And that, Julian explained, was the story behind the writing on the giant board in the secret room. The same room Leia had once peeked into. Leia, hearing all this, was stunned. She couldn't comprehend that Julian had lived through this heartbreak not once, but 242 times, and still managed to remain composed. Julian gently reminded her that what mattered now was their reunion, that they had found each other again. Suddenly, Leia froze. Julian leaned in, concerned. "Is that why you kept the room hidden from me?" she asked. "Have you told me this story before?" Julian hesitated, then revealed the real twist. Leia had written the very first part of that message. Back in the early days, that room had belonged to the royal sorcerer. Like most ancient manors, it was full of secret corners, hidden spaces, and lingering magic. Even after the sorcerers were driven out, some rooms remained untouched, just in case. Julian explained that the room once had a tall ceiling with a vintage chandelier. Leia used to love spending time there. But in his 73rd life, the ceiling collapsed and killed her. After that, he redesigned the room to be safer, smaller, sturdier. But here's the catch. The room was enchanted. Everything in it stayed the same from life to life. Even her handwriting on the board remained intact. Julian became convinced that whoever had cast the original enchantment might hold the key to breaking the cycle, so he went to his butler for information on the old palace sorcerer. The name? Callian Alman. It took 312 years, but Julian finally found him. The most ironic part? Callian had been hiding out in the Reynold Duchy the whole time. When Julian entered the old major's house, Callian gave him a knowing look and said with a smirk, "Julian, you've outlasted even me." After pouring out the full story to Callan, Julian wasted no time getting to the point. He wanted to know how to save Leah. But Callan shut him down quickly. Some things, he said, just couldn't be changed. Julian refused to accept that. Every time he was reborn, something was different, so he wasn't convinced that fate was set in stone. He also couldn't understand why he was the only one trapped in this endless cycle. Callan explained it plainly. It wasn't because Julian had done anything wrong or heroic. Someone had simply cast a spell on him, possibly as a twisted experiment. Julian had stumbled upon a girl fated to die young, and now he was stuck mourning her, over and over. The weight of that truth gnawed at Julian. Was this his punishment? His destiny? Was there no way out? Then Callan posed a question. If you found a way to break the cycle, would you be willing to let her go? Without hesitation, Julian said yes. If it meant Leah could live a longer, happier life, he'd let her go in a heartbeat. Moved by his conviction, Callan offered a sliver of hope. If Julian and Leah married, he should bring her to Callan. That visit might unlock a path forward. That spark of hope reignited Julian's will. When the time came, he brought Leah to see Callan, just as he promised. She lit up as she explored the place, eyes wide like a child in a toy shop. Callan even took them to his attic, where ancient tomes of magic were piled high. While Leah eagerly hunted for books to borrow, Callan pulled Julian aside. He handed him a small note, hidden away in a drawer. It hinted at a way to sever the magical bond trapping Julian in this loop. Callan instructed him to deliver that note to him in their next life. Julian did just that. In his 193rd life, not much changed on the surface. Leah still lived, and eventually she still died. But this time Julian clung tightly to the note. After her passing, he returned to Callan and finally handed it over. But even then, Callan questioned Julian's motives. "Is this love?" he asked, "or obsession?" Julian didn't flinch. He stood firm. "It's love," he said, without doubt. "Even after hundreds of lifetimes, I still look forward to seeing her. I still fall in love every time." Callan nodded, but gently offered advice. "Stop focusing on saving her. Cherish her. Find joy in your time together, however long or short it may be." That message hit home. With renewed clarity, Julian approached the Queen, requesting early permission to travel to Riveron, 3 years ahead of schedule. But fate had other plans. Soon after, word arrived that Duke Riveron had received an official letter. The upcoming magic summer was being postponed by 6 years. Leah's long-awaited magical coming-of-age had been delayed. And now, instead of gratitude, Julian was getting the cold shoulder. Leah was furious. She blamed Julian for messing up the timeline by proposing too early. Instead of a warm welcome, Riveron greeted him with awkward silences and sharp glares. Still, Julian tried to make things right. He approached 14-year-old Leah and proposed a deal. He'd stick around as her loyal sidekick for the next 3 years. If she didn't develop feelings for him by then, he'd leave Riveron for good. With surprising honesty, he told her he had a crush on her. That being with her, in any capacity, was already a dream come true. Leah was taken aback, confused, maybe even overwhelmed. She didn't understand how he could be so confident that she wouldn't reject him. After 3 years, Julian couldn't help but laugh, confidently declaring that Leah would eventually fall for him. Fed up, Leah crossed her arms and asked if he was done with his dramatic monologue. She threatened to walk off, but as she turned away, Julian casually followed. He claimed he was just doing his job, as her escort, which only annoyed her more. More than a year had passed since Julian first arrived on Riveron Island. By now, Leah had gotten used to his daily routine of walking her to her room, Even the maids had started whispering, wondering if there was something romantic going on. Leah brushed it off. Sure, the maids teased her, saying she looked smitten, but Leah wasn't so sure. Did she like Julian that way? Some of the bolder maids suggested she try something physical, like touching him, to figure out her feelings. So, true to her daring nature, the next time she bumped into Julian, Leah didn't hold back. She straight up asked him to spend the night with her. Julian was shocked. Leah was still as fearless as ever. He fired back, asking if she had feelings for him. Leah fidgeted, admitting she didn't know. That's exactly why she suggested it, to figure things out. Without warning, Julian leaned in and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, leaving her stunned and blushing. He reassured her that it was okay if she wasn't in love yet. He was willing to wait. From that moment on, things shifted between them. They started holding hands. Julian would kiss her cheek goodnight after walking her to her room. Small gestures, maybe, but enough to send Leah's young heart into overdrive. Time passed. Leah turned 16. One afternoon, she sat in the garden with her tea, wondering why Julian hadn't shown up like he usually did. Her maid filled her in. There were rumours of a suspicious figure roaming town. Julian had probably gone to check it out, playing protector. Leah wasn't convinced. She wasn't the type to sit around waiting, so she grabbed her maid and went out to find him herself. They wandered through the bustling town, no guards in sight. Leah, ever curious, got distracted by the mouth-watering aroma of food stalls. Unbeknownst to her, Julian had been nearby. When he spotted Leah alone in the crowd, his heart nearly stopped. He called out, just in time. A shady figure was sneaking up behind Leah, dagger in hand. Without hesitation, Julian threw himself between them and took the hit. After the chaos, Leah visited Julian as he recovered from his injuries. When she turned 17, they got married. For the first time in countless lifetimes, something changed. Leah's lifespan stretched a little longer. They even had a daughter, Alina. Life felt full. But fate had one more cruel twist. Leah and Eleanor planned a trip back to Riveron. Julian, swamped with duties, couldn't join them. He was anxious, but he let them go, planning to catch up as soon as he could. When he finally wrapped up his work, he rushed to Riveron. What he found broke him. A fiery tragedy had claimed both Leah and Alina. Julian was devastated. He blamed himself. The grief was unbearable. After that, every time he returned to life in front of Her Majesty, he immediately ended it. Again and again, but no matter how many times he died, the loop continued. Nothing broke the cycle. Eventually, he stopped resisting and returned to Riveron Island, as ordered. But this time, when he arrived and asked to meet Leah, the fourth daughter of Riveron, he was hit with a shocking truth. Leah wasn't there. The fourth daughter wasn't her. Completely disoriented, Julian left for the Rennell estate and sought out Callan. Callan laid it all out. Actions have consequences. If someone's life is prolonged or reversed, the universe balances itself elsewhere. Leah's disappearance was the cost of all the lives Julian had reset. If he truly wanted to see her again, he had to stop dying. But Callan had an idea. What if Julian saved someone else who was meant to die? Maybe that would restore balance to the world. Julian couldn't remember all the times he'd lived and died. He'd lost count. But in one of those forgotten lives, he had become a true hero, saving people from minor mishaps and major catastrophes alike. For years he kept going, like a machine on autopilot, saving strangers, fighting battles. By the time he turned 40, something stirred again. Driven by instinct, he saddled his horse and rode back to Riveron. He couldn't bear to wait another second. And then, at long last, it happened. He'd found her. Leah, alive. But Julian wasn't done. He returned home and instructed his butler to find Sen. In this life, he brought Callan to his manor and revealed the secret room. There he laid it all out. Julian was done with the cycle. He pleaded with Callan to help him end it, once and for all. Seeing the agony in Julian's eyes, Callan didn't say a word. Instead, he pulled him into a warm, comforting hug. To honor Callan, Julian threw a grand feast. During the celebration, he gifted Callan a Ranel peach, a fruit rumored to grant an exceptionally long life. He explained the story behind it. Julian's mother had always forbidden him from touching the peaches from that orchard. As tempting as they were, he had never dared. Until now. After Julian's mother passed away, the orchard owner began bringing him a single peach each year he returned to life. This tradition continued faithfully until, honoring his mother's final wishes, the orchard was ordered to cut down the peach tree. But just before that, the orchard owner pleaded with Julian to try one, just once, promising that the fruit could grant him an incredibly long life. Julian was only 20 at the time, and he caved. Now, in this unexpected new chapter of his life, Julian realized he no longer needed immortality. So he passed the peach on to Callan, saying, "Here, you take it." Callan, listening to Julian's tale, was clearly troubled. He flatly told Julian to throw the peach away. Then came the bombshell. Callan revealed that the very same peach was the root cause of Julian's eternal life loop. Julian was floored. He demanded that Sen explain everything. Here's how it all went down. Years ago, a mysterious woman came to buy a love potion from Callan. At the time, gossip swirled that Duke Ranel was set to marry the Queen's sister, despite being in love with someone else. Callan theorized that the woman was, in fact, the Queen's sister, desperate to win Julian's father's heart. But love potions don't work on someone who's already deeply in love, so the scheme fell flat. Later, Julian's mother showed up at Callan's shop with a wild request. She wanted him to enchant the peaches from the tree Duke Ranel treasured most. Her idea? Anyone who ate one would be cursed with eternal life. Her hope was that, through endless reincarnations, her love interest would eventually forget his true love and fall for her instead. But it didn't stop there. She wanted one more spell, far darker. She asked Callan to make it so that anyone who fell in love with the peach eater would die no matter what. Callan refused, still her later orders. Cutting down the trees and destroying the fruit after Julian's father passed hinted at dark magic having taken root. It was clear the curse had been set into motion somehow. Callan urged Julian to destroy the peach and assured him the cycle wouldn't repeat. Julian immediately ordered his butler to burn the remaining peaches and chop down the tree. From that point on, Julian had only one goal: no more peaches for himself. Instead, he gave one to Leah, hoping she'd live a long and joyful life. Julian knew the rules. If Leah ever fell in love with him after eating the peach, her fate would mirror his, and she'd bear the burden. So he ensured she tasted the fruit, but didn't fall for him right away. By the time Leah's third life rolled around, Julian couldn't stay away. He loved her too much. Now, with everything out in the open, Leah finally understood. She stood by him. She told Julian that in all her past lives, when she died, she never regretted a thing. Loving him, even if it ended in tragedy, was worth it. But this time, in this life, she was determined not to lose him again. She sighed with relief when she realized she hadn't actually eaten the peach, just tasted its juice from his hand. In her eyes, that didn't count. Julian admitted that when he saw her in that breathtaking blue dress, he made up his mind he would make Leah his wife again, no matter what. Together, Julian and Leah became a shining symbol of love and unity. Their bond was so admired, it stirred jealousy among others. Rumors began to swirl that the combined strength of the Ranel and Riveron families was growing too powerful. Some even claimed the Hardy Kingdom felt threatened by their alliance. Julian was confident the Queen wouldn't fall for such baseless gossip. Despite the occasional challenge or rough day, Julian and Leah's love endured. As long as they had each other, their happiness felt unstoppable. Leah's 37th birthday was a grand affair. They were en route to Riveron Island for the celebration and to renew their wedding vows. Leah was filled with gratitude for the years, the love, the life they'd built. But their joy was short-lived. The Montes family, swayed by the false rumors, launched a surprise attack. Chaos exploded around them. Their carriage went up in flames. Julian sprang into action, pulling Leah from the wreckage. Then, an arrow. Julian's instinct was to shield Leah. In doing so, he was struck by a volley of arrows. As he lay dying in her arms, the only thing he could see was Leah, sobbing uncontrollably. Though he could never have predicted such an end, Julian found peace in the life he had lived. A life filled with love, laughter, and purpose. With his final breath, he whispered a wish. For Leah's happiness to continue, and for them to meet again in another life. Duke Julian Rannall passed away at the age of 42. He had lived and loved deeply. 2 years had passed since Leah had withdrawn from the world. In the beginning, after Julian's death, she'd made an effort to engage with others, doing her best to honor the happy life he had wished for her, but staying confined to her home had become unbearable, so she ventured out. Unfortunately, the people she met didn't offer much comfort. They kept trying to set her up with their sons or cousins, some with reputations for tempers that flared like wildfires. Leah couldn't help but wonder bitterly, why were all these men still alive, while Julian was gone? She declined every offer. Again. "I'm waiting for Julian," she would say. "He'll find his way back to me." It wasn't long before rumors began circulating around the city, people whispering that Leah had lost her mind. After that, she stopped going out entirely. She spent most of her days in the home she and Julian had once shared, replaying their memories like sacred tapestries. She clung to one hope above all, that maybe, just maybe, she had eaten that cursed peach. She couldn't remember clearly, but she wanted to believe she had. Bella kept sending letters, checking in regularly, and reminding her that her birthday was coming up in June. Taking it as a sign, Leah finally decided to return to Riveron for the first time in years. The journey itself was quiet. Nothing remarkable happened along the way. When she arrived, she spilled everything to Bella. The whole peach saga, her uncertainty about whether she had eaten it, the ache that life felt like it had come full circle, and how, after everything, it all felt hot. Bella, ever the gentle-hearted worrywart, didn't press. Instead, she invited Leah to join the family for her birthday celebration. Everyone gathered. Parents, siblings, nieces, nephews, and a crowd of lively children who reminded Leah of Alina, the daughter Julian used to speak of from another life, a child Leah had never actually met. That night, Leah's sisters burst into her room for an impromptu sleepover. Bella reassured her that better days were coming. Deep down, Leah wasn't sure whether she'd eaten that peach, but she still held on to the hope that memory, shaped by love, could become something real. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows. Bella greeted her cheerfully, "Happy birthday!" Without hesitation, Leah leapt out of bed and dashed outside, leaving Bella startled by her sudden energy. She was 17 again. And there, waiting in the morning light, stood Julian, clutching a peach, tears in his eyes. Overcome, Leah ran to him and told him everything, how she had tasted the Rannall peach, how she remembered the walnut tree. The moment she mentioned it, Julian froze. And just like that, after all they had endured, they found each other again. A future of limitless time stretched before them, a future they would face side by side. With Leah's sisters in town, the house was full of laughter and chaos. But one evening, as Leah gushed about her wonderful husband, her sister Beth asked a surprising question. "Is there even one tiny thing you're not thrilled about?" It was a light-hearted tease, but it lodged in Leah's mind. That night, wandering the halls, Leah stumbled upon Julian's secret room. a space where he had stored keepsakes from all their past lives. While Julian found comfort in it, Leah began to feel a pang of jealousy. He seemed to spend more time there than with her. Later, lying awake in bed, Julian noticed her restlessness and asked what was wrong. Leah hesitated, then asked, almost impulsively, if they could get rid of the room. "It feels like you're closer to the versions of me that I don't even remember," she admitted. Julian listened quietly, then took her hand. He explained that every one of those lives, whether she remembered them or not, was filled with her. In every life, she was his constant. From that day on, they made a tradition of visiting the room together. They would talk about the objects and the stories behind them. Many were tinged with sadness, but they also carried laughter and deep affection. Leah began to hope that, someday, when they were old and ready to say goodbye, they might draw their final breath in that very room, surrounded by all the lives they had loved through. Still, Julian noticed Leah's recent sleep troubles and grew concerned. He reached out to his friend Edmund for advice and brewed calming tea for her. But the moment Leah caught the scent, she fled. Worried, Julian even called in a doctor, only to hear there was nothing physically wrong. Eventually, Julian sat Leah down. "What's keeping you up at night?" he asked. Leah, her voice quiet, finally admitted, "I'm afraid it's all a dream, that I'll wake up and you'll be gone again." Julian pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "It's real," he whispered, "and I'm here, with you." She looked up at him, eyes searching. "Are you happy?" she asked. Julian smiled, unwavering. "Yes, absolutely. And even if we hit hard times, as long as we're together, we'll get through it." Their wedding day had always been full of surprises. One time the guests got food poisoning. Another, Leah nearly fell when her dress betrayed her. Then there was the time a mole ruined the wedding cake. The royal choir once nearly put everyone to sleep, and once a strange outbreak kept them apart all morning. But every disaster became a cherished memory. Now, Juliet wanted to give her the perfect wedding, just once, without mishaps. So he visited Callan, determined to make Leah's childhood dream come true. He handed over a sketch Leah had drawn as a little girl, a vision of her perfect wedding. He had carried that drawing through more than 100 lifetimes. And now he would finally bring it to life. Here's a story few knew. During Julian's 85th life, something strange happened. A time glitch. Instead of waking up in the Queen's palace, he found himself back with Edmund, except Edmund looked much younger. Julian realized he'd returned to his 17-year-old self, the same age he was when Leia had been just 11. Without hesitation, he rushed to find her. He peeked into her room and found her sick with a cold. Quietly, he sat beside her and gently rested a hand on her forehead. That one gesture brought a tiny smile to her lips. The next morning, he woke up back in the palace, as if nothing had happened, just a glitch in time. But for Leah, that tender moment had never left her memory. And now, back together once more. With all their years, their lives, their memories behind them, they finally had the chance to build the future they'd always dreamed of. Together. Always. The tale unfolds as the main character, Aram, undergoes a sudden and dramatic shift in her life. Struck by the infamous Trakoon, she finds herself transported to a fantastical realm known as Soul. However, this isn't the typical teleportation that bestows superpowers upon the protagonist. Instead, Aram becomes entangled in a dark situation, captured by slavers who auction her off as a vampire. Despite the fantastical setting, Aram possesses no supernatural abilities, and her new reality is far from the typical hero's journey. The auctioneer sets her price at 500 gold pieces, labeling her as a vampire in a world where such creatures are feared. Unfortunately, no buyers show interest, as vampires are considered too spooky. Ultimately, she is purchased by the House of Duke and escorted to the palace. Throughout this bewildering journey, Aram is visibly shaken, her fear and confusion apparent as she grapples with the abrupt changes in her life. The Duke's representative warns her about the dangerous nature of Duke Millard, emphasizing that he might devour her if displeased. Expecting a ferocious beast, Aram is shocked when she finally meets Duke Millard, who turns out to be a surprisingly pleasant man. Curious, he asks her if she is truly a vampire. In her confusion, she denies it, and that's when Millard's excitement turns into utter disappointment. It turns out Duke Millard had unknowingly purchased a vampire from a mystical equivalent of Wishcom, the budget-friendly alternative to genuine supernatural creatures. Realizing he had been scammed, Millard is left speechless. He had spent a small fortune expecting a creature of the night, only to receive someone with 0 vampire perks. In a sudden brainwave, Millard beckons her closer. Cautiously, Aram approaches, only for the eccentric Duke to seize her hand and bite it. To his horror, her blood tastes awful, causing him to spit it out immediately. Aram, bewildered and confused, wonders why this oddball is gnawing on her hand. She begins to worry that Millard might decide to kill her due to her subpar blood. Meanwhile, Millard scratches his head, puzzled by what kind of creature Aram could be. Not quite human, but certainly not a vampire. As he contemplates the situation, Aram realizes her best shot at survival is to offer her services. She pleads, claiming she's excellent at cleaning and laundry. However, Millard dismissively declares he has no need for that. Frustrated, Aram threatens to spill the beans about the scam. After some relentless pleading and negotiating, Duke Millard reluctantly agrees to keep her on as a maid. Escorted to her room by another maid, Aram finds solace in her tears, reminiscing about the family she has left behind. The next morning, Aram was greeted with a maid uniform, transforming her into the spitting image of a stereotypical maid. Baffled, she wondered why, in a place that supposedly hated vampires, they still had one serving them. Her first task of the day was to find the missing piece of a puzzle Duke Millard had been working on. Miraculously, she discovered it under his bed. Now entrusted with a new mission, Aram was asked to move some books to the study. The only problem? She had no idea where the study was. When she returned to Duke's room to ask for guidance, a knife whizzed past her head. With dramatic flair, Duke Millard pinned her against the wall, demanding to know who had given her permission to invade his space. Face to face with the imposing Duke, Aram felt her cheeks turn into mini Niagara Falls. Panicking, she stammered out an apology, which led the Duke to summon his right-hand man, Logan. Apparently Logan was the one who had won her at the auction for Duke Millard. Taking on the role of tour guide, Logan led Aram through the labyrinthine halls of the mansion. However, their grand tour was abruptly interrupted by a random maid, who whisked Aram away to the kitchen. There, she was entrusted with a new task, delivering a meal to Duke Millard. As Aram approached Millard's table, ready to carry out her culinary mission, he suddenly changed the script and ordered her to take a seat. Surprised, Aram complied. In the midst of the meal, with an air of suspicion, she suggested taste-testing the food for poison. Millard, seemingly unconcerned, agreed. But as Aram sampled the cuisine, Millard's keen vampire eyes spotted a bloodstain on her foot. Logan was quickly summoned to escort her to the medic. In the medical room, Aram met Marin, who wasted no time asking her age. A suspicious question. As they chatted, Aram couldn't help but notice Marin's striking resemblance to Harley Quinn from that Joker movie. After bandaging her wound, Marin sent her on her way. In a burst of whimsy, Millard gave Aram yet another unusual task, counting the number of times the word Miller appeared in a book. Aram dove into the literary challenge, working diligently and proudly presenting a grand total of 1,068. Little did she know, Millard was slightly taken aback by her accuracy, triggering a nostalgic flashback. As a child, he had been locked in a room with the same tedious counting chore. As the days rolled on, Aram found herself settling into the routine, though she still approached the food with caution, as if it held the secrets of the universe. She was also becoming quite familiar with Millard's temper, which seemed to revolve around an endless cycle of chores. One night, while delivering Millard's dinner, Aram sensed something was off. Concerned, she tried to act like a caring nurse, akin to friends trying to carry each other in a desperate unranked low-L game. Millard, however, brushed off her concern, ordering her to summon someone from the flora. Confused by the term, Aram sought guidance from the other maids, only to be met with cold indifference and some old-fashioned trash talk, fueled by their jealousy over her growing rapport with Millard. Undeterred, she approached the head maid and relayed Millard's request. Still baffled by what the flora was, she sought clarification from Ard, who was just as unhelpful. Later that night, Millard assigned her another task, reading out dates. But in a mild act of rebellion, Aram began to complain. The head maid barged in with urgent news, leading them to a room where Aram was instructed to fetch Marin. As they walked, Marin couldn't resist letting out some jealousy-laden complaints. Together they entered the room where Millard awaited, but, to Aram's surprise, a pink-haired person, who looked more like a femboy than a maid, was sitting on the bed. The figure introduced herself as Rose and, with a sly wink, inquired if Millard had found a partner for channeling his energy. Rose then dropped a bombshell about something called a decree hearing, leaving Aram utterly confused. Who knew vampire politics could be so convoluted? It turned out that the decree was akin to mortal-immortal marriage, with an added twist. If the mortal spouse managed to off the vampire duke, they would hit the jackpot of wealth. Talk about a financial plan with a deadly twist. Upon discovering this vampire matrimony hack from Rose, Aram realized that Millard had mistaken her kindness for an attempt at a decree partnership. Determined to clear things up, she bravely ventured into Millard's ominous room. In the shadow of his dark aura, she hesitated before mustering the courage to spill the tea. She clarified that she was only there to serve him out of goodwill and had no decree ambitions whatsoever. Rather than a stern response, Millard, captivated by her humble explanation, burst into laughter. The usually ferocious Duke, in an uncharacteristically gentle gesture, called her closer and patted her on the head like a fluffy kitten. The next day at the office, Aram decided to flaunt her creativity by crafting a paper crane. Little did she know, this innocent attempt at origami would backfire. Millard, eyeing the paper masterpiece, declared she should mass-produce them. Seeing his newfound interest, Aram suggested they team up for efficiency. After all, 2 cranes are better than 1, right? Initially reluctant due to his pride, Aram eventually gave in after witnessing Aram's crane-folding finesse. Once he was hooked, there was no turning back. Later that day, Aram stumbled upon the palace chapel, captivated by its beauty. The Pope, with his majestic presence, appeared to be the epitome of holiness. However, the initial charm faded quickly as the sermon transformed into what felt like a historical reenactment class. Yawn. Inducing, to say the least. The Pope then brought out a bucket containing a glowing holy concoction. Aram, wide-eyed, couldn't believe what she was seeing. The Pope invited attendees forward for a blessing. When it was Aram's turn, she chatted with him and found him surprisingly friendly, though she couldn't shake the feeling that he was a bit suspicious. The Pope inquired about Aram's backstory, but she skillfully dodged the question, claiming she had a date with Millard. Amused, the Pope, who revealed he had the same plans, suggested they go together. Arriving at Millard's room, the Pope proposed that Millard attend the blessing as well. However, Millard, acting like a bratty kid, initially declined. Instead, he opted for the more sophisticated activity of folding paper cranes with Aram. Despite Aram secretly wishing the Pope would join them, Millard's stubbornness won out. But then, out of the blue, Millard changed his mind and decided to attend. The Pope, thrilled by the unexpected turn of events, asked if he could have a private chat with Aram. However, Millard, with the grace of a protective older sibling, refused the request and shooed the Pope away. Before leaving, the Pope left Aram with a cryptic message. If she ever needed anything, she should reach out to him. Puzzled, Aram wondered if the Pope knew more about her than she thought. As they sat down to fold more paper cranes, Aram couldn't contain her confusion and asked why the Pope had referred to Millard as an elder. Millard revealed they were blood, but with a significant age gap. 16 to 17 generations, to be precise. Aram's shock was palpable. Family reunions in vampire circles must be quite the event. As time passed, Aram found herself settling into the routines of the vampire mansion. One fateful night, her beauty sleep was rudely interrupted by the head maid, who instructed her to fetch Millard from his office and bring him to his bedroom. "Oh, and there might be a dead body involved," the maid added with a deadpan expression, advising Aram to act surprised. Now that was a wake-up call. Entering Millard's room, Aram encountered quite the scene. Millard, decked out like an overrated anime protagonist, sword in hand with a blood-stained flaw. Millard, channeling the calm demeanor of Keanu Reeves, questioned her intrusion. Ignoring his inquiry, Aram casually suggested a wardrobe change before she cleaned him up. Baffled by her lack of fear, Millard asked why she wasn't more alarmed. Aram, in her signature low-key manner, explained that sometimes she found him scary, and sometimes she didn't. Smoothly shifting the conversation, she then asked for the lowdown on the bloodbath. The next day, as Millard lounged in his office, he noticed Aram acting oddly and couldn't resist asking her about it. Quick on her feet, Aram claimed she was planning to discuss her hometown with the Pope. Surprisingly, Millard granted her permission. In the chapel, Aram stood before the Pope, but the real star of the moment was Marin, who revealed Aram's mysterious origins. The Pope decided to play detective, placing his thumb on Aram's forehead, causing a mysterious light to shine. Convinced by the divine glow, the Pope declared that Aram was not a vampire. Well, that settled it. Vampires were officially off the table. It seemed like Aram had received the papal seal of approval. Then the Pope dropped a bombshell. Aram was neither human nor vampire, but something else. An empty shell. Curious, the Pope asked her to tell him more about herself, and Aram spilled the details like a clumsy waiter dropping a tray of drinks. Returning to Millard's office, she told him what had happened. In an oddly possessive mood, Millard bit his finger and left a bloody mark on her forehead. As if that weren't strange enough, he handed her a book titled Research on Blood Collection. The kind of book that might get you side-aimed at a library. Millard warned her that it was a banned and dangerous book. Panicked, Aram questioned why he'd give her such a thing. Millard claimed it was about vampires and urged her to read it. Little did she know, the book was a hot potato brought to Millard by assassins who had failed miserably in their attempt to take him down. That night, Logan dropped another bombshell. Count Freyner, the banned book enthusiast, had committed suicide, leaving a note blaming Millard. Now officially part of the vampire drama, Aram tagged along with Millard to the funeral. Freyner's son, however, wasn't in the mood for pleasantries, angrily blaming everything on Millard, but our unfazed Giga-Chad Millard paid his respects and dipped. On their way back, they swung by a jewelry store, where Millard told Aram to wait outside. As she stood there, a mysterious woman approached, eager to know more about Millard. Aram painted a vivid picture of him, like Picasso with words. Back at the palace and ready for maid duties, the head maid decided to pull a classic prank on Aram, sending her on an egg-fetching mission, only for Aram to find herself grabbing at thin air. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the back door and snatched her, leaving behind just a lone shoe. When Aram woke up, she found herself in a wooden cabin, face to face with none other than the femboy-looking man, Urian Miller, the same Urian whose name she had counted in the Imperial family book. Talk about a weird family reunion. Fearful but trying to keep her cool, Aram listened as Urian promised to return her home if she answered some questions truthfully. Sensing her anxiety, Urian called his servant, who had brought her there. In a bizarre display of loyalty, or perhaps insanity, the servant poured hot coffee on his own head as a form of apology. And then, as if it were just another ordinary day, Urian casually ordered the poor soul's execution. As chaos was about to be unleashed, Aram, in an act of mercy, screamed for him to stop. Urian's twisted smile and response hinted at an even darker side lurking beneath the surface. He then spilled the beans on his real intentions. He wanted Aram to enter into a decree with Millard. To sweeten the deal, he dangled a hefty price for her cooperation. However, even in the midst of the madness, Aram saw through Urian's slimy facade. Back in the Duke's office, Millard was in full detective mode with the head maid, extracting every detail about Aram's connection to the head king. The head maid revealed Aram's current whereabouts: the Torring cabin. With determination, Millard marched toward the door, ready to reclaim what was his. The head maid, noticing his possessiveness, told him that she also wanted to know what Aram would choose, and if she'd be willing to betray him. Millard, sensing a potential love triangle, demanded that the head maid leave. Sitting back in his chair, he was convinced that the dashing Rizzler Urian had nefarious plans to charm Aram and snatch her away. After all, the man was undeniably handsome. Meanwhile, Aram stood her ground against Urian's decree proposal, bluntly telling him she had zero intentions of getting cozy with Millard in any form of matrimonial venture. Surprisingly, Urian was rather chill about it. He thanked her for her honesty and graciously allowed her to make a swift exit. Taking a carriage straight to the palace, Aram couldn't help but fret over what the Duke might think of her sudden disappearance. Gathering her courage, she ventured to Millard's room, only to find him in a state of sheer desperation. He burst out of the door like a bat out of hell. Overwhelmed, Aram began pouring her heart out about the cabin ordeal, but in a moment of impulsivity, Millard kissed her. The unexpected lip lock left Aram dazed, and Millard, seizing the moment, scooped her up and brought her inside. Once inside the room, Aram spilled the beans about the head maid's shady role, urging Millard to fire her. However, in a classic boss move, Millard defended the head maid's job performance. Confused, Aram asked why he hadn't come to her rescue at the cabin. Millard, leaving her to connect the dots, closed the curtains for added dramatic flair and embarked on a long exposition. He explained the imperial family's plot to make him mortal through a human-vampire union. The catch? The imperial family had a murderous vendetta against his potential wives, and he couldn't just marry a vampire bride from the realm he ruled. Aram, wide-eyed, learned the shocking truth. Whoever became Millard's wife would have a target on their back from day one, and now, to complicate things further, the second prince had decided to play the sugar daddy card with Aram. Next thing she knew, he sent her a pair of shoes. And not just any shoes. Millard even took a mold of her feet to ensure a perfect fit. Now that's commitment. Aram, intrigued but cautious about Millard's potential reaction, stashed the shoes under her bed for safekeeping. However, when she ventured into Millard's room, bracing for the inevitable interrogation, he surprised her by not getting mad at all. Instead, he casually told her to use the gift and any other fabulous products she received. To up the ante in the gift war, Millard whisked Aram away to an upscale royal shoe shop. There, they encountered a snooty shopkeeper who initially refused to serve Aram, judging her by her maid uniform. Realizing it wasn't good for business, the shopkeeper eventually caved and showcased their shoe collection. Aram, with her simple tastes, aimed for practical shoes, but Millard had other plans, selecting a flashy pair for her. Just when Aram thought the gift saga was over, the second prince struck again, this time gifting her an apron. This time, Millard didn't reciprocate, sensing the escalating gift warfare. Concerned, Aram approached him, requesting he call off the prince. Despite his usual moody demeanor, Millard reluctantly agreed. To smooth things over, Aram decided to apologize with a personal touch. Flower power. She bought Millard some flowers and attached a heartfelt note about how much she appreciated his gifts. However, instead of receiving gratitude, she was met with cold dismissal. Confused by his abrupt reaction, Aram left the room, leaving Millard alone with his newfound flower fragrance obsession. Later that night, Aram woke up to find herself surrounded by a bizarre assortment of flowers, a weird midnight floral surprise, courtesy of the eccentric vampire Duke. As she rushed out of her room, she was accused by an irate maid of breaking a glass vase. Aram, innocent as a kitten, protested, but the maid wasn't having it. With a sigh, Aram agreed to clean up the mess. Just another day in the vampire mansion. Undeterred, she made her way to Millard's dark and mysterious room, where the curtains were tightly drawn, blocking out any hope of daylight. While pouring hot water for Millard, she mustered the courage to express her gratitude for the gifts, though she hinted at the discomfort they brought her. Millard, seemingly understanding, promised to ease up on the extravagant gifting. Then came the strange request, the blue teapot. As Aram scoured the mansion for it, Millard dropped the bomb that it was poisoned. She was then tasked with another errand, this time to retrieve a box with a bead. Hoping for a less lethal assignment, Aram set out. In a cinematic flashback, Millard reminisced about creating the blue teapot himself. Because, as a vampire, he enjoyed the taste of poison, and being immortal, it didn't bother him. Just your average vampire with a weird palate. As Aram continued her search for the bead box, she crossed paths with the angry maid from earlier, who now accused her of snitching to the Duke. Baffled, Aram denied the allegations, but before she could protest further, the maid locked her out in the cold confines of the bathing area. Fortunately, a maid named Isabel came to Aram's rescue and escorted her back to her room. Isabel informed the Duke about the incident, and he was not pleased. Angry, he stormed to Aram's room to check on her. Millard, showing a surprisingly softer side, blanketed Aram in not one, not two, but 3 layers of warmth, practically turning her into a human marshmallow. Feeling like a mummy in a snowstorm, Aram bravely requested the removal of at least 1 layer. After a heated debate, Millard reluctantly agreed to peel off a blanket, revealing a slightly less bundled Aram. In a moment of rare seriousness, Millard apologized to Aram, promising to change his ways. He acknowledged that he hadn't been the most careful caretaker and that Aram's condition was proof of that. Just as things were starting to calm down, the Pope, the holy light enthusiast, made an entrance. Ordered by Millard to fix Aram, the Pope, with all his knowledge of her past life and emptiness, hesitated before applying his holy touch to her forehead. Millard, unimpressed, found the whole blessing affair annoying, and the Pope eventually made his exit. Curious about Millard's displeasure, Aram asked for an explanation, but he brushed her off, sending her back to sleep. Little did she know, Millard was about to unleash a fit of vampire rage on the entire servant crew. Gathering the terrified servants in the hall, Millard singled out the maid responsible for locking Aram in the bathing area. In a twisted display of vampire justice, he forced her to drink poison, and the poor maid spat blood like an extra in a horror movie. Satisfied with his dramatic execution, Millard left the servants with a stern warning: never touch his maid again. Later, Millard visited Aram and told her that he would be moving her to a new room because her current one was too far away. He modified several things in the palace for her comfort. When Aram woke up in her new, improved room, she marveled at the cozy surroundings. Even the vampire lord's room was conveniently close by, as if the entire mansion had undergone a magical makeover. The once jealous and mad maids now bowed to Aram's newfound authority, creating an oddly harmonious atmosphere. However, the mysterious disappearance of the troublemaking maids, including the one who had locked Aram in the bathing area, left an air of intrigue. Isabel, acting serious, ushered Aram to her room and spilled the tea about the fired maids. In a dramatic twist, she pleaded with Aram to keep Duke Millard in check, as he apparently only listened to her. Isabel also revealed Millard's ruthless act of punishing the head maid. With a sense of responsibility, Aram promised to look into it. Someone had to stop Millard's rampage, and why not with a bit of diplomacy? As Aram headed toward Millard's office, she overheard 2 maids discussing their reluctance to deal with the vampire lord, who was apparently acting like a monster. Vampire problems, right? Inside the office, Millard orchestrated a grand sit-down session, leaving Aram twiddling her thumbs for what felt like hours. Later that night, Millard called Aram outside his room and presented her with the D. But before your imagination runs wild, let me clarify. It was delicious chocolates. Aram graciously thanked the Duke, but something seemed off. Millard's face was downcast, leaving her in a state of perplexed, chocolatey confusion. Millard, feeling hunger creeping in, needed blood. The servants freaked out and hastily grabbed another girl to replace Rosa for Flora's usual blood-sucking routine. The poor substitute was terrified, and Aram, ever the peace ambassador, decided to step in and calm her down. But oh boy, the girl was crying like a broken faucet, which was getting on Aram's nerves. She briefly considered switching from a gentle approach to a slightly threatening one, warning the girl that if she didn't quiet down, the Duke might turn her into a human juice box. Surprisingly, the girl managed to force a shaky smile through her tears, and with a mental eye roll, Aram headed to the Duke's lair. On her way there, she couldn't help but feel like the new girl was a mini version of herself when she first landed in this peculiar palace. When she finally reached the Duke's office, Aram revealed the situation with the new recruit for Flora. The Duke, in all his blood-sucking glory, sauntered over to check on the girl. However, as he approached, he couldn't quite read Aram's expression. Confusion struck him like lightning, and he started getting anxious, worried that he had messed something up. Little did he know, Aram was just lost in thought, reminiscing about her first days in this bizarre vampire palace. As the Duke neared the sobbing girl, something inside him snapped, and he ended up squeezing her neck a bit too hard. Oops. Realization hit him, and he quickly stepped back, regret washing over his vampire conscience. Seeking redemption, he awkwardly asked the girl for suggestions on how to do something nice for Aram. Still sniffling, the girl rambled on about a raise or some cold hard cash. As she spoke, the Duke's super-sensitive vampire nose caught a whiff of blood outside the room. Aram, growing impatient, envisioned the worst-case scenario. Fueled by memories of her own entry into this strange palace, she pulled out a dagger, giving her finger a small cut for dramatic effect. Just as she was ready to storm in like a superhero, the Duke intercepted her. Realizing she thought he was turning the girl into a snack, his delicate vampire ego took a hit. Aram assured him it was just a déjà vu moment, and the Duke, looking slightly wounded, retreated into his lair. That night, like a mysterious nocturnal creature, Millard vanished into the forest without a word, probably to contemplate his vampiric existence. Or maybe just to have a dramatic brooding session under the moonlight, who knows. Vampires, right? You see, Millard, the Duke of Brooding, wasn't really a fanboy, but more like a lonely vampire with a serious case of the blues. His childhood was essentially a vampire version of being grounded forever. He spent his early days locked up in a room with nothing but books for company, practically earning himself a PhD in self-taught reading. Fast forward to adulthood, and Millard became a big-shot duke, but alas, loneliness was still his trusty sidekick. Then one day, his friend Logan spilled the beans about a vampire girl up for auction. Millard's eyes probably sparkled at the idea of finally having a fang buddy to share his woes, but when he snagged the girl, she turned out to be as human as a pizza delivery guy. Now, most people would have gone for the classic throat-ripping move, but not our Millard. Nope, he decided to keep her around and make her suffer just because... why not? However, as they shared a living space, her quirky personality started tugging at his lonely heartstrings. What started as an annoying presence slowly became amusing, and against all vampire odds, she brought a bit of happiness into Millard's undead existence. The next day, Aram strolled into her room, expecting to find Millard, but he was nowhere in sight. A whole week passed with still no sign of the elusive Duke. Aram couldn't help but notice that the other servants were carrying on with their chores as if the Duke's disappearance was just a minor blip on their radar. Puzzled, she lounged on her bed, wondering where on earth the Duke had vanished to and what kind of shenanigans he might be up to. Just as her thoughts were spiraling into a worry-fueled daydream, there was a knock on her door. Lo and behold, it was the Duke himself. Before Aram could even process his sudden appearance, Millard handed her... no, not that type of head. He presented her with the severed head of the slave trader who had captured her. Millard then casually informed her that he had single-handedly taken down the entire slave trader market and liberated her. Instead of jumping for joy, Aram was still processing the situation, her mind struggling to catch up. But Millard misread her expression, thinking she was disappointed. Instantly, he transformed into a full-blown nervous wreck, desperately asking how he could make her happy. His anxiety reached a peak, and in a dramatic fit, he even knelt before her, begging for forgiveness. Aram, completely taken aback by his theatrics, hurriedly pulled him up. But Millard wasn't done. He continued pleading, convinced she saw him as some kind of monster. As a final peace offering, he handed her a recommendation letter, perhaps thinking she wanted to escape his chaotic world. However, Aram waved off the idea, deciding she wasn't ready to leave just yet. Despite all the madness, she realized she wanted to stick around. The next morning, Millard dove into a mountain of letters like a paper-hungry detective on a mission. Aram, now promoted from garbage lady to chief name-cutter, stood by his side, dutifully assisting in the noble art of dustbin duty. As Millard sifted through the stack, he spotted a prestigious invitation from E. Miller. With a casual nod, he expertly tossed it into the not-interested pile. Enter Logan, the bearer of news and the harbinger of concerns, followed by the Pope, who made a grand entrance, fretting over Millard's apparent rejection of an invite from Emperor ECM. Shocked and slightly offended by Millard's nonchalant attitude, the Pope pleaded with him to at least attend the medal-awarding portion of the grand ceremony. Millard, with his usual disinterest, suggested FedEx delivery for the Emperor's medal. In disbelief, Pope informed Millard that the Emperor was so impressed by his slave trader eliminating prowess that he was offering him the second highest medal. Aram, sensing an opportunity, convinced Millard to at least consider attending. Later that night, Aram thanked Millard for liberating the slaves, sharing that it had reminded her of her own captivity. Millard, suddenly connecting the dots, realized that when Aram spoke of her first day in that world, she meant the day she had been captured by slavers. In a moment of delusional glory, Millard asked if Aram wanted to go back home. Aram, grounding him in reality, explained that returning home wasn't an option for her. Millard, misinterpreting her words, sighed in relief, convinced it was a sign of affection. With grand plans beginning to form in his mind, Millard decided to transform their current location into a new home for Aram. After all, why settle for saving the day when you could also redecorate the entire place? The next morning, Duke sat in his office, looking like a corporate slave burning the midnight oil. Aram, stationed comfortably on a couch, couldn't help but notice his pale demeanor. Being the inquisitive soul he was, Miller decided to dive into the mysteries of Aram's past life, asking about her academic endeavors. Aram revealed she was once a shining academic star with dreams of becoming a civil servant. Millard, looking like he'd just discovered a parallel universe, was shocked by her studious past and immediately began comparing her to the students in his world. In a flash of inspiration, or perhaps desperation, he summoned Julio Almas, the librarian advisor, to be Aram's academic mentor. Introductions were made, and Julio handed Aram a question paper so confusing even their translator couldn't make sense of it. The studying journey began in the afternoon, and Aram couldn't help but feel a bit out of her element. Meanwhile, in the maid mess, the head maid burst in with a grand announcement. A function was on the horizon, and all servants could pen down their requests for wages or bonuses. Cheers erupted from the staff, but, in a rare moment of worry, Aram realized she couldn't navigate the festivities alone. Off to Isabel she went, requesting her company for the upcoming shenanigans. A visit to Duke's office ensued, but Millard was deep in a bad mood. Aram, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in his corporate slave heart, shared her festival plans with Isabel, only to unintentionally exacerbate Millard's already grumpy state. The next day, with all servant requests completed, Millard made a dramatic exit from the palace. A curious servant asked Aram why she wasn't joining him for the parade. Baffled but eager for adventure, she decided to ditch the office and hit the festival with Isabel. At the lively festival, Aram went incognito, sporting a hat to keep her black locks and identity under wraps. The whole event was a chaotic whirlwind of excitement. Aram and Isabel, attempting to catch a glimpse of the parade, found themselves sandwiched in the crowd like a piece of meat between teeth. Aram's anxiety levels reached new heights, while Isabel, not exactly a beacon of empathy, yelled at her to toughen up. Meanwhile, at the Emperor's palace, Duke A. Miller encountered the formidable presence of Duke. However, Duke's mood wasn't exactly festive, as he brooded over the idea of Aram enjoying herself without him. Logan, ever the voice of reason, advised Duke against making a scene. Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts about a maid, Duke found himself tangled in emotions. Enter the femboy prince, ready to apologize but equally ready to stir the pot. Inquiring about Aram, Duke grumpily asserted that the prince had no business knowing about her. The prince, with a mischievous grin, tried his best to annoy Duke, who, in a state of confusion, turned on his heel and walked away. The prince, observing this, realized his plan to pique Duke's interest in Aram was working like a charm. Back at the function, as the parade finally kicked off, Duke found himself holding a leash with the head maid on the other end. The head maid became the center of attention for the parade, taking the spotlight while the crowd erupted in cheers, leaving Duke in the dust. Like being neglected by a crush. The parade itself was a dazzling spectacle, and the entire audience soaked up the enjoyment. Once the glitter settled, everyone returned to their usual festival shenanigans. On the way back, Aram couldn't help but inquire about the head maid's strange position with Duke. Isabel spilled the beans, revealing that she was initially Duke's chosen companion because, well, there wasn't anyone else around. Isabel clarified that sitting on a horse with a woman beside you symbolized obedience, and dropped the bomb that she was Duke's original pick. They took a breather at a fried chicken stall where Isabel casually suggested Aram could be the priestess in the parade. Aram, not feeling the whole horseback obedience vibe, questioned the term priestess. Isabel, in her typical straightforward style, recounted a scandalous tale of a viscount who accidentally brought his side piece instead of his fiancée to the parade. The woman on the horse became the equivalent of Saul if young, and a priestess if old. Aram had missed the chance to be the youthful Saul equivalent. Opportunity knocked, but she didn't answer. Isabel then revealed that she was paid to be friendly to Aram, and advised her to sing her praises in front of the Duke. They wrapped up the function with more enjoyment and headed back to the palace. Millar, returning and still fuming over his encounter with the prince, fretted about whether Aram cared about the medal he received. In a surprise twist, he decided to check on her in her room, only to be greeted by like it was his birthday surprise. The grumpy old grandpa Duke didn't seem impressed at all with Aram's excitement. He brushed off her enthusiasm, telling her not to force herself into these things. Aram, determined to make her point, retorted that she wasn't forcing herself, she genuinely wanted to do it. Sensing his displeasure, she quickly apologized and suggested she should leave. Just as she was about to make her exit, Duke halted her with a gruff voice, instructing her to light the candles and share the tales of her day. Reluctantly, they both settled down and Aram revealed every detail. As she narrated, Duke, in his own gruff way, asked if she had fun. She beamed and replied that it was awesome. Tons of fun. Suddenly, Duke sprang from his chair and fetched a sky lantern from another room. He suggested they send it together. They ascended to the terrace, lit it up, and watched it float into the night sky. Aram couldn't help but feel genuinely happy, and it dawned on Millard that, grumpy as he may be, he had managed to bring joy to her day. The next day, Duke surprised Aram with an invitation to the Emperor's birthday. However, apprehension set in as she worried about judgment at this royal event. Duke reassured her, but Aram still feared potential humiliation. Eventually, she agreed, only to realize the celebration was in 3 months, not enough time to master dance and etiquette. During a study session with her advisor, Aram told him about Duke's invitation. Desperate for guidance, she pressed the advisor, who bluntly admitted he couldn't do much. Undeterred, she insisted, and he reluctantly agreed to look into it. After their study session, the advisor spilled all the beans to Duke, who, in his typical grumpy fashion, declared that Aram thinks way too much. The advisor, trying to be helpful, suggested bringing in Elle for etiquette lessons. But that idea didn't sit well with Duke, who promptly told him to stay in his lane. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Nelson apologized, prompting Duke to warn him about the watchful eyes and the need to be more careful. Aram's next study session started a tad early, with a mission to prepare for the upcoming birthday bash. After completing a chapter, the advisor instructed Aram to head to a room on the second floor, East Wing. As she explored, a lady named Evangeline and a nerdy-looking boy, Doran, introduced themselves. Apparently, Evangeline was there to teach Aram the palace waltz. They kicked things off with some knee-bending action and a bit of dancing. Once Evangeline left, another lady stepped in, ready to school Aram in palace etiquette. Come nighttime, Aram's back felt like she'd been in a gaming marathon for hours, tired and aching. She realized Duke wasn't exactly treating her like a pet, but more like a project. The next day, during the study session, the advisor lost his cool with Aram, convinced she'd ruined Duke's reputation at the birthday party. Word of this reached Duke, who summoned the advisor to his office. There, the grumpy Duke unleashed his rage, threatening the advisor for scolding Aram. Desperate to save face, the advisor pleaded that everything was for Duke's reputation. Unmoved, Duke sentenced the advisor to the dungeon, where he would await his punishment. Aram waltzed into the study session, expecting her usual advisor, only to find an empty chair. Puzzled, she headed to Duke's office to seek answers. Duke, with a guilty look, apologized on behalf of the missing advisor, admitting that he had been a bit too stern with her. However, Aram shrugged it off, claiming she could handle a verbal slap or two, since it was all out of concern. While they chatted, Pope made a grand entrance, and Duke's expression instantly plummeted. He promptly instructed Aram to play hostess and entertain Pope in the hall. As Aram approached Pope with the head maid, surprisingly all sugar and spice, expressed her delight at Aram getting cozy with Duke, believing it was softening him up. Aram, caught off guard by the sudden friendliness, just nodded along. Pope, on the other hand, unleashed his inner bargain bin counselor on Aram, asking about her feelings in the palace and dropping the bomb that he too suffered under the missing advisor. Pope attempted some budget therapy before the conversation got too absurd. Just as things were getting awkward, Duke swooped in and sent Aram off to rest. Ignoring Duke's advice, Aram sneakily headed to his office and stumbled upon a smuggling case report. Caught up in reading, she lost track of time. Suddenly, it hit her. It was waltz training time with Evangeline. Rushing to the session, she found herself learning a myriad of hand signals and even got a crash course in how to be intentionally rude. As the night dragged on, Aram, still wide awake, practiced her walking technique in her room. Duke happened to stroll by and spotted her. A grin spread across his face. Maybe the sight of her perfecting her walk was the unexpected highlight of his day. The next day, Duke decided to take Aram to a jewelry shop to flex his diamond knowledge. He showed her a bunch of sparkly rocks and asked her to spot the difference. But to his surprise, Aram couldn't play the spot the diamond game. While Duke disappeared into the back room with the owner, the shop lady popped up like a jack-in-the-box to greet Aram. Confused about the diamond dilemma, Aram asked the shop lady why all the rocks looked like long-lost twins. Turns out, some sneaky distributors had stolen their diamond grinding saw and sold it to the competition. The shop lady was stressing over the rival shop making competitive diamonds faster than a microwave popcorn bag pops. In the middle of this diamond drama, Duke strolled back in and he and Aram made a hasty exit. Outside, Duke, the high and mighty, surprisingly helped Aram onto the carriage. Aram raised an eyebrow, thinking it wasn't every day you see a Duke doubling as a personal chauffeur. But wait. Duke had an excuse ready. He claimed Aram was as fragile as a bubble and he didn't want her spraining an ankle. Smooth move, Duke, but Aram found it a bit odd. She didn't sign up for a Duke and a half. They reached a park, and Duke transformed into a casual stroller, pointing at flowers and whatever else caught his fancy. Unexpectedly, a guy named Damier rushed in, all apologies and drama. It turned out he owned the rival jewelry shop, and they had nabbed the saw-stealing scoundrel. Duke, instead of unleashing a wrathful storm, calmly listened to Damier's plea for a contract renewal. To Aram's surprise, Duke spared Damier and walked away, leaving the poor guy in shock. Aram, in her confusion, wondered if Duke's leniency was some strange consideration for her. The emotional roller coaster hit her, and before she knew it, tears were streaming down her cheeks. Duke, seeing the waterworks, got concerned. Little did he know, Aram was having a moment of realization. She'd successfully turned the mighty Duke into a character from a tear-jerker soap opera. The next morning marked the grand finale of Aram's dance preparations, and guess who decided to join the dance floor? None other than the Duke himself. To Aram's surprise, the Duke had some serious moves. It turns out he wasn't just good at ruling a kingdom, he could cha-cha like a champ. After a bit of twirling and spinning, they headed to the Duke's office. In his majestic office, the Duke handed Aram the task of playing Letter Ninja again, but amidst the cutting and snipping, the Duke couldn't help but wonder why Aram seemed as slender as a stick. His frustration bubbled up. He just wanted her to be happy, but her changed attitude had him scratching his head. Driven by a desperate desire to see Aram smile, the Duke abruptly stood up and left the office. He wanted her to be as hearty as a laugh track on a sitcom, not as frail as a dandelion in the wind. Later, Aram received a letter from the prince. An apology letter. The prince wanted to meet her after the birthday gala to propose something shiny and new. Duke, not thrilled about the prince's sudden interest, declared that Aram should handle the situation personally. At the gala, Duke and Aram hit the dance floor twirling like they were auditioning for a ballroom dancing reality show. But just as things were getting interesting, someone interrupted the Duke. While Duke was away, Aram decided to sip on some wine like a sophisticated lady. However, her elegance was short-lived as she started coughing and vomiting blood. The whole place gasped. Talk about stealing the spotlight at the party. In a whirlwind of drama, Duke swooped in like a superhero and caught Aram just as she dramatically pointed at the waiter, blaming him for the poisonous drink. Duke, not one for subtlety, charged at the waiter like a rhino on a mission, delivering a royal beatdown and calling in the cavalry to arrest the miscreant. Escorted to a room, Aram looked like she had 1 HP left, dangerously low on her life bar. Duke had a lightbulb moment. He did a wrist-slicing maneuver and started rubbing his blood and Aram's together like some bizarre potion-making ritual. Lo and behold, it worked. Aram regained consciousness, probably questioning Duke's first aid methods. Relief washed over Duke when Aram forgave him for whatever shenanigans went down on their first day at the palace. Upon reaching the palace, Duke tucked Aram into her bed, playing the role of the perfect caretaker. The next morning, Aram woke up a tad bewildered to find Duke chilling by her bedside. He confessed he was worried she might have pulled a Sleeping Beauty, which made Aram feel oddly like royalty. With genuine concern, Duke explained that it reminded him of his childhood fear of his mum snoozing permanently. Cutting to the chase, Duke spilled the beans about the halfway point of the blood transfer. Furious, he confronted Pope, demanding to know why her blood wasn't purified entirely. The conversation quickly escalated into a heated debate about black blood, light, and all things vampire. Aram, caught in the crossfire, sat there utterly confused. Not one for subtlety, Duke turned to Aram, demanding if she was aware that vampire blood coursed through her veins. Pope, grinning like the Cheshire Cat, locked eyes with Aram, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Aram then revealed a secret only the two of them were privy to. She spun a tale for Duke about getting smacked by a carriage, and Pope chimed in with the revelation that her body was a bit of an empty vessel. According to Pope, people could be categorized as either dark or light, but Aram defied such labels. She was like an empty soda can, fizz-free. Duke connected the dots, finally understanding why her hair was as dark as a moonless night, and why her blood had a taste that could put garlic-flavored toothpaste to shame. Realizing he was becoming expendable, Pope was politely shown the door by Duke, who probably needed some space for his brooding. With Pope out of the picture, Duke, in a moment of bossy concern, commanded Aram to take a horizontal position on the bed. However, Aram thought it was a bit beneath a duke to be playing nursemaid. Duke, showing a surprisingly soft side, insisted he enjoyed their unique dynamic and wanted to take care of her. He even threw in an offer to go back to the way things were in the past, to which Aram, swift as a ninja, shot up from her bed, making it clear she had no interest in that retro nonsense. The next day, Duke embarked on a mission to unmask the villain behind Aram's carriage encounter. The waiter spilled the beans. It was none other than Ian Frayner. In a powwow with Logan, Duke decided they'd relocate right after the birthday gala. Meanwhile, Aram, casually reading the newspaper, nearly choked on her coffee when she stumbled upon paparazzi headlines about her and Duke being the hottest gossip in town. Pope, like a persistent salesperson, tried to convince Duke to postpone his return to the estate until the Advent. Duke, not buying what Pope was selling, shut him down, suspecting Pope's sudden concern had more to do with the fear of being shunned than anything else. Aram, with a diplomatic touch, assured Duke it was okay if it was about him. That night, in a move that could be misconstrued, Duke summoned Aram to his room. However, it wasn't a steamy rendezvous, but a delivery. A page revealing that Ian Frayner had been caught with a forbidden book and was due for a date with the Emperor and the Council. The following day, Duke and Aram set off for the estate. Upon arrival, Duke, with the grandeur of a royal pronouncement, assigned Aram the prestigious role of official document sender and receiver in his fancy office. They handed her the quittance paper from her old job, and then the royal estate guy spilled the beans about her new gig. Surprise, surprise. It was like comparing apples to spaceships. Duke casually mentioned she could start her new adventure tomorrow. The royal estate escort walked Aram to her new digs, practically doing a victory dance because Duke had finally hooped in. Apparently work had piled up like a tower of pancakes, and Mr. Fancy Pants was struggling to keep it from toppling over. He showcased the office maze in the library, and at this point, Aram's brain felt like it was doing acrobatics. Then came the grand tour, and Aram hit the jackpot. She walked into a room and was immediately hit with a blast from Grandma's dreamland. Mr. Fancy Pants assured her it wasn't over the top, but Aram was like, "Am I in a palace or an art museum?" He advised her to chill and even promised a maid to rescue her from the pre-banquet chaos. As Mr. Fancy Pants waltzed away, Aram entered her room, feeling like she had landed in the coziest cloud ever. A bath was ready, but Aram, not quite used to royal pampering, felt a tad out of place. The maid transformed her from regular human to royalty with a salon session fit for a queen. Deep down, though, Aram knew this fairy tale could turn into a pumpkin carriage any second. Duke's moods were as predictable as a cat on a hot tin roof. As the night rolled in, the royal estate party kicked off, and Aram was dolled up like a princess. A royal with a femboy flair named Elle came over, flashing a charming smile and trying to win her over. Duke, feeling a sudden surge of jealousy, warned Elle to keep his distance. Looks like someone woke up on the grumpy side of the royal bed. Aram sat next to Duke as he grabbed the mic to announce his grand return. The royal table looked like a wine lover's paradise, and Aram, being 20, thought, why not sip? It tasted like victory. But Duke, being the responsible adult in the room, shut that down real quick, forgetting that, in vampire years, she was still in the sippy cup phase. Elle, ever the conversation ninja, slid in with some random talk about, let's just say, personal preferences. Duke, not having any of it, brushed him off. Meanwhile, Aram, in her grape juice-induced haze, got a bit tipsy. Duke's attempts to play the sober coach failed miserably. He finally gave up and decided to play the role of the babysitter, carrying a giggly and chatty Aram to her room. She was blabbering about who knows what, probably the secrets of the universe or her favourite snack. Duke, like a pro, tucked her into bed. In her tipsy state, Aram got a bit emotional and asked Duke what she'd accomplished during their time together. Duke told her that she had changed him and his whole royal routine. Aram drifted off into dreamland with a smile on her face, leaving Duke to contemplate his life choices. The next morning, Aram woke up with her blanket looking like a skyscraper at sunrise. She had a big, all-smiles grin on her face, because Duke had dropped the bomb last night that she was super special to him. In the library, Duke transformed into a vampire chemist, cooking up a secret recipe to turn Aram into a bloodsucker like him. But he wasn't exactly planning to ask for permission. He figured he'd just turn her into a vampire first and then spend eternity begging for forgiveness. Talk about playing the long game. Duke, the master chef of vampire conversion, started spicing up Aram's meals with a dash of his own blood. Aram, clueless about the behind-the-scenes drama, went off to her office, where the estate royal handed her the thrilling task of copying a ledger. Exciting stuff. After slaving away on her thrilling ledger mission, Aram headed back to her room, feeling a bit down because she hadn't seen Duke all day. Meanwhile, Duke was in vampire lab mode. A maid swooped in and announced dinner time, guiding Aram to a fancy room with a glass window. Lo and behold, Duke was there, looking paler than a ghost. Aram figured Duke might need a refill of that red stuff soon. The idea of him sipping on someone else's blood made her feel a mix of queasy and jealous, so, being the smooth talker she is, she asked if they could make this dinner thing a regular deal. Duke, with his pale but polite face, agreed to the proposal. As the day rolled on at the fancy royal estate, the helper guy noticed that Aram was no slouch in the brains department. He even went so far as to claim he was the mastermind behind her newfound skills, throwing shade at the advisor who used to be in charge. In between sharing his get-rich-quick schemes and dissing the economy, he brought up the whole Duke liking Aram situation. Aram, feeling uncomfortable, shut that down real quick. During dinner with Duke, she thanked her lucky stars for having such a stellar team, including Duke and the royal smarty pants. But oh snap! Aram forgot to call Duke her superior during the dinner chat. Quick save, she threw in a compliment about how Duke outshined even the royal smarty pants. Duke tried to act all cool, but you could practically see him blushing under the royal chandeliers. The next day, Aram received a mysterious package from Tran, and the royal smarty pants revealed it was from a swanky place called Baltin. He went on about flowers and beauty, while Aram searched for Duke to deliver the goods. Unfortunately, Duke was MIA, so the smarty pants suggested leaving him a note. Aram jotted down a message, but the smarty pants chuckled, thinking it sounded a bit too steamy. Meanwhile, in another corner of the story, Millard was counting down the days, holding a mysterious black potion as if he were waiting for a cosmic sale. Back in the library, Aram was scratching her head, wondering why Duke had agreed to all those emperor terms way back when. Just then, the advisor tried to clear things up when... boom! Duke walked in, asking about that steamy note. Off they went to retrieve the mysterious package, and with Duke strolling beside her, Aram turned into a blushing mess. Love was in the air, or maybe it was just the royal perfume. Blushing like a tomato, Duke popped the big question, asking about the mysterious note. But oh boy, Aram went all secret agent on him, replying with a classic, "It's nothing." Smooth move, Aram. Then the plot thickened when Duke handed her a super top-secret package. Drumroll, please. Turns out it was just a brochure from a summer clothing store. Duke, being all mysterious Sigma male, told her to pick out her summer wardrobe, but made it clear that she was footing the bill. Sugar daddy alert! Or not. The clothes in the brochure were practically on clearance. Aram, wide-eyed, probably thought Duke was being overly generous. But oh no, Duke got it all wrong. He thought she found the prices too high. So, in true superhero fashion, he declared he'd make the store drop their prices even further. Aram had to be the voice of reason, telling him it was already cool. Then came dinner, fashionably late, and Aram couldn't help but wonder why they were having a dinner party. After everyone else had ghosted the dining room, Aram, in between bites, dropped the bomb. "When are my fab clothes arriving?" Duke's jealousy radar immediately went off. He asked, "Who's the lucky person you're dressing up for?" Aram, cool as a cucumber, shut that down, saying it was all for her fabulous self. Post-meal, the server slid over some mysterious pills. Duke revealed they were the ultimate poison protection pills. Aram, skeptical but game, gulped them down. With a twinkle in her eye, she dropped the suggestion. Let's go on a picnic to Bolton." Duke, a bit bummed because he wanted to be the picnic planner, reluctantly agreed. Right and early, Izel transformed Aram into a picnic-ready queen while brushing her hair. Little did Aram's tummy know it was already rumbling and she was craving a snack. However, Isabel wasn't having any of it, fearing Aram might end up looking like Big Show from WWE. Apparently, ladies don't chow down, or so Isabel claimed. Aram was shocked. Did she just get called a lady? All dolled up, Aram glided into the hall, and there stood Duke, looking like he'd just discovered a secret treasure. The carriage ride to the picnic spot felt like a nerdy first date, with awkward compliments flying left and right. Baltin and the picnic destination turned out to be a field of dreams covered in gorgeous flowers. Also, a bunch of servants and maids were there. Duke and Aram strolled through the flowery wonderland, but Aram, the Sherlock Holmes of picnics, noticed the local factories were on a smoke break. When she questioned Duke, he casually brushed it off, claiming they must be on vacation. Vacation? More like picnic mode activated. They dove into the feast they brought, and Aram quickly realized why Isabel had been the snack police earlier. Aram excused herself to whip up a flower ring for Duke in the fields. She slid it on his finger and voila! Duke was over the moon. In the end, it turned out to be a wholesome picnic, or as we like to call it, a date with a side of flowers. Back at the estate, Aram discovered some letters that smelled like a flower shop on steroids. She turned into Sherlock Holmes and confronted the estate royal about the fragrance mystery. He dodged the question like a pro, ninja dashing away, leaving Aram with more questions than answers. She handed him the letters, but he casually tossed them into the basket, setting off Aram's curiosity alarm. With a magnifying glass in hand, Aram peeked into the basket and... surprise. Found a love letter from someone named Rana to Duke. She got jealous seeing that the letters from Rana kept flooding in, and so did Aram's jealousy. At dinner, she looked rough and worried, probably due to the mystery love notes. Duke noticed and asked, but Aram, pulling a classic move, claimed she was just tired. Yeah, right. Later that night, Duke had a heart-to-heart with the estate royal, dropping the "why is Aram so sad" bomb. The estate royal revealed Aram had spotted those Rana letters. Duke told him to spill the beans and let Aram read the drama-filled letters. The next day, the estate royal played Cupid and granted Aram permission to dive into the love letter saga. She sprinted to open the letter and, oh boy, it was like reading a text version of a Playboy magazine. Jealousy level over 9,000. That evening, Aram pulled the "I'm sick" card to skip dinner with Duke. Little did she know Duke was worried sick about her. He played detective, caught her red hand strolling the hallway, and without saying a word, knew she was avoiding him. The next day, Duke decided to dive into the R-drama and read the letters himself. But surprise, surprise, he didn't tell the estate royal. The estate royal, sensing Duke's cluelessness, had to play detective and informed him that Aram was feeling blue because of a classic case of jealousy. Duke, being Duke, assumed it was just a one-sided crush from his end. Meanwhile, Aram was stuck in a love letter tornado, unable to focus on anything. Her mind was on Duke, Duke and more Duke. It was like love on steroids but with fewer hard emojis. Just when Aram thought the love letter saga couldn't get crazier, a servant waltzed in with more letters. Bam! Millard's response letter to Rana was in the mix. Aram's jaw probably dropped to the floor. During a study session with the advisor, Aram hit him with the ultimate philosophical question. Does God exist? The poor advisor, usually the wise one, stumbled and fumbled like a stand-up comedian facing a tough crowd. Fast forward to dinner that night, and Duke revealed it to Aram. He took charge and told her he handled the R situation by sending her a rejection letter. It turns out some random human who barely knew Duke wrote the love letter, and Duke was not having it. Then Aram dropped a bomb of her own. She asked Duke about Saul, the supposed god of their world. Duke, the bearer of truths, shattered her hopes by revealing that Saul was just a metaphorical light, not a wish-granting deity. Ouch. The next morning, as Isabel worked her magic to make Aram fabulous, Aram sought advice on confessing her love. Isabel, the love guru, dished out some wisdom, and Aram took notes. At dinner, Duke was fashionably late, so Aram decided to play detective herself. Off to Duke's room she went, probably ready for a love letter showdown, or maybe just to raid his snack stash. Aram caught Duke red-faced because he wasn't late for a trendy reason. He was busy crafting paper cranes for her. Turns out Duke was caught in the act of self-play, blushing like a tomato. Quickly recovering, he suggested they head to the dining table. Aram tried to act cool, pretending the paper crane incident never happened. Duke apologized for the delay, clearly embarrassed. Aram, being the curious soul, asked if Duke had a wish since he was folding the origami birds. Duke revealed that he thought Sol wouldn't grant Aram's wishes, so he was hoping the cranes could work some magic. Aram, emotionally overwhelmed, dropped her fork upon hearing this heartfelt revelation. Grateful, she thanked Duke, who, being a humble soul, insisted he was just trying to help, not wave a magic wand. Now, Aram had a burning desire to confess her feelings, but lacked the courage. Taking inspiration from Rana, she decided to write Duke a love letter. However, tension hit her like a ton of bricks, and she couldn't come up with a single word. It took her an entire night to compile a letter, and in a bold move, she handed it over to the royal estate, gave copies to the maid and advisor, and ordered a letter delivery extravaganza to Duke. Fast forward a few hours, and as Aram was returning to her office, Duke came rushing in like a rom-com hero, embracing her tightly. Turns out he had received the letter, a declaration of Aram's love in written form. So there they were, wrapped up in a tight hug, and Duke spilled the love beans. He promised Aram he'd be her knight in shining armor, ready to protect her from any drama life threw at them. Suddenly he whisked her away to his office, declaring it the war room for planning their future. Inside, Duke suggested they ditch work and head to the desert or the beach for some chill time. But hold your horses. Aram, being the independent adult she is, wanted to earn her own cash. Duke reluctantly agreed to let her keep her work mojo, but fear not. He quickly shifted gears and started plotting their wedding. Aram, feeling like a deer in headlights, thought she was too young for that whole marriage thing. The next day, Duke showed up at Aram's office, and the air got thick with romance. They were all touchy-feely, doing the whole lovey-dovey dance, but guess who crashed the party? The estate royal, barging in like a drama queen. She scolded Duke for not keeping his lovey-dovey moments in check during work hours. Undeterred, Duke pulled the same stunt during Aram's study session. Aram, getting all serious, told him she enjoyed his company but had a to-do list a mile long and feared drowning in love would make her useless. Duke, realizing he'd overstepped, backed off and left. Back in his room, Duke, feeling like a love-struck teenager, worried he was being too pushy. He popped some sleeping pills, hoping not to disturb Aram during her work. Aram woke him up later, apologized for the yelling episode, and they had a cute, romantic moment over breakfast. Duke, attempting to be charming, asked to take her on a boat date. Smooth moves, Duke, smooth moves. So Aram agreed, and the maids went into overdrive packing a bunch of bags. Aram, looking at the mountain of luggage, raised an eyebrow and questioned them. They spun a tale about the store owner wanting to win her over with gifts, but Aram smelled something fishy. On the big trip day, Aram was decked out and ready to roll, leaving Duke in total awe. They hopped into the carriage, cruising toward their boating adventure. During the ride, Aram decided to teach Duke the finger-counting game, but he was basically the losing champion, so she came up with a fun punishment. A little wrist tap for the loser. Duke wasn't a fan, proposing an "I love you" confession instead. Smooth move, Duke, avoiding the wrist taps. Finally, they reached the boating spot, and as they floated along, Aram popped the question. What if we ended up in the water? Duke, with his knight in shining armor vibes, reassured her that he'd be her rescue ranger. Back at the estate, the gossip mill was churning about Duke and Aram. Some folks were cheering for them, while others were waving the no flag. Drama alert! After a fun day of boating, Duke and Aram landed at the Basil family's place, where the hosts were in a rude dilemma. The Basil family wondered if Duke and Aram should bunk together or get separate sleeping spaces. At dinner, just as Aram was about to dig in, Duke, the ultimate food taster, checked her meal for any sneaky poison. The homeowner suggested winter sledging at the lake, leaving Aram puzzled because apparently she'd been living under a rock. Duke, catching wind of her curiosity, asked the homeowner to drop him a letter when the lake turned into a giant ice rink. After dinner, the ladies brainstormed about Aram and Duke's night setup. Isabel, taking charge of Aram's makeover, spilled the beans that they'd be roommates for the night. Aram, at a sprightly 20, got a tad worried about the whole sleeping arrangements. No one's trying to catch case here. As Isabel pampered Aram and sorted out her hair, she dropped the bomb about the shared room plan. Nervous but compliant, Aram was led to the room where Duke was already playing possum. When she entered, he pulled a fake sleep stunt. Aram planted a goodnight kiss, and just when she thought the drama was over, Duke pulled off a surprise "I'm awake" move and returned the favor with a smooch. Classic Duke. After Duke's surprise smooch, Aram was like, "Whoa, hold your horses, buddy." Realizing he'd jumped the gun, Duke sprinted out of the room in embarrassment. He decided to crash in another room for the night, probably thinking he needed a timeout. The next day, Aram gave Duke the cold shoulder. Poor guy was fretting big time. Aram and Isabel were hanging out in the garden, and Isabel, being the peacemaker, asked if the two lovebirds had a spat. Aram just chuckled it off, but Isabel knew better and begged her to patch things up with Duke. As they left the garden, Duke finally mustered the courage to apologize, but guess what? Aram had already pulled a vanishing act. Later on, during the carriage ride back to their estate, Duke spilled the apologies, admitting he'd acted like a total goofball. He even called himself a pervert and a beast. Talk about self-roasting. Aram, playing it cool, brushed it off and casually asked about his beauty sleep. Then, out of the blue, she threw in a request for a cheek kiss. Duke, being the quick kiss ninja, went in and out, but Aram pulled him in for a full-on lip lock. Turns out Aram had a nightmare about being locked up and needed some serious comfort. Duke, probably still processing the situation, got a first-hand taste of Aram's dream-induced kissing demand. Life's full of surprises, huh? Back at the estate late at night, Duke was in his office going through his stash of mysterious black liquid, the stuff he'd been giving Aram. Meanwhile, Aram, poor thing, was experiencing Duke's childhood nightmares in her dreams, and trust me, it wasn't a walk in the park. Duke knew that turning Aram into a vampire was a one-way street. No U-turns allowed, but Aram, being the smart cookie she is, had her suspicions. She sensed the vampire makeover plan, but decided to play it cool, waiting for Duke to spill the immortal beans. Meanwhile, Aram was juggling pros and cons like a circus performer. Duke, a socially awkward vampire maker, didn't exactly shine in the boyfriend department. Yet she decided to cut him some slack, giving him a final shot at redemption. If he messed up, she had the vampire card ready to play. Eternal silence. In the midst of her contemplation, Duke barged into her room. Aram, with a raised eyebrow, fired questions about her impending vampire status. Then she pulled out the big guns, channeling her inner drama queen. She demanded more of Duke's mysterious black liquid, playing the girlfriend on her period card. Yep, the classic move. Duke, realizing that Aram had caught wind of his whole vampire-making scheme, chickened out from coming clean. He did a confused lap around the estate, sweating bullets and worrying if Aram would go full Hulk on him. After some internal pep talk, Duke mustered the courage to face the moody Aram again. She was standing there, giving him the stink eye. He mumbled a sorry, but Aram wasn't having it. She demanded the classic move. "Get on your knees, mister." So, there was Duke, on his knees, spilling his feelings. He confessed that he didn't want her to kick the bucket and was desperate to make her happy. Before knowing about her secret, he was just a guy worried about his girl's mortality. He went on about how humans are fragile and have short lives. Was that a personal attack? Anyway, Duke continued, saying he loved her, didn't want her to croak, and had decided that the Darkness infusion was the cure. He was willing to go to extreme lengths to keep her blinded by the hope of eternal togetherness. Aram softened up, probably realizing that Duke wasn't just brewing trouble. She hugged him and dropped the wisdom bomb. He should never pull a stunt like that without her consent. Duke, grateful for the mercy, promised to consult her on major life decisions from now on. Then, ever the smooth talker, Duke pitched the vampire life as the VIP pass to safety in their dangerous world. Aram, though, argued that life's beauty lies in its expiration date. Duke, persistent as a fly at a picnic, insisted on eternity together. Aram decided she wouldn't join the vampire club. Instead, she asked Duke about his biggest worry with her staying human. Duke revealed that he feared vengeful humans might target her to get back at him. Then Duke proposed to marry her when she was rocking the granny vibes. He declared that wrinkles and all didn't bother him. He just wanted that granny relationship talk. Talk about commitment. Duke swore to smash any humans who dared mess with Aram before she hit the big 100. Touched by the pledge, Aram hugged him and told him to bring on the revenge if needed. Duke promised to unleash chaos if anything happened to her. Now, Duke believed Pope could cure Aram but warned her it might sting a bit. That night, Pope arrived but was a bit puzzled by the dark vibes in the air. When he realized what Duke had done to Aram, he unleashed a big brother-level scolding. Probably louder than when someone messes with his PS5 controller. After the verbal storm, Duke assured Aram that Pope would work his magic to save her. The next morning, Duke transformed Aram into a fashion-forward, vampire-repellent superhero, complete with a cape, and escorted her to the church, where Pope was ready for action. Aram kneeled and Pope began his purification routine. However, things took a dark turn when Pope's thumb touched Aram's forehead, and blood started oozing out. She unexpectedly took a nap. Aram woke up all snug in her bed, sunlight beaming through. She noticed the sunlight didn't feel like a BBQ on her skin anymore, so she asked Duke if the cure worked, but guess what? Duke, playing the silent game, didn't spill the beans. Furious, Aram inquired about Pope's whereabouts. Duke revealed that Pope would be fashionably late because he had overdone his magical energy tricks. Aram, feeling like Rip Van Winkle, asked how long she'd been out. Duke revealed it was a whopping 3 days. Now that's what you call beauty sleep. Then Duke, the drama king, started shaking like a leaf. He spilled his guts, confessing that he thought Aram was on her way to the great beyond. He blamed himself for all the blood and tears, thinking he'd turned into a professional sin-committing machine. Just as Duke was having his moment, Pope made his grand entrance. Aram, grateful for the rescue, thanked him for the life-saving gig. She couldn't help but pop the question about the purification process. Pope, being the wizard with the answers, declared it done and dusted. Aram had officially joined the Soul Club. Now, in full simp mode, Duke begged Aram to stick around for the grand finale. So, Aram dropped a truth bomb on Duke, telling him that she was loving the human life in their world. Being human meant caring and taking risks, and Duke, being her knight in shining armor, was doing just that, taking care of her and facing the risk of losing her. The next day was a royal family shindig, and everyone gathered around the table for lunch, but Aram and Duke pulled a Romeo and Juliet sitting at opposite ends. The other royals, being the gossip squad they are, bombarded Aram with questions about the juicy rumours. Aram, playing it cool, claimed there were so many rumours she had a hard time keeping track. As the royal gossip session heated up, a servant approached with a bottle of wine. Duke initially said no, but Aram, in her happy-to-meet-the-relatives vibe, begged for just one glass. Duke reluctantly agreed. Oh, the things we do for love. Later, they strolled through the flower fields, and Aram, thanks to that wine, was as tipsy as a cat on a hot tin roof. In her merry state, she popped the big question. Would Duke protect her and stick by her side? Duke, being the smooth operator he is, brushed it off like a pro. But little did Aram know, Duke had a surprise up his sleeve. As they sauntered along, Aram spotted a fancy dome ahead, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. Duke was about to pull a proposal stunt. Lo and behold, Duke went all out, proposing in a romantically epic way, sliding a ring on Aram's finger and sealing the deal with a kiss. The news spread faster than a squirrel on roller skates, and folks were buzzing with excitement about the upcoming royal wedding. In the cozy palace, Duke and Aram were enjoying their time together. Rumour has it they even engaged in a bit of friendly wrestling the night before. However, Duke received an invitation that seemed to be missing an important detail. While snuggled up next to Aram, the Duke couldn't resist his peculiar fetish of hair sniffing. He was having a grand old time playing with Aram's locks. The next day they set out to find a suitable match for the Duke's Flora. But oh dear, Aram wasn't too thrilled about the whole matchmaking business. She boldly asked why the Duke wasn't considering using her blood for Flora's needs, instead of giving a straight answer. The Duke, trying to avoid the question, suggested they sleep in separate beds for a few days. Aram, fuming, reluctantly agreed. As they reached their destination, the Duke looked as pale as a vampire on a night shift. Aram, nearly immortal with her strong, muscle mummy vibes, assured him she could handle anything, but the Duke insisted on accompanying Aram. In the midst of their library adventure, he suddenly passed out. When he woke up in bed, feeling like a deflated balloon, he wasn't in the mood for sipping on any other lady's blood. Just as he was pondering his life choices, a beautiful lady named Walton, claiming the king was worried and had sent her for Flora, showed up. Things took an unexpected turn when she decided to play a round of royal twister on top of the Duke. The situation got pretty intense, and just as things were heating up, in walked Aram at the most awkward moment possible. Witnessing the scene, she swiftly turned around, dagger in hand, ready to tackle the royal drama. The Duke, feeling like a shaky leaf in a windstorm, shuffled over to Aram. Now, you'd expect Aram to be all fired up or annoyed, right? Surprise, surprise. She went in for a hug, telling the Duke to chillax and recharge his batteries on the bed. Then the blood messenger for Flora barged in. Quick thinker that she is, Aram suggested, "Hey, how about you either cut your arm or let the Duke take a little nibble on your neck for the royal juice?" Before Aram could make her great escape, the Duke grabbed her hand like it was the last slice of pizza at a party. Aram assured him she was tougher than a cookie dunked in hot coffee, but as she tried to slip away, she found herself caught in his grip. He gave the blood messenger the boot and dragged Aram back to his royal resting spot. Dagger alert. The Duke snatched it away, giving her the stink eye for bringing a pointy thing to the party. "Why'd you bring this dagger, Aram?" he asked. She revealed she was ready to slice and dice for a blood offering. The Duke, puzzled like a cat trying to figure out a laser pointer, didn't seem thrilled with the idea. Aram hit him with the real talk, asking if his body and heart belonged to her. The Duke, probably imagining a big property of Aram's stamp on his chest, nodded. She then revealed, "If that's the case, you should skip the buffet and sip on my blood smoothie." The Duke, a bit worried like a kid thinking broccoli might be gross, hesitated. But Aram was all in. He took a little nip from her neck, and bam! It was like the best dessert he'd ever had. Tears started flowing, like he'd just watched a puppy video. The next day, they were on their way to Granal, a place with a fancy farm belt claiming their juices were fit for an emperor. But trouble struck, and they had to make an unexpected pit stop in Manford City for the night. Duke wasn't exactly throwing a party in his head about it. Turns out he had some not-so-sweet memories of Manford, all tied to that vampire life. Aram, being the curious cat she is, asked why nobody did something about these vampire enthusiasts. Duke explained there was zero evidence, and the court would just think everyone was spinning fairy tales. Then he popped the big question, "Scared much?" and sealed it with a smooth smooch. Real smooth, Duke. He promised to be Aram's human shield, even if they had to camp out at the Manford Castle. Aram, with her imagination running wild, suddenly wondered, wait, is Duke a vampire? She figured the Manford people might be dangerous for her, being a mere mortal. They finally reached the Manford Palace and got a royal welcome from the owner, who ushered them in like VIPs. Inside, Aram spotted a girl with blue hair named Julia. No fear of black-haired wonders here. At the dinner table, Aram eyed the tea suspiciously, thinking this could be some Scooby-Doo mystery. but the house lady gulped it down like it was a smoothie, so Aram figured it was safe. No poison today. Tea time quickly turned into story time when the house lady asked about the story behind Aram's ring. She revealed that some magical lettering appeared in the stone when light hit it, sparking curiosity. Duke, however, bailed on the candlelight ring test, claiming he was too tired for the light show. So, Aram and the house lady were left to spill the tea. With all the subtlety of a detective in a mystery novel, the house lady began probing Aram about her marriage plans. She dug deep, asking if Aram had any pearls of wisdom on tying the knot. Then, going full Sherlock Holmes, she inquired about Aram's parents. In her cool and collected style, Aram mentioned having a bunch of folks back home who showered her with advice whenever she needed it. She also poured her heart out, confessing her deep love for Duke and how sure she was that her parents would give their blessing if they met him. And then came the plot twist. The house lady was acting fishier than a penguin in a fruit market. She called in a servant for the finest hot coffee and dropped the bomb. She straight up asked Aram if she really wanted to sign up for the vampire wife gig. Aram was like, "Say what now?" The lady painted a grim picture, talking about enduring marriage for eternity and serving up blood cocktails to Duke forever. To drive her point home, she showed Aram a scar on her own hand, like a creepy vampire membership card. The house lady wrapped it up with a horror movie speech about the terrifying life of marrying a vampire. Then the house lady made a dramatic exit. Fast forward to Aram finding Duke in a room, nose buried in a book. She was all shades of blue, and Duke, being the attentive partner he is, noticed the sadness. He popped the question, and Aram spilled the beans about the house lady's warning against a vampire wedding. After hearing that, Duke got so riled up that he stormed out with Aram's dagger in hand. Drama queen much? But Aram, the peacekeeper, stepped in like a boss before Duke could unleash some dagger dance moves. Concerned, Duke grilled Aram about her decision, and she reassured him with the ultimate promise. She'd never take off his ring. Smooth move, Aram. Then Duke, playing detective, asked what exactly the lady had said. Aram revealed the lady had warned her that marrying a vampire would be a wild ride and she should run for the hills. In a cozy hug session, Aram, probably trying to calm Duke's inner vampire, dropped an old-school story bomb. Romeo and Juliet, the star-crossed lovers. Duke, eager for the moral of the story, got hit with the classic wisdom. If people try to keep lovebirds apart, their love only gets stronger. Duke, loving the plot twist, thought everything was okay and leaned in for a kiss, but Aram pulled back, claiming she wasn't done. She threw a curveball about the scar the lady from Manford had and asked if her hubby was a vampire. Aram, with her detective hat on, got a bit freaked out, imagining cult activities and blood-sucking rituals. Aram vouched for the Manford lady, thinking she was a genuine helper, not a cult queen. She laid down the law, making Duke promise not to spill the vampire beans to the Manford lady. Duke, probably realizing he's in deep, agreed. The next day at the grand function, all eyes were on Aram as people couldn't help but admire her fabulous hair. Feeling the attention, Aram decided to join in on the hair talk. Casually, she mentioned that both her parents had black hair, and then playfully asked a lady about her own. The woman, blushing, revealed she had inherited her hair from her father. Enter Duke, who waltzed in and, without missing a beat, offered to cover the lady's hair in asphalt if she was feeling jealous. Aram, ever the advocate for girl power, grabbed Duke's hand and playfully shut down the potential hair crisis, declaring it a girl talk zone. As more guests arrived, Duke and Aram got separated. Duke, contemplating a quiet retreat to his room, was intercepted by the Manford man, who revealed that his wife had been rude to Aram. Duke, in his usual cool style, waved it off, claiming Aram didn't mind. The Manford man, shocked at how chill Aram was about it, had a secret mission in mind and escorted Duke to a safe place. Raising an eyebrow, Duke followed, thinking it might be a hidden snack haven. Instead, they ended up in a dungeon with a massive metal door. Losing his patience, Duke demanded the man explain what was going on. The Manford man, ever cryptic, led Duke to a devilish church with a throne fit for a vampire king. He then began spilling his suspicions about Aram, accusing her of being a gold digger who was only interested in Duke for his power and wealth. Duke stood up from the throne, unimpressed, and decided to make a grand exit. The Manford man played his last card, trying to guilt-trip Duke by suggesting that Aram was only in it for the money. Duke, smiling coolly, made it clear that he would never change his mind about Aram, and left the man behind. Meanwhile, back in Aram's world, she was worried about Duke's sudden disappearance and decided to investigate. Enlisting Isabel for some tongs, she hatched a plan to heat Duke's ring to see if it held any secrets, as the Manford man had claimed. Just as she was about to carry out her plan and put the ring over a candle flame, Isabel showed up. Aram asked for some privacy, and once alone heated the ring, revealing a hidden vow of their partnership, etched into the stone. Duke appeared out of the blue, casually mentioning he had already told her about the ring's inscription. As Aram slipped the ring back on, it felt a little heavier. In a surprising burst of sweetness, Duke tossed a blanket over Aram, fearing she'd catch a cold from her detective work. With the cozy blanket setting the mood, Duke asked Aram about the supposed rich and handsome compliments she had allegedly showered on him to Lady Manford. Aram, panicking, worried that Duke might think she was some kind of gossiping chatterbox. Frantically, she clarified that she was simply telling Lady Manford about her parents and how they would happily accept a man if he were rich and handsome. Duke, being the cool cucumber he was, calmed her down and suggested she get some rest. In a surprise move, Duke scooped Aram up and carried her to bed. As they lay there, Aram went on a full explanation spree, assuring Duke that she loved him for who he was on the inside, not just for his wealth and royal status. Duke, apologizing for causing a ruckus, assured her that even if she had married him for his fancy perks, he wouldn't mind. And then came the mushy moment. Duke hugged her tight. Duke dropped the bomb that he'd make Aram empress if she wanted. Aram hit him with a hypothetical. What if she started loving him for his riches, and then he lost it all? Duke, ever the calm one, basically said, "Let's not cry over spilt wealth, just go with the flow." Morning rolled in, and surprise, surprise, heavy rain outside. Aram, eager to escape Manford, felt a bit down. Duke broke the news that they'd be stuck there for another night. Logan popped in with a bunch of documents, and Duke decided to put in some work, taking the day off. Aram, bored out of her mind, tried reading but couldn't focus. She suggested to Duke that she visit the birdhouse. Duke told her to take a guard with her. As Aram ventured outside, she bumped into the Manford lady in the hallway. Small talk ensued, with Aram mentioning she was heading to the greenhouse. The Manford lady, suddenly interested in horticulture, asked if she could tag along. The two ended up sitting in the greenhouse like they were on some awkward plant date. The Manford lady, probably trying to be polite after her previous rudeness, asked Aram about her day. Aram wasn't exactly thrilled about hanging out with her, but hey, safety in numbers, right? The Manford lady, doing her best apology routine, said sorry for being a bit rude the other day. She revealed that there had been some things going on at home, and Aram, being the understanding soul she was, shared that the message had even reached Duke. However, it seemed things had gotten a bit tangled along the way. Aram reassured her it was all good, even if Millard had been giving her the stink eye. After their chat, they decided to explore the flower wonderland around the greenhouse. Aram, stumbling upon some gorgeous white flowers, was in awe. But the Manford lady pulled the classic "I've got chores to do" excuse, holding a pair of scissors like she was on a mission, and left. Left to her own devices, Aram teamed up with the green-haired girl Julia, who showed her the bird scene. Aram, feeling like a bird whisperer, started feeding them. Just when things were getting chirpy, the green-haired girl pulled a plot twist. She tried to attack Aram. Luckily, Aram's guards swooped in like a boss, blocking the attack and yelling at Aram to run. With a painful cut on her hand, Aram ran for her life, which, let's be real, she had to. The guard, showing off her dagger-throwing skills, tossed one like they were playing some wild game of catch. But then the Manford lady popped up like she was part of the action movie cast. Aram, now fully suspicious, accused the Manford lady of being in on the whole take Aram down plan. She warned her to keep a safe distance and made a grand exit from the greenhouse, throwing the dagger for good measure. As Aram sprinted away, pondering the craziness, Duke, with his superhero senses, sniffed out her blood trail. He raced towards her, scooped her up, and dashed back to the palace. Back at the palace, Isabel, always ready for a crisis, went into nurse mode. Duke licked Aram's wound until it magically closed up. Forget band-aids, it's all about vampire saliva. Aram, probably exhausted from the wild run and vampire healing session, took a quick nap. When she woke up, she found Duke by her side, looking like he had just binge-watched 1,000 sad movies. Isabel, bringing news, mentioned that the guard lady wanted to see Duke, but Aram, not feeling the socializing vibe, asked Duke to stick around. So Duke, in his I'm the boss mode, pulled the bed curtains like he was creating a VIP lounge for Aram. Duke then summoned the guard lady and called in the dynamic duo, Manford Man and Lady. The guard revealed that the assassin had chosen a shortcut to the afterlife, leaving everyone puzzled. However, they had nabbed the Manford duo for this circus. Manford Man, unleashing his inner drama queen, screamed about the Emperor's wrath and how they would pay for this. Logan scolded the guard lady for kick-starting the whole mess. In the middle of this shouting fest, Duke walked in, and silence fell like a royal decree. Duke, probably channeling his inner volcano, looked ready to erupt. He marched up to Manford Man, who started pleading innocence. Duke, deciding to give Manford Man a taste of his own medicine, grabbed his broken arm and gave it a royal squeeze, causing the man to cry like a baby. But Duke wasn't done. Adding a dash of artistic flair, he slashed Manford Man's face. Voila! Now he looked like a potato carved by a 5-year-old. Just as Duke was about to turn this into a face-painting party, Logan, the peacekeeper, intervened. He reminded Duke that, as much as Manford Man deserved it, they needed information first. Duke, reluctantly putting away his art supplies, shifted gears to serious business. The royal interrogation. Manford Man, still in full drama mode, bawled his eyes out, claiming he knew nothing about the assassin. He made the classic deflect and blame move, throwing his wife under the royal chariot, insisting she handled all the hiring drama. But the Manford lady wasn't about to take the fall. She too played the blame game, claiming fingers at the head maid, claiming she had recommended Julia without knowing she was an undercover assassin. Duke decided to end this royal blame fest and called in Logan, the fixer-upper. Orders were given to Logan to escort the Manford duo to the basement storage room, our royal timeout. Duke strutted away, leaving behind the chaos. The next morning, Aram woke up feeling surprisingly spry. Isabel, with her soup game on point, brought a bowl to Aram. But why soup for just a tiny cut on the arm? Confusion set in. Isabel, suddenly apologizing for not acing her protection duties, looked uneasy. Aram checked if the guard lady's hands were still in tip-top shape. Good news, they were. Night fell, and once again Isabel delivered another bowl of soup to Aram. As she sipped on her mystery soup, Duke walked in, sporting a bathrobe like he had just conquered a royal mud wrestling match. He looked tired, probably in need of a spa day. When Aram offered to cook something for him, Duke rejected the idea, claiming she needed to preserve her energy. Sensing Duke's bad mood, Aram pulled the classic, "I'll go brush my teeth" excuse, because good oral hygiene is a royal priority. When she returned, Duke was still sitting in the same gloomy position. Concerned, Aram, ever the caring empress, asked the big question. "What's eating you, Duke?" Duke sighed and apologized, swearing that he'd protect Aram from any harm. He admitted that revenge was like his royal duty or something. He then revealed that he had messed up the faces and limbs of their enemies and thrown them into the temple prison. But Aram, not a fan of watching people get crispy in some revenge plot, suggested they make a swift exit at sunrise instead. The next morning, Pope delivered news that central investigators and fact-finders were descending upon the town. Surprise, surprise, they had to extend their stay in this drama-filled town. Aram, probably thinking she was trapped in a never-ending royal soap opera, revealed to the investigators everything they needed to know, just when she thought they could finally escape. More troubles knocked on their royal door, forcing them to stick around a bit longer. In the midst of all this, as Duke toiled away in the office, Aram strolled in with a genius plan. She suggested they shake things up with the religious fanatics who believed Duke was their vampire god. Her master plan was to convince them Duke wasn't the real deal, hoping they'd lose interest. Duke, torn between wanting to protect Aram's peace of mind and appreciating her cleverness, agreed to discuss it with Logan. Aram, puzzled by Duke's conflicting emotions, was left in confusion. In full-on cheer-up mode, Aram crafted Duke a flower crown, but he was about as excited as a zombie at a disco. Feeling defeated, Aram decided to drown her sorrows in some liquor. Things took a wild turn. Aram, embracing her inner party queen, drank herself into a state of regal queasiness. Duke arrived just in time, escorting her to bed. Trying to be supportive, he asked if she wanted to pack a few bottles for the road, considering her newfound love for spirits. Aram, now unleashing her frustration, questioned Duke about the prolonged pit stop and why he kept her in the dark. Duke explained that preparations for the perilous path to Barug took time because of bandits. Aram, now on the warpath, sat up and gave Duke a piece of her tipsy mind, expressing her need for more attention. Realizing he had messed up, Duke opened up about his vampire feelings, explaining that his only concern was her safety, hence the delay. Aram grabbed Duke's hand and reassured him that she could handle it. Duke, feeling like a romantic hero in training, asked Aram how he could make her happy. Seizing the moment, Aram declared her dream to be the most beautiful bride in the kingdom. Duke, with all the grandiosity he could muster, promised her the grandest wedding ever. Now, about Pope, whose real name was Ezra Travis. From the day he entered this world, he was a bit peculiar. He couldn't walk straight, and to make things more interesting, he had a gift for seeing people for who they truly were on the inside. No fake masks could fool him. One day, his mother dragged him to meet the intimidating Duke. Now, Duke was as dark as a black hole, and Pope got the heebie-jeebies just being near him. From that moment on, Pope prayed like there was no tomorrow, begging the universe not to let him cross paths with Duke again. Fast forward to the present, where Duke, Aram, and Pope find themselves in a bit of a pickle. Duke was paranoid about security. Aram was being all mysterious like a cat, and Pope was blabbering about Duke snubbing the Emperor's invites. Apparently, attending once was considered a fluke. Talk about harsh critics. Pope convinced Duke that attending the Emperor's shindig was crucial for his noble street cred. He threw in the responsibility card, reminding Duke that the higher up you are, the more important it is to show up at these imperial parties. Duke, worried about Aram's well-being, asked if she wanted to go, but she wasn't keen. Since Duke didn't like it, why should she? Pope then stepped in, explaining to Aram the whole nobility responsibility jazz. He mentioned Duke's heroic deeds, like eliminating bandits and fighting slavery, and Aram was practically applauding in amazement. Pope sweetened the deal, promising Duke a little bonus if he tagged along. Pope went to the Emperor, spun some yarn about Duke agreeing to attend, and dropped the bomb that it was all thanks to Aram. The Emperor was over the moon, and Pope was pretty pleased with himself. But as Pope helped everyone else fulfill their wishes, there was no one around to grant his own. Like a personal stand-up comedy show. Life's unfair, isn't it? The next day, Pope swung by Duke's estate and bumped into Aram, who was all smiles. After all, Pope had a knack for saving her life. Casually, Pope asked Aram about their New Year's preparations. Aram happily revealed that everything was going smoothly. Despite being swamped with work, Duke still managed to join her for horse riding practice. Pope dropped a little bombshell, saying Duke would be wearing the crown at the upcoming procession. Aram quickly figured out that it was for the blessing ceremony before they hit the road. However, despite his own popularity, Pope admitted he wasn't part of the procession blessing gig. Apparently his fellow popes weren't exactly thrilled about the idea, thinking he only got the position because he was cozying up to a high-ranking vampire. Pope confided in Aram, and being the supportive friend she was, she reassured him that he was the right man for the job. They giggled and cracked jokes, making the room sound like a mini comedy club. Little did they know, Duke overheard their laughter from the hallway. He waltzed in, playfully commenting that their giggles were probably audible miles away. Then came the interrogation. Pope explained he was just there to help out with the festival preparations. He also asked Duke if he had any secret plans, like making him the poster boy for the blessing procession. Duke threw it back at Pope, saying it was entirely his choice. Not one to back down, Pope hit Duke with the ultimate question. Why the obsession with power? Aram, sensing the rising tension, made a quick exit and found refuge with the Guardian. As Pope observed the dynamic between Duke and Aram, he couldn't help but think that they resembled a quirky little family. Fast forward to the ceremony, and Pope was decked out like the belle of the ball for the blessing procession. The town was alive with festival vibes, drums banging, trumpets blaring, the whole spectacle. Standing on the terrace, Pope looked like a holy figure descended straight from the heavens. Suddenly, the Emperor and Empress made their grand entrance, putting even a Hollywood red carpet to shame. With Aram's pep talk echoing in his mind, Pope flashed a confident smile and kicked off the blessing ceremony. As he chanted, glitter rained down from the sky like a sparkling blizzard, leaving the crowd in awe. While the divine power show wowed the people, it left Pope feeling a bit like a deflated balloon. As he strolled back to the palace, a guard praised him for the glitter extravaganza, unaware that Duke was silently brewing a storm of annoyance about the whole glittery situation. Later that night, Pope received a letter from Duke saying Aram had caught a cold and needed him. Intrigued, Pope followed a servant on a secret mission, which led him to a candlelit wonderland where Aram and Duke were lounging. When Pope questioned Aram about the letter, she apologized, praising his festival performance. But Duke, still annoyed by the glitter, made it clear that he wasn't a fan of all the sparkles invading his personal space. Aram revealed their true intention. They had summoned Pope for a lantern launch party. Handing him a lantern, Pope, thinking it was some new festival trend, gladly accepted it. They launched the lanterns into the night sky, but Pope, ever the clueless hero, couldn't quite figure out why he was dragged into this whole lantern affair. As the lanterns floated away, Aram turned into a hugging machine, embracing Duke in a heartfelt moment. Gushing with happiness and amazement, Aram even cracked a joke about hiring a cheering squad next year, because why not make her own fan club, right? But while she was basking in joy, Pope stood there like the third wheel at a celebration, not feeling the excitement. Instead, he was hit by a wave of jealousy. Wondering how a guy with a darkness-filled soul and a girl who seemed hollow inside could find happiness together. He felt like the odd one out, clueless about what would bring him joy. As Duke and Aram strolled away, Pope remained the lone spectator. Duke, sensing this, invited Pope to join them. Off they went to a feast fit for kings with turkey and cake galore. Still confused, Pope questioned the purpose of this strange gathering. Aram revealed that it was banquet time, and despite the late hour, it was a celebration. Pope, still puzzled, asked if they were really serious about throwing a banquet at such a time, but Aram and Duke kept their real reasons mysterious. Sipping her drink like she was in a detective movie, Aram decided it was time to thank Pope for being her personal superhero. She even offered a prayer for his wishes to come true, but Pope, still seeking answers, turned to Duke. He asked if Duke had put his name in the hat for the high priest position, wondering why they needed someone with temple connections. Duke revealed that the temple and palace were working together to eliminate him. Pope, bewildered, argued there was no reason anyone would want him gone. Aram then teased Pope with the idea that they simply wanted someone close to them in a fancy position at the temple. She hinted at a big secret that only the high priest knew, but refused to give any spoilers. Duke told Pope all he had to do was decide if he wanted the job or not. Later, Pope found himself in his room, kneeling in front of a statue, contemplating his life choices. Fast forward 3 years into the Duke and Aram marriage saga. It was their anniversary day. While the locals believed the empire got a little shinier with Duke tying the knot, they still saw the power couple as the kings and queens of self-centeredness. In the palace, Duke wasn't just calm, he was on cloud 9, thanking his lucky stars for marrying Aram. His fears of losing her had vanished. Duke decided to make a grand entrance into the library, where Aram was deeply immersed in her studies. She threw some gossip about an expedition to Demon Island at him, but Duke had other plans. Ignoring her chit-chat, he scooped her up for a romantic kiss. However, Aram, ever the sensible one, stopped the affection, pointing out that hallways weren't the place for such shenanigans. But with no one around, they indulged in a brief smooch session. Duke then revealed more about Demon Island, explaining that it earned its spooky name because it was inhabited by people with brown skin, a rarity in the Empire. Aram, unfazed, casually mentioned that people with brown skin were common where she came from, but then, getting serious, Aram pointed out the Empire's lack of a port, a significant issue. Duke, ever the master of dodging serious conversations, ignored her concerns and slipped into his playful and mischievous mode. The next day, Pope was doing a happy dance because Aram revealed her second plan. However, Pope found himself in a mental pickle. He craved that warm, fuzzy feeling he got from being around Duke and Aram, and wondered if becoming a high priest might be his golden ticket to achieving it. Meanwhile, in Dreamland, Duke was trapped in a dark and twisty nightmare about Aram's grand entrance to the palace. When he woke up, expecting to find her by his side, he was instead met with her wide-eyed stare. Duke, anxious about Aram's connection to Demon Island, feared she might pack her bags and leave him. Ever the quick thinker, he planned to woo her with gifts from the island, and maybe even track down her parents, if they were still around. The next day, a chatty traveller arrived at the palace, recounting his journey. He mentioned encountering folks with black hair and dark skin, and a morning ritual called Oish Param. Duke grilled the traveller about the island's god, Gillo, and began to suspect Aram might have connections to this mysterious demon island. Later, as Duke and Aram rode in a carriage to an unknown destination, Duke couldn't hold back anymore and asked if her hometown was, in fact, the infamous Demon Island. Aram shut the idea down, claiming she had never even heard of their god. Relentless, Duke asked if she missed her hometown. Aram admitted that she did, and even missed her parents. In turn, Duke opened up about his unhappy childhood, revealing he had no hometown of his own. Then, Duke, ever the nosy investigator, asked for every juicy detail about Aram's life. She finally spilled it all. Fast forward to noon in the palace, and Duke's mind was in overdrive, trying to process everything Aram had shared about her hometown. The strange technologies she described, night bulbs turning darkness into day, were beyond his comprehension. Duke, ever the skeptic, couldn't decide if her story was wild fantasy or pure truth. Adding to the mystery, Aram dodged every question about the exact location of her hometown. Frustrated, Duke called on Pope for any 411 on Aram's origins, but Pope couldn't recall the details, claiming they were from way back when. Desperate for answers, Duke prodded Pope for his thoughts on Demon Island people. That's when Pope dropped a bomb. Regardless of how Demon Island folks looked, they weren't empty vessels like Aram. According to Pope, Aram had a soulless vibe, moving around like a puppet guided only by memories. Later that night, lying beside a sleeping Aram, Duke couldn't shake the worry that she might be from a third world. He already knew about the existence of light and dark worlds, but was now concerned that Aram might belong to some other realm. And worse, that she might want to return to it if such a world existed. As insomnia and anxiety became Duke's new companions, he noticed a dark raven perched on his windowsill. The next day, Duke was in full-on worry mode, terrified that Aram might just leave him. To keep her by his side, he pulled a classic move, stopping her from going to a friend's birthday bash. Like a master chess player, Duke suggested they take their vows instead. Aram, caught off guard, had expected Duke to wait until she was 80 before making such a move. With his anxiety skyrocketing, Duke sat Aram down for a serious talk, holding on to her like she was his life. He asked the big question straight up. Was Aram from another world? Aram, the dodgeball champion, chuckled and expertly dodged the question. But Duke pressed on, wanting to know why she kept avoiding the topic. With a strong game face, Aram finally gave in. She explained that if she told him the truth about being teleported to their world after getting hit by a car, it would sound like a cheesy novel plot. With a grin as wide as the Grand Canyon, she assured Duke that he already knew all her secrets. Duke, overjoyed, probably did a little happy dance in his mind. They shared a romantic moment, sealing their little secret session. Fast forward a couple of years, and Duke and Aram now had a little son named Wen, who had just turned 2. At a fancy family dinner, Wen had questions. He wondered why they were eating breakfast while other royals were still asleep. Aram, being the wise mum, threw him a curveball and asked if he'd found a girl to hang out with yet. But Wen wasn't into the whole dating scene, and Duke, sensing this, assured Aram that Wen would find his way eventually. Wen wasn't having it, though. He stormed off from the table, probably feeling the weight of being the Duke's son, people talking smack, giving him the stink eye and all that. Up in his room, Wen was deep in thought, hating the idea of going out just to please the masses. He knew that someday a girl would come along, but he could already predict the gossip and judgment behind his back. Enter Juan, Travis's kid, barging into Wen's sanctuary, begging him to come out and play. Juan played the annoying big brother card and wouldn't take no for an answer. At the festival, Wen was majorly stressed about what people thought of him. Every laugh felt like a personal attack. Poor guy. But then, out of the blue, a girl waltzed up and asked him about his festival partner. Wen admitted he didn't have one, too nervous to ask anyone. Another boy swooped in, yelling at the girl, reminding her that she'd agreed to be his partner instead. But with a swish of her imaginary cape, the girl shut him down like a pro, promising they could team up next year. She walked off to smooth things over with the boy, leaving Wen in a whirlwind of social anxiety. After that, Wen and the girl teamed up for the acorn gathering competition. As they hunted for acorns, they talked about their lives, and Wen found himself feeling pretty good about his new partner. But then, the same boy from earlier showed up, and the trash talk began. Mocking Wen's parents, poking fun at the whole vampire-human mix. That was the last straw. Wen, channeling his inner superhero, threw a heavy punch. The fight was on. Wen and the boy duked it out, with Wen somehow managing to land on top. But just then, Duke got the metaphorical bat signal and swooped in. Instead of going into full Hulk mode, Duke calmly assessed the situation, scooped Wen up, and whisked him away to the palace. Inside, Mama Duke went into full worry mode when she saw Wen's battle scars. They called for the Pope, but it wasn't the legendary Ezra this time. There was a new pope on the scene. Soon after, the boy's parents were summoned to the palace, and Duke, in his usual wise manner, demanded an explanation. Aram took the reins, grilling the boys for details. Wen, sensing the impending doom, couldn't find the courage to tell the truth, so he pulled the classic tears and it's all my fault routine. Aram, playing the good cop, asked for an apology. But the girl who had teamed up with Wen spoke up and spilled the truth. Aram, like a boss, scolded both boys and apologies were exchanged. Crisis averted, the other parents made their exit, but not before Aram whispered something mysterious into the mother's ear, leaving her visibly shaken. Afterward, Aram praised Wen for his bravery, claiming she would have thrown 100 punches if she were in his shoes. Duke, ready to unleash his fury, was stopped by Aram, who reminded him that the family had already been warned. In a heartwarming moment, Aram hugged Wen, thanking him for defending their family's honor. Wen realized in that moment how lucky he was to have such awesome parents who guided him through life, even the tricky parts he couldn't figure out on his own. And so, the adventures of royal family drama and healing hugs continue. Make sure to subscribe and leave a like to help the channel out. Thanks for watching. In the office, a man sat across from the girl, adjusting his glasses. He excitedly told her she wouldn't die, as she had been misdiagnosed. He asked for her forgiveness. The girl, her violet eyes wide with shock, could hardly believe his words. Just recently, Loretta Blanchette had been diagnosed with only 3 months to live. Nervously, she laughed. She had spent those months doing everything she'd ever wanted, believing her death was near. The doctor, however, was confused by her reaction, thinking the news would bring her relief. But Loretta's mind was already spinning. She was being pursued by Duke Candle, the great sword of the Empire and god of war, who had sworn to find her wherever she might go. Now, learning that she'd never been sick at all, she felt utterly lost. Jumping out of her chair in a panic, she couldn't understand how to process the new reality. Meanwhile, the doctor, oblivious to her inner turmoil, shared in the joy of the good news. It had all begun 3 months earlier. Loretta had started feeling strange and decided to visit a doctor. She had complained of insomnia and feeling unwell after eating spicy food, as if her heart was racing. After listening to her symptoms, the doctor adjusted his glasses and warned her not to be shocked, as he suspected she had Radura disease, a rare and incurable condition. Upon hearing this, Loretta was stunned. The doctor explained that Radura occurred in individuals born with an excess of mana and had a 98% fatality rate. He then dropped the devastating news. She had 3 months to live. In a daze, Loretta barely remembered leaving the office. She wasn't ready to die, so she resolved to make a bucket list and complete every item on it. Back in her room, Loretta sat as her maid, Anne, combed her pink hair. Suddenly, Loretta declared that she would fulfill her entire list before she died. She turned to Anne and asked what she would do if she had only a short time left to live. Anne, caught off guard by the unusual question, quickly composed herself, picked up the comb and playfully spoke into it as though it were a microphone. She declared that besides wanting to serve her lady until death, nothing else came to mind. Loretta, touched by her maid's loyalty, told Anne she wanted to buy all kinds of cakes and take a bite of each, without caring about the waste. Ignoring Anne's practical concerns, Loretta insisted on her plan. However, Anne directed her lady to dinner with her family, knowing they couldn't miss the meal. Loretta wasn't eager to go. She had a strained relationship with her family, and sitting at the same table with them was always a challenge. Her father, the 5th Grand Duke of Blann, was bent on selling her off to a wealthy older marquis to salvage the family's finances. Once a powerful and influential family, they had gone bankrupt. Her mother, Duchess Blanchette, shared her husband's ambitions, pushing Loretta to marry for money. Loretta, despite being the second child, had received no formal support or education. Her brother Ron, the beloved heir, had completed all the inheritance courses, while she was only trained to work in his office as an assistant. Still, Loretta played the part of a naive fool, knowing it was safest to stay silent, to avoid her family's ire. Suddenly, her older brother Ron burst into the dining room. Loved by the family, he always looked down on Loretta. With an irritated tone, he asked why she was there. Unfazed, Loretta calmly replied that she was also part of the family, and had every right to be at the table. The main character suddenly grinned and asked her brother if he was struggling with his studies, mentioning that Joel, their personal magic tutor, had been unusually quiet and gloomy lately. This remark visibly embarrassed Ron, and Loretta couldn't help but smirk to herself. She knew she could outshine her idiot brother if she wanted to. In response, Ron grabbed a glass from the table and, with an exaggerated "oops," poured its contents over Loretta's head, drenching her hair and staining her dress. His actions were obviously out of spite, though he pretended it was an accident. Looking at her with a dissatisfied sneer, he announced that she had ruined his appetite. Turning to their parents, Ron said he wouldn't eat until his sister left the room. Loretta stared at him with eyes full of hatred, waiting for her parents to finally reprimand him. But instead, they shocked her by asking her not to provoke Ron and to be respectful. Her mother even ordered her to go upstairs and clean herself immediately. Stunned, Loretta had no choice but to obey. As she walked to the door, she glanced back at her family in disbelief. Her brother got away with everything, and her parents always took his side. But in that moment, Loretta didn't care. After all, she was going to die in 3 months, and none of them would care when that happened. Opening the door, she began to realize that nobody in that room would be affected by her death. This thought made her heart ache. No one needed her, and she didn't want to die being seen as a naive fool. From that moment on, Loretta decided she would live for herself and do as she pleased. Later, sitting at her desk, Loretta stared at a blank piece of paper. On April 3, 732, according to the imperial calendar, Loretta Blanchette had been given a 3-month death sentence. Quietly, she began to write her wish list for her remaining time. The list only had 5 items, some serious and others simple, but each represented her new resolve to live for herself. She completed the list with a sad smile, realizing she had no real regrets. She had devoted her entire life to her family, but now she wanted to live for herself. Her first wish was to treat Anne, her maid, to a cake. Seeing the joy on Anne's face warmed Loretta's heart a little. As they travelled together in a carriage, heading somewhere special, the vehicle suddenly jolted. The girls nearly jumped from their seats. The coachman quickly apologized, explaining that one of the wheels seemed to be stuck in a hole and he would try to fix it. Loretta peeked out the window and offered to help, suggesting she could quickly handle the problem. Anne also looked out, assessing the situation. The coachman, flustered, asked them to stay inside, as it wasn't appropriate for a lady to involve herself. He then warned them to stay discreet, as a carriage belonging to Duke Candle was nearby. The Duke held a powerful position in society, and his family was considered the strongest in the empire. There were rumours that he was a monster, and even Loretta felt a twinge of fear at the thought of him. But then, hearing a strange sound, she instinctively turned toward the window. She was met by the piercing blue eyes of a man standing just outside, incredibly close. Loretta, as if enchanted, couldn't look away from him. The dark-haired man, with seemingly effortless strength, lifted their carriage with one hand, freeing the wheel from the hole. It was the Duke himself, helping them in the most unexpected way. Afterwards, the Duke turned around and walked back to his carriage, leaving Loretta to mentally thank him for his unexpected help. The Marquis of Sarah, confused by her avoidance, pulled her into an embrace, suggesting that once they were married, she would never leave their bed. Loretta recalled her to-do list for the next 3 months, and item 3 was clear. Break off the engagement to the Marquis, preferably with a scandal. The Marquis leaned in close, whispering that he found her face delicious, and that he was very attracted to her. Loretta recoiled in disgust as a sly grin spread across his face, his intentions clear. Escaping his vile embrace, Loretta realized she could no longer stand it. Item 3 had to be completed today. With a fierce determination, she began to wave her hands, casting a spell. Strange symbols appeared in the air, and a force pulled the Marquis upward, hanging him upside down. Loretta decided that today was the day to rid herself of all the unpleasant things in her life, starting with the engagement. The Blan family had long been known for producing powerful wizards, and Loretta was no exception. She was a true sorceress, gifted with magical talent that surpassed even her older brother Rayon's. Rayon, the family's heir, had always been jealous of Loretta's abilities, and though she wasn't supposed to, she often watched him practice magic. However, she had never learned to use her skills properly, as her family focused on training Rayon, while Loretta was left to do menial tasks. Back in the present, Loretta used her magic to suspend the Marquis upside down. A massive vine appeared from the ground and wrapped around his leg, holding him in place. This magic was the result of lessons she'd taken with a teacher who knew of her talent. Looking down at him, Loretta declared that she would only explain herself once, and that he should listen carefully. She leaned in close to his face, grinning as she announced that she had no intention of marrying him. From that day forward, their engagement was officially over. Placing a hand over his mouth, Loretta told him he was nothing more than trash, who valued people only for their wealth. Just as she was about to say more, she was interrupted by the familiar voice of her father. Her mother and father rushed out of the estate, shocked and fearful. They had planned to sell their daughter to the Marquis for financial gain. The head of the family used magic to free the Marquis from the vine, and the man fell from a small height, trembling as he glared at Loretta. He vowed he would never forget the humiliation she had caused him. Her parents immediately rushed to apologize, explaining that Loretta was simply immature and foolish for her age. The Marquis, however, insisted that they pretend the engagement had never happened. Loretta couldn't believe her family. They cared more about money than their own daughter. The Marquis, too, was no better, buying people as if they were slaves. Exhausted by the entire situation, Loretta watched as her father escorted the Marquis to the mansion to calm him down. Meanwhile, her mother scolded her, calling her crazy for ruining everything. Loretta responded that she had actually been too late to do this, and that at least someone in the house wasn't completely mad. Her father, hearing her defiant tone, approached her and slapped her across the face, leaving a red mark on her cheek. Loretta had not expected this kind of punishment from him. He was furious with her, but she felt as though she were in a trance. Each passing minute only made her more disillusioned with her family. Her father demanded to know if Loretta understood what she had done. He explained that he was already determined to pay off the family's debts, but Loretta wasn't going to let him off that easily. She gently placed a hand on her cheek, a faint smile appearing on her face as she asked her parents if it was her fault that the family was in such debt. Why should she be the one to pay for their mistakes? She told them plainly that they had done nothing for her. They had shown no interest in her well-being or love, and her father had only decided to sell her to secure money and fame. To him, she was nothing more than a commodity to be traded. Her mother and father immediately reacted, listing all the things they had provided for her: clothes, food, a roof over her head, and claimed that she owed them for living like a princess. Loretta, looking up at them, retorted that she had done more than enough. She had taken on her brother's responsibilities with the estate's office work and had become nothing more than a bargaining chip to cover their debts. They didn't understand why she was rebelling now. Her father, enraged, insisted that he had cherished his daughter, but now he saw her rebellion as an unforgivable betrayal. He declared that she would be erased from the family register. After hearing her father's words, even her mother became visibly nervous. But Loretta understood that the family's threats were nothing more than words on a piece of paper. She explained to them that, for so long, she had been afraid of hurting their feelings, but now it didn't matter anymore. Bowing her head, she thanked them for everything before turning and walking away. Her father shouted after her, warning that she couldn't take anything with her, but Loretta didn't even look back. She wasn't sure what emotions she was feeling now. Perhaps a sense of liberation? It had seemed like something she longed to do for a long time, but she never had the strength to act on it. As she walked away, her brother Rayon caught up with her, calling out her name. She stopped, but made it clear that she didn't need his company. Rayon, grinning, suggested they would call it a regular farewell. And then he asked, with a hint of arrogance, how she could dare to spoil the family's mood just by being there. He believed himself superior to her, even going so far as to mock her magical ability. Rayan sneered that his sister didn't even know how to properly use earth magic, let alone any other element. Determined to teach her a lesson, Rayon directed a powerful stream of energy at her. Loretta didn't flinch. She knew his tricks were weak. Without hesitation, she pushed his magic back with a wave of her own, the force strong enough to move him from his position. Rayon was taken aback, clearly shocked by her power. His own energy boomeranged, knocking him backward. Loretta stood her ground, the situation now entirely in her control. She managed to trap Rayon in a swirling magical vortex that sucked him into his neck, leaving him panicked and struggling. But Loretta, with a determined look, ignored his pleas and walked away. Once outside, she felt a rush of freedom. Finally, she was away from that suffocating house. She thought of Anne, how she had once cried when her maid had left. Loretta had been desperate to follow Anne at the time, but now she felt a little relief. She had completed 3 items on her to-do list in just one day, leaving only 2 left to accomplish. Since the main character had only 3 months left to live, she planned to make the most of her time. One of her goals was to meet a man with more experience, someone easy to date in the short time she had left. She had already imagined various types of men she would like to meet in the next few months. Though Loretta had some money, she knew it wouldn't be enough to live freely. To truly live without relying on others, she needed more. And to get more, she had to do what she was best at. Opening the door to a rather mysterious establishment, Loretta hoped to secure a better job as a purification magician. Purification magic wasn't as popular or as effective as healing magic, and it demanded a lot of mana. It couldn't be used on people with higher or divine magic, nor could it be used on oneself. When she asked about a position, the employee coldly informed her that they weren't looking for purification magicians. Healing magicians were far more in demand, and Loretta was quickly dismissed, told not to waste their time. After this first failure, Loretta felt defeated. She wasn't sure if she should even bother looking for another job. Just as she began to lose hope, something unexpected happened. 2 men grabbed the bag from her belt and ran off. Loretta immediately screamed, hoping to draw attention to the theft, but the passers-by ignored her. They mocked her for being a purification magician, as if her magic posed no threat. Feeling the sting of humiliation, Loretta decided to act. She called upon her elemental powers, summoning a burst of fire to throw at the thieves. Without hesitation, she ran after them, determined to retrieve what was hers. As the thieves screamed in terror, Loretta knew she couldn't let them escape. They ran, glancing around in panic, but they still clung to the stolen bag. Just then, a man in a tuxedo appeared, walking calmly ahead of them. It was unclear whether he had heard her cries for help, but as the thieves drew closer, he slowly turned his head to face them. When they finally saw his face, it was as if a divine hand had crafted it. His features were nothing short of perfection. Dark hair, thin black eyebrows, and piercing blue eyes. His face was a masterpiece, each part fitting together like a work of art created by a deity. His appearance could be called the most ideal in the world, so striking that it could captivate both men and women alike. However, as the thieves approached, they were hit by an overwhelming, unpleasant smell. Decay, like the scent of rotting corpses. The man looked down at them as though they were insects, and the thieves immediately realized who stood before them. The Duke, Monster Cadell. With a swift motion, the Duke drew a sharp blade and, without a hint of hesitation, sliced through the thieves with one clean swing. They were cut in two, not even a blink of his eye betraying the brutality of the act. The rumours of his nickname, the Monster, were clearly true. Loretta wasn't particularly surprised by this. The Duke picked up the bag from the ground and handed it to her. It was only then that Loretta realised that the coachman who had helped earlier wasn't just any coachman. It was the Duke himself. The Duke, from the most prestigious ducal family in the House and Empire, was none other than Esser Cadell, known as the greatest sword in the Empire. He was a military genius, having won a war that seemed impossible to win, and was infamous for his cruel leadership. But for Loretta, the most striking thing about him was not his reputation. It was his beauty. His face was so perfect that, in her current situation, she could almost feel it wouldn't be a pity to die looking at him. Though she noticed the unpleasant scent the Duke exuded, Loretta found herself oddly unfazed. His face was so captivating that it seemed to overwhelm all her other senses. She turned away, suddenly thinking that, with a face like that, he would certainly be a popular figure in romantic circles. But she knew he was famous for his composure, which meant that courting him was probably out of the question. The Duke regarded Loretta with indifference, likely assuming she came from a noble family and was unaccompanied. As he stared at her, it seemed he was still searching for something, perhaps something he hadn't yet found. When he took a closer look at her, Loretta realised she was slightly frightened. Not of him specifically, but perhaps because everyone else seemed to fear him. Without hesitation, she reached out and pulled on his sleeve, asking for his forgiveness with a smile. She then asked if the Duke had a girlfriend, explaining that she was simply drawn to his appearance. With no hesitation, she boldly asked if he would be willing to meet with her for 3 months in order to check off one of the items on her list. Realising that her approach might have been a little abrupt, she introduced herself with a smile and asked for his name, apologising for the bluntness of her request. The Duke, looking slightly dumbfounded, answered her question. His voice, deep and resonant, fascinated Loretta, and she immediately complimented him on it. To her, it sounded like music, and she found herself enchanted by his voice. The Duke, however, seemed perplexed. He couldn't understand why this girl wasn't terrified of him like everyone else. He assumed this was some sort of joke, and before she could say more, he asked if she had seen how he had slain the thieves. His cold gaze and aura of death were undeniable, and his reputation as a monster was well earned. Turning away, the Duke told her to stop joking and walked off, casting a few glances back at her. Perhaps, he thought, she was a little interesting, but he couldn't bring himself to take her seriously. Loretta, on the other hand, was thrilled. She found him incredibly attractive, and his charisma only added to the allure. But there was one glaring issue. He didn't have a heroine like herself in his life, and she was determined to change that. Later that evening, sitting in a bar with a drink in hand, Loretta found herself pondering how she could meet the Duke again. As if on cue, she overheard a conversation about the Duke and an information guild. She immediately perked up and moved toward the discussion. One of the men was talking about rumours regarding a purification wizard. Loretta joined them, sitting down at their table and asking about the rumours. They told her that the Duke was under a terrible curse, one so powerful that anyone who got too close to him could smell death in the air. The curse was apparently so strong that only a purification wizard could remove it. While they spoke, Loretta nonchalantly ate from their table, absorbing the details of the conversation. It seemed the Duke was desperately searching for a purification wizard to lift the curse that had haunted him for so long. While Loretta continued to eat, the man at the table spoke about how rare purification wizards were. He explained that this type of magic consumed far more mana than other forms, which made it less popular. It was needed to dispel curses, but more people died from swords than from curses, which is why finding a good purification wizard was so difficult. Listening to this, Loretta began to think that she had to venture into the tiger's den to save Asher. She was determined and would do whatever it took. A week later, she arrived at the right place. Smiling, Loretta approached the Duke, catching him off guard. He was standing next to another man, both of them studying papers. They looked up, surprised, clearly not expecting anyone to arrive so suddenly. Loretta smiled again, explaining that she was sure the Duke might be frightened by their unexpected meeting. Without hesitation, she asked if they could at least start with a simple employer-employee relationship, wanting to approach the situation carefully to avoid scaring him off. Asher was uncertain whether he was surprised or scared, trying to process her boldness, but before he could react, Loretta introduced herself once again, bowing to him. This time, she gave her full name and declared herself the best purification wizard in the entire empire. She boldly stated that she could save the young Duke from his curse, which caused him visible surprise. In return, Loretta didn't ask for money or marriage. Instead, she made a simple request. She needed housing. As she spoke, Loretta handed Asher a piece of paper and asked him to sign it. She then explained that the reason she knew the exact moment to arrive was because of the man standing beside the Duke. She threatened him, revealing that information about the Duke's search for a purification wizard had been leaked, something Asher wouldn't appreciate. In exchange for silence, she had made a deal with him to turn off 3 light bulbs at the entrance as a signal for her. The man, still eyeing Loretta with an unsettling expression, seemed curious to know if she could truly back up her words. He warned that if this was a joke, she would never see the light of day again. Loretta, however, was not afraid. She had studied magic her whole life, and purification magic was no exception. She knew this was her only chance, especially since her time was limited. Loretta grabbed the man's hand without hesitation. At first he was confused, but then it became clear. Loretta demonstrated her magic, focusing all her energy on healing his hand, even if just for a moment, to prove her words were true. As she touched him, light filled the room around her, but the curse consumed much more mana than she anticipated. It seemed to drain every bit of her strength, and when she finally released his hand, she felt completely drained. Asher looked at her, initially skeptical. He had lived with this curse for so long and was certain that nothing could change it. He had been warned long ago that the curse would cause his flesh to rot and spread the smell of death wherever he went. He expected nothing from Loretta, thinking that once again he would be disappointed. But when Loretta removed her glove from his hand, Asher saw something he could hardly believe. A perfectly healthy human hand. The miracle had happened. It was as if the curse had been broken. Loretta, exhausted, handed him her contract once more, urging him to sign it. Moments later, she collapsed from the effort. The Duke, astonished, realized that this was the only miracle that could truly break his curse. He caught her before she could fall to the floor, gently holding her shoulders to prevent her from collapsing. Asher made up his mind then. He would never let this girl go until her work was complete. He gripped her tightly, remembering the terms of their agreement. He would provide her with room and board for the next 3 months. When Loretta finally awoke, she found herself lying in a soft bed in a luxurious room. Asher was sitting next to her, waiting for her to regain consciousness. He explained that she was now in his family's estate, in the Duke's quarters, and that he had brought her there because it was part of the contract. If she found this rude, he offered to take her back to her home. However, Loretta quickly replied that there was no need. A few seconds later, Asher handed her the signed contract, sealing their agreement. As Loretta gazed at him, a thought struck her. The Duke had signed her papers. He had agreed because she was the first person who had been able to influence his curse. Joy surged through her, and without hesitation, she rushed to him. Although a hug might be a bit too forward, a simple handshake would suffice to celebrate. She extended her hand, shaking his, while he looked at her in confusion. The girl reassured him with a smile, promising to take care of everything. Asher, still processing the situation, replied that their relationship would remain professional, just employer and employee. He then wondered why Loretta wasn't afraid of his hands. He couldn't quite understand her. She, on the other hand, suggested that perhaps she wasn't exactly his type, but with a sly grin, she mused that tastes could change for anyone. Asher, slightly alarmed by her words, even expressed his concern, suggesting she was still recovering and should rest in bed. He told her to take it easy today so they could talk tomorrow, then left the room. Loretta, still buzzing with excitement, squealed into her pillow. Her face flushed bright red, thinking aloud that showing someone your face immediately after waking up should be considered illegal. And then, as drug and Dresden was when they shared a bed, she still couldn't understand how someone like him could be so handsome. Meanwhile, Asher stood outside the door, listening to her heartfelt admiration. Her words embarrassed him to the point of madness. No one had ever spoken to him like that before, and it made him feel utterly perplexed. He thought to himself that Lorette was truly strange. The next day, when Asher was busy with paperwork and sipping tea in his office, Loretta unexpectedly appeared, silently watching him. Noticing her presence, Asher decided to ask if she had anything to say. She simply replied that she was waiting for him to stop pretending he didn't notice her. Then, she asked why he hadn't eaten with her earlier. Asher, taken aback, didn't understand what she meant. So Loretta quickly explained that she had been waiting for him because she thought they would have breakfast together. Surprised, he commented that it seemed she had a good appetite. Loretta, a bit confused, didn't quite grasp his point, but Asher interrupted, asking how much she knew about his curse. Pulling up a chair, Loretta replied that she knew nothing about it. Asher explained that it was a curse of the dead, a powerful curse that caused his skin to rot like the flesh of the deceased. He pointed to the bandages wrapped around his body, revealing that they were enchanted to prevent the odor from escaping. Even purification magic only slowed the rotting process, but it could never lift the curse completely. Loretta asked when he had been cursed, and Asher revealed that it happened when he was 7. He added that the curse was incurable, as killing the caster or destroying the curse itself was impossible. He knew it was a hopeless situation. Asher then thought that Loretta might run away from him after hearing such grotesque details. However, he was prepared to do whatever it took to keep her close, since she might be the one who could lift the curse. Unexpectedly, Loretta grabbed his hand, asking if the curse caused him pain. She didn't fully understand what he was going through, but she could tell it must be hard for him. Looking at him, she promised to remove the terrible curse that had tormented him for so long. Asher, staring into her eyes, was at a loss for words. No one had ever treated him like this before, and for the first time, he began to believe that maybe, just maybe, there was hope. Asher turned away, still trying to make sense of why this woman was not afraid of him. On the contrary, she seemed drawn to him. Everyone else avoided him because of his decaying skin, the result of the curse. But Loretta treated him as if he were an ordinary man, looking at him as if he were handsome and charming. This sudden change in perspective made him feel strange, and for the first time his ego stirred. Loretta took his hand once more, determined to ease his torment. She used her remaining energy to work her magic, and Asher, concerned, asked her to stop. But she didn't listen, so he grabbed her hand to stop her himself. As he did, he noticed how delicate her wrists were, and for a moment he couldn't look away. Quickly he turned his attention back to bandaging his own hands and told Loretta not to overdo it. She smiled, saying that she was just checking and wouldn't have enough mana to continue anyway. Looking at her left hand, she noticed it was already looking much better. The cleansing magic was still working within it. Sweat beaded on her forehead from exertion, but she felt the magic still present in his body. She shared her findings with him, explaining that his body could only hold a certain amount of purification magic at once, and until his left hand was fully healed, other parts of his body wouldn't respond to the magic. Asher, pouring himself more tea, processed the information. He was surprised, but he agreed to let her continue cleansing him, albeit cautiously. Loretta reassured him, promising she would take full responsibility and get everything done before her time was up. She took the tea from him and drank it, determined to see her work through to the end. The Duke couldn't quite understand what Loretta meant when she said she would do everything before she died. She quickly clarified that she meant she would complete her work as quickly as possible. After hearing this, Asher decided to ask her a question that had been on his mind. He wanted to know if she was afraid of him. It was clear from the way he hesitated that he had been thinking about it for some time. After all, he thought he looked terrifying. Loretta smiled sweetly, covering her mouth slightly with her hand. "Do I have any reason to be afraid of you?" she asked, her tone light. But then, her expression became more serious. She decided to address the rumors about him, the so-called demon of war. After all, Duke Candle had single-handedly won a war that had seemed destined to fail, earning the title of national hero. Loretta was convinced that envious members of the imperial family had spread these rumors to undermine his influence. She also believed that the curse he bore wasn't a result of his own actions, but rather the malicious intent of the magician who had cast it. Her words shocked Asher. He had long been convinced of his own terrible reputation, but Loretta's perspective was the complete opposite. She told him that he was not the source of fear. Only the magician who had cursed him deserved that fear. Loretta gently placed her palms on his face, smiling warmly as she spoke. "I'm not afraid of you," she said, her voice steady. "I only fear that you might not want to see me again." At these words, Asher blushed deeply, suddenly embarrassed by the situation. He immediately asked her to let go of him, feeling flustered by the physical contact and her honest words. Turning away, he quickly suggested they meet for dinner at 7 that evening, a proposition that surprised Loretta. She quickly composed herself and gave a cheerful yes, even though in reality her consent wasn't necessary. Asher, now even more flustered, hurriedly left the room, leaving Loretta alone. And as she walked through the corridor later, Loretta reflected on the situation. She realized that Asher was perhaps more sensitive to touch than he let on, as his quick agreement to dinner had seemed to stem from her touch. Just then, someone called out to her from behind. It was Holstein, the loyal butler of the Candle family. He asked if she had met with the Duke, to which Loretta smiled and replied that it was thanks to him that she had found her way to the Duke's office so quickly, which had allowed her to arrange the dinner meeting. This revelation surprised the butler, as he knew the Duke hadn't shared a meal with anyone for a long time. After the death of the former Duchess, the Duke had eaten alone. But now Loretta was going to have dinner with him. Holstein, smiling, asked her to take good care of the Duke. Lorette laughed, saying that they were simply having dinner together. However, it was clear that the butler had a different understanding of the situation. Later that day, Holstein appeared at Asher's office, carrying a large book titled A Guide to Successful Dates. The butler looked at Asher with confusion, but he knew that Asher had been taught meal etiquette as a child and that no new rules had appeared since then. Realizing the book wasn't about etiquette, Holstein felt that it might be about something else entirely. Asher, now looking uncomfortable, realized that he was actually afraid the sorceress, who was 5 years younger than him, might laugh at him during their dinner. Holstein presented the book to Asher, suggesting he read it. Asher, however, was not interested and immediately dismissed the suggestion, saying it had nothing to do with him. He brushed aside the book as if it were useless, which caused Holstein to become somewhat exasperated. In 27 years of service, Holstein had never felt more useful than now. After a few minutes, the butler opened the book in front of Asher and began reading a few of the rules that a man who had invited a woman to dinner might need to know. Asher tried to pretend he hadn't heard Holstein's comment, acting almost like a child before quickly leaving the office, just as he had that morning. Loretta asked if she could make a small change to their contract. Without hesitation, Asher agreed. Moving a little closer, she explained that the payment seemed insufficient compared to the amount of purification magic she had spent. Asher, surprised, noted how directly she spoke. He wasn't used to such frankness, as he mostly only communicated with Holstein. He quickly realized that while money wasn't a problem for him, the contract needed more than just financial adjustments. The additions she suggested were mostly about shared activities, mandatory meals together, walks, and covered expenses. Loretta, with a sweet smile, explained that these additions were, in her words, small dates. Asher was a little taken aback. It seemed strange to him that this was the only thing Loretta was asking for, considering she could have asked for much more. But he realized it would be much harder if she decided to leave, claiming she wasn't paid properly. In response, Asher decided to make his own amendments to the agreement to ensure he wouldn't be deceived. Afterward, he handed her the updated contract, mentioning that he had only added one condition. Loretta meekly agreed, but she couldn't help but think she would cleanse him anyway. So the Duke's fears were unnecessary. Both parties signed the contract, and it was finalized. Then Loretta turned to Asher, asking about a picnic the next day. She had noticed the estate was vast and filled with beautiful spots, and she thought it would be perfect for a picnic. Asher, however, explained that he would be leaving the next day. Not giving up, Loretta asked if they could have the picnic the day after tomorrow instead. Asher couldn't understand the urgency and asked why she was in such a hurry. Loretta, smiling sweetly, replied that it was just as important as winning his love. Asher sighed but agreed. Then they moved to the house. A few days later, Loretta gazed out the window, appreciating the beauty of the estate. She was pleased to live in such a place, and she also noticed that her condition had improved. Her magic had already been restored. Now, she needed to hurry and lift the curse before it was too late. She went to Asher's office, where he had been since early morning. Noticing her, he remarked that she was up quite early. When Loretta saw his hairstyle and outfit, she was momentarily stunned by his beauty, comparing him to the sun. She smiled and said, "The sun named Asher never sets," playfully adding that his face blinded her forever. Asher didn't know how to respond. Then, remembering the picnic, he suggested they hold it during the day, since it would be colder in the evening. Loretta moved closer, sitting at the edge of the table as she listened to him. Asher mentioned that after the picnic, they should return immediately, since he had a lot of work. Loretta asked if he really didn't have time to deal with the curse, which surprised Asher. He hadn't expected her to recover so quickly. Loretta explained that she believed touching bare skin would be more effective, so she had removed his bandage. Asher watched as she touched his hand again, and a bright light surrounded them. Loretta noticed that his hand was no longer as heavily cursed. Just one more touch seemed enough. Asher, looking at his now clean hand, could hardly believe his eyes. He had spent over 10 years searching for a solution, but he never imagined it would be so easy. He turned to Loretta, asking if she was okay since she had felt unwell last time. She grinned smugly, saying that she had gotten the hang of it and that she hadn't used up too much of her mana this time. The conversation shifted to the picnic, and once they moved outside, Loretta seemed a little cold. Asha reminded her that spring mornings could still be chilly. Loretta, clinging to him, replied that there was no point in going back now. They still had a date to enjoy. Asha, slightly unsettled, moved away. Loretta, with a mischievous grin, hinted that she would be much warmer if he gave her his coat. Asha, however, simply answered, "I don't want to." Asha, thinking about how his coat still smelled unpleasant, was surprised when Loretta quickly agreed with him, suggesting that the young master shouldn't catch a cold. This startled him a little. At that moment, Loretta eagerly rushed forward, jumping with excitement as she found a perfect spot for their picnic. She spread everything out and called Asha over, saying the sun was warm there, making it an ideal location. Sitting next to her, Asha couldn't help but remark that she was strange, to which Loretta responded that it was all because of him. She then tried to pull him closer, but he enjoyed the distance between them, which upset her. She wondered if he had been hurt in past relationships or if he simply didn't like her. Though Loretta hadn't had many relationships, she believed that touch was important, and she wasn't going to give up easily. Meanwhile, Asha found himself thinking about how he never imagined sitting on a flower bed. He felt out of place, but Loretta, oblivious to his discomfort, opened the picnic basket. It was beautifully packed, with wine and flowers neatly arranged. Loretta delighted in the sight, and Asha realized it was Holstein's handiwork. His butler had wished them a good walk before they left, and Asha wanted to disappear from embarrassment, but Loretta suddenly turned to him and asked what his favorite food was. He hadn't even considered it and answered that he didn't have one, which she didn't believe. He was supposed to have a favorite food, right? Loretta decided to share her own preferences. She told him she liked salmon sandwiches and didn't particularly like the smell of cucumbers, though she could eat them if she had to. Asha, thinking about it, wondered if she also didn't like cucumbers. She handed him a sandwich, and he thought about how, since she was a purification magician, her scent must also be purified, unlike his own cursed smell. He restrained himself from asking if she could smell it, but still, he didn't refuse and took the sandwich. As he took a careful bite, Asha looked like some kind of deity descended from the heavens, and Loretta couldn't help but admire him in silence, holding back an outburst of emotion. Afterward, she waved her finger in the air and used magic to make all the nearby flowers gather into a beautiful wreath. The wreath gently landed on Asha's head, and he looked up at it, like a small child, with delicate pink petals swirling around him. Loretta gazed at him in admiration, her cheeks flushed with surprise and her mouth agape. However, Asha immediately began covering his face and trying to get rid of the wreath, fearing Loretta would laugh at him. She tried to stop him, asking him to leave the flowers in place, but before she could, the wind swept the wreath off his head. She rushed after it, and Asha tried to stop her, but she didn't hear him. In the end, she fell into the fountain, soaking her dress and hair. The most unexpected part was that Asha, noticing she was about to fall, rushed to save her, and Loretta ended up practically sitting on top of him. Their faces were mere millimeters apart. Asha looked into her eyes and, in a low voice, said it was time for her to stop embarrassing him. He carefully placed his hand on her shoulder, which only made the situation more awkward for both of them. But that wasn't all. Asha, still looking into her eyes, gently touched a strand of her hair and asked what he would do if she caught a cold after all this. Loretta, looking away, replied that it wouldn't happen because she was strong and could withstand any hardships. Asha picked her up in his arms, saying it was time for them to go back. Loretta, embarrassed, asked him to put her down. She couldn't bear how flustered she was becoming. Once they arrived at the estate, Holstein took her temperature, which was higher than normal. Loretta had caught a cold, as Asher had predicted. Asher didn't say anything in response because he already knew. Loretta, embarrassed, admitted it was the first time in her life she had caught a cold. Asher looked at her with a disappointed expression, unsure whether she was joking. Loretta could only quietly ask for his forgiveness. After a moment of silence, Asher explained that he needed to go to the imperial castle and had already called for a priest. Loretta simply responded with a short, "Uh-huh." Asher thought she might ask him to stay with her, but Loretta, though grateful, didn't want to burden him further. She decided to rest quietly in her room instead. After leaving her room, Asher rode in the carriage to the imperial castle. As he sat there, he thought about Loretta's family. He couldn't understand how they could allow their daughter to stay on his estate so easily. He also hadn't realized that cohabitation with Loretta would be so difficult. While they were standing still, a white carriage drove past them, and long white hair appeared from the window. As Asher turned toward the carriage, he realized that it was the clergy, heading toward Loretta. He was relieved they had arrived so quickly, but then he noticed, with some surprise, a smile forming on his face. Embarrassed by his reaction, the Duke immediately covered his face with his hand, not fully understanding why he felt that way. The clergy knocked on the door and asked if the patient was inside. When they entered, Loretta's face immediately turned bright red, resembling a tomato. It was clear why. Standing before her was an incredibly handsome man with long white hair and cat-like yellow eyes. He smiled warmly and explained that they had come from the temple. Sitting on the bed next to Loretta, the man introduced himself as Doha, a servant of the Alon temple. Loretta introduced herself in response, and he didn't hesitate to reach out his hands toward her head, stating that they would begin the treatment. His gesture confused Loretta, and she lowered her eyes to the floor. When he touched her face, the same light that appeared when Loretta freed Asher from the curse surrounded them. She instinctively raised her eyes to Doha, who was smiling at her. As the treatment progressed, he decided to make small talk, asking how she had ended up here. The question seemed odd and out of place, but realizing his mistake, he quickly apologized, looking away. Zohar explained that due to the Duke's curse, everyone was shunned, even in the temple, where there was a clear hierarchy. He added that, as a low-ranking priest, he was often ignored by others. Loretta remembered hearing that wounds like his were common among low-ranking priests who didn't have the money to seek help from more powerful figures. Once the treatment was over, Doha said that was all, continuing to sit beside Loretta. She stretched her hands, feeling the positive effects of the magic, and thanked him for the treatment. Still, she felt compelled to do something more. She whispered to Doha, asking if he could come closer for just a moment. He complied without hesitation. Loretta slowly placed her hands on his forehead, and once again a familiar light surrounded them as she used her magic to heal his wounds. This act confused her slightly, as it took more energy than she expected. When she finished, the look on Doha's face was one of surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected a magician to be so skilled, and he was clearly impressed by what had just happened. A somewhat creepy smile appeared on his face as he asked, almost with a hint of curiosity, whether Loretta was a healing magician. Before she could respond, he made an unexpected offer to her. To work for him as a personal healing magician. He assured her they could easily agree on a fair price. Loretta was slightly taken aback, replied that she was busy and couldn't commit. However, Doha, now hovering over her, asked if she might be able to help him later, any time she was available. Loretta answered that it was possible. He smiled at her with his yellow eyes, pleased by her response, As a sign of gratitude, he promised to continue treating her for free. Furthermore, if she healed him, he would repay her properly. Loretta saw this as a good offer and agreed. Doha, clearly pleased, asked if they could now be considered friends and grow closer. As he moved even closer to her, he explained that he wanted to be friends because he truly liked her. A sly grin spread across his face. Loretta, not finding his behavior particularly strange, simply thought that she had no real friends yet. Before she died, it would be nice to experience friendship. Smiling, she wished him and herself good luck. He smiled back, and, still sitting on her bed in a somewhat inappropriate position, told her to take care of him. After some time, when Dohai had already left the estate, he arrived at the Temple of Alton. As he entered, a man at the entrance bowed deeply to him, calling him the High Priest Michael Davin, which completely contradicted his earlier stories to Loretta, where he had complained about his low status in the temple. Apparently, his claims were lies. Inside the temple, Doha was greeted by another priest, who remarked that he was tired of the high priest wandering around wherever he pleased. It was then that he noticed the scar on Doha's forehead had disappeared. Placing his hand on his forehead, Doha, with a surprised expression, replied that a sorceress healer had done it. He still found it hard to believe. The red-haired priest was shocked by this revelation, realizing that the healer must possess the same power as their high priest. He couldn't understand how it was possible. Dohai, grinning slightly, responded that he was now going to find out everything about this girl and her power. Lai César la Cézanne. At the same time, Azar had returned and was sitting in the carriage, unsure whether he should get out or not. He didn't want to leave, but ultimately he got out and headed toward the estate. As he raised his eyes to the sky, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had to go to Loretta, even though he knew it was better not to. He didn't understand why he continued to care for her. When he approached the doors, Loretta unexpectedly leaned out to greet him with a smile. Asher was visibly confused, as he hadn't expected her to be waiting for him at the threshold. It was the first time anyone had greeted him like this. Despite his confusion, he decided not to react and asked her to step aside so he could enter. She thanked him for the priest's visit and, as they walked, unexpectedly grabbed his hand. The action took him by surprise. Loretta explained that in 2 days she would be fully recovered. She then placed her hand on his forehead, showing that her fever had subsided and she was feeling much better. However, Asher quickly pulled his hand away, responding with a short, "Aha." He considered her gesture shameless. But Loretta wasn't deterred. She rushed after him, asking if he wanted to see her and if he had thought about her. Blushing, Asher turned away, stating that this had never happened, but it was clear to Loretta that he was trying to hide something. She noticed his strange reaction and pressed further, asking again if he had thought about her. Asher, still blushing, replied dryly that no, he hadn't. Loretta then asked, somewhat teasingly, why he was suddenly blushing. Before he could answer, she shifted the conversation to what he would be doing tomorrow. Asher answered that he would be sorting out papers in the mansion, thinking she might want to purify herself tomorrow, but Loretta had other plans. She pulled out a ticket with a smile on her face and invited him to the show. Apparently she had already purchased tickets for both of them in advance. Asher took a closer look at the ticket and asked what kind of paper it was. Loretta, frustrated by the question, explained that it wasn't just any piece of paper. It had been difficult to obtain. Then Asher asked what the show was. Loretta, excited by his interest, explained that it was a famous performance and that they had premium box seats. Moreover, tomorrow would be the last performance. Without hesitation, Asher gave a firm and short response. "No." This immediately upset Loretta. She couldn't understand why he didn't want to go, but Asher didn't explain the real reason. His curse made him believe that everyone would avoid him and look at him with disgust as soon as he entered a public place. He didn't want to risk that. Asher couldn't understand why Loretta took his curse so lightly. He needed her to realize that not everyone would react to him the way she did. He didn't have the luxury of going to public places. Stopping, Asher looked at Loretta and asked again, his voice heavy. "Are you really not afraid of me?" Afterward, he explained that the rumors about the demon of war were not just fairy tales. Tens, even hundreds, of lives had been lost at his hands. Loretta, listening to this, looked a little frightened and confused. He continued, saying that it wasn't surprising others feared him, for a man who was so close to death was dangerous, not just in scent, but in action as well. She understood, but it wasn't as terrifying to her that she would run away. In response, Loretta suddenly struck Zasha's hand, something he hadn't expected from her at all. The Duke, taken aback, asked what she was doing. Loretta, clearly angry with him, responded, "Peace, Captain, peace, Captain, peace, Captain." Her fists slightly swollen from the force of the blow. She exclaimed that she had just dared to attack Duke Candle and wondered what he would do about it now. She added that, on top of that, she often looked at his face, held his hand without his consent, and even called him by his name. As she laid out her grievances, the Duke looked extremely confused. Loretta then asked one thing. Was he planning to kill her after all of this? She couldn't understand why he was speaking about himself in such a way. Grabbing his coat, Loretta squeezed the fabric in her hand, demanding a specific answer to her invitation. Yes or no, and if the answer was no, a clear explanation as to why. She was eager to know whether Asher wanted to go to the show with her or not. His reaction, however, left him in complete surprise. He hadn't expected her to behave this way, and so he silently listened to everything she said. After a pause, Loretta instructed him not to worry about others and to focus on what he wanted for himself, something he had clearly not done in a long time. With that, she turned and walked toward her room, dissatisfied. She asked Asher to give his answer by the next morning, as he couldn't give it right away. She added that if he refused, she would go to the show with someone else. Asher stood frozen, as if he had been brought back from the edge of heaven to earth. He struggled to process whether Loretta was serious, or if all of this was just nonsense. His ears burned from the awkwardness of the situation. Sipping at his milk pitcher in the temporary silence, he realized. The next morning, it seemed that the Duke had indeed agreed to attend the performance with Loretta, and she was overjoyed by his acceptance. They had already arrived at the venue, and Asher, like a true gentleman, helped Loretta out of the carriage, offering his hand. She beamed with happiness, but suddenly her leg twisted, and she stumbled. She would have fallen if not for Duke Candle's quick reaction, catching her in his arms. It almost seemed as if Loretta had planned the fall, because she was pleased when she found herself in his arms, even managing to secretly hold his hand. For this, he reprimanded her, but she responded that it was only because he had caught her. Asher, still firm, told her not to do that again. Looking around, he noticed a large crowd of people waiting for the performance to start. Loretta noticed how nervous the Duke seemed, his hands shaking slightly. She grabbed his hand, pulling him along, smiling radiantly at him. She reassured him that everything would be fine, especially since they had a private VIP box. She asked him not to worry as they made their way inside. Once the show began, they settled into their seats, watching an incredible performance with talented actors. Time flew by, and as they exited the VIP box, Loretta shared her excitement with Asher, telling him how much fun she had. He responded that it wasn't bad, to which she added that the lead actor was quite handsome. Asher, curious, asked if she really liked the prince, as he found him extremely ugly. Loretta laughed and replied that she simply appreciated beauty in all forms. Then she told him she was going to the restroom and asked him to wait for her in the carriage. Having finished quickly, she returned, her spirits high, looking forward to a nice dinner after their enjoyable day. But just as she was about to head back to the carriage, she heard someone calling her name, shortening it in an overly familiar way. It was Marquis Segra, who, with a smug grin, did not apologize for his previous rudeness. He seemed to take pleasure in the sight of Loretta, who was smiling brightly, while he casually embraced a lady who looked anything but pleased. Loretta reminded him that she had advised him to avoid meeting her again. Preparing to cast a spell to intimidate him at least a little, she was startled to find that he appeared completely unbothered. Without a hint of concern, the Marquis snapped his fingers. He then stated that Loretta didn't understand the situation she was in. Even if she resisted, her body, being so precious, shouldn't go to waste. At that moment, she was grabbed by 2 pairs of hands. 2 men gagged her and forcibly held her in place while Segra approached, his smug grin never leaving his face. He explained that he had been waiting for this moment because he still couldn't forget the humiliation she had caused him that day. Stepping closer, the Marquis touched her face with his palm and, smiling, suggested that since Loretta had become a commoner, perhaps he should make her his concubine. He promised to treat her with great tolerance, given her good looks. But before he could finish his sentence, something swept his hand away. And suddenly, the heads of the 2 men holding Loretta fell to the floor with a sickening thud. The girl remained frozen, terrified, as Asher stood next to her. The young Duke calmly explained that no matter how long he waited for Loretta, she had still not returned. Now he was here to collect her. He added coldly that anyone who dared touch what belonged to Mr. Candle would die. Looking down at her, Asher suddenly turned to Loretta, asking if she was disappointed in him. Loretta, confused and unable to collect her thoughts, didn't know how to respond. Before she could answer, the Marquis, shaking in fear, intervened, asking Asher if he knew who he was. The Duke regarded him with contempt and, staring him down, asked if the Marquis was seriously speaking to him like that. The Marquis, trembling, could only hiccup in fear, clearly too terrified to respond, his current situation worsening by the second. At that moment, Loretta stepped in, stopping Asher and asking him to wait. She explained that, for now, the Marquis was standing right in front of him, and continuing this confrontation would only escalate things. Asher, with indifference, replied that he was the Duke of Candle, but Loretta stood her ground, insisting it wouldn't change anything. The Duke couldn't understand why he should be concerned. After all, he was recognized by the Emperor and had his favor. Taking the life of some Marquis wouldn't benefit him. But Larry didn't let him dwell on it. Grabbing his hand, she pulled him toward the exit, urging him to just follow her and do it quickly. Without another word, they hurriedly left the scene. Already sitting in the carriage, the main character nervously tried to catch her breath. The Duke, however, thought to himself that he didn't care about Maris. His main concern was saving the girl. He turned to her and asked if she was okay, to which she replied, still out of breath, that she wasn't. Asher, turning away to look out the window, silently mused that Loretta would surely end their relationship now, having seen how cruel he could be. Yet, since they were bound by a contract, he reasoned that nothing else should matter to him. But things didn't turn out as he expected. Smiling, the main character praised the Duke, saying what he did was impressive, and adding that he was even cooler than the character in the play. Hearing this, Asher opened his mouth in surprise. After that, they drove in silence. Loretta still believed it was wrong to resort to violence so often, but the girl admitted that in this case, it had been self-defense. The next day, the same priest came to see Loretta, because, after attending the show, she had caught a cold again. Concerned, the priest asked if she was feeling better, urging her to be more careful. Loretta hadn't expected to get sick so quickly and decided to inquire if it was possible to cure an incurable disease with divine power. She seemed excited yet nervous as she asked. Smiling sweetly, Doha explained that an incurable disease is one that can't be treated by either magic or divine power. If there is any possibility of treatment, then it's no longer considered incurable. This answer left Loretta feeling upset, realizing that everything would still die anyway. But then, smiling wider, Doha added that it might be possible to cure such a disease with divine power equal to that of His Holiness the Pope. What Loretta didn't know was that Doha himself held such power. Using his abilities, the priest saw that the main character's mana chain was curved, a rare case caused by an excess of unbalanced and uncontrolled mana. From what he could tell, Loretta wouldn't die, but would suffer from bone pain her entire life. Healing would be difficult, but not impossible. Recognizing Loretta as a very talented wizard, Doha didn't mind investing in her recovery. He offered to help, saying he would treat her periodically. Upon hearing this, Loretta exclaimed joyfully and expressed her deep gratitude. Suddenly, Doha asked for her forgiveness and, without warning, pulled Loretta into his arms. Before she could even react, she found herself tightly embraced. Doha leaned in closer, apparently placing a healing kiss on her lips. A soft light illuminated the room as he gently held her head, using magic to heal her from the inside. Afterward, he pulled away, stating that the treatment was over for the day. Loretta blushed deeply, like a ripe tomato. Doha added that the procedure would need to be repeated several times. Loretta, still flustered, managed a quiet, "Thank you." Slowly, the priest asked if she could help him in return as a sign of gratitude. Slowly extending his hand, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a large wound. Seeing it, Loretta gasped in surprise. She gently touched it and asked how he had suffered such an injury. Doha explained that it had happened recently. As he spoke, the room was again bathed in bright light, and the wound instantly healed. Watching this, Doha thought his theories had been confirmed. Loretta, exhausted, collapsed onto the bed, noting that the process had drained too much of her mana. Doha thanked her, acknowledging that it wasn't surprising she had spent so much energy on him, as he was a high priest. He then pulled out a precious stone and handed it to Loretta, saying it was payment for her help. She was puzzled by where he had gotten such a valuable item. Doha, of course, lied and said he had simply picked it up. Loretta didn't expect such a grand reward for just one treatment, so she told him she would treat him as a regular client going forward. Added with a playful tone, she added that there was no other sorceress he could visit except her. The statement made Dovoir laugh. After that, his expression shifted slightly, becoming more cunning, as if this was what he had been waiting for all along. Doha willingly agreed with the heroine, now determined not to let her go or allow her to escape. The next day, as Loretta walked through the corridors, she encountered the butler. He wished her a good morning and asked if she was looking for the Duke. She confirmed this and asked if he knew where Asha was. The butler explained that the Duke had returned late and was now sleeping, which initially upset Loretta, but then he brightened her mood by suggesting she be the one to wake him. Surprised, she asked if she was really allowed to do that. The butler, smiling joyfully, assured her that it was perfectly fine, secretly thinking how happy he'd be if she not only woke the Duke, but also eventually married him. He gave her directions to Asha's bedroom, and, though nervous, Loretta made her way there, feeling a bit awkward since she had never been in his private quarters before. When she reached the bedroom, she carefully opened the door and was taken aback by how large the room was. Approaching the Duke's bed, she softly wished him good morning. Asha reluctantly lifted his head from the pillow, recognizing the familiar voice, but not fully awake yet. After blinking a few times to focus, he realized it was Loretta standing above him. Squinting, he asked why she was there, still groggy from sleep. Loretta, sitting on the edge of the bed, explained that it would be best to conduct the cleansing ritual in the bedroom and suggested they finish it quickly. Asher, still not fully understanding, asked what she meant. Smiling, Loretta explained that starting from that day, she would be cleansing his upper body, and the curse would only be lifted if she touched his bare skin. Asher was taken aback by this and hesitated. The heroine, approaching him, suggested that he undress, to which he nervously backed away. Embarrassed, he stammered that there was no need for her to do it, and quickly began unbuttoning his shirt. Once his shirt was off, he looked away, feeling incredibly awkward. His body was wrapped in bandages, and Loretta gazed at him with wide eyes. Looking up, Asher asked if he should remove the bandages too. Loretta, blushing, replied that the cleansing required contact with bare skin. At this, Asher turned red like a tomato, but, after a moment of hesitation, removed the bandages. Loretta, upon seeing his scarred but enchanted body, was shocked. Asher, in turn, quickly averted his eyes, feeling even more uncomfortable. Loretta was stunned by the sight, realizing that the curse was far more powerful than she had anticipated. Gently placing her hand on his chest, she began explaining that the curse was too great to be lifted in one session, but she promised to do her best. Asher, nervously covering his mouth with his hand, avoided her gaze, feeling more embarrassed by the second as she got closer to him. Suddenly, Loretta stopped, realizing that she had exhausted too much mana. Weakened, she collapsed onto Asher's chest, alarming him. He called out her name, confused because everything had seemed to be going well up until that moment. With her eyes closed, Loretta explained weakly that her mana had been drained because she had healed the Reaper the previous day. Asher, both embarrassed and bewildered, listened as she casually recounted how she had befriended the Reaper and offered to help him from time to time, as long as it didn't interfere with the curse purification. Still flustered, Asher, struggling to understand, asked if she treated the Reaper the same way she was treating him. Loretta, confused by the question, didn't know what he was referring to. Realizing his thoughts had wandered, Asher cleared his throat and mentioned that he always thought priests were usually women. He then told her to do as she wished. Suddenly, Loretta opened her eyes for a brief moment and, with an unexpected question, asked when he would finally fall in love with her. After that, Loretta collapsed into Asher's lap from exhaustion. The man didn't even have time to respond to her question before his expression darkened. He clenched his fist angrily, seemingly blaming himself for her weakened state. Later, Asher began avoiding her for reasons unknown, while Loretta searched the entire estate for him without success. One day, as she sat at a table drinking tea, she shared her frustrations with Lodin, confiding that the Duke continued to avoid her. She couldn't understand if she had put too much pressure on him, which embarrassed her. Lodin, who had become her close friend while they were searching for Escher, listened attentively. Loretta couldn't help but notice that Doris seemed surprisingly good at giving love advice, and from the way he carried himself, she was sure he had been with many women. Doha caught her gaze and smiled knowingly. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he suggested a bold idea. Make Asher jealous. Slowly, he reached out and twirled a strand of Lorette's hair around his finger, gazing at her seductively. He told her that no man could resist the sight of the woman he loves with another. Loretta, a bit flustered, replied that she didn't have a suitable partner, thinking back to her lack of experience with boyfriends or male friends due to her complicated past with her ex-fiancé. Her innocence amused Doha, who suddenly placed his hand on the back of her head and pulled her closer, their faces just millimeters apart. Looking into her eyes, he softly reminded her that he was also a man, subtly hinting at himself as a candidate. Holding her close, Doha managed to talk to her while treating her wounds at the same time. Lorette was surprised by his boldness, and the idea of making Asha jealous didn't seem so bad after all. She even allowed herself to imagine Asha begging her not to leave him, pleading with her as he feared going mad without her. The thought made her blush, though she quickly pushed it aside, realizing it would probably hurt Asha in the long run. Loretta thanked Doha for his help, telling him that she would figure out her own way to handle the situation. She was confident that she could win over the Duke without resorting to manipulation, mentally urging Asha to wait for her. Late that night, as Asha quietly returned from his business and tried to slip into the estate unnoticed, a voice called out to him. It was Loretta, sitting on the steps. Her expression stern, almost like a mother who had been waiting up for her child to reprimand them. Startled, Asha froze, surprised and nervous to see her there. He asked why she wasn't asleep. Loretta, a bit flustered herself, replied that she had been waiting for him. She complained that it had been hard to get a glimpse of him recently, as his busy schedule seemed to keep him away. Rising from the steps, she approached him, raising her head to meet his eyes. It was clear to her that it was time to confront him directly. She reminded him of their agreement to take walks twice a week, and asked if he had forgotten. Asha wasn't sure if the ache he felt was from the stress in his stomach or a deeper pain in his heart, but one thing was certain. Whenever he stood in front of Loretta, he felt strange. It was precisely this strange, unfamiliar feeling that had driven him to avoid her in recent days. Not wanting to prolong the discomfort, Asha quickly invited her to take a walk in the garden tomorrow, then diverted his eyes to avoid her gaze. Loretta began to realize that she was the only one truly holding on to their relationship. As long as she continued cleansing him, Asha would be fine, but she also needed to consider her own well-being. After all, her time was running out, and she didn't want to face death by submitting and giving up like she had in the past. Forcing a smile, she suggested that Asha must have been very busy lately, which explained why he came home so late. He then added that he didn't need to feel obligated to walk with her or share meals together if it was too much for him. Loretta smiled faintly, addressing him as Duke, and remarked that he was busy, implying she was only distracting him with everything. How can anyone say they are Duke for the first time when she had always used his name? Asha's eyes widened in shock. Something had clearly changed, but he didn't respond. Loretta continued, saying she would go eat with her priest friend and that she would forego their walks and dinners, giving him the freedom to focus solely on his work. Asha, still speechless, watched as her lips trembled before she quickly turned away and climbed the stairs to her room, leaving him standing there alone, uncertain of what to say. Once in her room, Loretta lay on her bed and opened her notebook, the one her father had given her, much like the way he had once gifted Rayon a sword encrusted with precious stones. She remembered her brother recounting how his skin had tanned from his journey to the west, sharing joyfully about the refreshing air, the pristine water, and the wonderful people he'd met. Loretta felt a pang of sadness, realizing that she had never been on any trips herself. Despite her desire to do so, she'd always been left out of discussions and decisions. Now, she questioned why she couldn't do what she wanted, even in her final days. The reason she had sought a relationship was to create some happy memories before her time ran out, but it was beginning to feel like a burden to Esha. This confused her, especially since he had never shown hostility towards her. In fact, the way he looked at her during the performance had only made things more complicated. Burying her face in her pillow, Loretta thought about how lonely she felt, trying to figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, Dohai was changing into more casual clothes, revealing the scars that covered his body. His subordinate, Joshua, noted that Dohai had been wearing the robes of a low-level priest too often lately. Joshua found it odd, given Dohai's exceptional status and immense divine power. He wondered why someone like him would need to disguise himself. But Dohai brushed off the comment, asking if everyone else wore similar attire. Ignoring the question, Joshua then inquired if Doha was planning to meet with that sorceress healer again. As Dohai tied his hair back into a neat ponytail, holding the hair tie between his teeth, he answered with a simple yes. Joshua grew concerned, reminding him that the girl served Duke Kandel, and if Dohai's identity as the future pope were discovered, it would bring shame to the church. Amused, Doha asked if Joshua truly believed he could be caught so easily, but Joshua remained nervous, suggesting that it might be better to lead Loretta to the Temple of Altion, where she could serve the next pope directly. However, Doha shrugged off the suggestion, replying that he was just an ordinary person, before leaving the room. As Joshua watched him go, he couldn't help but think about how interested Doha seemed in Loretta. She was the eldest daughter of the Duke of Blanche and the fiancée of Marquis Ezra, whose recent actions had been troubling. Loretta possessed powerful healing abilities and a vast reserve of mana, and it was clear that she was a purification sorceress. She had become close to Duke Kandel, who sought her help to break the curse that plagued him. It was evident the Duke would spare no expense for her services, and Joshua suspected Loretta was in love with Asher, doing her best to capture his attention. Doha, now seated in his carriage with a sly grin, contemplated how difficult it would be to make Loretta his personal healer and flirt with her while their relationship remained shallow. He realized he would need to put in more effort to win her over, especially since Loretta clearly liked him as well. But despite this, he couldn't quite figure out how to seduce her. As they approached Asher's estate, the door to Doha's carriage suddenly swung open, revealing an anxious Loretta. She asked him if he had any free time today. Surprised, Doha replied that he did, wondering why she needed to know. Without hesitation, Loretta climbed into the carriage, asking him to spend the day with her, to go out, eat and shop together. She explained that they were embarking on the jealousy operation, a desperate plan she had come up with in an attempt to gain Asher's attention. Smiling to himself, Doha eagerly agreed, as if this was what he had been waiting for. His prey had fallen right into his hands, agreeing to his plan under the guise of a harmless operation. He decided to invite Loretta on a date as part of the cafe. Doha had been growing increasingly frustrated at how long it was taking to be served. As Loretta explained that dessert would take a little more time, she and Doha sat on a bench. Loretta, curious, asked if he liked sweets, to which he replied that he did. Seemingly out of nowhere, she questioned why he was allowing her to treat him. Suspecting there might be some catch, Dohai, looking slightly confused and a bit saddened, explained that he typically avoided getting hurt, but they were supposedly forced to seek treatment outside the temple by the high priest's orders for the lower-ranked workers. Hearing this, Loretta gave him a thumbs up, struggling to hold back tears. She sympathetically told him not to worry, assuring him that if his boss ever bothered him, she would gladly take revenge on his behalf. Amused, Doha found her reaction both endearing and a little funny, considering the vast power he wielded. Still, he played along and agreed, intrigued by how far her interest would go. Loretta, thrilled by his response, eagerly began offering suggestions, like setting the high priest's clothes on fire or hanging them from a tree. She enthusiastically promised to do whatever she could to help. Doha thanked her, trying not to laugh. He knew Loretta was capable of using elemental magic and hoped she wouldn't actually act on these ideas, which could inadvertently turn the temple into an enemy. But he reassured himself that it was all in good humor. As they continued strolling through the streets, looking at shop windows, Loretta's attention was suddenly caught by a jeweled brooch displayed among other trinkets. She thought it would suit Asha perfectly. While she was lost in thought, Doha gently placed his hand on her back, startling her. When he asked what had caught her eye, she quickly grew embarrassed and replied that it was nothing. Turning to him with a smile, she added that she was simply admiring the jewelry and thought something would look good on him. Doha, with a smile, encouraged her to go inside and ask about the price, even though he had no use for the decoration himself. Without hesitation, Loretta rushed into the shop. As Doha strolled nearby, he accidentally brushed shoulders with someone. Without a word, he adjusted his clothes and continued walking, but the stranger began shouting, demanding to know why the lower priest hadn't apologized to his elder. The man introduced himself as someone talented, who had become a layman in just 5 years, clearly expecting deference, until he resumed his holdover on the bed. Doha, remaining calm, simply told him not to itch under his ear and to continue on his way. However, the layman was incensed by his tone and grabbed Doha by the collar, yelling that he had no idea who he was dealing with. The layman threatened Doha, boasting of his status and clearly believing himself superior. Doha, growing tired of the situation, considered his options. He thought briefly about using his divine power, enough to burn this man to ashes if he wished, but realized that revealing his true identity wasn't an option, as there were too many onlookers. For now, he decided not to resist, and, with a slight bow, apologized to the elder, even though the situation was reversed. The layman smirked, assuming Doha was finally submitting, but his triumph was short-lived. Within seconds, the layman's clothes mysteriously caught fire. Confused, the man stared at the burning hem of his robe, unsure of what to do, and quickly began screaming. As the flames consumed his clothing, revealing nothing but teddy bear printed underpants, the crowd erupted in laughter. The layman was utterly disgraced in front of everyone. Dohai, wide-eyed, realized that the spontaneous combustion wasn't his doing. The entire spectacle left him both astonished and amused. Then he heard a familiar voice, and before he knew it, someone grabbed his hand and pulled him along. With a beaming smile on her face, Loretta tugged him hastily, clearly pleased with herself. Her joyful reaction and the way she quickly fled the scene made it obvious that she had been up to something. Finally, they reached a quiet alley where no one was around, and they disappeared into the bend. Dohai immediately asked, "What did you do?" Still catching her breath but grinning, Loretta replied, "I told you, I would take revenge." He stared at her in confusion for a moment, as if trying to decide whether she was being serious, but when she added, "I won't back down if you're in trouble, so don't worry." He couldn't hold back any longer. He burst out laughing, covering his face with his hands. Loretta noticed that Dohai was laughing like a true villain, amused by the entire situation. Resting his head on her shoulder, he asked with a mischievous tone, "What am I going to do with you? You're just too interesting." His hand gently wrapped around her neck as he smiled, his voice rising slightly. "It's so fascinating. I want to have you completely." Meanwhile, back at the estate, Asher sat fuming in his room. The butler had just informed him that Loretta had spent the entire day with the priest. Only now did it dawn on him that the priest was a man, not a woman as he had originally thought. The butler, sensing the tension, warned the Duke that if he didn't act soon, things between Loretta and this new friend could escalate beyond mere friendship. Standing in the middle of his room, Asher began to grasp the reality of the situation. He had no idea how far Loretta's relationship with Doha had progressed. As he tried to reassure himself that even if they became lovers, it shouldn't matter to him, images of them walking together, kissing sweetly at the end of their outings, tormented him, Sitting on the bed with his face in his hands, the Duke told himself that Loretta was only there to cleanse his curse, nothing more. Their conversations about dates and affection were fleeting, he tried to convince himself. But his head spun, and he couldn't shake the strange feelings churning in his stomach. Looking down at his hands with disappointment in himself, Asher couldn't understand why he felt this way. Who would want a monster like him? Surely Loretta only pitied him, offering sympathy and comfort out of kindness, nothing more. Yet, despite his inner conflict, he decided that there was no point in lingering on these thoughts. Later, as they sat at the dinner table, Loretta suddenly asked why Asher had called for her. He explained that he wanted to talk after such a long time. She responded with mild surprise, noting that she thought the Duke's busy schedule had been sorted out. But in her mind, she wondered whether her plan to make him jealous had worked. As she looked at his stunning face, she had to hold herself back from showering him with compliments, thinking to herself that someone with such beauty could conquer the world. Asher unexpectedly turned to her and asked how she had been, his voice cold and distant. Loretta, panicking slightly and blushing, explained that she had been spending time with her friend. She glanced up at him, hoping he would show some sign of jealousy. But the Duke, looking away, responded indifferently, as if the question had been asked out of mere politeness, and that he didn't really care about her answer. Determined to press on, Loretta mentioned that Doha would be visiting this afternoon and that they would be in her room. She assured the Duke that he shouldn't worry if anything happened, but even then he remained unbothered, replying that it didn't matter to him. Save for one minor issue, he had been presently betrayed by a Secret Service crew arriving at his door. Feeling flustered, Loretta nervously picked up her fork, took a bite, and then, glancing up at him, asked, "Aren't you even a little jealous of me?" After all, that's what she had been aiming for all along. Slowly, Asher turned to face her. Looking at her incredibly sweet face, he suddenly blushed, struggling to maintain his composure. His mind raced, trying to figure out what to say in response to her bold question. But then Asher immediately answered her, saying that he wasn't jealous and that he didn't care, adding that the only thing that mattered to him was that this did not affect the quality of the purification process. In response, Loretta sighed in disappointment, picking at her food with a fork. She had expected a completely different answer. Abruptly, she stood up from the table, surprising the Duke. She explained that she had lost her appetite and said they'd see each other next time during the purification. With that, she left the dining room. Later, Loretta met with Doha, who had updated his image slightly by wearing glasses. He asked her gently what was bothering her. Sitting on the bed, she apologized. The priest, with a sly smile, thought to himself that Asher, cold-blooded as he was, would eventually regret his indifference. For now, though, Doha saw this as an opportunity to grow closer to her. Sitting beside her, he lightly put an arm around her shoulder, gazing at her sympathetically. Loretta, looking up at him, realized that he had come all this way for her, while she was just wallowing in her own problems. Deciding to lighten the mood, she asked about his glasses, teasing that he looked like a librarian, which suited him. Doha chuckled, suddenly saying he felt an urgent need to write something, as if overcome by a prophetic urge. This ability, prophecy, was a rare gift, possessed only by the most exceptional believers, and was a crucial factor in choosing a pope. Loretta, surprised by his seriousness, asked if he was all right, but Doha shifted the conversation, asking if she really liked his new look. She smiled and called him handsome, adding that everything suited him. Without warning, Doha pulled Loretta closer by the waist, their faces only inches apart. He gently held one of her hands while his other arm wrapped around her waist. Gazing directly into her eyes, he asked if they should begin the treatment now. Meanwhile, in his office, Asher was having a heated conversation with his butler. "It's pointless to interfere," he said, clearly referring to Loretta and Dorothy. The butler observed that the young lady had seemed upset after breakfast. If things ended like this, Asher's invitation had been in vain. The butler added that earlier, Asher had even instructed the cooks to remove all the cucumbers from Loretta's meal, something the butler found astonishing, as it was the first time the Duke had made such a personal request for a guest. The butler speculated that Asher was experiencing emotional fluctuations. Since he had been cursed, Asher had distanced himself from others, finding it difficult to feel anything. Now, looking at the Duke, the butler sincerely hoped that he would find happiness. He advised Asher to stop hiding his true feelings. Hearing this, Asher was momentarily confused, but the butler turned to leave, suggesting before he exited that the Duke visit Loretta and her guest. "Don't think about anything but your heart," he advised. Asher didn't know how to respond to such advice. He couldn't tell what his heart was saying. He insisted that he shouldn't feel jealousy or anything of the sort. After all, he believed he was incapable of love. When he had been cursed as a child, he had been told that he would forever symbolize torn flesh. The curse had been cast by a witch, and Asher had lived ever since with the belief that his very presence would bring the stench of death. His heart had never been touched since. Yet, despite his doubts, Asher decided to heed the butler's advice and visit Loretta. He walked slowly toward her room, and as he approached, he noticed the door was slightly ajar. Through the gap, he saw Doha holding Loretta's face. From behind, it looked like they were about to kiss. Asher's eyes widened in shock. Without thinking, he stormed into the room, grabbing Doha by the arm and pulling him away from Loretta. Fury flashed in his eyes as he glared at the priest. Loretta was frightened by the sudden intensity, and even Doha himself hadn't expected such a harsh reaction. Asher's eyes blazed with fury, and, in a commanding tone, he ordered Doha to take his hands off her. Despite the tension, Doha wasn't afraid. With a fiery gaze, he greeted the Duke, while Loretta was completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The situation had escalated unexpectedly, and the room was charged with tension. Internally, Doha was relieved he had chosen to wear glasses today, as it would be problematic if his identity were revealed so soon. Raising his hands in a gesture of peace, Doha signaled that he wasn't looking for a confrontation, though Asher's demeanor remained fierce, and even Loretta felt a little intimidated. Trying to calm her down, Doha gently called her by her nickname, Larry, which only made her more anxious. She tried to explain that her friend was only treating her and that nothing inappropriate had happened. But when Asher saw Doha's arm around her shoulder and the way he called her Larry, it was clear to him that this didn't look like just a friendly relationship. Asher glared at Doha, who looked back at him slyly, stroking Loretta's head in a way that only infuriated the Duke further. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Asher sternly told the priest that he was free to leave. Doha, without protest, got out of bed and walked out of the room. As he left, he adjusted his glasses with a grin, amused by the unfolding drama. He thought to himself that the story was becoming more intriguing by the day, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. Asher sat down next to Loretta on the bed, both of them silent and unsure of what to say. Finally, Loretta broke the silence, reminding the Duke that he had claimed not to be jealous of her. Her face flushed slightly as she spoke, clearly nervous. Asher, his head lowered, remained quiet, his mind racing. He couldn't deny to himself that he had been too emotional. Was he really jealous of her? He often found himself thinking that her kindness could be given to someone else, and the thought made his blood boil. Now, as he looked at her, he realized he didn't want her to hate him. He didn't want to hurt her. After wrestling with his thoughts and emotions, Asher suddenly came to a realization. He wanted Loretta to be his. He had been turning away from his true feelings for too long. Loretta, noticing his silence, nervously asked if she could still meet with Doha, strangely seeking his permission. Asher turned to her, silent for a few seconds, as if deep in thought, before finally asking her not to do it. His face flushed as he continued, asking Loretta not to leave. It was as though he had held that request on the tip of his tongue for so long, and now it had finally slipped out. He admitted that he had never imagined his heart could beat so fast. With his head lowered, Asher explained that even when he didn't want to, his thoughts always drifted back to her. He confessed that just imagining her with another man made him want to cut off the hand that had touched her. Loretta's mouth dropped open in shock as she listened to his unexpected confessions. She had never thought she would hear such words from him. Then Asher, lifting his gaze to meet hers, admitted that if this was what jealousy felt like, then yes, he was insanely jealous. As he reached out a hand to touch her face, he stopped midway, fearing he might hurt her. He continued, saying that he felt lost, unsure of where these strange emotions were taking him, but despite his confusion, he finally asked Loretta if her offer for a romantic relationship was still valid. He confessed that he liked her. Loretta, wide-eyed and trying to process everything she had just heard, suddenly smiled. A blush spread across her cheeks as she joyfully gave him her answer. Yes, she wanted to be with him. She threw herself into his arms, surprising him. Asher, embarrassed, blushed deeply as he awkwardly hugged her back, his heart racing wildly. Moving slightly away from him, Loretta smiled and declared that she looked forward to their relationship with great excitement. Asher, still stunned by everything, quietly echoed that he was looking forward to it as well. He couldn't believe what was happening, that this was real. For him, this was a first, a new experience of love, something he had never imagined for himself. As they sat together, each was lost in their own thoughts. Loretta dreamed of spending the next 3 months with excitement and joy, while Asher was already making grand plans for their future. He imagined renovating the garden, picturing Loretta living in the house with him for the rest of their lives. After some time, Loretta decided to present Asher with a list of plans that they could carry out together. She eagerly awaited his opinion and perhaps a few suggestions of his own. Curious, Asher asked what the list was for, and Loretta explained that these were activities they would do together. But as he skimmed through the list, Asher's heart sank. There were so many things he felt he couldn't do because of his weakened body. He flipped through the notebook, hoping to find something else, but Loretta abruptly stopped him. "There's nothing important beyond that," she said nervously, her heart racing. She didn't want him to see the next pages, where she had listed her private wishes. More importantly, she didn't want him to discover that she was terminally ill, especially now that they had just begun their relationship. When Asher saw a crossed-out item on the list, city tour, he tensed immediately. Knowing who she had spent that day with, though he didn't say anything, the thought gnawed at him. Sensing his discomfort, Loretta quickly explained that it was merely a wish list, not something she specifically wanted to do with her boyfriend. Seeing his tense expression, Asher, trying to mask his feelings, suggested that she didn't have to fulfill all the points with him. But instead of feeling relieved, Loretta burst into laughter. "You're so cute when you're jealous," she teased, and Asher was stunned. No one had ever called him cute before. Blushing slightly, she leaned closer, looked him straight in the eyes, and softly said that she wanted to complete every item on the list with him. Only him. She then asked, in a sweet voice, if he liked her plan. Before Asher could respond, Loretta hugged him, her excitement bubbling over like a child's. She told him how much she loved the idea of doing all these things together. Soon after, they found themselves in one of the Empire's finest boutiques. Loretta was thrilled to be in the city with Asher, and as they browsed through the beautiful clothes, she tried on a stunning dress. She looked like a living doll in it. Stepping out to show him, she asked, "What do you think?" Asher was speechless, his mouth slightly open in surprise. The shop attendants helped her select more dresses, but Loretta was curious about Asher's opinion. Yet he remained silent. After a while, Asher quietly said that she didn't need to choose any of the dresses because he was prepared to buy her everything she liked. He even offered to buy her all the jewelry she had admired, and he kept his word, purchasing every item she had tried on. When they were riding home, the carriage was overflowing with boxes of clothing and jewelry. As they rode, Loretta suddenly asked why he hadn't responded earlier. Confused, Asher asked what she meant. She poked him lightly in the stomach and reminded him of her question about the dress, why he hadn't said anything back at the boutique. She poked him again playfully, and Asher, turning away in embarrassment, quietly admitted that he had been too flustered to respond. He thought Loretta had looked so beautiful in the dress that he had been rendered speechless. Loretta, feigning indignation, teased him for taking too long to compliment her. She continued poking him in the side, insisting that if he thought she was beautiful, he should say so immediately. The gentle touches flustered Asher, and he quickly grabbed her hand, trying to stop her. Holding her hand, he looked straight into her eyes, and gathering his courage, he finally told her, "You are truly very beautiful." Asher was so close to her now, the distance between their faces barely noticeable. Loretta, narrowing her eyes and blushing, asked if he honestly thought she was beautiful. Then, with a bold smile, she suddenly asked him to kiss her. The request embarrassed Asher deeply, but Loretta, resting her hand on his shoulder, was ready for the kiss. Asher, on the other hand, was not. Their faces inched closer, and just when they were about to kiss, the coachman's voice suddenly interrupted them. He announced that they had arrived, asking where to move the luggage. Startled, the couple froze, staring wide-eyed at each other. Embarrassed beyond words, Asher bolted from the carriage the moment the door opened, leaving Loretta behind, surprised and confused by his sudden departure. A few days later, Loretta, dressed beautifully for dinner, sat down at the table, feeling a bit sad. Since their interrupted kiss, there had been no progress in their relationship. Asher, always the gentleman, still treated her with care, straightening her napkin as she sat. But Loretta couldn't help but feel that their relationship hadn't changed much since before they were together. Time was slipping away, and she knew she didn't have much left. As Asher took his seat, Loretta, with an innocent smile, playfully asked him to feed her, making the first move that he seemed too shy to take himself. After this, Loretta added softly that she wanted to receive love from her lover today. Asher, the Duke, was puzzled. She seemed perfectly capable of eating on her own, so why did she need this? Still, he didn't want to refuse her. Picking up a piece of salad with his fork, Asher carefully and slowly brought it to her lips. Loretta leaned forward and quickly ate the small bite, smiling warmly at him. Suddenly she rushed to hug him, saying how kind he was and that he was the best man. Asher was incredibly embarrassed by her affection. When Loretta hugged him even tighter, his face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he felt like he was burning with shame. Flustered, he quickly stood up from the table, mumbling about how much work he still had to do. Without waiting for her to respond, he hurriedly left, even as she tried to stop him for just a few more minutes. Asher simply waved a quick goodbye as he fled, leaving both Loretta and the butler bewildered by his sudden departure. It was then that Loretta realized something. Perhaps the Duke only wanted a platonic relationship. This thought struck her as a disaster, and she slumped forward, lightly hitting her head on the table in frustration. She wasn't entirely certain yet, but it weighed heavily on her mind. A few days later, Loretta visited Asher's bedroom. She opened the door slightly, announcing that she had come to perform a cleansing. As she walked in, she resolved that even if she didn't have much time left, and even if Asher didn't like her touch, she would accept it. After all, what kind of love was it if it caused discomfort and suffering? Smiling sweetly, she told him they would work on his upper body today. Asher, though embarrassed, began to unbutton his shirt slowly, preparing himself. Loretta watched, thinking about how handsome he looked as he undressed. Once his chest was bare, he sat quietly on the sofa, nervously saying he was ready. The Duke was still uncomfortable with the situation, especially with his girlfriend so close and about to touch his bare skin. Loretta approached him, gently starting the cleansing process. Asher tried to distract himself, thinking of anything else, but then Loretta stopped suddenly and leaned her elbows on his chest. Concerned, Asher asked if she was all right. She quietly reassured him, saying she was feeling better than before, but was still a bit dizzy. Blushing slightly, Loretta asked if she could hug him. Asher, looking into her eyes, blushed deeply and explained that it was hard for him to restrain himself. It wasn't entirely clear what he meant, but he turned away, gently holding her by the shoulders and suggesting they keep some distance. He admitted that he could be somewhat impatient. Loretta, excited, grabbed his hand and looked into his eyes, telling him he didn't need to hold back. He could do as he wished. Something seemed to snap in Asher at that moment. In one swift motion, he threw Loretta onto the sofa and hovered over her. Both of them were suddenly embarrassed by the intensity of the moment. Asher asked again if he truly had her permission, wanting to be sure that she wouldn't mind if he did what he desired. Loretta, thinking she had only wanted a simple kiss, realized the situation had quickly escalated. She felt as though Asher might devour her. His powerful body, heavy breathing, and intense gaze all hinted at his overwhelming desire. He gently took her hand and began covering it with soft kisses. Overcome with embarrassment, Loretta called out his name, stopping him halfway. She pulled her hand back, pressed it to her face, and quietly apologized, looking into his sea-blue eyes. Asher, trying to collect his thoughts, realized he needed to stop before things went too far. Gently helping her up, he asked her not to put them in such a situation again, explaining that next time he wouldn't be able to let her go so easily. Loretta promised she wouldn't act so thoughtlessly again. The Duke apologized for frightening her as he began to get dressed. He realized he, too, needed to be more careful, because he didn't know what might happen if they found themselves in a similar situation again. A few days later, Loretta, once again emboldened, practically sat on top of Asher, playfully suggesting they finish what they had started. Without much shame, she leaned in and gave him a long-awaited, sweet kiss on the lips. How the rest of the story unfolded remains to be seen. One morning, a few days after the cleansing, Loretta expressed her desire for Asher to take her on a date to a restaurant. She showed him a list of ideas, but Asher declined, explaining that even something as simple as going to a restaurant would be difficult for him due to his curse. The eyes of others always saw him as a monster, and they were wary of him. With sadness in his voice, Asher apologized to Loretta, regretting that she, as the beloved of a cursed man, would have to give up so much. Looking at her bright, unwavering smile, Asher felt guilty for not being able to give her what she deserved, but Loretta, gathering her strength, smiled even more radiantly and reassured him that the location of their date didn't matter to her. The only thing that was important was that they spend time together. After hearing this, Asher smiled joyfully as they continued their conversation. However, in the midst of their discussion, the Duke completely forgot about his responsibilities. Loretta, noticing this, decided to remind him by gently pushing him toward the door, telling him he would be late for his duties at the palace. Asher agreed, adding that he would return to her very soon. He thought to himself that he would finish his work quickly, then come home to have dinner with her. They could enjoy a relaxing evening, talking over a drink and discussing interesting topics. He planned to ask her about her day, how she had adjusted to her new surroundings, and what kind of alcohol and snacks she preferred. But the meeting turned out to be far longer and more tedious than expected. After an hour of pointless discussion, Asher, frustrated, decided to speak up. He asked the men present how long they intended to keep up this useless argument. Upon hearing this, the room immediately fell silent. Even the emperor was taken aback. However, one man grew indignant at the duke's blunt behavior, especially in front of his majesty. Angrily, he slammed his fists on the table. Asher, crossing his arms, understood that the father of his beloved Loretta was the one speaking. He wasn't sure whether to ignore the outburst or take action, but it was clear from the man's reaction that only a single glance from the Duke was enough to put him in his place. The Emperor, considering the situation, decided it was time to bring the discussion to an end. With the word "end" spoken, Asher immediately rose from his seat and rushed home. Loretta's father was furious at what he considered an impudent departure, seeing it as an affront to his authority. One of the gentlemen next to him remarked that Asher was incredibly fortunate, for he knew just how fierce the Duke could be. He was puzzled as to why this man was so eager to challenge him, and, with a sly grin, he advised the irate father that, if he wanted to save his family from decline, he needed to be much wiser. Loretta's father, beside himself with anger and shame, stormed out of the hall. He walked down the corridor, clenching his fists in frustration. In his mind, he blamed everything on his daughter. If only someone had managed the household better, perhaps their finances wouldn't be in such a mess. Furthermore, with his son-in-law, Rayon, spending recklessly, the family situation was worsening. His wife blamed him for Loretta's decision to run away, claiming it was because she hadn't received proper education. However, as long as Rayon worked for the imperial family, they still had money. Still, the situation was only deteriorating day by day. Loretta was the only one who had dared to confront him, and he thought that if she returned and apologized for her actions, everything would be fixed. He believed that if she cried and repented, he would show mercy and welcome her back into the family. As he walked further, he asked himself where else Loretta could find a father as wonderful as him, mentally urging her to return before it was too late. Later that evening, Loretta, clearly out of breath, hurried into one of the rooms to ask the butler where Asher was, since he was no longer in the hall. The butler, smiling sweetly, explained that the Duke had gone to change clothes, but was concerned about leaving Loretta waiting. Hearing this, Loretta calmly exhaled. Just then, Asher appeared behind her, having arrived quietly. He asked, teasing her if she was running, noticing how short of breath she was. Loretta, startled, turned around and asked when he had arrived. Asher, stroking her hair and smiling, reassured her that there was no need to meet him in such a hurry, though it was clear how much he appreciated her eagerness. As they moved to the sofa, Loretta, still embarrassed, reflected on the Duke's experience with relationships. She couldn't help but wonder if, with such a body and face, this could truly be his first love. Asher, looking at her thoughtful expression, couldn't understand what she was thinking, especially since her face seemed to change with every passing moment. They were suddenly distracted by the butler, who, using magic, began to perform extraordinary tricks. Fruits floated in the air, and bottles juggled themselves. Both Asher and Loretta were amazed by the spectacle. The Duke, particularly surprised, hadn't known his butler could do such things. The butler, bowing his head proudly, explained that as a butler, he was trained to do everything. After hearing this, Asher immediately left the room, wishing the couple a pleasant night. After a while, Loretta and Asher clinked their glasses joyfully, toasting to each other's health. Asher thought to himself that it was enough for him that they were together. Loretta, however, poured more alcohol for herself, drinking quickly. Asha watched with concern and asked if she was drinking too fast, but she reassured him that she was fine and asked him not to worry. While she continued drinking, Loretta reflected on how alcohol had been her only solace before leaving home. Asha, noticing her mood, asked her how the drink tasted. She immediately shared her opinion and then told him that before his arrival she had walked through the garden. She mentioned that the fountain where they had once fallen into had no water, which had disappointed her. Asha listened intently, his face lighting up with love, as if every word she said was the most interesting thing in the world. He gazed at her with affection, and she, in turn, looked at him with the same warmth. Then Loretta suddenly brought up Dohai, explaining that he was just a friend and had helped her a lot with her relationships. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she asked Asha if it would be all right for her to continue her treatment with the priest, as he was the best healer she knew. She added that it wouldn't matter if Asha was against it. Asha, unsure about the nature of the treatment, couldn't understand what kind of treatment she was receiving. He sensed that she might be hiding something, but decided it wasn't his place to ask, especially if it was for her health. He didn't want her to hate him, so he advised her to do whatever she felt was best for herself. Loretta smiled sweetly in response, and then, without warning, laid her head on his shoulder. She straightened her dress, feeling unusually warm, and began to unbutton it. The alcohol in her blood made the task difficult, so she suddenly grabbed Asha's hand. He was extremely confused and didn't know how to react. She placed his palm on her chest, which only confused him more, leaving him speechless. Loretta, gazing up at him, asked him to help take off her dress, holding his hand in place. Loretta swore. As the situation grew more intense, Asha pulled his hand away and asked if she was drunk. He was genuinely worried because she was acting strangely. But before he could process everything, Loretta pushed him onto the sofa and sat on top of him. She looked at him, smiling, and asked if he wanted to continue where they had left off last time. Asha's heart raced, and he tried to maintain control, reminding himself to be patient and resist his own desires. He thought she was just drunk, and that's why she was behaving this way. But as he thought about it, he realized just how drunk she really was, and his concern deepened. He covered himself with his hand, trying to stay calm. He asked Loretta to get off him, explaining that he knew this wouldn't end well. She smiled and giggled, replying that she would only get off if he fulfilled her wish. It was clear that her behavior didn't embarrass her or cause discomfort because of her intoxication. Asha, turning away, said he would do whatever she wanted. He tried to force himself to think of something else, to clear his mind of any bad thoughts. Loretta, smiling joyfully, asked him to kiss her. The request made Asha feel even more awkward, but he understood that she only wanted a kiss, and nothing more. So he gently placed his hand on her cheek and, leaning in, asked her to keep her promise. The distance between them grew smaller, and she closed her eyes, anticipating the kiss. However, Asha did things differently. He placed a neat, gentle kiss on her cheek. Even this simple kiss embarrassed him greatly. But Loretta wasn't satisfied with just that. She immediately took the initiative, placing her hand on his face and leaning in to kiss him. Asha tried to stop her, but she managed to steal a kiss from him. Loretta, feeling victorious, broke away, smiling like a mischievous cat. She thought to herself that this was the real kiss she had been waiting for. Asha, wide-eyed and stunned, couldn't believe what had just happened. The kiss had lasted much longer than he had expected, and he found himself struggling to process the situation. Angrily, he asked her to know when to stop, but before he could react further, he swiftly threw her onto the sofa, hovering over her. Holding her wrist with one hand, he looked into her eyes and insisted that they needed to take things in moderation. Loretta, still trying to process his words, felt her eyelids growing heavy and her vision blurred. A few seconds later, Loretta opened her mouth wide and fell into a deep sleep. The alcohol had clearly affected her, something Asher hadn't anticipated. He sat next to her on the sofa, feeling strange. He couldn't believe that the girl who had just stolen his first kiss was now lying beside him, asleep with her mouth open. The next morning, Loretta happily barged into Asher's office, shouting a cheerful greeting. Asher, looking slightly tired, noticed that she had finally woken up. But, judging by her carefree and joyful expression, it was clear that she remembered little of what had happened the previous night. Scratching the back of her head, Loretta began questioning him. She only remembered asking permission from Doha about the treatment, but after that, everything was a blur. Asher was shocked. Loretta seemed embarrassed by her body's reaction to the alcohol and quickly tried to explain herself. She usually tolerated alcohol well, but apparently it didn't mix well with cocktails. Asher was only now realizing that she had stolen his first kiss, and she didn't even remember it. His expression turned stern as he suddenly told her that from now on she was strictly prohibited from drinking alcohol with anyone else. Loretta was taken aback and indignantly asked why, explaining that others had told her she drank well. The mention of others made Asher's mood darken. He wondered who exactly she was referring to, replaying her words in his head. A hint of jealousy crept in as he thought about it. Meanwhile, Loretta hesitated, thinking that it wouldn't be fair to tell him the truth, given how many women he must have had in his life. How many addresses he must have loved. At that moment, the butler appeared at the door, smiling as he informed them that a priest had arrived to see Loretta. When Loretta turned towards him, she noticed the sudden change in Asher's expression. He ordered the guest to be escorted to the living room. When Loretta entered the room, she found Dohei sitting on the sofa, still wearing his glasses, seemingly for secrecy. He crossed his legs with an air of authority and smiled sweetly when he saw her. He mentioned that they hadn't seen each other for a while. Loretta, a little embarrassed, apologized for how she had hastily escorted him out the last time they met. Doha reassured her that it was nothing, and as she sat next to him, he gently stroked her head. He added that he had no regrets, and if she truly felt sorry, she could visit him next time. He subtly hinted that it was a relief to avoid unnecessary things, as they were now surrounded by servants who were watching their every move. Doha clearly understood that Asher had arranged this situation on purpose. Turning to him, Loretta asked if they could change her treatment. Doha immediately inquired if Asher had forced her to make the change. Loretta clarified that she was doing it because it was something she personally cared about, her relationship with Asher and her contact with other men. Doha understood, but the thought of her being involved with Asher clearly made him uneasy. Smiling at her, he gave his consent but warned that the treatment's effectiveness might be slightly reduced. Loretta thanked him, and he carefully took her hand, pretending to be upset. The priest, with a hint of sadness, then asked if their friendship would end because of this change. Loretta, who didn't want to upset him, immediately assured him that this wasn't the case. She apologized for possibly disappointing him, but she had no intention of ending their friendship. Doha, sensing the tension, asked if Loretta would like to go to the library with him. Confused, she asked if he meant to visit today. Doha confirmed it, explaining that the library was still open. Since Asher seemed to be busy, Loretta agreed, assuming they would go as friends. However, just as they were about to leave, Asher's voice suddenly rang out behind them. He stepped into the doorway, looking tense. Noticing the way Doha was eyeing him, Asher asked if there was a problem with him accompanying them to the library. Doha was clearly displeased, and hadn't expected Asher to show such interest in a place he usually avoided. It was evident that jealousy was at play. Dohai stood and bowed to Asher, introducing himself as a priest of lower rank. Asher, however, didn't acknowledge him. Loretta looked at him with a dissatisfied expression and then asked if he had said he would be very busy that day. Asher, looking down at her, replied that what mattered now was spending time with his girlfriend. Loretta blushed, clearly not expecting such a sweet response. She lowered her eyes in embarrassment. Asher returned to the matter at hand, asking if he could join them at the library. The atmosphere between him and Doha was tense, as both exchanged stern looks. But then, with a forced smile, Doha replied that of course Asher could join them. It would be an honor. Asher, satisfied with the response, asked the butler to prepare a carriage for them. In the carriage, the couple sat next to each other while Doha sat across from them. The atmosphere was slightly tense, though Loretta, ever joyful, hoped her friend and lover could become friends, allowing them all to spend time together. As Doha gazed out the window, he was gripped by a strange unease. It felt as though he shouldn't be going anywhere. He was shocked. He asked the Duke if they were heading to the Imperial Library, and his suspicions were confirmed. Dohai was alarmed, knowing that many people in the library would recognize him. Disguising himself there would be problematic. Thinking quickly, he told the couple he had forgotten an important errand at the temple, hoping to avoid scandal by returning immediately. Loretta, unaware of anything unusual, supported his decision, saying he could go. When the carriage stopped, Dohai hurriedly exited, thanking Loretta and apologizing to the Duke for his abrupt departure. After a hasty farewell, he left. As the carriage started moving again, Loretta turned to the Duke with a smile and joyfully announced that this was apparently turning into a date at the library. She gently took his hand and they rode the rest of the way in silence, feeling a bit awkward. Both were as red as tomatoes, with Asher, the Duke, trying to calm himself by reminding himself that he was a man, not an animal, and nothing untoward would happen in such a situation. On arriving at the library, they wandered through the shelves. Loretta soon noticed how loosely Asher was holding her hand and teased him, saying that at this rate she might fall. But Asher was preoccupied with how small and delicate her hand felt, as if it might break with the slightest pressure. Loretta then wondered aloud if their real purpose for visiting the library was because of Doha's earlier request. She had no idea what they could actually do here, so she decided to explore the library, with Asher following her like a loyal puppy. Loretta found this endearing and, after stopping abruptly, playfully pulled him into a hug and whispered for him to stop following her around like a puppy and instead find a book to read. Asher blushed and asked if she really had to whisper that, especially in such a manner. Loretta reminded him they were in a library and needed to be quiet. She then sent him off to pick a book while she did the same. As Loretta reached for a book on a high shelf, she imagined Asher would soon appear to help her, but instead, a stranger handed her the book, clearly hoping to flirt. Disgusted, she looked into his eyes and sternly told him to leave, giving him no opportunity to pursue his advances. The man left, frustrated by her rudeness, but Loretta paid him no further attention and returned to her plan of catching the Duke's attention. This time, it worked. Asher approached and gently took the book from the top shelf for her. Turning, Loretta teasingly asked if he had witnessed her previous struggle with the book or how she had so boldly dismissed the stranger. Asher smirked and whispered that he liked her assertiveness, but asked her to only behave that way toward other men, not him. He replied with a grin that it didn't, but warned her that if she ever tried to run, Duke Candle would find her no matter where she went. As they walked through the corridors of the Imperial Palace, they chatted about their shared love of brownies and debated the merits of different toppings, eventually agreeing that brownies with ice cream would be the perfect treat when they returned. However, their conversation was interrupted by a familiar voice. Loretta turned in shock, knowing Rayon stood before them, displeasure written across his face. He greeted the Duke with a stiff bow and then turned to his sister, noticing how happy she looked. Loretta panicked, unsure of what her brother wanted. She feared he might say something cruel, as he often did, and embarrass her in front of Asher. Desperate to avoid a scene, she gently touched Asher's hand and asked if he could return without her, explaining that she needed to speak with her brother. Asher offered to wait, but Loretta insisted it would take a while, and reluctantly he agreed, leaving the siblings alone. As soon as Asher was gone, Rayon crossed his arms and sneered, incredulous that Loretta was wagging her tail for the Duke. Loretta snapped back, warning him to watch his words if he didn't want to be buried in the Imperial Palace's backyard. Rayon nearly shouted in anger, accusing her of causing a stir at home and embarrassing their family by living with the monster Duke. Loretta grinned bitterly, asking if there was anything left to disgrace. Rayon countered that their mother had fallen ill because of her, and went on to belittle her, warning that just because she had magical talent, it didn't mean the world would bow at her feet. He sneered, saying that she was just obsessed with the Duke monster, and suggested she return home, where there was plenty of work waiting for her. Loretta gave a firm, clear response to her brother, saying she didn't care. Not a single muscle twitched on her face as she told him they should sort out their household affairs themselves. Her brother, shocked by her boldness, reacted violently. Blinded by rage, he swung his fist and struck her hard across the face. The blow was so powerful that she fell to the floor, while his hand throbbed from the impact. Onlookers began to whisper, watching in disbelief. Loretta, holding her cheek, was stunned that her brother had actually hit her. Her wide eyes reflected the shock, but as she gathered her thoughts, she knew she couldn't let this go. Rayon continued his public tirade, humiliating her in the corridor, shouting that she should never try to surpass him, her older brother. Loretta, though tempted to use magic in retaliation, knew that doing so in the palace would create more problems. Rising to her feet and standing before her brother once again, she considered the rumors that would spread if they continued fighting, especially since she didn't want Duke Candel to find out she'd been beaten by her own brother. Then, in a swift and unexpected move, Loretta delivered a sharp blow between Rayon's legs. He doubled over in pain, unable to even cry out. With a smirk, Loretta declared that she didn't care and stormed out of the palace. Realizing more than 2 hours had passed, she decided to visit a doctor to treat her cheek. When she arrived, the female doctor assessed the damage and touched Loretta's cheek gently, revealing that her cheekbone was injured from the strong blow. After a quick healing attempt, Loretta looked in the mirror and was disappointed to see the bruise still visible. The doctor explained that a higher-level healer or priest would be needed for complete healing. Loretta left the clinic, pondering how difficult it was for those without wealth to access proper medical care. Feeling embarrassed about showing up to Ear like this, she wondered what to do next. Suddenly, a familiar hand rested on her shoulder. Turning around, Loretta saw Madame Chabet, who immediately expressed concern over why she was out so late alone. After some brief conversation, Madame Chabet invited Loretta to her boutique, thanking her for all the dresses she had donated. Loretta agreed, and soon they were inside the shop, where the Madame picked out a stylish headpiece for her. Madame Chabet, sensing her distress, shared how her boutique was a haven for people with their own struggles. She put her hands on Loretta's shoulders and expressed her hopes that the rest of her day would be better. Moved by the woman's kindness, Loretta thanked her sincerely, realizing how comforting it was to know she wasn't alone. Madame Chabet called her by name, surprising Loretta, who hadn't realized she was recognized. They had never met formally before, as Loretta's close ties to her brother had kept her distant from the Madame and the Princess. But now, Loretta no longer considered herself part of the Blanche family. With a warm smile, she asked Madame Chabet to simply call her Loretta, and the Madame happily agreed. Returning home, Loretta was met by a worried butler and concerned servants. They had clearly been looking for her. She was touched by their concern, feeling grateful for the people in the mansion who cared for her. Then, familiar footsteps approached quickly. Asher, more worried than anyone else, rushed to her side. His eyes were filled with panic and concern. Loretta felt guilty for making him worry, but was also pleased to see how much he cared. Apologizing for her lateness, Loretta smiled, explaining that time had flown by after reconnecting with her family and making a few purchases. Asher, though still clearly worried, didn't press her further. Instead, he extended his hand and invited her inside. Just as she placed her hand in his, the hair she had been trying so hard to hide her bruise under slipped, revealing the injury. Asher's expression darkened immediately. He gently brushed her hair aside, examining the bruise. With gritted teeth, he asked who had done this to her. Lorette tried to figure out how to explain the situation, but it was clear she could no longer hide the truth. Asher deduced that it was a blow from a fist, and that a low-level healer had attempted to treat it. Loretta was shocked by his precise assessment. Remembering how protective Asher could be, she became nervous, realizing how dangerous it could be for the one who hurt her. Asher, still frowning, declared that whoever did this would pay. Loretta, now worried, took his hand and softly apologized for causing him concern. She insisted that she could handle the situation herself and didn't want to waste his time on it. Asher reassured her that everything was fine, but he couldn't let the incident go so easily. He told her he would call a priest to heal her properly, which brightened her mood. While he didn't pry further, the Duke remained deeply troubled, unable to simply forget what had happened. Asher, while in his office, summoned Gerard, the leader of the scouting squad, who knelt respectfully before him. Without turning to face him, Asher ordered Gerard to investigate and report back. Gerard, understanding the gravity of the command, swiftly left. Staring out of the window, Asher was consumed with thoughts, trying to figure out who had attacked Loretta. Something must have happened after he left, but that wasn't his only concern. The situation within the Blanche family troubled him deeply, and he needed answers. As much as he hoped it was just his own worries, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. Meanwhile, in the main temple of Elon, an important annual meeting of high priests was taking place. Michel, one of the key figures, felt nothing but boredom as the meeting dragged on. Suddenly, one of his subordinates entered the hall, calling for him. This interruption outraged one of the high priests, who scolded the newcomer and criticized Michel for not managing his staff properly. Michel, amused by the man's reprimand, agreed sarcastically, adding that he would indeed take better care of his subordinates. He beckoned the interrupter closer, who whispered that a letter had arrived from Duke Candle, stating that the sorceress was looking for Michel, due to feeling unwell. Without hesitation, Michel excused himself and left the meeting, ignoring the protests from the other priests. After his departure, they began gossiping, saying Michel was unfit to become pope and favouring Gibralfaro instead, who seethed with resentment at Michel's back. Michel soon arrived at the garden, where Loretta was waiting for him. She turned and greeted him joyfully, and he responded warmly. As he approached her, he gently took her face in his hands and examined the bruise on her cheek. Though Loretta seemed a little anxious, Michel's expression shifted from concern to barely contained anger. He demanded to know who had hurt her, but Michel, while healing her, speculated that it could have been Duke Candle who harmed her, but Loretta quickly denied it. With a sweet smile, Michel reassured her that if the Duke had been responsible, she wouldn't have survived. Despite his attempts to coax the truth from her, Loretta stayed quiet, and Michel found himself both frustrated and amused by her loyalty. He resolved to find out who was responsible, knowing that if Asher didn't get to them first, he would deal with the offender himself. As they sat together, Michel asked Loretta to give him her hand. Trusting him, she extended it, and he placed a bracelet on her wrist, explaining that it contained divine power and a mild healing effect. Loretta was shocked by the gift and protested that it was too expensive, but Michel waved her concerns away, insisting it was a gift from a friend. Michel, smiling, told her not to worry and asked her to spend more time with him in the future. Back in his office, Asher was reading a book the butler had given him about maintaining a strong relationship with his girlfriend. The book warned against rushing physical intimacy, stating that it could overwhelm a girl. Asher was stunned and horrified at the thought of Loretta becoming tired of him, or worse, wanting to break up. The idea filled him with dread, and he couldn't shake the memory of the person who cursed him, telling him that no one could love a monster like him. Determined not to lose Loretta, he vowed to be cautious. Later, during a cleansing session in Asher's office, Loretta was focused on healing him. She was relieved that it was taking place in the office and not in his bed, as the last time had left her blushing and flustered. Meanwhile, Asher struggled to maintain his composure, holding on with all his strength. After a few seconds, the girl suddenly raised her head and said that everything was ready. The Duke immediately asked if she was okay, to which she replied that she was, just tired. As she helped him put on his shirt, the man felt guilty for wanting anything more from someone so weary. He thought he was too greedy, and to prevent Loretta from becoming even more tired, he decided he shouldn't trouble her with his insecurities about his body. Asher looked sad, thinking that the only way to keep Loretta from leaving him was by doing whatever he could to not burden her. Loretta unexpectedly interrupted his thoughts by shoving a notepad in his face, asking if he wanted to cook something together, as she wanted to try cooking with her boyfriend. Asher, embarrassed by how close she was, pushed her away, covering her face with his hand. She then playfully asked if he liked the idea and suddenly kissed him on the hand, teasing him by looking up at him through her lashes. Asher, blushing deeply, quickly pulled his hand away, while Loretta asked again about the cooking plan. Later they arrived at the kitchen, which was set up perfectly, almost as if designed for a sweet couple to enjoy. Even the butler had prepared everything meticulously. Asher admired it for a moment. Loretta found an apron and offered it to him, but Asher, imagining how ridiculous he'd look in it, declined, saying it wouldn't fit. Loretta, on the other hand, had her own ideas, and was disappointed by his refusal but quickly shrugged it off, suggesting they cook without aprons. As they started cooking, Asher continued to wrestle with the idea that he needed to talk to Loretta soon, before it was too late. He didn't know how to tell her about his fears, his worries that his body was ugly, his fear of touching her, and his insecurity that she might grow tired of him. They both smiled, each thinking about different things, he about their relationship and she about cooking. While cooking, they laughed and enjoyed themselves, Asher laughing freely for the first time in a long while. After a while, they finished their culinary masterpiece, a beautiful dessert adorned with strawberries and chocolate. Loretta playfully stabbed a strawberry with a fork and fed it to Asher, who, despite feeling awkward, opened his mouth and ate it. When a bit of strawberry remained at the corner of his lips, Loretta teasingly reached for his face. Asher, blushing, was caught off guard as she kissed him and then playfully licked the strawberry from his lips, claiming he was dirty. Asher, not sure how to respond, was left speechless. As Loretta smiled at him, Asher couldn't help but think about how charming she was. Memories of their first kiss, when they were drinking, flashed in his mind, but this moment felt even more romantic. Loretta took a strawberry and deliberately smeared chocolate on her lips, teasing him again by asking if he wanted to clean it off. Asher reached for her but hesitated, clenching his fist in doubt, before backing away. Loretta didn't understand what was wrong until Asher nervously asked if she was okay. He was worried that Loretta might grow tired of him and didn't know how to handle the situation. Loretta, concerned, asked if everything was all right, but Asher suddenly wiped her face with a napkin and left the room, leaving her bewildered. She couldn't understand why he had walked away this time, just as he had done before. The next morning, as Loretta was getting ready, she reflected on their strange dynamic and resolved that they needed to talk. She compared Asher to a wild animal, fearful and difficult to approach, but she believed she just needed to be patient. Determined, she went to breakfast with a smile, confident that the Duke wouldn't be able to escape her today. As she entered the dining room, Asher greeted her, calling her sorceress, just like when they first met. Surprised, Loretta asked why he was calling her that again, but Asher ignored her, pretending to read a newspaper. His strange behavior puzzled her, and she asked if he was angry. He denied it, but Loretta still found it odd. Smiling, she apologized, playfully calling him cute. Asher, hiding behind his newspaper, felt conflicted, thinking that Loretta hadn't taken his request seriously the previous day. He feared she might eventually grow tired of him. Gathering his courage, Asher reminded her of the conversation they had about pacing their relationship. Loretta, wide-eyed, realized she had misunderstood him. She had thought he was talking about the pace of their cooking, not their relationship. Embarrassed, Asher stuttered an apology, and Loretta giggled, poking him and teasing him for being upset over something so innocent. Feeling ashamed, Asher tried to leave, but Loretta grabbed his wrist, stopping him. She asked seriously if he was going to run away from her again. Blushing, he asked her to let him go, but she playfully replied that she wouldn't let him go so easily. When Asher quietly said that her grip was painful, Loretta immediately released him, concerned. Taking advantage of the moment, Asher hurriedly left the room, leaving Loretta behind, trying to figure out what had just happened. As Asher rushed outside, His thoughts were filled with self-criticism. He felt pitiful, convinced that Loretta would eventually tire of him. But as he glanced back, he saw her standing by the window, teasingly showing him her fingers like horns. They both smiled, their earlier awkwardness melting away. From that day on, Loretta followed Asher everywhere, teasing him about holding hands and warning him not to run away. Despite his embarrassment, Asher couldn't help but smile, finding joy in her playful company. A few days later, while Dad was sitting at the table having breakfast, the girl suddenly remembered that, during her teasing of Candle, she had forgotten something important. She couldn't quite understand what exactly the guy had meant by holding off. Looking at him now, Loretta found herself thinking that she wanted to move forward with him as soon as possible, while she was still relatively healthy. Besides, they had signed a contract for 3 months, and now there were only about 10 weeks left. Determined to clarify, the girl asked Issa what exactly he meant. Slowly, he inquired if she was referring to the progress of their relationship. She confirmed his guess. Blushing slightly and without raising his eyes, the Duke explained that he wanted to take things as slowly as possible. His words seemed to pull Loretta out of reality for a moment. Ashur deliberately avoided her gaze as he ate a piece of meat. But then, suddenly, Loretta blurted out loudly to the entire hall that she wanted to move forward with Candelaki soon. The maids who overheard this dropped their dishes in shock, standing with their mouths agape, unsure of what to do. The butler quickly escorted them out, muttering something about prolonging the family line. Realizing what she had said aloud, Loretta froze, while Asher turned as red as a tomato, sitting with his mouth open in disbelief. Embarrassed, Asher stammered, asking what she meant by her outburst. Smiling, Lorette replied that she was talking about hugs, kisses, and the like. Before she could finish, the Duke hastily shoved a piece of bread into her mouth, as if to silence her. He sat, staring at her with a confused expression, clearly not wanting to hear any more. Then, as if trying to change the subject, Asher began talking about how his body was slowly decaying from the curse. It was clear that this topic troubled him deeply. As she chewed her bread, Loretta listened attentively as he continued to explain that his skin had torn in places, and that the area around his heart was covered in scars. The Duke believed these scars made him hideous, earning him the title of monster. It was because of this that he found close contact with her difficult. Feeling guilty, the Duke apologized, but the girl, smiling gently, reassured him that nothing could be done about it. Determined, Loretta told him that she had no choice but to work even harder to lift his curse. Asher was taken aback by her words and looked at her in surprise. She took his hands and promised to take good care of him, vowing to break the curse as quickly as possible. After that, she teasingly added, he would surely want to move forward with her. Her words seemed to spark something in Asher. For the first time, his heart fluttered, a strange sensation he hadn't felt before. It was as if his heart was ready to leap from his chest. Overwhelmed, Asher gently pulled Loretta into his arms, and she responded in kind. As they embraced, Asher tried to understand whether these feelings were love or something entirely different. Later, as Loretta lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, she thought about how urgently she needed to cleanse Asher from the curse. Rising from bed, she decided she would start with the upper part of his body, even though she knew how difficult it would be to lift such a powerful curse. Who could have placed such a curse on him? Loretta realized it had to be the work of a skilled magician who harbored deep hatred for Duke Candle. She finally understood how difficult it must have been for Asher to live with this curse. Even dating her had been a test for him. Reflecting on this, a sudden thought occurred to her. She might not have been his first lover. However, her intentions were simple. She wasn't seeking a serious relationship, but merely wanted to check something during these 3 months. The next day, Loretta followed the butler, thinking she was being stealthy. However, the butler quickly turned around, catching her off guard, and asked if she needed something. Startled, she hadn't expected to be discovered so easily. He explained that a butler's skill was being observant, though Loretta found no connection between those skills and surveillance. Smiling, the butler guessed that she wanted to ask about Essa's power, wealth, or perhaps whether the Duke could make her happy. Nervously, Loretta shook her head and, after a moment, hesitantly asked if Asher had been in a relationship with anyone before her. The butler visibly tensed, thinking carefully about his response. Smiling slightly, he told her that as far as he knew, Asher hadn't been with anyone before her, although he wasn't certain of all the details. Loretta laughed, asking if her question had been silly. The butler respectfully bowed before they both went their separate ways. As Loretta walked down the corridor, she spotted Asher and called out to him. He immediately turned toward her, just in time to catch her as she flung herself into his arms, her face beaming with joy. Lifting her slightly, he gazed into her eyes, but reminded her gently that running in the hallway was dangerous. Loretta, still smiling, asked if he had been coming to see her. Asher confirmed her guess. After a few moments of silence, Loretta asked him for a hug. Confused, Asher looked at her blankly, but she reminded him that he had allowed hugs. With that, she pulled him into one of the nearby rooms and closed the door behind them. Tentatively, he placed his hands on her shoulders, hugging her gently. She asked if they could continue, but Asher was visibly embarrassed. He held her close, hiding his face in her hair. The warmth of his body comforted her, and everything seemed perfect, until she felt something pressing against her. The mood shifted abruptly, and Loretta blushed deeply, hoping it was just his sword. Asher quickly pushed her away, his face flushed with embarrassment. He stammered that it was enough for now. The Duke, mortified, could only hope that she hadn't noticed what had just transpired. Although the situation was not at all what it seemed, Loretta only pretended not to understand, but she knew everything immediately. Closing her eyes, she thought about how Asher was a strong man in the prime of his life, and apparently she need not worry about the curse affecting the lower half of his body, something she'd been thinking about all night. Trying to cope with himself, Asher decided to ask a random question about the bracelet on Loretta's wrist. He had noticed she had been wearing it often lately. Loretta raised her hand, smiled, and asked if he liked it, explaining that Doa had given it to her. She said this absent-mindedly, but then it dawned on her that perhaps she shouldn't have mentioned it so casually. Asher's face darkened with jealousy, and he immediately thought he should have destroyed this man earlier. But he quickly remembered the advice from the book. Jealousy, especially too often, was a sign of weakness. Placing her hand on his shoulder, Loretta gently explained that it was a gift made through Doa's divine magic to help with her health. Asher, with a slightly wild look in his eyes, muttered that he understood, but in his mind he was already imagining how to rid himself of this other man. Loretta, sensing his unease, asked again if he was truly fine. Finally, pulling himself together, he added indifferently that it was fine if she spent time with Doa in his absence. Hearing this, Loretta immediately threw herself into Asher's arms, overjoyed by his words. Seeing her happiness, Asher smiled softly, pleased to have brightened her mood. The next day, Asher shared with Loretta that there were issues with the Danube kingdom on the outskirts of the Hassan Empire, and he had been summoned to an emergency meeting at the palace. Loretta bid him farewell, wishing him a safe journey. However, he lingered at the door, as though expecting something more. Confused, she asked if he needed to use the bathroom. Embarrassed, he quickly said no, and suddenly placed a purple brooch in her hair. Surprised, Loretta froze as he carefully adjusted it. When he finished, he explained with a gentle smile that it was a gift and that it suited her perfectly. Blushing, Loretta stammered her thanks, realizing that he was likely still a bit jealous of the bracelet from Doa, but she couldn't help finding his jealousy endearing, especially when paired with his loving gaze and affectionate touch. Before leaving, Asher gave her a final tight hug, saying that it would be her dose of hugs for the day. Loretta stood speechless, not sure how to react as Asher, blushing slightly, finally left. She waved after him as his carriage departed, and just then Doa appeared, smiling warmly as he greeted her. Noticing the new brooch in her hair, he lightly touched it and complimented how beautiful it was. Loretta thanked him with a smile, the small act instantly lifting her spirits. After the healing session with Doa, the two headed into town for lunch, talking and laughing. Doa seemed surprised when Loretta insisted on paying for both of them, as he had covered their last meal. When they passed by a shop window, Doa pointed at a bracelet, saying that it had caught his eye, and Loretta was more than happy to buy it for him. After a small struggle with the clasp, Loretta helped fasten it onto his wrist, teasing him that he should ask for help when he needed it. Grateful, Doa gave her a sweet smile, remarking how nice the bracelet looked on him. However, the cheerful mood shifted when Doa noticed a small bag in Loretta's hand and asked what it was. She casually replied that it was a gift for her lover, and Doa's face briefly changed, though he managed to hide his displeasure with a forced smile. As they continued walking, he brought up some rumors he had heard, particularly about Duke Asher cutting off the hand of the Marquis of Segra at the theatre. Loretta tensed, thinking he was referring to an incident with Rayan, but she played along and confirmed that Asher had indeed been protecting her during the confrontation. Though she felt relieved to admit it, Loretta couldn't shake the fear that her parents might find out she had been at the theatre with Asher. The thought terrified her, especially if they demanded that Asher be punished. Panic started to set in, and Loretta's mind raced with worry. Doa, sensing her anxiety, gently cupped her face and asked her to look at him, assuring her that everything would be fine. His words were filled with warmth, and his gentle touch helped calm her nerves. Loretta, though still anxious, nodded, trying to believe his words. As they continued their walk, Doa joked about becoming a high-ranking priest, though in truth the title was nearly impossible to achieve. His teasing managed to pull Loretta out of her dark thoughts, and she smiled, feeling comforted by his light heart. Just as things seemed to settle, disaster struck. The wall above them began to collapse unexpectedly, sending massive stones hurtling towards them. In that moment, Loretta acted on instinct, using her limited defensive magic to shield them both. But she knew her abilities might not be strong enough to save them, and she resolved to protect Doa even if it meant sacrificing herself. She laid her magic, hoping it would be enough to save him. Doa noticed her intentions, and as Loretta closed her eyes, ready to accept her fate, she waited for the inevitable crash of the stones. While Loretta's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Asher and his smile, something incredible happened. Doa shielded her with his body, preventing even a single stone from hitting her. To him, her life was more important than anything. After some time, people began gathering around the scene, staring curiously at the ruins. Loretta slowly regained consciousness, and the first thing she saw was Doa holding back the falling stones. Confused, she couldn't understand how she was still alive. The priest, standing over her, shouted in concern, calling her crazy for what she had done. He was using the same shields that she had conjured for him to protect her. Loretta smiled weakly and told him that the most important thing was that he wasn't hurt. He looked at her with terrified eyes, wanting to say so much but unable to find the words. He was deeply worried, unable to imagine what might have happened to her if he hadn't intervened. Seeing his distress, Loretta urged him not to make any sudden movements, reminding him that if the shield broke, they would both be crushed by debris. She reassured him that she was still controlling the shields with her magic. In that moment, Doa stood up, showing that he wasn't concerned about the stones. With a single gesture, he threw them aside and asked, frustrated, why she had done that. Still on the ground, Loretta looked at him with confusion and asked what he meant. His question seemed strange to her. Doa, however, was deeply concerned. He wanted to know why she had put up shields only to protect him, leaving herself vulnerable. Loretta couldn't understand his anger, as she didn't think her life mattered as much as his. To her, his safety was more important. Lying there with him hovering above her, she explained that they were friends. Doa was at a loss for words, completely bewildered. He thought she was absolutely insane for risking her life for someone she had only met a few times. He didn't believe in goodwill or altruism. In his opinion, everyone only pretended to be good in order to gain some benefit. But when it came to Loretta's actions, he couldn't understand her reasoning. What would she gain by saving him and dying in the process? As Doha looked at her, he struggled to comprehend whether her selflessness was genuine, or if something else was at play. Suddenly, Loretta perked up, rejoicing that they were both alive and that Doha wasn't hurt. She began praising him, admiring how impressively he dealt with the wreckage, and teasing that he was so close to promotion that he had no time for these trivial matters. Still worried, he asked if she was hurt, helping her to her feet. Doha, slightly exasperated, explained that with the number of shields he had cast, it was impossible for him to get injured. However, he noticed that Loretta was wounded, despite her pretending otherwise, which irritated him. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he began healing her while firmly asking if she realized how close she had come to dying. Loretta, with a calm voice, responded that it was fine, stating that everyone dies sooner or later. Pulling her closer, Doha declared that she could not die because he would not allow it. This statement shocked her. Holding her by the shoulders and looking into her confused eyes, he resolved that he could forgive her for thinking of someone else while being near him. After all, he still had time. But Loretta couldn't die without his permission. He urged her not to be so reckless about her injuries. Loretta, noticing how alarmed he was, thought that he must have been deeply shocked. Dodie glanced back at the rubble and realized that no matter how old the building was, it couldn't have collapsed on its own. Puzzles formed in his mind, and he began to suspect something was amiss. Meanwhile, Loretta, observing his irritated expression, was surprised. She had never seen him so angry and couldn't believe he was capable of it. Nevertheless, she was glad her friend was unharmed, which warmed. At sunset, Loretta returned to the estate looking utterly exhausted and drained of energy. Asher met her at the entrance, slowly descending the stairs in a tight black sweater. Overjoyed, she rushed to hug him. He reminded her that she had asked him to come early. When she hugged him, Asher asked with a chuckle if she had forgotten that they had already hugged that morning. Loretta couldn't recall, but didn't mind. He returned the hug warmly, but his expression suddenly changed, as if sensing something was wrong. Asher asked what had happened to her today, concerned there had been an accident. He sniffed the air and commented that there was a faint smell of dust lingering around her. Loretta tensed, comparing him to a dog, and marveled at how he had figured it out. She was worried that telling him the truth would cause a commotion, which she wanted to avoid. Looking up, she quickly came up with an excuse, claiming she had simply tripped on the road. Asher, still worried, asked if she had been hurt. She reassured him it was nothing serious and mentioned that Doha had treated her. However, the Duke began gently examining her for injuries anyway, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as he asked if she had fun today. She smiled and replied that she had. His expression tensed slightly at her answer, but before he could dwell on it, Loretta clung to him again, explaining that she enjoyed spending time with him even more. Burying herself in his chest, she thought about how sweet he was and how she needed to lift his curse quickly. She knew how much Asher suffered because of it, and she desperately wanted to help him. During the past 3 months, Loretta had grown determined to ensure he enjoyed their time together. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving him to suffer alone once she was gone. Later, in Asher's office, Loretta sat on his lap, gently touching his bare chest as she prepared to begin treatment for his curse. Asher, noticing her pale and shaky appearance, asked if she was okay. Loretta assured him she was fine, but in truth she was exhausted, having spent all her strength earlier to protect Doha. Seeing how weak she was, Asher grabbed her hand, concerned. Her entire body was trembling, and after a few moments she collapsed into his arms. The Duke panicked, asking if she was all right. She whispered that she felt cold, shivering uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Asher wrapped his arms around her, trying to warm her up. He began muttering about needing to cover her with something as she weakly mumbled about wanting warm water. Asher immediately stood up, scooping her into his arms. Loretta, barely opening her eyes from exhaustion, insisted that she wanted to take a bath. He promised to ask the maids to prepare one right away, but Loretta, looking up at him, added that she didn't want to be with people she didn't trust and asked the Duke to help her with it instead. Blushing at the request, indecent thoughts flashed through Asher's mind. However, seeing how frail she looked, he quickly set aside his embarrassment. Carrying her to the bathroom and preparing the water himself, he stayed by her side, asking if the temperature was all right. Loretta nodded weakly, saying it was fine. Her hair was tied up, and she wore an incomprehensible red outfit. Loretta was indignant, asking if she had to sit in this. The man replied, "Yes, for my sake." When Asher attempted to get up, Loretta grabbed his hand, warning him that if he tried to run away from her again, she would run away too. Upon hearing this, Asher slowly turned around, staring at her with a disapproving look. He clearly didn't like what he had just heard. Loretta, holding onto his wrist, noticed his gaze and quickly released his hand, immediately beginning to make excuses. She explained that she would only run away within the mansion, almost as if they were playing a game of chase. Asher took a moment to process, then quickly apologized for his earlier reaction. He followed with an unexpected comment about how he had been thinking of tying her up, clearly saying it seriously. Loretta patted him on the shoulder and laughed, assuming he was joking. However, judging by his expression, it was clear he wasn't. Despite this, his gaze softened and a smile crept onto his face. Loretta's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. She began eyeing him with a sly, fox-like grin and casually started a conversation. She asked if he would like to help her wash her hair. The question greatly embarrassed the Duke, causing him to stiffen in surprise. He tried to pretend he didn't understand what she meant, but cold sweat trickled down his forehead as panic set in. Loretta smiled reassuringly and explained that she was simply asking for help with her hair. Exhaling in relief, Asher agreed to assist. Carefully lathering shampoo into his hands, he began massaging it through Loretta's long hair. While doing so, he accidentally noticed a small scar on her neck. He asked where it had come from. Loretta, her eyes distant, explained that as a child Rayon had allegedly pushed her down the stairs. He had then told their parents that she was the one who pushed him, and they believed him, scolding her for playing on the stairs. She continued, explaining that there was no real harm done, though the memory still lingered. As Asher listened intently, he tensed up, realizing with a jolt that he should have dealt with Rayon long ago. Loretta's voice softened as she recalled the punishment, being locked in a room as a child. She remembered sitting by the door waiting for someone to open it, her small tears falling as she waited for hours. Even then she obeyed her parents because her mother had told her it would teach her patience. Despite the pain, she endured it all. Suddenly, Loretta changed the subject. She asked Asher if he liked her hair. The question seemed odd, but she explained that someone once told her that just looking at her hairstyle made his eyes hurt. She didn't mention that it was her ex-fiancé. Asher, curious, asked who had said that. He half-jokingly added that if she called his name, he would tear out his tongue. Loretta laughed, asking the Duke for his opinion. He replied that he couldn't understand how her hair could be considered unattractive. Turning to face him, Loretta smiled and asked again, this time more earnestly, if he thought it was beautiful. Asher, stammering slightly from embarrassment, assured her that everything about her was beautiful. Placing her hand over his, Loretta gazed into his eyes and asked him to kiss the part of her he found the most beautiful. Without hesitation, Asher kissed a strand of her hair, never taking his eyes off hers. He explained that, for him, nothing about her could be considered unattractive. Loretta, blushing, responded that he needed to choose the part of her he wanted to kiss the most. This time Asher didn't hesitate. He gently placed his hand on the back of her head, pulling her close to kiss her. The kiss was tender and sensual, and they both held hands, their eyes closed as droplets of water fell from Loretta's wet body. But now Loretta had no time to think about that. Pulling away, Asher visibly blushed. Loretta placed her hands on his face and praised him, calling him a good fellow. Laughing, she promised that next time she would kiss him instead. Asher didn't answer, his expression still flushed with warmth. A few days later, the couple stood near the boutique. Loretta asked Asher if he would like to have a drink with her in the evening. He reminded her that she had wanted to choose clothes, so she asked if he would help her with the selection, but once again the man insisted that Madame Sherbet. Annoyed, Loretta playfully hit Asher on the shoulder. She was frustrated because he couldn't help with even the most basic things. However, after the blow, she immediately felt a sharp pain in her hand. Noticing how hard Asher was, she realized that her hit had been more like a massage than a real strike. Taking a closer look, Asher noticed Gerard in the distance, who was helping him search for Loretta's brother. Gerard urgently needed the Duke, so Asher warned Loretta that he would be leaving for a while, before running off without further explanation. Loretta, still feeling unsettled, was about to leave when she heard the voice of Lady Sherbet calling her to stay for a few minutes. Turning around nervously, Loretta saw a familiar face. It was her mother, who looked at her anxiously, as though waiting for this meeting for years. The woman pointed at her, fear in her eyes. "Where have you been all this time?" her mother asked, rushing toward her and placing a hand on Loretta's shoulder. Her voice was filled with worry. Loretta, however, immediately shrugged her hand off and raised an eyebrow, coldly explaining that she had been relaxing at massages and shopping at boutiques, things her mother never seemed concerned about. "Don't you know who I am now?" Loretta quipped with a grin. "I'm a duchess." Her mother felt ashamed and turned away, unable to meet her daughter's gaze. "I couldn't do anything," she muttered. Loretta, unable to take it anymore, sharply responded that her mother could have, but simply chose not to. Slowly, she looked up at her mother and quietly said goodbye, as though a piece of her heart was being torn away. Without waiting for more excuses, Loretta turned and ran away from the boutique, sprinting down the empty streets as if trying to escape from the nightmare of the encounter. But just as she was about to disappear into the distance, someone grabbed her wrist, stopping her. At that moment, a hand firmly grasped hers. "Lorette, are you all right? Who made you cry?" Lorette's previous panic instantly subsided with those simple words and the comforting touch. "I'm not crying, I just missed you so much. I ran out. Let's just go straight home today." From that day on, Lorette seemed increasingly absent-minded. Even for today's hug, Candle had to remind her, and when she did embrace him, it felt perfunctory. Candle wished he could stay by her side, but he had an important meeting to attend. The weather outside mirrored Lorette's somber thoughts, gloomy and overcast. Earlier that day, she had received a letter from her mother. It was filled with pleas for forgiveness and a request to meet in person. The sentiment expressed between the lines made Lorette laugh bitterly. Still, she eventually agreed to the meeting. Her mother had been waiting for some time and beamed when she saw Lorette arrive. "Try this, it should taste good," her mother said, her tones so gentle and apologetic, a stark contrast to the harsh words Lorette remembered. "Don't you have something to say to me?" Lorette asked, her voice cold. Her mother lowered her head, her expression full of regret. "I've been so sorry lately. I didn't take good care of you before, and only after losing you did I realize how precious you are. I even fell ill and was bedridden for so long because of it." Lorette abruptly stood up, interrupting the confession. "I've heard your apology, but I don't plan to return." As Lorette prepared to leave, her mother suddenly started confessing again. "Lorette, I'm really sorry this time. I didn't mean to..." Before Lorette could understand the cryptic words, a hand reached from outside the room, and in an instant everything went black. She lost consciousness. Blanche, who had orchestrated it all, glanced at her limp body with disdain, as if she were nothing more than trash. Turning to Lorette's mother, he spoke with a chilling calm. "Didn't I tell you, apologies never bring a runaway daughter back?" The cold handcuffs that now bound Lorette had magic woven into them. Blanche had gone to great lengths to ensure she would not escape this time. Just like that, Lorette was returned to the room where she had been imprisoned as a child. When morning came and the sun finally broke through the window, the door behind her opened. "I locked you up so you could reflect," Blanche said, stepping inside. "But it seems you've learned nothing." "I didn't do anything wrong," Lorette retorted. "Didn't do anything wrong." Blanche's voice was thick with anger. Before Lorette could continue, his hand struck her hard across the face. The blow left her reeling, but before she could regain her bearings, he grabbed her again. One slap wasn't enough to quell his rage. "You say you..." His words trailed off as the slaps were drowned by the sound of thunder outside. This time, Lorette no longer had the strength to stand. "I spent so much money raising you and you ran off to that monster's house," Blanche spat. "You even instructed that creature to disfigure your brother's face. Until you reflect properly, don't even think about leaving this room." After Blanche's fury subsided, Ron stepped in, his voice dripping with mockery. "Look at you now. It's pathetic. Do you know what kind of humiliation I've suffered because of you?" But before Ron could revel in his cruelty, Lorette lunged and bit off a piece of flesh from his outstretched hand. "Don't you lunatic!" Ron shrieked, terrified. Lorette spat the flesh from her mouth with contempt. The arrogance Ron had just moments ago dissolved into fear. "She's gone mad," he muttered, backing away, horrified, just like that monster Duke. This brutal scene was all witnessed by Zhou Lang. After Ron fled the scene in a panic, Lorette collapsed to the ground, her strength drained. In the solitude of the cold, empty room, she finally let her facade fall. Alone, her thoughts turned to that warm figure. "Where are you now, Candle?" Just then Anna's voice broke the silence. "Miss, Duke Candle is here." Lorette's silent prayer had been answered. Despite everything her father had done, using her as a tool, showing his dominance through slaps and imprisonment, when faced with Candle's wrathful gaze, Blanche cowered like a beaten dog, too terrified to utter a word. The cold room seemed even more hollow as Lorette's longing for Candle intensified. Her thoughts clung desperately to his image. "Miss, Duke Candle is here. He's downstairs right now," Anna repeated. Blanche stormed out of the room, muttering curses under his breath. "Duke Candale, you're being incredibly rude," he growled. Candle stood at the entrance, his face calm but eyes burning with fury. "I'm here to pick up my lover." Blanche instantly paled. I don't know what you mean," he stammered. "I'm saying I'm here to take Lorette," Candle replied coldly. "Duke Blanche, you'd better let her go. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the consequences if you don't." Blanche's bluster faltered. He could see now that Candle wasn't asking for permission. He was issuing a command. Inside the room, Lorette trembled as she heard of Candle's arrival. She rushed to the window and, through the glass, finally saw his familiar figure. "Candle, you've finally come to get me." Without hesitation, she yanked down the curtain, wrapping it around her left hand. In the next second, the glass shattered under the force of her strike. Barefoot, she stepped through the scattered shards, barely feeling the pain. The sunlight that greeted her was blinding, but it was nothing compared to the overwhelming relief that surged through her. "Candle!" Lorette shouted his name for all to hear as she stood on the windowsill, basking in the light of her newfound freedom. Her heart was soaring, but as she smiled, the bruises on her face were impossible to ignore. Candle's expression turned from joy to horror, his smile fading. His gaze darkened, filled with murderous intent, and it sent a tremor through Blanche. "You will pay with your lives." Candle's voice was calm, but the threat in it was unmistakable. At that moment, Lorette gently placed a hand on his cheek. "Candle, let's go. I want to go home. Back to our home?" After a long pause, Candle smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Blanche erupted in fury. "Where are you taking my daughter?" he barked madly. But Candle's only response was a cold, piercing gaze. Blanche's confusion deepened as he glanced at the bruises on Lorette's face. "I didn't hit her that hard. Why such a fuss?" he thought, unable to comprehend the severity of his actions. The reason Candle had arrived so swiftly was thanks to Joel's tip-off. Joel, one of the few in the household who treated Lorette kindly, had secretly helped her. Once inside the carriage, Candle wasted no time tearing off the shackles that bound Lorette's wrists. The contrast in their emotions as they headed home was stark. "Candle, thank you for coming to get me," Lorette said softly. But Candle's heart was heavy with guilt. He had even considered destroying Lorette's family entirely. "I'm sorry, Lorette, I came too late," he murmured, his voice filled with regret. Lorette didn't respond directly to his apology. Instead, she looked up at him, her eyes searching his. "Candle, can I kiss you? I really want to kiss you right now." Candle hesitated only for a moment. "Of course, if you're willing," he replied, his voice gentle. After a while, Lorette was the first to pull away, but Candle wasn't ready to let go. "Lorette, I haven't had enough. Can I keep kissing you? No matter what, it never feels like enough." It was in this moment that Lorette fully realized her feelings. "Candle, I like you," she confessed, her voice trembling with sincerity. This time, her words came from the deepest part of her heart. She hadn't fully understood how much she liked him until now. Although she knew the story's ending, she couldn't stop herself from following her heart. For the first time, the thought of being separated from him terrified her. Their emotions burned in the intensity of each other's gaze. All that remained was their undeniable love. But then, Lorette paused, realizing that her condition wasn't quite right for things to go further. Candle seemed to sense it too. "As much as I want you right now," Candle said, his voice thick with desire, "this isn't the time." "All right," Lorette agreed. "Everything as you say." Just as they were about to settle into each other's arms again, the clever butler, usually so tactful, interrupted them at the worst possible moment. "The priest has arrived," he announced. His timing couldn't have been worse. Lorette's heart raced as Daoxia, the priest, entered the room, his gaze as cold and unsettling as Candle's. "Lorette, who did this to you?" Daoxia asked, his voice low and sharp. His tone sent a shiver down Lorette's spine. "I believe I told you before," Daoxia continued, his eyes narrowing. "Don't get hurt so easily. It seems you didn't take my words to heart." At that moment, his gaze fell on Lorette's wrist. She followed his eyes, suddenly realizing what he had noticed. "The bracelet you gave me. It was too beautiful. I couldn't bear to wear it," she explained hurriedly. Daoxia's frown deepened. "And because of that, I didn't notice," he muttered. But something else caught his attention. The slightly disheveled state of her lips. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. "These injuries, they couldn't possibly be from your lover." Before he could finish, Lorette interrupted him firmly. "How could it be? I was kidnapped." Her words hung in the air, sharp and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. After Daoxia's treatment, Lorette quickly recovered. As Daoxia finished up, she reminded Lorette, "Remember to wear the bracelet next time, all right?" Just then, Daoxia noticed something she had missed before. Lorette's feet were full of glass shards. "You didn't mention this injury. Were you planning to just leave it like this?" Daoxia asked, concerned. As she gently stroked Lorette's foot, Lorette's face flushed bright red. "Daoxia, my feet are dirty," she muttered, embarrassed. In Lorette's mind, Daoxia must have been cherished all her life. This kind of work, tending to wounds, probably seemed foreign and beneath her. Little did Lorette know, Daoxia's early life had been anything but glamorous. Humiliation and hardship had been her constant companions as she grew up. After Daoxia left, Lorette turned her attention back to Candle, determined to continue healing him. When Candle removed his shirt, revealing his impressive physique, Lorette blushed. His 32 abs gleamed, the curse that once marred his body nearly gone. "Lorette, are you sure your body's okay?" Candle asked, his concern clear. But Lorette's mind wasn't focused on herself. During the day they had been inseparable, but now, standing together, they felt an awkwardness between them, as if meeting for the first time. Gently, Lorette began to caress Candel's body, and with her touch, the last trace of the curse on his upper body disappeared. "Candle, the curse on your upper body is completely gone," she said, her voice soft but triumphant. Candle looked down at himself, hardly able to believe it. "Lorette, I can't thank you enough," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. But Lorette wasn't done yet. "Candle, it's too early to thank me," she replied with a smile. "I'm about to finish healing you completely. The lower body evolution is next." Suddenly they both froze, realizing the implication of her words. As Lorette had been focused on healing his upper body, she had forgotten about the curse lingering on his lower body. For a moment they stood there, faces flushed, unsure of what to do next. After all, the previous evolutions had required Candle to remove his clothes. Didn't that mean the next evolution would too? "The next evolution will take a while. Let's rest for now, we have time." "We'll deal with it next time," Lorette said, trying to sound casual. At that moment, Candle shyly lowered his head. "Actually, that area is fine," he mumbled. His voice was soft, but to Lorette, it sounded deafening. Lorette's face burned, and she quickly interjected, "Please, Candle, don't explain any more." She hadn't expected the curse to be so humanized, and it caught her completely off guard. To avoid curling her toes in embarrassment, Lorette fled the scene this time. Back in her room, she replayed the events of the day. From Candle rescuing her to Dausha treating her injuries and Joel and Annie tipping her off. They were all people who had become so important to her. Yet, for the first half of her life, she had foolishly devoted herself to her family, always seeking their approval. If it hadn't been for her terminal illness, she likely wouldn't have met Candle. Nor would she have experienced someone showing jealousy because of her. These new attachments in her life made Lorette even more fearful of separation. Still, in her eyes, Candle didn't seem to love her with the same intensity she felt for him. So, even if she died, he would probably move on. After all, they had only been lovers for 3 months. Just then, a sudden clap of thunder outside startled Lorette. In the flash of lightning, she thought she saw Blanche's figure again, her palm raised menacingly with each rumble of the storm. One thunderclap after another roared through the night, making the figure in Lorette's mind grow clearer and more menacing. Desperate to escape the haunting vision, she bolted barefoot down the corridor. The only person who could save her now was Candle. Candle looked at her, concerned. "What's wrong, Lorette? It's cold outside. Come in," he said softly. Trembling all over, Lorette sat down on the sofa without a word. "Would you like a cup of tea, or are you feeling unwell?" Candle asked. "No," Lorette murmured. "I'm just afraid of the thunder, but more than that, I think I'm scared of being alone." Another deafening crash of thunder erupted outside the window, and Lorette instinctively threw herself into Candle's arms. Though her body was still shaking, the storm felt a little less terrifying in his embrace. As Candle held her, it reminded him of the fears he too had faced in the past. In that moment, it was as if they were seeking solace in each other, both hoping to find redemption. "Can I sleep here tonight? I'll just hold your hand," Lorette whispered, her voice fragile. Candle hesitated, and Lorette's heart sank. "Is it not allowed?" she asked, disappointed. "Never mind, I'll go back to my room." Just as she was about to leave, another crash of thunder seemed to echo her heartbreak. Candle quickly pulled her back. "Tonight you can sleep in my room," he said, his voice tender. Though they'd had physical contact before, this was the first time they would share a bed. Lorette smiled faintly and reassured him. "Don't worry, I won't do anything. Just relax." Candle blushed, embarrassed, covering his chest as if to protect himself. "Lorette, don't tease me like that," he stammered, clearly flustered. But the more he acted this way, the more amused Lorette became. "Lorette, please stop teasing," he begged, his face growing redder. Suddenly, Candle grabbed her hand, his tone turning serious. "Lorette, don't make me do something I'll regret," he said softly. "Please." Another loud clap of thunder startled Lorette, her fear evident on her face. Candle paused, realizing that her playful demeanor was just a way to cope with her terror. He squeezed her hand tightly, pulling her close once again. This time he embraced her fully, whispering soothing words as she trembled in his arms. The thunder outside seemed to become an unexpected ally, cocooning them together in the storm. Meanwhile, at Duke Blanche's mansion, Ron remained severely injured, unable to get treatment from any clerics. Every time they tried to reach one, they were told none were available. Ever since Candle's last visit, Ron had been living in fear. Just making eye contact with one of Candle's subordinates had been enough to send him tumbling down the stairs. His previous injuries had yet to heal, and now he had a broken leg too. He cursed under his breath. If only that girl Lorette were here. Perhaps she could have healed him. After much deliberation, Blanche decided to take matters into his own hands and visit the temple personally. The imposing structure of the Altion temple loomed before him as he approached, dragging his limping son behind. He muttered under his breath, "There are dozens of clerics here. Why won't they treat him?" A stern voice cut through the air. "Who dares to cause such a commotion in the Altion temple?" Daoxia, standing nearby, spotted Blanche and couldn't suppress a smirk. Finally, it's my turn. Despite Blanche's usual bluster, he was always obedient in front of Daoxia. But Ron, his son, wasn't so compliant. "My son needs treatment. I was only anxious," Blanche explained, his voice more humble than usual. The real reason for his frustration, however, was that Daoxia had specifically ordered the clerics not to visit his household. "It seems my subordinates made an error," Daoxia said, feigning sympathy. "As an apology, I'll treat him personally." Blanche's face lit up. This was a rare opportunity. If he could forge a connection with Daoxia, perhaps he could regain his former status and glory. He eagerly followed Daoxia into the treatment room. Once inside, Daoxia closed and locked the door behind them. His tone shifted as he focused on Ron. "How did you get injured?" "I missed a step," Ron mumbled, trying to maintain some dignity. Without warning, Daoxia stepped closer, grabbing Ron's hand and inspecting it. His eyes fell on a small wound, a bite mark. "Is this wound from your misstep as well?" Daoxia asked, his voice laced with curiosity. He gazed at the mark, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. "I didn't expect Lorette's bite to be so delicate." The comment made Ron flush with embarrassment, his anger rising. Realizing he crossed a line, Daoxia quickly composed himself. "Apologies. Let me treat you immediately." Although it was just a bite mark, it had no place remaining on Ron's body. Daoxia's skilled hands began to work, leaving Ron stewing silently as his pride suffered more than his wounds. After a brief flash of golden light, Daoxia healed only Ron's hand. But the earlier rudeness from Daoxia left Ron in a simmering rage. "Everyone's been saying you're the son of a street prostitute," Ron spat, his voice dripping with disdain. "You think those are just baseless rumors? How shallow of you." Daoxia, no longer bothering to hide his disdain, met Ron's gaze with icy calm. "Duke Dell was too lenient with you." His voice was dripping with mockery. "For someone as arrogant as you, he only beat you? He should have crippled you, at least." At this, Ron's anger exploded. He swung a fist toward Daoxia, but it was an easy miss. Instead, he lost his balance and fell flat on his face. There she watched with a sneer. "With such weak moves, who were you trying to hit?" Ron's head spun, dizziness overtaking him. Daoxia had anticipated it. "Feeling dizzy, are we?" Daoxia observed, almost enjoying Ron's panic. "I just tangled your spiritual energy circuits. If left untreated, you'll die from energy overload in a few months." He gave Ron a cruel smirk. "Interesting, isn't it?" Ron's bravado faltered completely. "Unless someone stronger than me comes along," Daoxia continued, his voice laced with menace, "no one can cure you. What will you do now?" Ron's arrogance was gone, replaced by fear. Daoxia gently stroked his head, his tone turning cold. "If you lay a hand on Lorette again, that will be the last thing you ever do." Meanwhile, in another room, Lorette had woken up in bed, staring intently at the person beside her. A dreamy smile spread across her face. Is this a blessing from God? Waking up to see such a handsome face. She added another masterpiece to her mental gallery. "You look exhausted," she teased. "Didn't sleep well last night?" "Oh, Azzy," Candle replied, his voice tired but amused. "This guy was so excited he didn't sleep at all." Lorette giggled before sitting up. "What do I have planned today?" she mused aloud. "Well, I'm going to see Daoxia." Her appearance in pajamas made Candle forget his jealousy for a moment. "All right, but come back soon." He sighed, his voice softening. "After you find Daoxia, I want to sleep with you again." Lorette smiled, feeling content with the moment and the man beside her. After a brief silence from Candel, he was so startled by her words that he didn't know how to react. Seeing his flustered state, Lorette burst into laughter. "I'm just kidding," she teased. "Were you actually looking forward to sleeping with me?" What Lorette didn't know was that Candle hadn't slept all night because of her incredibly outrageous sleeping posture. As he walked out of the room, he ran into the teary. "Master," the old man said with a mischievous smile, "I always believed this day would come." He was even more excited than the two who had shared a bed. In the butler's mind, he was already picturing Candle and Lorette's wedding. "I should ask Lorette what kind of wedding dress she likes," the butler continued, his chatter bordering on overwhelming. Fortunately, Candle stopped him in time. "Stop, don't say any more." Won't you let me speak? There's so much to do now," the butler replied, undeterred. "Marriage is a lifelong commitment. We can't overlook any details." Candle fell into deep thought. Could it really happen for him? Someone like him shouldn't be so foolishly hopeful. But then there was Lorette, the one who had shattered the darkness around him. He couldn't help but picture himself in a suit, holding her hand, vowing to be together forever. But it was too soon to think about that. "I don't have any plans to get married at the moment," Candle said, his voice firm. The butler was shocked. "But you two have already shared a room." "I didn't do anything that requires taking responsibility," Candle replied quickly. The butler's hopes were dashed, though he wasn't discouraged. Perhaps Candle's years on the battlefield had left him out of touch with matters of the heart. With a mischievous grin, the butler spoke again, his charm undimmed by age. "Looks like I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Lorette, without thinking twice, decided to go to Doel without notifying him of her arrival. When she entered the temple, she was greeted by a man sitting at a table who asked what had brought her there. She explained that she had come to see her friend, Doel. The priest then asked what rank her friend held, to which Lorette replied that he was a priest of the lowest rank. As Lorette began to describe him, she thought of Doel as a handsome guy with silver hair, looking cute in her mind. However, the priest thought of him as stern and intimidating, which left him a little shocked. At that moment, one of Miki's subordinates came to the rescue, telling Lorette that he knew Doha and could take her to him. That's why he had rushed over. As they headed to meet Doha, Lorette couldn't understand how a low-ranking priest could afford to live in such luxurious chambers. She wondered where the Outen Temple got so much money. Suddenly, the door opened and Doha appeared in the doorway, looking a bit nervous, as if he was in a hurry. He asked her why she had come out of the blue. Smiling at him, she asked if her visit had surprised him. With a smile, he admitted that he was indeed surprised by her appearance, and asked if she had come just to see him. Lorette explained that she wanted to thank him for yesterday's treatment, and added that she had a request. Doha immediately thought she wanted to get closer to him for personal gain, but Lorette quickly dismissed such notions, asking the priest to teach her how to use magic. He smiled and replied that he was just a priest. Lorette then explained that divine power and mana were quite similar in nature, and that she was involved in purification magic. Doha knew well that she practiced purification, but she continued to explain that while she had a lot of mana, she had never been taught how to control it. She didn't want to remain helpless. She wanted to be able to stand up for herself when necessary. Looking up at him, full of determination, Lorette explained that Doha was the only one she could trust for training. She didn't know any other magicians. With a grin, Doha agreed to train her, but he had one condition. She would have to fulfill one of his future requests, no matter what it was. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered his request. Lorette looked at him seriously, telling him he sounded like some kind of swindler. Doha looked at her in confusion, as she nervously imagined he might ask her to do something ridiculous like write his name with her butt and dance in the street. Hearing her strange assumption, Doha burst out laughing, reassuring her that his request would be more reasonable. He suggested they agree that the request would be within her capabilities, and that the rest would be decided by her conscience. Smiling, he asked if she was satisfied with these terms. Without hesitation, Lorette agreed, saying the negotiations were complete. Excited by the idea, Lorette invited Doha to start training her immediately. As she waited for his response, Doha realized he was truly interested in this girl and wanted to learn everything about her. He might even lose interest eventually, but for now he wanted to get closer to her. Just as he was about to agree, his subordinate entered the room, saying that someone was looking for him. Doha turned around nervously, immediately thinking it was the old man who wanted to see him. Apologizing to Lorette, DOA explained that work was waiting for him. Lorette, understanding she had come unexpectedly and taken up his time, had no complaints. Smiling at her, he promised to visit her soon to begin her training. Nahimal. Doha thanked his subordinate for his chambers and, to avoid revealing his true identity to Lorette, referred to him as senior. It felt odd, especially since Lorette had expressed her gratitude for borrowing her friend's room. As she waved goodbye to the men with both hands, she thought about the awkward situation Doha must be in, considering he doesn't even live in his own room. Lorette decided that next time she shouldn't show up so recklessly. The men smiled sweetly at her and waved goodbye. Mikkel whispered to his subordinate, commenting on how poorly he acted. The subordinate admitted he still had a long way to go compared to the high priest's skill. Doha responded, saying that such skills are vital for those serving at the Temple of Alton. As they walked down the corridor, Doha asked if the old man was looking for him. His subordinate confirmed it, saying that the high priest, Alton, was indeed seeking him. Doha braced himself for the priest's nagging and wondered if Heel, perhaps not in the best condition, wanted to talk about the possibility of Doha becoming his successor. Doha assumed this would be a test. Meanwhile, when Lorette returned home, she found Elle there, who had also just arrived. Rushing to hug him, she exclaimed that this was fate. As he embraced her, Elle reflected on how dull his day had been until he saw Lorette. Her presence made him happy, possibly because she was a purification wizard and had cleansed his heart of all its troubles. Suddenly, Hellstein approached them, looking slightly sad. He apologized, saying the new maids had been assigned to wash the blankets, but they weren't dry yet. However, he reassured them that the Duke's blanket was in order, though there was an issue with Lorette's. It was clear Hellstein was playing his usual game, trying to bring them closer together. Essa rolled his eyes and asked why they couldn't just buy a new blanket. Hellstein, ever resourceful, explained that they had contacted all the boutiques, but none had anything suitable for the Duke of Candle, and it would take several days to supply new blankets. The Duke, of course, couldn't give a lady a low-quality blanket. Isir, seeing through Hellstein's ploy, dismissed his excuses as nonsense. Lorette, however, didn't understand, and reassured everyone that everything was fine. To make things easier, Isir offered to give his blanket to Lorette. She looked at him and asked how he would sleep without it. Isir replied that he would manage, despite the cold night, but Lorette, unaware of the butler's schemes, simply accepted his offer. Hellstein, seeing that his efforts hadn't gone far enough, boldly suggested that they sleep together for one more night. Lorette thought it was a good idea, while Essa stammered in embarrassment. Lorette, noticing his reaction, asked what was wrong. Did he really not want to share a bed with her? Blushing, he tried to deny it but couldn't finish, as Lorette changed the subject, saying she was hungry. She then added teasingly that he shouldn't worry. She wouldn't touch him like she had the previous night. Following Lorette into the dining room, Essa reassured himself that he would endure the situation until things returned to normal. That evening, Essa paced nervously in his room, awaiting Lorette's arrival. He was clearly anxious when suddenly the door to his room opened and Lorette appeared in the doorway, smiling sweetly. She was already dressed in her pajamas. Entering the room, she pulled her hands from behind her back and declared that she had brought him a gift. A cake. Sitting down on the sofa by the table, Essa asked if she planned to eat the cake now. She nodded and asked if he knew what kind of cream it had. Essa guessed it was whipped cream, which turned out to be correct. Lorette asked if he liked such cakes. Without thinking twice, Essa replied that he did, though inwardly he realized he'd only started loving them at that very moment. Lorette handed him a fork, and Essa, breaking off a piece of the cake, fed it to her. She joyfully ate it, and Essa watched her with obvious tenderness. After a moment, Lorette realized she had gotten a little messy and began looking for a napkin. As she searched, she thought about how if she pressured Essa again, he might run away like he had in the past. But then, unexpectedly, Essa gently turned her face toward him. As he approached Lorette very closely, Asha teasingly asked if she had said her lover should wipe the mess off instead of her, hinting at the moment when she had licked him. Now it seemed he wanted to return the favor. Gently, Asha touched Lorette's lips, leaving a sweet kiss on them. Both were embarrassed, closing their eyes. When Asha opened his, he noticed the look on Lorette's face. It seemed like he was ready to devour her. She quickly moved away, asking him to stop, explaining that she wasn't full yet. However, the Duke was persistent. He touched her lips with his thumb and, after asking her to wait just a little longer, kissed her again. Candle remarked that he was still hungry as his hand slid up her waist to her chest, where he carefully squeezed it. Lorette blushed and gasped. Then the Duke pulled away, his face revealing his eagerness to continue. Lorette, confused, looked at him. He smiled and said that now, perhaps, he had had enough. Duke Candle seemed quite pleased with himself, but Lorette, utterly embarrassed, jumped up from her seat and rushed to the bed, flopping down face first to hide her flushed face. Asha followed, and when she turned to look at him, she mentioned that they needed to end his curse quickly. Lying down next to her, Asha asked what would happen afterward. Giggling, Lorette replied, "Who knows?" They wished each other good night, but Asha couldn't sleep. He gazed at her sleeping face and realized that as long as she was near him, it would be impossible for him to control his growing greed and possessiveness. Asha pondered all this. Lorette turned in her sleep and hugged him, murmuring something sweet about food. She pressed her chest against his hand, which left Asha utterly confused. The situation was good, but not the best timing. He knew he needed to escape her embrace, but if he moved, she would wake up. Her touch was having predictable effects on him, which he tried to control. Then, things escalated. Lorette suddenly threw her leg over Asha, snoring sweetly. Reflexively, he began shaking and covering his crotch with his hand, mentally pleading for his body to stop reacting. Now, more than ever, he wished someone would save him. The next morning, when Lorette woke up full of energy, she saw a completely exhausted Asha next to her, looking like he hadn't slept at all. Turning to the table, she noticed a tray with a note from Hellstein. It explained that it had rained heavily in the morning, so her blanket still hadn't dried. Hellstein cheerfully suggested she would have to sleep with the Duke for a couple more days. Lorette laughed and eagerly agreed, but Asha didn't seem thrilled. By the fourth day, the Duke finally managed to fall asleep. When Lorette tried to wake him, he didn't respond, having fallen into a deep, much-needed sleep. As she looked at him, Lorette thought about how even asleep, Asha was beautiful, like a national treasure. But as she admired him, the Duke began to stir, his sleep disturbed by something. He mumbled, asking someone to stop and calling out for his mother. It was clear Asha was troubled, even in his dreams. Lorette remembered the tragic rumours about the Duke of Candle. The Duke and his wife had died when Asha was still very young, and while Asha was fighting on the battlefield with his cursed body, distant relatives had been battling for the family's wealth and power. Stroking his head gently, Lorette thought about how much hardship he had endured at such a young age. She promised herself that she would free him from his curse, body and mind, giving him the chance to live the joyful, ordinary life he deserved. Smiling, she whispered softly that even after she was gone, she wanted Asha to be happy. Suddenly, she was grabbed by Asha's hand. He jumped up from his pillow, looking at her with anxious, red-tinged eyes, asking what she had just said. Lorette's heart raced as she stammered an excuse, saying they would never part. Asha, still tense, explained that he thought she was talking about leaving him. Trying to calm him, she assured him that she wouldn't leave, though in her mind she was thinking about the remaining month under their contract and how sad she would be to part with him. Asha, closing his eyes, asked her to stay with him. Smiling, Lorette promised she would, but only until the contract ended. The next morning, when the Duke woke up, he tried to remember his dream. It felt like it had been a good one, but he couldn't recall the details. Lorette, rising from her pillow, asked him if he had slept well, mentioning that she would now begin to cleanse the lower part of his body. Hearing this, Asha turned bright red with embarrassment. They both sat there, thinking about it, their faces flushed. Jumping out of bed, Lorette announced that she would save the lower body cleansing for next time and that she needed to visit Madame Sherb. She asked if Asha needed to go to the imperial castle. The Duke suddenly became depressed, thinking about the possibility of a war with another kingdom, which would mean he and Lorette wouldn't be able to spend much time together. Reading his thoughts, Lorette told him that he would need to do something with her later. Asha, curious but cautious, asked what she meant. Hoping she wouldn't suggest anything too strange, he agreed to her offer. Lorette beamed with joy, excited that Asha had agreed so quickly, as she had many joint plans she wanted to carry out with him. Later, when Lorette met Madame Sherb, Gerard, a skilled fighter and commander, was quietly watching them. He had been tasked with guarding Lorette, though he couldn't quite understand why. It was likely Asha's will. Madame Sherb apologized to Lorette for sending her that letter. Smiling, Lorette assured her that it wasn't Madame's fault. Madame Sherb then explained that they had decided not to accept any more members of the Blanchette family, except for Lorette. However, Lorette wasn't worried about that. Her family was out of money, so they couldn't afford anything grand anyway. Lorette suddenly noticed someone sitting behind the curtain in the room. Nervously, she asked if anyone else was there, offering to come back another time if necessary. The curtain was pulled open, revealing a figure she initially thought was a young man. He spoke, commenting on how long it had been since they last saw Lady Blanchette. Lorette bowed deeply, only to realize moments later that it wasn't a man at all. It was Her Highness, Princess Elizabeth Harrison. Embarrassed beyond measure, Lorette found herself face to face with the princess, known throughout the kingdom for her stunning beauty. Princess Elizabeth, radiant as ever, had been engaged to Rayon, a match arranged by the Emperor back when the Blanchette family still held influence. However, Rayon often teased the princess, claiming she was too haughty and questioned why she thought she was better than him. Unfazed, he even told her that if she surpassed him in any way, it wouldn't matter, because she was destined to be his wife anyway. Needless to say, this arrogance earned him a thrashing, and their engagement was promptly called off. After the broken engagement, Lorette had avoided the princess for 5 long years, feeling a deep sense of shame. Now, however, Lorette was shocked by how much the princess had changed in those 5 years. Elizabeth had completely transformed, adopting a striking appearance more akin to a prince than a princess. Her new look took Lorette aback. Smiling, the princess broke Lorette's reverie, casually mentioning that she didn't realize Lorette was so close to Madame Cher. Lorette, who was no longer listed in the family registry, felt a pang of discomfort at the reminder of her fallen status. But Princess Elizabeth had noticed something different about Lorette. Using her last name, she commented on the change, which prompted Lorette to abruptly request to be called by her first name instead. Surprised, the princess grinned, asking how Madame Cher could have kept someone like Lorette hidden from her for so long. She then remarked that she was eager to get to know Lorette better. Lorette, equally flustered and intrigued, said she was happy to meet the princess as well. Princess Elizabeth leaned forward, tucking a strand of Lorette's hair behind her ear, and, looking her directly in the eyes, told her to call her Eliza. The princess's beauty had a powerful effect on Lorette, leaving her nearly breathless. As she rode in her carriage later that day, Lorette found herself deeply conflicted, unable to understand why she was making promises to people when she knew her time was limited. It seemed that just as good things were starting to happen, she was already on the brink of death. Resolved to die quietly and unnoticed, Lorette reminded herself that she didn't need deep connections now. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the carriage door. It was Doha, the priest, who asked why she hadn't stepped out yet. Deciding not to waste any more time, Lorette finally exited the carriage. Doha held her hand gently as they walked, and she marveled at the beauty of the surrounding nature. The priest explained that they were in a place of special energy in Kusan, where the purest and fastest flow of mana was found, making it the perfect location for magical practices. Once the explanations were over, Doha turned to Lorette and asked her to use her magic as she usually did. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he encouraged her to focus. Lorette took a deep breath and concentrated. As she did, tree roots began to emerge from the ground, growing rapidly. But Doha quickly noticed that Lorette was using her mana inefficiently, like trying to empty a bathtub just to put out a single candle. Gently, he took her hand and placed it on his chest, guiding her to follow the flow of mana more carefully. As Lorette focused, she felt a gentle rush of energy flow through her. Doha explained that this was the correct amount of mana she should use for her actions. Encouraged, Lorette tried again, but this time the ground beneath them suddenly shook, throwing both of them off balance. Doha was flung backward, and Lorette immediately rushed to his side to help. The priest was taken aback, wondering why someone weaker than him would go to such lengths to protect him. Lorette hugged him tightly, burying her head in his chest. Doha, sensing her worry, reassured her that everything was fine now, wrapping his arms around her to comfort her. Shields formed around them, protecting them from the aftermath of Lorette's magic. Unexpectedly, Lorette began to laugh, calling herself a genius. She raised her head to look at Doha, still holding on to him. Their eyes met, and for a moment they stared at each other in silence, sharing a quiet, intimate connection. Suddenly, the priest pulled back, agreeing with Lorette that perhaps she really was a genius. This compliment only pleased her more. He explained that although there was still much for her to learn, she had already mastered how to attack with magic over long distances. Doha began outlining the areas where Lorette still needed improvement, sounding like a teacher giving a moral lecture. In response, Lorette looked at him earnestly and asked him to take care of her. That evening, as she made her way home, Lorette reflected on the progress she had made after just one day of training. She was already improving her mana control. Meanwhile, the high priest, sitting across from her, couldn't help but wonder why Lorette wasn't taught by her family, knowing her incredible potential. Though she hadn't cared much about it until now, her abilities piqued his interest, and he found himself deeply intrigued by her personality, something that usually bored him by this point. Without thinking too much, Doha decided to ask Lorette if she had heard about the festival in Isis. He described how vibrant and colourful the locations were, with magnificent flowers blooming, masquerades, fairs, and beautiful lights filling the air. He had already planned to invite her, but paused when Lorette, her eyes sparkling with excitement, thanked him for the idea and suggested that it would be perfect for her and Osha's date. Irritated by the thought, Doha said nothing. When Lorette arrived home, she got out of the carriage and thanked him for the day, expressing how lucky she was to have such a good friend like him. Her words pierced him deeply, though he showed no sign of it. As she left, he angrily struck the wall of the carriage, questioning why he felt so irritated. At home, Asha was already waiting for her. He looked up, noticing her arrival, but when Lorette joyfully sat beside him, he felt a bit down. She eagerly told him about the flower festival in Isis and decided to invite him to join her the next day. He lowered his gaze, frustrated by the curse, but she suggested they could go once it was fully lifted. With that, she approached and tore open his shirt, exposing his chest, not for frivolous reasons, but to show him that the curse no longer affected the upper part of his body. Asha, embarrassed by the sudden action, quietly listened as she explained that she wasn't imposing her desires on him. After a brief silence, Lorette buttoned his shirt again and suggested they could attend the night market, just needing to wear masks. Taking his hand, she asked if he would accompany her. He nodded in agreement, and the couple set out for the festival that night. Lorette wore a white outfit, her face hidden behind a rabbit mask, while Asha wore a black cat mask. She handed him cotton candy, and they both enjoyed the sweet treat. As they strolled, Lorette suggested they visit the square later, since there was still time before the masquerade. Asha, noticing the way people looked at him, without fear or hatred, was surprised, but quickly turned his attention back to Lorette. In a bold move, Asha leaned in and kissed her tenderly. Lorette, wide-eyed, pulled away and began playfully hitting him on the back with her fists. Embarrassed, she ran off, feeling overwhelmed. She muttered that it was too much, leaving Asha wondering when he had learned to seduce so effortlessly. Lorette looked back to check where Asha was and noticed him standing with a girl who was asking if he wanted to go with her. Asha was surprised that someone spoke to him at all, realizing that they weren't afraid of him, and there was no lingering smell thanks to the purification. However, he wasn't interested in the other girl, so he briefly and clearly said, "No." The girl, however, persisted and stopped him, continuing to chat. Lorette, noticing this, turned around and ran off, though she knew full well that if she left, Asher would fall for another woman. Her own reaction, however, confused her. All she really wanted was for him to be happy. She stopped near the trees to catch her breath, trying to convince herself that she shouldn't envy the situation. As she stood there, someone called her from behind. Turning around, she saw a man with red hair and a mask holding a drink in his hand. He asked if something was wrong and offered her the drink, explaining that he had just bought it and was about to drink it himself. After taking a sip, he showed her that the drink was safe and she could take it without worry. Lorette, still catching her breath, calmly thanked the man. When he saw her face, his expression changed to one of surprise and he gasped, covering his mouth. He blushed bright red and confessed that it was love at first sight. Lorette, looking dissatisfied, quickly replied that she already had a lover, making it clear that she wasn't interested. The man, after looking at her for a moment, remarked that he had been correctly informed that people in the capital were very harsh when rejecting her, and it seemed that was true. Lorette noticed that he had a Western accent. He then asked if he had been rude to her, suggesting that even if he had been rejected, he should have behaved properly. Extending his hand to Lorette, he confessed that he had fallen in love with her at first sight because of her incredible beauty, and asked if she would accept his friendship. Lorette, stunned, suddenly thought that such confessions were popular 15 years ago. Without hesitation, she told him no. At that moment, Asher decided to intervene, attacking the man from behind. The stranger skillfully blocked Asher's sword with his own. Duke Candle, watching this unfold, was furious that the man had dared to say such things in front of him, questioning if he was tired of living. The red-hamed man, grinning, responded that he wasn't interested in dying, and asked if this was her lover. Lorette was shocked that the man had been able to block Asher's sword. She noticed that the stranger seemed better than Asher, which made her lose her temper. She jumped up and angrily demanded to know what kind of heresy he was talking about. Realizing that the man didn't understand, Lorette decided to use magic. Her anger flared as she ordered him to remove his sword. The man immediately complied, standing up and apologizing, explaining that he hadn't known the man was her lover. Once they had put away their swords, the stranger continued, saying he assumed Lorette's words were a lie, otherwise he wouldn't have confessed. Lorette, undeterred, explained that whether her words were true or not, a refusal was still a refusal. Pointing at the man, she called him an impudent fool in an alpaca mask. The man, looking genuinely sorry, apologized once again, saying he didn't know, but that he truly regretted it because she had touched his heart. With that, he left, leaving the couple alone. Asher, still guarding Lorette like a small, jealous dog, gently hugged her from behind and buried his face in her hair. He quietly asked why she had suddenly left him. Then he wondered what might have happened if Lorette had accepted the stranger's confession. Lorette, turning slightly to face him, explained that she had simply gotten lost. She apologized, then patted Asher on the head, trying to reassure him. Lorette thanked him for finding her. The man was surprised that Lorette had been waiting for him and decided to ask if that was true. The heroine confirmed that it was and added that she had missed him very much. Asher, with a gentle smile, replied that he had missed her too. Slightly retreating, Lorette asked if he was surprised by her sudden disappearance. He responded that he wasn't, as he had been distracted. Lorette reassured him that it wouldn't happen again, then clung to him, comforted by his presence. Looking toward the city, she saw many bright lights. Turning back to Asher, she asked if they were going dancing. The man reminded her that they had both lost their masks. Loretta, realizing the situation, thought it might be better to go home, but the man assured her everything was fine. The main character was surprised, as they could easily attract unwanted attention. She asked again if things were really okay, and he smiled, replying that everything was perfect because his beloved was with him. When they arrived at the masquerade, Loretta noticed it was different from a formal ball, much freer and more joyous. Smiling, she pulled Asher to dance with her, and he, smiling back, couldn't believe such a day had come. Without the stench of decaying corpses, without people staring at him with fear and disgust, and without feeling like an outsider, as Duke Candle once did. Loretta had given him a new life, an opportunity to live as a normal person and not as a monster. He never imagined he could dance in front of others, and even though his dancing was clumsy, Loretta looked at him with such love that he couldn't comprehend how he could not love her back. Gazing into Asher's eyes, Loretta smiled sweetly and confessed her love. The Duke, filled with emotion, told her he loved her too. They stood together under the fireworks, savouring the moment. When Asher leaned in to kiss her, Loretta playfully covered his mouth, saying they couldn't kiss in public. Asher, closing his eyes, kissed her hand instead and looked at her with embarrassed eyes. Loretta, blushing, asked indignantly what he was doing, making him worry that she didn't like it. In truth, all she could think about was how soft his lips were. Turning to him, Loretta explained that she didn't dislike it at all. Gently rubbing her hand, Asher asked if he could kiss her on the lips instead. Though she enjoyed the attention, Loretta decided to tease him and, making eyes at the Duke, provocatively asked if he wanted to sleep with her. At her words, Asher froze, his mind racing through different interpretations of sleep, until he was left speechless. Loretta grinned and teasingly noted that Asher could only kiss her, calling him shameless. Asher stammered, blushing, but before he could respond, she placed a finger on his lips and declared there would be no more kisses for a while. Asher was horrified at such a punishment. The next day, as Duke Candle was dressing, he asked Loretta if she planned to kiss him today. Loretta, hanging lazily from the bed, didn't understand what he meant at first. He was referring to the daily kisses she would give him, boosting his confidence. Embarrassed, Asher finally asked, hiding his face in shame, if she would call him handsome and kiss him today. Without hesitation, she replied, no, which shocked him. Peeking out from under the blanket, Loretta reminded him of the punishment they discussed the night before. Duke Candle was stunned, thinking she must be joking, but Loretta explained she was absolutely serious. A bit nervous, Asher promised not to kiss her in public again, but Loretta remained firm in her resolve. Then, with a sad look, Asher sat down opposite her and asked if she really wasn't going to kiss him. Slowly, he leaned in towards her lips. But Loretta, blushing, stopped him with her hand, explaining that the kiss ban applied here too. The Duke was incredulous that he was truly forbidden from kissing her. Loretta, smiling, repeated her words and wished him a safe journey. As he left, his mood noticeably deflated, Loretta broke into a sly smile, thinking how endearing it was that the Duke, like a little child, was begging for her kisses. And it would be that way for several days. A few hours later, Loretta met with Doha, who immediately noticed how happy she looked. Unable to contain herself, she eagerly boasted about how wonderful her date with Essa was, all thanks to Doha's recommendations. Listening to this, the priest grew increasingly irritated, as he felt he should have been the one on a date with her. To avoid hearing more, he hastily suggested they start training. Suddenly, Loretta remembered a strange man she had met at the festival, which she reported to Doha. She explained that an unexpected man from the West had confessed to her, and she found him quite odd. The priest, curious, asked what exactly he had confessed. Loretta, turning away slightly embarrassed, revealed that the stranger had confessed his love to her the previous day. Then, smiling, she joked that it must have been due to her unearthly beauty. However, when she saw that Doha didn't smile and looked at her as though she were foolish, she realized the joke had fallen flat. Doha, however, couldn't figure out why he suddenly felt so irritated. He questioned himself. Was it because some rogue had dared to confess to Loretta? At that moment she gave him a strange look, but then he smiled and confirmed that she was indeed very beautiful. Trying to move on, Doha looked around and asked if Loretta planned to turn the place into ruins today, as she had the last time. The girl quickly replied that he was mistaken, and then he suggested they move on from the basics of magic and focus on practice. Hearing this, Loretta's excitement was palpable. Like an eager puppy, she asked joyfully what they would do this time. Doha replied that she would have to learn the simplest things. Loretta began to think about different possibilities. Perhaps an attack, an escape, or a form of control. However, Doha had something else in mind. He was going to teach her how to kill. Upon hearing this, Loretta froze. The priest grabbed her wrist and, with a cold demeanor, explained that if she used her magic and pointed it directly at someone's chest, she would instantly kill them. Loretta, looking at him with confused eyes, couldn't comprehend what he was telling her. His eyes gleamed with a predatory cunning as he faintly smiled and then challenged her to kill him. Taken aback by his words, Loretta, now serious, told him that his joke was far from funny. But Doha wasn't joking. To make her act, he tried to push her further, but she shoved him away with both hands, shouting at him to stop. Trembling, she couldn't understand why he treated his life so carelessly. She thought about how much she wanted to live, even though her time was so short, and only now did her will to survive become clear. Hanging her head and clenching her fists in anger, Loretta realized she was jealous. Unhappy with herself and upset by how easily Doha regarded his own life. He, on the other hand, looked at her thoughtfully before asking her what it was she truly wanted. Loretta admitted that she wanted to be able to move around freely, without needing an escort, and to explore different places on her own. Doha, with a knowing grin, tried to explain that the streets wouldn't be kind to her. Recalling his own childhood, he warned that if she left the capital, she would become a target for those looking to exploit her. Gazing intently into her eyes, he bent slightly closer and told her that if she didn't face her enemies with the determination to kill, she would be the one who perished. Loretta understood that she wanted to go on one last journey before she died, but with only 3 months to live, she had no desire to be killed by anyone else. Before all this, Loretta had other thoughts weighing on her mind. She not only wanted to learn how to protect herself, but also feared her family might try to kidnap her again. Since Loretta had decided to go on a trip just before her death, she knew she couldn't tell anyone about it. It was clear to her that the streets would never show her mercy and that she might have to hurt someone in self-defense. With this in mind, the girl thanked Doha for his valuable advice. Doha, on the other hand, believed he could only protect Loretta while she was next to him. The thought of her being in danger while out of his sight disturbed him, which was why he expressed himself so harshly. Yet he knew she would understand his intentions. Holding her wrist, the high priest urged her to attack him again, this time with the intent to kill. Loretta closed her eyes, letting out a quiet sigh, but Doha reassured her with a smile. He reminded her that he wasn't as helpless as she might think. He was strong, and if he were injured, she could always heal him. Still, Loretta worried about hurting him. Meanwhile, Doha felt a strange, piercing sensation every time he saw the concern on her face. He couldn't fully understand what these emotions meant or why they arose within him. Waving his hand dismissively, Doha told her there was no time for meaningless conversation. In his hand appeared an unusual object resembling a folded fan. Smirking, he pointed it at her and instructed her to stop him by attacking. Though he didn't hit her hard, Loretta was unable to block any of his blows, and it began to irritate her. The next time she managed to dodge one of his strikes by moving to the right, but Doha quickly adjusted his position and hit her on the arm. Smiling, he asked if magic was a joke to her, since she hadn't used it. Determined to prove herself, Loretta quickly recalled a spell that wouldn't cause harm. She decided to use the water element to fend him off and show what she could do. Dodo was a little surprised that she had thought of it, but using his unusual fan, he blocked the attack, joking that he preferred to bathe in warm water. However, he praised her for the effort. With his strength, Doha deflected the flow of water Loretta had directed at him, sending it back toward her. As a result, the main character stood soaked, glaring at Doha in frustration and demanding another chance. Clearly, she wasn't satisfied with her performance. Later that evening, Loretta returned home. The butler noticed her late arrival and commented on it. Loretta, feeling exhausted, asked where Essa was. The butler explained that the Duke was in the bathroom, having arrived in a strange state. Loretta, now deep in thought, considered that perhaps tonight she could start attending to his lower half. Only then did it dawn on her that she would have to touch his bare skin, and the realization made Loretta choke on her saliva. She realized now was the perfect time to proceed while Issa was still in a robe. Cleansing would be easier. So, she hurried toward him as fast as she could. The Duke, just leaving the bath, had been lost in thought, wondering how he could steal a kiss from his beloved when she suddenly appeared, startling him. He blushed, quickly trying to cover himself as if he were completely naked, and even took a step back from her. But Loretta closed the distance, standing almost chest to chest with him. Asur, his face flushing, nervously told her she was too close. Without warning, Loretta pushed him to the floor with one hand, grinning as she crawled between his legs. She asked if he was ready for her to begin cleansing the lower part of his body, and suggested starting with his knees. Asur, flustered, quickly scooted back and begged her not to do it now. "Does this seem strange to you?" Loretta asked, her tone suddenly serious. She explained that this was a necessary process and asked him to take it seriously. She then touched his knees, causing him to flinch as if he'd been scolded. As she began the cleansing, Loretta realized that the curse in this part of his body was particularly strong. Yet, she found that using magic felt easier than before, all thanks to Doha's guidance. When she finished, she looked up to tell Issa, but his expression made her blush. Sweat dripped down his face, his eyes and cheeks flushed red. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, and it was clear he was struggling to contain himself. Then, as if drawn by some unseen force, Loretta's gaze lowered and her mouth fell open as she noticed his body's reaction to her touch. Embarrassed, she quickly looked away, too ashamed to meet his eyes or glance downward. Suddenly, Issa reached for her, attempting to kiss her. Loretta, stuttering and turning her head, reminded him that kissing was forbidden, but he no longer cared. He gently turned her face toward him and kissed her tenderly on the lips. For a few seconds, Loretta stared at him, conflicted, but soon gave in. However, the kiss didn't last long. After a few moments, Issa flipped her over and hovered above her, gazing into her eyes before kissing her again, this time holding her shoulders. She could feel the weight of his body pressing against hers, and though he stopped for a brief moment, it wasn't for that reason. Breathing heavily, Issa asked if he was ready to sleep with her, then nervously inquired if he could kiss her again. Without waiting for a response, he began covering her neck in soft kisses. Loretta lay still, unsure of what to do, realizing that this could be their first night together. She suddenly sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Issa, initially shocked, soon returned the embrace, holding her gently. Before long, her clothes lay discarded beside her, leaving her in only a nightdress. Feeling exposed and embarrassed, she glanced at her lover, who gazed at her in awe, calling her incredibly beautiful as he began to remove his robe. But then he hesitated, wondering if it would disgust her to be intimate with him while his body still bore the curse. Perhaps they should wait until he was fully cleansed? As if reading his mind, Loretta reached out, placing her hands on his face. She assured him he was nothing less than charming, pulling him into a kiss. She added that there wasn't a single ugly part on his body. Only then did Asur start to believe her words. Pulling his gaze from her lips, the Duke wrapped his arms around her tightly. She was his entire world now, his saviour. He inhaled the scent of her hair as she playfully pulled him back onto the bed. Smiling, Loretta invited him to continue what they had started. Asur didn't hesitate. He leaned down to kiss her again, knowing they had the whole night ahead of them, a night that belonged only to them. Their bodies were united, perhaps changing something between them forever. The setting was perfect. The lamp dimly illuminated the room as their fingers intertwined, joining in a dance of love. Sometime later, when it was all over, Asur watched Loretta lying motionless, completely exhausted. Noticing her condition, he asked if it had really been that tiring. She, a bit weak, asked if it was obvious. Embarrassed, the Duke acknowledged that it was already early morning, but then shyly asked if they could do it again. Loretta, hearing this, gasped in surprise, exclaiming that she would die if they did. Her face wore a sweet yet pitiful expression. Asur, looking at her with sad, pleading eyes, begged for just one more time. With a sigh, she turned her head away, closed her eyes, then unexpectedly pulled him closer by his robe, agreeing, but only for once. She kissed him again, and at his request, they joined once more in a dance of love. By the afternoon, Loretta made her way to Count Osmond's mansion, where Princess Elizabeth was joyfully waiting for her. Greeting her warmly, Loretta bowed and thanked the princess for inviting her to tea. The princess, indignant, reminded her to simply call her Eliza. Loretta quickly corrected herself, thanking her again, which made the princess smile. Stroking Loretta's head, she called her smart, causing the girl to blush in embarrassment. The princess explained that this gathering was with her closest friends and mentioned that she would love to introduce Loretta to them, adding that they were all good people. Loretta smiled and expressed her hope that she would like them. As the princess straightened Loretta's hair, she smiled and asked teasingly, "Who wouldn't like you?" This flustered Loretta even more. When they reached the gathering, everyone was already waiting. Among them was Lady Sherbet Genevieve, who ran a popular boutique, Wana Huzan, the eldest daughter of Count Houseman, a daring redhead, and lastly, Sharia Mershin, a sweet, angelic-looking girl with blonde hair and red eyes. The girls introduced themselves and exchanged names, but then Sharia suddenly asked, since Loretta had introduced herself without a last name, if that meant she was a commoner. The room fell silent at the question. It was an awkward moment. Loretta had left her family and chosen to go by no last name, making it difficult to explain. Wana quickly intervened, turning to Sharia and advising her to watch her tongue. The princess also chimed in, calling Sharia's comment rude. Sharia, now embarrassed, apologized, explaining that she had only recently made her debut in society. Loretta, though tense, reassured her that it was fine, though she couldn't tell if Sharia's comment had been intentional or not. The atmosphere soon lightened again, with the girls laughing and discussing their own matters over tea. As the afternoon passed, it was time for them to say their goodbyes. Before she could leave, Lady Wana discreetly pulled Loretta aside. Wana explained that what she was about to say would be awkward to discuss behind someone's back, but it needed to be said. She informed Loretta that Sharia Merchin had only recently joined them after a failed debut in society, and that Princess Elsa had taken pity on her, bringing her to the group. Wana whispered that it might be wise for Loretta to keep her distance from Sharia for now, as she was still quite ignorant of the ways of high society. But ultimately, it was up to Loretta to decide. Wana reassured her that Lady Osmond was not a bad person, but insisted she was simply giving a friendly warning, expressing her concern that more awkward situations could arise if Sharia wasn't careful. Just as Wana finished speaking, someone called out to Loretta. Turning around, she saw a familiar face, Asher, heading straight toward her. When Asher reached her, he smiled sweetly, like a puppy seeking its master's attention. The girls at the table were stunned, their mouths agape as they watched the scene unfold. Asher noticed their stares and quickly straightened up, his expression shifting to something more composed. He greeted the ladies politely before putting his arm around Loretta's shoulders, declaring that he would take her home. Loretta quickly said her goodbyes to the group and left with Asher. The princess watched them leave, still in shock, unable to understand what had come over Asher. Once inside the carriage, Loretta turned to Asher and asked if he had to return to the imperial castle today. Asher answered yes, a bit sadly, adding that he wished he could spend more time with her. Loretta, not discouraged, responded that she had plans anyway. They exchanged glances for a few moments, and then, unexpectedly, Loretta leaned in and kissed Duke Candle, gently holding his face in her hands. He resisted at first, asking her to wait, but soon gave in. He placed an arm around her back, gently lowering her into a reclining position. However, as she tried to pull away, Asher didn't allow it. Looking up at her, he remarked that he had never considered it before, but the carriage didn't seem like such a bad place after all. Intertwining his fingers with hers, Loretta finally realized what he meant. Stuttering, she asked for clarification, but Asher only pulled her into another kiss. Then, with a grin, he teased her, asking if she had kissed him without intending to follow through. Pulling back slightly, Asher smirked and said she deserved some sort of punishment for teasing him. Loretta was caught off guard, not by his words, but by his breathtaking beauty. Her conscience suddenly chided her, reminding her how she had agreed that the carriage was indeed a good place. Lost in her thoughts, she was jolted back to reality when the coachman's voice called out, announcing their arrival. Startled, Loretta quickly escaped the carriage and hurried into the street, leaving Asher behind. He remained sitting on the floor, laughing at the whole situation. As he stood, he called out after her, teasingly shouting that they would finish what they started once they were home. Turning back to him, Loretta replied that in that case, she'd have to move to another room. Arriving at her destination, Loretta spotted Doha standing in the middle of the street, waiting for her. Noticing his attire was different from usual, she complimented him, to which he smiled and asked if he looked unusual today. She couldn't help but admire how Doha looked like a work of art, almost as if he was sent from heaven. The man, seemingly unaware of the effect he had on her, smiled and explained that it wasn't a coincidence they met here today. They were going to practice secrecy. Hearing this, Loretta felt inspired and eagerly thanked Doha, praising him as amazing. Then, with a playful tone, she added that she loved him. The comment, though meant in jest, flustered Doha. He froze, his face turning red as he covered it with his hands, clearly confused by his own reaction. Loretta, now curious, only wanted to know where they would start. After regaining his composure, Doha suggested they begin by practicing how to blend into the crowd unnoticed. He then detailed the spell they would use, explaining everything thoroughly. Loretta listened carefully and, after a few moments, successfully cast the spell. Smiling, she took Doha's hands, looked into his eyes, and asked if she had done everything correctly. A few hours ago, Doha stood amidst houses destroyed by someone, his eyes burning with hatred. He muttered to himself that he was growing tired of all this. Suddenly, a large crowd rushed at him from behind, weapons in hand. Yet Doha had been in such a good mood before this. Calmly turning around, he asked with a grin if they really needed to ruin his entire day. Without waiting for a response, he used his magic to dispatch his enemies. In mere moments, everyone around him had fallen, and the ground was soaked in blood. Doha, now bloodied himself, sighed softly and covered his face with his hand. As he opened his eyes, a thought crossed his mind. Loretta was the type of person who couldn't even attack properly for fear of killing. If she were to see him like this now, she would probably hate him. Shaking the thought away, he realized he needed to find new, clean clothes. He couldn't believe he was willing to go through such trouble for a girl. Ever since meeting Loretta, strange things had been happening. Every time he looked at her, Dodo couldn't understand if his behavior was changing because of his strong interest in her. He had always thought he hated the feeling of love, often reflecting on his difficult childhood. It was hard to believe he was so easily succumbing to this emotion now. As he held Loretta's hand, he thought about this again. She looked at him joyfully and asked if she was doing everything right, her smile lighting up her face. The priest tried to convince himself that he only wanted to possess her, but his mind wandered. How would she react if she knew his true nature? What would she think if she learnt he wasn't just a simple priest, but the high priest of the Alon Temple and the future pope? Doha wondered if Loretta, who was comparable to royalty in her own right, would care about his status. But what troubled him the most was whether she would be repulsed by his past. She, who had grown up without love but still raised as the Duke's daughter. How would she feel if she found out that the priest she liked had once been a beggar on the streets? Would she be angry at being deceived? He couldn't even imagine her reaction, nor predict how it would all end. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Doha felt a presence behind him, watching him for the second time that day. It was beginning to irritate him, distracting him from everything. Smiling at Loretta, he tried to maintain his composure. He told her that he needed to buy something and asked if he could step away for a while, promising to return soon. Loretta didn't ask any unnecessary questions and agreed immediately, saying she would practice while he was gone. With that reassurance, Doha left, not too worried about her. After all, Doha had long noticed that Loretta was under the protection of an expert knight who was currently watching them from the roof. Knowing this, Doha hurried to deal with his problem and disappeared into the crowd. As he entered a deserted alley, a strange man followed him, holding a knife. Without hesitation, the man declared that a hefty sum had been placed on Miao's head and asked if he knew about it. Doha remained silent as the man, licking his knife with a long, disgusting tongue, tried to provoke him. The priest understood perfectly that the man's antics were a low trick meant to rile him up. The bandit, sticking out his tongue and talking about how he longed to drink Doha's blood, slowly advanced. Then, with a burst of speed, he lunged at Miali, shouting that it was time for him to say goodbye to his life. Doha didn't even flinch, let alone turn around, as the dagger came dangerously close to his face. He was unfazed, not afraid at all, and was simply thinking about how to swiftly end this fool's life. Just then a familiar female voice cut through the air. Loretta was running towards them, casting a spell. She shouted that he was in grave danger, clearly worried about her friend. Hearing her voice, Doha widened his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be there at all. Directing all her strength at the attacker, Loretta drew his attention away from Doha, preventing him from laying a finger on the priest. In a matter of seconds, her magic struck the bandit like lightning. He collapsed, dead, and blood splattered everywhere, covering both Doha and Loretta. Doha stood in shock, a hint of blush creeping onto his face. Loretta's dress was stained with blood, but she didn't seem to care. Her immediate concern was for him. Rushing to Doha, she began touching his face, asking if he was hurt or if he had been frightened. Doha, looking away, suddenly realized the gravity of what had just happened. Loretta, trained in nobility and always cautious of using her magic for fear of harming anyone, had just killed a man to protect him. While Loretta continued bombarding him with worried questions, Doha couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. She had taken a life for his sake. This thought filled him with both surprise and warmth. A sincere smile crept onto his face, and he softly called her by her shortened name, unable to find any other words. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he began to accept that perhaps he had truly fallen in love with Loretta, like a boy experiencing love for the first time. The main character, still shaken by what had just transpired, clung to him, trembling. She seemed to be coming to terms with what she had done, yet she continued to try to calm him down. Doha, hugging her back, was lost in his own thoughts. Could it be that he had genuinely fallen in love with her? He tried to dismiss it as nonsense, convincing himself that he had made it all up. But as he pondered, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, telling him that she loved him deeply. After that, his own thoughts seemed to drive him mad. It felt as if a woman from his past was embracing him, calling him her precious treasure. These painful memories resurfaced, and once again he thought about how disgusting love truly was. Trying to shake off the thoughts, Doha touched Loretta gently and reassured her, saying he was fine, thanking her for saving him. The priest helped her wipe the dirty, bloody stains from their clothes, adding that he was only alive thanks to her. Loretta, clearly relieved that her dear friend was safe, smiled at him sweetly and tenderly, though fatigue was evident in her eyes. Noticing her exhaustion, Doha put his arm around her shoulders and said, "That's enough for today. I'll take you to the carriage." She didn't argue and agreed quickly, still trembling, though it was unclear if it was from exhaustion or the shock of having just killed a man. Mikhail noticed her shaken state and, apparently blaming himself, placed her gently in the carriage. He turned to her, concern etched on his face. Seeing how much she needed comfort, he told her that the man she had killed was an assassin who had come for his life. He reminded her about the mine near his home and explained that his sudden wealth could attract trouble, making it necessary to invent this lie to ease her worry. Loretta looked at him, thinking about how kind and gentle Doha was, despite how hard things must be for him now. Calling her his savior, the high priest asked her to always remember this. Calming down slightly, Loretta thanked him with a faint smile. Then, leaning toward him from the carriage, she gently placed her palm on his cheek, asking him to be more careful. Doha, completely caught off guard, froze as if rooted to the spot, blushing furiously. He looked into her eyes, wanting to take her wrist and express everything weighing on his soul, but halfway there he stopped, abandoning the idea and lowering his hand. Bowing his head, Mikhail told her it was time for her to return. All the while, his mind was consumed by how strangely his heart reacted to any touch from her. After saying goodbye, he wished her a good journey and watched her carriage drive away. As he stood there, he felt the urge to call out, to tell her to run away from him before he lost control and consumed her whole. When Loretta finally arrived home, she was greeted by Asher with a smile. Before she noticed him, she seemed slightly worried and sad, but as soon as she heard his voice, her face lit up with a bright smile. She rushed into his arms, though the smile was not entirely genuine. She knew she couldn't burden the Duke, who had been very busy lately. Asher, touching Loretta's face with his palm, asked her if something had happened. He looked tense and concerned, asking if someone had been bothering her. Loretta was surprised by how quickly he had sensed her unease. Trying to mask her feelings, she decided to lie, saying nothing had happened. Her facial expressions sometimes betrayed her, but she quickly put her emotional mask back on. Grabbing his hand, she changed the subject, saying, "I'm really hungry. Have you eaten yet, Candle?" Afterward, they headed to the estate. Asher glanced toward the bushes where Gerard was hiding and gave him a look, signaling that something had clearly happened to Loretta. The Duke tensed, thinking that if she didn't want to speak about it herself, it wasn't necessary to push her. It was a white lie, and in a way, he was grateful for it. As they entered the estate, Asher gently kissed the top of Lorette's head, still thinking that he couldn't just sit idly by. Something had to be done. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted by the servants who were eagerly awaiting their arrival, presenting the couple with a beautiful cake they had prepared themselves. The butler explained that they had baked it, mentioning how such things were becoming popular among the younger generation. The cake had a large number 50 on it, and Loretta, seeing the dessert, smiled joyfully, thanking Helstein for the thoughtful gift. Asher, however, looked at the butler strangely, as the latter continued talking about the wedding. Only then, sitting at the table, did Loretta realize that 50 days had already passed since their contract began, meaning she had about a month left. These thoughts gnawed at her, and she clutched her dress tightly, recalling the doctor's words, that her condition might worsen and she could even explode. Loretta didn't want to die in front of Asher. She couldn't let him witness that. Slowly raising her gaze to him, she saw him smiling sweetly, pointing out the strawberry cake, her favorite. Seeing him so joyful and content, Loretta bit her lip, realizing she would have to leave soon, before it was too late. Giggling softly, she asked in surprise, "Do, Candle? Did you really remember my favorite cake?" She was trying to distract herself from the dark thoughts that kept creeping in, but she didn't know if she could leave now. She had fallen in love with him so deeply. That night, lying in bed, Loretta couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened in such a short time. She knew that soon she would lift Asher's curse, but after that, she would have to abandon the many plans she had dreamed of sharing with him. Burying herself under the blanket, her hands trembled with nerves. She tried to calm herself but found it difficult. She kept telling herself she just needed to hold on, and soon everything would be okay. The next day, when Loretta met with her new friends, Madame Sherbet had prepared gifts for each of the ladies. The gifts were specially chosen from the East. Loretta, upon receiving her box, was delighted, as Madame had carefully selected something for each of them. However, the princess couldn't understand why her gift was a hair ribbon. Inside each box was a ribbon that matched their hair color. Noticing Sharia's disappointed expression, Lorette asked her what was wrong. Sharia turned and admitted she preferred pink, saying it suited her eyes better, all while eyeing Loretta's box. Remembering how, as a child, her brother had taken her things and left her with nothing, Lorette handed her box to Sharia, saying they could easily exchange gifts. The other ladies reacted immediately, disapproving of Lady Merchant's behaviour, but Loretta reassured them it was fine. She explained that since Madame Sherbet had personally chosen the gifts, it was ultimately up to her how they were used. If she was fine with the exchange, then there was no issue. Lady Merchant, overjoyed, gratefully accepted Loretta's box. The princess whispered to Loretta that she didn't have to indulge Sharia's whims, but Loretta insisted with a smile that she didn't mind at all. Sharia, looking at her newly acquired box, became thoughtful, and after a moment, suddenly turned to Loretta. Out of the blue, she bluntly asked what Loretta's relationship with Duke Candle was, causing everyone nearby to fall silent in shock, their mouths agape at Sharia's tactless question. After Sharia's question, the heroine panicked slightly. She didn't know how to answer. She couldn't tell them that her relationship with Asher had started out as consensual, so she simply nodded. Immediately, the ladies began bombarding her with questions. They remarked that it was the first time they'd seen the Duke smile, and the first time they'd seen him accompany a woman. Sharia, smiling, added that it was the first time she had seen such a handsome man. The women agreed that Asher was indeed handsome, but they also noted that he always smelled of rotting flesh, which made him seem rather intimidating. W, sipping tea, commented that it didn't matter how handsome he was, because he already had a lover. Then Sharia shifted the topic and asked, "Are you two going to get married?" Loretta, looking at her, said she didn't want to answer such a question. Sharia, turning away, covered her face with her hands, declaring, "I see. Everything is clear now." Loretta didn't understand why Sharia reacted that way, or what had become so clear to her, but the question seemed to have sparked her curiosity. Meanwhile, Asher was training with a sword. Turning to Gerard, he asked if he had been neglecting his training, though Gerard, trying his best, couldn't understand what he had done wrong. After another victory, the Duke noticed Gerard was panting, and once he caught his breath, Gerard sat down on the ground, waiting for more instructions. Asher suddenly mentioned Doha, saying that being the son of a merchant, he had been immersed in religion from childhood. Gerard realized that Asher's mood was affected by the previous day's incident, when Loretta had killed a man to protect the priest. Asher told him to find out more about the man, explaining that the case seemed too perfect, as if someone had orchestrated it. Gerard bowed and agreed to continue gathering information. He then mentioned a previous discussion about the relations between two kingdoms which were still deteriorating. They needed a reason to go to war, and all necessary measures would be taken. The council had decided that the Duke of Candel would be sent to the front lines. Everyone's eyes were on him, especially since the Duke of Illington was of an advanced age. Asher, however, surprised Gerard by answering that he wouldn't be going anywhere. Gerard was stunned. How could the council react negatively to such an answer? Asher explained that before he would have agreed without hesitation, but now, thinking of Loretta's radiant smile that brightened his life, he realized he could not leave her. He had just found his happiness and didn't want to lose it. Gerard suggested the council might disapprove of his decision, but Asher remained firm. He then asked about the recruits in Lanos, to which Gerard replied that Melissa had volunteered to train them. The recruits were undergoing rigorous training, and with the support of their master, they were motivated to follow in their footsteps. Suddenly, Gerard remembered a few individuals he wanted to discuss with Asher, but before he could, a noise from the entrance distracted them. When Asher turned around, he found that Gerard was no longer there. Loretta slowly descended the steps, thinking about how she still hadn't been able to contact Doha. She had tried reaching out to the temple, but no one responded. As she approached the Duke, she smiled sweetly at him and tenderly called his name. Her expression changed when she noticed how out of breath he seemed. Concerned, she asked if his exhaustion was from training or if something else had happened. It was clear from his heavy breathing and the beads of sweat on his forehead that he had pushed himself too hard. Taking his hand, Loretta gently exclaimed that she would help him wash. Then, with a playful look, she asked, "Shall we take a bath together?" Asher's cheeks flushed instantly. He quickly pulled her into his arms, touching her nose with his, and declared, "In that case, we'll go to the bathroom right now." He kissed her tenderly. A moment later, Asher grabbed the girl, gently lifting her off the floor, reminding her that running was dangerous. The main character tried to resist, but it was clear she was powerless here. Asher took her into his arms, smiling mischievously. He said it was now his turn. Lorette, closing her eyes, expected him to throw her into the water, imagining she'd be soaked to the skin. But that wasn't what happened. Asher carried her to the bedroom, laying her softly on the bed. He hovered over her, his eyes gleaming with cunning and desire. With a smirk, he explained that this was his revenge. In the morning, Candle left for the Imperial Castle. Loretta, waking up, felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had been sucked out of her. She thought to herself that her lover was truly a terrible beast. Sometime later, the butler approached her, reporting that there had been no contact from the temple yet. The girl felt a growing concern, wondering if Doha was preoccupied or if something had gone wrong. The man standing beside her then asked if the lady had any plans for the day. Lorette's gaze fell on her notebook, where she had written down all her important goals over the last 3 months. Feeling melancholic, she replied that she would need to go to the center. She didn't elaborate on why, but she knew it was time to slowly start preparing for her departure. As she walked through the bustling streets, Lorette thought about the things she needed to buy: comfortable clothes, a new bag, and books, since Doha had been giving her enough money to cover her needs. After each treatment, the girl didn't need to worry anymore. The main character was pleased, knowing that if someone tried to attack her this time, she could clearly fight back. After all, learning magic hadn't been in vain. As she walked the streets, Gerard, following his master's orders, shadowed her, discreetly removing anyone he deemed suspicious. Despite this, Gerard never once felt that she was being followed, even though Gerard was always just a step behind, lurking in the shadows. After purchasing everything she needed, Loretta found herself struggling with the heavy bag she carried, complaining to herself about its weight. As she scanned the crowd, something caught her attention. A familiar bright head. It was Princess Eliza. Overjoyed, Loretta couldn't believe her luck at running into her here. Just as she was about to approach the princess, she overheard a group of men nearby. They were discussing a woman and dismissing the idea that she could ever have a serious relationship. They went on to insult the princess, saying no one would want to be with someone like her. Hearing this, Loretta was furious and felt the urge to destroy them right then and there, but she knew she needed to handle the situation more cleverly. Putting on a sweet smile, Loretta approached the men and told them that her friend, who was waiting in one of the nearby alleys, wanted to speak with them. She added that her friend was too shy to approach them directly and had sent her to relay the message. The men, intrigued and flustered by this, immediately began to argue about which one of them had been called. Without further discussion, they followed Loretta into the alley. Once they arrived, they looked around in confusion, realizing there was no one there. Just as they turned to question Loretta, she acted swiftly. Using her magic, she began to speak about how justice had called them, her eyes glowing with power. With the help of magic, Loretta lifted everything around her and hurled it at the men. They tried to escape, their eyes filled with fear, but each one was knocked unconscious when something wooden struck them on the head. Pleased with herself, Loretta looked at the fallen men, but she couldn't shake the anger from how they had discussed her friend. She considered them to be vile creatures. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, Loretta saw Princess Eliza leaning against a wall, watching her. Eliza complimented Loretta, saying what she had done was very impressive and that she was touched by it. Blushing, Loretta shyly asked when she had been standing there watching. Eliza walked closer, putting her arm around Loretta's shoulder. She admitted she was extremely surprised when Loretta referred to her friend as Justice. Looking at the princess, Loretta realized Eliza had witnessed everything. She was also surprised by how skilled Loretta was with magic. With a gleam in her eye, Eliza asked if Loretta would be interested in working for her in the future. The suggestion made Loretta tense up. She didn't have much of a future due to her illness, but she couldn't bring herself to tell Eliza that. Besides, it was hard to refuse someone with such a kind face. Eliza smiled, saying they could discuss it later, and then, pulling Loretta along with her, suggested they go buy something tasty since it was the perfect time for a treat. At that very moment, Doha and his subordinate were watching them from behind. The subordinate informed Doha that Loretta was going somewhere with a man. They didn't know the man was actually Princess Eliza. The high priest told his subordinate to be quiet, regarding Eliza as an enemy of the people. Doha, however, kept thinking about how he wanted to kill this man, not realizing it was a woman. He saw her as a competitor, dreaming of erasing her from existence. His eyes burned with anger, but he didn't know how to deal with his emotions. He still tried to convince himself that he wanted to use Loretta for his own purposes, that he needed her by his side. Mikhail, the high priest, refused to believe he was in love with Loretta, though his heart contradicted him with opposite feelings. He tried to shut those feelings out, rejecting the idea of love altogether. On a previous day, he had met with his rival in the temple. The rival had directly told him there wasn't a moment he regretted bringing him to the temple. Doha had grinned and replied that it was good. After all, he was of rather humble origin. The man turned and asked what the matter was. Mikhail, looking at him intently, asked if Brother Yahello had any questions for him. Yahello, giving him a strange look, said he didn't understand at all what Mikhail meant. But Doha knew that his father's health was only getting worse, posing an immediate threat to him. Though Hill held great authority and had more connections than Doha, the high priest knew his abilities surpassed anyone else's. As the second candidate for Pope, it was clear that Hill might be eyeing the death of the first candidate, his rival. Suddenly, Yahello began speaking about how he had heard that Mikhail often left the temple, as if hiding something interesting outside. Unexpectedly, he asked if Doha had acquired a lover. The question struck Mikhail to his core, as if it had pierced him directly. He remained silent, repeating to himself that Yahello must never know about his feelings for Loretta. The man considered Loretta his treasure, and he wouldn't share her with anyone. He could never forgive himself if anyone even laid a finger on her. Moreover, Mikhail couldn't allow this disgusting bastard to harm her, not for anything in the world. With that in mind, he decided to act on his own terms. A grin spread across his face as he looked at Juliel, telling him that he had quite the imagination. Mikhail added that with age, one usually became more childish, humiliating Juliel with his words. Mikhail approached Juliel, whispering in his ear. He stated that this was his last warning, and added that it would be better for him not to provoke him further with his foolish actions. He told Hill that he didn't know what he could do in a fit of rage, but Hill wasn't afraid of him. Grinning, Hill remarked that Mikhail was no different from his mother, starting an affair and acting like a fool. That was the last straw. The high priest could no longer control himself. His eyes burning with fury, he lunged at the man, grabbing him by the collar, clearly intent on destroying him and leaving no trace of his opponent. The memory of his mother's love for him as a child flooded his mind. How she had once said she couldn't live without him. But now, with Hill's insulting words about both him and his mother, he was enraged. Mikhail's partner tried to pull him away, reminding him that he had an important meeting scheduled. However, Hill ignored the partner's attempts, shrugging off Mikhail's hand and explaining that Mikhail should be more careful. With that, he turned and began to walk away. Mikhail, on the verge of rushing at him to finish what he started, was held back by his partner. As Hill walked off, he called Mikhail a brat. The partner, seeing the tension between the two candidates for Pope, realized that it was best to calm Mikhail down before things escalated further. He decided to distract his boss by mentioning that they had received another letter from the Kandel Dush, where Doha was being asked to come. Upon hearing this, Mikhail's eyes widened in alarm. His subordinate went on to explain how their previous letters had been ignored, asking if they should respond in some way. As Mikhail thought about everything, he suddenly recalled Hill's earlier question about his beloved Loretta. A lump formed in Mikhail's throat, and a wave of fear washed over him. He didn't know what to do. His opponent could definitely use Loretta as a weak point against him, and that could never happen. If he let his stupid feelings get in the way and made a mistake because of them, he would never forgive himself. Dating Loretta was a mistake. He loved her, but he knew that. Mikhail decided that he had to inform his subordinate to stop any further contact with the douche. Then he added that he wanted to take a walk and asked for a carriage to be prepared. As he looked at Loretta in the embrace of someone else, walking beside them, it was an agonizing test of his restraint. He grabbed the collar of his shirt tightly, trying to convince himself that all these emotions were just an illusion. Turning to his subordinate, he ordered that a letter be sent to the douche after all, explaining that he would be visiting them the following day. Meanwhile, Eliza and Loretta were having lunch in a restaurant. The princess told Loretta that she liked her and that, if it weren't for her brother, they would have met much earlier. Then, Eliza added that there were strange rumors circulating about him. Surprised, Loretta asked what those rumors were. Eliza explained that people were saying her brother was suffering from a terrible disease, one so severe that he never left the mansion. Rumors claimed his appearance had been horribly disfigured in an accident, leaving him disabled. Eliza also shared that there were whispers about the disease being connected to mana, and that his parents were beside themselves, unable to find any peace or solutions. The princess then announced the name of the disease, Radura disease. Loretta's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. She immediately thought that she had been diagnosed with the same condition, realizing that it could be hereditary. Eliza, looking at Loretta with concern, explained that she had been thinking of what Loretta needed to know since these were her relatives. However, it was only now that Eliza realized just how much Loretta was shaken by the news. The girl couldn't listen anymore, as an overwhelming sense of panic and fear took over her. She started feeling sick. Loretta thought to herself that if she had told anyone about her diagnosis, she would have been treated differently, and that thought annoyed her. Noticing Loretta's condition, the princess asked if she was okay, as she seemed pale. Quickly, Loretta masked her emotions, flashing a smile and telling Eliza that she was fine. In fact, she felt relieved. She didn't want anyone to know about her impending death. Her mind raced with the thought that she needed to die in a place where no one would notice. The next day, when Doha finally arrived at the doshe, Loretta greeted him with a concerned expression. She told him she was very worried. Surprised, he asked if she was truly concerned. Loretta replied that she was wondering if he had been searching for mercenaries and if he had any injuries. Doha, remembering his rival with evident hostility, replied that Loretta could call it that, as this man was now the first to want his death. Loretta smiled at him and told him to contact her as often as possible, because they needed to stay in touch. Suddenly, Doha asked aloud what kind of relationship they had. Only after speaking did he realize he had voiced the question unintentionally. However, Loretta didn't find it strange. She calmly explained that they were very close friends. He nodded, then, taking her hand, he began to heal her. Loretta felt much better thanks to him, but her thoughts were filled with a desire to die without pain. Meanwhile, Doha's thoughts were entirely different. As he held Loretta's hand, his heart pounded in his chest, and even his ears turned red. He couldn't understand what was happening and hoped she wouldn't feel his heartbeat through their touch. He prayed that she wouldn't notice, because if she did, she would probably avoid him. Just then, a voice interrupted their moment. It was the butler, informing Loretta that she had received a letter. Doha looked at Loretta's friend with suspicion. The main character opened the envelope and saw that Eliza had sent her a letter, calling her beloved companion. Upon hearing this, Doha suddenly became thoughtful, recalling the events of the previous day and the sight of Loretta with a stranger. He compared everything and, in that moment, finally understood what was really happening. When the high priest uttered the strange term of endearment, Loretta felt awkward and quickly felt the need to explain. She told him that before they had only been acquaintances, but now they had become friends. Eliza was the first lady with whom she had forged a real friendship. Loretta, a bit embarrassed, explained that they shared many common interests, and that's why they were truly good friends. Doha, reaching out to gently touch a strand of her hair, asked her to focus only on him when they were alone. It seemed the man didn't understand that Loretta was talking about a woman, not a man. As she looked at him, Loretta realized that he might be feeling neglected, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She even felt a bit ashamed. However, Doha quickly regained his composure and apologized, saying that he had crossed a line. Loretta reassured him, telling him that such things could cause conflicting feelings. After that, she took his hand, but she noticed that his magic suddenly stopped. This made her pause, contemplating something. Smiling at him, Loretta remembered that it was time to start their lesson. Doha, returning her smile, couldn't shake the feeling of sadness that had settled in his chest. As they began the next training session, Loretta showcased her skills, while Doha leaned against the windowsill, silently watching her. As Doha's gaze shifted to the view from the window, he noticed a man and quickly realized that he was one of the knights serving Duke Candle. Mikhail also observed that the knight had impressive stealth skills. Doha saw that the knight was heading in an unknown direction, but he quickly pushed aside his curiosity. If the knight's actions didn't pose a threat to Loretta, then it certainly didn't concern him. At one of the meetings, the head of the Bland family argued with a man, trying to convince him that Duke Candle was obligated to join the war. He argued that they couldn't run from the kingdom, tails between their legs. Loretta's father then asked how the emperor had responded to this, and the man revealed that the head of the kingdom respected George's choice, acknowledging that despite the inevitable losses, they had to fight. If they retreated, the emperor himself would take action. Another man pointed out that while they couldn't ignore the readiness of the Danube Kingdom's soldiers, their numbers were insufficient unless Duke Candle joined them. Asher, however, couldn't help but recall the painful memories of the war, which had consumed most of his time. He had no desire to return to the battlefield. He wondered if he could ever just live peacefully with the person he loved, wishing for nothing more than to be left alone. Lost in thought, Asher was suddenly interrupted when someone gently poked him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw Lady Merchant standing before him. She smiled and called him by name, saying they had met again. This casual behavior irritated him, as only one person was allowed to call him by name. But then he remembered that this was Loretta's friend, so he tried to explain as gently as possible that she hadn't been given permission to call him by his name. Embarrassed, Lady Merchant stammered and apologized, explaining that she had heard Loretta call him by his name, so she thought it was okay to do the same. She quickly changed the subject, asking if he remembered her name. Asher's thoughts were consumed by the fact that this lady was a friend of his beloved, but he remained silent, not responding. Lady Merchant realized he didn't remember her name and introduced herself as Sharia, offering him the option of calling her Sherry. While Asher had no particular interest in her, he decided to listen in silence as she was Loretta's friend. She continued to chat away, and Asher found himself counting the seconds, wondering how much longer he would have to endure her conversation. Sharia, eager to embellish the situation, mentioned that she and Loretta had become very close recently and had decided to meet again soon. Asher didn't answer her, lost in his thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder that if his beloved had more friends, she might forget about her priest friend. Suddenly, Lady Merchant began talking about how she didn't know what other nobles thought, but she believed it was wrong to form friendships based solely on status. Asher didn't understand why she was saying this. He thought she was referring to the difference between the princess and the other ladies. He assumed that Loretta, however, was not biased in such matters. Thinking of his beloved brought a slight smile and blush to Asher's face. He longed to see her as soon as possible. It had been a difficult day without her. Sharia, noticing the smile on his face, thought it was because of her. Smiling slightly to herself, she believed that everyone liked cute girls. In her opinion, she was the only noble woman who treated commoners as well as she did. She felt that her kindness to Loretta proved her own incomparability. After considering this, she decided to invite the Duke to dinner next time. With a sweet smile, she told him that it would be nice to get to know him better. Asher, looking at her with an indifferent expression, responded, "So be it, if my beloved does not mind," before bowing slightly. He then excused himself, saying it was time for him to leave quickly and rushing home. As he hurried back, Asher's thoughts were consumed with how he needed to get home as fast as possible to kiss Loretta. Lady Sharia, watching him walk away, silently wondered how long the relationship between the Duke and the commoner could last. Remembering the smile on Asher's face, she told herself to be careful and not fall in love with him before the right time, but deep down, she knew it was already too late. A couple of seconds later, Gerard unexpectedly appeared, holding a box of jewelry in his hand. He raised his head to the girl and handed her the box, though he understood that he probably shouldn't have helped her directly, considering he had been watching her. It might have seemed strange. Gerard explained to Loretta that he couldn't take the bag because the thief's accomplice had run off with it. He apologized for not being able to help further. The girl thanked him, but then she remembered the notebook in her bag. Fortunately, it didn't contain any particularly important information. Suddenly, Loretta looked up at the guy with suspicion. She decided to ask him what he was doing there, since she had only ever seen him at work. He explained that today was his day off, and he had simply decided to take a walk. Smiling, the girl jokingly said she had taken Gerard's precious day off. He bowed and replied that it was his responsibility. Loretta thanked him again and wished him a pleasant rest. As she got into the carriage, she became deep in thought, reflecting on the events. It seemed too coincidental that their paths had crossed so perfectly. She realized that Gerard must have been watching her, and she immediately assumed it might be an order from Asher, but she couldn't understand why he was doing it. Loretta wondered if Duke Candle had assigned his subordinate to keep an eye on her because he didn't trust her, fearing she might reveal the secrets of his curse or expose the Duke's hidden matters. However, these thoughts felt a bit odd, so she considered another possibility, that Gerard was simply protecting her. But she couldn't be sure until she asked Asher directly. At their next meeting, Duke Candle was presented with all the charges on paper and was informed that despite secretly being in contact with the Danya royal family and refusing to participate in the war, his actions could be considered treason against the imperial family. If he wanted to prove his innocence, he would have to show it through action. The one who initiated the charges stated that the Duke couldn't simply deny the accusations with a few documents. If he refused to participate in the war, he would have to prove his innocence by death. They had finally caught one of the traitors. Asher stood over him, sword in hand, looking menacingly at the man who trembled with fear. Asher asked if the Duke of Illington had successfully received all the documents that had been stolen and given to him. The traitor understood that torturing him wouldn't change the fact that Candle would still go to war. But what Asher couldn't tolerate, what he despised, was when his own people lied to him. Since the traitor was a member of his shadow squad, he was Asher's man, and Asher reminded him of that. Candle then became interested in why the traitor had betrayed him. He hoped that, in betraying him, the man had obtained something of greater value than his own life. While Asher spoke, the traitor waited for his moment and, driven by wild fear, suddenly bolted for the end of the room. His eyes were wide with terror as he ran to the weapon rack, grabbed a sword and prepared to defend himself. The traitor pointed the sword at Asher, trembling like an aspen leaf. It was clear that he was terrified, but he managed to shout that he would kill Candle, calling him a monster. Asher grinned, commenting that it had been a long time since anyone had seen him like this. The criminal then screamed and rushed straight at Asher, swinging his sword with reckless abandon. It was unclear what he expected, as even when he was right in front of Asher, the Duke didn't move. He remained still, almost indifferent, as if he were waiting for this moment. Asher didn't even flinch. Within seconds, the Duke drew his sword and blocked the attack with ease, staring the traitor straight in the eyes. Realizing it was over, the traitor grew nervous, but Asher wasted no time. With a swift motion, he slit the man's throat, and he immediately crumpled to the floor, a large pool of blood spreading beneath him. Melissa quickly picked up the body and carried it away. As Asher turned to her, he asked how Gerard was doing. Melissa explained that he was most likely still with Meady and they should return soon. She then handed the body to another subordinate, instructing them to dispose of it. Turning back to Asher, Melissa inquired why Loretta was learning magic from the priest. She knew Loretta had talent but couldn't understand the ultimate goal. Asher shot her an irritated look and asked her to clarify her question. Melissa explained that while she understood Loretta might need other forms of magic, she couldn't understand why she needed the skill of stealth. Recalling Helene's words that Loretta would become a duchess, she asked why Loretta would need to hide and from whom. As Asher headed toward the exit, he told his subordinate that such questions were not hers to ask. Melissa bowed, offering a quick apology and asking for her master's forgiveness. As they left the room together, the Duke, seemingly noticing something in the corner, turned his head and stared intently, trying to see something there. Melissa immediately asked if there was something in that direction. Continuing his way up the stairs, Asher replied that it was probably just his imagination. Melissa, with a hint of humour, remarked that at this rate the Duke would soon become paranoid. Just then, in the very spot where the Duke had been looking, Loretta suddenly revealed herself. She covered her mouth with her hand to avoid giving herself away, wondering why she had come here secretly, without reason. She remembered Asher's dislike of lies and tried to convince herself that she had never lied to him. Besides, she had often seen such things at the Blanchette estate and had become accustomed to them. The reason for Gerard's attention to her became clear as well. He had simply been accompanying her. Loretta understood that these were minor issues, but she couldn't understand one thing. Why was her whole body trembling so much? A second later, she remembered Melissa's words about their continued protection and felt a wave of unease. She had no reason to feel this way. Until the end of the contract, there was nothing binding her, so why would they continue to protect her? Something felt off, as if she were missing something important. The main character was afraid to ask, fearing it might damage her relationship with Asher. She had no desire to probe further into this, and decided it was best to pretend she knew nothing. Nothing about Gerard, the Duke's strange obsession, or this unsettling incident. She wanted to leave things as they were. That evening, while sitting at dinner, Duke Candle suddenly called out to Loretta, making her look at him with alarm. She was afraid he might somehow know she had been in that place today. But instead, he asked if she had heard that relations between the Empire and the Danube Kingdom had significantly deteriorated. The main character replied that Madame Chet had told her about this, adding that the worsening relations had led to blocked trade routes, causing the prices of precious stones, mined only in the kingdom, to skyrocket. After thinking for a few seconds about why Asher had brought up this topic, Loretta understood everything. It became clear to her why he had started this conversation. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized the implications. Sadly, Asher lowered his gaze to the floor and explained to Loretta that he had been forced to participate in this war. After the phrase, a knife fell from Loretta's trembling hands, hitting the floor with a ringing sound. She squeezed the tablecloth tightly, trying to steady herself. Loretta called those people scum, questioning who they were to force someone to go to war against their will, especially someone who had just begun to rest. Her whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and she struggled to calm herself. She added that the Emperor himself was to blame for the deterioration of relations, unable to understand why they were shifting the blame onto innocent people. As Loretta spoke, Asher looked at her in surprise. Then, unexpectedly, he chuckled quietly. The main character raised her eyes to him, alarmed, and asked what was so funny. The Duke covered his mouth with his hand, apologizing and explaining that it was the first time anyone had cared so much about him, and it was actually a pleasant feeling. He even blushed as he admitted it. Loretta, suddenly lost in thought, asked herself when she would need to prepare for his departure, wondering if he would leave before she did. She was concerned that the Duke might suffer, even wondering if he would ever return. She didn't want Asher to be involved in this conflict. Noticing the worried look on Loretta's face, Asher gently touched her cheek and reassured her, saying that this was a very insignificant war, one that couldn't even be compared to the wars he had already experienced. He explained that he had been on the battlefield since his youth, with no reason to live and no family to return to. The curse gnawed at his skin, and every day he lived surrounded by a sea of blood. It had been so horrible that he was once ready to die on the battlefield, but now he had survived. And in that survival, he had found something to live for. Kneeling in front of Loretta, he took her hand and confessed that now, for the first time in his life, he had something to regret and a meaning to live for. She had replaced everything and everyone for him. She was like the sun among the black clouds in his life. Hugging her gently, he whispered in her ear that he would definitely return to her, no matter what it cost him. Duke Candle was ready to sacrifice everything for that one meeting with her one day. Later, the ladies gathered together for tea once again. Loretta was quieter than usual. Lady Shara looked at her with a slightly annoyed or even offended expression, perhaps because of their previous encounter. The princess, sensing the moment, turned to Loretta and admitted that her request last time had been inappropriate, even apologizing for it, though it was clear that her apology was reluctant. Loretta nodded, saying she forgave her, though she understood that Shara was only apologizing because Eliza had told her to. The apology felt insincere. Noticing Loretta's reaction, Shara mentally became indignant, thinking that it was only because the princess was on her side that this commoner was acting so arrogantly. Suddenly, Madame Genevieve asked the ladies if they were considering investing in gold or jewelry, abruptly changing the topic. The girls began discussing this, quickly forgetting about the previous conversation. Sharia, noticing their reactions, looked at them irritably. She couldn't understand if the others were really so oblivious to how angry she was. She felt that she needed to be consoled, but instead they were engaged in what seemed like empty, superficial chatter, completely indifferent to her feelings. This irritated her incredibly, and she felt powerless to do anything about it. Unexpectedly, the butler entered the room and turned to Loretta, informing her that Duke Candle had arrived and was waiting for her. He assured her that she could take her time, as he would be waiting. Loretta apologized to everyone, saying she would need to leave first, but just as she stood to go, Lady Merton suddenly jumped up from her seat, asking Loretta to excuse her, as she needed to step away for a moment. She then quickly rushed out of the room. The girls looked at each other in shock, unable to believe that Lady Merton had actually done that. Lady Hanana, noticing the tension, declared that the issue with Lady Sharia needed to be addressed urgently, as you couldn't simply forgive everything forever. The princess, however, replied that she wasn't going to intervene, although Eliza herself thought everyone knew what happens to an aristocrat who is expelled from a ladies' circle. In her opinion, Lady Merchant hadn't made any significant mistakes. Smiling, she said she would speak to her again, and asked the others to excuse this small prank one last time before inviting Loretta to accompany her. Loretta happily agreed. Meanwhile, Asher was waiting for Loretta near the entrance, peacefully looking around with his hands folded behind his back. But after a few seconds, he heard a woman's voice joyfully calling out to him. It was Sharia, running toward him, glowing with excitement. Asher looked at her in complete confusion. She reached him and tugged at his jacket, a confident glint in her eyes. She thought to herself that since the commoner had rudely rejected her favor, she clearly had no intention of tolerating this anymore. So she decided to take matters into her own hands, telling the Duke that she missed him. After hearing Asher's words, he seemed to fall out of the world as if what was happening made no sense at all. Sheriar, on the other hand, thought that no one could resist her, believing herself to be the most beautiful and wonderful flower in the empire. She was incredibly confident and thought that Asher would be moved to his very soul. Smiling, she asked if he missed her, but it sounded less like a question and more like a statement. Without waiting for an answer, Lady Merchin casually mentioned that she wanted to meet him again, even asking Loretta about it. Loretta turned away, making a sad face as if on the verge of tears, because the main character had rudely rejected her request. Shiri assumed that Loretta was simply very worried. However, Asher didn't understand what the girl was talking about and asked her directly. Shiria, gently running her hand over his arm, explained that she was talking about the relationship between herself and Asher, wondering if he had thought about it. She slowly traced her fingers to his hand, adding that Loretta was probably jealous, thinking she wouldn't be able to be with Duke Candle because of her status as a commoner. Boldly taking his hand, Sharia added that she didn't even dare think about a relationship with her friend's boyfriend. And then, with a smile, she suggested that they would break up anyway, and the situation would take a completely different turn. Unable to bear the nonsense, Asher jerked his hand out of hers and irritably asked what kind of absurdities she was talking about. He then declared that he had no idea what separation she was referring to. Slowly he walked toward her, his gaze stern, continuing to explain that Loretta was not even a commoner. He then asked Lady Merton what she thought about calling the only ducal princess in the empire that way. Sheria's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that the person she had called a commoner was actually a member of the Blanchette family. Asher added that even if Loretta were an ordinary person, he would never break up with her. As he continued to approach, Lady Moretta stepped back, not daring to look at him. He explained that he and Loretta would be together for life if she wanted it, and if Sharia continued with her nonsense, her chattering tongue might be cut out. As Asher walked toward her, Shirya suddenly tripped and fell to the ground, still not taking her eyes off him, paralyzed with fear and unable to contradict him. Asha looked down at her with a cold, unsettling gaze, reminding her that he had asked her not to call him by name. He looked so menacing, it seemed like he was about to do something terrible. Trembling, Shirya, still looking at Duke Candle, stammered, "Calling him a monster." He grinned in response and slowly extended his hand toward her with a creepy smile on his face. But before anything else could happen, a loud female voice interrupted the moment. It was Eliza, rushing toward Lady Sheria. She asked for forgiveness on her own behalf and pleaded with Asha to let Sheria go this time. She looked at the princess, confused by her willingness to humiliate herself so much in front of him. Asha, clearly not happy with the situation, looked away and asked Eliza to leave with Lady Merchant. Then Asha's gaze shifted and he suddenly saw someone. Loretta was frozen in the doorway, watching the whole scene with a shocked expression. Her reaction was unreadable. She seemed lost in thought, not daring to move closer to the Duke. Loretta stood at the doorway, unsure of what to do, replaying Asha's words with Sheria in her mind. The girl's anger toward her behavior was clear, but when Asha said that he and Loretta would be together for the rest of their lives, everything shifted for her. Her world turned upside down. She immediately remembered their conversation about the 3-month agreement and felt confused. The grouply? Had their relationship not been based on that contract as they originally agreed? She had thought they would simply spend these 3 months together, enjoying their time, and then part ways without regret. That's why she had acted so cheekily. Now she was questioning everything, unsure of where she stood with Asha. Only now did the girl understand everything. It became clear to her that there had been a serious misunderstanding between her and Asha. Looking back, it seemed as though she had been playing with him all this time. She had been too frivolous, and seeing how he behaved with Sheria, the girl couldn't help but wonder what would happen if she told him that it was all a misunderstanding. One thing was certain, she was terrified of how he might react. Would Asha treat her as cruelly as he had treated others? The memories of his past cruel actions flooded her mind, and she feared that he might raise his sword against her in the same way. Her hands trembled as she gripped the fabric of her dress, and Asha silently observed her, seemingly waiting for her to come to him. But that did not happen. The main character silently turned around and walked away, not explaining anything or giving him any answers. The tension in the air was palpable as she left him in the room, her mind racing with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Duke Candle was in his office, replaying the words of the priest in his mind. The priest had said that he resembled his mother, and the Duke couldn't understand how Hyle could possibly know her, since their paths couldn't have crossed. The high priest had never been able to find any connection between the man and his mother, and the Duke was certain that there was no link. He even suspected that they might have met before his promotion to the service, but this uncertainty made him furious. He had been tracking his mother's movements for years, not out of love, but out of curiosity about how she had fared after selling her own son to the temple. But one day, the reports had stopped coming, leaving him in the dark. Determined to find the truth, he considered personally visiting her. However, the thought of going to see the woman who had sold him off disgusted him. The memories came rushing back. Memories of when he was just a child, calling out to his mother, begging her not to leave. She had only cared about the money in her bag while he reached out to her with tears in his eyes. He had promised to be good, to listen to her and even earn money for her, but she hadn't cared at all. As he wrestled with these thoughts, a woman's voice suddenly broke his concentration. Loretta gently touched his face, asking if he was okay. She looked at him with genuine concern, wondering if he was in pain. He replied that he was just thinking, and then asked her why she had used the stealth skill to get there, especially since she was unaccompanied. Loretta, still lost in thought, lowered her eyes to the floor. Then, she sharply raised her gaze and, with resolve, asked the high priest for help. Loretta briefly began explaining the entire situation to her friend. She wondered if she should just tell Asha the whole truth, since she had always considered their relationship to be a mere 3-month contract. She realized that Duke Candle needed to know the truth, especially since she was terminally ill. But neither she nor Asher were in love with each other. They simply had mutual sympathy. That's why, sitting here now, she was contemplating how to end the relationship carefully before any deeper feelings developed. It didn't matter that the 3 months hadn't even passed yet. Doha, bowing his head, looked at her with interest and asked what she would do if the Duke suddenly wanted to continue the relationship. She replied that this couldn't happen, as she was planning to go on a trip soon. With a hidden grin, Doha added that he was worried about Loretta, because if Duke Candle thought she had betrayed him, he would definitely not sit idly by. Placing his palm gently on her hand, he asked her to tell him if anything happened, as he would come to her aid. Loretta simply nodded, answering with a quiet yes. Afterward, Loretta decided to go for a short walk to clear her mind. As she slowly walked through the streets, her head felt like it was about to explode. She couldn't tell if it was because she had been using the stealth skill for so long, or if something else was causing her discomfort. Suddenly, she had the distinct feeling that someone was following her. Turning around, she saw a very familiar face. The man who had betrayed Asher. He smiled and said, "It's been a while," and then he held out a rag to her mouth, asking her to come with him quietly. In that moment, Loretta realized that things were getting out of hand, and she needed to act quickly. She decided to use magic, which helped her push the man back a few meters, catching him off guard. Still, she was determined. Clenching her fist, she demanded to know where he was taking her, then grinned and told him to get lost. The man looked at her with admiration, as if she were an idol, before they both stood facing each other, waiting for the next move. Loretta could sense how bad the situation was. Even in good shape, she knew she wouldn't easily win against him. The man then said that he didn't want to hurt her and suggested that they quietly leave together. At that moment, Loretta understood just how dire things were. Doha had been right. Now was the time to defend herself, no matter what it took. But before she could act further, the man grew impatient and lunged at her with a sword, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He talked about how strong she was, almost as though he had fallen in love with her. Ignoring his bizarre comments, Loretta fought back with all her strength. She needed to slow him down to buy herself enough time to escape. Using her magic, she created a large hole in the ground, an abyss that prevented him from moving forward. Then, massive roots erupted from the earth, forming a trap. But even in this dangerous moment, the man only marveled at her abilities. He praised her for using magic from several elements, though he soon realized that Loretta wasn't yet experienced enough to defeat him. While she was distracted, he quickly cut through the branches with swift sword strikes. Loretta, her heart pounding, turned and ran for her life, screaming for help as she looked frantically around. But there was no one nearby. The eerie silence of the area made it seem like it had been prepared specifically to ambush her. As she passed an alley filled with boxes, she decided to hide there, glancing behind her to ensure the man wasn't still chasing her. Moments later, the man emerged from the trap, tossing his sword over his shoulder. With a sly smile on his face, he said, "I like strong girls like you." The man began to slowly search for the hidden Loretta. The main character tried to remain as still as possible, holding her breath while his heavy boots stomped closer, each step making her heartbeat quicken. He continued to speak as though having a conversation with her, claiming he meant no harm and just needed to take her to the Blanchette family. Loretta hugged her knees tightly, closing her eyes in fear. The attacker asked if she was pretending to be inaccessible, but she couldn't make sense of his rambling. Her mind raced, considering the temple nearby. Once she moved away from here, she would run straight there and call for help. But before she could make a move, the man's eyes appeared between the boxes. His smile was chilling, his gaze almost deranged. He whispered that he had finally found her, and with a slow, deliberate movement, he pushed the boxes aside, towering over her. With a sinister question about whether she thought this was fate, a crack, followed by a blow, echoed in the air. Loretta woke up in a cold, dark cell, handcuffed with anti-magic restraints. She lay on the floor, confused and disoriented, wondering why this was happening to her and what she had done wrong. Her only thought was that she had promised herself she would live her life as she wished before she died. So why couldn't they just leave her alone? Suddenly, the cell door opened, and the man who had kidnapped her appeared in the doorway, wearing a disturbing smile. He asked if she was okay, but Loretta was only interested in one thing. Who had ordered this? Immediately, she suspected Duke Blan. The man seemed surprised that she didn't call him father, but he quickly agreed, admitting that he had never been a good father to her. Loretta persisted, demanding to know who was behind this, why it was happening. He responded that she already knew the truth, sounding almost impressed that Loretta had grown so capable despite the circumstances. She ignored his words, trying to figure out why they weren't at the Blan estate. The answer was simple. Duke Candle would likely be able to find them there. The man explained they needed a place where only the two of them could be. Loretta was about to ask what nonsense he was talking about, but the man placed his hand gently on her cheek and said something that made her blood run cold. He told her he wanted to propose to her, suggesting that they run away together and be happy. He even asked if she was curious about how strong their child would turn out. Taking advantage of the moment, Loretta struck the man on the head with both fists, landing a powerful blow that caused him to bleed and fall to the ground. The key to her cell dropped from his pocket. Desperate to escape, she grabbed it and rushed to unlock the door, panicking as she wondered how she had ended up in this madness. When the door finally opened, she exhaled in relief. But little did she know, the man wasn't out for long. Enraged by the hit, he had already recovered and stood behind her. Slowly, he extended his hand toward her head, and Loretta didn't realize he was right behind her. She tried to escape, but the man grabbed her by the hair, pulling her back. He reminded her that he had promised not to harm her, but as he slowly dragged her along, she screamed for him to let go. The man threw Loretta onto the floor with all his strength, anger and frustration evident in every movement. Nothing was going the way he wanted. Slowly, he drew out his sword, repeating that Loretta kept trying to escape from him. Her body trembled from powerlessness as she attempted to rise but couldn't. He coldly declared that she had left him with no choice, and in a cruel moment drove the sword straight through her leg. A piercing scream filled the air, echoing throughout the building as pain coursed through her body. Despite the agony, Loretta's mind wandered to Asher. She missed him desperately, and all she wanted was to be with him. Meanwhile, Asher was walking around the Duke's estate, sensing that something was off with Loretta. She had been acting strangely, and he could feel her pulling away from him. As he ruminated on this, Gerard ran up to him, shouting that something had happened to his lady. Asher's heart dropped, and he quickly turned to Gerard, fear overtaking him. They explained that Loretta had apparently left the estate through secrecy. Gerard had checked all possible exits, but she was nowhere to be found. For a moment, the world seemed to stop for Asher. He couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to her. His immediate suspicion was that her family was involved, so he decided to head to the Blan estate, informing Gerard of his plan. Asher was ready to confront the Duke and take whatever action was necessary to ensure Loretta's safety. When they arrived at the Blan estate, the Duke vehemently denied any involvement, shouting that it was Duke Candle who had taken his daughter. Asher was confused. The Duke didn't seem concerned about his missing daughter. He was more irritated that she had disappeared again. It became clear to Asher that the Duke wasn't responsible for her disappearance. His subordinates had searched every corner of the estate, confirming that Loretta was nowhere to be found. Asher's knights and Gerard prepared to leave, but the Duke, with a feigned calm, placed his hand on Asher's shoulder, almost as if trying to push him away. Asher shrugged the Duke's hand off with a menacing tone, warning that he hoped the Duke had nothing to do with Loretta's disappearance. Duke Blan seemed suddenly uneasy, as Asher's words hit a nerve. The Duke had ordered Loretta's capture. Either bring her to him or kill her. Now he feared that Candle might have known something, or worse, had already taken action. Asher and his men continued to prepare to leave the estate when Gerard urgently approached him, reporting that traces of Loretta had been found leading toward the old city. Hope flared within Asher's chest, and he hurriedly followed Gerard, certain that he was one step closer to finding his beloved. Meanwhile, Loretta was still lying on the cold floor, her body aching with pain from the wound. Her kidnapper, seated behind her, laughed cruelly, taunting her that as a sorceress she could live without one leg. He said that it was time for her to make a choice. Taking a strand of her hair in his hands, he smiled darkly and offered her a grim bargain. Either she would lose her leg or he would heal it and they would live happily together. Loretta's mind raced. She understood that the only way to heal her injury was to release her mana, but she was already too drained to summon any. Her body trembled, but despite the overwhelming weakness, she resolved to survive. She imagined Asher in front of her, determined to survive for him. She promised to return, for his sake, and to clear the curse that bound her, so that he could have a happy future. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside the cell caught their attention, distracting both Loretta and her captor. The sounds of other voices echoed through the air, signaling the arrival of guards who had apparently been stationed to protect the area. The kidnapper quickly realized that he and Loretta had to flee, but frustration welled up within him. How could Duke Candel have found them in such a remote place? His eyes darted to Loretta, who stared at him with a knowing grin, as though she were playing him at his own game. It dawned on him then. She had led them here, along her own trail, guiding them straight into the hands of Duke Candel. Fury consumed him as he screamed, calling her a traitor. Without hesitation, he grabbed her by the throat, tightening his grip with all his might, hoping to suffocate her. He raged that she could still live happily, but in the midst of his anger, he suddenly realized something. Loretta had enough mana for their entire journey. It meant that she was incredibly strong, possibly stronger than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Asher was closing in on them, every step bringing him closer to his beloved. His face was smeared with the blood of those who had dared to challenge him, his rage palpable. Loretta, on the brink of losing consciousness, struggled to hold on. When the kidnapper spoke about the arrival of the villain, her eyes snapped open. She knew exactly who he meant. Duke Candel. The Duke was closing in, and he would stop at nothing to get her back. The one who had dared to steal his beloved would meet a gruesome fate. The only thing Loretta prayed for was that she would survive long enough to see Asher again. The kidnapper dragged her towards the cliff, his grip still tight on her throat, and they both looked down at the pursuers below. The blood stain on her dress was visible from a distance. Asher, spotting the stain, stopped in his tracks, shock washing over him. He couldn't believe anyone would dare hurt Loretta. He shouted her name, drawing attention to himself. Loretta, barely clinging to consciousness, could feel the kidnapper's hold on her neck tightening as he chuckled darkly, glancing at Duke Candel, who had just appeared. The kidnapper mocked the Duke, laughing and asking if the demon of war truly wanted to become a prince on a white horse. Asher, eyes blazing with fury, extended his bloody sword toward the man, his voice seething with anger as he demanded that he take his hands off his beloved. The kidnapper, unfazed, held a dagger to Loretta's chest, calmly warning Candel to remain still if he wanted her to remain safe. He whispered into Loretta's ear, promising her safety as long as she didn't resist. Barely able to open her eyes, Loretta's body was too weak to fight. Her legs no longer obeyed her, and her mind was clouded with exhaustion. Asher lowered his sword, staring down at the man with an intense gaze. He asked him what he wanted. The kidnapper spoke clearly, revealing that he was after a set of documents from the Duke. Loretta's eyes widened in shock as she trembled. At that moment, Duke Candel quietly called to Gerard, who, with a single look, understood what was at stake. He and two other men quickly moved off in another direction, preparing for the next phase of the plan. The kidnapper's voice broke through the tension as he outlined his demand. He wanted the documents, or else they would leave with Loretta. Asher, determined not to lose her, agreed to their terms, but only on one condition. Loretta had to be released. The kidnapper hesitated, asking how he could be certain that Asher would honor his end of the bargain. One of the Duke's men suddenly appeared with a rope, and the tension in the air thickened. Loretta, already on the edge, began to chant "No" repeatedly, her voice trembling as tears spilled from her eyes. She begged him to leave, to just go. She needed nothing more than for him to walk away. Asha's hands were tied to provide some guarantee for the man holding her hostage. Looking up at the kidnapper, he explained that he would not stay idle if Loretta suffered any more harm. Still barely holding on to her, the kidnapper sneered and advised Duke Candle to worry about himself. But Asha found some relief in looking down at the Duke. Meanwhile, Loretta, with all the strength she had left, began to kick and grab the tip of the knife with both hands, shouting at her lover to leave before it was too late. She believed that she was the cause of this mess, the one who had drawn him into such danger. Her family hadn't cared for her, and Asha had misunderstood their relationship. Now, with her kidnapping, they were both caught in a dire situation. All of this was her fault, and she couldn't help but feel guilty for it. Asha, gritting his teeth, held himself back with every ounce of restraint. It was agonizing for him to hear Loretta's cries, to see her so hurt and broken. He warned the Duke and his men that if they attacked, Loretta would be harmed. Loretta, looking at Candle, couldn't understand why he wasn't moving. In any other situation, he would have already taken care of everyone in his path. Asha, desperate to make a deal, told the kidnapper to cut off his hand to prove his sincerity. Loretta, too weak to hold on to any thoughts for long, could only wonder why Asha was willing to make such a sacrifice. He was a smart man, so why would he go so far? But when their eyes met, she understood. He was doing this for her sake alone. Anger swelled within her. She was angry not only at the kidnapper, but at herself, at how easily Asha was willing to sacrifice his life, despite knowing he was up against a woman like her, terminally ill and broken. Pointing the dagger to her chest, Loretta grasped it with both hands, still angry, still confused by his actions. The men around them watched in terror as she prepared to do something desperate. They knew she was about to end her own life, and there was nothing they could do to stop her. Loretta, fully aware of the consequences, could only hope that Asha wouldn't hate her for what she was about to do. With one swift motion, she drove the sharp dagger into the center of her chest, tears streaming down her face as her body slumped, her gaze growing distant. Her last words were an apology to Asha. She looked at him one last time and begged for his forgiveness before her body began to fall. In an instant, Candle rushed toward her, shouting in panic. He broke the rope with his own hands, fear and anger mingling in his voice. Asha, still running, was filled with dread at the sight of Loretta's bloodied form. In the moments before her fall, Loretta realized the truth, that she had ignored Asha's flaws, pretending not to know them, all because she loved him in a way she hadn't fully understood before. Kendall caught Loretta's limp body, laying her carefully on his lap, his trembling hands hesitant to touch her, afraid of causing more harm. The pain he felt was unimaginable. Tears flowed from his eyes in a steady stream. He pulled her closer, unable to process what had just happened. One moment she had been alive, and now she was gone, her life slipping away. Asha, holding her in his arms, blamed himself for not letting her go when he should have. He thought that if he had just done things differently, none of this would have happened. He saw himself as a monster, desiring something he had no right to. The Duke's men were closing in on the kidnapper, surrounding him with swords drawn. The man seemed to understand his fate, and fear began to seep into his eyes. Asha, still lost in his grief and guilt, clutched Loretta tightly. He knew it was too late to return to the time before he knew her, before everything had gone so terribly wrong. His gaze locked with Duke Candle's, and the look of fury in the Duke's eyes was enough to ensure the kidnapper's fate was sealed. Asha knew that terrible retribution awaited him now. Thank you for listening to the story. If you enjoyed, please give it a like, and subscribe if you want to see more Manhwa recaps. Let me know what stories you'd like to see next. And one last big thank you to everyone that left some really nice words of encouragement and really kept me motivated to keep posting these stories for everyone to enjoy. Until next time, bye-bye. This story began with a small commotion in a beautiful old building where many people had gathered. A notary was about to read a will. The notary, an elderly man, began reading the last testament of Bolliyeria Anden Coin, a woman known across much of the world for her immense wealth and influence. To everyone's surprise, Duchess Hosang, Valeria herself, had decided to bequeath her entire incredible inheritance including rare magical stones, to a girl who wasn't even her relative. That girl was Riella Tanar, a young woman from a poor and simple family. Even Riella had no idea why the Duchess had chosen her. Riella had spent her whole life in a small village, poor but full of warmth. She knew and loved every inhabitant, and they loved her in return. Remarkably, the village was known for its delicious, inexpensive fruits and vegetables, as well as high-quality fabric. Riella, who adored flowers, worked tirelessly in her flower shop and, on that particular day, was carrying an armful of blooms. The cheerful grocer, Mr. Carl, was the first to spot the flowers, and then Riella behind them. He greeted her warmly. Friendly and polite as always, Riella gave him a bright smile and returned the greeting. Everyone in the village regarded Riella as a hard-working girl, and she lived up to their expectations, tending to her shop with great dedication. Time flew by when she worked with plants, and she rarely felt tired. The peaceful hum of the flower shop was suddenly broken by the cheerful voice of a red-haired girl named Rena, Riella's close friend. Wanting to give Riella a break, Rena had brought along a feast of juicy, delicious food. At the sight of the dishes, Riella's mouth watered, and she gladly agreed to take a break. As the girls ate, Rena shared the latest gossip. She mentioned having seen their friend Emma at the mansion. Curious, Riella asked how Emma was doing. Rena replied that Emma had said everything was fine, but she hadn't looked it. She appeared worried and tired, despite trying to stay brave. Emma was deeply concerned for the estate's mistress, the elderly Lady Evelyn, who hadn't eaten for 2 days. Even the best doctors had given bleak predictions about her condition. Rena had to cut the conversation short, though, when her break ended and she dashed back to her own store. Left alone, Riella found herself thinking about Lady Evelyn. She had known the old woman, who had done much for the good of the village. Riella prayed for her recovery. But sadly, that very evening, the villagers were called to pay their respects. Lady Evelyn had passed away. Riella could only hope the kind lady had found peace in a better world. She began preparing flowers in remembrance. The next morning, people flocked to her shop to buy flowers for the funeral. At first, Riella charged only a small amount and sold them with a warm smile. One by one, people came. Men in hats, women with children, and each took at least a flower. A young girl even bought a whole bouquet, and after her more people followed suit, eager to show their respect. By noon, Riella had completely sold out, but the demand continued. Thinking quickly, Riella made a bold decision. She temporarily closed her shop and rushed out. When she returned, she brought back a large bouquet of beautiful lilies. This time, however, the price was much higher than before. It wasn't long before someone questioned the cost. A man accused her of trying to profit from the grief of poor villagers. But Riella stood her ground. She explained firmly that the flowers were priced that way for a reason, and she would not lower it. The man examined the flowers, trying to understand what made them so special. But he couldn't see it. And neither could the others. The customers disappeared, and Riella was left alone, knowing that the value of the flowers was invisible to everyone but her. Nearby flower sellers mocked her for the high price, but Riella ignored them. Her sadness lay elsewhere. Since childhood, she had possessed a rare gift. She could distinguish between luminous and non-luminous flowers, and the lilies she had brought back were luminous, filled with a beauty and energy far beyond what the others could perceive. Meanwhile, in a military camp set up in a secluded field, far from civilian life, a letter arrived for the Grand Duke. It was from Duchess Hosang. Along with the letter, she enclosed a mysterious flower, one that glowed softly, as though infused with magic. Back in her flower shop, Riella sat quietly, lost in memory. She remembered a day long ago, walking with her cheerful sister through the forest. That day, their mother had given them a simple task, to collect a few flowers, but not too many. It should have been easy. While her oldest sister eagerly gathered the brightest, most eye-catching blooms, little Riella wandered uncertainly, unsure of what to choose. Then, ahead of her, she saw a faint glow. A tiny, humble flower, barely noticeable among the others, yet it shone with a gentle light. Drawn to it, Riella knelt down to admire its glow and called her sister over excitedly. Her sister, however, was unimpressed. To her, the flower looked plain, even a little odd. She couldn't see the glow Riella was talking about and refused to pick it. Later, the two girls returned home. Riella carrying her glowing flower, and her sister holding a large and showy one. Their mother gratefully accepted both bouquets. But flowers don't last forever. Eventually she had to clear them away, only to discover, with great surprise, that Riella's small flower had not withered at all. It was still fresh and beautiful. From that moment on, she realized her youngest daughter had a unique gift for choosing flowers. But that gift came with its burdens. One day Riella came running home in tears. Alarmed, her mother comforted her and gently asked what was wrong. Sobbing, Riella explained, "Everyone lied to me. They said the flowers weren't glowing." Her mother was puzzled. She hadn't lied, and she didn't understand what her daughter meant. Through her tears, Riella confessed that she truly saw the flowers glow, even though no one else could. Her wise mother gently advised her to keep the glow a secret. "Bring those glowing flowers to me," she said. "I will always see their beauty." Riella had never forgotten that. Her mother had always been someone who comforted and believed in her, and though she was gone, Riella still held on to the hope that one day she would meet someone else who could also see the flowers' magical glow. Just then, something extraordinary broke the quiet rhythm of the village. A richly decorated carriage appeared on the dusty road, something never seen in their humble area. Riella heard the rhythmic clatter of hooves, rare in these parts, and turned to look. The magnificent carriage, drawn by a team of horses, sped down the narrow street. She stood frozen, mouth open in awe. To her astonishment, the carriage stopped, right in front of her. Villagers who were still awake gathered quickly, murmuring in disbelief. They all stared at the elaborate crest on the carriage door, instantly recognizing the symbol. It belonged to a gemstone magician, members of a powerful order famous throughout the world. No one could believe their eyes. Then from the carriage stepped an elderly woman with a commanding presence, Duchess Hosang herself. She was not only a noblewoman, but also a legendary gem magician, famous for having once defeated the black dragon Need. Dollaria and coin, admired by both adults and children, had brought peace to many lives. And now she stood before them. Riella's heart pounded. Why would someone of such high status come to a place like this? Why would her carriage stop for a poor village girl? And yet the Duchess didn't glance at anyone else. With a solemn expression, she walked straight toward Riella. Meanwhile, for some reason, Duchess Hosang asked how much Riella's flowers cost. The girl was completely stunned that Hosang had spoken to her at all, and for a moment she didn't understand what was being asked. Then the Duchess, her stern expression softening into a gentle smile, repeated the question, asking again for the price of Riella's flowers. Still in disbelief that someone of such high status was speaking to her so kindly, Riella blushed deeply, unable to find her voice. The crowd around them hissed and muttered impatiently, urging Riella to hand the flowers over for free. "It's the Duchess herself asking," they whispered harshly. Pressured by the townspeople, Riella lowered her head and said humbly that she could not possibly take money from the Duchess. The flowers, she insisted, were just a small gift, nothing more. But the moment Hosang heard those words, heard that Riella was offering her flowers for free and calling them a mere trifle, her expression changed sharply. A shadow passed over her face, and she seemed suddenly angry. She glanced down at the price tag and asked, Why does such an ordinary flower cost so much? Echoing the same question that the villagers had asked earlier. Before, Riella had stood by her decision with quiet confidence. But now, faced with the Duchess's sharp gaze, her courage wavered. She knew all too well that anyone who couldn't see the flower's magical glow might think she was simply trying to overcharge grieving villagers. Overwhelmed, Riella closed her eyes in fear, unsure what to say or do. But then, something completely unexpected happened. The Duchess spoke again, this time not with anger, but with a calm authority that carried through the silent crowd. "This price," she said, "is far too low for flowers this beautiful." She turned to her cheerful young assistant and asked if she agreed. The assistant nodded at once, her face lit with genuine admiration. "They are worth far more," she said. A ripple of astonished gasps spread through the crowd. The same people who had scolded Riella only moments ago now stood speechless. None of them had ever imagined that anyone, let alone the Duchess, would suggest paying more for Riella's flowers than for anyone else's. Meanwhile, the Duchess gently took the flowers in her hands, breathed in their scent, and, much to everyone's shock, named a price 10 times higher than what Riella had asked. Riella, stunned, could barely comprehend the enormous value Hosang had just placed on her flowers. "The Duchess will take them all," she announced. Nia, her assistant, immediately handed Riella a check, assuring her it could be verified at any bank. Riella, overwhelmed and confused, stared blankly at the slip of paper. For a moment, it looked as though her very soul had left her body from sheer emotional overload. Seeing this, Nia gave Riella a gentle tap on the head and urged her to count the money. Still in disbelief, Riella unfolded the envelope. The check inside shimmered with a glow she had never seen before, and she had to turn away, momentarily blinded. She had never imagined earning so much money from selling her flowers. As the villagers crowded around to catch a glimpse of the check, the Duchess asked where the flowers had come from. Riella replied, a bit shyly, that she had grown them herself. Hosang raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Sensing the doubt in her expression, Riella added quickly that she had nurtured them carefully in pots with her own hands. Suddenly, Hosang's demeanour changed. Her calm presence shifted into something sharper as she asked whether Riella always sold her flowers there. Riella nodded. "I cannot stay long," the Duchess said, her tone solemn once again. "I must visit an old friend." She turned to leave. Riella quickly bowed as deeply as she could, while the stunned villagers looked on. Moments later, the Duchess climbed into her richly adorned carriage and left for the mansion of her deceased friend, Evelyn. As soon as she disappeared from sight, all eyes turned to Riella. The villagers began to bombard her with questions about the flowers, the Duchess, and what had just happened. But Riella herself had no answers. Meanwhile, the Duchess's carriage pulled up in front of Evelyn's estate. The servants, already prepared for her arrival, led her inside to the room where Evelyn now rested, serene in a bed of white linens. Hosang approached, took her old friend's cold hand and whispered softly, "You lived a good and noble life." Then, from beneath her cloak, the Duchess drew one of Riella's glowing flowers and placed it gently in Evelyn's hands. The flower pulsed with light, brighter than before. And Hosang smiled. "She would have loved this lily," she said quietly. Glancing at the rest of the flowers nearby, the Duchess shook her head. "One of Riella's blooms is worth more than all the others combined." But she couldn't linger. There was still more to be done. She requested to be taken to Evelyn's legendary Room of Stones. As Hosang, Nia and a servant walked through the long corridor, the Duchess drifted into memory. 40 years ago, she and Evelyn had fought side by side during a brutal war. Evelyn had once told her she noticed things that even Hosang didn't see in herself. They had faced a powerful dragon that had awoken from its slumber. Evelyn had bravely drawn the beast's attention, giving Hosang the time she needed to gather her magic. Together, they had defeated it. Later, bruised and bandaged, Evelyn had sat smiling in her mansion, while Hosang, relatively uninjured, came to visit. Hosang had always been frustrated that the glory was given only to her. But Evelyn had simply said, "That's how I wanted it. Peace matters more than recognition." Now, walking into Evelyn's memory-filled home, Hosang felt the ache of loss more keenly than ever. When they arrived at the Room of Stones, the servant asked the Duchess to inspect their condition. Her son nodded and turned to Nia. "The flowers," she said. Nia hesitated, clearly reluctant. "But they're so rare," she whispered. "Are you sure you want to give them away?" Hosang's eyes narrowed. "Give them to me," she ordered. Flustered, Nia obeyed, handing them over in silence. The Duchess entered the room with reverence. To her surprise, it wasn't as dusty or gloomy as she had imagined. But one central dome stood empty. The gemstone it had once held, destroyed during battle. She remembered how Evelyn had cared deeply for that particular stone. Hosang's gaze drifted to the moonstones lining the walls. They still radiated a gentle power. She approached them, praising them softly for protecting Evelyn all these years. With great care, she placed Riella's glowing flowers before them. She summoned her magic, blending it with the power of the flowers, and to her satisfaction, the stones responded. One by one, they flickered with light, then dimmed peacefully. The stones were free at last. Like Evelyn, they had earned their rest. Meanwhile, Riella found herself at the centre of gossip. Everyone around her whispered about her selling flowers to Duchess Hosang. But paying no attention to the murmurs, Riella quietly signed a notice board with an invitation to a memorial for Evelyn, an event she was organising entirely at her own expense. She turned to Rena for her opinion on the inscription. Rena liked the idea, which made Riella smile. However, Rena didn't understand why Riella would spend all the money she had earned from the flowers on this celebration. After all, she had worked hard for it. But Riella only replied that everyone had been kind to her all her life, and she simply wanted to give back. Rena didn't argue. She just asked Riella to bring more treats, since they'd be going on a picnic later. Riella's joy over spending her money meaningfully was short-lived. Soon after, Nia returned, putting on an emotional display. With teary eyes, she pleaded with Riella to accept a new payment, this time 10 times more than before. Holding out the sparkling check, she insisted that Riella make a final decision, refusing to back down. Nia offered several reasons why the girl should accept the money, but Riella hesitated, overwhelmed. She remembered how, a few days earlier, Duchess Hosang's servant had visited her with a request. Grow as many flowers as possible, and grow them entirely by herself. The servant had even taken her hands in his, trying to reassure her. Before they left, Hosang's assistant stepped in and gently pushed the servant aside. They asked if Riella had any questions, but she didn't know what to say. She found the whole situation odd. Why would the Duchess choose her, an unknown florist, instead of one of the famous names in the city? Though bursting with questions, Riella said nothing. She simply agreed to send the flowers at the appointed time and spent the following days consumed with anxiety over the responsibility. Now, as Nia stood before her again, Riella wanted to refuse the new offer. But just then, a neighbour entered her shop. Panic surged in Riella. She didn't want anyone to see the check. It would only fuel the gossip. Noticing the girl's fearful expression, Nia quickly came to her rescue. Smiling slyly, she discreetly cast a spell and handed the altered document to the curious neighbour. To Riella's shock, the man looked at it and declared it was merely an invitation to a tea party hosted by Duchess Hosang. Still confused but visibly relieved, Riella turned to Nia, who flashed her a mischievous smile and stuck out her tongue playfully, a signal that everything was under control. In that moment, Riella realized Nia was a magician. She was filled with awe and a touch of envy. Riella wasn't ready for a tea party. but Nia promised to take care of it and return to the mansion. There, she found Duchess Hozong resting in a flower garden, reading peacefully. Without turning around, the Duchess asked how things had gone. Nia, now dressed differently, bowed and said the delivery was complete and the interference had been dealt with. The Duchess smiled knowingly. The power of the rogue sapphires hasn't been used in a long time. Nia corrected her. Illusion sapphires. I drew their strength from Riella's flower. The Duchess raised an eyebrow in surprise. The sapphires had nearly been depleted, but a single flower had fully restored them. Looking fondly at her assistant, she noted, "There's more than enough greed in you." Unfazed, Nia replied, "Greed is one of the sapphire's core virtues." Then her gaze landed on the letter on the Duchess's desk. "Who's that for?" she asked. "For Archduke Hyun," Hozon replied. Nia immediately grimaced. She hated that man and couldn't understand why the Duchess had anything to do with someone like him. Horsek, smiling at the girl's reaction, reminded her gently to choose her words more carefully. Still, Nia grumbled for a while before finally settling down, though she remained visibly upset. Archduke Huan, 25th brother of the king, was the strongest stonemancer of the century. He wielded the onyx of vengeance, a cruel and temperamental gem. His strength was such that he had once single-handedly subdued a dragon before it could emerge from its underground lair. But none of this impressed Nia. She didn't care about Huan's achievements. Then a thought occurred to Husong, and she smiled to herself. "I feel like playing with Huan." Nia perked up instantly. She had always dreamed of ruining the Archduke's life. The Duchess nodded. "Remember, I promised him my stone chamber." Nia gasped in protest. "You're not allowed to leave this world yet." But Hozong remained calm. At 82, she felt she had lived a good life. Nia, however, began to shout. She insisted the Duchess could live for many more years and manage her affairs just as well. After all, Huan had only taken over the northern front to ease her burdens and had somehow managed to handle both the western and southern fronts too. An unprecedented feat. But the reason for all of Huan's efforts was clear. Duchess Hosong. He wanted her to retire so he could finally take her place. 5 years ago, they had made a pact. In exchange for managing her responsibilities, Hosong would one day bequeath her stones to him. That promise still held. Sighing, the Duchess ended her recollection. She turned to Nia and asked, "When is the dragon fad expected to fall asleep?" 2 months, Nia replied, though she added that Huan's recent victories might have accelerated the timeline. The Duchess considered this. She had every reason to follow through on her promise to the Archduke. But then her gaze landed on the glowing flowers Riella had given her. She said nothing, but a new idea began to form. Without explaining, she declared, "We'll finish for today, let's rest." Meanwhile, on the northern front, the gem mages sat in a circle, resting after another battle. The Stonemancers chatted about the latest gossip, including that the dragon fleet had gone into hibernation, and that Archduke Han was trying to decipher what Duchess Hosang wanted from him, especially since she'd unexpectedly asked in a letter whether he had a girlfriend. Han grumbled to himself. First, the Duchess asked him to take her place on the battlefield, and now she was inquiring about his love life. He reread the letter several times, searching for hidden meaning, but found none. The next morning, Riella rode a carriage to Duchess Hosang's tea party, her heart pounding with nervous excitement. She was beautifully dressed and held a single glowing flower, a rare bloom that only appeared once every few decades. Though small, it was her chosen gift, one she hoped would be meaningful. Buying something with money felt inappropriate. She hoped that her flower, grown with love and care, would suffice. Upon arrival at the mansion, a gallant and impeccably dressed servant greeted her and politely asked her to wait. Riella found herself in an opulent drawing room, filled with an overwhelming spread of sweets and richly decorated shelves. The luxury made her nervous, so much so that she hardly dared to move. She questioned once again why a noble like Duchess Hosang would invite someone like her. Just as she considered leaving to fetch a better gift, a sudden, piercing scream echoed through the hall. Though Riella knew it was impolite to eavesdrop, her curiosity got the better of her, and she leaned toward the door. At that moment, the door burst open. Mrs. Camella, the source of the shouting, stormed in and accidentally struck Riella, who had been listening at the door. Camilla's face twisted in disgust at the sight of the unfamiliar, plainly dressed girl. Riella, now sitting on the floor and clutching her flower pot, rubbed her aching head. Camilla, full of fury, demanded Riella be removed, along with her dusty pot. But the butler intervened, informing her that Riella was an official guest of the Duchess. Camilla refused to believe it. She leaned in close and demanded Riella identify herself. Calmly, Riella explained that she had received an invitation to the tea party. Camilla scoffed, mocking the very idea that someone so poor would be invited. She called Riella a liar and even accused her of begging from the Duchess. Her scorn turned to the flower. She laughed cruelly at it, calling it a pathetic gift in a cheap pot. Riella remained silent, thinking only how cruel and groundless this stranger's ridicule was. When Camilla began poking her aggressively, Riella asked her to stop. But Camilla only pushed harder. The pot slipped from Riella's hands and shattered, scattering soil and the delicate flower across the floor. Devastated, Riella knelt over the broken pot, desperately trying not to cry. Then, silence fell. Duchess Hosang stood at the threshold, impeccably dressed, her face like thunder. Camilla, who just moments before had been spitting venom, instantly transformed into a sweet and humble lady. She bowed gracefully, introduced herself, and claimed she had come to deliver the Soria stone to the Duchess, and had been waiting all morning. But Hosang said nothing. She stared at Camilla with icy fury. The silence grew thick. Riella, mortified by the broken flower and the mess on the floor, assumed the Duchess was angry at her. She quickly knelt and began cleaning the dirt, hoping to fix her mistake. Her heart ached when she saw the flower, crushed and wilting, but the roots were intact. Perhaps it could be saved. Hosang's cold voice broke the silence. She turned to her assistant, Nia, and demanded to know why a guest had been treated so shamefully and why the flower was broken. Then she ordered Camilla to be punished. Camilla tried to defend herself, but it was too late. Nia charged at her. One blow from the magician assistant sent Camilla flying several meters. Enraged, Camilla retaliated with a spell, demanding Nia move aside. But Nia refused. Her pride had been wounded and she would not back down. Magic clashed violently. A massive explosion rocked the room and dust clouded the air. Riella, nearly engulfed by the blast, shielded herself instinctively. When the dust settled, she realized she'd been protected by a magical barrier. One created by Duchess. Turning to Riella, the Duchess offered a sincere apology for the chaos. She explained that her 2 stonemancer assistants had gotten carried away. Riella was speechless, overwhelmed by how easily the Duchess had protected her, even saving the butler. Meanwhile, Nia was finishing her game with Camilla, who was clearly no match for her in stonemancy. Lifting gracefully into the air, Nia soared over Camilla and effortlessly blocked another of her attacks. Enraged by this display, Camilla shouted curses, her voice shrill with frustration. "To put an end to the commotion," Duchess Hosang spoke sharply, ordering her assistant to finish things quickly. Obediently, Nia gathered her full strength and unleashed a concentrated surge of energy at the arrogant Camilla. The mistress stood no chance. She collapsed, unconscious, and the butler quietly assured everyone that she would be sent home immediately. With the disruption over, Hosang turned to Riella and invited her to sit at the table. She asked gently if the girl had been frightened. Riella tried to insist she was fine, but her trembling hands betrayed her. Watching her, Nia grumbled that she would have ended things with one blow if she'd known Riella would be so scared. Still, Riella put on a brave face and insisted again that everything was okay, which earned her soft smiles from both Nia and Hosang. With a sigh, the Duchess apologized for the chaos and expressed regret over the damage to Riella's gift. But Riella, ever kind, began consoling everyone instead, assuring them that she would bring a sturdier, more thoughtful gift next time. Nia, smiling mysteriously, remarked that she knew Riella would say something like that. Then she stepped aside to reveal something unexpected: the flower, whole and undamaged, back in its pot. Riella gasped in surprise, barely believing her eyes. She quickly realized that this miracle had something to do with the power of the stones. Hosang nodded and explained that Nia had used the rovra, a restoration stone capable of repairing small damages. Lifting a teacup to her lips, the Duchess added that glowing Riala flowers, like the one Riella had brought, could greatly enhance the stone's power, sometimes even beyond the physical space they occupied. Stunned, Riella processed this new information. Then a thought struck her. Did the Duchess also see the glow in the flowers? Hosang confirmed with a slight smile and suggested they move to the garden for a longer conversation. In the fragrant garden, surrounded by lush greenery, Riella spoke openly about how she'd begun to see light in flowers and how she had kept this strange ability to herself. She explained how much she'd hoped the flower she brought would please the Duchess. Hosang listened intently, then spoke solemnly. That kind of flower should not be consumed. Confused, Riella asked what she meant. Instead of answering directly, Hosang asked Riella how much she knew about stone-mancers and their stones. Riella mentioned the famous battle with the dragon Neon, which she had read about in the newspapers, and also spoke of the Archduke's struggles. The Duchess nodded. Riella's knowledge of the basics was solid. She then explained that all stones have different properties and limited energy. Their power is not infinite, and once depleted, a stone can fall into hibernation. To illustrate, Hosang used Nia's illusion stone and conjured a magical display for Riella. A breathtaking vision so realistic that Riella reached out and touched one of the butterflies fluttering nearby. But as the stone's energy was exhausted, the illusion faded, and the stone became dormant. Curious, Riella asked how Nia had used the stone earlier, if it was already asleep. Hosang explained honestly, glowing flowers like the one Riella had brought could awaken even sleeping stones. Originally, such flowers were extremely rare and dim, but now Riella's glowed brighter than any seen before. Realizing the implications, Riella asked if it was possible to awaken all dormant stones using these flowers. But then a shadow crossed her face. What would happen if others learned how to grow them? Would she be imprisoned or forced to grow them forever? To her surprise, Hosang was taken aback. She asked why Riella wasn't trying to profit from such a valuable ability. Riella admitted she was afraid of being locked away and used. Quietly, the Duchess admitted that she was tempted by the flowers, but locking someone away to grow them was far too cruel. She had no intention of doing that. Relieved, Riella exhaled deeply. She wasn't in danger. She could continue her life freely. Finally, Hosang said with a small smile that she'd like to be friends with Riella, but their paths in life were too different. Then, out of nowhere, she asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Riella blinked, completely thrown by the question. After everything that had just been said, she didn't even know how to answer. Meanwhile, Archduke Han had just returned to his mansion from the front lines, exhausted and longing for some rest. The battles had taken a toll on him, but so had the endless visits in the capital, where every nobleman seemed to arrive with the same goal, to marry off his daughter to the Archduke. Han, however, had no interest in marriage. He cursed his own prestigious lineage, which had turned him into one of the kingdom's most eligible bachelors, even though he had long since renounced his claim to the throne. Still, the fathers remained relentless. In Han's mind, the political matchmaking felt more draining than the battlefield itself. As he brooded, the door suddenly burst open. His younger brother, grinning ear to ear, had arrived. Having heard rumours that the Archduke was reconsidering the throne, the brother playfully accused him of treason. He dropped into a chair and, still teasing, said that if Han really wanted the throne, he should say so directly. Han grimaced and waved the idea away with disdain, declaring that he wouldn't take the throne even if it were handed to him. His brother was surprised Han had even returned to the mansion, but he welcomed it, since he had business to discuss. The topic soon turned to the dragon Flyard, who had unexpectedly fallen into Slima much earlier than anticipated. Han was intrigued, and his brother looked pleased. It meant they could continue developing the northern region. Just as the prince was about to say more, he stopped mid-sentence. Han, sensing hesitation, impatiently urged him to speak. With some reluctance, his brother asked whether it was time for Han to finally settle in the capital, at least while he still had the freedom to travel. Han instantly understood what he meant. "I'm not getting married," he said flatly. He found it almost absurd that his personal life had become a matter of national concern. His brother explained that their mother had sent him to check in on Han and to see if he had anyone in mind. Han sighed and asked him to stop with the interrogation. He didn't even have a romantic interest, let alone plans for marriage. But as he firmly declared his refusal to wed, Han couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person would it even be to fall in love with? He'd read too many stories of entire nations crumbling under the weight of foolish, blind love. The idea seemed dangerous. Just then, a letter caught his eye on the desk. Picking it up, he realized it was a love letter, clearly not meant for him. He scowled and barked at the assistant, demanding to know if this was what a report was supposed to look like. The assistant, flustered and embarrassed, quickly snatched it back, apologizing profusely and promising not to mix up documents again. Han remained irritated, though more with himself than anyone else. The assistant was clumsy, yes, but unfortunately irreplaceable. Finally, unable to keep it in, Han declared loudly to everyone present that he had no intention of starting any kind of romantic relationship. At the same time, Duchess Hasang's assistant, Nia, had decided to visit Riella, whom she had come to consider a friend. Riella was delighted to see her, even if the visit momentarily pulled her away from work. Nia noticed Riella struggling to move the large notice board and, to her surprise, effortlessly lifted it on her own. "Where do you want it?" she asked cheerfully. Riella blinked, assuming the feat was due to the power of stones. But Nia laughed and said it was all her own strength. Amazed, Riella thanked her and Nia offered to help with anything else she might need. As the two worked together in the flower shop, Nia reminded her that they still had to head to the mansion soon. Once their tasks were complete, the two girls climbed into the carriage and set off for Duchess Hashang's estate. A month had already passed since Riella met Hosang and received permission to come to the garden to care for the plants. It had all begun when the Duchess was once brought a batch of flowers in poor condition. While the servants looked on in dismay, Riella confidently offered to revive them. Unbothered by their state, she enthusiastically asked that the plants be given to her. The Duchess considered the request, and Riella promised to return every flower in good condition. Hosang allowed Riella to take the flowers for their recovery, which made the girl extremely happy. But that wasn't all. The servant soon showed her even more flowers in need of care. At every new delivery, Riella gazed at the wilted plants with greedy determination and begged to take them all. Eventually, Riella found herself standing before a mountain of flowers needing restoration. Though glad she had no idea how to transport them, seeing this, the Duchess proposed a better solution. Riella could simply come to the garden and tend to the flowers there. Hosang added that she would be happy to have someone care for the plants, and Riella eagerly agreed, promising to do her best. Then, unexpectedly, Hosang asked Riella for another favor, to help write letters. Riella immediately agreed. The Duchess was pleased. Having someone to handle correspondence would greatly simplify her life. The next morning, Archduke Han returned to his office after a grueling night at work. Without much thought, he tossed his jacket onto the sofa and began sifting through his letters. Among them was one from Duchess Hosang. He always read her letters immediately, though often they left him confused. From the first few lines, he realized this one was stranger than usual. The letter spoke of a beautiful new tree in the Duchess's garden, a pond with lotus flowers in the greenhouse, kittens, and even crows. None of it made sense, and to Han it seemed more like poetic nonsense than an actual message. Even the handwriting was unfamiliar. Still, he was certain it came from the Duchess's estate. Han read on, hoping it was a code. The letter ended with a warm request for him to take care of himself. That gave him pause. Then came the postscript. Hosang's eyesight had deteriorated, so someone else would be writing her letters from now on. Han realized immediately it wasn't Nia. She wouldn't have even tried to write something like this. But apart from Nia, Han didn't know anyone else in the Duchess's mansion who might have written it. That same day, the new letter writer, Riella, visited a kind woman known for baking delicious buns. The cook warmly welcomed her and proudly presented her culinary creations. Riella admired the treats, and when the cook suggested she bring some along for tea with the Duchess, she gladly agreed. When Riella arrived, the Duchess greeted her warmly and again asked for help writing a letter. Riella asked if it should be like before, just writing about anything. And Hosang nodded. After enjoying tea together, Riella set to work. She tried to picture the person receiving the letter. Imagining an older man so immersed in writing she didn't notice when lunchtime arrived. A maid brought black tea and soft buns, and Riella eagerly took a break. The aroma was so tempting that even the Duchess joined her. The maid described each delicacy in detail, and Riella tasted them with delight, feeling like she was eating the food of the gods. In all seriousness, she turned to the cook and asked her to marry her, prompting laughter from everyone. Then she begged to be adopted instead, just to keep eating the treats. Hosang and Nia chuckled, watching Riella's endless energy. That evening, Archduke Han visited one of his military camps to assess the situation. While discussing matters, he received another letter from Duchess Hosang. His subordinates remarked on how frequently she wrote to him lately. Han quietly took the letter and retreated to his tent, where he made himself comfortable and opened it. This letter described delicious cheese buns recently baked at the Duchess's mansion. Reading about such peaceful domestic life made Han smile. It felt worlds apart from the front lines. That night, he fell asleep early, and his assistant quietly made sure no one disturbed him. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, the Duchess called for her assistant to help her to bed. Naya came immediately. Behind them, two maids whispered about Hosang's worsening health. The next morning brought a flurry of activity in the kitchen. Everyone praised Madame Melda's baking. The same buns Riella had adored. Despite the compliments, Melda remained humble, hoping only that the Duchess would enjoy the food. Many noticed that Hassan had become cheerier thanks to Riella's presence. Yet beneath the surface there was unspoken concern. The Duchess's time was running short. Everyone feared that if she passed without an heir, the mansion would fall prey to the greedy stonemancers. The Duchess, aware of her fading strength, felt protective of Riella and didn't want her entangled in future conflict. One night, Hosang suddenly woke. Nia, who was nearby, noticed right away. The Duchess asked if anything had happened, but all was quiet. Nia shared that Riella was doing well with the flowers, and a letter had arrived from Han. Hosang asked for it to be brought and for the lights to be brightened, but Nia hesitated, explaining the lamp was already as bright as ever. The Duchess understood. Her eyesight was nearly gone. She smiled gently, accepting what was to come. Nia began reading the letter aloud, but soon suspected it wasn't written by Han. Still, she read on, adding her own sarcastic commentary. Han had written that he hoped to return to the capital soon and that he wished the Duchess well. Nia pouted at his early return, but Hoshang only chuckled. Then the old woman wondered aloud, what if she changed her will? Nia lit up, begging her not to let Han inherit anything, just to see his shocked expression. The Duchess didn't promise anything, but drifted into memories of Han's childhood. She remembered how he used to cry in frustration when he couldn't win their sword fights, vowing to grow stronger. Eventually he disappeared from the mansion, dedicating himself to becoming powerful. The Duchess hadn't seen him for years. She missed him, though she couldn't change who he had become. Only she truly understood the reason behind his tireless effort. Now, lying in bed, the Duchess knew her final lesson for Han would be the most important. She summoned Nia and asked her to call the lawyers. It was time to make a will. She also requested that Riella not be invited to the mansion for a month while the legal affairs were handled. The next morning, Riella waited anxiously at the gate. She hadn't been allowed in the mansion for a month. She remembered the day Nia came and gently told her she could only visit the greenhouse for now. Riella had worried she'd done something wrong, but Nia couldn't explain, though Riella guessed the truth. Her days without the Duchess were quiet and dull. Eventually she learned from another gardener that Hoshang had been meeting with lawyers and allowing no one inside. A few weeks later the summons finally came. When Riella entered, she was startled by the Duchess's condition. Hoshang greeted her with a weak smile, glad to see her. Her eyesight was nearly gone now. She could only tell Riella was crying by the sound of her voice. The girl wept openly, heartbroken to see the once strong woman so frail. Riella eventually calmed down and apologized to the Duchess for her outburst, explaining that she hadn't meant to cry. In response, Hoshang also apologized, realizing how worried the girl must have been during the long silence. With a soft smile, she invited Riella to spend as much time with her as possible. The girl agreed at once. Nia, who had been quietly watching from the side, remained silent but looked visibly saddened. Soon after, Riella was given a room in the mansion, not far from the Duchess's own chambers. Though she worried that her presence might be a burden, her desire to be close to Hoshang outweighed her concerns. She decided to stay. While Riella sipped her tea, the Duchess continued her work with the lawyers, avoiding contact with anyone else for the time being. Watching the endless discussions, Riella concluded that lawyers were unbearable and hoped never to deal with them herself. The lawyers, for their part, assured her they had no desire to exhaust the Duchess, but they had little choice. That evening, Hoshang invited Riella for another conversation and began sharing stories from her past. Riella listened attentively. When the Duchess struggled to recall where they'd left off last time, she began to guess. Riella playfully pretended to be offended, but quickly reassured her, not wanting to cause worry. Hoshang was genuinely surprised by the girl's teasing, something she hadn't experienced in a long time. And her smile, rare and sincere, revealed how much she appreciated it. Encouraged, Riella began to share a story of her own. It wasn't about dragons or magic stones like Hoshang's usual tales, but the Duchess enjoyed it all the same. Over time, Riella learned that in her youth, Hoshang had been quite headstrong, stubborn to a fault according to her stories. If she wanted to step onto land she didn't own, she'd simply buy it. It shocked newcomers, but her servants were used to it. Through such means, she had greatly expanded her family's inherited lands. Riella found these stories far more interesting than her own, though she never said so aloud. One evening, Riella noticed how late it had gotten and stood to leave. When the Duchess didn't stop her, she smiled and wished the older woman good night, offering to clear the teacups herself. But instead of the usual farewell, Hoshang gently told her to rest well. That night, Riella lay in bed, feeling a strange melancholy and anxiety she couldn't explain. Her thoughts kept drifting back to the Duchess, but she tried not to dwell on it. The next morning, Riella overslept. She rushed to get dressed and was still adjusting her clothes when Nia entered, dressed entirely in black. She calmly announced that the Duchess had passed away. Riella froze. The words didn't register. She couldn't speak or process anything else Nia said, lost in a blur of memories. To bring her back to reality, Nia took her hands and told her she was required to be present for the reading of the will. Still overwhelmed, Riella barely understood what was happening. Nia then handed her the Duchess's bracelet, saying it would protect her from most magical threats. But Riella couldn't take in the meaning. She felt like she was suffocating, yet unable to help herself. Nia understood. She didn't press her further. She knew the girl simply needed time. The night before, sensing her end was near, the Duchess had spoken of Riella with deep concern. She also sighed about Han, knowing he would be angry about her will, but she had no plans to change it. Instead, she turned her attention to Nia. Hosang said quietly that having Nia by her side all these years was the best decision she had ever made in her long, turbulent life. Nia, unable to hold back any longer, wept silently. She took her mistress's hand, treasuring the warmth one last time, and cried for the woman who had meant so much to her. Now, the emotional storm had passed, and Nia was composed again, ready for what came next. As she and Riella walked through the hall, Nia gave quiet instructions, aware of how the girl's life was about to change. When they entered the main hall, Nia told Riella to trust the Duchess no matter what happened. But Riella wasn't frightened by her words. What unsettled her was the way the people, seeing her for the first time, began whispering in disapproval. Soon the lawyers arrived, and the atmosphere shifted as everyone turned their attention to them. The notary, who was to read out the Duchess's will, asked for everyone's focus before proceeding. Once he had confirmation, he began reading slowly, following all the proper protocols. As the notary read, Riella's mind wandered. She wondered how much longer she needed to stay, feeling out of place. The elderly man followed the rules meticulously, reading each word carefully, which only seemed to heighten the anticipation in the room. The guests, aware of the Duchess's vast wealth, anxiously waited, hoping to receive even a portion of it. Amid the proceedings, Riella's thoughts kept drifting to the Duchess, and a wave of sadness washed over her. She struggled to hide it, wishing to remain composed. As the notary reached the financial details, Riella could hardly focus her thoughts elsewhere. Just as she was about to leave, Nia gently grabbed her hand, asking her to stay. Reluctantly, Riella returned to her seat, still feeling disconnected. Then the notary announced that the Duchess had bequeathed all her property to one person. A stir rippled through the room. The guests were shocked. None of them had anticipated such an outcome. The whispers started almost immediately, everyone hoping the inheritance would be theirs and not someone else's. The notary tried to quiet the room, but the excitement was palpable. When the noise finally died down, he continued, revealing that the entire inheritance was to go to Riella. Riella froze. A deep fear gripped her. Surely there had been a mistake. As the people around her began to murmur indignantly, some questioning how someone like her could be the sole beneficiary, Riella's heart raced. One man even started a rumor, claiming that the stones were meant for Archduke Han, not Riella. In the chaos, Riella remained silent, hidden in her own fear, grateful that no one seemed to notice her too closely. But then, one of the men recognized the bracelet Riella was wearing. The same arm-felt pearls that had belonged to the Duchess. He called out, and everyone turned to look. The loudest of the voices from earlier immediately demanded to know where Riella had gotten the bracelet. It became clear that she was indeed the one who had inherited everything. People started whispering and eyeing her suspiciously. Nia quickly came to Riella's side, hugging her and urging her to ignore the crowd. With a sharp glare, Nia silenced the room, and everyone instinctively stepped back, unnerved by her intensity. One man huffed in displeasure, but soon turned away. Meanwhile, in the mansion of Archduke Han, the servants were in turmoil. They had been searching for their master, worried about his well-being. Han's youngest assistant was nearly in tears, asking if the master was truly alive. Others, accustomed to his long absences, grumbled at the fuss. Just as they were about to spiral into panic, the door opened, and Archduke Han entered, unbothered. He explained that he had left a note, but the servants were still concerned, especially since he had been in the dragon's lair, a place known for being dangerous. Seated at the table, Han was handed a pile of letters, and upon reading one, he learned that the Duchess had passed away 4 days earlier. He was shocked, especially since he had expected to see her again. The letters also revealed that all of her property was to be inherited by a girl named Riella Tenner, a name he hadn't heard before. Intrigued, he decided to find out who she was and why everything had gone to her. The next morning, Nia knocked on Riella's door. When she received no response, she entered. Riella had a busy day ahead, and Nia had hoped to wake her early. As she approached the bed, she heard Riella whispering the Duchess's name in her sleep, tears slipping down her face. Nia, feeling a pang of sadness herself, hesitated for a moment, missing the Duchess too. But there was no time to mourn. Nia quickly woke Riella, noticing her swollen eyes from crying. After comforting her, Nia hurriedly prepared Riella for the day, sending her to breakfast before emotions could overwhelm her again. The hearty meal helped revitalize Riella, and she felt a little better, ready to face the challenges ahead. At the breakfast table, a pile of papers was placed before Riella, detailing her newfound inheritance. The lawyers explained that it would be impossible to go through everything at once, so they recommended reading it gradually. Meanwhile, Nia and the butlers had managed to deal with the disgruntled guests, sending them away after the will was read. But for Riella, the real challenge had just begun. The inheritance wasn't just limited to the mansion. It included wheat fields, farms with livestock, and the vast surrounding territory. There were also jewels, money, and magical stones. The sheer scale of it all was overwhelming, and the lawyer grew exhausted just reading through it. Riella, feeling the weight of the responsibility, hesitantly raised her hand. Is it possible to refuse all of this? The lawyers, visibly disheartened by her question, explained that while it was possible, refusing the inheritance would have serious consequences. It would go to the state, and many people would lose their livelihoods. Moreover, the annual event that the Duchess had financed would be cancelled, affecting countless people. Riella, now deeply worried, didn't want to cause such devastation. She had no idea what to do next. Meanwhile, the man continued to read out a list of damages that would occur if Riella refused the inheritance. The girl was terrified by the immense consequences her refusal would have in various areas. Overcome with dread, Riella sank in her chair, prompting the lawyer to pause and attempt to console her, urging her to sign the will so she could officially inherit. Realizing there was no other choice, Riella, through her tears, reluctantly signed the paper. After the lawyers left, Riella fell into despair, not wanting to sign anything. However, she resolved to manage the Duchess's affairs to the best of her ability. Still, she was deeply concerned about how to explain everything to her family. Suddenly, she remembered that the inheritance should have gone to Archduke Han, not her. Han was a renowned stonemancer, and his ruthless reputation often made headlines. Riella feared that Han might try to kill her out of jealousy, since she had received everything, even though he was the rightful heir to the stones. Despite her trepidation, she wasn't ready to lose her life. Luckily, Nia noticed Riella's distress and invited her to the greenhouse for a change of scenery. Riella, feeling awkward, as she typically only entered the garden with permission, hesitated before stepping inside. She was startled to see that the flower, a gift from the Duchess, was glowing. The flower's blooming cycle spanned 2 centuries, and its sudden bloom caught Riella off guard. She felt an overwhelming sadness, knowing the Duchess would never see the flower in bloom. With tears welling in her eyes, Riella sat alone in the greenhouse, hoping that crying would provide some relief. Just then, she heard someone enter, and hastily declared that she wasn't crying. To her surprise, it wasn't Nia, but an unfamiliar man standing before her, silently observing her. They both froze, unsure of what to say. Embarrassed, Riella quickly wiped her tears, trying to hide them from the stranger. She remembered Nia's warning that no one was allowed on the estate without permission. Despite this, the man confidently asked who she was, speaking to her as if he were the owner of the manor. The man, having just returned from the front, had gone straight to his brother and reported the end of his affairs. Archduke Han was about to leave when his brother stopped him, insisting that this wasn't part of his plan. The ruler ordered Han to return, as they needed to discuss matters concerning Duchess Hosang's inheritance. Han's brother suggested that Han should visit the Duchess's mansion, as it was possible for the king's representative to inspect the will without the heir's consent. Han, feeling satisfied with the official permission, headed toward the mansion, burning with anger over the will. He believed that Riella had deceived the ailing Duchess and somehow managed to inherit everything. However, Han couldn't understand why the Duchess's servants had been so naive. Suddenly, Han heard crying, and his suspicion grew. He frowned, thinking he couldn't believe it was Riella. But when he saw a girl sitting on the ground, her face covered in tears, he was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. Despite his discomfort, he couldn't shake the strong feeling that struck him, though he couldn't yet comprehend what it was. Han asked who the girl was, but Riella, still embarrassed, noticed the arrogance in his tone. Although it was their first encounter, she felt no fear, as she now had a right to stand her ground among the aristocracy. Before she could respond, Nia rushed into the greenhouse and shouted for Riella to move away from the stranger. Riella, surprised by his actions, asked how he could see the glow of the flower. Confused by her question, Han turned toward her, and Nia, filled with hatred for Han, confronted him. Sparks flew between them, but Riella suddenly recalled that both Nia and Han could see the flower's light. Excited, she asked the stranger his name. He introduced himself with a hint of annoyance. "I am Archduke Han Arrol Pendragon." Riella, terrified, broke into a cold sweat, recalling the ruthless rumors about him. Nia, furious at Han's proximity to Riella, made a move to strike him. Before she could, Han quickly grabbed Riella's hand, pulling her close to shield her from the potential attack. Riella, stunned by the sudden embrace, blushed but struggled to free herself. Despite her attempts to escape, Han held on tightly, worried that Nia's magic might harm her. Nia, seeing what was happening, considered attacking Han, but Han coolly stated that he would deal with her first and then talk to Riella. This declaration shocked Riella, and she feared for Nia's safety. As Han prepared to cast a spell, Riella, desperate to stop him, pushed him with all her might. But Han, unshaken, remained focused on his magic. In a split second, Riella grabbed the only thing Han cared about, the glowing flower, and threw it at him. The pot shattered, and Han lost his concentration, causing his spell to dissipate. Riella rushed to Nia's side, checking if she was okay. Nia, trying to reassure her, stopped mid-sentence when she saw Riella's face. A small but noticeable scratch marred the girl's skin, making Nia panic and call out her name in alarm. Meanwhile, Han, stunned by the events, realized that Riella had inherited everything from the late Duchess. Both girls were shaken, but Han struggled to believe that Riella, of all people, was the one to receive such an inheritance. Meanwhile, the girl touched the wound on her face with her fingers and looked at her hand, noticing the blood. Han wanted to apologize and explain everything, but Riella screamed at him to stay away. Stubbornly, and with great resolve, she declared that he should never come near Nia, even though she herself was bleeding. Riella then turned to her assistant, inspecting her closely for any injuries. Thankfully, Nia was unharmed. Han, seething with fury, was well aware that Nia wasn't just an ordinary assistant, but a dragon in disguise. At that moment, the voices of servants were heard outside the door. Hugging her assistant, Riella cried out loudly for help. The Archduke was shocked by Riella's behavior, as she stood still and did absolutely nothing while screaming for assistance. The servants rushed into the greenhouse, fully prepared for a confrontation. Upon seeing their mistress and assistant kneeling before Han, they were puzzled. Nia immediately sprang into action, declaring that the Archduke had attacked them. This accusation alarmed the servants, who were concerned for their new mistress's safety. Riella, trying to calm the situation, reassured them that it wasn't as bad as it seemed. However, when the servants noticed the blood on her face, they became enraged and turned toward Han, demanding an explanation. To Han's surprise, the man who had fought dragons without fear began to retreat under the pressure of an ordinary assistant. Meanwhile, Neo quickly took Riella into a room to heal her wound using the magic of stones. As they closed the greenhouse door behind them, Neo turned back to Han and stuck her tongue out at him, mocking his predicament. Later, Han found himself sitting in front of Riella's lawyers, forced to listen to their reprimands. They informed him that his actions had almost resulted in a serious offence by overstepping his authority as an inspector, which was unacceptable. Han only half listened, his mind preoccupied with Riella's condition. In the middle of the lawyer's next sentence, Han snapped out of his thoughts and asked what they were discussing. The lawyers, with a sigh, explained that Riella wasn't seriously hurt. Han breathed a sigh of relief, but the lawyers were frustrated, believing that he should have apologized properly. Despite their reproaches, Han remained composed and asked to speak with Riella personally, stating that he had come as an inspector. Meanwhile, Riella was seething with anger at Han for harming Nia. Though Nia remained calm, secretly pleased by the situation, she carefully treated Riella's wound. However, Riella was determined not to calm down and insisted on demanding an apology from the Archduke. Nia advised against it, especially for her own sake, as she and Han were in a deep conflict. Remembering something from the past, Nia's mood shifted and she grew quiet. The girl, overwhelmed by emotions, asked Riella for permission to leave the room and ran off. Riella, observing this, realized that Nia's reaction was likely due to Han's presence. Though she had promised herself to speak with Han for the sake of a peaceful future for Nia, she couldn't shake her fear of him. Meanwhile, Nia, having mastered her emotions, made her way to the Archduke's temporary chambers. Though she had no desire to speak with him, this was the final wish of Duchess Hosung. With politeness, Nia knocked on the door before entering the room. Han, standing with his back to her, turned around, and to her surprise he wore an apologetic expression. This only served to irritate Nia even more, as she realized she couldn't leave just yet. Seeing his assistant standing before him, Han's expression shifted to one of anger. Realizing an opportunity, the Archduke prepared to use his stones, but Nia, quick on her feet, found a way to defend herself. For now, Han was forced to refrain from taking drastic action. He clicked his tongue in frustration, calmed the stones, and turned away, asking why Nia had come. Nia, remaining calm, responded without being provoked. She tossed a moonstone to Han, revealing it to be the shadow crystal, which was the only inheritance he had received from Duchess Hosang. Han found it odd that the Duchess had not left any paperwork, but instead had handed him the stone. Curiosity piqued, he quickly realized there must be something more to it, and shook the shadow crystal to activate it. To his surprise, the image of Duchess Hosang began to materialize in front of him. When Han saw her, he was stunned by how much she had aged, remembering her as much younger. Meanwhile, the image of the Duchess created by the crystal began to speak, and Han listened intently. The Duchess expressed her joy at how upset Han seemed over the will, which only fueled his anger. The Archduke began to show his indignation, but the image of Hosang explained that she simply wanted to see him angry. This only made Han more furious as he looked at the taunting message from the already deceased Duchess. After a brief laugh, the image of the Duchess became more serious and moved on to discuss the will. Hosang explained that it was foolish for the Archduke to hope she would willingly bequeath everything to him. Instead, he should have forced her to make a decision in his favor before she met Riella. Without hesitation, the Duchess revealed that Riella had the ability to grow glowing flowers, a fact that astonished Han. However, Nia left the image to explain the rest, as the crystal's duration was running out and they needed to hurry. Hosang continued, recalling how she had devoted her entire life to working with stones, something she had no regrets about. However, when she met Riella, the Duchess fell in love with the child and realized she could pass on much of her own knowledge. That day, Hosang decided that Riella would be the last gem in her collection. The only way to protect her was to leave her all her inheritance. Hon anxiously wondered what would happen if Riella met a malicious stonemancer instead of the Duchess. The Duchess then posed a question that confused Han. Why was she even telling him all of this? She explained that by looking at Nia, she realized neither the assistant nor Han himself could harm Riella. Hosang added that Nia and Han shared one thing in common, which shocked both of them. In unison, the Archduke and the girl expressed their indignation at such a statement, causing the image of the Duchess to smile. Finally, the Duchess told Han to protect the new mistress, adding that it wasn't a request, but something beneficial for him, as his reward would be all of Hosang's stones from her collection. Hearing about the moonstones, Han was surprised, as he had always thought he would never have access to them. The image of the Duchess explained that another page of the will existed, transferring all her stones to the Archduke. This page was in a protected room of stones, guarded by the moonstones themselves. The Duchess warned that the will would self-destruct in 6 months, which was not ideal for Han. The Archduke, worried about how he would obtain the stones, was left deep in thought when the Duchess's image faded away. Nia, eager to leave Han's room, quickly exited, but Riella suddenly appeared before him. She wanted to discuss what had recently happened, but Han, still emotional, wasn't listening. He stood motionless, murmuring to himself. Riella asked what he was doing, but Han, without answering, sharply turned and pressed her against the wall. He declared that he would receive all of Hosang's inheritance, including Riella. After speaking those words, Han wondered why he had said such things out loud. Before he could say anything else, Riella silently turned and walked toward the door, saying nothing. When she reached the door, she opened it, smiling angrily, and politely told Han to leave. Left with no choice, the Archduke complied and left the room. Riella then went to study with Nia, exhausted but determined to learn. During her free moment, she thought back to Han's words, which she considered selfish. However, she couldn't understand why he had restored the flower she threw at him earlier. At first he defended her, then later behaved aggressively, leaving Riella unsure of what to make of him. Suddenly, a maid burst into Riella's room, breathless, only able to say Han's name. Meanwhile, the Archduke was in his mansion, unaware of what was being said about him in Riella's mansion. He recalled the expression on her face when she had said goodbye to him, and unease crept in, though he couldn't understand the reason for his emotions. His thoughts were interrupted when the Queen decided to visit him. Han immediately greeted her politely, kneeling, and she invited him to sit. The Queen, sensing something was troubling the Archduke, asked what was bothering him. Han became embarrassed, not wanting his feelings to be so obvious. The Queen didn't offer immediate advice, but instead took a moment to sip her tea and think. After analysing the situation, the Queen suggested that Han marry Riella. Han was caught off guard and nearly choked at the idea. He didn't understand why he would marry the new mistress of the Hosang mansion. The Queen explained that the girl was beautiful and now had an excellent inheritance, specifically the stones. Ensuring that they remained with Riella was a prudent move. Though Han admitted that the Queen's words made sense, he still resisted the idea of marriage. After some thought, Han realized that the Queen was concerned enough about him that he needed to do something. His mind wandered to a public ball a few years ago when he refused to let anyone get close to him. An assistant had tried to show him some attractive girls, but he hadn't cared. Then, a girl named Steron approached him. She introduced herself as a recent graduate of the Stonemancer exam and was clearly nervous, bowing in front of him. Steron, still embarrassed, asked Han for advice on moonstones. Han sighed but allowed her to speak, causing Steron to beam with happiness. As they spoke, Steron's father watched from the sidelines, pleased by the interaction. A little later, the old man got drunk and began boasting to others that the Archduke and his daughter were getting along well, and their marriage was just around the corner. He was happy even if Han renounced the throne, as it wouldn't affect his grandchildren. Han later heard about these rumours from his faithful assistant, who had grown tired while handling the situation. Han thanked the assistant and from that point on avoided any more balls, preferring to act alone to prevent further misunderstandings. Meanwhile, the Queen reasoned that while Riella could be considered a lady, she was still a commoner. Han recalled that the right of inheritance was not granted to children born of marriages to commoners, which benefited the woman. The Queen openly admitted that she had been considering exactly this. Though she couldn't force Han to marry Riella, the king himself unexpectedly intervened in the conversation. Quietly appearing near his beloved queen, he greeted Han before demanding a kiss on the cheek from his wife. The queen didn't refuse and pulled him close, clearly head over heels in love with him. The Archduke had no choice but to witness this exchange, unable to voice any objections. Just then, a man burst into the room, interrupting the king and queen's affectionate moment. He was Camille's father, and he claimed that Han had ordered his daughter to go to Riella's mansion. According to Camille herself, the Archduke had told her to open the Room of Stones, despite the Duchess Hossang's prohibitions. Meanwhile, Riella was running as fast as she could to the main hall of her mansion, where all the activity had frightened the maids. She feared something serious might be happening, and didn't even listen to the assistant who had arrived running, unaware of the full situation. In the main hall, Riella saw most of her servants gathered around, and one person was shouting at everyone, despite having no right to do so. Riella immediately recognized the voice. It was Camille's. Even before Riella had inherited all the Duchess's wealth, Camille had broken her flower. Camille stood with her back to Riella, dressed in a beautiful blue dress that suited her very well. But Riella made a point to ignore it, and simply called out to her. Camille instantly turned around, her face still angry, but she softened slightly at the sight of Riella. However, she continued to demand in an insolent tone that she be taken to the Room of Stones. Riella was unmoved, and reminded Camille that she had no right to enter either the Room of Stones or the mansion as a whole. In response, Camille smugly showed Riella a piece of paper, a formal document from the inspector, Archduke Han. Riella was surprised that Camille had such a document and asked to take a closer look. However, Camille quickly hid it, not allowing her to see it. Thinking she had won, Camille declared that she would open the Room of Stones in the mansion on behalf of Archduke Han. Nia, however, reminded Camille that she didn't have the right to do whatever she wanted in someone else's mansion, suggesting she should go home. This comment caused Camille to pause for a moment, muttering something under her breath instead of shouting. She locked eyes with Riella, and the atmosphere shifted. Slightly frightened, Riella considered it best to let Camille do what she wanted, especially since Nia was nearby and could intervene if necessary. Soon after, Riella led the impulsive Camille to the door of the Room of Stones, but no one was willing to go further since Duchess Hossang had specifically asked that no one enter. Camille shuddered in excitement, a joyful expression spreading across her face at the prospect of finally reaching the object she had desired for so long. But Naya stopped her, slapping her on the shoulder and scaring her, reminding everyone that only Riella could enter the room. Nia demanded that Camille take responsibility if anything went wrong. Reluctantly, Camille nodded in agreement, still desperate to get into the room. Nia wasn't done, though. She demanded that Camille provide a receipt from the lawyers, which only fueled Camille's anger. She wanted to open the door quickly, but as Camille tried to shake off Nia's grip, Riella turned to her again, wanting to ask a clarifying question. Riella asked if she could see the document from Han again, but Camille refused, stating they had already looked at it. Riella, sensing something might be wrong, didn't back down. She suggested they wait for the lawyers to notarize the document from the Archduke, but Camille, unable to wait any longer, broke free from Nia's grip and rushed toward the door, managing to open it. A blinding light immediately flooded the room, and a powerful wind erupted from the doorway, so strong that no one could stand against it. The wind was so intense that Riella was literally blown off her feet. Despite her best efforts to hold her ground, the gusts were too much to resist. With all her strength, Riella clung to the threshold, knowing that if she let go, she would be swept away. Meanwhile, objects flew around them, blown away by the force of the wind. Riella tried to understand what was happening inside the room. As she peered into the dazzling, shining light that accompanied the powerful wind, she noticed something within it that reminded her of the moonstones the Duchess had shown her. However, she had never heard of the stones working on their own like this. Meanwhile, Nia stubbornly tried to close the door and screamed at Riella to move away. But instead of obeying, Riella grew concerned about Camille and asked where she was. It turned out that Camille had almost reached the door despite the powerful gusts of wind coming directly from the center of the room of stones. With great hope on her face, Camille was reaching for something inside, but so far she hadn't been able to touch it, though she didn't stop trying. Seeing this, Nia promised to try and help, although it wasn't certain she would have the strength to pull the girl out and close the door. Riella advised Nia to start with the door, when suddenly a book flew from her hand, which she had been holding onto at the ledge. The girl's grip loosened for a moment, and for several seconds she was swept through the air. The wind held her completely off the ground, pulling her further from the door. As Riella realized how quickly she was being carried away, she understood that landing would hurt. To her surprise, however, the fall wasn't as painful as she had expected, for she landed on something soft. She then heard a man's voice asking if she was hurt. When Riella opened her eyes, she saw that she was lying on a man. She raised her head and realized it was none other than Archduke Han himself who had saved her. Riella was surprised but didn't have time to dwell on it, quickly remembering Camille in the room of stones. She asked Han to save her. The Archduke agreed, helped her to her feet, and told her to hold on tightly to him until he calmed the wind. Riella noticed the wind became much calmer as Han stood in front of her, which was very reassuring. She obediently closed her eyes as he had asked. With her eyes closed, Riella could still sense the powerful wind, the roaring sound, and the light emanating from the stones in the Duchess's room. She realized that in this situation, she had no choice but to trust Han and not doubt him. Holding on to him, she felt her hands shaking from fear, so she clung tighter to him for comfort. Han, while protecting her, couldn't help but notice how small she was. Yet he never lost focus on his spell. Meanwhile, Camille was still struggling with Nia, trying to prevent her from closing the door, as she hadn't yet gotten what she was after. Unexpectedly, Han walked past the two girls and told them not to interfere. In a few quick moments, the door to the room of moonstones was closed, and everyone, except Camille, felt relief. Camille, however, fell into despair at the closed door. Nia, shaking herself off, couldn't help but marvel at the Archduke's strength to withstand such a fierce wind so easily, even if it was aided by the stones. Han then approached the defeated Camille, who had no strength left to move. He knelt before her and noticed that Riella still had her eyes closed, pressing slightly against him. The Archduke told Riella she could open her eyes. Han then glanced at the document Camille had brought and immediately understood the situation. Trying to keep his voice steady, he explained that forging a signature was a serious crime, and Camille had lied about having Han's approval. Camille had no defense, since she indeed had forged the signature, so she remained silent, sitting on the floor. After a moment of waiting for a response, Han stood up, telling Camille that the situation would be investigated and she would be held accountable. A heavy aura of tension hung around Camille, who kept her head bowed low, and no servant approached her to offer help. Only Riella noticed that Camille was quietly murmuring, "Mother," under her breath, though no one else heard it. Later, Han called a meeting of 3 people, himself, Riella, and Camille's father, as he wanted to deal with the situation. Camille's father agreed with the Archduke, admitting both his and his daughter's guilt without question, Han escalated the matter further, recalling that Camille, the minister's daughter, had forged the signature of a royal family member, a serious crime. He added that the new mistress of the mansion could have been harmed by Camille's actions, which Riel was surprised to learn Han cared about. Riel quickly explained to herself that Han must be concerned about his reputation, which made more sense to her than his concern for her well-being. However, she couldn't help but glance at him, curious to see his true emotions. When she looked, she saw more of a noble knight than a stone-hungry stonemancer. Pam suddenly asked aloud why Camille was so obsessed with the stones, especially considering rumours that this wasn't the first time she had tried to open the Room of Stones. Riella thought for a moment, remembering Camille's words and actions, and speculated that it might have something to do with Camille's mother. This assumption shocked Camille's father, who was momentarily speechless. When he recovered, he became grim, barely holding back tears, but he stayed silent. Han noticed the minister's reaction and demanded that he immediately reveal all the information. After calming his trembling hands, the minister explained that Camille didn't care about the stones locked in the room. What she wanted was one stone, one that contained memories. The moonstones recorded everything around them, and in the Duchess's room was an image crystal that held the memory of his wife, a former stonemancer. The minister apologized, his voice trembling as he recalled the past. He explained that when Camille was just 2 years old, her mother passed away due to a weak body and overexertion. The minister couldn't believe she was gone, so he collected all the crystals that contained her image. However, the images on the crystals didn't last forever. Eventually, each stone only had one reproduction of his wife's likeness. He was upset. But young Camille, who had no memory of her mother, was even more upset. One day, the minister learnt that on every anniversary, he would watch the image of his wife on the crystals. Then, one day, all the crystals disappeared. The maid told the minister that Camille had entered the room, and the man rushed there, hoping it wasn't too late. When he opened the door, he saw the image of his wife, alive, incredibly happy. The minister couldn't tear his eyes away from her smiling face, forgetting why he had entered the room in the first place. The image was so real, even reproducing her voice and scent. But then, everything stopped and the image of his wife vanished. Little Camille tried to shake the crystals and desperately begged for the image to return. The minister, realizing what had happened, looked around and saw a pile of used-up crystals on the floor, their power completely drained. Anger overtook him, and in a fit of rage he raised his hand to strike his beloved daughter. That day, the servants had to drag him away from Camille, but it was too late. Camille had already been traumatized, holding her sore cheek where her father had struck her. The minister, overcome with guilt, couldn't look his daughter in the eye. He sent her away to a distant estate for many years. As she left, Camille would often look back at the house, hoping to meet her father's gaze, but he never looked back. Years later, when Camille was fully grown, she returned to the mansion of the still-living Duchess Hosang, seeking permission to enter the Room of Stones. The minister, who had been riding in a carriage, was concerned about what his daughter might have done in the mansion. Hosang had sent him a letter stating that Camille had arrived but had not left, so the minister hurried to retrieve her. Meanwhile, Camilla stood in front of the Duchess's mansion, convinced that the woman would want to place the stones she had brought into the room. The minister hurried to call out to his daughter, and she turned around in fear, not expecting to see him there. It turned out that the minister's wife had once participated in a battle alongside Duchess Hang, which meant there was a possibility that her image was imprinted in the crystals kept in the Duchess's room of moonstones. The man explained that Camilla simply wanted to see her mother again, which was why she had become so fixated on the stones. Han, however, stated that the girl's offence was too serious and could not be justified by her father's sad story. The minister agreed with the Archduke's statement and bowed his head in shame in front of the king's brother and Aris Hosang, full of grief. He knelt down in front of Riella, intending to apologize, though he knew it wouldn't change the situation. Riella was shocked by the minister's behavior and embarrassed, as she didn't feel an apology was necessary, nor did she want to be treated this way. The girl's father acknowledged that Camilla's actions were his sin as a father and promised to try to prevent something like that from happening in the future. He didn't ask for forgiveness, but genuinely repented for what had occurred. As he sat on his knees in front of his mistress, Riella paused for a moment and suddenly asked if the crystals that contained the image of his wife and Camilla's mother were still around. The father was surprised by her question, but quickly answered that although the crystals had lost their power, he couldn't bring himself to throw them away. These crystals were the only remaining link to his wife, even if their magic no longer worked. Without explaining herself, Riella asked if Camilla was still in the next room, and upon receiving a positive answer, she placed a glowing flower next to the discharged crystal. She asked Nia to nourish it with energy so that it would regain its power. Though Nia grumbled about helping those who had indirectly harmed Riella, she obeyed and charged the crystal. Once everything was ready, Riella tidied up the remnants of the flower and asked the minister to call Camilla into the room. Neither the father nor the daughter had any idea what Riella was up to. Camilla entered the room with suspicion, but when she saw what was inside, her doubts immediately gave way to tears of joy. In the middle of the room, the image of her mother appeared, released from the now charged crystal. The woman, dressed in a wedding gown, smiled radiantly, as if she was happy to meet her daughter again. Camilla, seeing her mother for the first time, couldn't contain her tears. The beautiful woman in front of her seemed so real, so full of life. Overcome with emotion, Camilla whispered, "Mom," over and over, then cried, even though she couldn't hold her mother in her arms. She sat next to the image, wanting to be as close as possible. The minister, seeing this, also couldn't hold back his tears. He had loved his wife dearly, and was grateful to see her again, even if it was only in this way. The only one not emotional was Han. He stood calmly, watching the tearful family reunion unfold. Once the emotion settled, the minister asked Riella why she had helped them. She replied that she couldn't leave them in such despair. Riella then requested that everyone remain silent about what had happened in the room, so no one would learn about her power. The Archduke suddenly became embarrassed, as a thought crossed his mind that he was in this situation because of the woman he loved. But he didn't want to be in love at all, and he began to offer that Riella could ask him for anything, but the girl quickly pushed the minister towards his daughter so they could talk. The father approached Camilla awkwardly, unsure how to start a conversation after so many years. Camilla, still crying, admitted that she knew she looked foolish and didn't think they needed to discuss it, but the minister didn't want to offend her. Instead, he asked for her forgiveness, which surprised the girl. He invited her back to the mansion, offering to talk more when they returned because there was too much to say. Camilla bowed her head gratefully, as she had longed to hear these words, but had never been able to communicate with her father. As Camilla turned to leave, she suddenly turned to Riella, surprising the girl. Camilla apologized for her previous misunderstandings, to which Riella quickly responded that it was fine. However, Nia grumbled, suggesting that Camilla could have apologized better after everything she had done. In the end, Camilla returned to her mansion in the arriving carriage, saying nothing else to anyone. Riella sincerely thanked the Archduke for his help, though Nia, still behind her, insisted that Riella could have handled everything herself. The lady told Han that if he ever needed anything, she would come to his aid, but it was better not to ask for anything too difficult. In response, the Archduke stated that he already had a request, and it wasn't someday, but right here and now. He asked her to prepare a room because he would be staying at Riella's mansion from that moment on. Both girls flinched. The assistant wanted to deal with the Archduke and have him leave, but Riella stopped her, reminding Nia that Han was of higher status. Han explained that he needed to stay for her safety. Even though Riella had a protector in Nia, she was forbidden from attacking people, which meant she wouldn't always be able to help. Riella tried to defend her assistant but couldn't say much, as Han's reasoning was still valid. He made the point that if anyone found out about Riella's ability, it could be disastrous for her. The girl was frightened by the possibility, but was most surprised that Han knew about her. He explained that the Duchess had told him in a separate will. Riella didn't believe it at first, so she asked Nia. The assistant confirmed that Han's words were true, leaving Riella with no choice but to allow him to stay for a while, even though she didn't want to. Later, the Archduke explained that the Duchess was sure he wouldn't harm Riella, which was why she shared information about her abilities with him. Although Riella didn't fully believe Han wouldn't take advantage of her abilities, she was more convinced by his promise. However, she insisted that Han had said any stonemancer would take the flowers, so why wouldn't he? Han explained that his only interest was in knowing which stones were in the Duchess's room. Riella was still uncertain, thinking the Archduke was taking too much upon himself after she had once accepted his help. She remembered that Han was Hosyeong's successor, and the room could indeed mean a lot to him. But she wondered if there was a way to avoid giving him a room, and whether lawyers could help her with this. She looked at Han with an innocent, thoughtful expression, surprised to see him staring back at her. When their eyes met, he immediately turned away, pretending nothing had happened. Liella decided he was just worried about her ability, and Han, realizing he didn't know how to talk to girls except for business matters, became embarrassed. Riella hoped that the lawyers would help her get the Archduke out of the mansion, but to her surprise, they supported him staying. The men explained they were just concerned for her safety, leaving everything to Han. One of the lawyers even mentioned that having the Archduke in the mansion would make it easier to open the Duchess's stone room. Riella had earlier said she didn't want to open the room, which Han overheard. He became curious and explained that the risks of leaving the room closed were higher than opening it. It was better to handle it now. Riella didn't fully understand the danger, so she asked Han for clarification. He kindly explained that the stones in the room were very powerful and could easily get out of control. Over time, even the room itself could weaken, which worried Riella about the Moonstone room's safety. Meanwhile, Han explained that if the room weakened, several stones could potentially get out of control at once, which would endanger the entire kingdom. He continued to reason that it was unlikely that Duchess Hosang would want all her precious stones to remain forever locked away in that room. The guy mentioned that, in some ways, he agreed with Riella, and also believed it was better not to disturb the Duchess's memory, so that more of her legacy could be preserved. However, the stones in the room, if used correctly, could greatly benefit the people around them, and therefore should not be allowed to fade into oblivion. At this point, the discussion about the stones was put on hold, and the lawyer reminded Dirt, in order to move to the mansion, the Archduke would need to gather his things from his estate. Hound was surprised that he had to pick up something, so the man clarified that the Archduke would have to work with documents at Riella's mansion. The Archduke was not entirely satisfied with the current situation, but he had nowhere else to go. He genuinely wanted to stay in Riella's mansion. Riella, just as much as Hound, was uncomfortable with the arrangement. The lawyers made it seem as though they should live together, not just help each other. Han had received everything in this manner, and was now confused, as he had initially intended to simply defend the new mistress in the Room of Stones. A little later, the Archduke's personal assistant brought all the necessary items, and they stood on the street discussing where to put everything. Riella watched from the window of her room, surprised. Until recently, she hadn't believed the Archduke would really move into her mansion. She confided in her assistant that she was worried about his move, as she had no idea how to communicate with him. Nia immediately began to console the mistress, while also helping her prepare, advising her on how to ignore Hound. As Riella walked around the mansion, she saw Hound, along with the lawyers, sorting out business matters and handling everything with ease. She stopped outside the door, surprised by how easily the Archduke could fit into the life of the mansion. Riella realized that her first impression of him was wrong. He was very different from the persona he tried to project. While she stood near the door, a man's voice suddenly called out her name, indicating that he knew her. She turned around to see the Archduke's assistant, who introduced himself as Pooh. He explained that he would be staying at the mansion while Hound was there. Riella felt overwhelmed by the unfamiliar man's energy as he continued talking about letters arriving for the Archduke. He quickly excused himself, leaving the girl in shock at his talkativeness. Before leaving, Pooh handed Riella a letter. She thought about how different he was from Hound, then opened the envelope. What she read inside the letter frightened her so much that all other thoughts vanished, replaced only by concern over the contents. Riella immediately ran to find her assistant, knowing only Nia could help her address the new problem described in the letter. Later, the Archduke finished his work for the day, bid the lawyers goodbye, and dismissed them until the next morning. He glanced around and, visibly displeased, asked why Riella had not come to the meeting as promised, especially since lunch had already passed. Pooh, standing nearby, recalled that the maid had reported that Riella, along with Nia, had urgently left the mansion, which was why she hadn't made it to the meeting. Hound immediately grew angry, declaring that such behaviour was far too dangerous and that he should have been informed so he could accompany the girls. However, looking at the angry Archduke, the lawyers thought that he, in fact, was the most dangerous person in the kingdom. Meanwhile, in great haste, the coachman drove the horses as Nia and Riella were riding in his carriage. They were in a rush, but thanks to the coachman, the girls made it on time. Still, Riella continued to worry, reproaching herself for almost forgetting about such an important matter. Nia, who had also read the letter given to Pooh, wasn't as frightened and tried to console her mistress, suggesting that the letter could have been much worse. However, Riella remained anxious as the letter informed her that her flower shop had been closed for a long time, and if it continued, she would be disqualified from the flower competition. Nia, in a lighter mood, reminded Riella that it had been a while since they visited the village, and Riella could finally see her friends, the villagers she knew so well, and who knew her just as much. Riella became serious and asked her assistant to carry out their agreed-upon plan. Nia was thrilled to take on the task and promised to perform it to the best of her ability. As they drove through the village, all the residents turned to look at them with interest, as they had never seen such a carriage in these parts. After circling the area to find the best place to stop, the coachman took the girls to a flower shop. As Nia and Riella got out of the carriage, local boys nearby immediately recognized Riella and began spreading the news that she had arrived in the village. Rumours spread quickly, and before Riella could even enter her store, she was surrounded by a crowd of acquaintances, all asking different questions. Most of the chatter focused on the fact that Riella had received a rich inheritance, which meant she was living very well, but continued to lead her usual life. Riella, to some extent, was prepared for such rumours, but it still bothered her that the villagers would inflate any information and discuss it for a long time. Initially, she had been careless, tending to the mansion's greenhouse, when she suddenly discovered that the morning newspaper was nowhere to be found. Riella had been eager to read the news about the village and the surrounding area, so she searched the mansion for her assistant to inquire about the missing paper. When she finally found Nia, she learned that Nia had deliberately withheld the newspaper to keep her from becoming upset, but Riella insisted on reading it. To her surprise, she found a host of rumours about herself in the newspaper, most of which were completely untrue. Astonished, she turned to Nia and asked if everyone in the village seriously thought such things. Nia didn't have an answer that would reassure her mistress. Riella thought that if she had even the smallest part in spreading these rumours, she wouldn't be as upset as she was now. After a moment's thought, Nia came up with a brilliant idea. They could invite a restaurant to the mansion so Riella could release her frustration by enjoying some delicious food. At first, Riella thought Nia was joking, but later she was surprised to find tables set with gourmet food that hadn't been prepared in the mansion. Nia explained that she had personally invited the chef from the restaurant to prepare the most delicious dishes. Riella thanked Nia and admitted she was happy, though she wasn't sure she could accept all the food and spend money on it. Nia insisted that it didn't matter where the inheritance money went as long as it was spent on the mistress. With permission from the lawyers, Nia could get Riella anything she wanted. Looking at the spread before her, Yahello dreamily said that she wanted simple and tasty ice cream. Nia immediately gave orders for the cooks to bring out the most delicious ice cream in various sizes and colours. Yahello was overjoyed at the variety and warmly thanked Nia for the treat. Even now, she recalled with gratitude how delicious it had been, though now it felt a bit out of place with the constant presence of her acquaintances, who were relentlessly asking about everything happening in the mansion and the lands she had inherited. Yahello gathered her courage and asked the people around her to step aside so she could go to her flower shop. She stopped in front of the store and examined it closely, trying to figure out where to start. The first thing she decided to do was clear the dust from the sign in front of the store, much to the surprise of the residents watching her. Then she opened the door and began to tidy up the flowers. A resident asked why she was bothering with such menial tasks given her inheritance. Yahello, with a stony expression, replied that she was preparing for the reopening, surprising her friends, who thought she no longer needed to work. Nia, coming to Yahello's aid, declared that she wouldn't let anyone criticize her mistress, and advised that she shouldn't just throw away the Duchess's money. Remembering the plan they had discussed, Yahello approached her friend Robbins and asked for his help. He agreed, and Yahello whispered to him, explaining her fear of the scary and strong maid who accompanied her everywhere. She handed Robbins a box and asked him to help carry it. She also shared a secret, telling him she wasn't really an heiress, but merely a person assigned to that role. She asked him not to tell anyone, though she knew that soon enough the entire village would find out through Robbins, which was what she wanted. Nia, impressed with Robin's talkativeness, believed their plan had worked, and the mistress would be left alone with the rumours. Yahello, though, wasn't sure, but she hoped it would work. The very next day, Yahello saw that the plan had succeeded when she went to buy apples from an old woman she knew. The woman, upon seeing Yahello, offered to sell the apples for a cheaper price, feeling sorry for her. As Yahello walked through the village, she heard whispered conversations behind her, as everyone now knew the story Yahello had told Robbins. Returning to her store, Yahello told Nia that their plan had worked, and life would now be a little calmer. Nia asked if the lady was hungry, to which Yahello replied she wanted to make apple sandwiches for both of them. Nia was surprised because she thought she was supposed to cook, but Yahello explained that Nia was a guest, so she would not cook. As Yahello washed the apples, she thought about how, the next day, it would be harder to leave the mansion, but she still needed to get to the flower market. She regretted that she had to carry an assistant with her everywhere, but realized she couldn't walk alone without a bodyguard. She would need to find another one. While making the sandwiches, Yahello thought about how the preparations for the flower competition would keep her busy, and how she would need to balance that with her mansion duties. After finishing the food, she realized something was missing from the sandwiches, and ran outside to get the last ingredient. She was confident everything would be fine, but then remembered the edible flowers she had planted in the backyard. She hoped they hadn't wilted, and rushed to gather them. As Yahello stepped outside, she realized she hadn't asked Nia what flowers she liked. She was about to enter the garden when she accidentally stepped on a bottle and lost her balance. Expecting to fall, she was surprised when an unfamiliar, tall man easily caught her. He was very handsome, unlike anyone she had ever met, and she became very embarrassed. He smiled sweetly and she quickly moved away, thanking him warmly. He assured her he was fine and introduced himself as Lucien Morris. Before Yahello could respond, Lucien knelt and proposed marriage to her. Stunned, she couldn't speak and simply stood there, stuttering. At that moment, Nia came looking for Yahello, having been gone for a while. She was just as surprised to see Lucien, as they knew each other well. Lucien waved at Nia, still smiling, but Yahello, still in shock, couldn't process his words. Meanwhile, Nia scolded Lucien, saying that if he wanted to see Yahello, he, like everyone else, should have informed her first. The girl finally regained her composure and asked who Lucien was. He introduced himself as the chairman of the 26th Round Table Conference. Riella remembered Duchess Hosang mentioning people from the Round Table and expressing dissatisfaction with their activities. The Round Table was the largest association of stonemancers in Cardia, providing donations and warriors to fight the dragons. Lucien, being from this community, apologized for his sudden proposal and explained there were reasons for it. He asked for permission to explain everything in a more comfortable setting, away from the street. Nia persuaded Riella to listen to him, so the three of them moved to a nearby café. Lucien invited them in and ordered drinks. The group enjoyed their coffee in silence at first. Riella observed Lucien with some concern, unsure of what to expect from him, but with Nia beside her, she felt somewhat reassured. Nia, on the other hand, was delighted by the free coffee, knowing her friend would not harm anyone. Eventually, Riella couldn't hold back and asked why a man she was meeting for the first time would suddenly propose to her. Lucien explained that the proposal was a decision made by the Round Table, and as chairman, he had no right to oppose it. He added that he had information about Duchess Hosang, which immediately piqued Riella's interest. Lucien continued, explaining that in the past, Duchess Hosang had supplied the Round Table with the necessary magical stones that allowed stonemancers to protect Cardia from dragons. However, a few months ago the Round Table received a request for all the stones to be returned. The council complied, expecting them back after a standard check, but shortly after news came of Duchess Hosang's death. The stones were never returned, causing chaos. The Round Table now desperately needed to replenish the lost crystals, but no one knew where to find them. The stonemancers were working tirelessly, even entering agreements in other countries, many of which were being terminated within Cardia. To resolve the situation, the Round Table decided they must retrieve Duchess Hosang's stones. One of the stonemancers, an older man, proposed marriage to Riella, but Lucien, not wanting to burden the girl with such a proposal, took it upon himself to represent the Round Table's interests. Riella was puzzled, asking why they couldn't simply contact her and borrow the stones. Lucien explained that marriage was the simplest way to transfer rights to precious stones among stonemancers. He added that such marriage proposals were common and seen as a formal greeting within the community, which they took in stride. Despite Lucien's explanation, Riella couldn't calm her unease about the situation. She told him directly that she would not accept the proposal. Lucien, regretfully, warned that if she rejected him, someone else would surely come forward, and it would be better for her to choose him over the others, who might be even more eager for the Duchess's stones, which now belonged to Riella. Although Riella was frightened by the thought of such suitors, she remained firm in her decision to not marry for such a reason. She wasn't a stonemancer after all. Lucien understood and tried to help, suggesting that if he were to show his feelings towards her, there might be fewer suitors. With that, he raised his voice and loudly proclaimed that Riella was refusing him. Passers-by immediately took notice. Lucien, eager for attention, continued his speech, hoping to draw more eyes to the situation. Riella listened in disbelief, praying that he wouldn't escalate things further. Just then, a figure appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, clearly angry. It was the Archduke, who immediately recognized Lucien and demanded an explanation for his public proposal to Riella. The crowd, sensing the potential for a major altercation, quickly turned their attention elsewhere, pretending they hadn't witnessed anything. Meanwhile, the Archduke, with a hint of sarcasm, suggested that rather than marrying Lucien, it would be better for Riella to marry him. Before the conversation could escalate further, Nia interrupted, intentionally coughing loudly to end the pointless argument about the mistress's marriage. In an attempt to avoid further tension, Nia dramatically fell to the floor and pretended to be ill. It wasn't until they returned to the estate that Nia claimed to feel better, though Riella remained deeply concerned. Meanwhile, the Archduke sat alone in his room at Riella's mansion, reflecting on the events that transpired at the café. He was mortified that he had actually fought for Riella's attention, even going so far as to propose marriage. Though he tried to console himself with the excuse that Lucien's persistence left him with no choice, it didn't make him feel any better. He still couldn't figure out what answer he was hoping for from Riella, and was uneasy about the possibility of a rejection. Suddenly, the Archduke noticed someone standing behind the door. Thanks to his skills as a stonemancer, he detected the intruder's presence before they revealed themselves. Concerned, he grabbed a weapon, preparing for any potential threat, and approached the door cautiously. Before he could make any defensive moves, the door opened, and Riella cautiously stepped in, apologizing for the late visit. She hoped she hadn't disturbed him. The Archduke assured her that he hadn't been asleep, and asked what had brought her to his room. Riella hesitated, clearly uncertain about how to express herself. She took a deep breath, clenched her fists in determination, and finally spoke. With great effort, she mustered the courage to ask if he would accompany her to the flower market the next day. The Archduke was confused by her request, unsure why she would need his company, as she could easily go to the market on her own. Riella explained that her lawyers had forbidden her to leave the mansion unaccompanied. Nia, initially agreeing to go with her, had fallen seriously ill, forcing Riella to seek someone else's assistance. Riella had been worried about Nia's condition, but Nia refused to see a doctor, claiming she would go in the morning. Seeing no other choice, Riella explained her situation and pleaded with the Archduke to go with her. Her pleading expression was enough to sway him, and he reluctantly agreed to accompany her the next day. The following day, they found themselves in the same carriage, heading to the city. At first, neither of them spoke, both unsure how to begin the conversation. Eventually, the Archduke broke the silence, asking if everything was all right with Riella, as she seemed unusually quiet. She explained that she was simply worried about Nia, who was still in her room. Despite the doctor's visit, Riella couldn't help but feel torn between her concern for her assistant and the pressure of potentially being disqualified from the festival. The Archduke, unfamiliar with the details of Riella's qualifications for the festival, asked her to explain. She shared that her status as a store owner required her to maintain a certain standing, and this was the first time she had been lucky enough to draw a spot. If she missed the opportunity, it might be her last chance. Riella promised that upon their return, she would find another strong stonemancer to replace Nia. At the mention of Lucian's possible involvement, the Archduke's lip twitched with visible displeasure. He quickly interrupted her, insisting there was no need to find anyone else to take his place, as he would continue to accompany her wherever she needed to go. Upon arrival at the flower festival, Riella's excitement was palpable. She hadn't been to such an event in a long time, and the vibrant array of plants and bustling crowd lifted her spirits. As she pulled the Archduke along, her hand firmly gripping his sleeve, the Archduke found himself unexpectedly blushing. It was strange to him that Riella was so comfortable pulling him around like this. The Archduke asked if the market was always this busy, and Riella explained that it was a special day, the one when all the rare flowers were brought in, which caused the usual long lines. Eager to see the auction, she grabbed his hand once again and led him through the crowd. After struggling through the throng of people, they finally reached the flower auction. Riella, still catching her breath, asked if the Archduke was okay, to which he admitted it was probably harder on her than on him. Riella, however, assured him that she was fine and already had a list of flowers to buy. She began by looking for roses and carnations, then searched for gloriosus frus and lanthus. As Riella focused on finding the best flowers, the Archduke couldn't help but admire her dedication and attention to detail. Unexpectedly, he realized that Riella had been holding his hand for a while. The thought of holding her hand, initiating the gesture himself, crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He was unsure how she would react. As they made their purchases, Riella seemed pleased with the flowers she had selected. When the Archduke asked if they could go home, Riella agreed, although had she been on her own before receiving her inheritance, she would have continued to wander the market. At that moment, the Archduke noticed a group of people in red hats surrounded by a crowd, selling something. Curious, he asked Yahello about them, and she explained that they were auctioning rare flowers. She was particularly interested in a flower called the elf, a rare and bright red variety that hadn't been seen for a long time. The crowd, eager to see it, rushed towards the auction. The Archduke, puzzled by the excitement, asked if the flower was really that special. Riella's eyes sparkled with excitement as she explained that the elf flower had been scarce, and its rarity made it highly coveted. The Archduke then asked if she intended to go see it, but Riella declined, not wanting to keep him waiting. With a soft smile, the Archduke turned and joined the crowd, drawn by the curiosity of the rare flower. Meanwhile, the woman in the headdress announced that they had 3 blossoming flowers and 2 buds up for bidding, starting the price at 5,000. She smiled sarcastically as she set the starting price, which was ridiculously high for an ordinary flower. Riella was shocked by such a price, as she never imagined that even rare plants could be so expensive. The people around them whispered in surprise, remembering that the starting price last time was only 300, not 5,000, which made things much more difficult for potential buyers. Though most of the people had come just to observe, there were also real buyers, and one of them immediately quoted 10,000 for the flowers. This caused a stir among the onlookers, who turned to see the first buyer. A red-haired, smug-looking man named Hayden appeared before them. He was the owner of the largest flower shop in the capital. Riella immediately recognized him, as she had often seen him purchasing flowers for large sums at auctions, even studying his flower arrangements. Hay had never seen him before, so he turned to the drooping Riella and asked her to tell him about Hayden so he could form his own opinion. The girl explained that Hayden had an apparent obsession with red flowers, as he seemed to buy everything of that variety. He was known for taking home flowers that others would never see again, making his reputation quite unpopular. Last year he had also purchased the rare elves, but these flowers were usually bought for exhibition halls and were never shown to the public. Riella, knowing that these elves could be the last of their kind, tried to calculate how much money she had left, but then she heard the price for the 5 flowers was, once again, set at 10,000 of their local currency, which could easily be equivalent to 500,000 in other countries. This made it even harder to bid. At that moment, a girl in the crowd named Milonia suddenly offered 10,000, 500 roos, forcing the saleswoman to return the flowers to their place. The crowd immediately recognized Milonia as someone who hadn't been seen in a long time, which sparked curiosity and surprise. Milonia lashed out at one man who had criticized her flower-growing style, arguing that it was unique to her. He retorted that it still looked creepy. Then Milonia's eyes locked with Hayden's, and the tension was palpable as a serious bidding war was about to begin. Indeed, the two began to raise the price higher and higher. In the end, Milonia could no longer stand it and demanded that Hayden give up, arguing that his business was slowly dying out and he needed money. Hayden, however, wasn't about to back down. He countered that it was Milonia who should stop, since even her followers had already turned their backs on her. Unable to reach a compromise, the two continued to escalate the price while the onlookers watched in silence. Riella, feeling exhausted by the situation, tugged on the Archduke's sleeve, drawing attention to herself. When he turned around, she suggested that they had seen enough and should return to the carriage and head back to the mansion. H was surprised that Riella wasn't interested in purchasing the flowers or staying to watch the verbal battle between Hayden and Milonia. In truth, the girl wanted the flowers, but she didn't have enough money. Rather than continue torturing herself, she wanted to leave. Just then, the woman in the red headdress called out that the final price was 20,000, and if no one else bid, the flowers would be sold. But, unexpectedly, Han, standing behind the crowd, loudly declared that he was offering 100,000 for the flowers. The crowd gasped in shock. Riella was so stunned by what she had heard that she couldn't speak. She simply stood there, watching the Archduke and the rare elf seller in disbelief. She had never imagined that such a large sum would be bid, and she asked, almost in disbelief, if she had truly heard him correctly. Han repeated his bid with an air of arrogance and irritation, brazenly challenging anyone who could raise it. Riella was even more horrified by this display. Milonia, who had never seen Han before, was shocked that someone would offer such an amount for flowers. Hayden, in addition to his surprise, felt the sting of defeat, as he knew he could outbid Milonia. But he was no match for this unknown buyer. Meanwhile, the Archduke stood as calmly as possible in the middle of the street, waiting for the flowers to be wrapped. Gradually, people began to recognize him, and when it became clear that it was Hound who had bought the flowers, astonished exclamations rippled through the crowd. The noise was something the Archduke did not appreciate. Riella grabbed the Archduke's shoulder and, filled with excitement, demanded to speak with him to learn more about the flowers. The Archduke leaned in and, puzzled, asked if she wanted the flowers so badly. If so, what was the problem now? Riella explained that the flowers were beautiful, but 100,000 was too much to pay for them. She believed such large sums shouldn't be spent recklessly. Hound sighed calmly, thinking the lady might be after something more serious, then said he understood the value of money. He looked Riella in the eye and remarked that, for someone like her, you had to pay a price that matched her worth. When Riella grumbled in dissatisfaction, the Archduke reminded her that she was the Duchess of Hosang, a position that had already changed things for her. He added that as the only Archduke in the kingdom, he shouldn't lower himself. While they were bickering, the bright red elves were sold to Hound for 100,000, as no one else had bid higher. The crowd was thrilled to witness such an expensive transaction, while both Hayden and Milonia were disappointed they had missed out on the plants. Anne immediately turned and demanded the flowers from the saleswoman. Although the rules stated they should only be handed over after payment, the woman made an exception. When the flowers were presented to the Archduke, he turned to Riella and handed them to her, saying that he had bought them for her. Riella blushed, incredibly grateful for the gift, though embarrassed by its price. Looking at her with the bright red flowers, Han became slightly embarrassed and remarked that the elves suited her well. Later, as they were returning to the mansion together, Riella sat in the carriage, shaking. She had accepted the flowers, and now the deal for the lot couldn't be cancelled. Then, she remembered something important and called out to the Archduke, saying she had almost forgotten it. He asked curiously what she meant, and Riella, beaming, said she was talking about breakfast. A little later, Riella brought the Archduke to her close friend, Rena, who was overjoyed to see both of them. Rena immediately sized up the unfamiliar man from head to toe before asking Riella who he was. Riella decided to be honest and confessed that she had brought the Archduke himself to eat with her. Unexpectedly, Riella began to fuss as though deciding what to do. Then she elegantly curtsied and introduced herself to Han, welcoming him to her establishment. The Archduke accepted the bow calmly, but Riella could barely hold back her laughter, knowing full well that Riella had been rehearsing this moment for a long time. Afterward, Rena went to cook, and Riella realized that her friend would likely be proud of herself for quite some time. A few minutes later, Rena served her restaurant's signature dish, which shimmered beautifully on the plate. Riella was delighted and assured Han that her friend's food was truly delicious. As the girl chatted on, the Archduke interrupted, shrewdly asking if Riella was planning to pay for the flowers with her breakfast. The lady immediately fell silent, embarrassed, because she was unhappy that he had figured it out, though she didn't admit anything. Secretly, Riella hoped the Archduke would like Riella's food. Han, however, was lost in thought. On the battlefield, he often had to quickly eat simple soup and crackers, rarely giving much thought to the taste of food. He hadn't savoured a meal in a long time, and watching Riella enjoy her meal, he was struck by the thought that all the struggles of his life had been worth it to see this peaceful moment. The only thing he couldn't accept was how Riella worried about money. He knew that such an amount was nothing to her. Watching her eat, he couldn't help but calculate that even if he took 1,000,000 rubles from Hosang's inheritance, no one would notice. With a smile, He wondered what Riella's reaction would be if he suddenly gave her flowers worth 1,000,000 rubles. Suddenly, Han was surprised by his own thoughts. He couldn't understand why he was even considering giving something to the girl. He concluded that he had become too relaxed due to the contrast between his peaceful life in the battlefield and his observations of Riella. Forcing himself to focus, he told himself that this food was no different from the soup on the battlefield, and he shouldn't let his emotions interfere. Meanwhile, as Han and Riella were having breakfast at Rena's, Nia's condition was worsening. The girl was gradually losing her human form, and her assistant couldn't understand why, since the power of the stone shouldn't have dried up. She had secretly eaten one of her mistress's shining flowers, but it hadn't helped. Nia experienced enormous pain, and, when she looked into the mirror, was afraid of her own reflection. Her assistant suggested it might be the work of Hound, but quickly realized that if he had been behind it, he would have eliminated her differently. Nia was terrified of the moment when the Heliodor stone would stop functioning properly, and her dragon instincts began to manifest. She had promised Duchess Hosang that she wouldn't waste this new life, which made her even more anxious. The assistant was determined to fulfill Hosang's last request, to protect Raila at all costs. However, Nia questioned whether she had been too greedy, wondering if she should have found another protector for Raila and returned to where Hosang had found her. Despite her worries, Nia cherished the time spent with Riella, because it was the only time she could laugh so freely. But now, the moment of danger had come, when she heard that Han had brought the lady to the palace, which was a very inconvenient timing for Nia. Meanwhile, the Archduke and Madame were lightly discussing the cost and variety of flowers as they approached the mansion. Nia, filled with fear, thought it was too late for her to run, as she wouldn't be able to slip out of the room unnoticed. The assistant was terrified that Riella might be frightened by her appearance, just like the person Nia had once encountered. She desperately didn't want her mistress to call her a monster or, even worse, accidentally harm Riella. Falling to her knees, Nia covered her ears with her hands, struggling to hold back her sobs. She was consumed by fear, not knowing who or what to pray to, but silently hoping that everything would stop and that she would return to normal. Suddenly, a voice in panic cut through her thoughts. The girl jumped up, searching the room, but found no one. However, the voice persisted, and, though she didn't truly believe it would help, Nia demanded that the unfamiliar voice return her to her original appearance. To her amazement, she felt herself completely revert to normal. Her human form had fully returned. Looking around the room in confusion, Nia couldn't spot anything unusual, and even her headache had vanished. As she tried to process what had just happened, she realized her memories were clouded, and she couldn't recall what had occurred. The more she tried to remember, the more she forgot. Just then, Riella timidly knocked on the door of Nia's room, afraid of disturbing her but eager to see her. The mistress asked for permission to enter, and Nia, relieved to have regained her appearance, allowed Riella inside. When Riella entered, concern was written on her face, despite Nia's assurance that she could handle things. Grabbing Nia's hand, Riella checked her temperature and pulse, only then believing that her assistant was truly back to normal. Riella explained that she had bought Nia a lot of fruits and flowers that were easy to digest and would help her feel better. Nia laughed cheerfully at the thought. When Nia was completely well, she and Riella went to her flower shop. There, the assistant quickly found herself in a playful battle for a glass of juice with Hound. The Archduke, however, declared that Nia had no right to drink or eat the same things as people of higher status. Riella, watching this exchange with concern, felt awkward. As they continued, a woman knocked on the shop window, asking for help. Riella immediately approached her friend and inquired about the situation. The woman explained that she wanted to decorate a table in her restaurant with flowers, but had limited funds. She requested something inexpensive yet beautiful. Riella, who ran her flower business surprisingly well, quickly formed a plan to fulfill the client's request. She carefully selected a few damaged and single flowers, knowing she could combine them into a stunning bouquet. She focused on flowers with slightly wilted petals or broken stems and, with her special scissors, cut the necessary pieces. Afterward, she combined 5 different types of flowers to create an affordable yet beautiful arrangement. When she handed the bouquet to the client, Riella explained that she had used slightly damaged flowers, which kept the price low. The woman was delighted and, before leaving, promised she would never buy from anyone else but Riella. Throughout this, the Archduke watched with slight dissatisfaction, particularly because Riella, with such an inheritance, was working in a flower shop. Nia noticed this and commented that Howd seemed to be eyeing Riella so intently that he might wear a hole in her with his gaze. The Archduke, embarrassed, turned away. He almost missed Lucien's entrance into the shop. Lucien, having gotten bored, decided to visit Riella. Concerned, he brought her a snack so she wouldn't go hungry while working. Riella was surprised by the gesture. Lucien pulled out sweets with flowers, a rare treat that she loved but could hardly find, as they were usually sold out quickly. Seeing this exchange, Hound's anger flared, unable to stand the close communication between Riella and the Round Table representative. Nia, teasing the Archduke, laughed and remarked that he looked as though he wanted to kill Lucien instead of treating him to food. They tried to avoid the Archduke's presence as Lucien stepped further into the store. Lucien greeted Nia and Hound warmly, but the Archduke responded with a cold greeting, still irked by Lucien's closeness to Riella, even though Lucien had no fault in it. Han called Lucien's position into question, suggesting that the representative of the Round Table must be busy. Lucien, however, replied that he had less to do than the Archduke in war, and that, of the two, it was Han who needed to leave the shop. Hearing this exchange, Riella was surprised to learn that the Archduke had also been offered the position of representative for the Round Table, but had refused it. After the argument settled, Lucien noticed the papers on the table and deduced that they were materials related to the Room of Stones. The Archduke, irritated, tried to dismiss the topic, but Lucien had already sat down and began to think aloud with the others about how to open the room. Reluctantly, the Archduke explained that he was able to guess which stones were in the room the last time the door had been opened. He was certain that his guesses were correct and that the Duchess had placed strong protections on the room, making it difficult to open. Shuddering at the thought of the old woman's troublesome nature, Han swallowed hard, knowing for sure that Hosang had designed these puzzles to make him suffer. He explained that the stone room consisted of 3 parts, meaning there would be 3 stages of defense. Lucien, puzzled, asked why they couldn't simply open the doors and take the stones, but Han explained that in order to obtain the strongest stones, they needed to open all the doors. There was no other way to take them. Meanwhile, even the very first and simplest door posed a difficult test, making a lot of noise as it was opened by Camilla, something Riella remembered all too well. Han continued explaining that in the first room there was the wind-free Pili, a very aggressive stone. Lucien, aware of its dangers, was concerned, but the Archduke reassured him, confidently stating that he could pacify the Pili. Lucien was partly convinced but still had doubts. Ham then mentioned that other stones in the room would also pose challenges. Riella, who had been carefully taking notes, began to think back to the day when Camilla entered the room. The Archduke had been able to close the door before the other stones were triggered, but he had managed to glimpse a few. That was why Han was now so worried. He was sure that the obsidian of the abyss was inside, still dormant. Everyone, except Riella, who knew nothing of the stones, grew alarmed. The obsidian of the abyss was one of the strongest stones, and Lucien, though skeptical, agreed that all possibilities should be considered. Riella, noticing their concern, was confused. Lucien, seeing her puzzled expression, began to explain that the obsidian of the abyss was a stone that brought darkness. This stone was feared, as it could cover an entire city in darkness, and the radius of its effect was enormous. But interestingly, Lucien added, while everything around you may be completely black, if you looked up at the sky, you could still see stars. Nia confirmed Lucien's words, revealing that Duchess Hosang had once taught her to navigate by the stars so she could find her way in the dark. Riela was impressed by her assistant's skills, and the others, jealous of the praise, grumbled that they could do it too. Lucien continued to think aloud, realizing that inside the room of stones, no stars would be visible due to the ceiling. This made Riela uneasy, as it meant they wouldn't be able to navigate using the stars. Hound added to Riela's concerns, explaining that it was highly likely that the Duchess had placed the obsidian of the abyss alongside another powerful stone, the infinity spinel. Together, these stones would create a darkness so absolute that no one could find their way due to the infinite space created by the combination. Lucien expressed concern, stating that no matter how powerful a stonemancer was, they would be in danger if they entered the room. He scolded the Archduke for planning to go in alone, warning him that the stones were too unpredictable and ruthless. Nia, teasing Hound, pointed out that Duchess Hosang had conquered all of these stones on her own, which made Riela feel awkward. The Archduke, undeterred, was determined to open the room at all costs, and assured Lucien that he didn't need to come with him. The two men continued to argue when, suddenly, the door to the flower shop swung open and a young man rushed inside, calling for Riela. Alvin, as the boy was named, was immediately met with cold stares from Han, Hound, and Lucien, who considered him too noisy. Alvin, worried he had made a mistake by coming in, hesitated, but Riela, sensing his fear, quickly comforted him. Turning to the evil trio, she asked them to stop scaring her friend, as he had come with an important message. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and Han, Hound, and Lucien became noticeably warmer, allowing Alvin to speak freely. Alvin explained that he urgently needed the largest and most beautiful flowers, as time was running out. Riela, noticing his anxiety, asked if Charlotte had truly returned. Alvin confirmed that she would arrive in just a few minutes, but there were no flowers prepared. Riela felt sympathy for the couple, knowing they had never been able to confess their feelings during their past separation. She genuinely wanted to help Alvin. Alvin, desperate, offered to pay any amount if Riela could make a bouquet before Charlotte's arrival. Without hesitation, Riela set to work, gathering the most beautiful and largest flowers she could find. Her hands moved swiftly, expertly, alternating between tools to create the perfect bouquet. Alvin, watching nervously, saw a group of stonemancers returning from a battle against the dragon, and among them was Charlotte. He shouted the news to Riela, and she rushed to speed up her work. With mere seconds left, Riela had to decide which flowers would best suit Charlotte's appearance, considering her hair and eyes. Throughout the frantic preparations, the Archduke, observing the scene, realized that he had never considered flowers to be of much interest before, but now he found himself fascinated by their compositions. Han, though he knew Riela could use some assistance, was at a loss for what to do since he knew nothing about flowers and decided to remain out of the way. Meanwhile, Lucien rolled up his sleeves and approached the lady, asking if he could help her with anything. The girl thanked him for the offer, but explained that if he had no experience in assembling a bouquet, he wouldn't be able to help. Lucien then took the already prepared flowers and, in just a few moments, crafted a beautiful bouquet. Riela was delighted, especially since he'd managed to correctly arrange the flowers and materials in the composition. Now that Lucien's skills had been confirmed, he took on the red flowers and asked the girl to handle the purple ones. As Riela and Lucien worked together, cheerfully chatting, Naya and Han felt out of place, as they didn't quite fit into the situation. But before long, the bouquet was ready and handed to Alvin. Upon seeing its beauty, Alvin was overjoyed. He immediately rushed to Charlotte and happily handed her the bouquet, which she loved so much that she even burst into tears. Riela watched the happy reunion of the two lovers, feeling pleased that both of them were so happy with her bouquet. Suddenly she remembered her assistant, turned to Lucien and asked where he had learned to handle flowers. Lucien simply replied that his father was the royal florist, Sir Mice, and that he had learned a little about flowers from him. Hearing this, Riella initially thought Lucien might be mistaken. After all, Sir Mose had come from humble beginnings and had risen to become a respected florist for the royal family. He was renowned for breeding new and rare plant varieties. Riella could hardly believe Lucien was the son of such a great florist. Still, she felt a sense of gratitude that she now had a friend who was so knowledgeable about flowers. She came closer to Lucien and began begging him to ask his father a few questions about flowers. He agreed. Watching their sweet exchange, Han felt a pang of sadness and disappointment. He understood that he had no right to limit Riella's interactions, but somehow the idea of her being closer to someone else than to him bothered him. Even though he had a duty to open the room of stones and retrieve all the stones there, something about Riella's connection with Lucien stirred feelings in him that he couldn't quite understand. Just then, a crowd of assistants from the king's palace burst into the shop without knocking. One of the men, who seemed to command the guards, stepped forward, bowed to the Archduke and delivered a message from the palace. Han gave his permission to speak, and the guards explained that the king demanded his immediate return, along with all the stones. Riella was surprised by the urgency of the message and the quick return of the guards. The Archduke silently walked past her, remarking that since he had been called, he must go. Riella called out to him, wanting to talk, but before she could catch up, he had already jumped into his carriage and left. She felt a wave of concern, wondering what might be happening, but Nia calmed her down, explaining that, as the strongest stonemancer, Han was frequently called on urgent missions. Riella tried to distract herself from her worries by taking care of her greenhouse and shop. However, she couldn't help but think about the Archduke. Nia had told her his absence wouldn't last long, but it had already been 3 days with no word from him. She was upset because he hadn't even sent a letter or had someone deliver a message. Later, during dinner, Riella couldn't help but stare at the empty seat across from her, where the Archduke's plate remained untouched. Nia noticed her thoughts and gently suggested that she not blame him, but Riella couldn't shake the feeling of disappointment. The following day, Riella went to check the mail. Her heart raced, hoping to find something from Han, but after searching through every letter, she found nothing. She returned to her room, feeling a mix of sadness and frustration. As the rain poured outside, she watched the flowers in her chambers, but couldn't seem to find joy. That night, unable to sleep from the uncertainty, Riella decided to sneak into Han's room to feel closer to him. She was surprised by how empty and cold the room felt, even though it had only been a week since he had left. Still, not wanting to leave, she lay down on the bed and thought about their time together. She realized that without those wonderful moments, it might be easier to cope with his absence. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. The next morning, Nia came searching for her, and Riella woke up embarrassed to have fallen asleep in someone else's room. To her surprise, Nia announced that Han had returned. Overwhelmed with happiness, Riella quickly got ready and rushed toward the mansion. Unsure of what to say, she silently looked at the Archduke. Han, noticing her sweet expression, was slightly embarrassed but greeted her warmly. Riella, having chosen a cool demeanor, turned her head away slightly and greeted him more formally in response. Seeing the coldness in her behavior, Han looked puzzled, not understanding why she was acting this way. His confused expression irritated Riella, as she believed it was wrong of him to leave without telling her anything. So she continued to coldly ask how he had been, and scolded him for being gone for an entire week. However, Riella suddenly became embarrassed, unsure whether her tone had been too formal. Han asked why she had been waiting for him and worrying, since, in his view, they weren't particularly close. Taken off guard by the question, Riella didn't know how to respond. Han, blushing a little, continued to ask why she had been waiting for him, expressing curiosity about her feelings. Realizing she couldn't avoid the question, Riella admitted that she had been worried all this time. She tried to justify herself by saying it was normal to worry about someone when you hadn't heard from them in a while. Hearing this, Han felt a warmth inside from her words. He didn't say anything, but was moved by her concern. Riella, feeling even more embarrassed, blushed from the excitement that overcame her. She added that although he was strong, monsters could still hurt him, but Han, still quiet, leaned in closer and stared directly into her eyes, as if confirming whether she was telling the truth. After a pause, he admitted that he had been embarrassed to talk about his investigation, but assured her there were no enemies nearby. However, seeing how worried she was, Han realized she wanted him to be more attentive to her. Remembering this, he decided to change the subject and asked if she had time over the weekend. Riella immediately replied that she didn't, explaining that she would be busy with lawyers. Han was surprised at how seriously she took her duties, and Riella simply smiled in response. The weekend brought some serious news. Riella was told she needed to inspect her property. She was surprised, but the lawyer explained that it would be useful to know the full extent of her inheritance. He suggested she examine the nearby area, which had a few houses. Since the lawyer had a lot to do, he invited Riella to join Han on a trip. Riella felt that there would be no problems travelling with the Archduke and her assistant, as they had learned to avoid quarrels. That same night, a heavy downpour made her worry that the trip would be cancelled. But the next morning the sun shone brightly, and all the puddles had dried up, so they could safely depart. Riella was eager for the trip, but was worried that the carriage ride would cause motion sickness for Nia and Han. She was thrilled about the journey, but when she handed Nia the bag for the trip, she asked Han why Nia wasn't coming with them. The Archduke explained that since the trip had been spontaneous, they didn't have time to get Nia's permission. This, however, did not stop Nia from threatening Han, ensuring he would closely monitor the mistress's safety. And so, Riella and the Archduke set off on their journey together. Soon a hole appeared in their path, requiring a jump. Riella wasn't at all startled. Instead, she grabbed the reins, spurred her horse, and expertly leapt over the obstacle. When she landed gracefully, the Archduke was stunned and asked, "Where did you learn to ride like that?" Riella explained that, as a child, she often rode with one of her sisters before they moved to the capital. She added that she had two older sisters, one who breeds horses and the other who works as a doctor. Hound asked if she missed them and how she coped when she couldn't see them. Riella admitted that she missed them, but there wasn't much she could do since her sisters were busy with their work. Most of the time, she tried not to dwell on the separation and focused on her own affairs. Seeing how difficult it was for Riella to talk about her family, Hound suggested changing the subject and taking a break. The lady, somewhat tired from the trip, agreed. She quickly dismounted and noticed something sparkling on the ground nearby. Intrigued, she stepped closer and discovered a small crystal lying on a stone, shining in the sunlight. Hound confirmed her suspicion. "That's a crystal," he said. Riella asked if it had any special powers. The Archduke asked her to hand it over, and with a casual gesture, he activated it. Suddenly, a whole flock of sheep appeared from the crystal's memory, much to Riella's delight. When she asked why she was so surprised by something so simple, Hound explained that Duchess Usang had never shown her anything like this before. Eager to see more, Riella asked if he could show her something else. The Archduke agreed and set off in search of another stone. Soon he found another crystal, which, although menacing in appearance, he decided to activate. This time, the surroundings were enveloped in complete darkness, leaving only the two of them in sight. A moment later, two faint lights appeared, flickering softly, gradually illuminating the area. Riella, though initially surprised, wasn't afraid. Hound speculated that they were facing one of the strongest stones, with memories dating back to the creation of the world. He explained that the strength of a stone wasn't just about its innate qualities, but also how it was cared for. To clarify, he pulled out two sapphires, one polished and one raw. He first demonstrated the power of a finely crafted sapphire by conjuring a small flame. The blue light fascinated Riella, resembling a real, blazing blue flame. After she had seen enough, Hound activated the raw sapphire. A massive blue fire engulfed them. its roar stretching for meters. Startled, Raila instinctively grabbed Hound's clothes for comfort. He too was caught off guard, embarrassed by the sudden closeness. He'd signed a document barring him from initiating any physical contact with her, but since she had touched him first, he realized he hadn't broken his oath. Riella, still frightened, asked Hound to cancel the effect. He did so and explained that the first sapphire had been passed down through generations without much care, while the second had been cherished by its owner, preserving its original appearance. As Hound spoke, Riella began thinking about Duchess Hosang's many powerful stones that had been neglected over time. The Archduke then shifted the conversation, telling her that the royal family was eager to claim Hosang's inheritance and that she might soon receive many business and marriage proposals. At this, Riella immediately thought of Lucien. Hound noted that if she married him, she would have control over the inheritance, as only their children would be able to claim it. Riella felt a deep sadness, realizing that both she and Hound were trapped in the expectations of others. The Archduke concluded that the royal family's greed for the inheritance would help weaken the influence of the other powerful noble houses. Grateful for the explanation, Riella reflected on the enormity of what she had inherited, which only filled a few lines in the will. Suddenly they heard barking. Turning around, Riella saw a farmer running across the field, shouting at his dog, who was happily playing and not at all inclined to return. The sight of the dog's carefree joy brought a smile to Riella's face, distracting her from the heavy thoughts that had been weighing on her. Meanwhile, the owner became increasingly upset as his dog continued to escape. Desperate to retrieve the lively fugitive, the dog eventually ran straight up to Riella, sniffing her harmlessly and wagging its tail. The farmer quickly apologized for his pet's behavior, but the lady didn't mind and even petted the dog. She asked, "Is his name really Hound?" The owner chuckled and acknowledged that naming the dog after the Archduke might be a bit much, but his daughter had insisted, as the Archduke had once saved her. As the farmer finally caught the dog and began to pet him, he told Riella an old story. The farmer had once lived on the northern front line, and one day a dragon attacked his village, setting everything ablaze. He tried to escape with his family, but his youngest daughter went missing. Desperate, he searched for her amidst the fire until a sudden downpour extinguished the flames, allowing him to search more easily. It was thanks to this rain that the farmer heard his daughter's voice and found her. Sophia had been trapped in a barn which had caught fire and couldn't leave earlier. She had saved a puppy from the flames, which was why she hadn't joined the others when they fled. Though scared, she was unharmed, and her father hugged her, relieved but also scolding her for running off. Sophia then mentioned that an uncle had saved her, someone named Han, and it was his reign that had helped everyone. The farmer, still grateful but never having been able to meet the Archduke to thank him, added that despite the rumours about Han, he remained a benefactor to his family. Riella looked at Han, now understanding the connection between the dog and the man, though Han remained silent, not wanting to reveal himself. She too said nothing. The farmer then asked what the unfamiliar pair was doing in the area, wondering if they were employees of Lady Riella. Riella blushed slightly at the respectful way he addressed her and asked, "What do you mean?" The farmer explained that he was referring to the heirs of Duchess Hosang and expressed his concerns about what would happen after her death. However, he was glad that Riella had inherited everything, as it meant he could continue working freely in agriculture. Riella didn't know how to answer, but was relieved when the Archduke stepped in, explaining that they were simply preparing for the hunting season. The farmer accepted this and apologized for holding them up before heading off. As they resumed their journey, Riella asked why Han hadn't told the farmer the truth. The Archduke replied that revealing their identities would have been burdensome, and they didn't fully know who the farmer was. Riella countered that she wasn't in any real danger, and the lawyers had assured her that no one would benefit if something happened to her. Han remained silent for a moment, then explained that there were people who acted out of hatred, not for profit, and their actions could be unpredictable. Riella, taken aback, had no response. She felt as if Han had faced these dangers many times before, which is why he spoke so confidently. Han reassured her that everything was fine today, and when Riella asked what he meant, he revealed that he had scanned the farmer with a jasper scout stone, a crystal designed for reconnaissance. It had scanned the entire area, even the dog, and found nothing suspicious. Riella was intrigued, asking how Han had acquired such a useful stone. Han explained that his older brother had given it to him, but his mood shifted slightly as he spoke of it. Riella realized that he was referring to the king, and her smile faded. Han asked her not to tell anyone that he possessed the Jasper Stone, as it was traditionally a royal possession, meant to protect the king from enemies. Riella shuddered, asking if it was normal for the Archduke to share such important information with her. Han explained that now the situation was fair, since he knew her secret and she knew his. Lost in thought, Han remembered the moment his brother had given him the Jasper Stone. Initially, Han had tried to refuse it, but the king insisted, threatening to forbid him from participating in expeditions if he didn't accept it. The king had apologized, saying he wished he could give Han more but had to send him into battle. Han was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Riella calling his name. She then asked about the stone Han had used to summon rain during the dragon fight. Han explained that it was the Howin Shower Stone, and Riella immediately noted that its name was similar to his own. Han agreed, saying it was like fate, and took out the stone for her to examine. Riella was curious and asked if the stone had always been this color. Han explained that it had lost its power over time and was now in a state of hibernation. Suddenly, Riella had an idea. She rummaged through her pockets and found a petal from a glowing flower she had grown herself, a powerful and rare flower. She handed the petal to Han and asked if it might have a similar effect to the flower itself. Han was taken aback, not expecting Riella to offer part of the flower. She explained that she had found the petal that morning and picked it up with no harm intended. Riel believed it would be better to restore such an important stone quickly, so she gave the glowing petal to Han. The Archduke was still pleasantly embarrassed by the girl's help, as he highly valued glowing flowers, but he obeyed. After placing the petal on the stone, Han began to recite the required spell, not expecting a quick effect. However, surprisingly, the crystal almost immediately filled with bright color, as if it were completely new and just purchased. Han was shocked that just one petal from a glowing flower could restore the stone's power so effectively. As he was about to thank the girl, thunder roared and an incredibly heavy downpour began the moment the stone activated. The Archduke stared at the girl in complete amazement, as he had not expected the stone to work so quickly. He remembered that this crystal had not responded well to him before, but he never imagined it would act like this. Apologizing to the lady for being unable to calm the crystal at that moment, Han told her to follow him. The rain was so cold that the girl could soon catch a chill, so the Archduke hurried to find shelter. Being familiar with the area, he quickly found a mansion, even through the heavy downpour. Riel tried to knock on the doors, but no one opened. Not daring to enter without permission, she hesitated. For some reason, Han stood silently, staring at the building for a moment before asking if the lady wanted to enter. Without waiting for an answer, he approached the door and tried to open it, peacefully at first. However, lacking the skills of a burglar and growing impatient, he simply broke the door down. Once inside, Han said calmly, "Since it's open, we can go in." The girl was worried about the violation, but the Archduke reasoned that she needed to warm up and change clothes, as she was already shivering. It was unclear what might happen next, so Riel agreed to stay. As they entered, she noted with surprise how dusty the house was, indicating the owners hadn't been there in a long time. Han went upstairs, saying he'd check the rest of the house, leaving Riel to inspect the first floor. Soon, Riel found an old blanket, which she intended to use as a towel, but she needed to shake the dust out of it first. Suddenly, a clean towel fell on her from behind, ideal for drying herself. Riel screamed in surprise, turning around to find the Archduke, who had decided to play a little joke on her. Han told her not to be offended and urged her to dry off quickly to avoid catching a cold. Since Han hadn't brought himself a towel, he removed his wet top and started wringing out the bottom of his clothes. Rial, noticing he wasn't drying himself off, suggested he should too. Han replied that he was fine and, feeling fatigued, rubbed his head. The girl looked at him sarcastically and, taking advantage of the moment, came up with a playful plan to get back at him for the scare. While Han relaxed, Riel threw a towel over his head, just like he had done for her. Unlike Riel, Han wasn't frightened, but he was slightly annoyed by the surprise. However, by the time he looked up, she had already disappeared from the room. She shouted to him to make sure he dried himself off so he wouldn't freeze. Han, now left alone, obeyed and began drying himself, although he noticed a faint floral scent from the towel, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, Riel, hiding in another room, worried that she might have overdone the prank, but it was too late to change anything now. Trying not to dwell on it, she remembered that she needed to change clothes. However, her clothes were so wet that they stuck to her, and it took quite a while to get them off. Han had already prepared a robe for her, and Riel was grateful. After changing, she came back downstairs to thank him for his help, discovering that he had nearly gotten the fire going to warm up. Anne called her closer to dry her clothes by the fire so they would dry faster, and Riel obediently placed her wet clothes near the fireplace. As the warmth enveloped her, she approached Han, smiling, and commented on how nice it was that the fireplace was so hot so they wouldn't be cold anymore. Han, embarrassed by the closeness, quickly stood up, turned away, and started searching for an excuse. Failing to come up with one, he muttered that he would check around the mansion and rushed into another room, leaving Riel puzzled. Not chasing after him, Ria stayed by the fire, warming herself. Her thoughts drifted to the glowing flowers, and she began to realize why the Duchess had asked her not to tell anyone about her abilities. They were very strong. However, she couldn't help but notice that Han had never shown interest in her flowers, nor had he even noticed them. She decided not to dwell on these matters for now, as they were too complicated. As she absent-mindedly lifted her sleeve, she noticed the embroidery on her robe, which revealed the owner of the clothing and the mansion. Meanwhile, Han, having punched the wall in frustration, tried to calm himself but couldn't stop thinking about Riel in his robe. The image of her wearing his clothes while not walking around in wet ones made him feel increasingly embarrassed, especially since it reminded him of a possible future marriage, where she would wear his robes. Han recalled his childhood in this mansion. How, as a young boy, he had been exiled here after being removed from the palace. His abilities had developed too quickly and strongly, which had caused concern among the royal family. Despite being compared unfavorably to his brother, who was destined to become king, Han had been sent away to live in this mansion, where he would remain for many years. The only good thing about being here was meeting the Duchess Hozang, who had been terrifying at first, but whom Han had eventually come to know. Shaking off the memories, Han decided to find something to take with him when he returned to the room. Riel had nearly fallen asleep by the fire, and he was relieved to see her peaceful expression. He began to justify his absence when she suddenly asked if this was truly his mansion. Han was taken aback, but Riel showed him the initials embroidered on her robe. He hadn't realized his name was on the clothing, but he didn't deny that he had lived here as a child. Riel immediately began to ask him about his childhood in this mansion, and Han, sitting down next to her, agreed to tell her a story while her clothes dried. Riel loved stories in any form, especially those about Monsieur Hosang, whom Han had known. Han explained that before arriving at this mansion, he had met Hosang, but their connection had been limited to mere greetings. Riel, still surprised by how long Han had known the Duchess, was curious to know more, but Han chose not to go into details about her volatile character. Time passed quickly, and as evening fell, Riel began to feel sleepy. Han, who had been telling stories enthusiastically, hadn't noticed how quiet she had become. Turning toward her, he realized she had fallen asleep, snoring peacefully. He quietly approached her, covering her with a blanket and checking her clothes to ensure they were dry. However, Han still had wet spots on his clothes and decided to remove them to dry while Riel continued to sleep. The difficulty was that the stones Han usually relied on to dry things were temporarily blocked. As he removed his clothes, Han was unaware that he stood in front of the still sleeping Riel in an almost bare state. She turned in her sleep, causing the blanket to fall off, but continued to sleep. Han, hoping she wouldn't wake up, decided to cover her again. But just as he did, a loud thunderclap caused Riel to jump up, screaming. Han froze in embarrassment, realizing that he had been caught in an incredibly awkward position. Riel, now fully awake, blushed deeply upon realizing what had happened. She waved her hands frantically, trying to explain the situation, while Han himself was just as embarrassed. Both of them apologized at the same time, though it had been an accident. Surprised by the situation, they stared at each other in silence before Han awkwardly explained that he had only meant to cover her after her blanket had fallen. Riel, still flustered, listened calmly, but then gently covered Han with a towel to help him relax. She invited him to sit next to her and dry off completely, promising to watch over the horses until the rain stopped. Han, exhausted, agreed and lay down, but Riel asked him to rest while she kept an eye on things. Though still embarrassed, the two tried to ignore the awkwardness. When they returned to Riel's mansion, Nia greeted them angrily. The Archduke couldn't offer any excuses for their delay, since the storm had been caused by the activation of his stone. Nia was furious, but Riel stepped in to defend Han, assuring the assistant that the rain had been an accident. Though initially upset, Nia eventually calmed down after confirming that the Archduke had not forced Riel into anything. Riel continued to defend Han, explaining that he had helped her greatly on her journey. Once the rain stopped, they decided it was too late to return, so they waited until the morning to leave. Although a small scandal erupted at the mansion, it eventually calmed down, and Riel returned to her usual duties. However, since the trip, Riel had been quietly observing Han, wondering what he was thinking, but whenever she caught his gaze, he quickly turned away. Confused, she didn't ask any questions but quietly kept her distance, though she didn't like how the Archduke seemed to be avoiding her. Still, she pretended not to care. Meanwhile, everything reached a point where Han became too busy for joint dinners at the mansion. Once again, the lady found herself eating alone, only accompanied by Nia. Deciding not to dwell on it, Riella went to the flower shop, and Han called his assistant almost immediately. Nia, sensing tension, expressed her displeasure about approaching the Archduke since they didn't get along well. Without saying a word, Han placed a box on the table and asked her to take it. The assistant was taken aback when he realized it was a box from the Archduke containing one of his stones. He was confused about why Han was giving it to her. Han explained that he had received permission for Nia to use it within the palace to protect her mistress. He added that he needed to leave for a while and wanted to ensure Riella's safety in his absence. Surprised, the assistant asked if this meant Han was finally entering the Room of Stones, and Han, with a serious expression, confirmed that he would open the first room in 2 weeks. Later, Han asked his assistant Pooh if he was able to acquire all the stones the Archduke had requested. Pooh bowed his head apologetically, admitting that several stones had been denied to him, and he couldn't retrieve them. However, Han had anticipated this, and instructed him to bring Spannel as a substitute for the stone the Queen had withheld. Once the task was completed, Han placed 2 stones on a cloth. One was Spannel, and the other was a related stone. The latter was called related because it copied the power of the crystal next to it. Sometimes the abilities of the related stone were opposite, which balanced the powers of both crystals. Though using the royal stone was impossible, Han had no choice but to rely on the related stone, even though it was a risky endeavor. The likelihood of the related stone being activated was very low, and Han was already considering how to make it work as needed. Time was running out before the Room of Stones opened, and Han knew he had to proceed cautiously. Riella's safety was his top priority, followed by the opening of the room containing her inheritance. Just the day before, Han had warned Riella that he would return to his palace to prepare for the opening of the first door, and that he hoped she would warmly welcome him upon his return. Riella had agreed without question, and Han, though slightly embarrassed by her words, tried to hide his feelings. A week had passed since that conversation, and Riella was now at peace, quietly sipping tea in her chambers. The flower shop had passed inspection for the festival, and she was happy with the progress. However, despite the success, Riella felt incredibly bored. Nia noticed this and commented on how tired she seemed, but Riella quickly reassured her that she was fine. To lift Riella's spirits, Nia suggested they go for a walk. Although Riella was initially hesitant, Nia persuaded her, explaining that, thanks to Han's arrangements, she could now protect her mistress at any time. So they set out for the day, determined to enjoy themselves. When they arrived in the city, Riella was in awe of the beauty surrounding them. She regretted that they hadn't ventured out sooner, as she was already having so much fun. She dragged Nia into a clothing store and decided to buy her a red ribbon, which she thought suited Nia's deep black hair perfectly. The assistant was flustered by the compliment and asked if it really looked good. Riella explained that the colour red suited Nia, but her own light brown hair wasn't a good match for such a ribbon. Suddenly, Nia's mood shifted as she became downcast, remembering something unpleasant. Riella sensed there was more to the story and pressed her for an answer. Nia admitted that she didn't like black, but she didn't elaborate further. Riella, trying to change the subject, asked Nia to name her favourite colour, but Nia replied that she didn't have one. The conversation shifted, and Nia confessed that this was her first time shopping and she was enjoying it. To cheer Riella up even more, Nia decided to buy as many things as possible, loading a basket with clothes. Later, when the girls had nearly emptied the store, the owner came to see them off and invited them back. Riella laughed, acknowledging that they might have bought too much, but Nia dismissed it with a cheerful attitude. However, the bags were cumbersome, so Riella suggested they take them to the carriage. Nia quickly found it, much to Riella's surprise, and ran off to retrieve the packages. While waiting on the bench, Riella enjoyed the beautiful weather. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her. A child was crying and a woman was scolding her daughter for breaking flowers. The woman was upset because the flowers were meant for an important guest. Riella turned to investigate, intrigued by the noise. As she observed the scene, she realized that the woman's anger stemmed not only from the broken flowers, but also from a deeper misunderstanding, and she quickly deduced the situation. Meanwhile, the mother decided to try and put the basket of flowers back together, carelessly inserting the stems into the ground. Riella, horrified by such rough treatment, stood up from the bench and approached the woman, offering her help with the flowers. The mother eyed Riella suspiciously, not recognizing her, and the lady realized she hadn't introduced herself yet. Quickly, Riella explained that she owned a flower shop and had the skills to help. Hearing this, the woman hesitated, then agreed to let Riella restore the flowers, expressing her gratitude. Riella squatted down and carefully examined the flowers, figuring out how best to restore them. The woman, uncertain of the process, asked if it was too difficult. Riella reassured her that all she needed was good scissors, and soon after, she began creating a beautiful bouquet. The woman, relieved that the flowers would be fine, returned to her shop and soon brought even more beautiful flowers for Riella to use in the bouquet. Riella felt fortunate that her past experience with damaged flowers allowed her to help, but even she found it slightly difficult to combine the colours of the plants. The little girl, who had accidentally destroyed the original bouquet, asked if the flowers could be revived, to which Riella promised to make them even more beautiful, but only if the girl promised not to touch them again. Daisy agreed, and, just then, Nia returned, having safely carried the shopping to the carriage. She was surprised to see Riella helping with the flowers, but the lady calmly explained that she just wanted to help people, even though they had come to the city to relax. Seeing Riella happily creating bouquets for strangers, Nia decided not to interrupt. A few hours later, the sun began to set, painting the streets in orange tones. The important guest Daisy's mother had been expecting arrived. The elderly man immediately noticed the bouquet on the street and admired the composition of colours, impressed by the skill behind it. Daisy ran up to him with joyful screams, as they had not seen each other for some time. The grandfather, delighted to see his granddaughter, took her in his arms and asked how she was doing. Daisy pointed at the bouquets and explained that the kind girl had made them. The old man, curious about the person behind the beautiful flowers, asked Daisy's mother for more details. The woman explained that while they didn't know the girl's name, she had mentioned owning a flower shop. The old man, impressed by the bouquets, decided to buy them all, asking Daisy's mother to wrap them for him. That evening, Riella sat on her bed, feeling both tired and happy. Nia praised her for doing a good job and walking a lot, though she was a bit concerned about the amount of clothes Riella had bought. The assistant was eager to dress Riella up, but the lady was too tired to argue and simply wanted to sleep. Once Nia left, Riella was left alone with her thoughts, many of which were focused on the soon-to-be-opened Room of Stones. She felt tense, wondering whether she should tell Han about the flower with another bud. She hesitated, unsure if he would care, but then remembered that Han had given her the flower, so perhaps he should know about it. However, she decided to wait and not share this information just yet. A couple of days later, Luciane arrived for an honorary visit with the Stonemancers from the Round Table. Riella, already aware of their arrival, prepared herself and the mansion for the meeting. She greeted them with dignity, though she felt nervous and confused. Lucian, confident in his position, and the Stonemancers began discussing their plans, and in a moment of conversation, Riella admitted that she had been worrying about the opening of the room, and what might happen when Camilla opened the door. Curious, Riella asked one of the Stonemancers how they planned to open the room and stabilize the stones. Lucian, eager to explain, shared that the fury of the wind from the last opening would awaken immediately upon opening the first door. However, with the power of the holding stone, they planned to prevent the wind from causing any destruction. Lucian mentioned that more than 20 stones would be needed for this, which shocked Riella. He clarified that only he, Riella and Han would enter the room, with others standing by as a safety net. He explained that fewer people in the room would reduce the risk of danger, especially since the infinity spanel could expand the room into an entire street if it wasn't controlled. Riella began to understand that Han would be doing most of the work inside the room. Even though he was the strongest stonemancer, she was still worried about his ability to control the stones alone. Lucian mentioned that he had tried to reason with Han, but it was pointless. At that moment, the servants announced Han's arrival, so Riella and Lucian paused their conversation. When Han entered, Riella greeted him sweetly, but, to her surprise, he walked past her without saying a word. He addressed the servants as if Riella wasn't even there, leaving her in shock and confusion. She couldn't understand his behavior, especially since it seemed as though he was avoiding her. Han, however, was conflicted. Despite his business and preparations, his thoughts were consumed with Riella, and he feared his growing feelings for her. That night, Han struggled to understand his emotions, especially when he imagined Riella leading their child by the hand, a thought that left him blushing. The next day, Han arrived at the Countess's mansion, cold and distant. Riella tried to catch his gaze, but he turned away each time. As they got closer, he managed to escape further questions by focusing on the opening of the stone room. Riella felt uncomfortable, as it seemed that as soon as they got closer, they both pulled away. Lucian, however, stayed close to Riella, explaining everything to her and showing her the crystals. When Han finally announced that the assault on the Duchess's stone room was beginning, everyone gathered in front of the doors. As the doors opened, a strong gust of wind rushed out, and Riella clung to Nia. The assistant quickly instructed Lucian to stabilize the wind, and within moments the wind weakened, allowing them to stand calmly. Riella, relieved and surprised by how the wind was controlled, realized that nothing scared her anymore. Meanwhile, Han managed to completely deal with the raging stone, allowing the originally chosen 4 to enter the room. The lady was immediately curious about how the Archduke had managed to make the stone let them in. Han explained that it was not his merit. It seemed as though the room had simply decided to allow Riella in on its own, as the doors were no longer locked. Before entering, Han gave instructions to the stonemancers. Only after that did the others turn toward the newly opened entrance. Riella, Lucien, Han and Nia entered the first room. It was small but contained valuable items and stones. They began examining everything, but most of their attention was drawn to the magical books. Riella looked around in awe, as she was unfamiliar with the stones and was seeing such a room for the first time. Unexpectedly, Lucien pointed out that the structure of the room had changed slightly, which surprised Riella. Indeed, although they had entered through the door behind them, there was now a passage leading to another part of the room instead of an exit. While Riella marveled at the room, this change struck her as well, since she was now the owner of the room. Han asked her for permission to open the box containing stones, and the girl, bewildered, allowed everyone to examine whatever they wanted, as she didn't mind at all. However, the idea of being an eyes was starting to feel strange to Riella. As she casually walked past the items, her attention fell on a stone placed on a pedestal which was firmly fixed in place. Completely unaware of its significance, Riella read the name aloud, Splitting Agate. Hearing this, Lucien and Han immediately turned around in fear, not expecting such a stone to be in the first room. Riella, not knowing its importance, asked what made it so famous. The representative of the Round Table began explaining the stone's historical background, mentioning the Fell Gorge, which had been created by this very stone. Riella was alarmed by the power of the crystal, realizing that in the wrong hands it could become a dangerous weapon. Lucien added that the danger posed by this stone was comparable to the Heliodor crystal. At the mention of the latter, Nia shuddered, but only the Archduke noticed this, though he said nothing. Han commented that this stone might be a replica, and Riella immediately asked what a replica meant. They explained that it was a weaker copy of the original stone. After processing the information, Riella looked at the splitting agate and suddenly asked if it could be taken out. Han was bewildered by the request, but Riella explained that she just wanted to examine such an amazing stone and would return it afterward. With a sigh, the Archduke gave permission to examine the crystal, but first he decided to ensure it was safe. Lucien and Han carefully examined the agate and found no signs of danger since the stone was dormant. Satisfied, Han handed the crystal to Riella and she began to inspect it with great interest. Suddenly, while feeling the fabric holding the stone, Riella felt something paper-like inside. She pulled out an envelope. Her assistant immediately recognized the handwriting on the envelope. It was from Duchess Hosang, though Riella had no knowledge of it. Before Riella could open the envelope, Nia snatched it from her hands, checking for any danger but finding nothing. Inside, there was no personal message, just a description of the agate crystal, which the Duchess had compiled herself. As Nia read, Han suddenly sensed one of the stones in the room, which had not yet been pacified, beginning to stir. The Archduke quickly pushed Lucien toward Riella and Nia to protect them, while he decided to deal with the awakened obsidian. The girl, unprepared for the sudden darkness, almost didn't hear Lucien's instructions. He extended his hand to Riella and asked her to hold on tightly so they could make their way to the exit together. Nia walked on Riella's left, and Lucien guided her from the right, almost holding her arm as they took the necessary steps. The lady counted each step with trepidation, afraid of making a mistake. Lucien told her to extend her hand forward, and she quickly felt for the door. Lucien signaled to Han that they had arrived safely and were not in any immediate danger, so he could proceed. The Archduke explained that the door wouldn't open yet, so they had to wait. Lucien reported that he had activated the stone, and Han confirmed that he had completed his task. Riella was surprised that the Archduke was left alone, but Lucien explained that otherwise they would only interfere with him. However, before Lucien could take Riella out, she suddenly broke away from him and found herself lost in the darkness. Alone, she couldn't see anything. The distorted sounds seemed to come from every direction, making it difficult to orient herself. Overcome with fear and loneliness, Riella sank to her knees and struggled to breathe. But soon she realized this wouldn't help and pushed herself up to stand, moving forward cautiously. She soon found something warm and soft and clung to it, only to realize it was Han. He warned her not to knead his thigh without permission, as it was his leg she had grabbed. Riella blushed terribly and pulled her hands away, but Han caught her wrist, preventing her from getting lost again. Deeply embarrassed, Riella tried to apologize, but the Archduke, not dwelling on the moment, sternly asked her to be patient. He reassured her that soon Nia and Lucien would come to her aid. Han retrieved a related spinel, hoping it would work despite its low activation probability. Determined, he used all his inner strength to activate it. The crystal came to life, though it was clear from Han's laboured breathing that it wasn't easy for him. Riella watched, holding her breath, as he gathered his strength into a fist and forced the stone to activate, hoping it would assist her. Feeling that he was succeeding, Han asked Riella to prepare herself for the magic of the stone. Though she had no magical powers, Riella could sense something happening. Moments later she felt dizzy, and suddenly she found herself near Lucien, who immediately took her hand to guide her, ensuring she wouldn't get lost again. Han, who had landed nearby, scolded Lucien for losing track of Riella in the darkness, but Lucien justified himself by saying his priority was ensuring no one was harmed. Confused by the conversation, Riella asked what was happening, and Nia explained that the spinel had expanded the space, which is why Riella had gotten lost. Han's sister stone had been narrowing the space. The problem was the potential conflict between the stones due to the rapid changes in the environment. Lucien added that due to the absolute darkness, it was difficult to navigate, but the stones would give them a sense of direction. Riella quickly realized that, since they couldn't see, they would need to rely on sound. She could distinguish the sound of Han's footsteps retreating, which concerned her, as she felt they should stick together. Before she could catch up to Han, a blinding flash of light filled the room. When Riella opened her eyes, she realized the room had returned to normal, but its shape was distorted, likely due to the spatial spinel's effects. Far ahead, Han was battling a powerful stone, seemingly struggling to control it. Riella doubted whether they should intervene, as it was obvious he was having a difficult time. However, Lucien objected, explaining that his task was to protect Riella and that he could not afford to be distracted. As Riella was about to ask what Lucien meant, he shielded her from a powerful explosion with a wave of his hand, confirming that his role was to protect her and prevent the stone's powers from conflicting. Nia added that Han had entrusted their protection to them because of their respective abilities, though Lucien was already quite fatigued from the battle. After assessing the situation, Nia said they needed to find the spinel as soon as possible. Riella asked why, and Nia explained that the stone was unpredictable. While the power of other stones could be somewhat anticipated, the spinel was entirely different. It could activate unexpectedly, and if it did, Han would be thrown far away. Lucien recalled that Han had once stopped Riella from such an event, meaning that another battle could take weeks or months to resolve. Meanwhile, the Archduke managed to defeat several of the powerful stones in the room and stood contentedly before them, ensuring that he had dealt with these crystals. As he prepared for the next attack, he noticed that Spinel had already begun to tear apart the fabric of space, visible in the sky. His main concern was that the others would gather near the door, when suddenly he saw a silhouette ahead. Barely catching her breath, Riella was running toward him with all her might, unaware that Spanel was already in action. The Archduke was surprised by her sudden appearance, not expecting to see her nearby. She had inadvertently entered a very dangerous situation, as Spanel was distorting the space between them. Confused as to why Riella wasn't with the others, since they were supposed to protect her, Han quickly refocused on the task at hand. There was no time to question the girl's actions. He had to activate the Sister Stone immediately. Fortunately, when he struck the ground, he was able to halt the distortion of space temporarily. This small but important effect, brought Han some relief as he quickly ran toward Riella. The impact of the stone created a small hill, behind which the lady, having lost her balance, stumbled. Without hesitation, Han scooped her into his arms to prevent the stone from pulling her away. As he scolded her for wandering off, Riella, surprised, found herself too embarrassed to hear what he was saying. However, she quickly regained her composure and began to argue back, chastising the Archduke for taking too much on himself. In response, Han set her down and explained that, as a stonemancer, he had made plans to ensure their return. Plans that only he could handle. He warned her that their journey back could take months, but Riella wasn't pleased with that idea. She insisted that Madame Meldo would prepare a new dessert for dinner today, so they needed to return that evening. This demand left Han bewildered, and before he could fully process her request, Riella reached into her bag and pulled out something. She carefully checked its contents, revealing the petals of shining flowers, which had fallen off on their own. Han coldly questioned what would happen if someone saw the petals, as they were not meant to be shown to anyone. The lady assured him that she only intended to share the petals with him and Nia, not with anyone else. Sighing, Han decided to address this matter later, and, together, they began to leave the room. As they exited, Han instructed Riella to hold onto a piece of his clothing and not let go while he activated the crystal. The lady obediently grabbed the fabric, and Han focused all his energy on the stones. He reminded himself that they had only 3 attempts to escape, and he needed to clear his mind of distractions. After a few moments of intense concentration, Han tried to activate the stone, but he failed. Determined not to give up, he tried again. And this time, Riella, watching his struggle, realized how hard he was working. Though she shouldn't have intervened, Riella called out to Han, asking him to turn around because she wanted to support him. When he did, she reminded him that he could do anything and that they would enjoy sweets together later. This simple encouragement made Han smile, giving him the strength to try again, now more certain that he couldn't fail. This time he gathered all his power, and with a prayer for success, the spell worked. Later, the servants and stonemancers began sorting through the contents of the first room, which was filled with numerous items. As the hours passed, Riella began to feel dizzy from the abundance of work, but there was still much to check. Lucian approached her and suggested she take a break from organizing the inventory and visit the image crystal in the next room. Grateful for the suggestion, Riella agreed and set aside the documents. She headed to the room where Nia was working with the crystal. However, upon opening the door, Riella was shocked by what she saw. A terrifying image of a dragon burning everything in its path filled the room. Nia explained that she had set aside the images of Camilla's mother to focus on the battle itself. The sight left Riella trembling, but she thanked Nia for showing her. She noticed that, for the first time, Nia was struggling to speak, a sentiment that made Riella feel the weight of the situation. As the hours passed, Riella remembered that she urgently needed to prepare for the upcoming flower festival. She carefully arranged the flowers, letting her imagination run wild with the compositions. Her mind also lingered on the thorough planning required for her works, which was taking more time than expected. While she worked, Lucien stopped by to admire the aroma of the flowers. He informed her that he had completed all the documentation she requested, which surprised her. Lucien explained that although it had required some effort, it wasn't too difficult, and he was grateful to her for allowing the round table to use the stones. The conversation shifted when Riella realized she was receiving numerous letters asking her to lend out stones, much like the Duchess had done. Feeling the need to restore balance, Riella decided to charge a rental fee for the jewelry before distributing it to those in need. While enjoying tea with Lucien, Riella noticed that Han had not been around for some time. She confirmed Lucien's suspicion that the Archduke was busy trying to open the second door in the room. Riella was astonished by the sheer size of the door blocking their way, and Han, after failing to open it with physical force, began to devise a new plan. Day after day, the Archduke experimented with various combinations of stones in an attempt to open the door. That's why the girl explained that he had been stuck there, working tirelessly, and she occasionally visited him. Hearing this, Lucien thought deeply but said nothing, deciding to give Han the space to work on his own. Changing the topic, he asked if Riella had decided on the composition for the flower arrangements. She replied that she hadn't yet, explaining that she experimented with different combinations to maintain her skills and preserve her sensory abilities. Lucien encouraged her, saying that any bouquet she created would undoubtedly be worthy of a prize. Embarrassed, Riella thanked him and then shifted the topic. She asked if he would take some of the flowers, as she had nowhere to put the old bouquets, since she was constantly making new ones. Lucien agreed, but what he didn't expect was that Riella loaded him with a huge bundle of bouquets, so many that he could barely fit them all in the carriage. By the time he realized it was too late to refuse, he had no choice but to carry them. Lucien brought the flowers to the round table building, where the stonemancers were astonished by their sheer scale. As they unloaded the flowers, one of the deputies informed Lucien that his father was waiting in the living room. Lucien quickly went to greet him, eager not to keep his father waiting. He asked why his father had come, but instead of answering, the old man grabbed the flowers from Lucien's hands and asked where he had gotten them. Lucien was puzzled, though he knew very well he hadn't brought flowers from his father to the building. He explained that the bouquets were a gift from Riella Tanner, the AIS of Duchess Hosang. Lucien added that she was a very interesting and skilled florist. The old man remarked that it was the first time Lucien had spoken so highly of someone in front of him, to which Lucien merely shrugged. For him, Riella was such a respectable person that he didn't hesitate to compliment her. Initially, Lucien had been insincere with her, but Riella took it calmly and continued to communicate with him. In moments when Riella didn't get along with Han, Lucien for some reason felt a sense of relief, as he was able to stay calm, even when dealing with the stones. He even tried to leverage their budding friendship by asking Riella for some stones, but she happily refused. She explained that she had already distributed all the stones from the inheritance and could not help him. Lucien was taken aback when Riella revealed that she had managed to match all the stones from the Duchess's will. He then examined the documents and asked why the contracts had been reduced to a year. Riella explained that the short duration would require the stones to be extended and they would need to be more carefully protected. Listening to her, Lucien realized just how difficult her task was and how well she had handled it. Riella explained that her role was simply to distribute the stones, and for any other questions, it was better to consult a specialist. She was concerned, however, that she was only seen as an unknown decision-maker, so she wanted to entrust the stone management to Lucien. Lucien immediately asked about the payment for such work, and Riella, after searching for a moment, found a document with a lease period of 10 years or more. She smiled and winked flirtatiously, saying that such an offer would definitely tempt the round table. Lucien couldn't help but laugh, as the conditions were indeed ideal for him. When Lucien later told his father about the situation, the old man jumped up and said he had something to do. Lucien was surprised, as he had expected his father to stay for dinner, but the old man didn't even pause, only adding that if Lucien didn't want to eat alone, he should get himself a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Han had been struggling with the door for an entire week, and the pressure was mounting. Every day, he had less time to open the Duchess's doors, and he grew increasingly nervous. He pressed his hand against the door for the umpteenth time, contemplating the materials it was made of, but his knowledge didn't help. The door concealed the power of over 100 different stones, and Han's biggest fear was not being able to solve the puzzle in time, especially with the 3-month deadline looming. After another failed attempt that day, Han decided to take a walk to clear his mind and gather more information. When he entered the living room of the mansion, he was taken aback. He didn't recognize the space, which was now completely decorated with flowers. Just as he was processing the scene, Han heard a woman's voice demanding that he step aside. He moved out of the way and turned around to see Riella, dressed head to toe in enormous flowers, rushing down the corridor. Behind her, Nia was carrying more floral materials and asking where to put them. The girls passed Han so quickly that he couldn't make sense of it all, although he was intrigued. Later, Han asked his assistant why there was such a commotion, and she explained that Sir Maurice, the famous royal florist, was coming to see them. Han was very surprised that the renowned florist had decided to visit Riella's mansion. Meanwhile, Nia reminded Riella that it was time to wash up and change clothes, so the girls quickly dashed away. A little later, the assistant had Riella perfectly prepared for her meeting with the famous florist. When the girl appeared, she looked stunning, and Han, who saw her, froze in amazement. Just then, Sir Maurice appeared in the doorway of the mansion, smiling gallantly as he greeted Riella, saying he was glad to meet her despite the unexpected arrival. Rita, her eyes sparkling with delight, assured the old man that his visit was a great honor for her. Sir Maurice gave the order to unload a gift he had brought and presented Rita with a beautiful plant in a flower pot. He expressed his hope that she would like the small gift and accept it. When Rita saw the plant, she was deeply moved, as she immediately recognized it as a rose from the royal garden. She knew exactly what kind of plant it was, and that it could only be grown with personal permission. Han, too, knew of the rose, having lived part of his life in the palace and seen these plants, which were always carefully tended in the most prominent part of the royal garden. The name of the rose had been mentioned to him many times. Han was surprised by how happy Riella was to receive the flowers. Her reaction only served to convince him further of her deep affection for them. Sir Maurice, slightly embarrassed by the warmth of Riella's reaction, was pleased that his gift had made such an impact. Riella explained that such rare varieties were hard to come by, even in a lottery, which she had never succeeded in winning, let alone receiving such gifted roses. Watching the girl's delight, Han felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He couldn't understand how someone could win her over so easily. His frustration grew, so he sternly demanded that Sir Maurice explain the purpose of his visit, as he wasn't sure of the sincerity of his intentions. However, Riella immediately stepped in, defending the florist, and said that guests should not be treated so rudely. Sir Maurice agreed with her and clarified that he hadn't come for the Duchess's stones, but instead for Riella herself. Not her inheritance, or any part of it. This statement puzzled and angered Han, who gritted his teeth as he tried to make sense of what Maurice meant. The old man, innocently closing his eyes, asked if there had been a misunderstanding, as he already had a beloved wife. Sir Maurice then, with a laugh, asked if Riella would be interested in working as a royal florist with him. The proposition took Riella completely by surprise, as it was not just something she wanted, but something she had dreamed of all her life. She could hardly believe what she was hearing and sat in stunned silence for a while, trying to process the offer. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a question. Why had he chosen her? Sir Maurice explained that he had seen her recent bouquets from his friends and had recognized the work as far from amateur. At the time, he hadn't had Riella's contact information, but when he saw the bouquets she had sent to the round table, he immediately recognized her style and rushed to meet her. Han, who didn't know much about flowers, couldn't believe that someone could be recognized by their bouquet. Sir Maurice explained that only those who had worked in the field for a long time could understand this concept. Riella, understanding what the florist was saying, nodded in agreement. She explained that when you study others' work carefully, you start to recognize individual solutions that make a style unique. This was a complex, time-consuming process that required great attention to detail. The fact that Sir Maurice had identified her style through the bouquets only reinforced her belief that he was exceptional. As they drank tea, Sir Maurice reminded Riella of his proposal and that he was still awaiting her response. Riella, now fully considering the opportunity, realized that this was an incredibly good chance, one she had always wanted. Casting aside any doubts, she confidently asked Sir Maurice to take her on as a florist. Han, who had expected the lady to wisely refuse the offer, became angry at her decision. He began to grumble that leaving the duchy was too dangerous, even for the sake of the royal flowers. But Riella countered with a solid argument. She would be working in a well-guarded palace, and the danger wasn't the same there. Han had no choice but to give in, though he was still uneasy. He knew the palace was the most secure place in the kingdom, But that didn't protect her from the people inside, who could easily harm her if they wanted to. Though Han tried to offer a compromise by suggesting she travel with Nia, the Archduke quickly shot down the idea, saying that Nia would not be allowed there and that another stonemancer would likely not be approved. Sir Maurice, however, interrupted both of them, stating that Han would be the most ideal person to accompany Riella to the palace, but Han was not eager to go, preferring instead to keep her in the mansion. Meanwhile, Riella remembered that she could turn to Lucien for help, which Han had wanted to avoid until the very last moment. The Archduke then tried to subtly appeal to Nia, hoping she would also want the mistress to stay. It seemed that Nia caught the hint as she sighed sadly and attracted Riella's attention, as if about to say something. However, the assistant suddenly revealed that she would happily protect the mansion while Riella worked hard at the palace. As a result, Han, the most dissatisfied one, was simply kicked out, achieving nothing. Once the Archduke and all the servants had left, Riella became serious and asked Sir Maurice if she could learn the real reason for his visit. Sir Maurice sighed, noting that it was difficult to hide anything from her, so he would have to be honest. Riella explained that she was deeply grateful that he had chosen her, but she knew he already had a talented student, Chloe Bennet, who was widely regarded as one of the most outstanding florists in the country, second only to Sir Maurice. Concerned, Riella asked if something had happened to Chloe, which would explain why Sir Maurice was looking for another student. At the same time, in the royal palace, Chloe struggled to find her place. When she learned that her teacher had gone to Renard, she specifically requested privacy from the Queen to discuss her situation. Her Majesty granted an audience with one of her best florists. Chloe wasted no time and openly stated that she wanted to be appointed as the new chief royal florist. Unaware of these developments, Riella, with Nia's help, was preparing for her role at the palace. The assistant meticulously measured everything to ensure Riella's attire met the palace standards, from the buttons on her clothes to the colour of her shoes. After carefully inspecting her, Nia concluded that Riella met the fashion standards perfectly. However, Nia regretted that she couldn't make the mistress look even more beautiful. The girls were interrupted by Lucien, who was also dressed elegantly and had come to see Riella off. He immediately complimented her, and a brief conversation followed about sleep and food. With the palace being crowded, Lucien suggested they leave early, and Riella agreed. Before he could enter the carriage, Nia grabbed his sleeve and implored him to take care of Riella. Lucien, realizing that Nia felt left out due to the ban on her entering the palace, promised that Riella would be fine. As they drove toward the palace, Lucien remembered the notes he had received when he became the chairman of the Round Table. These notes indicated that Nia had to be carefully monitored by Han and that she was not to be allowed in the palace. If Nia became uncontrollable, it would be left entirely to the Archduke to decide her fate. Lucien couldn't help but think that it was fortunate that they were living in peaceful times. When they arrived, Riella was thrilled to see the palace up close for the first time. Lucien explained that they would be visiting the administration of the royal garden, called the Glory of the Four Seasons. Eager to explore, Riella couldn't wait to get out of the carriage, and Lucien didn't stop her. As they stepped out, a female voice greeted them. The voice belonged to Chloe Bennet, who remarked that it had been a long time since she had seen a representative in the palace. She then glanced at Riella, asking if she was indeed the one Sir Maurice had mentioned. Riella confirmed, and Chloe seemed genuinely excited to see her alive and unharmed. For Chloe, however, there was nothing extraordinary about this encounter. She wasn't at all concerned, and wanting to help Riella, she invited the new girl to reach out with any questions. Riella shook Chloe's hand gratefully, thinking that this was a different experience from her previous ideas about the famous florist. When Riella had asked about Chloe's well-being a couple of days ago, Sir Maurice had hesitated before explaining that his student had isolated him from his work and had told him to retire. The reason was that Chloe herself wanted to become the new chief florist in the palace, and she had pushed the old man aside. Now, though Chloe was kind to Riella, the girl had doubts about her true intentions. Riella couldn't help but feel that Chloe was appraising her, trying to gauge how much of a competitor she would be. She had no doubt that Chloe would soon show her true colours, just as she had done to Sir Maurice. At that moment, Chloe, in her frustration, even told her assistant that she no longer respected Sir Maurice and didn't intend to follow him as a teacher. The assistant listened in silence, knowing that Chloe simply needed to vent her emotions. Unexpectedly, another assistant joined in, expressing that she too didn't want to work for Sir Maurice. The trio soon found themselves siding with Chloe, not with the famous florist. Looking at Riella, Chloe seemed to wonder how long the mistress would last in the palace. Deciding that was enough, she turned to leave. Just then, Riella stopped her, asking if she wanted to know something. Chloe, confused, waited for an answer. But when Riella asked about her inspiration as a florist, the question caught Chloe so off guard that she didn't immediately know how to respond. Meanwhile, Riella recalled several of Chloe's interviews and began asking about them, eager to learn more about Sir Maurice's student. She had so many questions that she started to count them on her fingers, careful not to get confused. Chloe, taken aback and embarrassed, was clearly unprepared for such a barrage of questions. She felt overwhelmed by the pressure and didn't know how to respond. The only thing she could think of to keep the mistress at bay was to offer her own autograph. Riella beamed with happiness upon seeing the mural of Chloe, and Lucien, surprised by how much the girl embarrassed her student, asked what Riella thought of Chloe. He was curious about her opinion on a woman who had been working as a florist for many years. Riella couldn't give a definite answer, as she didn't yet know what to make of Chloe. However, she was sure of one thing: Chloe must have had a reason for her sudden shift in mood. But before delving deeper into her thoughts, Riella decided to study everything closely. She quickly made her way to Sir Maurice, who was delighted to see her and equally pleased with all that was happening around them. He asked what her first impression was, and Riella replied that she liked everything very much. The old florist then offered to give her a tour of the palace garden. As they walked, Riella took in the views, determined to remember as much as possible. She couldn't help but marvel at the vast scale of the garden, which covered expansive areas with beautifully arranged vegetation. Sir Maurice explained that the garden was well maintained, especially since Chloe had been unable to remove the workers. However, there were still some problems, and the florist decided to address them indoors. Inside, Riella noticed a cosy space, decorated with plants, but strangely empty. Sir Maurice explained that this place didn't have a special name, and it was particularly difficult to care for the local plants. He had attempted to decorate the area with beautiful roses, but Chloe had lured away the workers. Riella was puzzled by the fact that Chloe had abandoned her teacher at such a crucial moment. But Sir Maurice reassured her that he would care for the garden himself, as it was indeed difficult to maintain. He also told Riella that she wouldn't need to worry about looking after the garden, but could focus on flower arrangements inside the palace. When Riella asked how many decorations were needed, Sir Maurice mentioned that it was more than 30 a day, which shocked her. Previously, she had only made up to 50 decorations with the help of her friends. The responsibility was far greater than she had anticipated, and she wasn't ready for it. She tried to back out, but Sir Maurice cleverly caught her and began negotiating. Lucien, standing behind them, tried to intervene, urging them not to quarrel. But neither Riella nor Sir Maurice paid him any attention as they continued their lively discussion. Riella insisted that she needed as many plants as possible for such a task, but Sir Maurice disagreed, arguing that she was asking for too much. They continued to argue until Lucien decided it was best not to interfere and remain out of their dialogue. Eventually, Riella gave in and slightly reduced the price of her services, as she still wanted to work as a florist. With a heavy sigh, Sir Maurice agreed to her terms. Riella had expected her first day of work to be easy, but she quickly realized that she was now in the palace, and from the very start, Sir Maurice had made her very busy. Even the assistants began to sympathize with Riella, seeing how much work she had ahead of her. She didn't need any help from Sir Maurice, so she sent him away and stood before a vast array of flowers, realizing that if she didn't work tirelessly, she would end up staying overnight. Riella began by trimming flowers, a task she was well versed in. She delighted in the rare and artificially grown varieties before her. Suddenly, she was startled by unfamiliar male voices. One of the workers, a man named Martin from the administration, introduced himself but did not apologize for frightening her. Ignoring his lack of courtesy, Riella politely introduced herself and told him she was there to help. Martin, with a smug tone, explained that royal florists were different from street florists and that he would fully instruct her on the palace's rules. Unfamiliar with the palace's protocols, Riella didn't object, simply accepting the situation as it was. Meanwhile, Martin assigned Riella the task of selecting the best buds that were in good condition. The lady didn't appreciate his manner of communication and she wanted him to leave quickly. She simply nodded in response. Martin then informed her that she wasn't allowed to use spikers and manual processing made Riella's work even more difficult. Despite this, she remained silent. He added that they still needed to sort the flowers, but the lady would have to stay and work. As the trio moved away from Riella, Martin burst into an evil laugh, clearly enjoying the situation. One of the three friends asked if it was normal to burden the new girl with all their work, but he was quickly told that it was the right thing to do. Martin angrily declared that if Riella couldn't handle it, she should return to her mansion and cry over her inheritance. He believed floristry wasn't a hobby for the rich and was angry that Riella had come to the royal garden. Martin was convinced that the lady didn't know how to work and had gotten into the palace through bribery. The next morning, Riella woke up feeling tired, but wasn't at all regretful for having disobeyed Martin's orders and taken the sheepot. It was enough not to damage the flowers. How it was done didn't matter as much. Her morning routine began as usual, with Nia brushing her hair. Riella shared what had happened yesterday, and Nia, growing serious, suggested killing that scoundrel. Riella almost choked from surprise. Although she secretly appreciated Nia's proposal, she had no intention of acting on it. Changing the topic, Riella thanked the assistant for the pleasant massage which had helped her a lot. As for the small troubles at work, Riella had some ideas for solving them on her own. Nia then asked her to let her know if it became too difficult for the mistress to handle the scoundrels on her own. Riella promised to do so. Once Nia left the room, Riella immediately felt the fatigue she had been hiding from her assistant. Just then, H appeared in the corridor and remarked that Riella looked very tired. She tried to carry on a conversation with the Archduke, but it felt like they hadn't spoken in a long time. Suddenly, H abruptly announced that the girl walking with Lucien was distracting him from his duties. Riella was so surprised by the Archduke's sudden scolding that she missed most of his words. Deciding to tease him, she responded that if he was so concerned, he could open the second door of the room. When he became stubborn, she told him that she would walk with Lucien until H opened the door. In the end, Riella left, and the Archduke was left alone to ponder why his words had been misunderstood. Watching the interaction between the representative and the mistress, the Archduke realized that if things continued like this, he would only get angrier. At that moment, he wished he could switch places with Lucien so he could accompany the lady, and the representative would open the door. But as the representative and Riella left, nothing changed for Han, except for his growing sense of uselessness. For the first time in his life, he felt lost, as though he were in a fog. Then, Madame Melda burst into the room, frantically searching for Madame Riella, who had already left. After catching the woman's attention, Han asked what was wrong. Melda explained that Riella had mistakenly taken the wrong basket. She had grabbed the one meant for the gardeners instead of the one with food, as she hadn't had time to eat. Melda had packed 2 baskets, but the lady had mistakenly taken the wrong one. The woman lamented, unsure of what to do. Han then took the basket from her hands and said he would take it. Meanwhile, Riella and Lucien were approaching the palace. Lucien explained that his father had worked too hard the previous day and would be delayed, but he still wanted to express his gratitude to Riella, which surprised her. He admitted that, after Chloe's words, his father had been unable to work for nearly a month. But thanks to Riella, the old man had been eager to work again for the past few days, clearly enjoying it. Riella thanked Lucien for his words, but replied that even without her, everyone in the palace would have managed just fine. Lucien stared at her, puzzled, unsure if she was joking or being completely serious. He then decided to clarify, asking if she truly believed what she had just said. Lucien recalled that he had praised Riella's skills many times, to which she responded that she considered such compliments to be common courtesy. Lucien explained that he rarely gave compliments because of his father's influence, but he considered Riella deserving of them. The girl was embarrassed and tried once again to downplay her skills, saying that she only read and applied other people's ideas. Lucien objected, pointing out that most people who try to imitate others often fail to replicate anything well. Moreover, truly skilled florists don't publish their work because conveying knowledge through text is so difficult. Even existing books are often mere fakes with pretty covers, making it hard for beginners to succeed, and many give up when things don't work out. Lucien added that it was clear when someone lacked proper teachers and didn't genuinely want to study. Lucien then asked if Riella would be participating in the flower festival for the first time. She confirmed his assumption, and he said he would look forward to seeing her results. It turned out that Riella was the first to arrive at the garden. She looked around in surprise, but quickly found something to do, deciding to read since she had finished with the flowers the previous day. On the shelves were the very books Riella had wanted to read for a long time, but couldn't find anywhere. After choosing a comfortable spot, Riella carefully studied the contents of one of the books, eager to learn as much as possible. After some time, Martin entered the garden, looking like he hadn't slept at all. He approached Riella, thinking about how he might take credit for her work if she had done it well. Martin was in a good mood, even considering tearing all of Riella's flowers apart if she had failed. Just then, an unfamiliar servant, Jerome, came running into the garden, out of breath. Jerome introduced himself and said he had a letter for Riella but didn't know where to find her. Martin immediately offered to take the letter, claiming to be Riella's colleague and assuring Jerome that he would deliver it to her himself. Jerome, exhausted from running, was very grateful and only asked for Martin's name. Martin introduced himself as Pablo and lied, saying he would certainly give the envelope to Riella so Jerome could relax. Once Jerome was out of sight, Martin deliberately walked slowly, ensuring there was no further suspicion. As soon as Jerome was out of view, Martin quickly turned a corner and opened the letter. The letter politely stated that Sir Maurice would not be coming to work today and asked Riella to help with his affairs, according to the instructions. Initially, Martin thought about returning the letter to Riella, but as he read through it, he discovered a detailed description of flowers that could be incredibly useful to him. These instructions were much clearer and more precise than anything Martin had encountered before, so he decided not to return the letter to Riella. Instead, he took the page for himself, hoping it would be useful in the future. Having torn up the rest of the letter, Martin happily made his way to the greenhouse, his spirits lifted. When he arrived, he was surprised to see that Riella was already working, even though he had given her too much work the previous day. He pretended not to be surprised and went for an important walk around the greenhouse. He then noticed that Riella was trying to put together a flower arrangement herself. Arrogantly, he thought that she wouldn't succeed. Martin couldn't imagine what a novice like Riella could know about flower composition. He believed that if she created something, she wouldn't recognize what was wrong with it, and flowers might even end up in the rooms of the king and queen. He envisioned the defeat Riella would face when she was kicked out of the royal garden, and he eagerly anticipated the spectacle. However, he had other tasks with flowers to attend to, so he left the greenhouse. Martin took the bucket of roses that Chloe had asked him to care for and decided to redo Riella's work just in case. While walking down the corridor, he lost himself in thought and accidentally bumped into Lady Bennet. She immediately noticed the roses and took a few from the bucket to evaluate the work done. Martin, terrified, thought about blaming Riella for the work since she was the one who had done it. Lady Bennet quickly examined the flowers and, to Martin's surprise, said the work was simply perfect. There wasn't a trace of thorns, and not a single stem was damaged. She explained that she wanted to send him to another department, but couldn't let go of such a valuable employee after such good work. From that day on, she would be managing 2 departments at once, and she needed more than 60 bouquets. She invited Martin to make 2 bouquets personally, and if she liked them, she would put in a good word for him. Martin was overjoyed, and immediately agreed to Lady Bennet's proposal. She was pleased with his energetic response, and moved on with a calm soul. Martin promised to do everything in the best possible way, and she had nothing to worry about. Martin now had the piece of paper from Riella's letter, which he had kept for himself. He was pleased with the coincidence that Chloe had given him an individual assignment, and now he could use the information from the sheets to create suitable bouquets. As he walked down the corridor, he thought about Riella. He was surprised that she had managed to handle the flowers so well. Standing in front of a mirror, he thought about how he might try to win her over. She was quite attractive, and now, with her vast wealth, it would be to Martin's advantage. He began to think about how many servants she must have, and how lucky he was. Martin decided to use a carrot and stick approach with Riella, applying pressure first, and then offering help. He thought that the lady was cute in person, and, maybe, he could even come to love her, which would be good for their future. If things didn't work out, he was prepared to tame her. Just then, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Startled, Martin turned around and saw a stranger asking about Lady Riella. When Martin saw this impudent stranger, he was surprised to realize that the man was looking down at him, his expression a mix of arrogance and coldness. Martin was too frightened to respond immediately. Meanwhile, Riella sat in the greenhouse, worried because Sir Maurice had not arrived. She had not received the letter, and didn't know he wouldn't be there. However, being a smart girl, she quickly deduced that the old man had overworked himself, and that was why he wasn't there today. Suddenly, Riella remembered it was lunchtime, and her stomach growled. She was already looking forward to the delicacies that Melda had prepared when she opened the basket, only to freeze in surprise. Instead of the delicious food she had expected, the basket contained raw ingredients. Things she couldn't eat even if she wanted to. After reading the note attached to the basket, Riella realized that the food was actually meant for the dogs, not for her. It turned out the servants had mixed up the baskets and given her the food prepared for the puppies in the forest. Wondering what she should do, Riella quickly realized she wouldn't have time to eat in the royal dining room. With a sigh, she decided to go without food, though it was difficult. Just then, out of nowhere, Han appeared, joyfully exclaiming that he had finally found her. Riella was surprised to see him, but equally happy to see him. The hungry girl immediately smelled the delicious food that Melda had prepared, and Han carefully brought the basket to her. She almost immediately started eating, but then, remembering her manners, she looked up and thanked Han for his help. She officially told him that if he was here on business, he could move on. But Han quickly said he had no other business, only wanted to bring her lunch. Riella gratefully thanked him, realizing how much he cared about her. She invited him to have lunch with her, as there was plenty of food. Han agreed, and while they were eating, he asked where Sir Maurice was, as he hadn't been seen that day. Riella explained that she had heard from Lucien that Sir Maurice wasn't well, so he wouldn't be coming in today. Han then clarified if that meant Riella would be working alone. She confirmed, and Han was surprised that Riella wanted to do everything on her own, pointing out that she could ask for help from others. But Riella explained that if she brought someone else in, it could harm Sir Maurice's reputation and cause problems. Pretending she was perfectly fine, she smiled brightly and said it was time for her to get back to work. However, Han was very dissatisfied with the condition she was in and the situation she was working in. Getting to his feet, he proudly announced he would help Riella sort the flowers that day. That evening, as the setting sun illuminated the palace, the Queen prepared to relax in her chambers. She requested the sweetest tea possible, as she was tired after a long day of work. Sitting down on the soft sofa near the fireplace, the Queen noticed something new in the room. A bouquet of flowers recently brought to the royal chambers at her request. The Queen immediately asked who had brought them, as they were different from the ones she was used to. The chief maid surprised Letitia by saying that Archduke Han himself had brought them, but hadn't conveyed anything else. The Queen examined the bouquet carefully and realized it wasn't Sir Maurice's style, but Raila could come up with something similar. Letitia had allowed Raila into the palace, thinking it would be easier to keep an eye on her, but she hadn't expected the influence the young lady would have on the Archduke. This was not part of the plan. Letitia paused, considering whether to leave things as they were or disturb Riella with some issue. She was distracted from her thoughts by her husband, who happily entered the chambers, missing her. The king immediately kissed his queen and asked what she had been doing and thinking about. The woman sarcastically recalled a time when the king had sobbed and confessed his love to her. The king blushed at the memory and quickly changed the subject, mentioning the Archduke. He had heard that his brother had brought something. Letitia pointed to the flowers on the table and asked if her husband liked the bouquet. The king cheerfully replied that he did, as it seemed fresher than usual. Letitia decided to temporarily leave things as they were with Riella, since the king liked her work. The next day, when Sir Maurice went to work, the old man began apologizing profusely to his lady. He was sure that she had received his letter and that everything was fine with his work, but Riella had done everything herself. Sir Maurice explained that his muscles had been weak the day before, but today he was rested and ready to work. Riella reassured him that no one from the palace had contacted her or had issues with yesterday's bouquet. Sir Maurice was happy to hear this, and surprised that the first bouquet he had created had been accepted at the palace. He mentioned that his assistant had delivered the letter to S. Pablo, but there was no one by that name in the palace. Riella realized that someone must have intercepted the letter early in the morning and never delivered it to her. Later, Riella was in a good mood, as working with Sir Maurice was much more pleasant and efficient. Unbeknownst to her, Martin had been secretly watching her from around the corner. After a while, he decided to approach her and talk. He sarcastically noted that although Riella had managed yesterday, she shouldn't make mistakes, since he wouldn't be able to help her with them. Riella tried to keep her responses short, not wanting to engage with him, but didn't ignore him completely. Martin, remembering the previous day, asked who the black-headed man had been looking for. Riella was surprised that Martin didn't recognize the Archduke. Martin casually called the stranger shameless, which made Riella laugh, imagining Han's reaction. Since Martin still didn't know who the Archduke was, Riella told him that the man who came to the mansion was the Archduke himself. Martin grumbled that people should treat others better and not be so arrogant, adding that Riella shouldn't go to the garden too often. Riella agreed with all of Martin's comments, genuinely amused, and he liked how meek she was. After their exchange, Martin went to collect the flowers he was going to bring to Riella for her to process in the afternoon. Later, in Lady Bennet's personal office, Chloe scolded Martin for his inconsistent work. She couldn't believe that he had managed to create one very beautiful bouquet and then almost ruined another. Chloe noted that Martin often forgot the basics of the textbook, but then managed to do things perfectly. Comparing two bouquets, one white and light pink and the other a failure, Chloe asked if something had happened to him that was affecting his work. Since Martin didn't respond, Chloe exhaled and switched from anger to mercy. She warned him that if his performance continued to fluctuate, she might fire him. Later, walking down the corridor in despair, Martin realized he could have studied more, but he didn't have the time. He had once believed that being introduced as the royal florist would make everyone respect him, but now he realized he needed to spend time reading books. Then he noticed a notebook on the table that someone had left behind. Approaching it, he saw it was titled Flower Arrangements. Meanwhile, Riella was happily returning from lunch, as today she had time to visit the royal dining room. She knew nothing could compare to Melda's cooking, but she decided to experiment. After eating, she returned to the library where she had previously studied. As she walked, she overheard the royal florist's assistants discussing Martin and Chloe. The assistants casually mentioned the flower arrangements Martin had made, and Riella turned around because the descriptions of these bouquets sounded familiar. Once she arrived at the library, Riella noticed that her notebook with notes was missing. She was sure she had left it there, but now she realized that Martin had received the letter in her place and was likely using Sir Maurice's knowledge. Worse, today he had stolen her notebook and created a composition based on her ideas, which was also theft. Although Riella wasn't surprised, given Martin's character, she knew she had to find a way to catch him. She froze, trying to think of where he could have hidden the notebook. She couldn't find it, and most likely Martin would boast about finding it and refuse to give it back. This meant that he had a more complex plan in mind. Riella began to analyze the situation. It seemed Martin wanted to gain Chloe Bennet's trust, and for that he needed the ideas in the notebook. He would definitely not return it, and if anyone found out about the theft, he would most likely destroy it. Despite this, Riella couldn't help but feel pleased that her flowers had received approval from Chloe, even if it was through Martin. Now, Riella had to figure out what to do. She knew that no one in the palace approved of stealing others' ideas, so she began thinking of a plan to catch Martin without him noticing. At the same time, the king was dining with his brother in the palace, thoroughly enjoying the meal. The king muttered something incomprehensible under his breath, so Han decided to clarify what His Majesty meant. The king pointed to his brother and explained that he was referring to him. He was surprised that his brother hadn't invited him to dine together in such a long time. Han objected, saying that since they were relatives, it wasn't anything special. The conversation then took a more serious turn as the king asked about the progress with the door. Han paused for a moment, having gathered a lot of information, but still not knowing how to open the second door. Deliberately slowing down, he began breaking his food into pieces, trying to delay his answer. He finally said that there was no news. The stones he had didn't react to the door, and the door itself contained numerous spells, making it very durable. Han recalled how difficult it had been for him in the first room, so he wasn't rushing to act carelessly. As the brothers talked, the servants politely refreshed their tea and cleared the dirty dishes from the table. Meanwhile, Han began listing the stones found in the first room, when suddenly his brother mentioned the splitting agate. The Archduke was greatly surprised, and the king explained that he had guessed because it was the only stone that the Queen had been pursuing so strongly. The king added that when Letitia couldn't acquire the stone, no consolation seemed to calm her down. Han curiously asked what the king would do now, knowing that Riella had the splitting agate. The Archduke added that the stone appeared completely devoid of power and there was no way to restore it. Even with the lady's flowers, it was possible to awaken only dormant stones, not dead ones. After listening to this, the king suggested that they forget about the agate being in the Duchess's room. A dead stone would be of no use to his wife, so there was no point in reminding her of her loss again. However, the conversation took an unexpected turn when the brothers suddenly scolded Han for taking advantage of their family connections and asking the king for favours so easily. The Archduke decided to get down to business and said he wanted to borrow one of the Queen's stones. The king immediately frowned and asked if Han was referring to Elle. Han quickly replied in the negative, and the king sighed in relief, stating that since they were talking about a different stone, he would do everything in his power to help. To avoid saying anything out loud, Han handed his brother a piece of paper with the name of the stone he needed. After reading it, the king was very surprised. He couldn't imagine why Han would need this particular crystal, but since it was rarely used in the palace, Han had the right to take it from his wife temporarily. The Archduke didn't elaborate much on his goals, merely saying the crystal would help the royal family. A little later, Han could barely contain a sigh as he agreed to carry out Riella's plan. However, he was dissatisfied with the situation and sat with his arms crossed, thinking sadly about his battles. Despite Riella repeatedly telling him he wasn't obligated to help her, Han stubbornly declared that he agreed. Lucien sarcastically asked if Han wasn't too busy opening the door, but the Archduke replied that he had time to catch the thief. Han then took out the Stone of Transparency, which he had received from his brother to carry out the plan. This stone had been used successfully in various novels and plays for dramatic effects, and now Han intended to use it to follow Martin and confirm whether the assistant was really a thief. The whole plan, with minor amendments from Han, had been invented by Riella. She herself wanted to participate but couldn't because she wasn't a stonemancer. The plan was simple. Riella would deliberately show Martin that she was drawing a composition, then leave the notepad in a visible place and walk away as far as possible to make the assistant feel secure. After this, Han and Lucien, remaining unnoticed, would use the crystal to record the image of Martin stealing or copying the notes. Once they had evidence, they would confront the insolent assistant. Suddenly, Martin appeared in the garden, calling out for the mistress. However, he didn't see anyone around and called out again, until he noticed two figures that shouldn't have been in the garden. Han activated the stone, and the magic worked. The two of them immediately became invisible, though they could still see and hear everything around them. Meanwhile, Martin found Riella and began to speak to her familiarly, to which she responded meekly. Lucien, observing the conversation, was surprised at how easily Martin communicated with the mistress, but Han was seething with anger. Riella, deciding to move forward with her plan, stated that she needed to finish the flowers in another studio. Martin, with a polite smile, let her go, making sweet eyes at her. However, as soon as she left, his facial expression shifted to something more malicious, and he immediately turned his attention to Riella's notebook. As the assistants had hoped, there were new notes on flower arrangements in the notepad on the table. Martin smiled maliciously, eager to tidy up the mistress's recent work. Han, still invisible, prepared himself. He knew the assistant was about to make his move, but he couldn't intervene until Martin had copied something. Han had promised Riella he would restrain himself, and despite his anger, he tried to control his impulses. It was difficult for Han not to act, especially when Martin brazenly called Riella a stupid girl and declared he would steal her knowledge without her noticing. He then added that he was starting to like the fact that Riella seemed beautiful but stupid. Hearing this angered Han so much that if it weren't for his promise to Riella, Martin would no longer be in the garden. Lucien, standing next to Han, immediately felt a wave of anger emanating from him. The representative hoped that the obnoxious assistant wouldn't notice anything. Han was on the verge of breaking the dome of transparency when Lucien stopped him and urged him to be patient just a little longer. Meanwhile, Martin quickly and deftly copied Riella's notes into his own notebook. Once he finished, he wondered what else he could do, not content to stop at the notepad. After a few minutes of searching, he finally found the flower scissors that belonged to her. An evil grin spread across his face as he thought about what he could do next and hurried to act before the mistress arrived. With a quick swing, Martin began striking the scissors against different surfaces to dull the blades. But he didn't stop there. He went to the flowers that Riella had planned to arrange that day and decided to destroy them as well. He tossed the bouquet into water, knowing it would ruin the flowers, and once he'd finished his destructive tasks, he smiled with satisfaction, feeling better after causing harm. Quickly, he left the greenhouse, hoping to avoid being seen by Riella and to pretend that he had no part in the damage. What he didn't know, however, was that he had been watched the entire time by Lucien and Han, who were both furious with his behavior. The Archduke inspected the damage, noting that the scissors were completely destroyed and the flowers were already beginning to fade. Han, still seething with anger, remembered how he had forbidden Riella from going to the palace, partly because of how she had been treated. Yet, as he reflected on how eager Riella had been to begin her work, he calmed himself, realizing that she wasn't to blame for anything. It was his own fault for not protecting her from the palace tricks. Now it was up to him to fix the problem. Lucien, approaching Han, informed him that the crystal had recorded the entire scene. He also confessed that personally he had no desire to forgive Martin. Meanwhile, Riella, who didn't want to face Martin again, was still worried about the plan, but decided to take a longer walk. She tried to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the royal garden, but found it hard to shake the feeling that she was relying too heavily on two high-class powers. However, it was too late to change anything, so she thought about thanking the guys and wanted to lend Lucien the necessary stone, giving hand-glowing flowers. Just then she was called by Sophia from the library, who was also walking through the royal garden. Seeing that Riella wasn't busy, the librarian asked for her help as she couldn't manage alone. Riella agreed and asked what needed to be done. Sophia told her to tie ribbons on every tree and flower, except for the roses. Riella was surprised that, in a garden full of a variety of plants, only the roses would remain untouched. Sophia explained that this was Samasi's decision, and no one argued with the famous florist. Riella, excited about the changes in the garden, hadn't expected them to be so drastic. She realized that many strong and healthy plants would be dug up, which was a pity, but it wasn't her decision to make. As Sophia went to the western part of the garden, Riella went to the eastern part, tying ribbons on the plants as she went, feeling increasingly sad about the plants that would be lost. Suddenly, she noticed a figure working in front of her. Curious, she approached and discovered that it was Lady Chloe, who was working with the flowers in the garden. From the expression on her face, it was clear that she wasn't in the best emotional state, so Riella decided not to approach her. Chloe seemed confused, not knowing whether she should ask Bennett to leave so she could continue her work. Then Riella overheard Chloe, sitting in front of the peonies, swearing loudly at Sir March, not noticing anyone nearby. Bennett quickly jumped up with an armful of beautiful peonies and headed back to the palace. Riella was puzzled, realizing that Chloe looked incredibly angry, despite not having spoken to Sir Mars today. She guessed that the cause of their quarrel was likely simpler than it appeared at first. Looking toward the palace, Riella thought that perhaps she could mediate between the two florists later. Meanwhile, Martin walked through the palace in an unusually good mood, whistling cheerfully. He had just received approval for all the sketches he had stolen from Riella, which made him happy. The only thing bothering him was that Lady Chloe seemed to be constantly checking his work. He quickly concluded that he couldn't make any changes to Riella's sketches without her noticing. Riella, on the other hand, was becoming more suspicious of her assistant's behaviour. She had noticed strange things happening when Martin trained alone and started to get the feeling that something wasn't quite right. At the end of their conversation, Riella even asked if Martin had a double, which surprised him. He laughed loudly at the suggestion, claiming that he was just fickle. Martin, who had also been annoyed by Riella's secretive peeking, began to imagine a new plan. He stood before a mirror, admiring his face and body, thinking that if he appeared attractive enough, Riella might pay more attention to him. As he analysed her behaviour, he convinced himself that she must like him since she always greeted him first and occasionally looked away in embarrassment. What he didn't realise was that Riella was simply bored by him. Lost in daydreams, Martin imagined a distant future, where he was an important man who asked Riella for sketches, and she obediently handed over her notebook filled with beautiful flower arrangements. He imagined carefully studying the notebook, ensuring everything was perfect, and asking Riella if she had any questions for him. She, as his wife, would smile happily and say she was content, delighted by her husband's success. Sighing contentedly, Martin thought it would be ideal if something like that came to pass. As he walked to the greenhouse, he decided it would be a good idea to invite Riella to dinner next time, but she would have to pay for it, since she was much richer than he was. Just then, Sir Mars loudly entered the palace, shouting for Chloe. All the servants were shocked by his arrival, unsure of what he wanted, as no one had touched him. A little later, Lady Bennet appeared and asked why Sir Mars was causing such a ruckus. "Dan!" the old man yelled at her, accusing her of being impudent for someone who had done such a terrible thing. Chloe, confused, had no idea what he was referring to, and calmly asked him to explain. Sir Mars, still furious, shouted that she had been avoiding answering. Chloe, raising her voice, demanded an explanation. The old man, exasperated, said he had even considered accepting an apology from her when he discovered the setup. He ordered the servants who had accompanied him to quickly bring the bouquets from the palace. Chloe immediately recognized the bouquets, recalling that she had personally sent them to the royal chambers for the Queen the previous day. Sir Maurice joyfully concluded that the girl didn't deny her involvement with the flowers. Martin, curious about the conversation, tried to make his way through the crowd. However, when he finally saw the bouquets the old man had brought, he froze in fear. Martin had made those bouquets just the day before, but clearly he hadn't come up with the ideas himself. At that moment, Sir Maurice handed Chloe a paper with sketches, asking for her comments. Chloe looked at the sheet, compared the date, and glanced at the old man, puzzled. The sketches depicted the same compositions she had sent to the palace yesterday, but they were designed by the florist 3 months ago. Furious, Lady Bennet angrily called for Martin, remembering very well that he was the one who had created these flowers. She demanded that he come forward immediately and explain how this could have happened. Sir Maurice also started calling for Martin, urging him to appear, or else things would go badly for him. The crowd parted as Martin froze, realizing there was nowhere to go. In a panic, Martin screamed that he had done nothing wrong and blamed everything on Riella. A little later, Riella was unexpectedly summoned to the palace for proceedings. As she walked, a crowd of servants continued whispering rumours that Riella might be a traitor. Sir Maurice was embarrassed to suspect the lady, but still felt the need to check if she was guilty. Surprisingly calm, Riella responded to the florist's doubts, asking what the issue was. The old man explained that Martin's recent work, under Chloe's direction, suspiciously resembled his own design. The only person to whom Sir Maurice had shown these compositions was Riella, and Martin claimed that she herself gave him these ideas. Not at all perturbed, Riella asked, "Are you suggesting that I stole your ideas and gave them to my assistant?" The old man hesitated, and Riella continued, pressing the point. What if it's true? Sir Maurice demanded to know what Riella meant by saying such things, suspecting her of betrayal. Without further explanation, the lady continued, suggesting that the better Lady Chloe did her job, the more honour she would receive from the Queen. As a result, Lady Bennet could become impulsive and begin using others for her own purposes. Chloe immediately protested that her skills were already good, but Riella responded, "So, Sir Maurice must have set up this whole situation to discredit his student." Lady Bennet was surprised by such an assumption, as she had never considered this possibility. The old man couldn't stay silent, declaring that he would never treat his students that way. Eventually, both Chloe and Sir Maurice admitted they were not guilty, but the bouquets remained stolen. Riella reminded the florist that they couldn't solve the problem because they had quarrelled and acted alone. After listening to her, the old man and the lady realised her words were true, though they were reluctant to admit it. Sir Maurice suggested focusing on the theft instead of the quarrel and moved on to that issue. Riella confidently said she knew who was responsible for everything. The crowd listened carefully as she pointed to Martin, saying, "That man stole all the notes from my notebook." Martin, refusing to accept guilt, began shouting that Riella was lying. He convinced those around him that the lady had given him the ideas and now was blaming him. Riella had expected this response and had prepared a backup plan. She pulled out the crystal of the image from her dress pocket and showed it to everyone. The crystal shimmered brightly, revealing the moment Martin had brazenly stolen her sketches and notes. Desperate to deny his wrongdoing, Martin tried to grab the crystal and break it, thinking it would erase the evidence. But before he could act, Archduke Han appeared from behind and knocked him out with a single move. The last thing Martin saw before losing consciousness was the face of the king's brother. He was soon taken by servants to be cared for by his relatives. Martin woke up the next day to find he had been fired from his position at the palace garden and blacklisted by Sir Maurice and Lady Chloe within the florist community. Burning with anger, Han demanded Martin leave the capital, and soon after, Sir Maurice apologized to Madame Riella, admitting he had been wrong to suspect her. The girl graciously accepted the apology, acknowledging that Martin was indeed a villain. The old man then turned his attention to resolving another matter, his conflict with his student. He admitted that it was his fault for making Chloe angry. Chloe, still upset about his decision to turn the garden into a rose-only garden, lowered her head and struggled to find the right words. Lady Bennet, now realizing the true reason behind Chloe's anger, spoke up, confirming her suspicions. She expressed her love for peonies, not roses, and had only become a florist to learn more about her favourite flowers. Just then, the door to the room suddenly shook as assistants burst in, having overheard the conversation. The blue-haired assistant immediately declared his love for sunflowers and insisted they stay in the garden, prompting others to argue for their favourite flowers as well. Sir Maurice listened carefully, realising that he had made a mistake by not consulting his subordinates earlier. Sighing, the old man asked everyone to share their opinions in the evening. Later that night, when Han and Riella returned to the mansion, Han went straight to study the second door again. Unexpectedly, Riella arrived at the Archduke's office, asking if she was interrupting. The Archduke gave her permission to stay, and she confessed that she couldn't sleep because she kept thinking about the good things. Cheerfully, Riella showed Han her honorary membership ticket in the Royal Society of Gardeners. Han praised her, then asked if she would still work at the palace the next day. Riella explained that she would only go to the palace once a week, now that Sir Maurice and Cleo had reconciled. Han, puzzled, asked why Riella seemed so calm about Martin's expulsion. Riella explained that she had quickly understood the kind of person Martin was. He had been friendly to everyone except her from the start, viewing her as someone beneath him. Han listened without interrupting, sympathy evident in his eyes. Riella added that she had met many people and learned to understand them. Even Sir Maurice and Chloe clearly wanted peace, but both were still angry with each other. Riella then turned to Han, asking if he was hiding his thoughts using the stone. The Archduke fell silent for a moment before asking if she wanted to know his thoughts. Riella, now nervous, wasn't sure how to respond to such a direct question. She jumped up, trying to change the subject and asking about the second door. Han easily switched the topic and permitted her to examine the door. However, as they pushed the door together, it moved slightly. But when Han tried it alone, there was no result. The realization dawned that the Duchess Hozang might be making mischief again. Suddenly, Nia appeared, having been looking for Riella, and the assistant asked if everything was okay. The girl and Han exchanged a look, both understanding each other without words. Nia then tried pushing the door herself, and to everyone's surprise, it swung open much more easily than before. Han, now unsettled by this discovery, wondered how many people were awake to try the door, as the seals on it still remained a mystery. The next morning, Han wrote down everything he had learned about the door, finding that it opened slightly when several people pushed it together, but not when he tried it alone. Nea's success in opening the door gave them some clues, but the question of the seal's purpose remained unanswered. Frustrated, Han reflected on his failure to open the door alone and tried to come up with new strategies. He also wondered when Riella would return to the palace, as he needed to accompany her. Meanwhile, in the palace, the Queen was discovering why Han had gathered so many people in the mansion. She was informed that it had to do with the Room of Stones. Her Majesty's assistant explained that it was learned that many people were needed to open the second door. At this point, Letitia decided to let it go and pondered the fact that a person had arrived in the kingdom through the Bureau of Foreign Affairs. However, it seemed the Archduke had nothing to do with this, which could mean he might be in danger. The next morning, Han and Riella arrived at the Maurice family's main garden, having been invited there by the elders themselves. They were greeted by the florist and his son, Lucien, who politely asked if they had arrived safely. Riella cheerfully thanked them for the invitation, mentioning that their trip had been wonderful. Since the girl couldn't arrive empty-handed, she brought a gift for Sir Maurice's wife. The old lady was pleased with the gesture, although she found it unnecessary since she was always ready to receive guests. The lady invited Riella to open the gift, which she did, and was shocked by what she found. Somehow, Riella had managed to find a collection of rare dishes that were still unused, and Maurice's wife, being a collector, was delighted. Immediately, she insisted that her husband give Riella several new varieties of dishes in return. Chloe, who was also invited to the tea party, offered the lady jasmine tea that she had personally grown. However, Sir Maurice suggested that the girl should first try rose tea, which angered his student. Lady Bennet, who had begun the conversation, insisted that they should start with her tea, but the old man reminded them that they were in his house. Watching the argument unfold, the lady smiled and thought they looked like a family. Without thinking, she muttered out loud that she was jealous. Hun, who was sitting nearby, immediately asked what exactly she was jealous of, and Riella responded that it was the atmosphere. The Archduke remembered that Riella had older sisters, so he didn't quite understand her feelings of envy. The girl explained that her parents had already passed away, and her sisters had long since moved away, leaving her to return to an empty house. She didn't particularly like coming home early to avoid being alone. However, Riella added that everyone had their own circumstances, so it would be foolish to be overly jealous of someone else. Realizing she had shared too many personal details, the girl stopped talking about sad things and smiled. Han unexpectedly thanked her for sharing her thoughts and experiences, ones she hadn't revealed before. He recalled the time when he lived separately from his family, but had faced it without much emotion. Belia, encouraged by his words, continued to chat cheerfully, feeling much more open. As the sun began to set, the lady and Han drove back to the mansion, where they were invited to visit again. Riella, having eaten a lot, was feeling stuffy in the carriage and tired from the day's events. She soon fell asleep, resting her head on the Archduke's shoulder. Han didn't mind at all. He quickly realized how tired she was and tried not to disturb her for the rest of the trip. The next morning, Riella woke up early, feeling rested and full of energy. Performing her usual morning ritual, she picked up her coffee and newspaper, sat comfortably, and began to read. However, the first headlines greatly shocked her, fully waking her from her sleep. The newspaper announced that Princess Charlotte had arrived in Cardia to arrange a marriage with Archduke Han. Since the guy hadn't told anyone about this, she was taken aback. When Han entered the dining room, he was greeted by silence. He genuinely couldn't understand why everyone was acting so cold towards him, even the servants. Suspiciously, he looked around and asked what was going on. Nia was the only one brave enough to confront him, loudly asking why he hadn't mentioned that he was getting married. Han replied that he wasn't planning to marry, but they threw the newspaper in front of him and demanded an explanation. Taking the paper in his hands, Han was surprised, as he had never heard of anything like this. He loudly declared that the newspapers were wrong and that he had never even heard of Princess Charlotte. In response, Riella smiled deceitfully and said that the Archduke wasn't obligated to explain anything to her. Her emotions were so overwhelming at that moment that she didn't care about anything else. Wishing him happiness in his personal life, she quickly ran to her room. Han was left alone, trying to understand what was happening. The Archduke put on formal clothes and went to see his brother in the palace. The king was already aware of the situation and casually remarked that he had told Han to find someone. Han did not want to deal with marriage issues, as the match seemed appropriate to him. Additionally, Princess Charlotte was a good candidate, though her true purpose for the visit remained unclear. The king, however, had to ask what Han would do if the princess really wanted to marry him. Han unwaveringly responded that he would withdraw the articles and not meet with Charlotte. The Queen, however, thought it was a bad idea, which surprised the Archduke. He turned to her, and Letitia explained that previously articles had not been withdrawn due to their implausibility, so there was no need to do so now. Han, who was not happy with this suggestion, clenched his fists, knowing it was dangerous to object to the Queen. She added that if there were no special reasons to act, it was better not to draw attention to the matter. The Queen hoped the Archduke would agree to wait for the princess's arrival and then inquire about her true intentions. Charlotte had notified everyone that she had purchased stones at the Swordier auction and brought some as a gift, so Han could not afford to be rude. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to wait for her arrival. On the day of her arrival, rumours spread throughout the city. Princess Charlotte, while riding in a carriage through Cardia, mentally noted that this country was very similar to a fertile one. This was surprising, because dragons usually burned the land, making it hard for the country to recover. The first to overcome this damage was Elle, a powerful stonemancer and the third king of Cardia, whose bloodline and strength had been passed down to the current king's younger brother, Han Errol Pendragon. The princess thought sadly that the Archduke was very similar to her, both second children who received little attention. However, Charlotte was pleased that she had obtained an important stone at the auction which she believed would help her cause. When she arrived, she was met by Han, who demonstrated maximum politeness. Although Charlotte was pleased with the warm welcome, she was unaware of how much Han disliked being near her. The servants around them began to whisper, thinking the couple was well suited for each other. Later, Han and Charlotte shared tea and discussed social matters. The princess revealed that she would be staying until the flower festival, and Han thought with irritation that it would be impossible to send her back early. As she prepared for their conversation, the princess asked to speak to him without witnesses. This was what Han had feared the most, but he had no choice but to comply. As they spoke, Han asked why she had published the article about their marriage. Charlotte, folding her hands, pleaded with him not to be angry, explaining that the article had been an order from her brother, King Teddia. He believed it would be useful for negotiations. Charlotte further explained that those living near the dragon hibernation site would support their alliance. The Archduke firmly declared that he categorically refused the marriage, no matter the reason. Charlotte tried to lighten the atmosphere by claiming that there hadn't even been an official proposal yet. When Han hesitated, she asked if there was anything else he wanted to discuss. Han couldn't answer right away, and, as he thought about it, he felt the subtle presence of magic from a stone unregistered in the palace. He immediately stood up to search for the source, but the magic disappeared as quickly as it had come. Charlotte also felt something, but wasn't sure of her senses. Han decided to check the palace, asking Charlotte to remain where she was. As soon as he left, the princess breathed a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that she had fallen under magic's influence. She realized it was her fault for hiding the fact that she had submitted the article herself, and that she had used the crystal to trigger the magic. She had broken the stone into fragments and packed them carefully, knowing Han would be unable to trace the source. However, Charlotte was prepared to take similar risks again, as the effects of the crystal were cumulative. She was certain that inside Han lay a greedy personality, one she hoped to awaken, believing he would become an ally in her cause. Meanwhile, the girl admitted that she would like to serve Charlotte forever because of her qualities. However, the princess, already tired of everything before even reaching the capital, didn't want to listen to her assistant. She had deliberately spread a rumour about a possible marriage with Archduke Hune, and then visited a rich auction near the city of Soria. There, after much difficulty, she acquired a garnet stone. Now the girl had to endure the rejection of the young mistress, all because she didn't want to live in the shadow of her mediocre brother, the king. Everyone around called Charlotte the Rose of Teddia for her beauty, but the girl could only smile sweetly, which truly bothered her. Now, mentally turning to Han, she hoped he was experiencing the same feelings. After all, the Archduke was much more skilled than his older brother, but had to live in his royal shadow. Charlotte believed that Han now kept his claws hidden and his temper tamed, but that was only temporary. The garnet stone had the power to bring out the deepest desires, and it was this stone that the girl intended to direct toward him. Charlotte planned to make a puppet out of the Archduke, hoping he would follow all his emotions and ultimately take her hand, seeking to overthrow his brother. The next day, after lunch, Riella was about to leave the room when she found the Archduke standing at the door. He remained silent and refused to leave, despite having promised to return to the palace for business. The lady asked if something had happened, and he explained that he had discussed state boundaries with Charlotte earlier, which led him to think of Riella. For some reason, he felt an urge to see her. He couldn't admit it, though, and instead said that all checks in the palace were complete. When the lady left, the Archduke pondered deeply, then called his assistant. Nia turned to him with a slight dissatisfaction, as she still didn't love him, though she had become somewhat accustomed to him. He asked if Riella had a white dress for the reception, and if not, to have it ready. That same day, Riella, having successfully escaped from the Archduke, joyfully arrived in the royal garden. However, to her horror, the greenhouse was shrouded in darkness and despondency, despite there being no obvious reason for trouble. Riella asked what had happened, and Chloe revealed that Princess Charlotte had rejected all the flower bouquets, including one from Sir Maurice and Lady Bennet. The saddest part was that the used flowers could no longer be sent elsewhere due to their marriage status, and they would simply be thrown away. Barely holding back tears, the old gardener shouted about how young, inexperienced Charlotte couldn't possibly understand flowers. Ignoring his complaints, Chloe asked Riella to help arrange new bouquets, and the girl immediately agreed to bring fresh flowers from the warehouse to speed up the process. When Riella arrived at the garden administration warehouse, she faced the difficult task of selecting the right flowers. She wondered if the princess had a favourite type of rose or disliked them entirely. Eventually, she decided on Gypsophila, as it seemed the most neutral option. However, when she parted the flowers, she felt a sharp pain. She had scratched herself on a rose. Riella tried to ignore the injury, but the bleeding was more than she expected. She quickly searched for something to stem the flow of blood and noticed a bucket of water. She carefully dipped her hand into it without touching the wilted flowers, and when the bleeding stopped, she took the flowers and left, unaware of what had transpired behind her. Later, one of the assistants entered the warehouse, planning to pick more flowers for the bouquet. He saw a large, beautiful rose standing alone and, not understanding why it hadn't been included, he took it to add to the composition for the demanding princess. That evening, the maid helped Charlotte change clothes after a tiring day. The princess wasn't pleased that the meetings were delayed by unnecessary discussions, but she couldn't change the situation. Wishing to return to the peace of home, Charlotte settled down on the sofa to rest. Her attention was soon drawn to a new bouquet of flowers sent from the Royal Garden Administration. The princess, who considered such bouquets a waste of money and time, initially gave them no thought, but then she noticed something that stopped her in her tracks. Among the flowers stood a glowing rose, clearly standing out from the rest. The maid, noticing the mistress's gaze, assumed she would want the flowers removed, but Charlotte claimed it was just her imagination, caused by fatigue. Still, she asked the maid to leave the flowers and let her rest alone. Once the maid left, Charlotte approached the bouquet, once again convinced that the flower was glowing. She had seen such a flower only once before, as a guest at Cardia. Excitedly, she began searching for stones to use with the flower's power, but none seemed right for the task. Then, by accident, Charlotte knocked over a box containing a broken garnet stone. Reaching to grab the fallen stone in frustration, her elbow brushed against the glowing flower. Time seemed to slow for the princess as she desperately hoped the flower wouldn't fall. But it did. It landed next to the scattered fragments of the garnet stone, and an incredibly bright radiance blinded her. When Charlotte could finally open her eyes, she saw that the stone was completely repaired, and the flower had faded. She was filled with despair, realizing the flower had been too precious to use recklessly, and now the stone was too strong to be useful. She reproached herself for acting too hastily, knowing there was nothing she could do to change the situation now. The only option left was to use all of the stone's energy on Han at the right moment. Riella had been eagerly awaiting the morning, as her close friend promised to visit her. When they met, the girls happily went into the living room to chat. Riella was delighted by Melda's delicious cooking, and the two friends laughed as they caught up. At one point, a maid awkwardly entered the room, interrupting their conversation. She handed Riella a letter from a friend. Intrigued, Riella opened it and discovered it was from her second sister. The letter asked about her life and shared news from her own. In a joking or serious tone, the older sister advised Riella to avoid men, especially if she were ever asked to marry. This made Riella think of Lucien, and she immediately realized she should never mention Han to her sister. Meanwhile, the sister described the strange death of one of the sheep, which had somehow died without a head. The woman found it so bizarre that she searched for the head but couldn't find it anywhere. After regaining her composure, the sister apologized to Rella, realizing that such topics were usually not discussed in letters. In parting, she mentioned that she had secured a stable job and would like to visit in the summer. Rena, noticing that her friend had finished reading the letter, asked who it was from. Rella briefly summarized its contents. Rena seemed pleased with the news and then asked if Rella was attending the royal reception. According to the newspaper Rena had read, the reception was going to be particularly lavish, partly because of Princess T's presence. Rena speculated that at the event, people would surely fawn over Han, who was an eligible bachelor. Rena also noted that, despite the fact that the last time the Archduke attended a reception was 5 years ago, he was now obligated to attend due to the princess's invitation. After speaking, Rena observed Rella's face and was surprised to see anger there. When she inquired about it, Rella hastily tried to dismiss her feelings. But Rena wasn't convinced. Suddenly, Rena asked if Rella liked the Archduke, who was apparently on the verge of marrying. Rella blushed fiercely and quickly denied any such affection, claiming she was simply jealous that the Archduke would attend the reception. Rena, with a mischievous grin, nodded, but refrained from saying anything else to avoid embarrassing Rella further. When Rena left to return to her shop, Rella went to the mirror and remembered her friend's question. She couldn't believe she could like the Archduke, so she splashed water on her face, trying to clear her thoughts. In the process, her clothes became almost completely soaked, so she decided to change into something dry. Just as she began to change, she heard a knock on the door. Rella assumed it was her assistant and called out for them to enter. However, when she glanced at the door, she was surprised to see someone tall who didn't quite look like Nia. To her shock, she realized that she had allowed the Archduke to enter instead. Though she was in her underwear, Rella tried to maintain her composure, offering the Archduke a calm smile. However, Han appeared mortified and apologized, claiming that he had entered at the wrong time. Seeing his embarrassment, Rella couldn't contain her own blush, covering herself in a defensive reaction. She squatted down, shouting for Nia. Nia, hearing the shout, rushed into the room to find out what had happened. Han, unsure of what to do, grabbed the nearest blanket and threw it over Rella to shield her from unwanted glances. Just as he did so, Nia arrived, and Rella, now covered in the blanket, explained that she had merely seen a beetle. Though Nia seemed doubtful, she didn't challenge the explanation. After Nia left, Han immediately apologized for the situation. He gently reminded Rella that she should get dressed. Sheepishly, Rella agreed, but tripped over the blanket as she tried to step in it, falling. Fortunately, Han was nearby and managed to catch her. As he held her, Han gently reassured her, saying that the most important thing was that she wasn't hurt. At that moment, Rella recalled Rena's earlier question about whether she liked the Archduke, and she blushed even more, realizing that perhaps she did. Han, oblivious to her thoughts, continued to hold her, as if it were completely normal. Their moment was interrupted by the sound of a servant calling out, announcing that the second door could possibly be opened now. Torn between staying with Rella and answering the call, Han hesitated, but Rella, still flustered, suggested that he go ahead, promising to join him later. Once Han left, Rella reflected on how strange the situation felt and realized she urgently needed to change clothes. Han, meanwhile, hurried through the mansion to the room where the second door was being worked on. He was greeted by one of his assistants, who handed him a report. The Archduke immediately asked how they could proceed to open the door, and the assistant excitedly explained the extensive analysis that had been done, with a list of about 150 people needed to make it work. Han, impressed by the effort, praised the team for their work. The assistant then noted that it had been a long time since Han had requested anything, and the Archduke, surprised by this comment, realized that he had always relied on himself and never bothered others. Though initially disappointed that the door could only be opened with help from others, Han accepted the situation with a smile, understanding that the task from the Duchess had its own meaning. He ordered the team to prepare and, on his count, everyone pushed together to open the door. After some time, the door began to move slightly, though not completely. Poe, observing the situation, noted that something was still missing. At that moment, Rella, now dressed and perfectly composed, arrived, determined to help. She and Nia joined the group, and the crowd made way for them. As they worked together, Han noticed that all the spells had been activated except for one. He decided to change tactics and asked everyone to stop. He then asked for an ability enhancement stone. Moments later, the Archduke activated the stone, amplifying the spell's resonance. To everyone's surprise, the spell suddenly began to give off clues, flowing from person to person straight to Rella. The next morning, Han had already finished analyzing the magical beam from the previous day, and he informed the lady by calling her. Pointing to the test results, he regretfully explained that it would be difficult for a non-stonemancer to interpret them. Therefore, the Archduke began to explain the theory to the girl in simpler terms. He mentioned that the wave contained a record of negative emotions and that the door could only be opened if the chosen people were gathered together, along with someone the girl hated. Riella found this condition strange, and Han agreed with her. He then asked if the girl had anyone in mind, which made her pause and think. After a moment, the lady sighed and admitted that no one immediately came to her mind, but that she would think further. Han didn't press her with more questions, only informing her that he would be absent for some time due to a trip to the palace on business. After seeing him off, Riella began to consider who she could call a hateful person. Maybe it was a difficult customer who had placed a large order and not paid, or perhaps Martin. But she wasn't sure. She reasoned that such a person couldn't just appear out of nowhere, making the task even harder to contemplate. To her surprise, the next day didn't start well at all, as Charlotte unexpectedly came to visit. Riella was caught off guard and trembling from the sudden visit, but the princess seemed perfectly at ease. Charlotte complimented Madame Melda's cooking, even joking that she would take her aunt with her to tea. Still in shock from Charlotte's unannounced appearance, Riella expressed her gratitude to the cooks. She added that had the princess informed her in advance, she would have been much more prepared. To ease her discomfort, Charlotte shared a personal story, revealing how deeply she had been affected by the death of Duchess Hosang. As a child, she had admired the Duchess and considered her an idol. Riella recalled that letters of condolence had been arriving from various parts of the country, and the princess could have paid her respects at any time. Charlotte smiled warmly and declared that she liked the new mistress of the mansion, further complimenting Riella. The lady felt embarrassed, thinking she looked shabby, but was relieved to hear everything was in order. To put Riella further at ease, Charlotte added that she looked much better than in the photograph. Charlotte then surprised Riella by saying they were both the same age, though Riella had thought the princess appeared much older due to her wise and mature demeanour. Smiling, Charlotte suggested that the lady loosen up a bit, as she wanted to chat in a more relaxed manner. However, she immediately asked a question that made Riella internally shrink. It was about the Archduke and his life in the mansion. Charlotte took control of the conversation, casually mentioning that the Archduke had recently been placed on probation for neglecting his duties. This news shocked Riella. She hadn't expected Han to get into trouble for helping her. Charlotte quickly realized that Riella's weak point was Han, and she began to emphasize their serious relationship, subtly implying that Riella would be upset if Han stopped visiting after marrying the princess. She added that Riella need not worry, as she could always come to visit them. insinuating that she would already be the Archduke's wife. Riella, trying not to show her confusion, thanked Charlotte for her hospitality, but couldn't help feeling perplexed. Why did the princess speak as though she were already married to the Archduke, when just the other day Han had assured Riella that the rumors about his marriage were completely untrue? Puzzled, Riella wondered why Han had clarified that point to her if he had no feelings for her. Han had even blushed slightly when explaining that he didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Yet now, Charlotte seemed to be talking about something entirely different, leading Riella to wonder if the princess might hate her. At that moment, Han sat in the palace, going over his accumulated duties, but his thoughts kept drifting back to Riella. He scolded himself for following the Queen's advice and not rejecting his engagement to Charlotte. His status had been elevated, but it came at the cost of his own happiness. As the stress of his responsibilities weighed on him, he found himself yearning for Riella's presence. He realized, to his surprise, that he had been thinking about her much more often lately. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, and when he allowed the guest to enter, it turned out to be palace stonemancers. Han immediately recognized one of them, a stonemancer who had recently helped in opening the second door. The stonemancer, slightly embarrassed, expressed his honor in helping the Archduke. Han invited them to sit and asked why they had come. The stonemancer hesitated before admitting that he had a unique ability to sense the energy of precious stones and could feel every type of energy, even those from unregistered crystals. The stonemancer revealed that he had recently detected some unfamiliar energy, partly emanating from a stone in Princess Charlotte's quarters, and another part from Han himself. This surprised the Archduke, who had not expected such a connection. The stonemancer added that even now Han was under the influence of an unregistered stone. Meanwhile, in her chambers, Charlotte was nervously biting her nails, frustrated that her plan had failed. She had hoped to provoke a reaction from Riella during the reception, but had failed to stir any emotion from the girl. Angered, Charlotte lied that her marriage to Han was a done deal. At that moment, a maid informed Charlotte that Han had come to visit her. Frightened, the princess instructed the maid to tell him that he could come in, but would have to wait until she was ready. A few minutes later, they sat in silence, sipping royal tea. Han thanked the princess for her time, and she asked what had brought him to her. Gathering his courage, Han explained that he wanted to be as honest as possible. He confessed that he had discovered it was she who had been spreading rumors about their marriage. The princess tried to defend herself, but Han continued, stating that he actually appreciated her gesture. He shared his frustration with the Queen's recent reprimands and admitted that he was tired of living this way, feeling it was time to make a change. Charlotte, sensing an opportunity, sweetly declared that she understood his feelings. She suggested that perhaps his words were an offer to marry her. Han, caught off guard, smiled slightly, unsure how to respond to his own statement. The princess was stunned by his rare smile, and as the conversation came to a close, Han left, leaving Charlotte to reflect on how perfectly her plan had unfolded. Now she intended to use the upcoming royal reception to ensure that Han would fall under the influence of the mysterious stone, though she still had doubts about whether the moment would be right to activate it during the banquet. Later, Charlotte had already imagined how she and the Archduke would attend the banquet and publicly announce their marriage. The most satisfying part of this for the princess would be seeing Riella's disappointed and pitiful face, knowing she wouldn't be able to change anything. Lost in her thoughts, the princess had no idea that Han had a completely different plan. After leaving her, the Archduke went straight to the stonemancers. He asked how the work was progressing, and they replied that thanks to the distraction caused by the princess, everything was going smoothly. However, one of the stonemancers admitted that this was his first time illegally checking other people's stones, and he was scared he might die of fear. As the Archduke had requested, the stonemancers reinforced the stones around the extension. The stones from the previous era had already weakened significantly, and if the princess used an unknown power, it would definitely be recorded in the spell. These precautions were necessary because, even though they suspected the princess might be using the stone, without evidence, they had no right to take action, especially since this could lead to a conflict with Titia, and decided to use the upcoming banquet as a trigger, and was glad he had advised Riella not to attend. He had finally decided to handle Charlotte first, and then confess his feelings to Riella, especially with the flower festival approaching. Meanwhile, Riella continued to practice her skills every day. However, one day, Lucien unexpectedly came to visit, startling the girl with his quiet appearance. Although she wasn't offended, Riella realized she had forgotten about their scheduled meeting. Lucien wasn't upset, so Riella was able to finish her work and go down to meet him. To her surprise, Lucien proposed they go for a walk. He cheerfully explained that everyone knew she was in a bad mood, and he thought it would do her good to get some fresh air. Riella, a bit scared, agreed, especially when Lucien casually mentioned that they could visit the richest street in the city. Although she hadn't planned on it, Riella agreed to the walk, asking for some time to change her clothes. As they walked toward her chambers, Naya gleefully anticipated dressing Riella in something cute. Later, after some time in the carriage, they arrived at the street. Lucien suggested they enjoy a meal before continuing, as it would make the